Family, I have crossed over to become Kakashi's older brother, Hatake Shinichi. Just as I got the system and was ready to make a big move, I was approached by members of the Root organization, warning me not to get close to Naruto. Just as I was about to take action, Kakashi appeared dramatically with Chidori to protect me. This story starts from when I just opened my eyes and crossed over. Family, who understands? I almost got invited for tea right after I crossed over. Two guys wearing strange masks suddenly jumped into my yard, saying that if I dared to get close to Uzumaki Naruto, I would pay for it. I thought, isn't this the specialty of the Root organization? Just as I was about to confront them, guess who showed up? A flash of blue lightning sliced through, and there was my cheap little brother Kakashi, with his hedgehog-like white hair, rubbing his hands together with Chidori, right in front of me. That scene was simply too cool. But honestly, this story has to start from when I first opened my eyes. When I opened my eyes, wow, I almost fainted from my own handsomeness when I looked in the mirror. A head of inherited silver-white long hair, this face. Isn't this Kakashi? Then memories started loading. Oh snap, I made a mistake. I'm his brother, Hatake Shinichi. This name sounds like Hitaki washing machine? I really want to thank you. In my previous life, I was just an ordinary corporate worker. My parents passed away early, and I was in my 30s single. My only hobby was watching Naruto. Now, I've dropped right into the scene. Since I'm here, I might as well settle down. There's really nothing to worry about. Just as I was complaining, I heard a ding in my head. My cheat, my standard system for crossovers, finally arrived. The functions are simple and straightforward. To collect others' hair, on biological information, and then copy their talents. I can also earn points and level up by changing the plot. Isn't this tailor-made for someone like me who can't let go of the past? The system is generous, giving me a beginner's gift pack right away. Reverse Fate Person, purple quality. The effect is simply outrageous. The ability to turn the tables in a desperate situation increases my power threefold, and the probability of my enemy's misfortune is directly maxed out at 500. I can imagine that anyone who wants to mess with me might step in dog poop as soon as they walk out, and even their ninjutsu could backfire. With the cheat, I felt more secure. All those unresolved matters in Naruto, one by one, I have to change them. Speaking of which, I have to mention my cheap little brother Kakashi. His biological father committed suicide, his teammates were wiped out, and his teacher couple passed away at just 16. He was as gloomy as a walking low-pressure zone, locking himself in his room every day. I prepared a whole table of dishes and burst into his room, dragging him out and forcing him to sit at the dining table. Not eating? Did I cook for nothing? Even if you can't eat today, you have to force it down. I glared at him while secretly reaching for the pillow on his bed. Hey, a few strands of silver hair in my hands. Kakashi had no idea about my little trick and helplessly ate his meal under my insistence. Let me tell you, the bond between brothers is pretty good, although he's a genius. He has never looked down on me, his talentless, useless older brother. After he finished his meal and returned to his room to sulk, I quickly took out the hair. Ding! Biological information of Hatake Kakashi detected. Do you want to extract it? Extract. Definitely extract. Wow, Sharingan thief, red quality. I directly got a pair of Sharingan for free. My power and ninjutsu power increased by 300. Although it's just red quality, rounding off, I can also consider myself a Uchiha. As for how to activate the eyes, whatever, they'll figure it out later. Who is the next target? No need to think. It has to be our prince, Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, he is only 3 years old, the perfect age to deceive. To approach. Plus, just thinking about the things that the third Hokage and Danzo's gang have done makes me furious. The son of a hero is living worse than a dog. This Konoha has long been rotten. When I arrived, the scene was unbearable. A group of little kids was surrounding Naruto, kicking and punching him, shouting "Demon Fox, monster," while the adults nearby watched like it was a show. Their indifference was infuriating. I exploded at that moment, shouting, "Get the hell away from him!" And all those little brats ran away scared. Let me tell you, at that moment, I really wanted to set this broken village on fire. I calmed down, trying to smile gently like a big brother, and help the bewildered little Naruto, sitting in the snow. "Little brother, are you okay?" Naruto looked at me with his blue eyes. Probably the first time in his life someone treated him so kindly. "Thank you, white-haired big brother." The little guy wiped his nosebleed and revealed that iconic sunny smile. My heart melted, and I took him to eat at Ichiraku Ramen. Watching him gobble down the food, I immediately took out 50,000 Ryo and told Uncle Ichiraku, "Uncle, keep this money from now on. Whenever this kid comes to eat, just put it on my tab." Little Naruto was so touched he burst into tears, hugging me and calling me brother. Family, who understands the joy of nurturing. As I comforted him while patting his head, "From now on, big brother will protect you. Anyone who doesn't like you, I'm on your side." I secretly, got another golden hair. am really not a bad person. I'm just taking a roundabout way to save the country. After saying goodbye to Naruto, I rushed home. Guess what happened next? The hair for Naruto directly gave me 3 purple god-level entries. Ashura's Kindness, Nine-Tails Incarnation, King of Talk no Jutsu, Sage Body, Good and Evil Perception, attributes skyrocketed. Chakra, Physical Fitness, and Recovery all increased by 1,000. I feel like my current panel is exploding with values. This is simply an incredibly fortunate start. I was just planning when to collect some hair from the second Hokage when the newly acquired Good and Evil Perception suddenly sounded an alarm. 2 unmistakable malicious intents directly locked onto my house. The next second, 2 masked Root organization goons appeared in the yard. Hatake, Shinichi? One of them said in a voice like a broken gong, "We order you to stop contacting Uzumaki Naruto." I laughed. Danzo, that old fox is really fast. What if I refuse? I cross my arms, looking at them with interest. Disobeying Lord Danzo will means you'll have to come with us. Just as they were about to take action, a piercing bird cry exploded. Chidori. Blue lightning flashed, and Kakashi instantly appeared in front of me, the Chidori in his hand crackling, his Sharingan fixed on the other side, as if his gaze was saying, "Who dares to touch my brother?" That gaze, that aura, simply screams brother protector. Let me tell you, Kakashi opened his other eye as well. The 3-Demo Sharingan glowed bright red, and the killing intent was almost tangible. Hitaki, Kakashi. The 2 Root organization goons clearly flinched, their legs probably shaking. No wonder my brother is Konoha's #1 genius. A legendary figure with their level, they wouldn't even last a round against Kakashi's military boxing. Seeing the situation, I immediately put on an act of authority, hands on my hips, shouting, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and get lost. Do you want to experience my brother's Chidori bath service?" Family, who understands? Having a capable brother is so satisfying. The Hitaki family may be down and out, but as long as Kakashi is around, that old man Danzo has to think twice. The 2 Root members didn't dare to say a word, leaving behind a remark, "Lord Danzo won't let you go," before fleeing. I sneered in my heart, "Just wait, when I level up, the first ones to go will be you Root guys." But for now, the main focus is on surviving, and developing. Being cautious is the way to win. "Brother, how did you get involved with the Root?" Kakashi put away Chidori, looking worried. I waved my hand. "That's not important. What's important is that old dog Danzo will definitely hold a grudge. Let's go. We need to report this to the 3rd Hokage now." However, I shifted my tone and pulled out a kunai, shocking Kakashi as I slashed at my own arm and thigh a few times. "Ouch, that hurts." Blood immediately started to pour out, and I rolled around on the ground for a couple of times, making myself look like I just crawled out of a mud pit. Kakashi stared at me, dumbfounded. "Bro, what are you doing? Stop talking nonsense." I glared at him. "Hurry up. Make yourself look as miserable as me." Kakashi had a look on his face that said, "Are you crazy?" But under my coercion, he reluctantly made himself look just as dirty. We both charged into the Hokage building, looking more disheveled than the other. In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage nearly dropped his pipe when he saw our appearance. I didn't give him any time to react and immediately launched into my performance, full of sorrow and indignation, tears streaming down my face. "Hokage-sama, I want to ask you one thing today. Is there no way left for the Hitaki family in Konoha?" The 3rd Hokage was taken aback by my question and quickly tried to calm me down. "Shin, take your time and tell me what happened." I gathered my emotions and spoke up. "Just now, the Root organization sent over a dozen jonin to our home, wanted to kill us brothers. If we hadn't fought our way out, you would be looking at 2 corpses right now." Kakashi next to me widened his eyes, as if to say, "Wait, there are only 2 of you? And we didn't even fight?" I continued my lament. "Hokage-sama, if you truly want to eliminate the Hitaki family, just say the word, and we will end it ourselves. We are Konoha's people in life, and Konoha's souls in death for the village. We don't care about this life. Wow, my acting skills should at least earn me a little golden trophy in my past life." The 3rd Hokage furrowed his brows, clearly believing about 70 to 80% of what I said. After all, that Danzo guy had a history. He could do things like human experimentation, so sending someone to assassinate a couple of orphan brothers was nothing. Plus, looking at my utterly distraught expression, it didn't seem like I was faking it. "Hokage-sama, what you see is just the surface wounds." Seeing that I had him hooked, I immediately upped the ante. "If you don't believe me, they'll take off my pants to show you. Look, there's a damn core member stabbing me right in the butt." As I said, I was about to unbuckle my belt. Ahem. The 3rd generation's old face turned red, and I almost choked on the smoke, quickly waving my hand. "No need, no need. I trust you. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Danzo is really going too far." "Got it." I silently celebrated in my heart. But then this old fox changed his tone. Speaking of which, Shin, did you see Naruto today? Here it comes, the main topic. I had anticipated his question long ago, quickly suppressing my anger and replacing it with a heartbroken expression. Yes, I saw him. That child has had such a miserable life. No father, no mother. And every day he is bullied as a demon fox, barely getting enough to eat. Do you know what he eats the most? Instant noodles and expired milk. I took a step forward, my voice not loud, but every word struck home. Lord Hokage, I just want to ask you, if the fourth Hokage were still alive and saw his son turn out like this, where'd you put your old face? The third Hokage's expression instantly changed. Kakashi was so scared that he quickly pulled me back. Big brother, stop talking. I pushed him away, pointed at his nose, and shouted, Shut up. You're still a disciple of the fourth generation. Have you even seen Naruto? Do you deserve your teacher? All you do is emo all day long. If I weren't your brother, I would have kicked you to death already. You have no place to talk here. Go sit aside. I'll deal with you when we get home. After scolding Kakashi, I felt completely relieved. The third Hokage's face was so dark it could drip water. Shinichi, are you questioning me as Hokage? I dare not. I changed my attitude. Neither humble nor arrogant. I just didn't want to see the hero's descendants suffer such grievances. Hokage-sama, you are busy with the affairs of the village. We small people just need to protect what you call the will of fire. Sure enough, as soon as he heard the phrase will of fire, the third's expression immediately softened. This old man only responds to this kind of talk. He sighed and began to give me a pep talk. Shinichi, you need to understand that Naruto, as a Jinchuriki, has a special identity. I rolled my eyes inwardly, but my face showed a look of sudden realization, as if I'd been enlightened by you. Lord Hokage has put in a lot of effort. I was the one being impulsive. I acted the whole part. Once he relaxed his guard, I revealed my true intentions. However, I have an unpleasant request. Back in the day, the Minato couple took great care of the two of us brothers, and now seeing their child living in such hardship, I truly feel pity in my heart. I looked at the third Hokage with a sincere gaze. Today, we can choose not to pursue the matter of the attack on the Kiki family. However, my brother and I hope to take responsibility for Naruto's life. The Jinchuriki is also a person. He is only 3 years old. I want to give him a slightly more normal childhood. The third Hokage hesitated. I immediately doubled down, my voice clear and powerful, where the leaves dance. The fire burns eternally. If we let Naruto live alone in the darkness, his heart will inevitably have problems. I, Hitaki Shinichi, swear by the honor of the Hitaki clan to take good care of Naruto and ensure he perfectly inherits the will of fire. If anything happens to him, you can do whatever you want with our Hitaki family. Well, with that heavy hat placed on me, the third Hokage was silent for a while before finally nodding. All right, then Naruto will be entrusted to you from now on. He probably thought that having Kakashi watch over Naruto was no different from having his own Umbu keep an eye on him. He could also do me a personal favor and suppress the issue with Danzo, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What a bargain. Unfortunately, the key was the information gap. He had no idea that I was the biggest variable. On the way back, Kakashi finally couldn't help but asked me why I was doing this. I didn't answer directly, but instead led him around a corner, just in time to witness a scene. A vendor with a face full of disgust pushed Naruto to the ground, cursing the demon fox, while the people around also looked on with disdain, and even a child nearby was laughing. Naruto silently got up from the ground, his small back appearing indescribably lonely. Kakashi froze on the spot, his fists cracking as he clenched them, his eyes nearly overflowing with shock, anger, and sadness. I coldly spoke beside him. Do you see it? This is Konoha under the leadership of your most respected Hokage. The son of a hero, living worse than a dog. The death of your father, the deaths of Obito and Rin, have caused you great pain. But that's no reason for you to wallow in despair every day and waste your talent. If you continue to be this dejected, the Hitaki family will truly be finished. Tell me, do you want to be a useless person for the rest of your life? Or do you want to restore the glory of the Hitaki family? Kakashi suddenly raised his head, and the confused look in his eyes instantly became clear. That sense of despair vanished without a trace, and he said resolutely, Brother, I want to restore the Hitaki family. I smiled to myself and thought, got it. The king of verbal tricks is just that useful. No negotiation in fooling you. The two of us directly found Naruto, who was just about to head home. As soon as the little guy saw me, his eyes lit up, and he rushed into my arms with his little short legs. I touched his little yellow hair and smiled, asking, Naruto, will you come home with us in the future? Okay. Naruto was stunned and quietly asked, They all say I'm a demon fox. Is it really okay? I squatted down and seriously told him, You're not a fox spirit. You are a good child. If anyone dares to bully you again, I will let your brother Kakashi beat them up." The little guy's tears suddenly flowed out, crying loudly. From the moment he was born until now, he finally has a home. I picked him up and shouted at Kakashi, let's go, time for a feast at home. Tonight, I'll cook for you too." Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Danzo was slamming the table in furious rage. "Hisashi, you actually handed the Jinchuriki over to the Hitaki clan? Are you crazy?" The third Hokage calmly smoked a cigarette. "What, do you have a problem? When did I send someone to attack the Hitaki clan?" Danzo was dumbfounded. He had clearly only ordered a warning. So how did it turn into an assassination mission? The third Hokage snorted coldly. "All right, stop pretending. This matter is settled. I'm the Hokage and I call the shots." Danzo trembled with anger, ultimately leaving with a remark that I would definitely regret. Then he left in a huff. On my side, a notification sounded in my head. "Change Naruto's fate. Reward 1,000 points." Goodness. I directly transformed the 2 purple attributes, Ashura's kindness and Ninetail's incarnation, that I had taken for Naruto. Instantly, I felt my chakra amount increase 40-fold. It felt like I was cheating, but I remained calm. No, I'm still too weak. Without Susanoo, without Kimui, it's still easy for me to get killed outside. I must continue to survive. Just as I was on my way home with Naruto, we unexpectedly ran into Itachi Uchiha and his brother, Sasuke. As soon as I saw it, how could I miss it? I immediately pulled Kakashi and Naruto over, smiling innocently. "Oh, isn't this Itachi? Is this little guy next to you your brother?" Itachi saw Kakashi and politely nodded, then looked at me with a bit of curiosity. I'll introduce myself casually. "I'm his older brother, Uchiha Shinichi. This is our younger brother, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto and Sasuke, these 2 future rivals, stared at each other with wide eyes. Naruto, being generous, stepped forward and shook hands. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and my dream is to become Hokage. Let's be friends." Sasuke, with a tsundere attitude, turned his lips up in disdain, but under his brother's encouraging gaze, he reluctantly shook hands. I laughed heartily and went up to fiercely rub the top of Erjuzi's head. "Oh, this little rascal is quite cute. Brother, it hurts." Sasuke cried out pitifully. "How can it not hurt? When I did it, I accidentally pulled out several strands of hair." Itachi's face darkened a bit. As soon as I saw I had it in hand, I immediately decided to cash in, grabbing Naruto and making a run for it. "It's getting late. We need to go home and cook by." Seeing I hurried back, Itachi twitched the corner of his mouth and said to Kakashi beside him, "Kakashi-senpai, your older brother is really a special person." "Special?" Let me tell you, Kakashi's expression at that moment was simply a social death scene. He probably wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. But I couldn't care less about what those 2 thought. My mind was filled with just one thing. I've struck it rich. The system's prompt sound chimed, and wow, I got Sasuke's genes. I tell you, the stuff that popped up on the screen almost burned my CPU out. 3 consecutive purple talents. Indra's legacy, Cursed Eye, sounds thrilling. The eye-opening efficiency shot up to 3,000. The eye power bonus was in the thousands. And the most outrageous part? A free Manjiki Sharingan, although it needs to be activated from a normal Sharingan first. Isn't this just a starter pack with a graduation gift? Who understands, my family, this is my turn for untold wealth. I stood in the yard, and if I weren't afraid of the neighbors complaining about the noise, I really wanted to throw my head back and howl at the sky. Is there anyone else? That night, I didn't waste any time and sat cross-legged on the bed, starting to immerse myself in melancholy. You know, the Sharingan, once opened, requires a heart-wrenching process. But I had a 3,000 efficiency boost, so I didn't have to worry about dead parents. I went through all the tragic movies and novels I'd seen in my previous life, fully indulging in the B aesthetics. I tell you, the effect was incredible. Tears streamed down my face, and soon my eyes heated up, blood tears bursting out. I've done it. The next second, the tomo in my eyes began to spin wildly, as if equipped with a motor, directly transforming into a shuriken pattern. Tsukuyomi, Kamui. I directly acquired Itachi and Obito's ultimate skills. Now I'm set, let alone that old man Danzo, even the third Hokage I would dare to challenge. With his confidence, I entered full-on training mode. Naruto was living it up at our place, and Kakashi treated him like his little brother. As for me, I would go to the training ground before dawn and crawl back at night like a dead dog. Kakashi tried to stop me several times, saying I was self-harming. But when he saw me full of energy the next day, he shut up. Come on, the sage body doesn't joke around. My recovery ability focused on one principle. As long as I don't die, I'll push myself to the limit. Then one day, Naruto came back with a bruised face. I was furious. Who did this? They got to deal with him. But guess what? This kid got hurt while protecting a little girl, bravely facing multiple opponents. Hearing this made me even angrier. Fighting isn't shameful. Losing is, especially in front of girls. If this gets out, where would the honor of the Hitaki family go? Kakashi rolled his eyes at my side, saying my thinking was dangerous. I shot back. What do you know, you single dog? Wait a minute. I suddenly realized and asked Naruto what that little girl looked like. He said, she has white eyes, and she's very shy. Wow, isn't this Hinata, the future princess? I immediately patted Naruto's shoulder and said, well done, son. That beating wasn't in vain. Play more with that girl in the future. I've decided for you. She's your future sister-in-law. Naruto was dumbfounded, and Kakashi's face darkened. Come on, he's only 3. I couldn't be bothered to care about him. I'm telling you, this CP is set in stone. Not even Jesus can stop it. I'm serious. I turned around and started teaching Naruto the shadow clone technique. But this kid's clone technique went bang and turned into an indescribable thing. I knew it. That old tenant in his body was causing trouble. I directly told Naruto, look in my eyes. As soon as I opened the Manjiki, I zoomed into his mental world. That big fox, Kurama, was lying in its cage sulking. I got straight to the point. Yo, Kurama, pay your rent. As soon as it saw my Manjiki, it exploded in anger, like it had seen a ghost. I couldn't be bothered to waste time. I laid all out. You either cooperate and tone down your chakra so you don't affect my brother's training, or I'll help you cooperate. It was still stubborn. So I revealed its name and the Sage of Six Paths prophecy, while reminding it to feel the Ashura aura in Naruto's soul. Wow, that fox shut down right then and there, probably contemplating its fox life. Once I exited the mental world, I had Naruto try again. Bang. A perfect clone. Done. I tell you, dealing with such a proud pet requires both coaxing and threatening. It's a professional match. The next morning, there was a green watermelon head standing at my door. My guy. I saw him and thought, this is a ready-made training partner for physical skills. I directly took him to the back mountain and said I wanted to spar. I casually found an excuse, saying he had white hair, and casually pulled a few strands. Ding. Supreme Taijutsu acquired. Another purple divine skill. Let me tell you, the next month was nothing short of chaotic. I sparred with Guy from morning till night, pure hand-to-hand combat, fist to flesh. At first, Guy tried to let me win, but by the end his face turned green. He was probably thinking about how the Hitaki family produced such a monster. With the sage body and combat instincts, I got stronger and he got more exhausted. In the end, even Guy, the ultimate training king, was worn out and collapsed with dark circles under his eyes. Family, defeating Guy until he was drained of energy. This achievement is quite explosive in the entire ninja world. Just as I sent Guy home, an Umbu appeared out of nowhere, saying the Hokage wanted to see me. I thought this old man didn't come looking for me earlier or later, but now it must be that old man Danzo and his gang wanting to stir trouble again. Huh, whatever, I'll handle it. When I arrived at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage had a kind expression and subtly reminded me that the envoy from the Cloud Village was coming and told me to keep an eye on Naruto. I immediately understood the Hinata family's issues were coming up. I was infuriated when I watched this part in my previous life. This time with me around, there's no way the tragedy will repeat. Not a chance. I returned home and asked Naruto, and sure enough, Hinata was put on house arrest by her father, Hyuga, for playing with him. The Hyuga family still looked down on Naruto, calling him a wild child. What the heck? Can I tolerate this? I exploded right there, pulling Naruto along and said, let's go, son. Dad will take you to confront them. Kakashi was desperately trying to hold me back, saying, calm down, big brother. Keep a low profile. Low profile my foot. In the past, there was no way around it, but now I've got strength, so why should I care about their faces? Not far out the door, we just happened to run into the fathers of Inoshikacho and the beautiful Kurinai Yuhi. Kurinai asked where we were going, and I smiled broadly. We're going to Hyuga family to seek an explanation. They bullied my child. To be honest, when I saw Kurinai, I remembered that she later married that Uncle Asuma, which was like a flower stuck in cow dung. Why should that be? Her father, Hiruzen Sarutobi, indirectly caused my father's death. And now his son's future wife is being snatched away by me. Isn't that a bit much? This is totally unreasonable. So, this glorious mission of digging the wall should be entrusted to my younger brother Kakashi. Let me tell you, in the original story, Kakashi became a recluse because of Obito and Rin's little issues, turning into a big single dog who read Aika Paradise every day. Looking incredibly handsome, but ended up single for life. Is that reasonable? ISNT that nonsense. I, the eldest son of the Hitaki family, must take action. Kurinai can't be a widow. Kakashi must find someone. It's settled. Poor Kakashi was silently suffering on the side, probably unaware that his life matters had already been clearly arranged by me. Going to the Hyuga family to confront them? The fathers of Ino Shikicho and Kurenai all had their eyes wide open, exclaiming in unison. Goodness, their expressions seemed to say, "Dude, are you crazy?" Kakashi, standing nearby, looked incredibly awkward, smiling bitterly, probably wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Narashikaku, Shikamaru's father, looked at Kakashi in shock. "Kakashi, what are you guys planning? What did the Hyuga family do to you? They didn't take me seriously at all. After all, on the surface, I was just an ordinary chunin, and Naruto was just a little kid. In their eyes, the one who could stir up such a big scene must be my genius younger brother, Kakashi." Kakashi was almost in tears, waving his hands frantically. "Don't look at me. It's got nothing to do with me. It's all my brother's idea." He then explained what happened with Naruto being bullied. After hearing this, Shikaku and the others fell silent. Their expressions were something else, as if to say, "You're going to wipe out their whole family over such a trivial matter?" Family members wouldn't understand in their eyes. If Naruto received such treatment in the village, if I really had such a fragile heart, wouldn't I have to pick a fight with everyone in Konoha? I don't care what they think. I waved my hand enthusiastically and invited, "How about it, everyone? Want to go watch some excitement together? Welcome, welcome, it's a done deal." Anyway, today I'm going to make a name for the Hitaki family. Let's see who dares to touch even a hair on Naruto from now on. Riku and the others couldn't dissuade me, sighed, but since they are friends with Kakashi, they ultimately decided to join us, probably fearing I would cause a scene. At least they could help mitigate the situation. A group of us marched grandly to the Hyuga family's doorstep. Wow, that Hyuga mansion looked just like in the original story, with that oppressive Showa-era vibe that made my head hurt even from 800 meters away. Even the doorman had a poker face, as if everyone owed him 8 million. A Hyuga clan member frowned and stopped us, asking, "Excuse me, do you need something?" That look in his eyes was extremely wary, especially since a few elite jonin like Kakashi were standing together, giving off an aura like they were there to collect protection fees. I stepped forward and said with a smile, "Please inform them that the Hitaki family is here to visit." The guy was taken aback for a moment, probably puzzled as to why this little Karami had become the leader, but he still went in obediently to report. Before long, a person came out, Hinata Hayashi, Niji's father. Although he was from a branch family, he had a strong relationship with his brother, the clan leader Hayashi Hyuga, and his words carried weight in the clan. As soon as Hayashi appeared, his expression was extremely serious. "The Hitaki family has arrived. What business do you have?" I smiled and waved my hand. "Don't get me wrong. It's just the three of us brothers who are here to challenge the dojo. These folks are just bystanders." Rija's expression softened a bit, but my next sentence made his face turn as dark as the bottom of a pot. "However, the purpose of our visit is pretty much what you think. That's right. The Hitaki family is here to challenge the dojo." Kakashi beside me slapped his face in disbelief, and the four of them, including Riku, collectively facepalmed, probably their blood pressure rising. "Challenge the dojo?" Rija instinctively looked at Kakashi, completely confused. "Family, who understands? Here we go again, treating me like air. Clearly, I'm a mastermind. It seems we have to challenge the dojo today. Otherwise, no one will know who the big boss is." Kakashi looked helpless. "Don't ask me. It's all my brother's idea. I'm just here to mediate." "Your brother?" Rija looked at me as if I were an idiot, his gaze scanning me up and down. Could he be sick? I exploded on the spot, being ignored one after another. I could tolerate it no longer. I directly snapped, "Enough nonsense. I'm here to challenge you today, Hitaki Shinichi. You Hyuga family bullied my brother Naruto, and I'm here to seek justice. If you have guts, send someone out to fight me. I'm ready for anyone." Hizashi's expression turned serious. "Are you serious?" "Of course. Does it look like I'm joking?" I couldn't be bothered to argue with him, and with a body flicker technique, I appeared right behind him, kunai pressed against his waist. That cold touch probably made him wet himself. What incredible speed. Everyone present, except for Kakashi. Oh no, even Kakashi was shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded. With just this move, I definitely had the strength of an elite jonin. Riku and the others were almost dropping their jaws, probably thinking, "Wow, this guy is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" Hizashi reacted quickly, chakra bursting forth as he shouted, 8 trigrams palm. Heavenly spin. A blue chakra shield instantly enveloped him, trying to deflect my kunai. Heavenly spin? Unfortunately, it won't work on me. I sneered, activating my 3-tomo Sharingan. In an instant, I found the weakest point in his 360-degree absolute defense. I clenched my fist, chakra gathered, and delivered a heavy punch imbued with physical enhancement. smashing down with a loud bang. Boom, boom, boom. The so-called strongest defense of the Hyuga family, Heavenly Spin, was like paper in front of me, shattered by my punch. Hisashi's whole body flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a stop. I shook my hand and smiled at him. Hinata-senpai, do you still think I'm not qualified to challenge you now? Sharingan, and it's a 3-tomo one. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Kakashi also looked bewildered. He knew I was strong. But he had no idea that I had activated the Sharingan, and that I had a pair. Little did he know, I had more than just a Sharingan. I also had the Manjiki tucked away. It was time to give Konoha a little shock. With such a commotion, the Hyuga clan members rushed over. Led by the clan leader, Hayashi Hyuga, Hinata's father. Hayashi hurried over to support his brother, anxiously asking, Hinata, are you okay? Hinata coughed up a bit of blood and gritted his teeth, saying, Big brother, I'm fine. He showed mercy. But my Byakugan was broken. What shocked him the most was not the injury, but the fact that their proud, absolute defense had been shattered by a single punch. This was simply a collapse of faith. What? Hayashi was also shocked and instinctively asked, was it Kakashi? Of course. With Kakashi's white hair being the most eye-catching in the cloud of dust, he must have thought it was Kakashi who made the move. No, it was Hitaki Shinichi. Hinata's expression was incredibly complex. I strolled over and greeted with a smile. The main person is finally here, Hyuga clan leader, long time no see. When Hisashi saw me, he immediately got angry. Hitaki Shinichi. You can't hurt someone from my Hyuga clan? What are your intentions? Aren't you afraid of Lord Hokage's punishment? I shrugged my shoulders with an innocent look and said, Hisashi, no need to get worked up. I just wanted to chat with you. It's not my fault that your people 1T let you come out to see me, so I had to stretch my legs a bit. Kakashi quickly stepped in to smooth things over, explaining that the Hitaki family meant no harm. It was purely my explosive temper, and it was all a misunderstanding. Hisashi, being the head of the family, soon calmed down, probably realizing that Hisashi wasn't seriously injured. After some thought, he figured that the Hitaki family was connected to the Hokage lineage, and now I, an unknown element, had emerged, so there was no need to offend us severely. He then invited us to the reception room for a talk. Once we were in the reception room, Hisashi got straight to the point. All right, what do you want to do today? I'm too lazy to beat around the bush, so I'll ask directly. Let me confirm one thing. Did you send someone to warn Naruto from my family to stay away from Hinata and call him a wild child? Hisashi frowned, thought for a moment, and said, I'm not aware of this matter. It's probably a family member acting on their own. However, Hinata is busy training, and I really don't want her to waste time going out casually. He didn't seem like he was lying. As long as you admit it. My eyes turned cold, and in front of everyone, I said word by word. I'll make this clear today. Naruto is now a child of the Hitaki family. Not some demon fox, and definitely not a wild child. I don't care about kids playing around, but if anyone dares to bully him on purpose, the Hitaki family will never agree, because he is my little brother, just like Kakashi. This is what I, Hitaki Shinichi, say, and even if the Hokage is here, I will say it. As soon as I said this, the entire reception room fell silent. That little guy Naruto's eyes turned red instantly, his little nose sniffing. No one had ever protected him like this. I knew that from a day on, even if this kid's last name was Uzumaki, his heart would completely belong to the Hitaki family. Hisashi was silent for a long time, and finally nodded seriously. He was a smart man and knew that my words were not just for the Hyuga family, but for all of Konoha. Seeing him so understanding, I softened my attitude a bit. With the clan leader Hisashi giving me this much face, I felt embarrassed to pursue it further. But then this old fox changed his tone. Your matter is settled, but my matter is not over. You came to my Hyuga family to challenge us, and even injure my brother. Doesn't this need an explanation? Well, he was waiting for me here. Kakashi and the others instantly became tense again. I couldn't help but smile. Of course, I need to give an explanation. I was reckless before, and I apologize. As a gesture of goodwill, my family, the Hitaki clan, owes your Hinata clan a favor. As soon as I said this, everyone was stunned, and Kakashi looked at me differently, probably wondering when I became so easy to talk to. I rolled my eyes in my heart. Of course, that's my future in-laws. How could I really offend them? My perspective has broadened. Hinata couldn't help but ask, how do you plan to repay this favor? I gave him a mysterious smile. You'll find out soon enough. In the end, this matter was brushed aside. As for Naruto and Hinata, Hinata didn't mention it. But the prejudice was definitely still there. But that's okay. I still have a backup plan. Before leaving, Hinata finally asked the question that everyone had been holding in, almost causing internal injury. Can I ask one more question? I took a sip of tea and calmly said, "You want to ask me why I have the Sharingan too, right?" Under the expectant gazes of everyone, I deliberately elongated my tone and then grinned. "I'm just not going to tell you." Thud. The people present almost collectively fell over. After leaving the Hyuga family and bidding farewell to Shikaku and the others, I immediately turned to Karinai and launched my attack. "Karinai, come over to our house to play more often. That guy Kakashi is so reserved, keeping everything bottled up inside. As his older brother, I'm worried for him. Asuma hasn't even confirmed his relationship with Karinai yet. If I don't make a move now, when will I?" Karinai was a bit taken aback by my enthusiasm, but still politely replied, "Oh, okay. I'll visit another day." My eyes lit up, and I immediately made the decision. "Tomorrow, I will prepare a big table of dishes for you. Let Kakashi pick you up. It's settled. We'll leave first." After saying that, I dragged Kakashi and Naruto away, not giving her a chance to refuse. On the way back, Kakashi finally couldn't hold back. "Big brother, what exactly do you want to do? Forcing me to pursue Hong isn't really good. Asuma likes Hong." I hit him lightly in frustration. What good is liking someone? Did they get married? Did they get a marriage certificate? If they didn't get a certificate, why do you have to stop me? I ask you, is Hong a good girl? Yes, but what? I interrupted him directly, telling him why I had to choose Hong, simply because the one who likes her is Asuma, and Asuma's last name is Sarutobi. His father indirectly caused our father's death, and I'm snatching his future daughter-in-law. Is that too much? Kakashi was shocked on the spot. He didn't expect that I was openly targeting the third Hokage. I didn't let him ask more questions and directly sent him and Naruto home. "You take Naruto back first. I need to visit the third Hokage. I can't keep the Sharingan a secret anymore. I need to take the initiative and create an information gap." When I arrived at the Hokage building, I went straight to the third Hokage and told him everything about the incident at the Hyuga clan today, including my use of the Sharingan, in detail. The pen in the third's hand snapped suddenly, and he looked at me in shock. "Shin, you also have the Sharingan?" I directly showed him the 3-Tomo Sharingan. After the third generation confirmed it, his expression became extremely serious. "You must tell me, where did these eyes come from?" I had long prepared a draft. With a sincere and sad expression, "Lord Hokage, these eyes weren't stolen. They are my birthright. You know, I was a child picked up by my father from outside. I suffered a serious head injury as a child, and my memories before the age of 7 are completely blank. Hey, let me tell you, this talent called Master Deception is truly useful. Combined with my award-winning acting skills, it's not hard to fool you, old man, right?" The third Hokage took a puff of smoke, pondered for a long time, and finally sighed. "I understand now. It seems you carry the bloodline of the Uchiha clan." This old man had already filled in my background for me. He then asked when I awakened my eyes, and I replied, "The day my father died." What a standard and reasonable excuse. He asked why I had hidden my strength for so many years, and I continued to play the emotional card. "Lord Hokage, you may not know, but after my father's death, Kakashi faced continuous setbacks. I was afraid he would go down the wrong path, so I could only stay by his side." The third Hokage completely believed me, and his gaze towards me turned appreciative. He immediately wanted to recruit me into the Umbu. I quickly shook my head. Kakashi can be in the Umbu. As for me, I'm also half an Uchiha. Why not let me join the Konoha military police force? That way, I can help you, Lord Hokage, to keep an eye on the Uchiha clan from the shadows. As soon as I said that, the old man from the 3 generations lit up. Wow, isn't this exactly the undercover script he wanted the most? He immediately agreed. I was almost bursting with laughter inside. The king of verbal tricks? YYDS. I had just left when Danzo barged in angrily, shouting that he wanted to capture me for interrogation. In the end, he was reprimanded by the third Hokage, who told him that I had already confessed and was loyal, advising him to mind his own business. Danzo, furious, could only leave in a huff. Fortunately, I was one step ahead. Otherwise, that old guy would have seized the opportunity. When I got home at night, Naruto was so exhausted that he fell asleep early. Kakashi sat in the moonlight, looking at me seriously. "Brother, you must have a lot to tell me, right? The amount of information in one day is overwhelming. My little brother's CPU is almost overheating." I smiled and asked, "Do you want to know about the Sharingan or the third Hokage?" Kakashi's eyes were deep. "Is that all there is?" I replied, "You're very smart, but some things can't be said right now. I can only tell you that my Sharingan is naturally mine." Upon hearing this, Kakashi visibly relaxed. He looked at me, his gaze becoming incredibly complex, filled with guilt and emotion. "Brother, your talent is clearly better than mine, yet you've stayed at home all these years. Was it to take care of me?" I directly gave him a big slap on the back of his head and scolded. "What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Stop getting all sentimental over there. okay? Some things I'm not telling you right now is purely because the timing isn't right. You have two things to do now. First, work your ass off to get stronger. Second, hurry up and get the red one for me, so we can expand the Hitaki family, got it? The future of the ninja world is really deep, 1,000 times more dangerous than you can imagine. I'm telling you, I'm really not trying to scare him. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, with characters like Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki, those gods are fighting. Which one of them is a good guy? I really don't want my cheap little brother to end up like that guy who could go 50-50 with anyone. Like Hitaki Kakashi. That would be too frustrating. He has to be much stronger than in the original story. As a result, this kid sighed after hearing that. I want to be too, but my Sharingan. Good grief, here we go again. The Sharingan is indeed powerful. It earned him the title of Copy Ninja, but it also became his oversized power bank, and a leaking one at that. After all, he's not from the Uchiha clan, and with the bloodline conflict, even if he doesn't use it, his chakra just keeps draining away like a faucet running. Otherwise, why would he be covering his eyes every day? I was so angry at the time that I pointed at his nose and scolded him. I say you're stupid, and you really get stuck on this, huh? Who told you to hang yourself on the tree of a Sharingan? Have you forgotten your surname? It's Hitaki. Hitaki Kakashi, the son of the Konoha White Fang. What is our Hitaki family's heirloom? Is it ninjutsu? Is it chakra? It's that unparalleled Hitaki swordsmanship. How did your father become the White Fang back then? How did he make the 5 great nations tremble in fear? Was it through a bloodline limit? Think hard about it. You, the only heir of the Hitaki family, spend every day studying how to get stronger using the Uchiha's eyes. If your father knew about this, he would be so furious that he'd deperform a Thomas spin in his coffin on the spot. Kakashi was dumbfounded by my scolding. Who understands? Guarding a mountain of gold while begging for food? That's exactly what he is. In the original story, he was indeed delayed by this innocent eye, which limited his potential. Clearly, there is such an amazing swordsmanship legacy in the Hitaki family, and yet he ended up with a 50-50 chance against anyone. Is that reasonable? It's not reasonable. He stared blankly for a while before weakly asking, Big brother, do you mean I should give up the Sharingan? What did I say? You should dig it out. I rolled my eyes, almost laughing at him in anger. Since it's a burden for you now, why don't you seal it away first? Focus on practicing your Hitaki swordsmanship and body techniques. Once you make up for this shortcoming in chakra, you can unseal it, and then the Sharingan 1T be your burden anymore, but your sharpest weapon. How can a true strong person be enslaved by a tool? Copy ninja? But I haven't learned sealing techniques. Go find it in our family warehouse. I couldn't be bothered to waste more words with him. If I kept talking, I was afraid I'd die young. Just kidding. Hitaki Tsukuyomi slaughtered through the ninja world back then. How could our family not have some hidden treasures? The scrolls piled up in that warehouse may not compare to the sealing book, but they definitely represent the foundation of a top-tier family. It's just that Kakashi, this kid, is so emo every day that he hasn't even gone inside. Right? The warehouse. Kakashi slapped his thigh, finally getting it. Just like that, my words directly strangled the future Hitaki Kakashi in the cradle, and a brand new second-generation Konoha White Fang was about to be born. Ding! Host successfully changed Hitaki Kakashi's fate trajectory. Reward points, 500. Goodness, I was just about to go back inside when the system notification came. I was dumbfounded. Just scolding him like that changed his fate? This sudden wealth came out of nowhere. 500 points, although less than Naruto's 1,000 points, but a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. It's probably given based on character importance, and for an important supporting character like Kakashi, 500 points is reasonable. System. Convert it to Master of Verbal Warfare. This point must be spent on something useful. Consuming 500 points. Conversion successful. Master of Verbal Warfare, purple. Affinity, 5,000. Persuasiveness, 5,000. What the heck? Directly skyrocketed from 3,000 to 5,000. This ISNT, just an upgrade. This is a transcendence. In the future, when I chat with people, the key will be that my words will carry weight. Whatever I say goes. In a few days, I still need to deal with those Uchiha sticklers in the security team. And with this, my confidence is skyrocketing. The next day, Hyuga arrived as promised. I welcomed her with a smile, and Naruto, that little sidekick, was particularly perceptive, serving tea and snacks, his big eyes rolling around at Hyuga. Probably remembering what I told him. She might be his future sister-in-law. I pulled Naruto over and whispered, Where's that kid Kakashi? The main character has arrived, and he disappeared on me? Naruto looked innocent. Kakashi brother has been in the warehouse researching ninjutsu. No matter how I call him, he won't come out. My blood pressure shot up on the spot. I didn't mind you improving your strength, But I didn't tell you to leave the beautiful lady hanging. So you only half listen to what I say, huh? I used a body flicker technique to rush into the warehouse and gave a lesson to the bewildered Kakashi. Of course, I didn't slap him. I still need that face later. Hurry up, change into the new clothes I prepared for you, and take off that broken mask. I warn you, if you dare to embarrass me today, you can prepare to eat dirt for your 3 meals a day from now on. Under my tyrannical rule, Kakashi was forced to change into casual clothes, and that mask he and taken off for years was yanked off by me. Goodness, I must say, he.s. really handsome. He rolled his eyes and complained, "Big brother, I feel like you're forcing me into a corner." Forcing you? I kicked him in the butt and said, "Hurry up and go flirt with girls. If you dare to mess this up today, I'll burn all those little adult books you've hidden under your bed." Kakashi panicked on the spot. "What? How do you know?" I sneered. "I'm your big brother." In the end, under my threats and temptations, he surrendered. Kakashi, like a called boy, moved to the living room with a deadpan expression, greeting, "Hyuga, you're here." As soon as Hyuga saw him, she was directly stunned. Let me tell you, that scene was too beautiful. Without the mask, Kakashi's handsome face combined with that lazy demeanor, silver white hair, his charm level was off the charts. Hyuga's little face turned red instantly, and her heart was probably about to leap out of her chest. Which girl doesn't have a crush? Not to mention a top-tier handsome guy like Kakashi. Back in the day, Hyuga was also one of Kakashi's fans. If it weren't for Asuma's relentless pursuit, she might not have ended up with that street punk. Kakashi, this ironclad straight man, leaned over and asked, "What's wrong? Do I look strange like this?" Hyuga shyly waved her hands. No. It's just that it's my first time seeing your face without the mask. I'm a bit surprised." Then, the atmosphere turned cold. Kakashi, this brooding guy, couldn't muster a word. I saw that this wouldn't do, so I rushed up to save the scene. "Hyuga, come try this. It's all made by Kakashi himself." I started to lie through my teeth without batting an eye. "You don't know? He heard you were coming and hasn't slept well since last night. This table of dishes is all his sincerity." Kakashi's face turned green beside me. Would he dare to ruin my game? He wouldn't dare. He was still thinking about his treasures. When Hyuga heard this, she was indeed very touched, and her gaze toward Kakashi was almost dripping with sweetness. I saw the timing was right and casually asked, "By the way, Hyuga, you're not young anymore. You shouldn't be single, right?" Sigh. A good girl like you must have a long line of suitors, but unfortunately, my Kakashi is a slacker. Kakashi's eyes were about to roll into the sky. Hyuga quickly explained, "Big brother Shinichi, I'm still single." After speaking, she secretly glanced at Kakashi. "That's great." I slapped my thigh, winked, and said, "To be honest, my little brother is also single." "Oh dear, Naruto and I have something to do. You two chat slowly. We'll excuse ourselves first." Naruto's mouth was stuffed, and he didn't want to leave. "Big brother Shinichi, I'm not full yet." I stared at him and said word by word, "No, you are full." Naruto instantly understood and turned to Hyuga, loudly saying, "That's right, I'm already full." Then, his stomach rumbled, creating a very awkward scene. "Ahem, it seems Naruto ate something bad. I'll take him to the hospital. You enjoy your meal." I forced a smile, dragged Naruto away, and didn't forget to whisper in his ear, "I'll take you to eat Ichiraka ramen. It'll fill you up." Yoshi. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. Goodness, what a great opportunity to flirt. Call me a washing machine. This acting is just incredible. In the living room, Hong looked at the awkward Kakashi and couldn't help but chuckle. "Your brother really is interesting." Kakashi, probably feeling like he was about to dig a hole in the ground, could only force a laugh. "Yeah, sorry for making you laugh." Unexpectedly, Hong shook her head and said gently, "Actually, I'm very happy today. I'm the only one at home. So, I really envy the lively atmosphere of your home. It makes me really happy." Upon hearing this, Kakashi's eyes softened as well. Yes, if it weren't for me, he would also be alone in a big, empty house. He finally took the initiative to say, "If you want, you can come over to our house often." Hong playfully winked. I might take that seriously. I'm not joking either. Kakashi smiled. In that moment, I felt like it was a done deal. My butterfly wings are flapping beautifully. At a ramen shop, Naruto was devouring a bowl bigger than his head. As I watched him, I pondered over Kakashi's situation. Over time, feelings develop, right? As long as I invite Hong over every now and then, I don't believe I can't dig a hole in Sarutobi's wall. Just as I was thinking this, a familiar voice came. "Zhi Shui, it seems like someone is here. Should we change to another shop?" I turned around, and wow, it was the Uchiha trio. Zhi Shui, Itachi, and little Sasuke. Isn't that Shunshin Zhi Shui? With such valuable biological information delivered to my doorstep, how could I refuse? I jumped up enthusiastically, as if I had met a relative. Hey, since you're here, sit down. We're all from the same village. Let's eat together. Uncle, add 3 bowls of luxurious ramen to my tab. As soon as Sasuke saw me, he got scared and hid behind Itachi. Itachi, however, was quite polite, patting Sasuke's head and saying, Sasuke, don't be rude, this is the new senior from the Taki family. And Naruto, as if pulled by the red thread of fate, turned around and locked eyes with Sasuke, instantly filling the air with a sense of destiny. Zhi Shui seemed a bit reserved. It's our first meeting this. Isn't very good, right? He's from the Umbu and knows that I just beat up the Hyuga brothers the other day, so he must be wary of me. What's wrong with that? Not giving me face. I pretended to be angry. Zhi Shui had no choice but to sit down helplessly. That Naruto, I don't know if it's the karma of Ashura, and Indra actually sat next to Sasuke and started trying to make friends. At this point, Sasuke hadn't experienced his clan's destruction yet. He was just a proud little brat, and Naruto was no longer that mischievous little kid. The two actually started chatting. I felt so gratified. I not only wanted to change Naruto's fate, but Sasuke's tragedy must also be rewritten. However, the most important thing right now was to deal with Zhi Shui. I casually put my arm around Zhi Shui's shoulder. Zhi Shui and Itachi, don't be so mature. Come play with me more often. Look how well Naruto and Sasuke get along. The 3-color dumplings I made are delicious. Zhi Shui and Itachi were speechless, probably having never seen someone so thick-skinned. Who's close to him? Sasuke was being his usual proud self. I looked at Zhi Shui and deliberately sighed. We're almost colleagues, yet you're still so cold. It's truly heartbreaking. Colleagues? Zhi Shui was taken aback. I smirked and said, aren't you part of the Konoha Guard? Didn't your clan leader tell you that I'm going to join the Guard soon? As soon as I said this, both Zhi Shui and Itachi were shocked. The Konoha Guard is the Uchiha's backyard. How could an outsider like me possibly get in? Itachi couldn't help but ask, Senior Isin, are you really going to join the Guard? I smiled and directly revealed my 3-tomo Sharingan. Actually, you don't know. I can be considered half Uchiha. So joining the Guard makes perfect sense, right? The 3 Uchiha kids were instantly stunned. Zhi Shui's expression softened a lot, and he curiously asked, then Senior Isin, why haven't you returned to the clan to recognize your roots? Well, in a couple of days. I'll personally explain it to your clan leader. I started to bluff. As long as they don't treat me as an outsider in the future, that's fine. After finishing the ramen, they prepared to leave, and I called Zhi Shui over, pressing his head down and saying in a voice only we could hear, do you want to change the current situation of the Uchiha clan? Then, come tonight. Zhi Shui was stunned on the spot, and in that moment of distraction, I got what I wanted. Naruto, let's go home, I shouted cheerfully. Upon returning home, things were progressing well with Kakashi. At least my efforts weren't in vain. But I still gave him new orders. Confirm your relationship within 3 months, and have a big fat kid within 2 years, or don't come back to see me. He exploded instantly. Brother, do you think this is like raising pigs? Such things should happen naturally. Fine, I can't push too hard. I turned around and started imparting dating advice to Naruto. This kid's progress with Hinata was too slow. Shipping CP must start from a young age. After dealing with these 2 troublesome younger brothers, I finally returned to my room. The system has detected the biological information of Uchiha Zhi Shui. Would you like to extract it immediately? Extract it immediately. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting. Obtaining the talent attribute. Master of Illusions, purple. My eyes turn green. Master of Illusions, purple. Chakra Control, 1000. Illusion Mastery, 2000. Illusion Immunity, 2000. Additional ability, Phantom Body Flicker Technique. I directly profited immensely. I already had Tsukuyomi, and now, with this plus Zhi Shui's signature body flicker technique. Anyone who plays illusions in front of me would be like showing off a big knife in front of Guangong. That night, I went to the training ground in the back mountain, leisurely eating chips while waiting for him. Sure enough, Zhi Shui arrived. Want some? I greeted him with a smile. He wasn't in the mood for jokes and was serious. Senior Isin, what do you want to talk to me about? I finished the last chip and said indistinctly, about the Uchiha issue, we need to take it slow. His face darkened. Can you not choose between talking and eating? After I swallowed, I slowly began. Because of the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha were suspected by the village and forced to move to the outskirts. The less contact, the deeper the prejudice. This is a vicious cycle. There must be a lot of dissatisfaction in the clan now, and some might even want to start a coup, right? Zhi Shui's expression changed drastically. My words hit the nail on the head, leaving him speechless. Seeing his vigilant expression, I smiled and activated my mouth escape king. Zhi Shui, don't think too much. I'm your friend, not your enemy. Don't forget, I also have Uchiha blood in me, and in protecting the village and the Uchiha, our positions are the same. He subconsciously believed my words and solemnly bowed to me. Senior Isin, I believe you. Please tell me what to do. I truly did not misjudge him. I smiled with satisfaction. The Uchiha issue, on the surface, seems to stem from the Nine-Tails incident, but fundamentally, it's caused by the will left behind by the second Hokage. So, this matter has become a deadlock. Even if we uncover the truth behind the Nine-Tails incident and find the real culprit, so what? As long as the Uchiha remain in their position in the guard, their conflict with the village will never be resolved. That clan leader Fugaku is a good person who loves peace, but he lacks the ability to break this deadlock. So I told Zhi Shui from now on, you must trust me without reservation. I, Hitaki Isin, guarantee that I will pull the Uchiha out of this pit and ensure that you can coexist peacefully with the villagers in the future. Let me tell you, my expression back then was so sincere. Even the Oscars owe me a little golden statue. With my transformed version of the master of verbal jujitsu skill activated. Wow. The effect was off the charts. Zhi Shui was totally caught off guard. Just a second ago, he was full of doubt, and the next second, he was like, Senior, I'm counting on you. A 90-degree bow, folks. To be honest, I was a bit stunned. We've only known each other for a few hours, buddy. And you just revealed everything to me? The kaleidoscope Sharingan and that so-called strongest illusion, Kodoa Mitsukami, just came out like that? With that level of trust, I was thinking, if I asked him to go die, would he ask me whether to run fast or slow? Of course, I'm not that kind of person. Kodoa Mitsukami is my trump card. With a cooldown of over a decade, I can't let him use it casually for fireworks. I warned him repeatedly. Under no circumstances should he use it without my command. What do you call this? Good steel should be used on the blade. Anyway, regardless, I completely won over Zhi Shui. This was a huge profit. After dealing with Zhi Shui, I had to get down to business. When I got home, I found that Kakashi wasn't there. Naruto was mumbling while showing off his food, saying that his brother was acting up again and running out every day. I thought to myself, your brother is busy doing important things. Kakashi, without me keeping an eye on him, actually went to train body techniques with that bushy-browed guy. He sealed his Sharingan, and without that blue chakra drain, he seemed much more spirited, now focusing on abandoning his brain and embracing youth. That is fine anyway. It's much better than the kidney-deficient look he had in the original story. On the other side, I was dragging Zhi Shui, and we were squatting outside the Hyuga clan's house every day. Goodness, we were squatting so much we were about to grow mushrooms. Zhi Shui had that little eye expression, looking like a resentful wife, asking, Senior, what are we doing here every day? What can I say? I'm also desperate. How the hell am I supposed to remember the exact day when those bastards from the Cloud Village acted? I can only use the dumbest method. Just wait and see. Just when we were about to break down, a shadow finally sneaked into the Hyuga clan under the cover of night. My eyes lit up at that moment, damn it. They finally came. That guy sneaked into 3-year-old Hinata's room, even using sleeping gas, and then started getting all emotional, saying it was all for the sake of the Cloud Village. Don't blame me. Dude, you're kidnapping a 3-year-old child, and you still have so much drama? Then came an even crazier move. Instead of directly running away after tying up the kid, he had to go towards the Hyuga's study, as if he was afraid they wouldn't see him. Hizashi was already restless in the study, and suddenly a shadow flashed outside the window. He exploded on the spot, shouting, Who dares to be reckless in the Hyuga clan? He chased out, and with the moonlight, he saw his daughter being held by someone. Good heavens, his rationality instantly vanished. Chakra erupted, and he unleashed a series of gentle fist attacks, each one deadly. But guess what? That Cloud Ninja was also tough. He didn't dodge or evade. And with a smile that seemed to say he had it all figured out, he charged straight towards Hizashi's fingers. With a loud bang, he disappeared. Hizashi was dumbfounded, quickly catching Hinata, his face turning green. He knew he had been completely set up, a huge trap. Soon, all the elders of the Hyuga clan were called over. And looking at the body of the Cloud Ninja, they were all so furious they could blow smoke from their nostrils. This was not a conspiracy. It was an outright scheme, clearly meant to tarnish their reputation. Hizashi calmed down and said this was aimed at him. The Cloud Village wanted an excuse to start a war. This was no longer something the Hyuga clan could decide. It had to be handed over to the Hokage. The elders nodded in agreement, believing that the third Hokage would definitely give them a fair resolution. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I strolled over. Just as Rizu had come out of the council hall, I made a sarcastic remark. Rizu clan leader, impressive. Faced with such a big issue, you can still keep a straight face. I admire you. When Rizu saw me, his face turned as long as Chonbai Mountain. Kikuchi Shinichi? What are you doing here? He clearly wasn't in the mood to joke around with me now. I smiled and asked him, Elder of the Sun Foot Clan, I just want to ask you, do you really think that Lord Hokage will give you a satisfactory answer? He was taken aback right on the spot, probably wondering how someone from the Hokage faction could say such a thing. I'll just teach him directly. It seems that the leader of the Sun Foot Clan is confused. Those wolves from Cloud, hidden, clearly came to provoke us. They won't give up until they get a white eye. Look at our Leaf Village now. White Fang is dead. The 3 ninjas have left, and it's just an empty shell. What do we have to fight with? If you were Hokage, would it be worth sacrificing a member of the Hyuga clan or risking the destruction of the village by going to war? Every time I say a word, his face turns a shade paler, and the cold sweat on his forehead flows down in torrents. Because what I say is nothing but the absolute truth. I hadn't finished speaking when I delivered the final blow. Do you think it's you who will die? Naive. You're wrong. The one who will definitely die is your younger brother, Richa. Don't forget, you are from a main family, and he is from the branch family. Trading the life of a branch family member for the life of the head of the main family. Those elders of yours would wake up laughing from their dreams. Rizu immediately got anxious and insisted that one person should bear the consequences of their actions, and he would never let Richa die in his place. I looked at his innocent expression and felt too lazy to beat around the bush with him. Even if you are unwilling, your people will force you to agree. Moreover, the more you protect Richa, the more willing he will be to die for you, and you can't change anything. At this point, Rizu fell completely silent. He understood, and even thanked me, saying that if it weren't for my reminder, he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. Looking at his expression, it seemed he was preparing to take his own life ahead of time. I rolled my eyes and said, No, you misunderstood. I'm not here to send you to your death. Don't forget, I still owe you a favor. I'm here to repay that favor. Upon hearing this, Rizuko's eyes lit up. You have a way? Of course. I'll make him stay at home and wait for news, and he must not act rashly, I said, then turned and left. After dealing with Rizuko, I went back and gave this kid Shisui a lesson. I told him, do you know why I brought you to witness these dirty dealings? It's to make you understand that while we aim for the light, we must have means to deal with the darkness. Fate needs to be in your own hands. Don't easily hand it over to others. The little guy was stunned, probably deeply impacted. Not bothering with him, I headed straight to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was there, looking so troubled that he was almost losing his hair. I'm not going to beat around the bush, I'll get straight to the point. Hokage-sama, I know everything. The Hidden Cloud Village is being too arrogant, and I suspect the fourth Raikage himself has probably already reached the borders of the Land of Fire. The third Hokage nodded solemnly and said that the information just came in, and it is indeed true. I continue to analyze. To be blunt, whatever choice you make now is wrong. Sacrificing Hinata will alienate the family. Supporting Hinata means Konoha can't fight back right now. It's simply a deadlock. After hearing my analysis, the third Hokage's eyes lit up, probably thinking I'm smarter than he expected. He sighed and asked me in a pleading tone, so according to you, what should I do? The old man has finally taken a bait. I smiled confidently, saying, leave this matter to me. You just need to hold the Union Envoy team in the village and keep the Sunward clan steady. In at most 3 days, I guarantee those people will leave Union Village with their tails between their legs. The third generation was surprised and asked me what my plan was. I smiled faintly and confidently laid it out. It's simple. They think that the Union Village can bully us because we don't have any strong figures in Konoha. Then I'll give them a resounding slap in the face with a harsh reality. The fourth Raikage, right? I wanted to meet him for a long time. The third Hokage was completely shocked, never imagining that my solution would be to challenge the fourth Raikage one-on-one. He asked me seriously, Shin, are you serious? I stared straight into his eyes, unfazed. Does my expression look like I'm joking? I want to use this battle to declare to the entire ninja world that Konoha's White Fang is indeed dead. But the Hitaki clan is definitely not without its members. I, Hatake Shinichi, am also someone they cannot afford to provoke. At that moment, my aura surged to its peak. Even the third Hokage was taken aback, and after a long silence, he sighed and said, all right, I understand. Be careful on your way. He knew he couldn't stop me and could only place his bets on me. On the other side, at the Hyuga clan, Hinata's heart was still uneasy. His brother, Hizashi, came over and said that the elders had already talked to him and were preparing to make him take the blame. Hinata couldn't accept that. He was already prepared and, taking advantage of Hizashi's moment of inattention, he pointed a finger at his acupoint, knocking his younger brother out cold. Sorry, you are my brother, and I must protect you. This butterfly effect directly altered the original plot. It was incredible. In the Hokage office, the leader of the Cloud Village's team, Tsukuyomi, was there shouting for the third Hokage to give an explanation, saying that if the murderer was not handed over, they would go to war. The third Hokage, being a master of theatrics, sighed and said, 3 days, just give me 3 more days. For the sake of this old man, how about it? Tsukuyomi felt it was reasonable, as they also needed time to wait for the Raikage to arrive, so he agreed. Meanwhile, I had already been traveling day and night, reaching the border of the Land of Fire. The Konoha ninjas at the border were all as tense as if they were about to face execution. I went over to gather them and launched into a pre-battle rally. Everyone, the Cloud Village has ambitious designs and is riding right on our faces. Can we just watch them step on us? Of course not. Let's take them down. That single line fired them up, and they all shouted, eager to fight. Very well, I nodded in satisfaction, waving my hand, saying, those who aren't afraid of death, come with me. Let's go meet that so-called fourth Raikage. On the other side, at the border of the Land of Lightning, the fourth Raikage, a muscular giant, was preparing to cross the border with his men. He had just received news that Konoha was stalling for time and was urged to hurry over and apply pressure. Just as they were about to set off, I appeared directly in front of them with dozens of Konoha ninjas blocking their path. The fourth Raikage narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent surged forth. I took a step forward, facing his sharp gaze, and lightly chuckled. You are the fourth Raikage, eh? Sorry, but this is the territory of a Land of Fire. And you think you can just pass through without permission? Isn't that a bit too much? I'll give you 2 choices. First, turn around immediately, and I'll pretend nothing happened. The second option, well, I will let you, the fourth Raikage, experience what a gap in strength really means. And I'll beat you so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. I coldly warned, if you know what's good for you, hurry back to your Land of Lightning. Humph, arrogant brat. You must be that Hatake Kakashi, right? The fourth Raikage sneered, don't think much of yourself. Even if your father, Hatake Tsukuyomi, were resurrected, I wouldn't take him seriously. A brat like you dares to speak to me like that? This guy is still here boasting. I sarcastically replied, you really are all brawn and no brains. Sorry, you got half of it right. I'm not Kakashi. I'm his older brother, Hatake Shinichi. And someone like you, a little Karami, dares to mention the name of Konoha's white fan? Seeking death. The fourth Raikage, with his explosive temper, couldn't tolerate this. With a crackling sound, a violent blue lightning enveloped his body, and as soon as he activated his lightning release chakra mode, he charged at me like a bolt of lightning. His punch directly shattered my body. With a bang, smoke erupted, revealing a wooden stake on the ground. A substitution technique. Why the rush? I appeared 10 meters away without knowing when, still wearing that lazy smile. If you want to fight me, that's fine, but at least make it worth my while. The fourth Raikage was furious, yet he was also shocked that I could dodge his strike. I'll make it clear, if I can defeat you, you will immediately take your people and roll back to the Land of Lightning. How about that? Good. If you can beat me, I'll listen to whatever you say. The fourth Raikage laughed menacingly, but if you lose, you'll leave your life here. No problem. As soon as I finished speaking, that grandson of the fourth Raikage came again. Lightning release. Lightning cutter. He turned into a terrifying flash of lightning, his arms as thick as my thigh wrapped in electricity, charging straight for my neck. If that hit, anyone below the shadow level would die on the spot. He was really intent on killing me. At the critical moment, I also unleashed an astonishing speed, instantly dodging his attack. Not only that, but I couldn't help but taunt him, each word piercing his heart. Not bad speed, but unfortunately, it's still a bit slower than our Konoha's yellow flash. It's well known that the fourth Raikage's biggest rival in his life was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As soon as I said that, he exploded. You little bastard, do you want to die even faster? Let me tell you, with his speed, it looks like he's moving at half speed to me. This guy just dropped from the sky, and with a lightning fast chop, he shouted a ridiculously edgy name. Something like Thunder Punishment, Level Chio Dance. It said that this move took down the 8 Tails Horn back in the day. But who am I? I immediately unleashed a great fire dragon. Let me tell you, that fire dragon was so massive that it practically turned the sky red. The Raikage was shocked at the time, probably thinking to himself, how is this fire release so overpowered? Hey, little did he know, I was indeed overpowered, I tell you. I was miles ahead. Then I formed a Chidori in my hand, crackling with electricity, and at the same time, my 3-Tomo Sharingan activated. And the Raikage was completely on the defensive, exclaiming, what the hell is this freak? I told you, he cursed too early. I never intended to play with him slowly. Taking advantage of the updraft created by the dragon fire, I directly summoned the heavenly thunder and pulled off something big. A divine beast, a Chilin completely made of lightning, peeked out from the dark clouds, and its size was more than 10 times that of the original Air Juzi. It was simply a disaster scene. This time, it really pushed the lightning shadow to the edge, and he directly entered his ultimate form. Glowing blue all over like a Super Saiyan, with his defense, speed, and attack power all maxed out. Then with a bang, he transformed into a bolt of blue lightning. And shockingly, he shattered my Chilin with a single punch. After landing, although he consumed a lot of chakra, he had no injuries at all, which was indeed impressive. Did he think I was the end? Naive. No matter how fast he was, could he be faster than my cheat? Keat, go D, he shouted, and in a flash, he was right in front of me, moving so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye, launching a thunder plow hot knife attack. And what was the result? Hey, it was a total miss. I tell you, I directly activated the kaleidoscope, used my divine power, and my body instantly became intangible. He just passed straight through me. The expression on the fourth Raikage's face was like he had seen a ghost, his eyes nearly popping out. He finally realized that I was using time-space ninjutsu. This guy is quite adaptable. Seeing that he couldn't hit me, he actually tried to negotiate, saying that he couldn't kill me today, and that with me in Konoha, they wouldn't be able to start a war with Kumogakure. I laughed at that moment and asked him, "Are you trying to admit defeat?" As a result, this guy was still being stubborn. Admit defeat? You're joking. I can't hurt you, but you can't break my defense either. At most, it will be a draw. I laughed at the time. Physics can't be broken, so why not use a bit of mental attack? Family, who understands, forcing me to take action. I looked at him and sneered. Are you sure? The next second, the kaleidoscope turned, and Tsukuyomi. I directly pulled him into my mental little black room. With a blood-red moon hanging in the sky, the atmosphere as eerie as it could be. I said to him, "Welcome to my world, friend. The flow of time here is different from the outside. For the next month, let's take our time." He still stubbornly insisted that mere illusions couldn't shake his shadow-level mental will. Indeed, he could withstand much more than Kakashi. But unfortunately, my Tsukuyomi isn't Itachi's youthful version. It can last a full 30 days. At that moment, I revealed the signature smile of a villain, thinking you want to fight, right? Fine. Today I'll let you experience the cruelty of war in advance. With a snap, the Tsukuyomi space shattered. In the real world, barely a second passed. And that guy rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fainted. I grabbed him like a little chick and kicked him back into the pile of people from the Cloud Village. Let me tell you, this guy is tough. He endured mental torture for over 10 days. If I had waited any longer, he would have really become an idiot. Those Cloud ninjas exploded at that moment, each one charging at me, yelling. I gave him a cold look, killing intent fully unleashed. Don't worry, he won't die. I'll give you 1 minute to take him and roll back to the land of lightning. Otherwise, you all can stay here. Those guys instantly cowered, scrambling to carry their Raikage away. Of course, their leader was taken out by me in one move. Staying behind would just be sending themselves to their deaths, right? The scene shifted to Konoha. Hyuga was still preparing to imitate Jing, Ku's assassination of the Chin King, going to the third Hokage to offer his life as an apology. Just as the third Hokage finished saying I had gone, the intel arrived. After reading the scroll, the third Hokage couldn't hold his smoking pipe steady and burst out laughing. Good. What a Konoha Shinichi. He really did it. Hayashi beside him was dumbfounded. The third Hokage excitedly announced that the fourth Raikage had been heavily injured and unconscious due to my actions, and Konoha's crisis had been lifted. I, Konoha Shinichi, was the new hero of Konoha. Of course, where there is happiness, there are those who are emo. That old man Danzo was in the Root's basement, so angry he threw the intel on the ground, probably stomping hard enough to break the floor, cursing and regretting not having killed me along with White Fan back in the day. Meanwhile, over here, a bunch of Konoha ninjas surrounded me, shouting hero, as if it was a cult of personality. I waved my hand. Keep it low-key, low-key. What I represent is simplicity. Then I turned to the person in charge at the border, Yamashiro Daisuke, and told him to be firm at the negotiation table and not let those Cloud guys have it easy. As for me, I decided not to return to the village just yet. It was hard to get out, so I had to enjoy a public-funded trip. I pulled out a map and saw, hey, it's south pretty close to the grass village. Maybe there will be a surprise. Once I arrived, I first found a hot spring and soaking in the hot spring and drinking a bit, it was refreshing. Then I summoned Pakin, asking him to go to the grass village to help me find a little girl with red hair. But Pakin returned saying there was a pair of Uzumaki mother and daughter, but the mother had died a few months ago and the little girl was missing. I felt a sudden heaviness in my heart, and I lost the mood for a bath. I went straight out and started searching on my own. And then, fate is truly remarkable. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw a small figure stealing a piece of bread, chased by a man behind her. My heart softened. and I quickly used my money to resolve the situation, telling the man not to chase her anymore. I then caught up with the little one, and she was trembling in fear, hugging her head. I told her not to be afraid, but when she looked up, I was stunned. Her hair was dirty, but underneath, it was blood red. What a coincidence to run into her. I asked her name, and she said it was Vortex Xianglin. As soon as I heard that, I knew what to do. I told her, Xianglin, come with me. I'll take you to a warm place where you won't be hungry anymore. From now on, I'll be your brother. When the little girl heard she wouldn't be hungry, her eyes lit up. I first took her for a shower and changed her into a new outfit. After she was clean, I discovered that her body was covered in dense bite marks. The little girl confessed to me that she and her mother had a special constitution that allowed others to recover chakra and injuries by biting her skin. Upon hearing this, I immediately became furious. Let me tell you, the death of Cheyenne mother is definitely related to those beasts in the hidden grass village. Who understands family? This little girl survived entirely because of her cleverness, escaping from that hellhole. Looking at the bite marks on her body, I was filled with rage and promised her on the spot, don't worry if anyone dares to bite you again. I will beat them to the point where they can't take care of themselves. You wouldn't believe it. The little girl looked at me with my fierce expression and actually found it very warm. After dealing with Cheyenne, I took her directly to the third Hokage to report. I'm telling you, I didn't even discuss it with him. I just informed him, this child is from the Uzumaki clan, and from now on, she will take the surname Hitaki and live with us. Well, would that old man dare to say no? I'm now the hero of Konoha. I have some clout, right? If he dared to complain, I would teach him a lesson in no time. Besides, the bunch of cowards from a cloud village, as soon as they heard that their Raikage was taken care of by me, fled overnight with their tails between their legs. Now, when the third Hokage looks at me, it's probably like looking at his own son. The third Hokage was also perceptive and told me some good news, saying that the matter I wanted to discuss with the Uchiha police force, Uchiha Fugaku, finally agreed and even gave me a position as a squad leader. Huh, I can tell you with my toes that it must be my Sharingan that scared him into submission. Otherwise, how could he agree so easily? Anyway, after everything was settled, I took Shine home. And what happened? Just as I stepped into the house after handling a big matter, I was almost so angry that I could have died on the spot. Kakashi and Naruto were sitting there slurping instant noodles. When they saw me, they dropped their chopsticks with a thud. Didn't I say before? In our house, instant noodles are strictly prohibited. Naruto is still growing. Can he eat this stuff? My anger flared up instantly. Pointing at Naruto, you go face the wall. Then pointing at Kakashi, you first clean up a room for Cheyenne. Then I'll deal with you. After the house was in chaos and finally cleaned up, I formally introduced Cheyenne to them. This is Uzumaki Cheyenne. She will be part of our family from now on. Your little sister. I specifically shot Kakashi a glare. You understand what I mean, right? A sister must be spoiled to the max. Kakashi nodded like a garlic peeler. Naruto was also very excited, as a peer finally arrived at home, and she shares his surname, Uzumaki. While Cheyenne went to rest, I recounted the troubles she and her mother faced to these two. Naruto's eyes turned red on the spot, and Kakashi fell silent. I set a new family rule. Anyone who dares to have ideas about Cheyenne, no matter who it is, will be beaten to a pulp. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. I'm telling you while I was saying this. That little girl was eavesdropping outside the door, crying like a river, but smiling with happiness on her face. After settling them all down, I finally had time to activate my golden finger. Wow, a series of notifications popped up. I saved Hinata Hizashi and also saved Cheyenne, directly earning 300 points. I was pondering that these points are precious and should be saved to exchange for purple talents. If anyone uses them to exchange for red talents, that would be purely foolish, right? But guess what? As soon as I entered the kitchen, I saw a few strands of red hair on the floor. It must be from Cheyenne. I picked them up, and the system chimed. Detected biological information of Uzumaki Cheyenne. Gain talent entry. Gift of the Uzumaki, red. I was silent at that moment. Family, this slap in the face came too quickly, right? Just a second ago, I was saying I wouldn't exchange for red. And the next second, it was indeed fragrant. System, stop talking nonsense, exchange it for me. 300 points instantly cleared. And what I got was an 800 increase in physical fitness and recovery, plus a whole set of sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, directly engraved into my DNA. Worth it, so worth it. While thinking about this, I casually boiled the instant noodles that Kakashi had hidden. So fragrant. That's right. I'm a double standard dog. I admit it. The next day, Kakashi received an invitation, saying it was sent by Hinata Hizashi, inviting our whole family to visit. A visit? We must go. The whole family together. Let us take full advantage. On the way, I joked with Naruto, saying that tonight we would settle his marriage with Hinata, so he wouldn't be captivated by some pink-haired girl in the future. This silly boy Naruto didn't understand. But Shine's eyes lit up beside us. When we arrived at the Hyuga family, the scene was something else. Hizashi's eternally frozen face actually squeezed out a smile to welcome us. Hinata turned red as soon as she saw Naruto, while Naruto, his eyes were only on the food. Hinata gave her own food to him, and he just said thanks and continued to chow down. This made Shine anxious beside him. The kids were playing around, while we adults began discussing serious matters. Hisashi and his brother Hisashi were quite polite and suddenly knelt to thank me. I pulled them up. What are you being polite for? We'll be family sooner or later. I casually pointed at Naruto and Hinata. Good heavens. Hisashi's face turned green on the spot. Damn, Hinata is only 3 years old. The look in his eyes seemed like he wanted to swallow me alive. Hisashi quickly pulled his brother aside, and seeing this situation, I directly dragged them all into a little black room. I laid it all out, saying that Naruto would be the Hokage in the future. He is the son of the 4th Hokage, with a solid background. Investing in your Hyuga family now is definitely not a loss. As soon as Hisashi heard this, his face darkened, saying that Naruto's reputation in the village is not good. I shot back. That is only temporary. The Hitaki family is going to train him to become Hokage. Hisashi even asked why I didn't take the position myself. And I said being Hokage is not a human job. It's all about looking at documents every day. Pure cattle work, I'm not doing it. Going around in circles, I brought the topic back to the arranged marriage. So, hurry up and finalize Naruto and Hinata's marriage. A match made in heaven. As a result, Hisashi's emotions flared up again, directly breaking down, pointing at my nose and scolding. Bastard, my daughter is only 3 years old. Marriage is not a bargaining chip. I got angry too. Your daughter is happy herself. Can you control it, you old feudal lord? You're just a daughter control freak. You're the real monster. Your whole family is a bunch of monsters. Shameless daughter control freak. Arrogant guy. We started cursing at each other like elementary school kids in front of Kakashi and Hisashi. Almost about a fight right there. In the end, the meal ended on an unhappy note. On the way home, I was still cursing, and Kakashi and Shine each gave Naruto a punch for his silly behavior. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga family, Hisashi, not believing in evil, went to ask Hinata if she liked Naruto. As soon as the words fiancé came out, the little girl fainted from happiness, still smiling. I'm telling you, at that moment, Hisashi must have scolded that damned yellow-haired kid Naruto 1,000 times in his heart. Just when this matter settled down, a couple of days later, I was lying in the yard eating watermelon when Shisui suddenly appeared. He told me that the Akatsuki organization I asked him to investigate had recently been active in the Land of Water. The Land of Water? My heart sank. Isn't that where Obito is causing trouble, stirring up the blood mist? No way, that guy is playing too crazy. I need to intervene and at least leave some living forces for the future. But then I thought, no, even though the situation in the Land of Water is urgent, our own backyard is on fire too. I tell you, that group of Uchiha is currently the biggest time bomb in Konoha. If I don't settle this matter, how can I dare to go far? What if I just left and the house gets robbed behind my back? That would be pure foolishness. I thought about it and told Zhi Shui not to confront the Akatsuki members head on. Your small frame isn't enough to deal with them. You have a more important task. Help me keep an eye on Orochimaru, Uncle Snake, family who understands. He is a man who holds core technology full of treasures. We must seize the opportunity to bring him over. Zhi Shui nodded and said, all right. By the way, Senior Cine, the appointment letter from the 3rd Hokage has arrived. When will you take up your post in the security team? Goodness, I almost forgot. I usually let the 3rd's words go in one ear and out the other, never taking them to heart. I slapped my thigh. There's no time like the present, so let's do it today. Let's go meet my future boss, Uchiha Fugaku. Speaking of which, I've been in this world for so long, and I haven't met the legendary Uchiha clan leader yet. This guy is a key figure in the survival of the Uchiha clan, so I must check him out. After saying goodbye to Zhi Shui, I headed straight to the edge of the village. Wow, the new Uchiha home is really in a remote area. It feels like they've been exiled to the frontier. Danzo must have pulled some shady tricks behind the scenes. I swaggered to the door, and sure enough, the 2 security guards immediately stopped me. Halt, what are you doing? I laughed and said, please inform your family head, Uchiha Fugaku, that his future colleague, Hatake Shinichi, has come to visit. Hatake Shinichi. As soon as those 4 words left my mouth, the 2 security guards' eyes nearly popped out. There's no helping it. My current reputation in Konoha is quite explosive. I'm the hero of Konoha who single-handedly faced the fourth Raikage. Who wouldn't be confused upon hearing that? Their attitude immediately did a complete 180, and they politely invited me inside. They led me all the way to Fugaku's house, and as soon as I stepped in, wow, the atmosphere was as solemn as if a memorial service was being held. Fugaku had a serious expression, sitting upright. If you didn't know any better, you'd think someone owed him 8 million. He nodded at me and said, "Please have a seat." I wanted to be polite to him. I just sat down cross-legged on the ground, and that's all that matters for comfort. As for his Japanese kneeling position, whoever wants to kneel can go ahead. I'm not going to serve. Seeing me sit so casually, Fujiwara looked like he was frowning deeply, but he didn't say anything. Then he spoke. His voice so deep it felt like it could drip water. "Kikuchi Shinichi, what do you want from me?" I laughed at that moment and said, "Fugaku, can we not be so serious? It feels like an interrogation. I'm the type of person who enjoys a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Can't we just chat about some casual things?" He replied with a blank expression. "I'm very relaxed. You go ahead." I rolled my eyes in my heart. "Is this what you call relaxation? Your face is tighter than my wallet." Well, with such an old-fashioned person, there's no point in beating around the bush. I'm too lazy to argue with him, so I'll just show my true power. With a hum, my kaleidoscope Sharingan lit up. I looked at him calmly. "Fugaku, the clan leader, the old man from the third generation, should have told you about my background, right? Let's not waste time on small talk. Just take a look for yourself." He looked at my kaleidoscope Sharingan, and his expression didn't change much. It seems he was already prepared. He nodded and said, "Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the divine power passed down through the Uchiha clan. However, since we are both Uchihas, why have you been unwilling to return to the clan?" I thought to myself, what the hell are you talking about? That's just a line I've used to fool 3 generations. And you actually took it seriously? I naturally replied to him. Because I'm from the Hitaki family, why would I go back to the Uchiha? Fugaku probably anticipated my response and asked again, "Then why did you come to our Uchiha base today?" The look in his eyes almost said he suspected I was an undercover agent sent by the third. I gave him a glance and said, "Is that even question? I'm about to become the squad leader of the security team, and you're my direct superior. I'm just coming to pay my respects in advance. What if you end up making things difficult for me later?" At that moment, Fujitake was completely stunned, looking disheveled as if his expression was saying, "Dude, you're a hero of Konoha. Why would I make things hard for you? Am I crazy or are you crazy? Would I even dare?" He waved his hand with a weary look and said, "There's really no need for that. I won't make things difficult for you." I laughed, and that smile was meaningful. "I believe you, Fugaku, as a righteous person, but your subordinates may not be. The Uchiha are currently in a situation where they're holding a lot of anger, and who knows when someone might take a disliking to me and pick a fight. I dislike trouble the most and prefer a one-time solution." Fugaku frowned. "What do you mean?" "My meaning is very simple." I looked at him, smiling like a villain, and said, "I'll help you resolve the internal issues within the Uchiha clan all at once, so you won't have to bother me in the future." He immediately became alert. His expression changed, and his Sharingan was about to burst. "What exactly do you want to do?" Relax, relax. I waved my hand. "We share the same blood after all. How could I harm you?" "Clan leader Fugaku, I know that you, like me, are a lover of peace and don't want to have a fallout with the village. But you know how the village treats you. You are aware that the hawkish elements in the clan are being pushed to rebel, right? You wouldn't be unaware of this, would you?" The moment I mentioned the words coup d'etat, Fugaku's face turned pale. This is top secret information, and he instinctively wanted to deny it. "You're talking nonsense. We don't have that." I looked at him with a foolish expression. Enough, enough. What are you pretending for in front of me? I figured this out myself, and the 3 generations are still in the dark. Otherwise, do you think you could still sit here drinking tea so comfortably? The Konoha F4 would have already thrown you out. Only then did Fugaku breathe a sigh of relief, cold sweat pouring down. He stared at me intently. "Shinin, can I really trust you?" I looked at him. His expression was truly sincere. "You must trust me, and can only trust me. Because in all of Konoha, I am the only one who can help your Uchiha clan through the crisis of annihilation. I am different from those old guys like the third Hokage and Danzo. I have no prejudice against your Uchiha clan." Fugaku was taken aback by my king of persuasion skills, and he finally nodded, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. "All right, I'll trust you once." He sighed and said, "The Hawks in the clan are also being pushed to their limits. If we can improve the situation of our clan, they will calm down. I'll just say it straight. Stupid. Do you still expect that group from the third generation to show mercy? Have you forgotten who their masters were? The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. That old guy always referred to you Uchiha as naturally evil. keeping you in the position of the police force, an offense to others, just to ensure you never rise again. Expecting his successor to spare you? Unless pigs learn to climb trees. My in-depth yet easy-to-understand analysis left Fujiyama speechless. He suddenly realized, his face alternating between pale and flushed, and finally his eyes even carried a hint of hatred. He suddenly stood up and deeply bowed to me. Exine, thank you. I waved my hand. Don't come at me with that empty talk. If you want to thank me, let's pull off something big together. His eyes lit up. Do you already have a plan? I smiled and slowly uttered 4 words. Change the world. Fuyu instantly became excited, his voice trembling a bit. Are you planning to launch a coup? Great. My Uchiha clan will fully support you. Plus, with the Hyuga clan on board, becoming Hokage will be a piece of cake. At that moment, I wanted to give him a big slap. Who said I wanted to be Hokage? What are you thinking? You big-headed fool. Fugaku was confused again. Huh? You don't want to be Hokage? His expression was as if he was looking at a salted fish without dreams. Being Hokage is exhausting like a dog. Am I stupid? I said irritably. The higher-ups must be reshuffled, but there's no need for violence. I have plenty of ways to make them leave. Even if we can't reach an agreement in the end, I can single-handedly send those old geezers away. Fugaku nodded in agreement, then stared at me intently. His meaning was clear. I immediately got angry. Don't look at me. I won't be the scapegoat. He had a helpless expression, as if it were an unimaginable injustice for me not to become Hokage. I had a flash of inspiration. How about bringing Tsunade back to be Hokage? With her strong lineage, who would dare to disagree? Fugaku complained. Would Lady Tsunade even want that? I think you're the most suitable. Shut up. I'm angry. And this isn't over, is it? I kindly saved you, and you keep trying to harm me? He awkwardly cleared his throat twice. Lady Tsunade is disheartened and won't come back. I gave a sinister smile. This is easy to handle. When the time comes, we'll just lay out the mess of Konoha in front of her. She will either become Hokage and clean up the mess or watch helplessly as her grandfather's legacy is destroyed. We'll focus on a companionship-style approach. She won't be able to refuse. Fayek looked at my malicious grin and couldn't help but exclaim, Shin, you really look like a villain right now. I glared at Fuyue through my kaleidoscope. If you can't chit-chat, then don't force it. Do you believe I'll beat you up? You look like a villain. Your whole family looks like villains. Is there a villain as handsome and kind-hearted as me? As we chatted, we talked until it got dark. To my surprise, Fugaku even invited me to stay for dinner, which seems like he really considers me one of his own. Of course, I couldn't refuse. Not being eager to mooch a meal would be a problem in my thinking. At the dinner table, Fugaku's wife, Uchiha Makoto, was incredibly gentle and virtuous, and the dishes she made were absolutely delicious. I looked over at Fugaku next to me and sighed. What a waste. I couldn't help but exclaim in front of their family of 4. Sister Meichin, you are such a beautiful woman, gentle and capable. How could you possibly choose to be with someone as old-fashioned as Fugaku? It's really like a flower being stuck in cow dung. The entire place fell silent in shock. It left Itachi and Sasuke, the 2 little kids, dumbfounded, and Fugaku's face instantly turned as dark as a pot bottom. Only Sister Meichin burst out laughing, her laughter shaking her whole body. I continued to poke fun. Sister Makoto, I'm serious. Did you forget to wear your glasses back then? Otherwise, how could you have liked him? Sister Makoto laughed even more happily. Stop it. It's not as good as you say. Fuyue's face couldn't even be described as black anymore. He probably regretted inviting me to dinner. I was enjoying this meal so much. After eating and drinking to my heart's content, I waved to Fuyue. Thanks for the treat. I'll come again next time. He finally couldn't hold in anymore and squeezed out 4 words through gritted teeth. Don't come again. Just while I was mooching off Fuyue's food and drink, guess what? In the Hokage's office, the Konoha F4 was gathering again. Danzo, with his deadpan face, said ominously, Hizashi. Kikumaru Shinichi went to the Uchiha today and had a pleasant conversation with Fuyue. If he teams up with the Uchiha, it would be a huge threat to Konoha. The 3rd Hokage took a puff of smoke and slowly replied, I was the one who sent him to the security team. It's normal for him to make contact. Danzo, you're overthinking it. The other 2 advisors also felt uneasy, but the 3rd Hokage's attitude this time was exceptionally firm. I made up my mind. Regarding Shinichi, I don't want to hear any more negative comments about him. Danzo was so angry he almost had a heart attack on the spot, gritting his teeth and saying, Hizashi, you will regret it. The other 2 old men didn't speak, lost in their own thoughts. Or were they pondering? Let me tell you, these 2 old geezers were practically in the late stages of delusion. They directly imagined an 800-episode palace intrigue drama in their heads, thinking that the 3rd Hokage's move was incredibly cunning. They exchanged glances and suddenly had an expression that said, I understand. Oh, putting our brother Shinichi in the security team. On the surface, it's a promotion, but in reality, it's a way to bring him down. What kind of place is the security team? It's a professional troublemaker's den. By the time brother Shinichi offends everyone in the village, his reputation will plummet, and the third Hokage can easily find an excuse to completely crush him. At that time, will the villagers believe in this problem hero of yours? Or will they trust our venerable third Hokage, who has been respected for decades? Let me tell you, these two old men are becoming increasingly alarmed, feeling that the power games of the three generations have become too extravagant, almost forgetting their original intentions. But little do they know, there's more than one player on this chessboard. The three generations want to control the new first brother as a puppet, while the new first brother wants to play the three generations for fools. As for these two old men, they are wildly imagining things, thinking they have seen through everything. They are simply two big smarties in this high-level game. And what about our new first brother? He has long gone home to meet with Zhi Shui. Zhi Shui, with an expectant look, asks, Senior, have you settled things with the clan leader? The new first brother raises his eyebrows, looking quite smug. Don't you see who I am? That old guy Fugaku. It's a piece of cake to fool him, right? Don't worry, he's now on the same boat as us. Zhi Shui is used to his bragging style and smiles, saying, That's good. Tomorrow, Senior, you will take office at the security team. The clan leader will definitely arrange a few accommodating Dove faction members for you. However, the new first brother shakes his head, smiling mischievously. No, I've specifically asked him to find me the most stubborn and combative hawks to be my subordinates. Zhi Shui is dumbfounded. Why, Senior? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Because I want to see how tough people's mouths can really be. Can they be softened? My new first brother's wicked sense of humor is simply outrageous. Zhi Shui listens, stunned, and has already started silently lighting candles for those unfortunate souls. The next day, the new first brother wakes up early. It's his first day at work, after all. He needs to make a good impression. As soon as he arrives at the security team office, he sees Fugaku sitting there like a gatekeeper, with a few teenage Uchiha kids standing behind him. The new first brother greets them casually. Oh, good morning. Fugaku curses inwardly at this kid for having such thick skin, but he still has to maintain the demeanor of the clan leader and says blandly, You're here. These are the team members I've selected for you. Introduce yourselves. Then it begins. Uchiha Taro, Uchiha Hayato, Uchiha Kanzuya, each one around 15 or 16 years old, strutting around like they own the place, their nostrils almost pointing to the sky. The last one is a little girl named Uchiha Naomi, 14 years old, looking adorably cute, speaking softly and a bit shyly. She feels just like a little Hinata. The new first brother frantically signals Fugaku with his eyes. Where are the season hawks you promised? Just these kids? And there's a soft girl among them. How am I supposed to handle this? Fugaku feels awkward too. Who would listen to an outsider among the hawks? He could only manage to gather these few. He quickly makes an excuse to send them out on patrol. As soon as they step outside, the new first brother starts. Let's introduce ourselves. I am Kakashi Shinichi, your captain. I'm 20 this year, so I'm your senior. I feel honored to be your team leader. Does that satisfy you? This statement is delivered with a sarcastic tone, and the kids immediately become unhappy. On the contrary, the soft girl named Naomi quickly bows and apologizes. I'm sorry, senior. Did I do something wrong? The one with the worst temper, Hayato, erupts. Naomi, don't apologize. He's just looking for trouble. What Leaf Village hero? We Uchiha don't buy that. If you're not convinced, let's settle it one-on-one. The other two kids join in the uproar. Goodness, the fearless young ones are completely unaware of the weight of the fourth Raikage reputation. I was waiting for this line from my big brother, Xine. He smiled brightly, deliberately provoking. All right, you four can come at me together. As long as you can defeat my shadow clone. I won't care what you want to do in the future. I originally thought it was a bit excessive to go after kids, but you brought this upon yourselves. Nami wanted to advise. Brother Heya, maybe we shouldn't. The senior is very strong. But the one called Heya, who is the leader of these kids, directly activated his two-tomo Sharingan, looking disdainful. What are we afraid of? No matter how strong he is, he's just a shadow clone. Can't the four of us defeat a single clone? Poor child. You have no idea how terrifying a top-tier player can be. Xine shadow clone has a chakra, amounts several times more than your clan leader Fugaku. With a bang, the shadow clone appeared. Xine said to the clone, It's up to you. Go easy on them. I'm going to buy an ice pop first. The shadow clone wasn't happy. Why do I always have to do the chores? Remember to bring me one too, the chocolate flavor. 10 minutes later, Xine returned with 2 ice pops. The 3 kids were already lying on the ground with black and blue faces, while the soft and cute girl Nami only had a little scrape on her knee. Xin complained to the shadow clone. Are you being gender discriminatory? The shadow clone looked helpless. How could that be? This little girl rushed at me with a kunai and ended up tripping 5 times on flat ground. I was too embarrassed to hit her. Nami's little face instantly turned as red as an apple. Xin suddenly realized, wow, so she's naturally clumsy. To be able to master the art of tripping on flat ground to such an extent is quite a talent. When the 3 kids woke up and saw Xine's playful smile, their legs went weak. So how about it? Are you convinced? Xine asked with a smile. If you're not convinced, that's fine. I have plenty of chakra and can create another shadow clone at any time to fight with you for 300 rounds. Who can stand that? Heya and the others could only lower their proud heads. We concede. The foolish kid named Taro even asked, Senior, are you really human? Hayato quickly explained. What he means is that, Senior, you're as strong as a monster. A single shadow clone has more chakra than an elite jonin. That's ridiculous. They had no idea that just now, the shadow clone didn't use any techniques at all. It was just pure ninjutsu bombardment, simple and brutal, emphasizing pure brute force. Xin took the opportunity to act mysterious, looking profound. Young people are so naive. Enemies on the battlefield can be all kinds of strange. Today is just a free lesson for you. It's a benefit for our team. Those kids actually believed it, looking at him with admiration. Only Nami thought, Senior, are you trying too hard to save face? After dealing with these little brats, Xin waved his hand. Let's go. To celebrate the birth of a team, I'm treating you all to Ichiraka ramen. However, these stubborn kids insisted that they were still on patrol and couldn't go. Xine's eyes turned. Who says we're not patrolling? The street with Ichiraka ramen is also within our patrol range. Eating ramen is just a side activity. So, the little ones were forcibly taken to Ichiraka ramen. As soon as they sat down, people around started pointing and whispering. Heya and the others were shy and restless. Seeing this, Xin couldn't let it go and directly lifted the curtain, shouting at the onlookers outside. What are you looking at? Never seen someone slacking off at work? If you have complaints, go to the security team to report us. Stop acting like a big shot here. In an instant, the entire street fell silent. Heya and the others were dumbfounded. Can you really do this? Aren't you just offending everyone? Won't the complaint letters pile up tomorrow? As expected, the crowd erupted in an uproar, with various curses saying they would go complain. But someone with sharp eyes recognized. Wait, isn't that Lord Kiki Xine? Now, they were even more stunned. The hero of Konoha, being so arrogant while slacking off at work? Their idol filter shattered into pieces. As a result, Xine added fuel to the fire, standing up proudly. Yes, I am Kiki Xine. I just started today, and I was the one who brought them here to slack off. If you want to complain, come at me. It has nothing to do with the Uchiha. He thought to himself, let you force me to become Hokage. I'll ruin my reputation directly. And let's see who dares to bring this up. A fan's heart shattered, tremblingly asking, Lord Xin, you must be joking, right? Xin poured a bucket of cold water over him. No, I'm that kind of person. Not only do I slack off, but I'm also petty. Anyone who offends me will definitely be repaid. I've noted down everyone who spoke ill of me just now. Then he turned to Nami and said loudly, Nami, make sure to remember everyone who just spoke badly about me. I'll find them one by one to settle the score later. Wow. As soon as this was said, the people outside ran off faster than rabbits. Nami quietly asked, Senior, is this really okay? Heya and the others also thought this guy was crazy. How can you create hatred for yourself like this? But Xin looked indifferent. What are you afraid of? Worst case, I get fired. Don't worry, I'll take the blame. You were all forcibly brought here by me. As soon as these words came out, the 4 little ones suddenly felt warm in their hearts. Although they didn't understand what their senior was doing, his protective attitude was truly commendable. The news reached the 3rd Hokage's ears, and the old man sprayed Kakashi with a mouthful of tea. He was dumbfounded. What on earth is Xin thinking? He had a great start, but managed to turn it into a mess. In the end, he could only headache and let Kakashi control the public opinion. 3 days later, the complaint box in Fugaku's office was completely stuffed. Fugaku grabbed a large pile of letters and threw them at Xine's face, angrily shouting, Kiki, Xine, what the hell are you doing? You haven't been patrolling these days, but causing trouble everywhere? Xin was quite pleased. Pretty impressive, right? Fugaku almost had a heart attack on the spot. The image he had painstakingly built for the security team was destroyed by this brat in just a few days. Don't be so excited. Xin leaned back in Fugaku's chair, crossing his legs. Look, these complaint letters are all about me. ISNT that helping your Uchiha attract hatred? After hearing this, Fugaku calmed down and began to analyze. Could it be that this is your goal? What is your next plan? Xione was stunned. Wow, what plan? I just simply don't want to become Hokage. Please stop your analysis right now. However, Fugaku's words did remind him. He cleared his throat and began to talk nonsense seriously. That's right. My plan is to let the Konoha security team be reshuffled. You must actively propose a power sharing to the third Hokage and distribute the security team positions to the Inuzuka, Nara, and Hyuga clans. Fugaku thought this made sense, but was worried that his clan members would disagree. Xione was frustrated. You are the clan leader. If they don't agree, just beat them until they do. Seeing Fugaku's hesitant expression, Xione sighed. Fine, I'll help you put on a good show to ensure your clan members listen obediently. What kind of show? Fugaku quickly asked. Xione, we didn't say directly, just whispered in his ear and murmured for a while. After listening, Fugaku was stunned, shocked, and asked, Are you really going to do that? What else? Do you think I'm joking with you? I told you. I looked at Fugaku with disdain at the time. With his brain, what good ideas could he possibly come up with? In the end, he still pinched his nose and accepted it. After all, what we lack now is time, and we need to solve the problem with a thunderous method. As we were chatting, I suddenly told you that Fujika's CPU just turned on, and his eyes changed. He stared at me and said, Wait a minute. You've been talking for so long. What does it have to do with you causing trouble in the security team and ruining your own reputation every day? Are you trying to deliberately tarnish your image because you don't want me to force you to become Hokage? At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. How did this old guy suddenly become so smart? But who am I? Hatake Shinichi. I immediately responded with a dismissive huh? Is that even possible? Am I that kind of person? As a result, when Fujikage saw my reaction, his face instantly darkened. Well, that's it. No need to say anything more. A couple of days later, the Uchiha clan was in an uproar. Fujikage suddenly summoned everyone for a meeting. You have to know that the regular meeting had just been held a few days ago, and these people were like headless flies, guessing everywhere. I saw Zhi Shui in the corner of the crowd, standing there like a telephone pole, with no one paying him any attention. There's nothing to be done. This guy is like a humanoid Gundam in the clan, always advocating for high ideals and a few followers, shouting every day about living in peace with the village. Among this group of hawks who think about overthrowing Konoha all day long, where the Uchiha call the shots, he is simply an outlier. Once everyone had gathered, Fugaku stood on the high platform, pressed his hands down, and with a serious face said, I called everyone here today to announce something important. The crowd instantly erupted. Chief, are we going to take action? Is a coup finally happening? I can't wait any longer. Damn it. Let those who look down on us Uchiha see what real power is. Let me tell you, that scene was like someone had injected them with adrenaline, especially those hawkish guys, each one louder than the last. Zhi Shui was standing by, his brows furrowed tightly, probably thinking to himself, thank goodness I had planned ahead. Otherwise the Uchiha would have to face the music today. But then Fugaku said one sentence, and the whole place fell silent. He coldly stated, I have decided to reduce the number of slots in the guard by half and distribute them to other clans in the village. What the hell? Let me tell you, that effect is more explosive than throwing cold water into hot oil. Are you crazy, Chief? The security team is our territory. Why should we give it to outsiders? How do those people in the village treat us? The blame for the Nine Tails is being dumped on us. And now we have to wag our tails to please them? I refuse to accept it. Chief, have you been ensnared by an illusion? Wow, everyone is fired up. Faces red and necks thick, almost drowning Fuyue in spit. Yet Fuyue remains calm, his tone showing no fluctuation. This is my order, not up for discussion. You all have no right to oppose. Everyone was stunned. Where did that easygoing chief who always wanted to discuss things go? Who is this domineering CEO today? Seeing that they were still unconvinced, Fuyue directly unleashed his ultimate move. Whoever is unconvinced, come challenge me. If you win, you could be the chief. As soon as he finished speaking, the three tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, instantly transforming into a bizarre, triangular pinwheel. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Wow, it's the kaleidoscope. At this moment, the entire venue fell completely silent. Those who had just shouted that Fuyue was under an illusion now turned pale. No joke. It's one thing for a kaleidoscope master to control others. Who can control him? Now they understood. The reduction of slots was Fuyue's own decision. But still, a hard-headed hawk jumped out, eyes blood-red, shouting fervently, Chief, you have such great power, why not just control the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and get it done? Upon hearing this, many people nodded in agreement. Just then, a lazy voice suddenly interrupted. Well, regarding that question, your chief isn't good at answering, so let me answer it for him. I tell you, as soon as that voice came out, all the Uchiha clan members' hairs stood on end. This is definitely not one of our clan. Outsiders have sneaked in. We were just discussing a rebellion. Who understands? Family members. We were having a meeting, and someone live-streamed it. Now we're done for. Who? Get out here. Amidst the murderous gazes, I, Hatake Shinichi, with my silver hair, made a dazzling entrance. Hatake Shinichi. Everyone's hearts instantly sank. The direct descendant of the Hokage, the big shot in front of the third Hokage, has heard their rebellion plan. This is like delivering a family extermination package right to their door. I smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, just relax. I'm here to answer the question you just asked. Why doesn't your clan leader dare to act even with a Manjiki Sharingan?" The answer is simple, because I'm here, and you Uchiha will never succeed. My tone was casual, but there was an overwhelming aura about me. The Uchiha below were directly infuriated and amused. What a joke. Our clan leader's Manjiki would lose to you? A mixed blood brat daring to boast here? Well, it's clear that reasoning with these blindly confident folks is futile. I directly said to Fugaku in a sarcastic tone, "Fugaku, your clansmen are really adorable. They seem to genuinely believe you can beat me. How scary." Fugaku's face turned dark as he yelled at me. "What do you want? You promised me you wouldn't harm my clansmen." "All right," I smiled and said, "the premise is that they don't resist. You're forcing me to take action." My smile instantly vanished, and I coldly said yes, since they can't see reality. I'll show you what the gap in power looks like. With a roar, Hyuga opened the kaleidoscope, and a gigantic purple armored giant rose from the ground. "Susanoo. It's Susanoo, the power of the gods." "Great. Lord Clan Leader, defeat him." The clan members instantly became ecstatic, as if they could already see me being knocked down. I clicked my tongue twice and exclaimed, "Wow, such a big Susanoo. You almost scare me to death." An obsessed Uchiha shouted, "Now you know how powerful it is, right? You're just a..." Before he could finish his sentence, his jaw dropped to the ground, because behind me, a colossal obsidian giant soared into the sky. Its size and oppressive aura made Fugaku look like an undeveloped little brother in comparison. If Fugaku is like a towering Gundam, then I am a moving natural disaster. What is a dimensionality reduction strike? This is it. Just when everyone was stunned into silence, the usually quiet Shisui suddenly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Help the clan leader deal with the strong enemy." Everyone looked and exclaimed, "What the hell?" Shisui's eyes have turned into a kaleidoscope too. Another green Susanoo stood up. Goodness. The Uchiha actually hid 2 kaleidoscopes. But this time, they weren't surprised. They were terrified. Neither of the 2 kaleidoscopes dared to make a move, all because of me. Hitaki Shinichi? Just how high is the value of this Leaf Village hero? I looked at Shisui and smiled. Shisui, your team leader has already made a move. What are you being polite about? Offended, Senior Shinichi. Shisui let out a low shout, and with Fugaku, the 2 Susanoo stood on either side of me, facing my giant Susanoo. The scene was like 2 elementary school students challenging Tyson, both absurd and tragic. At this moment, the remaining Uchiha also reacted. They couldn't just stand by and watch. "Let's all go. Fight to the death. With so many of us, we don't believe we can't take him down." In an instant, countless fireballs and illusions came crashing towards me, as if they were free. The scene was like fireworks during the New Year. And the result? I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids and directly activated Kamui. All attacks, whether fire techniques or illusions, passed right through my body without harming a single hair on me. Boom! The ground behind me was blasted to the surface of the moon. But I personally didn't suffer a thing. Space-time ninjutsu? How do we fight this? An upper ninja broke down on the spot. They watched helplessly as Fugaku and Shisui Susanoo were being overwhelmed by me, looking like they were about to fall apart, while their own output relied entirely on shouting. Their attacks were all in vain. That feeling of despair, who understands it? Family? Does he have no weaknesses? Is this guy a human or a monster? No, there must be a flaw. A clever little guy suddenly shouted, "His intangibility can't last forever. There must be a time limit. Let's keep attacking and wear him out." As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes lit up. That's right. Unfortunately, I'm not a Beto. My Kamui is the Pro Max Plus version, with an infinitely long blue bar. However, I was getting a bit annoyed by this swarm of flies buzzing around. I was starting to feel a bit impatient. Tsukuyomi. I stared through my kaleidoscope, and a terrifying eye projection appeared in midair. This move is my own creation, specifically designed to clear minion waves, and I call it pseudo-infinite Tsukuyomi. Not good. The Uchiha clan saw that and immediately knew they were in trouble. But they didn't have time to react. Their consciousness was instantly pulled into the Tsukuyomi space. Each of them was nailed to a cross, and there stood a version of me in front of them. He actually pulled all of us into an illusion? Does this guy's ocular power have no limits? I looked at their dazed faces, revealing a wicked smile, and softly said, "Remember, I, Hatake Shinichi, will become your nightmare." At that moment, they were completely despaired. With my own power, I pulled hundreds of Uchiha ninjas into a Jinjutsu, while maintaining that exaggerated Susanoo in the real world. What was the point of this? They finally understood how naive they had been before, and also realized Fugaku's. In the real world, those Uchiha clansmen fell like dumplings, thudding to the ground, all losing consciousness. Fugaku and Zhi Shui also retracted the Susanoo, and wow, after all that acting, not a single drop of blood was shed. It was all just performance. I raised an eyebrow and looked at the two of them, feeling quite pleased. How about that? Am I doing a good job as the big villain? I guarantee that from now on, my name will scare the kids in your clan so much that they won't dare to cry. Fugaku chuckled bitterly and said, "If you hadn't given us a heads up, I would have really thought you were here to wipe out our clan today." Zhi Shui also had a look of awe on his face. They both knew very well that if a real fight had broken out just now, together they wouldn't be able to match even one of my fingers. Fugaku sighed, "Sure, it's only because you don't want to be Hokage that no one can stop you." I shot him an annoyed glance and said, "We're familiar enough, but if you bring this up again, I might just hit you. I am Joukun, but it's easy to take over a territory, but difficult to maintain it. You want me to deal with those annoying matters? I'd rather be killed." I told them to hurry up and put on some makeup, make it look terrible so they don't blow their cover. I'll leave the follow-up work to them. As for me, I need to rush home to cook for Naruto and Karin. They both looked at me with bitter smiles, as if to say, "So in your eyes, cooking at home is more important than quelling a rebellion from a big clan." The next morning, just as I was about to go to the security team to slack off, Kakashi stopped me. "Hey, the Hokage wants to see you." The look he gave me was filled with sorrow. "Got it." I casually gave him a light smack on the head, formed a hand seal, and created a shadow clone. "You go cook." The shadow clone immediately protested, "Hey, why is it always me cooking? Being your shadow clone is so hard. I work without pay. It's worse than being a slave. You're so rich. Can't you just hire a maid?" I don't know what bug my shadow clone has. It's arguing with me every day. I said irritably, "What nonsense? You working is the same as me working? Am I paying myself? Am I crazy? I don't care. This is malicious enslavement. I'm going to report you to the Workers' Association." "Sure," I sneered. "Let's talk about it after you set it up." After saying that, I left. The shadow clone behind me was so angry it was jumping up and down, but still obediently went to cook. Kakashi watched on the side, looking speechless. Naruto, in shy and sleepily, walked out and greeted the shadow clone. "Good morning, brother Shinichi." The shadow clone slammed the breakfast onto the table and glared, saying, "What good morning? Your dear brother Shinichi has already run off. Today it's me, the unlucky one, serving you." Naruto seriously advised him, "Clone brother, you can't do this. You and brother Shinichi are the same person. Cursing him is like cursing yourself. That's unreasonable." The shadow clone pouted with a uniquely twisted logic. "That's exactly reasonable. If he hangs up, I have a hang up too. I'm the disadvantaged party. He created me without my consent. So what's wrong with me cursing him? It's only fair." This set of bizarre logic left Naruto, Cheyenne, and Kakashi all speechless. The shadow clone then glared at Kakashi. "What are you looking at? You are my original's younger brother, so you're my brother. If you dare to disrespect your elder brother, do you believe I'll just kill myself right now and let the original come back to beat you up? When I go crazy, I can even kill myself." Kakashi had a face full of confusion, thinking, "What the hell? Am I, Kakashi Hitaki, now even lower than a shadow clone in my own home?" In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage looked at me, exhausted to the point where he could barely hold his cigarette. "Shinichi, you're making it very difficult for me." The pile of complaint letters in the corner of his office was almost taller than him. My title as the hero of Konoha was long gone. Now I was nicknamed the Konoha Ghost. He tried to persuade me for a long time, even hinting that he wanted to cultivate me as a successor. But I just replied with one word, drag. I was completely unresponsive. "Lord Hokage, that was all normal law enforcement. How could it make things difficult for you?" I said innocently. The third Hokage rolled his eyes. "Can normal law enforcement generate this many complaint letters?" But I followed the rules. I continued to play innocent. When have I ever hurt anyone? If they can prove even a little injury at the hospital, I'll admit defeat. The third Hokage was too lazy to retort. "You may not have physically harmed anyone, but you've mentally exhausted them." Finally, he was at his wit's end and sighed. "Fine. You're on forced leave for a month. We'll talk when the storm passes. Leave? My eyes lit up, and I subconsciously asked, is it paid? Wow, this old man is quite savvy. I was just worried about not having time to go to the land of water. The third Hokage coughed from the smoke and glared at me. Yes. He was probably thinking, does the Hitaki family lack this little money? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku is here to see you. Fugaku? The third Hokage's eyes moved. Let him in. When Fugaku came in, oh boy, let me tell you, the scene was something else. The third Hokage was still giving me side glances, desperately hinting that I should leave quickly. Did I care? I did not. Right in front of both of them, I found a most comfortable chair, plopped down, crossed my legs, and played the role of the host. I tell you, the third's old face turned green right on the spot. Not only did I sit down, but I also casually took a plate of snacks from his table, grabbed a piece, and stuffed it into my mouth. While eating, I complained, TSK, this thing is so awful, who bought it? No taste at all. My family members, who understands? The third's expression was so furious, he looked like he could stab me. But he had to hold it in and maintain his Hokage demeanor. He was so mad, he looked like he was about to explode. After all, those were his precious snacks, saved for a late-night snack. Seeing that my approach wasn't working, he turned to Fugaku, signaling him with his eyes, meaning, brother, help me get rid of this troublemaker. But what did Fugaku do? We had already colluded. He pretended to glance over, then very seriously said to the third, Hokage-sama, it's fine, don't worry about Shinichi. That's just how he is. The third was completely stunned, full of question marks, probably wondering if the world had gone mad. Little did he know that Fugaku was not understanding his meaning, but mine. Realizing he couldn't get rid of me, the third had no choice but to pinch his nose and accept it, starting to discuss serious matters with Fugaku. Then, the main event came. Fugaku, with a respectful expression, opened with a bombshell. Hokage-sama, I have decided to cut 70 of our Uchiha's personnel in the police force. The third's hand holding the cigarette trembled, his eyes wide as saucers. He probably never dreamed that the Uchiha, whom he had been guarding against like thieves every day, would come to him today to voluntarily cut off their own hands and feet. I tell you, Fugaku's acting deserves an Oscar. He wore a bitter yet sincere smile, saying that the Uchiha just wanted to live peacefully, that power breeds hatred, and they didn't want it anymore. The third was so moved that his eyes almost turned red, and he immediately decided, good, I accept. Fugaku, I understand your intentions. I was almost unable to hold back my laughter while standing next to them. This old man understands self-strategy. He believes everything Fujitake says. Little does he know that what Fujitake is really thinking is, the Uchiha will always be Uchiha of Konoha, but Konoha may not necessarily be under your control in the future. After their performance of a mutually beneficial lord and vassal, I clapped my hands enthusiastically. Fujitake-senpai, so principled. I smiled widely, showing my big white teeth. It was so touching. No way. We must become sworn brothers. We'll each go our own way. I'll call you senpai, and you'll call me big brother. Fujitake's face turned dark, but he held it in. The third Hokage quickly coughed a couple of times to tell me not to make a fuss. Am I really someone who causes trouble? I'm just helping him identify gaps. Okay. I stroked my chin and asked innocently, hey, I was just thinking, the Uchiha clan members of the security team dismissed can't just go home and drink the northwest wind, right? If they have no income, won't their resentment grow even larger? The third Hokage fell silent. It dawned on him that there was a big pit to consider. He looked at me with a pained expression. Shinichi, do you have any good ideas? What good ideas could I possibly have? I shrugged, saying that this kind of thing was just about swapping positions, right? Whoever takes their place, they can just take over that person's original position. Isn't it just a matter of switching duties? The third Hokage hesitated again, worried that the villagers would ostracize the Uchiha and that they might not perform well. Seeing him hesitating, I told him a joke. Once, there was a man who raised horses and wanted them to run fast, but he was reluctant to feed them grass. In the end, all the horses starved to death, and he still blamed them for being useless. Tell me, is this person's brain a bit too smart? The third Hokage. His old face instantly darkened. Shinichi, are you mocking me? How could that be? I feigned innocence, saying, Lord Hokage, you're so wise. How could you be compared to that fool? I'm just trying to lighten the mood. In the end, I brought up the phrase will of fire, which I can tell you is like the third Hokage's tight-fitting cap. He immediately compromised and agreed to my plan. Once the matter was settled, I slipped away with Fugaku. Later, I heard that the third Hokage held a meeting, and, as expected, Danzo was the first to jump up and oppose, barking like a mad dog. But it was useless. I had already made arrangements with Hisashi of the Hyuga clan, and with the Inuzuka and Nara clans seeing a chance for benefit. They all turned their backs. After all, it was a lucrative position in the security team. Who wouldn't want it? Danzo was so angry he was about to explode. But the third Hokage simply shot back. Danzo, if you're uncomfortable, just go home and rest more. You're getting old. Don't push yourself too hard. Wow, that was quite imposing. And just like that, the matter was settled. After the performance, I certainly couldn't work for free. I used Kimui to flash to Fugaka's house and mooch a meal. Mikoto's cooking is amazing. After eating my fill, just as I was about to leave, Fugaka hesitantly called out to me, saying he had something to ask. As soon as I saw his constipation-like expression, I couldn't help but tease him. What's wrong? Do you need me to use Shunwei to take you to the bathroom? This guy immediately broke down and yelled at me. Hey, asking for a favor and still daring to scold me? How could I tolerate that? So, based on the principle of friendly communication, I helped him loosen up a bit. By the time Meichin saw him, he already had panda eyes and his nose was as red as a clown's, pondering life in the yard. Guess what he wanted from me? He wanted me to take Weasel and Sasuke as disciples. What a coincidence, just the day before. Hinata and Niji had also asked someone to find me, wanted me to take them in as well. I just got home, and Kakashi suddenly popped out like a ghost. What's going on? You scared me. I said irritably. Bro, I need some money. His dead fish eyes rolled. I was really annoyed and blurted out. No way. Get lost. That's not going to work. Kakashi was getting anxious. Hong invited me to the hot spring next time, but I was as broke as a joke. I couldn't let her pay again, right? She had already treated me several times and I had my pride. What did you say? As soon as I heard that, I jumped up from my chair and pointed at his nose, cursing, you idiot. The Hitaki family is so poor that all we have left is money. And you actually want a girl to treat you? Where's your face? You're going to ruin your chances with a good girl. Oh, right. Our family only has money left, but all the money is in my hands. Kakashi is so broke that he doesn't even have as much pocket money as Naruto. I directly pulled out a large stack of cash and threw it into his arms. Remember this in the future. For the sake of reviving the family and picking up girls, money is no object. But if I find out you use it to buy adult magazines, I'll break your legs. This kid is something else. When he makes a move, it's straight to a hot spring hotel. It looks like Hong is really taking the initiative. I have to stoke the fire even more. I'll go tomorrow, and I'll push this task onto you. This is the most important task of your life. I issued a firm order. Kakashi still wanted to struggle, but no buts. The money counts as a loan from me, and if your date doesn't go well, you owe me 9 times what you borrowed. As soon as he heard he had to pay it back, his face went pale. I couldn't be bothered with him and mentioned that I wanted him to take on the responsibility of mentoring Fuyue and Hisashi's kids. Kakashi's eyes lit up. That's great, brother. Why not take them in? A genius delivered to your doorstep. Plus you can win over 2 major clans. This is a deal that doesn't lose. Good analysis. I patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction. Since that's the case, I'll take in these kids. From now on, I'll trouble you to help teach them. Kakashi was instantly petrified. Brother, why do your disciples have to be taught by me? Because I'm lazy, I said confidently. With you as a free labor force at home, why not take advantage of it? I plan to command from a distance. You're young and can handle it. No way. I refuse. Kakashi shouted in despair. You don't have the right to refuse. I'll laugh like a villain, but I do have a compromise that might help you. What compromise? It's simple. I told my clueless brother Kakashi to hurry up and marry Hong. Then the 2 of you can share the workload. Doesn't that mean your workload is halved? Who understands family matters? This is a surefire deal. And guess what? Kakashi rolled his eyes at me. His expression seemed to say, brother, after all this build-up, you're just pushing for marriage? Of course. The longest road I've walked is my own. The next day, just like usual, I strolled over to the security team. My 4 serious little team members, Nami and the others, were already there. As soon as they saw me, they asked curiously, Ni-senpai, weren't you on leave? Hey, these little honest kids still didn't know what had happened with the Uchiha family that day, and their attitude towards me remained unchanged. Although they were puzzled as to why the elders turned pale at the mention of my name, they didn't dare to ask since the elders didn't say anything. To be honest, in these little guys' hearts, aside from my ridiculous behavior at work, I was definitely a reliable big brother. When there's something to do, I really step up. When there's blame, I take it. And when there are benefits, they definitely won't be left out. My protective attitude was as blatant as it gets. I joke with them. Yeah, the Hokage gave me a month off, but since I have nothing to do, I came over to see you all. Isn't that a conflict? They were already used to my twisted logic, so they couldn't say anything and just followed me to patrol the streets. The 4 of them were diligent and meticulous. As for me, I recently stopped trying to ruin my image and just wandered around streets. As a result, those villagers now see me as if I'm a plague god. Wherever I go, the place clears out instantly, and I can't see a single shadow. I was speechless at the time. Is it really that serious? It's like I'm some kind of carrier of a new flu virus. It seems I indeed went a bit overboard in the past, so I need to tone it down in the future. Just as I was strolling, my eyes lit up. Hey, found them. Not far away, there was a man and a woman. Isn't that Kakashi and Rin? A good show is about to unfold. Under my relentless orders for high-interest loans, Kakashi finally managed to get Rin out. Of course, Rin initially refused since she had her own mission. But Kakashi was so persistent, almost banging his head in desperation, like a child begging for candy, that Rin's heart softened, and she had to push her mission aside to meet him. Honestly, Rin must have been overjoyed at that moment. Think about it. She usually takes the initiative, while Kakashi is like a wooden block. This time, he was so eager to ask her out. Her little face must have turned red, surely thinking Kakashi had finally come to his senses and was infatuated with her. Little did she know, the urgency in her eyes was forced out by the interest I could never repay with my entire life's allowance. I pulled our team's naturally cute girl, Name, and hid in the shadows to spy. I was so anxious, scratching my head and muttering, "Damn it. Kakashi, you idiot. Hold hands already. Go for it." Name, watching beside me, looked speechless and complained, "Senpai, it's just a date. Why are you so anxious?" I was really annoyed at that moment. What do you know, you little brat? Our Kiki family relies on this little bit of lineage, and it's all up to him to expand in the future. As a result, Name was not convinced and looked down at herself, feeling particularly wronged as she retorted, "I'm not that young anymore. Besides, aren't you also part of the Kiki family? Why do you have to rely on your younger brother? You can also date and have kids yourself." Huh? I was completely stunned. Goodness, I felt like a lightning bolt struck my head. Blind man, you discovered a point. Name saw me in a daze and tilted her head, innocently continuing, "Yeah. Anyway, it's all for the Kiki family to have kids. So you can do it too." Let me tell you, that cute girl with her head tilted was seriously lethal. But what was even more shocking was her words, which left me utterly speechless. It seemed that there was some truth to it. I'm still a bit reluctant and stubbornly said, "Then who should I find to have a child with? I can't just do it by myself, right?" As a result, I was looked down upon by this naturally cute girl, silly senior. Of course, you should find a girl who likes you. At that moment, I felt like I had been shot in the heart and helplessly said, "But there aren't any girls who like me." Nami, upon hearing this, was really affected and kindly comforted me. "No way. Think about it. You're so handsome, strong, and a hero of Konoha. There must be a ton of girls who like you." As she spoke, her face turned red, and in a voice as small as a mosquito, she mumbled, "Actually, I could too." "What did you just say?" "I didn't catch that." "Nothing. I didn't say anything." Nami quickly covered her mouth and then said loudly, "I just want to tell you, there's no need to pressure your brother so much. Instead of worrying about others, you should focus on finding your own happiness." I tell you, this sentence exploded in my mind like a thunderclap. I never dreamed that Hatake Shinichi, would actually learn a lesson from a natural airhead. Ever since I crossed over, I always felt like an outsider, just watching anime. But when Konami said that, I suddenly realized that this is the real world. And the people around me are living beings. I'm no different from them. In that moment, my heart felt unburdened, and I gave Konami a sincere smile. I said, "Thank you, Konami." Perhaps from that moment on, I truly began to integrate into this world. When I looked at Kakashi in the distance again, my gaze softened, and I thought that being able to see my family happy with my own eyes might be my greatest happiness. Konami was also moved by me, her eyes reddening as she softly said, "Senior, you're so gentle. Actually, you could pay more attention to the people around you." Her voice got quieter and quieter, and I didn't hear her at all, because all my attention was drawn to what was suddenly happening not far away. A young man who looked particularly anxious, resembling a messy old man, suddenly rushed in front of Hong, questioning her with disbelief on his face. "Hong, is it true that you really, with Kakashi?" I took a closer look, and oh my, isn't that Asuma Sarutobi, the unfortunate son of the third Hokage? In the original story, he is the husband of Kurenai, but he was sent away early by Haiden. I could hear Asuma, looking like a pitiful guy who had been cheated on, shouting at Kakashi and Kurenai. At first, I didn't believe it, but today, I finally saw it with my own eyes. "Kakashi, I thought you were my friend. How could you hide your relationship with Kurenai from me? What kind of friend are you?" Kakashi had a complicated expression and sighed. "Asuma, I'm sorry." He probably had already anticipated this day. As a result, Asuma exploded even more. "Shut up, you despicable guy." Then he turned to Kurenai and yelled, "Kurenai, why did you betray me? We were clearly childhood friends. Why did you betray my feelings? You heartless woman. I was secretly laughing in the dark. Who understands? Family? Asuma is just a love-struck giant baby. Now he is just a rebellious rich kid, always going against his father. How could Hong possibly like him? In contrast, Kakashi is handsome, strong, and a young Umbu captain. It's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Moreover, Kakashi and Hong's relationship developed naturally, while your loud declarations, Asuma, will only scare girls away. You're a pure negative example. Hong frowned and retorted directly, Asuma, what are you talking about? I'm not dating Kakashi. Even if I were, I don't think I owe you any explanation, right? Well said. She never agreed to you. So where's the betrayal? Even a blind person can see it. I've caught you red-handed, and you still have the face to argue? Hong, I misjudged you. Asuma's words are getting worse. Slap. With a crisp sound, Hong couldn't hold back anymore and slapped him hard. Kakashi also stepped forward, calmly saying, Asuma, if you have any dissatisfaction, come at me, don't involve Hong. Apologize to her. Although Kakashi felt guilty, he, as a man, couldn't just stand by and watch Asuma insult a girl like this. Nami next to me couldn't stand it anymore and whispered, this person is really annoying, self-indulgent, and still cursing at others. If it were me, I'd definitely choose Shinichi-senpai's brother. But then she turned her head and said, huh? Where is Shinichi-senpai? Of course I'm here to uphold justice. Over there, Asuma was slapped, completely losing his rationality, and shouted in resentment. One is a despicable liar, and the other is a fickle woman. I curse you both to have no good outcome. Hong's expression turned completely cold. We are no longer friends. That's it. Now, there's no hope at all. Anger is not scary. Indifference is what truly means giving up. Asuma, like a madman, pointed at Kakashi. Kakashi, you despicable guy. I want to duel with you. Just when he was about to charge forward, I suddenly appear between them like a ghost, directly blocking him. That's enough. Big brother? Kakashi's face turned pale. He probably guessed that I had been following him all along. Get out of my way. Asuma, with red eyes, wanted to attack me. Crack. My hand speed is so fast. As soon as he tried to form hand seals, I immediately cuffed his hand with handcuffs. With his pathetic skills, he still wants to jump around in front of me? I announced with a smile. Asuma Saratobi, you are maliciously fighting and hurting others. I am now arresting you in the name of the Konoha Guard. You're talking nonsense. I didn't even hit him. Asuma protested loudly. And you're not in uniform, so you have no law enforcement power. Oh, uniform? I thought for a moment and laughed. You're right. Nami, come here. The cute Nami ran over. I pointed at her and said, see? She's in uniform, a legitimate member of the Guard, and she saw you trying to fight and hurt someone. It's reasonable to arrest you. I refuse. You're just biased toward Kakashi. Asuma shouted, just because he is your brother. According to the rules, you have to avoid any conflict of interest involving family members. This is an abuse of power. Wow, I was shocked at the time. I didn't expect this kid to be quite clever. What he said was reasonable. Unfortunately, he encountered me, Hatake Shinichi. I laid it all out directly, smiling brilliantly. That's right. What I'm all about is being real. I'm just abusing my power. I'm deliberately protecting Kakashi. So what? I'm the kind of person who likes to cover for my own. If you run into me, consider yourself unlucky. Asuma Saratobi, you've got yourself in trouble. Even if your dad, the third Hokage, came today, I'd still have you. Asuma was completely stunned, and both Kakashi and Karin looked dumbfounded. I dragged him towards the Hokage's office. With such a special identity, taking him back to the security team, Fugaka would definitely be unhappy. How considerate of me, directly delivering him to his father. When the third Hokage saw his son being brought in, all tied up, he was shocked. Shin, what is going on? Dad, hurry and make him let me go. Asuma saw he had a backing and immediately complained. This bastard is abusing his power. I smiled as I began my performance. Hokage-sama. As you can see, this kid was fighting in the street, disrupting the harmony of the village. As a member of the security team, I brought him to you for handling. The third Hokage looked flustered and asked me to let him go first. Just as I was about to untie him, I leaned closer to his ear and whispered in a voice only we could hear, poor thing, just so, you know. It was my idea to have Kakashi and Hinata date. Don't thank me. You. Asuma's eyes instantly turned red. The moment the ropes fell away, he pulled out a kunai and lunged at my heart, right in front of his father. Asuma, stop. The third Hokage was terrified. Can I let him succeed? I clicked my tongue twice, sidestepped, kicked the shuriken away, and executed a counterhold to pin him down. Hokage-sama, you saw that, right? I looked helpless. It's not that I want to tie him up, but this kid has too much rage and is always wanting to kill. It's too dangerous. The The third looked at his son, shaking with anger, disappointment, and fury. Why are you doing this? Asuma completely lost it, devoid of any reason, shouting at his father. I don't care. I must kill him and Kakashi. There's not a good person in the Hitaki family. Dad, you have to help me take revenge. The third shook his head and asked me to explain the whole situation to him. So, with my embellishments, Asuma became a lovesick madman who turned to violence out of hatred. After hearing it, the third sighed deeply and waved his hand feebly. Leave him here. I'll handle it. He won't be allowed to roam around the village anymore. It's time for him to be grounded. Who knew Asuma would still be reckless, shouting the year's dumbest line? Why? Dad, why are you doing this? You're the Hokage. I'm your son. Just one word from you, and everyone in the Hitaki family would be dead. Why won't you help me? I was almost laughing out loud at that moment. Goodness, how dare you say that in front of me, and you still want to shut up? The third Hokage's expression changed drastically, and in a fit of anger, he swung a big slap directly at him. Slap. It was a loud one, and Asuma was stunned on the spot. The third turned to me, apologetically saying, Shinichi, I'm sorry, this kid has been spoiled by me. Don't take it to heart. I laughed generously and said, don't mind it. Kids will be kids. A good beating will do the trick. How could someone as magnanimous as me argue with a child? After saying that, I slipped away. I knew that Asuma would have a tough time ahead. When I returned home that night, Kakashi asked me with a guilty face if Asuma was okay. I snapped back at him, why do you care? It's his own fault. Just cherish the people around you. As a result, he didn't dare to say more, which made me a bit unhappy. Out of nowhere, I recalled what Nami said earlier and asked him, Kakashi, why do you never urge me to find a wife? Kakashi was probably thinking in his heart, do I dare? Urging you would be like looking for death. But he said something nice, big brother, you're incredibly smart and know everything. How could I meddle? However, I do hope you can bring a sister-in-law home soon. I nodded in understanding. Kakashi thought he had escaped a disaster and sighed in relief. But suddenly, I gave him a punch and scolded, ungrateful wolf. I've taken care of you for so many years, and you can't even say a kind word. What's wrong with meddling? I'm your big brother. Even if you meddle, I'd be touched. Kakashi was left with a question mark on his face, completely petrified. I suspected he was roaring internally. I answered so perfectly, and you still hit me? You just want an excuse to hit me, don't you? That matter passed. The next day, I officially went to the Hyuga family to accept Niji and Hinata as my disciples. The two brothers, Hayashi and Hizashi, couldn't be happier. Then, I dropped the bombshell. Without mentioning Hinata, I planned to free Niji from the caged bird seal. The two brothers jumped up from their seats, and Hizashi was especially excited. Shin, do you really have a way? If you can save Niji, you can take my life. I ignored him and instead looked at Hizashi with a half-smile. Let me ask you first, Hizashi. If Niji is no longer bound as a caged bird, would you be willing to pass the position of clan leader to him? Or do you insist on letting Hinata inherit it? Hizashi was silent for a moment, then said very calmly, Hinata is not suitable to be the clan leader. I only hope she can be happy. Niji is a once-in-a-century genius of the Hyuga clan. If he can be liberated, I would be willing to train him as my successor. The clan division system of the Hyuga is too outdated. As long as you can do it, I, Hyuga Hizashi, will forever regard your Hitaki clan as the most reliable ally. Brother, Hayashi was so moved that he was almost in tears. This is what you said, don't regret it. I smiled. I have no interest in your lives. How about this? The price is that you must not obstruct Naruto and Hinata from meeting in the future. Hizashi's mouth twitched. Well, it seems the truth is revealed, right? After all this time, you're still targeting my daughter. But he still gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay. Then it's settled. I was in a great mood and added, all right, I almost forgot to tell you. Actually, I still haven't figured out how to unlock the caged bird seal. But in the near future, I will definitely find a way. I was painting a huge picture for him at that moment, like a king of cakes. Bastard, are you deliberately playing us? Hizashi instantly exploded, furious with puffed cheeks and glaring eyes. Hayashi beside him had a bitter smile, desperately pulling him back. Brother, calm down. Calm down. Let me tell you that old guy from the Uchiha clan blew up right then, screaming and wanting to fight me. Just like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Ignoring him would count as my loss, so I directly used a Shinjutsu, and whoosh, I was gone. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Let him stay there and defend himself. The next second, good grief, I'd already landed steadily in the Uchiha family's courtyard. This Shinjutsu travel is all about efficiency. Just as I was trying to steady my footing, I heard a child's high-pitched scream. Looking closely, I saw Sasuke, like he had seen a ghost, pointing at me and running into the house while shouting, Mom. That annoying guy who comes every day to eat and drink for free is back. At that moment, I was just a subway elder looking at my phone. And my magnificent and bright image was completely ruined by this little brat. As a result, when Meichin came out, she smiled so gently and said, "Oh, Shinichi, you're here. Just in time. I researched a few new dishes today, guaranteed you haven't tried them. Family, who understands? Now, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear my name. I can't shake off the hat of being a freeloader." I quickly clear my throat, try and salvage my image. Ahem, Meichin, it's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. I really didn't come to freeload today. I'm here on official business, to formally accept Itachi and Sasuke as my disciples. She just smiled and didn't speak. Her eyes seemed to say, "Keep making up your story. Forget it, I'm exhausted." When we arrived at the training ground, Itachi stood straight, full of presence. In contrast, Sasuke had a long face, looking unhappy as if I owed him 8 million. I cleared my throat and assumed a masterful demeanor. Want to be my disciples? Fine. The rules are simple. First, you have to pull out a few strands of your own hair for me. Itachi and Sasuke were instantly dumbfounded. Do you have to give up hair to become a disciple? What kind of strange rule is this? Seeing them frozen, I deliberately straightened my face. What's wrong? Unwilling? If you're unwilling, then forget it. I won't accept you as disciples. Since the words had gone this far, Itachi immediately took action, swiftly cutting off a few strands of hair. I even added a playful jab, smiling at Sasuke. Itachi's is fine. Sasuke, you must pull out your hair with your own hands. Teacher, why? Itachi couldn't help but ask. Can't ask. I shook my head. Just know that I'm doing this for his own good. Sasuke was dumbfounded at that moment, his little eyes full of grievance, constantly looking at his brother. Itachi, being a protective brother, gently advised him. Sasuke, be good. Listen to the teacher. I have to say, in that moment, I felt like a pure villain, haha. But what could I do? That kid just had to shout at me about mooching off food. This had to be a blatant act of revenge. In the end, Juzi held back tears, gritted his teeth, and with a hiss, forcefully yanked out a small handful of my hair. That little expression of his, TSK, I almost froze in place. When I got the hair, I was already over the moon inside. The main purpose of this trip was to get Itachi's biological information. I quickly had the system scan it, and the next second, my mind went ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained the talent entry. Darkness with a heart toward light, purple. Wow, my ocular power and illusion techniques skyrocketed by 800. The most crucial part was that it also came with 2 divine artifacts, the Totsuka blade and the Yada mirror. Now my Susanoo was fully equipped. With offense and defense combined, I was the brightest Susanoo in the entire Uchiha clan. This was definitely a great profit. With my spirits lifted, I couldn't be bothered to mess with them anymore, so I waved my hand and said, "All right, warm-up exercise. Let's run 100 laps around Konoha." Itachi was fine with it, but Juzi's little body was going to struggle. No worries, though. I thoughtfully sent a shadow clone to follow him the whole time, emphasizing a lesson in love. He wouldn't die. As for the actual combat training later, that had to be handled by the shadow clone as well. Me? I was going back to find Sister Makoto and mooch off that meal. I guess my shadow clone had too much resentment. Far away Kakashi, who was handling official business in the Umbu, sneezed loudly. A cute girl with purple hair, Yuzuki Yugao, curiously asked him what was wrong. Kakashi instinctively wanted to complain about me, but the words got stuck in his throat. He probably feared I'd come back and hit him. Finally, he managed to squeeze out, "My brother, Sai. You'll understand when you meet him. Just don't offend him. He's really petty and holds grudges. Oh, and definitely don't say I said this." Can you believe this? Is this something a little brother would say? He's out here ruining my reputation. After hearing this, Yugao's eyes lit up, probably filled with strong curiosity about me, the legendary hero of Konoha. Meanwhile, while I was enjoying my peaceful days, Danzo, that old schemer, couldn't sit still in a root base. He felt that the 3rd Hokage had been acting like he was under my influence lately, obediently listening to me and treating him, the Hokage advisor, like air. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, convinced that I was a disaster for Konoha and had to be eliminated. A plan targeting me began to take shape in his mind. As for me, I had no idea about any of this and was at home having breakfast with Naruto and Karin. I listened to them chattering about making new friends at an orphanage recently, where the head sister was both beautiful and gentle. As soon as I heard this, my DNA instantly reacted. A beautiful and gentle director? An orphanage? Isn't this just Yakushi no Noyu and Do? Damn, this is the beginning of a great tragedy. And I have to intervene. I made the decision on the spot. There's no time like the present. Let's go. Take me to that orphanage you mentioned right now. I casually handed over the task of teaching Niji and Hinata to Kakashi, promising him double pocket money next month, and he immediately nodded and accepted, showing no principles at all. When we arrived, the orphanage was really run down. I brought a bunch of high-end snacks and instantly became the king of the kids. Then I met the main person, a gentle older sister with glasses, Yakushi Nono. There was also a little one next to her, also wearing glasses. Looking like a little adult, Yakushi Kabuto. Hello, Misienu, I'm Hatake Shiniki. I complimented her on her beauty, and she blushed immediately. It seemed like she hadn't been flirted with by handsome guys much. I then turned to the little brother. Hey, I see you have an extraordinary build. Definitely not an ordinary person. Come home with me and be my little brother. But this kid was really cool. He glanced at me and directly refused. No, you don't look like a good person. Wow, that threw me off. My image as the tall and bright Hitaki was taking a hit today. Seeing that they were tight on funds. You even took out her own money to subsidize things, which made me feel quite uncomfortable. I made a decision on the spot. Miss Yano, I will sponsor your orphanage. I won't give the money directly to avoid any interference. So if you need any living supplies in the future, just give me a list and I'll cover it all. Yano was so moved that she almost cried, bowing and thanking me repeatedly, and I felt my image instantly elevated. The little brother next to her looked at me differently. He probably thought, could I have misjudged him? Hey kid, my vision is something you can't easily see through. After a round of pleasantries, I took Naruto and Shikamaru back home. But no one knew that before leaving the orphanage, I quietly made a seal and left a shadow clone there. With the orphanage matter settled, I was in a great mood and effortlessly used my shunshin to go to the Fugaku household for a meal. At the dining table, Fugaku casually asked about the training progress of his two sons. Of course, I praised them vigorously. Itachi is a genius, no doubt about it. As for Sasuke, he's still young, with limitless potential. Fugaku was so pleased that he couldn't stop smiling. But Itachi felt a little down. After all, he's always been competitive, and those who understand know what that means. I casually told them, by the way, I might be leaving the village for a while in a couple of days, so you two brothers better not slack off. Saying this, I couldn't help but ruffle Air Juzi's hair and laughed. Little Sasuke, you mustn't miss me too much when the teacher is not around, okay? Air Juzi's little face instantly scrunched up in anger, glaring at me. He vowed that once he grew up and could beat me, he would definitely make me pay for this. Unfortunately, he would never get that chance. At this moment, Fuyue spoke up. Shinichi, although I believe with your strength you won't have any problems, I still need to remind you. Remind me? Remind me of what? I told you. Fuyue's face darkened at that moment, his expression like he was attending a funeral. And he said that although the third Hokage listened to me and arranged for our Uchiha clan to be integrated into the village, we also made some enemies. Especially that old guy Danzo, who has always looked down on us. Now he has even made his old advisor buddies look bad. So he's definitely plotting something behind the scenes. I laughed at that moment and said, let him come. It would be best if he delivers himself right to my door. I've been looking for a reason to take him down. By then, forget about his medical insurance card. I would even break his senior bus card. This old man has done so many dirty deeds in Konoha that it's hard to list them all. The third Hokage turned a blind eye while he secretly carried them out, one incident after another. I've long wanted to pull this thorn out. Just as I finished speaking, a ding went off in my head, and an alarm rang. Oh, finally here, huh? I put down my bowl, told Fugaku I'd mooch off him another time, twisted my space, and whoosh, I was gone. Fugaku was so envious that his eyes were about to pop out. Little did he know, my quick travel was just a small feat. Sometimes, I'm too lazy to move at home, and even going to the bathroom requires opening a portal. It's all about luxury. When I landed, I immediately sensed something was off at the Konoha orphanage. It was pitch black at night, eerie and silent. Through the images relayed by my shadow clone, I saw that old man Danzo sitting in the room, try to assert dominance over the orphanage director, Nonayu. He started with orders, saying there was a long-term mission from Root and demanded she hurry back to execute it. Nonayu pushed back, saying she had quit long ago and was now the director of the orphanage, and that watching the children smile was more important than anything else. Danzo, that old master of manipulation, immediately turned on the pressure, saying that once you're a part of Root, you're always part of it, implying she was playing both sides. In short, he wanted Nonayu to monitor me and act as his informant. Nonayu, being tough, exploded in anger, declaring that I was a hero of Konoha and she didn't understand why she had to monitor a hero. Danzo, that old fox, didn't engage with her reasoning and straightforwardly threatened, if you don't comply, the orphanage will no longer receive any funding from the village. Who understands this? It was a blatant threat. Using the livelihoods of all the children to coerce a woman was simply inhumane for the sake of the children. Nonayu had no choice but to hold back her tears, grit her teeth, and was about to nod in agreement. At that moment, no way. How was T going to allow it? I kicked open the door and made a grand entrance. I had a little eavesdropper in hand, none other than the young Yakushi Kabuto. I tossed him into Nonayu's arms and grinned at Danzo, whose face turned green instantly. Nonayu was both surprised and delighted, asking how I ended up here. What could I say? I told her I came to watch the show. I had been cautious when I arrived a few days ago and left a shadow clone on guard for 24 hours, just to prevent this old man from causing trouble. I had plenty of chakra, so I could be reckless. Danzo's face was tense, appearing calm on the surface while panicking internally. He couldn't understand how I knew his plans. I casually pulled up a chair and sat next to Nonayu, crossing my legs and said, "Come on. You guys continue as if I'm not here." Of course, he didn't dare to continue and immediately tried to make a getaway. Could I let him leave? I kicked a chair in front of the door, blocking his escape. "Don't rush off, Lord Danzo. If the main character of this little play leaves, what are we supposed to watch?" I smiled widely, my words laced with daggers. "Aren't you supposed to be monitoring me? Come on, I'm right here. Take a good look." Now he fully realized that I had heard everything. He nervously asked what I wanted to do, trying to leverage his position as the Hokage's advisor against me. I thought to myself, who do you think you are? Without saying a word, I glared with my kaleidoscope Sharingan and activated Tsukuyomi. Oh no! Just as Danzo shouted, he was already dragged into my mental world. In that desolate space, he was nailed to a cross, unable to move. I knew he wanted to use his Anaji, but he didn't dare to gamble, fearing to expose his trump card. I laid it all out directly, saying, "Old man, that pile of Sharingan on your arm and your little life-saving trick, don't think I don't know. Today I'm in a good mood, so I want to expose you for now, but only if you don't come to provoke me. If you want to enjoy your old age peacefully, you'd better behave, or killing you will be as easy as killing a chicken. No matter how many Sharingan you have, it won't be enough for you to come back to life." He still wouldn't accept it, putting on airs and saying he was the leader of the Root and a friend of the third Hokage. I just laughed and said, "Don't give me that. The evidence of all the dirty things you've done is easy to find. Do you believe I can kill you right now and expose your crimes to the public? Do you think the third Hokage will deal with me, a hero of Konoha, for a dead man? Or will he just give you the punishment you deserve?" He was immediately left speechless, his face looking like he had eaten something terrible. He knew I was telling the truth. It seemed you understood. I changed my tone, becoming very firm. "This orphanage is under my protection, so take your people and get out of here. You're not allowed to come back. Oh, and when you go back, take some of the fun from your Root and allocate a portion to me for the orphanage's food expenses." He wanted to refuse, but I cut him off. "You don't have the right to refuse. You have 1 day to get it done. If you fail, I'll personally come to collect your head." As soon as I released the Tsukuyomi, less than a second had passed in the real world. The people in the room were still in shock, and all they saw was Danzo's face shifting like a color palette, turning blue and white. I smiled and said, "Lord Danzo, take care. No need to see you off." He didn't dare say a word and ran off with his people, looking as pathetic as a mouse that had seen a cat. Watching his retreating figure, I smirked coldly. Killing him would be too cheap for him. What I was waiting for was an opportunity that would bring him ruin and lasting disgrace. Once that annoying guy was gone, I immediately put on a friendly smile and told Yano and Kabuto that they could come to me anytime if they needed anything. Yano was so moved that his eyes turned red and kept bowing. Even Kabuto looked at me differently. I patted Kabuto's head and encouraged him to become stronger to protect important people. Then, without him noticing, I casually used a chakra scalpel to snip off a few strands of his hair. I told Nanoyu that this kid would be handed over to him for training, but not to teach him that root technique. My words made Nanoyu both cry and laugh. When I saw the atmosphere was about right, I quickly made my escape, fearing that if I continued, I might end up pledging myself. As soon as I left, the system notification sound rang in my head. Ding! Change Kabuto's fate trajectory. Reward 500 points. Ding! Biological information of Kabuto detected. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the purple talent, heir of the Dragon Cave. I exclaimed, what a great guy. My chakra control skyrocketed, and my ninjutsu training efficiency increased tenfold. I even directly learned the Dragon Cave Sage technique. The best part is, I can use this technique without transforming into a snake, so I can maintain my idle image. With my points in hand, I immediately spent them. System. Convert Indra's Grudge for me. With 500 points down, my talent attributes upgraded directly. My power, Susanoo size, and eye techniques all surged. The additional ability transformed from the Kaleidoscope Sharingan to the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Family, who understands this? This wave directly took off on the spot. No more worries about blindness. At that moment, I felt that that kid, Kabuto, was truly my lucky star. Forget the farmer and the snake. In my case, it's a new beginning with Kabuto, focusing on gratitude and repayment. I stood with my hands behind my back, gazing at the moon, unable to help but reflect on how lonely invincibility can be. The next morning, Kakashi was mysteriously looking at me, his eyes full of unspoken words. I thought he was short on pocket money again, so I casually pulled out a wad of cash from my pocket and tossed it to him. Here, I'm in a good mood today. Take this big red envelope. As a result, Kakashi looked confused and said he didn't want money. His subordinates in the Umbu wanted to meet me. They planned a barbecue at the Akimichi's place that night and wanted me to join. I immediately understood and teased him. Got it. You want me to be your hired dancer to liven things up, right? Kakashi was so angry he jumped up and down, saying they admired me and just wanted an autograph, and no one was interested in my body. I was displeased at that moment and lifted my shirt to reveal my 8-pack abs, saying they aren't interested in this nice body of mine. What kind of eyes do they have? That night, I arrived at the barbecue restaurant on time. As soon as I walked in, I saw a few young people looking at me with enthusiasm, as if they had seen an idol. Among them, one girl with purple hair stood out, and I thought she looked a bit familiar. Excitedly, she introduced herself. Senior Shinichi, I'm Yuzuki Yuka? Oh wow, so it's her. The one next to her, looking sickly and coughing nonstop, is her short-lived boyfriend, Tsukikage Jifeng, right? Looking at this combination, one word popped in my mind. Wasted. Such a beautiful girl. How could she end up with such an unfortunate guy? In a moment of impulse, I picked up my glass and sincerely said to the two of them, Nice to meet you. I wish you both a lifetime of companionship and growing old together. You guys drink up, I'll just go with the flow. As soon as the words left my mouth, the entire place erupted in laughter. Kakashi's face darkened, and he shouted at me, Dude, what are you talking about? They're not even in that kind of relationship. I was taken aback. Huh? Not together yet? Does that mean I still have a chance? Let me tell you, at that moment, Kiki Shinichi, the beacon of righteousness, had to prevent this tragedy from happening. So I put down my wine glass, fixed my burning gaze on Yuzuki Yuin, and with the most charming smile on my face. In front of everyone, I said something astonishing. Beautiful lady, would you like to go out? The entire place fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of the barbecue sizzling was unheard. Yuzuki Yuin's pretty face instantly turned as red as a monkey's, but nearly burying her head in her chest. Next to her, Tsukikage Jifeng had a look in his eyes as if he wanted to eat me alive. Kakashi had a face that clearly said he didn't know this person. I curled my lips in a nonchalant manner and said, just joking, trying to lighten the mood. Only then did everyone relax a bit, but the atmosphere would never return to what it was. The look in Moonlight Gale's eyes was filled with caution. While Mitsukiyaka's blush had not faded at all, she would occasionally sneak a glance at me, and I could clearly see in her little eyes that she seemed to be saying, I wish it weren't just a joke. Let me tell you, by the end of this meal, the atmosphere was so awkward. It was like a large-scale social death scene. After finally making it to the end, this girl, Yuzuki Yuin, was blushing like an apple and insisted on mustering up the courage to come over and say she hoped to see me again next time. As soon as the nearby Tsukikage Jifeng heard this, his face turned green on the spot, and I bet the alarm bells in his mind were ringing loudly. I winked at Shiyuin and smiled, saying, Of course, I'm really looking forward to our next meeting. Before leaving, I specifically went over to pat Moonlight Gale on the shoulder and said with a pained expression, Buddy, let me give you some advice. Eat more kidneys when you have the chance. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. They're almost like a national treasure. You look so worn out. Moonlight Gale was dumbfounded at the time, with a face full of question marks. Although he didn't understand, he felt like I was hinting at something. After returning home, I decided to get to work. At the dinner table, I cleared my throat and ceremoniously announced, I'm about to set off. And what happened? Well, Kakashi, Naruto, and Kagaya didn't even lift their heads, just kept eating, treating me like I was air. I was really unhappy at that moment and shouted, Hey, I said I'm leaving the village. Can you at least react a little? Only then did Xianglin look up and count on her fingers. Brother, excellent. You've been saying this since half a month ago. Once a day really playing a long game, huh? Naruto chimed in. Yeah. There's no freshness at all. Kakashi, being the heavyweight, rolled his dead fish eyes and mercilessly commented, Dude, we're all tired of this routine. If you're really going to leave, just do it quickly. If you don't leave soon, I'm going to feel embarrassed for you. Can you not drag this out? I'm not giving up yet. I asked them, what about the promised touching farewell scene? The three of them replied in unison, Goodbye. The emotions have long been consumed by you. I was so furious that I smashed the bowl and stormed out the door. This time I'm really leaving. I'm going to the land of water. when I come back. Just wait and see how I deal with you guys. I ran all the way, and on the way, I bumped into a Kai who was running laps around the village. When he saw me, he was very enthusiastic. Hey, brother XINE, are we burning our youth together today? I didn't look back. Youth is dead. If there's something, burn paper. I directly left the Kai, speechless in place. I quickly handled the exit procedures from the village and set off alone. There's no other way. Now in Misty Hidden Village, it's like the era of blood mist, chaotic to the extreme. Bringing anyone along is a burden. And I want to finish things quickly and lie down. But it took 3 days. A full 3 days. Let me tell you, is this Water Nation a ghost town? I couldn't even meet a living person. With no one to talk to, I could only talk to myself, feeling like I was about to go crazy. Unable to hold it in any longer, I directly summoned Parker to chat with me. But Parker, that dog, came up all confused and asked me, boss, chatting? When did we expand this business in the Hound Clan? I said irritably, just chat with me. What's the problem? Parker surprisingly replied with a serious face, boss, I'm a proper therapy dog. I have dignity. I don't do that kind of thing. I was shocked at that moment. I pointed at its nose and scolded. Do you still have dog dignity? Why didn't you say you had dog dignity when you were peeing everywhere? Now you're playing with me like you're worth something? You've changed. Parker, just as we were passionately arguing about dog dignity, we heard fighting sounds in the distance. Duong, duong, duong. There are living people who still chatted with the dog. I quickly dispelled the spirit communication and kicked Parker back. Huh, man, they get bored so quickly. I lean over to take a look, and wow, a few rough-looking guys were beating up a girl. Can I tolerate this? As a person of justice, I must be the hero who saves the beauty. All right, I admit. The main reason is that the girl is really attractive, with long reddish-brown hair, a great figure, and her skills are not weak either. She's already at the elite level of AJ Neen. I was thinking I have to take action. It's not that I'm attracted to their looks. I just can't stand them bullying the weak. In a flash, I transformed into a streak of lightning and charged in. You know what dimensionality reduction means, right? Dealing with these minor characters, I couldn't even be bothered to use my kaleidoscope. I even specially shouted, don't be afraid, beautiful. I'm here to help you. The few fog-hidden ninjas were momentarily dazzled and didn't react in time, and I took them down with just a few punches and kicks, leaving them all unconscious in a neat row. I'm still a kind-hearted person, so I didn't use lethal force. After all, we had no grudges. As a result, I couldn't maintain my cool for more than 3 seconds. While I was busy showing off, I suddenly bumped into that girl and twisted her ankle. I rushed over to help her and casually said, Beauty, I hope my chest muscles didn't hurt you. But she shot back, get lost. I don't need your help. Who understand, my friends? I saved you. And not only do you not say thank you, but you also curse at me? Good people get no rewards these days. This girl has such a short temper. When she looked up and saw the headband on my forehead, her hostility intensified. A Konoha ninja? What are you doing sneaking into our land of water? I just realized, damn, I forgot to take off my protective headgear. So I quickly acted as if nothing happened and put it away. As a result, this girl was quite alert, enduring the pain in her feet as she jumped up, holding a shuriken towards me, looking like she was ready to fight. I shrugged and said casually, Don't be nervous. I'm just a handsome guy passing by. I saw you were about to get beaten to death, so I kindly came to save you. Oof. Who needs your help? Even if I die, I don't need you people from Konoha to save me. Well, this little girl is quite stubborn. My temper flared up too. I just wanted to find someone to chat with. Why is it so difficult? I directly provoked her. Oh, I want to see how you plan to be rude. I'm so scared. She immediately started forming seals. Joking, right? She still wants to make a move in front of me. I dodged and took her down, immediately performing a 4-symbol seal, directly locking her chakra. I pinched her chin and revealed my signature villainous smile. Scream. Why aren't you screaming? Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. Sealing her wasn't enough. I thought I should add a double insurance. What to do without ropes? Simple. Celestial technique inorganique rebirth. I pressed my hands against a nearby tree, and those branches instantly came to life, swiftly binding her tightly in the most classic form of artistic bondage. Looking at my masterpiece, I nodded in satisfaction. This is art. The girl was so angry her face turned purple, gritting her teeth and cursing me. You bastard. So shameless. Shameless? I sneered, but when I looked down, I saw her ankle swollen like a pig's trotter. Sigh, fine, I'm just soft-hearted. I walked over and squatted down. The girl was so frightened that her face lost all color, thinking I was going to do something to her. But I just simply helped her massage the bruise and used a bit of medical ninjutsu to treat her. My medical ninjutsu is only half-baked and can only be used in a pinch. She was stunned at the time and foolishly asked me, You aren't going to kill me? I stared at her like she was an idiot and said, Are you sick? Why would I kill you? We have no grudge against each other. Now it was her turn to be dumbfounded. In her worldview, meeting a ninja from a rival village should be a life-and-death situation. I thought for a moment and said, as punishment for your ingratitude, you must guide me to the hidden mist village. Once we arrive, I will let you go. Well, now I have company on the road and don't have to chat with that dog with a canine nature anymore. She looked at me in disbelief. Just guide you? As soon as I saw her expression, I knew she was thinking inappropriately, so I teased her on purpose. Otherwise, if you're really bored, I can reluctantly accompany you to do something else. You, shameless, big pervert. She indeed exploded in anger. I immediately put on a surprised expression. What are you thinking? I was talking about playing ghost cards. Oh, so that's what you were thinking. God, how can this little girl have such impure thoughts? You can forget about getting my pure body. Huh. This girl was almost so furious that she spat out blood. Her eyes looked like they wanted to swallow me alive. In the end, she resigned to her fate, knowing she couldn't win in a fight or in a debate. So she simply ignored me. We found a small boat and were drifting on the sea. The sea breeze blew through my handsome silver hair, and the girl looked at me, seemingly a bit lost in thought. Then, almost unconsciously, she asked, "Hey, what's your name?" Shouldn't one introduce themselves before asking for someone else's name? She rolled her eyes and said, "I'm called Zhao Min Xiao Mei." As soon as I heard it, I knew it was made up. All right, you act, and I'll act too. I looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said lightly, "My name is Adagawa Konan, and you can also call me by my nickname, Shinigami Elementary Student." Nonsense. How could I not recognize that you are the future 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei? Are you kidding? On the ship, this girl Terumi Mei couldn't stay still, always trying to pry information from me, asking what I was going to Kirigakure for. I directly mocked her. With your skills, how can you still call yourself a ninja? You should go home and get married early to avoid missing your marriageable age, or you'll end up as an unwanted old maid. But she stubbornly replied, confidently saying, "The people chasing me could line up from the entrance to the exit of the hidden mist village. There's no way I want to get married." Fine, you set your flag. A day later, we got off the boat and found a cave to spend the night. For ninjas, sleeping outdoors is common, but I wouldn't deprive myself. I pulled out several sealing scrolls, a barbecue grill, snacks, fresh ingredients, and even set up a mattress, turning the cold cave into a cozy little nest. Mei Mei, watching from the side, looked dumbfounded, as if her expression was saying, "Are you here to carry out a mission or on vacation?" I naturally told her, men should treat themselves a little better. Don't compare me to you poor, laughable ninjas. This made her very angry. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps came from the entrance. A sinister voice echoed. I never expected to encounter unexpected guests here. As soon as I looked, wow, a red cloud in a black robe, a pale face, and those golden vertical pupils like a snake. Isn't this Uncle Snake Orochimaru? I didn't expect to run into him here. What luck. I was munching on chicken wings at the time and casually handed him one. "Hey, Uncle Snake, want a skewer?" Just grilled, with cumin flavor. If I had known it would be so easy to meet him, I should have brought Zhi Shui along. What a mistake. When Orochimaru saw me, his eyes lit up, and he licked his lips, clearly surprised. "Oh, it's you, Shinichi? To think I'd run into you right at my lab's door. Is this fate?" So this broken cave is his laboratory. I get it now. I nodded. Yes, this is fate. You might not believe it, but I've been looking for you. Orochimaru became even more interested. Oh? What business does this leaf hero have with me? A rogue ninja. As soon as Uncle Snake spoke, he directly revealed my background. Terumi Mei, who was listening beside us, was stunned, and only then did she realize who I was. I guess she had already matched my silver hair and strength in her mind. I shook my head, smiled, and directly implied, "Betrayer of the ninja?" I don't like that term. Some people have done even more outrageous things, yet they still hold high positions, right? I think they are the ones more qualified to be called betrayers of the ninja. Uncle Snake understood instantly, knowing who I was referring to, and a flash of unusual color appeared in his eyes. I felt a rustling sound starting in the cave, realizing it was a snake horde gathering. But I wasn't scared at all. I smiled and said, "Uncle Snake, is this really necessary? I'm not your enemy." As a result, Uncle Snake, this old comrade, turned hostile in an instant, his eyes fixated on mine with fervor. "Shinichi, your eyes are so captivating. Hand them over to me." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire cave collapsed, and thousands of venomous snakes surged from the ground. I quickly grabbed Hyuga from the smoke and dodged. Unable to help but complain, "Uncle Snake, how old are you? Why are you still so angry? It's not right to bully a young person like me." As a result, the girl in my arms was not happy and struggled, both embarrassed and angry. "Bastard, let me go. I'm really laughing out of anger. Sister, I just saved your life again, okay? Can you speak with a little conscience? She still insisted. If you were willing to lift my seal, I wouldn't need your help at all. As soon as I heard that, I couldn't help but laugh. I was too lazy to waste any more words with her, so I directly delivered a chop to the back of her neck, and the world instantly became quiet. Let me tell you, what I was about to discuss with Orochimaru was top secret. How could I let a girl from a rival village overhear it? But that Orochimaru was still putting on an act, looking at me with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Shinichi-kun, are you trying to protect this girl while also fighting me? Isn't that a bit too confident? Good grief with that tone. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was the sage of six paths, so arrogant. I shook my head and sighed, saying, Orochimaru, you've got it wrong. If I really wanted to kill you, it wouldn't take even a second. I'm genuinely trying to have a conversation with you. And you come at me wanting to gouge out my eyes? How rude. This really got him angry. His face darkened instantly, and with a cold sneer, he said, what a big mouth you have. Then let me, as your senior, give you a profound lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of venomous snakes shot out of his sleeves, opening their mouths wide to bite my neck. I tell you, at that moment I was too lazy to even move. As soon as I activated my kaleidoscope Sharingan, half of the Susanoo skeleton suddenly appeared, directly knocking all of his snakes away. The recoil even pushed him back several steps. And guess what? This freak was not afraid at all. His eyes were shining with excitement. He looked like some cybernetic living Buddha trending in 2025, staring blankly at the merits. He kept mumbling, kaleidoscope Sharingan. Indeed, the strongest eyes. I'm going to take it today. I thought to myself, you want it? It depends on whether you have the ability to take it. He seemed to understand, his smile becoming increasingly twisted, biting his finger and slamming it down on the ground. Summoning a spirit. The next second, a huge purple snake burst out of the ground, which was his strongest spirit beast, the 10,000 snakes. The snake was quite arrogant, demanding 100 living people as sacrifices as soon as it emerged. Orochimaru readily agreed, saying that as long as he could get my eyes, he would take as many as needed. Sigh. I realized that I couldn't hold back any longer. I had to be forced into action. In the next moment, I directly summoned my complete Susanoo. For those who understand, a black giant, 10 times bigger than that broken snake, stood up with the Yata mirror in one hand and the Totsuka sword in the other, looking incredibly cool. This was also the first time I revealed my strongest form. Orochimaru and the 10,000 snakes were completely stunned, especially the 10,000 snakes, who had just been so arrogant, but now looked like a little earthworm, probably scared out of its wits. Before they could react, my Susanoo stomped down, and with a loud bang, it crushed it into the ground. I couldn't help but laugh, looking down from above and asking, so you're the 10,000 snakes? I heard you're pretty arrogant. As a result, that coward directly released the summoning and ran away, leaving behind a line saying, Orochimaru, your mouse-tail juice. Unbelievable. Orochimaru was left dumbfounded, probably seeing the 10,000 snakes in such a pathetic state for the first time. But with his twisted thought process, his first reaction wasn't fear. He was more excited. There was no other way. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, formed hand seals, and transformed himself into a white giant snake with 8 heads, the Yamata no Orochi, his strongest trump card. Unfortunately, in front of my complete Susanoo, he was still just a little brother. I stomped down again, crushing him into the ground. Even the 10,000 snakes had to say, I've seen this episode. I floated in midair and asked him with a divine voice, Orochimaru, do you see the gap between us now? He didn't respond and pretended to be silent. Seeing that he was still unconvinced, I thought, fine, let's go bigger. I raised my hand, and the sky instantly darkened. Thunderclouds gathered, and a divine beast made of pure lightning roared in the clouds. S-rank ninjutsu, lightning release, Karin. Orochimaru realized it was bad and quickly summoned 3 massive Rashomon gates to block it. But this time, my Karin was several times stronger than the one that struck the Raikage, and with a crack, it shattered his 3 gates into pieces. The lightning swallowed him whole. His screams were dreadful, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt snake meat. I saw that he was left with only half his life, so I quickly withdrew. After all, I just wanted to teach him a lesson, not really kill him. He transformed back into human form, covered in injuries and looking extremely disheveled, but his gaze towards me still held that fervor and excitement. He asked me, Shinju, you're so strong. Why are you willing to be a puppet hero controlled by Konoha? I shot him a glance and said, if you had spoken nicely earlier, wouldn't that have been enough? Why do I have to beat you half to death before you're willing to talk? Don't you think that's a bit pathetic? He smiled slightly and didn't say anything. The implication was clear. Someone without power doesn't even have the right to speak to him as an equal. I directly told him, who told you I'm willing to be a puppet? I know very well about the petty affairs of Konoha. One day, I will expose all that darkness and judge those sinners in the most entertaining way. His eyes lit up. Oh, do you want to be Hokage? I was puzzled at the time, wondering why everyone thought I wanted to be Hokage. That's a narrow mindset, brother. I said directly, I don't want to be Hokage, but the Hokage has to listen to me. What I want to be is the one who hides in the shadows, manipulating everything from behind the scenes. Isn't that much more impressive than being Hokage? Orochimaru got even more excited, licking his tongue and saying we were like-minded friends. I immediately shook my head. No, I admire you, but I don't agree with you experimenting on people's lives at will. We debated like this for a while, and neither of us could persuade the other. In the end, he asked me if I was going to kill him, looking as if he was prepared for death. I laughed at that moment and directly exposed him. What's this? Trying to trick me into killing you, so you can use that forbidden technique to resurrect yourself and conveniently escape from Akatsuki. His pupils dilated, and he genuinely panicked. He probably never dreamed that I knew even his biggest trump card. He looked at me seriously and said, Shinichi-kun, I've never met anyone scarier than you. At that moment, Tsunade in my arms stirred and was about to wake up. I waved my hand for him to leave quickly and asked him to leave me a contact number so I could chat with him when I was bored. He was stunned and asked if I was really letting him go. I said yes, I just want to talk to you. You were the one who insisted on attacking me. Am I so bored that I would beat you up? You probably couldn't understand it. And in the end, he spat out a scroll and threw it to me. Let me tell you, that scroll was dripping with saliva. It almost made me sick. I looked at him in disgust. Can't you get something cleaner? Don't you know your saliva is disgusting? His face turned dark, and he left with a comment to make do with it, probably thinking that staying any longer would drive him crazy. I held back my nausea and put away that broken scroll covered in goosebumps. After a while, Karasuma woke up and asked if Orochimaru had left. I nodded and began to bluff. Yeah, I chased him away after a lot of effort. If it weren't for needing to protect you, I would have killed him already. As a result, this girl looked at me with disdain, as if I asked you to protect me. If you hadn't captured me, would I have run into him? It's clearly your fault. Slap. I retaliated by hitting a certain perky part of her body, glaring at her. You, a captive, dare to talk back to me? She turned red all of a sudden, both embarrassed and angry, probably wanted to eat my heart out. I felt proud inside. It seemed that being tough was the way to deal with this girl. By the way, that feeling just now was really nice. After traveling for more than a day, we finally arrived at the territory of the Hidden Mist Village. I looked at the village ahead, thought for a moment, and directly unsealed the seal on Karasuma. You're free now. She had been much more obedient these past 2 days. It seemed that slap had worked. She looked at me in disbelief. Are you really going to let me go? I teased her, what's wrong? Can't bear to leave? Who would be reluctant? She let out a cold snort, immediately activated her chakra, and created a large distance between us, standing in a place she deemed safe, glaring at me fiercely and threatening. One day, I will capture you, hang you upside down, and give you but a good beating. After saying that, she vanished in a flash, very clever, not giving me a chance to backtrack at all. I mumbled to myself, why are you running so fast? Then I formed a hand seal and transformed into a weathered middle-aged man. With a flash of divine might, I zipped into the village, skipping even the gatekeeper. After wandering around the village for a few days and eating some food, I must say this secluded village is really dull, and the food isn't even half as good as in Konoha. Just as I was pondering how to wrap things up and sneak away, I accidentally bumped into someone with a loud thud. The person was as solid as a mountain, not moving an inch, and arrogantly yelled at me, "You bastard! Are you blind? Do you know who I am?" I looked up, and good heavens, he had short black hair, the lower half of his face wrapped in bandages, and was carrying an exaggeratedly large beheading sword. But the key point was, this guy didn't even have eyebrows. I couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. He immediately exploded in anger, grabbing my collar. Bastard, do you dare to make fun of me? I am the proud Wuin Ghost Man. Rizai no Zetsu. I tried to hold back my laughter and apologized. I'm sorry, but the way you look without eyebrows is just... Puff. Ha ha. I still can't help it. Really, I haven't received any professional training. This is too funny. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. He was really furious, drawing out a big knife and swinging it at me. I quickly dodged and appeared behind him, grinning as I said, "Don't be so angry." He yelled in anger and swung his knife again, but I dodged again. Seeing that he couldn't hit me, he simply formed a seal, and a water dragon charged at me. I curled my lips, thinking he was asking for trouble, right? A few seconds later, Zabuza was already lying on the ground. I poked him with a stick and said irritably, "Do you still want to make a move?" He looked at me in shock and asked, "Who are you?" I smiled and said, "Who I am isn't important. What matters is that I'm here to help you. You must have long been fed up with that fourth Mizukichi, right? He snorted coldly, which was a tacit acknowledgement. I immediately started to persuade him. If you can't stand him, just take him out. How about it? I'll lead, and you follow. Let us go take care of him tonight. What did you just say? Zabuza's eyes were about to pop out. A mysterious guy was pulling him, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, to assassinate the Mizukichi? He must have been completely stunned at that moment, thinking, guys, this is beyond the syllabus waiting online. It's urgent. As soon as I saw him hesitate, I directly used the tactic of provoking him. Don't tell me you're afraid. A dignified Miss Ninja like you. Is this all the courage you have? Nonsense. He indeed took the bait and shouted, what do you mean I'm afraid? That old man should have died long ago. As long as you have the guts. My scheme succeeded, and I decisively said, there's no time to waste. Let's take action tonight. You lead the way, and I'll follow you to take him down. He calmed down but started doubt. Why should I trust you? This guy wasn't too foolish after all. I was too lazy to waste words with him, so I directly threatened him. 2 choices. 1, you die right now. 2, you cooperate with me to kill the 4th Mizukichi. Even if I want to kill you afterward, at least you've taken someone down with you. He weighed his options and ultimately had no choice but to agree. That night, Zabuza Momochi stealthily snuck into the 4th Mizukichi's residence. His infiltration skills were indeed impressive. In the dark, he slowly drew out his executioner's sword and swung it down at the lump on the bed. But he felt no resistance at all. He immediately realized something was wrong and quickly used the body replacement technique to dodge. Sure enough, there was no one on the bed. Suddenly, the room was lit by candlelight, and an eerie voice rang out. A boy with a doll-like face, the 4th Mizukichi, Kagaya, was coldly staring at him. Zabuza, why did you come to assassinate me? Are you trying to betray the Mist Village? Zabuza retorted loudly, stop the nonsense. I have no intention of betraying the Mist Village. However, the 4th Mizukichi, Kagaya, completely ignored his words. Very well, then you can die. As soon as he finished speaking, dark red chakra erupted from his body, as if he were wearing a skin, and it looked like he was about to transform into the 3 tails. Zabuza's face turned pale, and he shouted into the air, if you don't come out now, I'm really going to be done for. I tell you, if his helper had arrived half a second later, they would have been captured on the spot. Just then, I made a dazzling entrance. The space suddenly twisted like a vortex, and I leisurely walked out from inside. At that moment, the expressions on both Daibutsu and Yagura's faces were almost popping out of their sockets. Their jaws dropped to the ground. That old guy Yagura is also tough. As soon as he saw me, he sensed something was off. Without saying a word, he immediately prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, fully transforming into a tailed beast. Daibutsu was so anxious he was about to cry, Big brother, stop him. I just gave him a roll of my eyes and thought, what is the panic? It's just a broken turtle. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. Watching the 3 tails Isabu complete its transformation. I slipped over to it, stretched lazily, and said, you really do look like a turtle. I wasn't wrong about you. It let out a roar, furious. No kidding. Who would be angry being called a turtle? I was really annoyed at that moment. Fine, stop yelling, and the next second I opened my eyes. Eternal Kaleidoscope, Sharingan, activate. Just with that one look, who understands what my family feels? That previously arrogant 3 tails instantly wilted and turned back into Yagura's original form. The 3 tails inside him, including the illusion cast by the mastermind, was instantly dispelled by me. At the same time, in a dark basement, a man wearing a vortex mask suddenly stood up. Damn, my illusion was broken by someone. Who is this person? Uchiha Obito, deeply in love with Rin. He was shocked at that moment, and without saying a word, he used Kimui to teleport over. On this side, Yagura had just woken up from the illusion and was holding his head in despair, wondering what he had done. I couldn't be bothered with him. I just told him, stop crying, the main character is coming soon. Then I kicked Zabuza away. Hurry up and get lost, otherwise your life won't be guaranteed later. Don't say I didn't warn you. Zabuza was also a smart person. He quickly slipped away. Just as he left, the space twisted again, and Obito, wearing his Akatsuki red cloud black robe and that abstract mask that looked like a piece of poop, made his entrance. As soon as Yagura saw him, he exploded. It's you. Why? Obito completely ignored him, his eyes fixed on me. Did you break my illusion? I grinned. It was indeed me, by the way. Your taste in masks is really hard to hold back. This guy was still acting cool. Your transformation technique can't fool me. Fine. I quickly undid my transformation, revealing my silver hair, fully embodying the Hitaki clan style. Obito was definitely shaken inside, but he maintained his composure on the surface. I, on the other hand, enjoyed teasing him. I came here just to see you, Abito. Boom. As soon as those two words came out, I felt his face under the mask turn green. He stubbornly said he didn't recognize me. I immediately put on a dramatic act. Do you really think I don't recognize you? I remember clearly. The 23rd hair on the left side of the back of your head is split. My family, Abito, was completely stunned at that moment, probably thinking, where did this ultimate freak come from? He was still stubbornly denying it. I am Uchiha Madara. I'm fine, Abito, no problem, Abito. After a few exchanges, he completely broke down, bastard. Don't call me Abito again. He lunged at me with a wood release attack. And what happened? It went straight through my body, like hitting air. He was dumbfounded, Kamui. I just winked at him and started talking nonsense seriously. That's right, your Sharingan is female, mine is male. A counterfeit meets the real deal. Who do you think is stronger? Haha, let me tell you, his resolve was about to collapse. Seeing he couldn't win, the first thought that crossed his mind was to run away. I directly pointed it out to him. Abito, aren't you going to run? If you don't run now, I'm going to make a move. He got startled and grabbed the nearby space-time kunai, activated Kamui, and disappeared in an instant. Did he think he got away? How naive. I let him go just to pinpoint the coordinates of his Kamui space the moment he opened the door. From now on, that alternate space of his is like a public restroom to me. I can come and go as I please. I even plan to send a few shadow clones in there to live stream him 24/7. Once everything was settled, I was just about to head home when I ran into Zabuza, who hadn't gone far. To my surprise, he even thanked me. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "All right, do a good job with your 7 ninja swordsmen. From now on, let that girl Terumi may be the Mizukage. It's my decision." Hey, guess what? My mouth was like a charm, and the system dinged twice, directly giving me 300 points. Awesome. Just as I was enjoying the moment, Kakashi's ninja dog, Pakin, suddenly ran out, looking disgruntled, and said, "Boss, we helped you with your task, but got beaten up by other dogs. Are you going to take care of this?" I was furious upon hearing that. What the heck? I was just on my way back to Konoha to improve my meals, and who dared to delay my dining? This is simply challenging my bottom line. I must deal with it. Let's go, lead the way. Following Pakin through twists and turns, we entered a deep, hot valley. Then I saw it. A huge black dog the size of a small mountain lying there, exuding an ominous aura. Pakin hid far away and cheered me on. "Boss, that's it. Take it down." I walked up and kicked it with my foot. "Hey, still sleeping? Time to wake up." The big black dog opened its eyes, looking disdainful. "Humans? Looking for death? I just asked it. I heard you be my dog." It's quite arrogant. Those weaklings are even worthy of being called dogs. It's a courtesy that I didn't kill them. Our hellhounds have noble bloodlines. They are just trash. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that. "So according to you, whoever has the bigger fist is the dad, right?" It even nodded, saying that's right, the strong set the rules. Well, that makes things easy. I laughed at that moment and said, "Let's have a fight. If I win, not only do you have to apologize to my dog, but you also have to worship me as your master and become my spirit beast. You'll have to take me for walks every day. How about that?" Who could resist the temptation of having a hellhound as a mount? This deal has to go through. This guy still didn't understand. Let me tell you, even if those old fellows from the 3 holy lands came, they would have to bow down before me. And guess what happened? This guy actually refused and started barking at me, saying that the noble hellhound clan would never be enslaved and that it would tear me apart and taste my insides or something like that. I laughed at that moment. Let me tell you, the louder a dog barks, the less likely it is to bite. I provoked it. What's wrong? You can bark so much. Are you afraid to bet? Well, that line hit the mark. The guy instantly stood up, and his large figure blocked out the light. He made a fierce remark, saying that not only he, but also the pack of fierce dogs he brought would die today. "All right, you got guts." I nodded, formed a hand seal, and with a loud clap, an identical version of myself appeared beside me. I tilted my head at the shadow clone. "It's up to you now." But then my shadow clone, as usual, started complaining. "Big brother, every time there's trouble, you call us. Sooner or later, we'll be exhausted." I'm really speechless. "Family. Does anyone understand why there are so many clones in my family?" I replied to him impatiently. All right, we're one entity. What's there to fuss about?" The hellhound was stunned by the situation and yelled at me. "Human, what do you mean?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and arrogantly told it. "What I mean is, to deal with you, I don't even need to lift a finger. Just one shadow clone is enough. To subdue such an arrogant guy, I have to beat it to despair in one go, make it doubt its own existence." "You're insulting me." The hellhound exploded in anger. Its paw, as big as a bronze bell, swung towards the face of my shadow clone. And what happened? My shadow clone easily dodged it and even had the time to make a sarcastic remark. I said, "You dog, you're really not playing fair, are you?" Sneak attacks, huh? Luckily, I dodged quickly and didn't let my guard down. I saw them dawdling over there, and I got directly impatient, shouting, "Hurry up! The sun is about to set." As soon as my shadow clone heard that, it stopped playing around, put away its nonchalant attitude, and got serious. Water style, water prison technique. In an instant, a huge water sphere rose from the ground, trapping that hellhound tightly. This guy clearly played with fire, so using water style against it was a professional match. Of course, just trapping it wasn't enough. Next, my shadow clone directly activated the lightning god mode. Lightning style, Chidori. Lightning style, Karin. Lightning style, lightning dragon tornado. I tell you, that scene was simply a feast of thunder and lightning. Various powerful moves raining down on the hellhound as if they were free. The poor dog was fried to a crisp, its fur standing on end. Its dog brain probably felt like it was about to burn out, unable to comprehend that it was just a shadow clone, with chakra like an infinite supply. This wasn't a fight. It was pure pinpoint bombardment. Stop. Quickly stop. The hellhound was completely intimidated, losing all its earlier arrogance. As a result, my shadow clone just pouted, looking disdainful. Is that all you can take? How boring. I still have 70% of my chakra left. At least wait until I'm done having fun before you surrender. As soon as those words came out, the hellhound's eyes nearly popped out in shock. A single shadow clone managed to take it down using only 30% of its chakra? Is this really a shadow clone or a shadow level powerhouse? I looked around and thought it was about time to recall my shadow clone. Holding a bowl of instant noodles that had just started soaking, I sneaked up to the dog that had been charred black and teased. You really don't last long, do you? My noodles aren't even ready yet. Couldn't you wait for me to finish eating before surrendering? The hellhound was probably cursing in its heart, but it was honestly obedient. It seemed to have realized that I was a monster. If the shadow clone was like this, how could the main body be any different? Perhaps survival instinct overcame its dignity, and soon enough it understood, lowering its noble head and sticking out its tongue like a pug, bringing its big head closer. Master. From now on, I, Tinxia, will fight for you. Tinxia? I nodded. All right, not a bad name. I told it that from now on, whenever I call, it has to come over immediately, no matter what happens. Guess what? Its big tail wagged like a windmill, happier than anyone else. Even Parker next to us looked dumbfounded, probably thinking, wow, when it comes to pleasing humans, it's definitely you hellhounds. With the mount sorted out, the real business came. I ran over and whispered to Parker, who immediately excitedly told me, "Boss, we found it. There's a village just half a day's journey from here." I felt a surge of spirit. After searching for so many days, I finally got results. That's right. I came to the land of water to find someone. I keep thinking, in this world, you won't encounter another one like this, but I will give you a warmer life. We rushed over, and in a stinking pile of garbage, I saw that small figure. A child, with a lifeless gaze, like a living dead. "It's him, the boss," Parker said. I gave Parker a thumbs up, and by the end of the year, the canned goods doubled, sending him away. Then I walked over to the child with a smile, ignoring the dirt, and extended my hand. "It's dirty on the ground. Get up." The child, who was white, asked me in a flat voice, "Are you looking for me?" "Why?" I directly switched to persuasion mode. "Perhaps this is fate. The first time I saw you, I felt you were the person I was looking for. Come home with me and be my family." In his lifeless gray eyes, a glimmer of light finally appeared. "You need me?" "That's right, I need you." I said this with utmost seriousness and shamelessly threw in a mouth escape king. The effect was outstanding. The kid was immediately won over by me. Seeing him so thin that he could barely walk, I directly picked him up on my back. He was a bit shy and said he was afraid of dirtying my clothes. I laughed. "If the clothes get dirty, just wash them. From now on, don't call me an adult, call me brother. From today on, you are a child of the Hitaki family. No longer an orphan." "Yes, new brother." His voice even choked up a bit. Just then, I heard a ding in my head. "Congratulations, host has acquired the talent entry. Shattered Ice's grief, red. Ice released ninjutsu power, 200. Attractiveness, 200. I was stunned at that moment. No, I can understand getting ice release bloodline limit. But what on earth is this 200 charm? Wow, it's like they're giving me a cheat code with a permanent beauty filter. My system is becoming more and more abstract. With everything sorted out, the trip to the land of water came to an end. The moment I left, the hidden mist village went into chaos. The fourth Mizukage went missing, and Taram May was pushed into the candidate position for the fifth. But she was nervous herself, afraid that the 7 ninja swordsmen wouldn't accept her. Guess what happened? Zabuza, that rebellious one, was the first to jump out and support her. This left May and her subordinates completely bewildered. Was the sun rising from the west? Speak of the devil. Zabuza came knocking, and without beating around the bush. He said, May, I'll support you as Mizukage, but you need to manage the village well, or I'll be the first to take you down. May agreed, but couldn't T help but ask him why he suddenly changed his mind. Zabuza didn't T want to say it first, but May understood too well and tentatively asked, Did you encounter a really terrible man? Zabuza paused, turned back to her with a resentful look in his eyes. As expected, you know that guy. Once Zabuza explained the situation, May lost her composure and gritted her teeth, cursing, that shameless bastard. Coming here to cause a ruckus and expecting me to clean up his mess. Zabuza was listening beside her, his CPU nearly overheating. What's going on? Aren't these two a couple? Why does it sound like they're enemies? So I, the noble ghost of the hidden mist, have become a part of your play? Zabuza was completely confused. Back in Konoha, I first took Haku to register with the third Hokage. When the old man saw Haku, he praised her, saying, What a nice girl, and with ice release bloodline limit too. I quickly coughed twice. Hokage-sama, Bai's a boy. The third Hokage almost choked on his smoke, awkwardly turning away. Oh, is that so? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. After sorting out the identity issue, the third Hokage called me back and indirectly asked about Danzo donating to the orphanage. I feigned ignorance and said, Wow, I didn't expect Advisor Danzo to be quite charitable. The third Hokage gave me a look that said, Stop pretending, wanting me to reconcile with him. I smiled back at him. I understand. That's why I suggested Lord Danzo to accumulate some good fortune. See, he really took my advice. The third Hokage had no way to deal with me and could only ask me not to go too far. When I got home, I introduced by Naruto, Ino, and Kakashi. As soon as Naruto and Ino saw Bai, their eyes lit up. Wow, what a beautiful sister. Ino was even more excited, grabbing Bai's hand to exchange skincare tips. I was overwhelmed. Kakashi, standing nearby, teased me, Dude, why do you always bring a child home every time you go out? What's your special hobby? I kicked him down with one foot. Bai, who was helplessly entangled, weakly explained, I'm a boy. In an instant, the entire place was stunned. Xianglin looked disappointed, and Naruto, being oblivious, grabbed Bai's hand and shouted, I don't believe it. Unless you go to the bathroom with me right now, and let me see for myself. Then, Naruto got beaten up by Xianglin. Kakashi was on the ground, watching me with a look that went from strange to fearful, and finally to numbness. My brother actually has that kind of fetish. In any case, I finally integrated into this family. This kid is particularly sensible and virtuous, learning household chores quickly, practically maxing out his housewife attributes. Sometimes I can't help but sigh by. It's such a pity you're not a girl. As a result, he blushed and quietly said, As long as Brother E likes it, I can also become a girl. I fell off the chair with a thud. Who understands what it's like for family? I was really scared at that moment. No, this child's thoughts are too dangerous. Gender can't just bend like that. It must be straightened out quickly. The next day, Xianglin noticed something was off and stared at me, asking, Brother Cinny, why do I feel like you look even more handsome since you came back this time? I felt a jolt in my heart. That 200 boost in attractiveness, was she kidding? I could only awkwardly laugh it off, saying it was her misunderstanding, and then quickly slipped out the door to go to work. When I arrived at the security team, I went to tease Hyuga. I skillfully sat on his desk and casually grabbed his snacks to eat. His face turned dark. He wanted to explode, but didn't dare to. I asked him how the Uchiha clan was doing lately, and he said the situation was much better, with the clan members starting to integrate into the village and expressing approval of my initial decision. I nodded while eating snacks. All right, I won't be polite when I come to your house for a meal in the future. With that one sentence, I wiped out the gratitude he had just felt. Before leaving, Hyuga asked me when I would take action on that matter. I smiled and told him that the audience hadn't arrived yet, so it was a secret for now. I casually took away his plate of snacks as well. After leaving the security team, I went to the back mountain and clapped my hands. In the next moment, Zhi Shui appeared in front of me, bowing respectfully. Senior XINE, you have finally returned. I looked at him and said, I plan to meet someone and need you to accompany me. Shinichi chuckled lightly. Who is it? Sure, Shui couldn't help but murmur. He knew that with Shinichi's strength, he didn't really need any protection, and since he actively wanted him to accompany him, there must be other motives. Orochimaru, Shinichi said. Is it really that Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas? Upon hearing this, Sure Shui was shocked and suddenly looked up. Senior Shinichi, have you already found him? He was quite familiar with the name Orochimaru, not just because of his title as one of the legendary three ninjas, but because Shinichi had sent him out to search for Orochimaru's whereabouts more than once. He could see that Orochimaru was very significant to Shinichi. Unfortunately, Orochimaru not only looked like a snake, but also had a slippery nature, making it impossible for him to determine Orochimaru's exact location no matter how hard he searched. Sort of. Shinichi casually took out the scroll that Orochimaru had given him and directly activated the seal on it. Knowing Orochimaru, he figured the man might be constantly watching his movements and should already know he had returned to Konoha. If that were the case, Orochimaru would definitely choose a location not far from Konoha to meet him. After the seal on the scroll was activated, thousands of small snakes suddenly appeared out of thin air. Senior Shinichi. Zhi Shui instinctively wanted to draw his sword, but was stopped by Shinichi. Under their gaze, those small snakes began to coil around on the ground, forming a line of characters at a visible speed, which actually recorded a location. Do you know where this is? Shinichi looked at Zhi Shui beside him. I know, it's less than half a day's journey from Konoha. Zhi Shui nodded. Very good. Shinichi formed a hand seal and released his shadow clone, instructing, make sure not to reveal anything. You still don't trust me when I handle things? The shadow clone looked at him disdainfully, complaining, you like to stay at home all day, and if I don't go out for a few days, no one will suspect anything. Worst case, I'll just go home after having a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Who would know you left the village? Just go home directly. No ramen at Ichiraku. Shinichi glared. You're a shadow clone. Why are you even thinking about ramen? Do you think you're Naruto? Understood. Heartless and unscrupulous original body. Under Shinichi's insistence, the shadow clone finally relented. After arranging this matter, Shinichi quietly left Konoha with Zhi Shui. His Kamui allowed him to traverse space directly, and no one could detect his presence. The reason he left a shadow clone behind was simply to keep the third Hokage and Danzo in the dark. After all, his meeting with Orochimaru and Zhi Shui had to be kept secret, and no third person could know. Chapter 71, Golden Legend. Life and death are mine, not heaven's. In less than half a day, Shinichi and Zhi Shui arrived at the location set by Orochimaru. It turned out to be a long-abandoned, small mountain village, completely devoid of human presence, a place where not even a bird would defecate. Tap, tap. As the familiar footsteps approached, Shinichi, who had been waiting a bit bored, suddenly looked up to see the man appearing before him. Orochimaru finally arrived. Shinichi-kun, I didn't expect you to be so eager to meet me, Orochimaru said, his eyes sparkling with surprise. Cut the act. Shinichi rolled his eyes at Orochimaru, retorting, if you didn't want to see me, why would you specifically choose this location? You've been waiting for me to find you. If he wasn't mistaken, Orochimaru had rushed to the land of fire after parting ways with him and had been waiting in this desolate place for him to return to Konoha. I knew I didn't misjudge you, Shinichi-kun. You're really clever. Orochimaru smiled, but I'm not an idiot either. The reason you didn't kill me last time must have been for an important reason. Let me guess, you want me to help you with something special, right? And these things must not be known to those fools in Konoha. Your snake uncle is still your snake uncle. Just from one meeting, he had almost guessed Shinichi's intentions. So, Shinichi-kun, do you also want to dabble in forbidden techniques? Orochimaru licked his lips, his expression growing more excited. He instinctively thought that Shinichi was similar to Danzo, both wanting to use him to study various forbidden techniques and bloodline limits. As for Orochimaru, he was undoubtedly very enthusiastic about such matters. As long as he was given enough rewards, he wouldn't refuse anyone. Sort of. Shinichi thought for a moment and said, you know, I possess the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan, but I'm very curious about the true essence of the power of these eyes. Therefore, I need a suitable person to help me unlock this secret. In the entire ninja world, it's probably only you, Orochimaru, who can do it. Researching the Manjiki Sharingan? Before he finished speaking, Orochimaru's snake-like vertical pupils emitted an unprecedented light. Ever since he was mercilessly beaten by Shinichi's Manjiki Sharingan last time, he had been extremely curious about the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, dreaming of unraveling its mysteries and wanting to possess the same power. Wasn't Shinichi just delivering himself to his door? Shinichi-kun, are you really willing to let me study your eyes? Orochimaru said, with some skepticism. The allure of the Manjiki Sharingan was undeniable, but he wasn't a fool. There was no such thing as a free lunch, especially someone as strong as Shinichi. How could he be willing to lie on the operating table and let Orochimaru slice him up at will? What were you thinking? Shinichi replied irritably. Am I that stupid? If I really let you study my eyes, you would definitely just take them out and slice me up while I'm still alive. Wouldn't that be like a sheep walking into a tiger's den? Orochimaru smiled without speaking. It was undeniable that he indeed had that thought, and it was quite strong. Look, see who I brought with me. Shinichi patted Zhi Shui's shoulder and introduced. This is Uchiha Zhi Shui, a genius of the Uchiha clan. You may not know, But he has also awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. As if to prove that Shinichi was not lying, Zhi Shui immediately activated his Manjiki Sharingan. As expected, Orochimaru's face couldn't hide his excitement. He knew Shinichi wouldn't bring someone for no reason. There must be a purpose behind it. Zhi Shui will be entrusted to you for research. Shinichi's eyes flashed with a different color as he smiled. Orochimaru, he is mine. I think you should know your limits. Rest assured, Shinichi-kun. Orochimaru smiled and nodded. I'm not the kind of person who kills the goose that lays the golden eggs. An experimental subject must stay alive to provide me with more experimental data. They were all smart people. He certainly understood the warning in Shinichi's words. Go ahead, Zhi Shui. At Shinichi's urging, Zhi Shui walked over expressionlessly. As he watched his long-desired research subject approach, Orochimaru's vigilance lowered even further, and he couldn't help but start imagining the surprises the subsequent research would bring him. Suddenly, unbeknownst to him, just as Orochimaru was staring into Zhi Shui's eyes, Kodoame Tsukumi was finally activated. Orochimaru first showed a look of confusion, which quickly disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, the look he directed at Shinichi held something different, something called trust. Yes, the Kodoame Tsukumi activated by Zhi Shui had completely altered Orochimaru's mindset. For Orochimaru now, Shinichi is his most loyal partner, who will never betray him. Both are companions in the pursuit of the truth of this world, and more importantly, they are close friends who understand each other. Shinichi-kun, I am truly fortunate to have such a good partner on the path to seeking truth, Orochimaru sincerely remarked. Likewise, Shinichi replied with a smile. It seems that Zhi Shui's Kodoame Tsukumi has finally succeeded. From this moment on, Orochimaru is on his side. Zhi Shui will stay with you for a couple of days, but he cannot leave Konoha at will, so you'll need to manage the timing yourself, Shinichi said after some thought. Also, I need your biological information. It might be very useful later. Can you give me a hair or something? No need to be so troublesome. Before Shinichi could finish, Orochimaru spat out a glass vial from his mouth and casually tossed it to Shinichi. This is my cell sample, which saves you the trouble of extraction. A scientist is indeed a scientist. He doesn't even spare his own body. Thanks. After getting what he wanted, Shinichi waved his hand and turned to leave, heading back to Konoha. Of course, Orochimaru also provided him with a means of communication to reach him anytime, genuinely joining his camp. There's no helping it. This is the incredible aspect of Kodoame Tsukumi. Without any cost, it can make a person wholeheartedly submit to you and ensure they will never betray you. The only downside is the cooldown time is too long. Ding! The system detected that the host successfully changed Orochimaru's fate trajectory. Reward points, 400. The system detected Orochimaru's biological information. Do you want to extract it immediately? Extract. Biological information extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent entry. The scientist who mocks death, gold. Wow, a golden legend. Upon seeing that extremely eye-catching line of golden text, Shinichi's eyes widened in shock. It's worth noting that since the activation of his system, he had never obtained a golden level talent entry. He never dreamed that his first golden talent entry would actually come from Orochimaru, the scientist who mocks death. Gold, you are the craziest scientist in the world. The decline of life is just a joke to you. You take pleasure in mocking death, plundering souls, and reversing life and death. Forbidden technique learning efficiency 1000. All bloodline limit abilities 300. Attached ability. Life and death are in my hands, not heavens. Life and death are in my hands, not heavens. When you cast any forbidden technique that reverses life and death, the cost you pay will be reduced by 50. Note, this attached ability will become more powerful and stable after transformation. As expected of a golden level talent entry, Shinichi felt a bit emotional. It is well known that in the world of Naruto, there are 3 forbidden techniques that can reverse life and death. Edo Tensei, Living Corpse Reincarnation, and Outer Path, Samsara. Except for Edo Tensei, which cannot fully revive the dead, the other 2 forbidden techniques require the caster to pay the price of their life. However, Shinichi's attached ability can forcibly reduce the life cost to half, and this is the effect before transforming the talent entry. One can imagine how incredible this ability will become once it is transformed. Transforming a golden level talent entry requires 1,000 points, which is really expensive. Shinichi thought to himself. With the points he earned today, it just adds up to 1,000 points, not a bit more or less, so he decided to splurge. System. Transform a scientist who mocks death for me. Ding. Successfully transformed the talent entry. The scientist who mocks death, Gold, you are the craziest scientist in the world. The decline of life is just a joke to you. You take pleasure in mocking death, plundering souls, and reversing life and death. Forbidden technique, learning, efficiency, 2000. All bloodline limit abilities, 500. Attached ability. Life and death are in my hands, not heaven's. Life and death are in my hands, not heaven's. When you cast any forbidden technique that reverses life and death, the cost you pay will be reduced by 99. Reduced by 99. What difference does this make from having no cost at all? Shinichi almost laughed out loud. There should be some limits to cheating. Who doesn't know that the essence of the cost for casting these resurrection forbidden techniques is a massive amount of chakra that is enough to be fatal? If this chakra amount is reduced to 1, how could it still require a life cost? It seems he needs to visit Chiyo and Sunagakure sometime. Shinichi thought to himself. To learn Edo Tensei, he could just find Orochimaru. But for living corpse reincarnation, he must go find Chiyo and Sunagakure, since it's her original forbidden technique that no one else can perform. Chapter 72. The Byakugan Princess. The Gentle Fist Genius. That night, after a distortion of space, Shinichi arrived at the Hyuga clan. His sudden appearance startled Hayashi, who was leisurely drinking tea in his study, almost causing him to spit out the tea in his mouth. You, why don't you knock before coming to someone else's house? Knocking is too much trouble. You know I hate troublesome things the most, Shinichi replied, ignoring his dissatisfaction as he sat down and asked, how are Niji and Hinata's training going recently? Hearing this, Hayashi's expression darkened further. Damn, ISNT that my line. Who exactly is the teacher of those two kids? Did you swap roles? I've never seen a more unreliable teacher than you. Hayashi couldn't help but retort. He had left the village shortly after taking them as disciples and had hardly taught them anything. Hey, Hayashi, get straight. It was clearly you who begged me to be their teacher. Shinichi said somewhat unhappily, casually making excuses. Besides, do you really think I'm that irresponsible? The reason I left the village was to help Niji find a way to unlock the caged bird seal. Is there anyone more reliable than me? Really? Hayashi's expression softened a bit. Skeptical. He always felt this guy was lying to him, but he couldn't produce any evidence. If things go smoothly, this issue should be resolved soon. Shinichi wasn't just talking nonsense. With his current mastery of sealing techniques and Orochimaru's top-notch research ability in the ninja world, he believed that unlocking the caged bird seal was just a matter of time. The reason he specifically came to the Hyuga family was merely to inform Hayashi in advance. What did you say? You took Uchiha Fugaku's 2 sons as disciples too? Hayashi exclaimed in surprise. There's no helping it. My charisma is just that strong. Some people always seek me to be their children's teacher. Shinichi shrugged helplessly. Now do you understand? I only have one person, but I have so many disciples. So to avoid unnecessary trouble, I plan to gather these kids together for joint teaching, so I won't have to run back and forth, exhausting myself. You call that running back and forth? It's clearly flying around with your manjiki. Hayashi was too lazy to retort him. But have you considered what the 3rd Hokage would think? Hayashi frowned slightly. Once the 3rd Hokage learns about this, wouldn't it publicly announce that Shinichi has a good relationship with both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans? Coupled with Shinichi's current influence, this would undoubtedly be a powerful force that cannot be ignored. As the 3rd Hokage, would he be willing to see such a thing happen? Of course he would. Xin, he shook his head and chuckled lightly. He will definitely be uneasy, but he can't do anything to me openly. So he will likely want to team up with Danzo to suppress me. What exactly do you want to do? Hayashi spoke calmly. He knew that although Xin seemed unreliable, he would consider things carefully before taking any action, not just acting recklessly. Consider this some foreplay before the storm arrives. Xin sneered. Those old guys have enjoyed their comfortable lives for so many years. It's time for them to feel what it means to be anxious. Facing the death penalty isn't scary. Waiting for it is what torments people the most. The issues of the Uchiha clan would naturally be resolved over time, which meant that the overall situation in Konoha was becoming stable, and Xin no longer needed to have any worries. That's right. He was finally ready to implement his plan, change the world, and restore clarity to Konoha. Feeling Xin's determination, Hayashi fell silent for a moment and said seriously, all right, just let us know if you need help. Our Hyuga clan will definitely not back down. He had fully decided to stand on Xin's side. Xin was very satisfied with Hayashi's attitude. It was worth all the help he had given this old man. Finding Niji and Hinata, who were diligently training, Xin casually took a hair from each of their heads. System detected biological information of Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga. Extract immediately. Extract immediately. Successfully extracted biological information. Congratulations to the host for obtaining talent entries. Princess Byakugan, red, gentle, fist genius, red. Princess Byakugan, red, you possess a highly pure Byakugan, which will restore the ancient glory of the Hyuga clan. Chakra control, 200. Accompanying ability, Byakugan bloodline limit. Gentle fist genius, red, you are a rare genius in gentle fist, unmatched in your mastery of it. Chakra control, 300. Accompanying ability, proficient in Hyuga gentle fist. As XINE expected, the talent entries obtained from these two kids from the Hyuga clan were indeed related to Byakugan and Hyuga gentle fist. Although they were just two red-level talent entries, it was still better than nothing. Just in time, he was troubled about how to teach the genius of the Hyuga clan. Now he finally had some substance to share, so he wouldn't tarnish his reputation as a teacher. Little Niji, stop keeping that serious face. Give your teacher a smile. Looking at Niji's deliberately mature and serious little face, he felt a bit displeased and intentionally pinched out an ugly smile on his face. Teacher, please don't do that. Niji felt dissatisfied in his heart, but dared not resist XINE as his teacher. He couldn't express how bitter he felt inside. Growing up under the strict rules of the Hyuga clan, Niji understood the importance of respecting teachers. But because of this, he didn't know how to face such an unconventional teacher as XINE. You little guy, make sure you don't learn from your dad and uncle when you grow up. You must smile more. That's how girls will like you. He couldn't help but tease. I don't need to be liked by anyone. Niji thought for a moment and said seriously, as a branch family member of the Hyuga clan, my father said that my duty is to protect Lady Hinata. Brother Niji. Hinata showed a hesitant expression. She actually didn't want Niji to call her lady, because she always regarded him as an older brother and didn't want to be treated with that attitude. Oh, so do you protect Hinata as a younger sister or as the main family's lady? He raised an eyebrow and asked with a playful smile. Is there any difference? Niji replied instinctively. Of course there is a difference, he said with a light smile. Since you keep saying you want to protect Hinata, have you really considered her feelings? Have you asked her whether she sees you as a bodyguard from the branch family or as an older brother? Teacher, you're getting off topic. This shouldn't be about training, Niji said, stiffening his neck after a moment of silence. As your teacher, I want to teach you not only the skills of a ninja, but also how to behave in the world. He rarely showed a serious expression and said with authority, if you have any objections to my educational philosophy, you are free to not recognize me as your teacher. Niji, I want to hear your truest thoughts. Don't put on the so-called facade of your Hyuga clan in front of me. He wanted to help Niji break free from his physical cage, as well as the mental cage. Otherwise, he would forever only have the consciousness of being a branch family member and could never become the Niji that he and Hayashi hoped would inherit the main family of the Hyuga clan. Niji's little face showed a look of struggle, and under XINE's nearly coercive gaze, he finally chose to say loudly, I want to protect Lady Hinata. Not just because of my father's orders, but also because I want to do it myself. Because she is my sister, and it is only right for an older brother to protect his sister. Niji's prideful nature was much weaker than Naruto's. Stimulated by XINE's king of verbal warfare, he believed he could definitely win him over. Brother Niji, Hinata, was immediately moved. After all, in her heart, she always thought Niji looked down on her because she felt she was always holding him back. How could a young girl like her see that Niji was just prideful on the surface, but didn't really think that way deep down? Indeed, in this world, Niji did not experience the pain of losing his father early, so his heart was still quite bright, and he wouldn't treat Hinata as harshly as in the original work. At his young age, he could be considered a qualified older brother. Very good, that's my disciple. XINE smiled with satisfaction and said, Niji, to reward you, I will take you to a place in a couple of days. You might receive an unexpected surprise. After leaving this mysterious remark, XINE left the Hyuga house and headed to the next place. One must say, the washing machine is really busy. Chapter 73. So you're this good at pretending? Konoha Orphanage. The night was too dark, and the orphanage had limited lighting, so XINE could only feel his way in. If someone unaware saw him, they might think a thief had come. I wonder where that little brat doe is. XINE thought to himself, I must be really bored to choose to come at night. Couldn't I have come during the day? Following the only light in the orphanage, XINE slowly walked in. At the same time, as the door was pushed open, a graceful figure in a bathrobe suddenly appeared. It was Yao Shiranoyu, who had just finished bathing and still had wet hair. The two locked eyes, and for a moment, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. A sharp scream was heard, and under Nanoyu's strange gaze, Xin, he finally stopped his scream. So it turns out the one screaming wasn't the girl, but you? Xin, he expressed that they just didn't understand. This move is called taking the initiative. As long as you scream first and don't give the other party a chance to scream, then they won't have a chance to call you a pervert. If I scream first, I have the advantage. Mr. Xin, how could you? After the shock, Nanoyu finally had time to ask. Although she appeared quite calm, her slightly flushed face revealed that her heart was not at peace. Ahem. Suppressing the earlier embarrassment, Shinichi explained seriously. Actually, I came to find Do, but I'm not very familiar with your orphanage, and there was no light here, so I accidentally wandered into your room. If I say this, will you believe me? Of course I believe you, Mr. Shinichi, that you didn't do it on purpose. You hid behind the door, smiling, and said, could you wait a moment while I change my clothes? Feel free, don't mind me. Shinichi immediately turned his head, indicating that he was a gentleman. After Yu changed her clothes, she was finally able to face Shinichi calmly, and the two sat opposite each other, inexplicably falling into a silent atmosphere. If Do is not here, then I'll just leave? Shinichi chuckled awkwardly. The children in our orphanage usually sleep early, and Do is no exception. If you have something to tell Do, you can tell me, and I'll pass it on to him tomorrow. Yu was somewhat unable to look directly at Shinichi, and her voice became softer. Actually, it's not a big deal. Shinichi averted his gaze somewhat guiltily and explained, I found a very suitable teacher for Do. If you don't mind him leaving you for a while. If Do has such an opportunity, how could I mind? Without waiting for him to finish, Yu hurriedly said, Do is a very smart kid. If he can have a better future, I would certainly be the first to support him. Yu, who always viewed Do as her own child, felt a bit reluctant in her heart, but she didn't want to delay Do's future. All right, I'll come to pick up Do in a couple of days. Shinichi nodded and was about to leave. Wait a moment, Mr. Shinichi. Seeing Shinichi about to leave, Yu suddenly called out to him, speaking sincerely. Really, thank you so much for everything you've done for our orphanage without asking for anything in return. And for your care of Do. I really don't know how to thank you. You're truly a good person. Why am I suddenly being given a good person card? Shinichi was quite puzzled. It's nothing, just a small effort. Shinichi waved his hand politely, and for some reason, he blurted out, besides, I didn't take nothing in return. What I saw just now was already worth it. To avoid the darkness affecting his vision, Shinichi had activated his Sharingan the moment he entered the orphanage. The Sharingan has night vision capability, so he could see certain things very clearly. Even though there was a thin bathrobe covering her, it must be said that Yu's figure was indeed remarkable. After hearing this, Yu's face turned bright red. Did I just say something? Shinichi finally reacted and played dumb. All right, I just remembered I have soup simmering at home. I'll be leaving now. Whoosh! Like a flash of lightning, Shinichi disappeared from the orphanage. Wow, this speed is even faster than when I fought the fourth Raikage. What a bad person. Looking at Shinichi's fleeing figure, Yu muttered with a flushed face. What a blunder. Walking alone on the night street, Shinichi scratched his hair in annoyance. I'm really too stupid. Such a rare opportunity. Why didn't I take a better look? If Yu knew what he was thinking right now, who knows if she would pull out a shuriken to throw at him. Oh no, lost in thought. Shinichi didn't notice the surroundings and unexpectedly bumped into someone at the corner. The items in the other person's hands scattered all over the ground, and the person fell to the ground. Shinichi hurriedly went to help. Saw the, I was just lost in thought. ISNT the Shinichi senpai? With flowing purple long hair and an incredibly charming appearance. ISNT, this the beauty Yuzuki Yuya's? Shinichi didn't expect such a coincidence. He had just run into a beautiful woman coming out of the bath, and now he encountered another beautiful woman on his way home. Did he forget to check the calendar today and inadvertently invite trouble? Yuya's, what a coincidence. Shinichi chuckled, awkwardly making small talk. Are you out on a mission? Then I won't bother you. As he spoke, he was about to turn to leave. His instincts told him that today was not a good day to interact with beautiful women. It was better to hurry home to save his life. Shinichi senpai, even if you don't want to see me, you don't need to use such foolish words to evade me, right? Yuya's couldn't help but roll her eyes, pointing to the various food items in her hands, saying, Our Umbu team finished work a long time ago, and do I look like I'm on mission? Sorry, I just had a brain lapse and didn't react in time. Being directly exposed, Shinichi felt a bit embarrassed and explained, Are you out shopping? Sort of. Yuya's pouted, clearly dissatisfied with Shinichi's earlier response, deliberately saying, Are you planning to go home like this? My house is nearby. Why don't you come to my place to clean up before going back? My clothes? Shinichi paused, then noticed that his clothes were stained with various sauces, looking quite terrible. Going to your house. Is that appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? As a hero of Konoha, are you afraid I'll eat you? Some women are like this. The more uninterested you seem, the more they want you to take the initiative. Evidently, Yuya's still just a girl. Wasn't as mature as in the original work, and when her peculiar girlish mentality acted up, even Shinichi didn't know what she was thinking. Well, okay then. If the girl isn't afraid, it would be unreasonable for Shinichi to still be timid. So, Shinichi followed Yuya's back home. Disappointingly, although they went to Yuya's house, nothing inappropriate happened between them. Just as she said, Yuya's helped Shinichi clean the stains on his clothes, then directly gave him the boot. This left Shinichi puzzled. Had his charm really diminished to this point? This isn't scientific. What happened to the promised 200 charm? As expected, he shouldn't have gone out today. Shinichi thought gloomily. Little did he know, shortly after he left, Yuya's was rolling around on her bed, her pretty face hidden under the pillow already flushed red, with various lovesick sounds echoing in the room. How has Shinichi-senpai become even more handsome after not seeing him for a few days? Yuya's, you must stay calm. You can't let him think you're infatuated. Stay composed. You must be as calm as tonight. Yuzuki Yuya's, am not that shallow of a woman. I want to impress him with true charm. Girl, so you're capable of pretending? Chapter 74. Willful, too lazy to think of a title. The next morning, at the home of Fugaku, the family of four was enjoying a delicious breakfast. Amid the distortion of space, a thick-skinned fellow appeared out of nowhere, and seeing this scene, he didn't hold back and skillfully sat down. Can I have a pair of chopsticks? You don't mind, right? Makoto and Itachi had long gotten used to it, and the sensible Itachi voluntarily went to get the utensils for him. Sasuke had a face full of disdain, and Fugaku couldn't help but complain, veins popping on his forehead. This guy actually came to mooch breakfast. Can't you be a bit more polite? What is there to be polite about? Shinichi casually picked up the tempura from Fugaku's plate, chuckling. You're already this old. You shouldn't eat so much. Give young people a little more room to grow, just like me. The doctor said I still have room for a second growth spurt. With a black face, Fugaku watched as Shinichi quickly snatched all the food from his plate, giving him no chance to react at all. I'm full. Looking at the empty plate in front of him, Fugaku simply set down his chopsticks and sulked away from the table. This is really too much. Sneaking into his house to eat, and even boldly stealing his food, especially when taking his favorite tempura and using Sharingan while at it. Could he be any more outrageous? Honey, are you really full? Makoto asked with some concern. Don't mind him. He's old enough to throw a tantrum, Shinichi replied with a curl of his lip, casually taking a piece of meat from Sasuke's plate. Sasuke could only suppress his anger, much like his father, and sulk in silence. However, Itachi, being the caring older brother, generously gave his food to Sasuke, and seeing his satisfied expression made Itachi feel content as long as Sasuke was happy. Teacher, why do you have to deliberately make things difficult for father and Sasuke? Itachi sighed. He could see that although Shinichi seemed unreliable, he had no malice towards the Uchiha clan. What puzzled him was that for some reason, Shinichi seemed to enjoy making Fugaku furious and teasing Sasuke. Itachi, you just don't understand. The best way to deal with Sundra types is to provoke them, Shinichi said, waving his finger. Don't you think it's awkward how these stubborn Sundras clearly care about others, but insist on putting on a grumpy face? I'm doing this for their own good, so they don't bottle everything up inside. At least I'm giving them a chance to vent their feelings. After hearing this, Itachi couldn't help but glance at Sasuke and nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps the teacher is right. As an older brother, Itachi certainly understood Sasuke's personality, and maybe this version of Sasuke really needed someone who understood him to help him out. Despite Sasuke's usual disdain for Shinichi, Itachi could tell that Sasuke wasn't entirely averse to this teacher. After all, Shinichi's strength and reputation were undeniable, and Sasuke was someone who admired strong people. Moreover, despite his young age, Sasuke could see that Shinichi often made things difficult for him purely to satisfy his own twisted sense of humor, without any real malice. Perhaps even Shinichi himself hadn't realized that Sasuke actually recognized this teacher deep down. What do you want from me? After the breakfast drama, Fugaku had calmed down and asked in a deep voice. He knew that Shinichi's sudden visit wasn't just a whim, but had ulterior motives. It's nothing. I just want to clear the air with you, Shinichi said, sipping his tea comfortably. To improve my teaching quality, I plan to gather your two sons, the two kids from the Hyuga clan, and a few little ones from my house together for a joint teaching session. Since I have to teach anyway, I might as well form a small class to save me the trouble of running around. Are you serious? Fugaku frowned with concern. If you do that, the third Hokage will probably hear about it soon. At that point, the illusion of our discord will be directly exposed. Let's not forget that although Shinichi often came to Fugaku's house, he always used Sharingan to sneak in, completely bypassing the watchful eyes of the Umbu. So in the eyes of the higher-ups in Konoha, Shinichi and Fugaku's relationship didn't seem good at all. They had clashed publicly more than once. There's no need to worry about that anymore, Shinichi said with a faint smile. It's just a little signal for those old geezers, so they don't end up dying without knowing how they got there. Wouldn't that make me seem too sinister? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Fugaku replied, speechless. There were clearly simpler and more convenient paths to take, yet this guy had to create some difficulties for himself. Not entirely. Shinichi shook his head and smiled. Don't forget, besides those 3 old geezers, the third Hokage has had 3 incredible disciples. As soon as he feels a sense of crisis, he won't be able to help but seek help from others. The legendary 3 ninjas? Fugaku appeared somewhat surprised and quickly guessed Shinichi's true intentions. You want to lure the legendary 3 ninjas back? Not too dumb after all. Shinichi praised him with a glance and said seriously, this is a rare good show, so I have to gather the audience first. Just between you and me, the guests I plan to invite won't just be the legendary 3 ninjas. There will be some unexpected guests as well. Fugaku fell silent. His intuition told him that Shinichi was truly plotting a grand spectacle that could shake the ninja world. No need to tell me anything unnecessary. Fugaku sighed. After all, our Uchiha clan has long been tied to your big ship. Just let me know if you need anything. His attitude was similar to that of Hizashi. They were all in the same boat, and some things didn't need to be made too clear. Then I'll take my leave. Shinichi waved his hand and disappeared from a space. Sitting alone in the room, Fugaku's calm eyes held a hint of satisfaction as he murmured, Konoha, it seems, is really going to change. Good morning, teacher. As expected of the punctual Niji, he arrived at the Hitaki household early in the morning. Shinichi had told him a couple of days ago that he would take him to a very special place. You really came early. Shinichi yawned, having not even had time for breakfast, and casually ruffled Niji's hair, complaining, don't you know that teachers get old and need more sleep? Being this punctual is admirable, but having a student like you is really exhausting for me. I'm sorry, teacher. Niji immediately bowed in apology. This kid, everything is good except he's too rigid. However, that couldn't be changed in a short time, so Shinichi didn't bother to criticize him and instructed, wait for me at home for a bit. I need to pick someone up. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his Sharingan and instantly arrived at the Konoha orphanage. As expected, someone was waiting at the entrance of the orphanage, just like Niji, being punctual. Kid, where's your director? Why didn't she come to see you off? Shinichi asked curiously as he looked at the solitary Kabuto waiting. Given the motherly care Yana had for Kabuto, how could she not come to see him off when he was leaving for a long time? Even if it's just temporary, parting is sad, and I don't want to see the director show the kind of expression, Kabuto replied calmly. So I asked the director and the others not to come see me off. I prefer to start my journey alone. After all, I'll be back soon, and then I could see them again. One mature little kid. Shinichi objectively evaluated Kabuto. However, that was ultimately just Kabuto's one-sided wish. With Shinichi's extraordinary insight, how could he not see the figure hiding in the corner, secretly observing? Still worried, huh? Shinichi shook his head with a smile. The sincerity of this unofficial mother-son relationship was likely not much worse than that of a real mother and son. He didn't point it out intentionally, but quietly made a reassuring gesture in a certain direction before leaving with Kabuto. Safe travels, Kabuto. After the two left, the complex-looking Yana finally dared to step out and softly advised them. Chapter 75. The Cheating New One. Unlocking the Caged Bird. Whoosh. After a twist in space, Shinichi arrived at a very secret laboratory with 2 little ghosts. Shinichi-kun, you arrived quite quickly. Orochimaru, who had unknowingly changed out of his Akatsuki robes and into the familiar outfit from the original work, looked pleasantly surprised. Is this your divine power? Indeed. It's an outstanding space-time ninjutsu. I'm truly envious. Enough with the formalities. Shinichi rolled his eyes at him and pushed O forward, introducing him. This kid is called Yakushido. He is quite a good talent. I believe he can become your capable assistant in the future. How about that? I personally brought you such a good disciple. Isn't that generous? Oh, Orochimaru looked quite surprised. Orochimaru-sama, nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Do seemed a bit shy and bowed. Hello, Do. I hope we can get along well. It was unclear if it was fate's guidance. But despite this being their first meeting, the two felt an unusual familiarity on a spiritual level. Although Orochimaru had not yet witnessed Yakushido's abilities firsthand, He had already accepted him as a disciple in his heart. This child is from the Hyuga clan? Isn't? Orochimaru looked at the serious-faced Niji with interest and laughed. Shinichi, are you giving me 2 disciples at once? That's impressive. You even managed to bring someone from the Hyuga clan. Everyone knew that the Hyuga clan placed great importance on their bloodline limits and would never easily let their clan members stray. So Orochimaru was quite surprised that one of the 2 children Shinichi brought was actually a member of the Hyuga clan. He was also very interested in the Byakugan. Were you thinking? However, Shinichi directly shattered his beautiful fantasy, retorting, "This is my disciple Niji. I brought him to see you to lift the caged bird curse seal on him. Did you really think I would be so kind as to give you 2 disciples? Do is originally your disciple. I'm too lazy to fight you for him. Bringing him over personally is already generous enough, right? You actually want to set your sights on my disciple? Uncle Snake, you mustn't be too greedy. The caged bird? He is from the branch family of the Hyuga clan?" Orochimaru's eyes immediately showed interest, licking his lips and speaking in a hoarse voice. Interesting. Shinichi-kun, you truly don't disappoint me. You brought me a very intriguing subject so quickly. On the path of pursuing truth, we have countless topics to tackle. To match this atmosphere, Shinichi casually said, "A mere caged bird should not be able to trouble us at all. Don't you think so, Orochimaru?" Indeed. Orochimaru revealed a sincere smile and sighed. Shinichi-kun, I've always believed you were the most understanding confidant in this world. Whether he understood or not was another matter. But he absolutely was the person who wanted to use Shinichi the most in this world. Under Orochimaru's exceedingly sincere gaze, Shinichi felt a sudden sense of guilt. Returning to the topic at hand, Shinichi quickly redirected, urging, "Let us take a look at the caged bird curse seal on this child first. With my proficiency in sealing techniques, combined with your research results, it shouldn't take too much time." Under Orochimaru's guidance, the big and small soon arrived at an operating room. Niji obediently laid down on the operating table, and he didn't say a word throughout because Shinichi had warned him beforehand to keep quiet and to maintain confidentiality about everything he saw here after returning. With Niji's mature character, Shinichi believed he understood the gravity of the situation. If it had been that loudmouth Naruto, Shinichi wouldn't have dared to do this. He would have had to knock him out first to bring him over. As expected of a special curse seal that has been passed down for many years in the Hyuga clan, it can fully affect the brain's nerves. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured, "Unless the cursed person dies, it's impossible to crack it with ordinary means. This is indeed a bit tricky. Even you can't do it?" Shinichi frowned slightly. "Indeed, it's impossible for me alone." Orochimaru nodded, then shifted the topic. "But if it's you, Shinichi-kun, it shouldn't be too difficult to break this curse seal." "What do you mean by that?" "Shinichi-kun, your proficiency in sealing techniques is unimaginable. Any curse seal should be easy for you to break. But the caged bird is different. Its existence is meant to kill the cursed person. So even you cannot break this curse seal while preserving the cursed person's life," Orochimaru calmly analyzed. Shinichi nodded in agreement. He was a formidable existence, proficient in the complete sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Even the late Uzumaki Mido's sealing skills were not much better than his. He had carefully examined the caged bird curse seal on Niji, and, to be frank, it wasn't too difficult to undo. The real challenge was to break this curse seal while ensuring Niji's life. We can first find a way to put this child into a death-like state, deceiving the caged bird into entering a temporary dormancy. As long as we seize that critical moment to break the curse seal, I believe we can succeed, Orochimaru whispered. However, this time won't be long. It's difficult for an ordinary person to break such a complex curse seal in such a short time. But I believe, Shinichi-kun, you can do it. What do you say? Want to take a gamble? To cooperate with Orochimaru's research. Shinichi also confessed that his proficiency in sealing techniques was extraordinary and demonstrated it to him. It was precisely for this reason that Orochimaru proposed this somewhat risky suggestion. For others, it might be considered a gamble. Shinichi smiled confidently, saying, "But for me, it's not. Let us go bold." With his exceptional proficiency in sealing techniques and meticulous chakra control, if he couldn't accomplish this task, then no one else in the entire ninja world could. Sorry. Common sense has never been used to measure a cheat. Very good. I appreciate this confidence of yours, Shinichi-kun, Orochimaru praised. Under the influence of various anesthetics and drugs, Niji quickly fell into a death-like state. Just as Orochimaru predicted, when the caged bird curse seal sensed Niji's vital signs disappearing, it entered a dormant state. "Now, you only have 2 minutes." Orochimaru's voice was filled with urgency. Shinichi immediately activated his Manjikyu Sharingan and secretly activated the Byakugan effect. The cursed seal of the caged bird on Niji's forehead was analyzed clearly in his eyes. Unparalleled observation ability, meticulous chakra control, and a terrifying proficiency in sealing techniques. Shinichi demonstrated to Orochimaru what it meant to be in existence that could not be measured by common sense. In less than a minute, the caged bird curse seal was directly undone by Shinichi, completely vanishing from Niji's body. Too impressive. Shinichi-kun, you are truly outstanding. Once everything was over, Orochimaru couldn't help but exclaim in shock. I've never seen anyone possess such proficiency in sealing techniques. The scariest part is that you are still so young. Sometimes I really can't help but wonder, are you and I really from the same world? I'm not human. Could I be a ghost? Shinichi retorted unhappily. I'm sorry. Cheating allows one to do as they please. Chapter 76. In the world, one must have influence. Orochimaru, you must have read the Book of Seals, right? Shinichi suddenly asked. It seems nothing can escape Shinichi-kun's notice. Orochimaru wasn't surprised and smiled. Just right. After receiving the confirmation, Shinichi casually said, then you can teach me the multi-shadow clone technique and the impure world reincarnation technique. Oh, why is Shinichi-kun so interested in these two forbidden techniques? Orochimaru asked, somewhat surprised, but he didn't hesitate and immediately handed over the two forbidden techniques to Shinichi without reservation. Actually, I'm mainly interested in the impure world reincarnation technique, Shinichi admitted. This forbidden technique created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, is quite special and has a significant effect on me. However, I believe with your insight, you can see that this technique is not yet perfect and has many areas for improvement. Once I learn it, we can study it a bit more. The multi-shadow clone technique is, of course, prepared for Naruto. In the original work, this is one of Naruto's signature jutsu, so it can't be missed. Alright, I'm looking forward to the process of studying forbidden techniques with you, Shinichi-kun, Orochimaru said with a smile. As expected of a partner he valued in the pursuit of truth. The forbidden techniques that others feared were nothing more than ordinary jutsu in Shinichi's hands. What Orochimaru admired most about Shinichi was his attitude of disregarding worldly conventions and daring to break the norm. Although it was said to be learning forbidden techniques, with Shinichi's incredible attributes, any complex forbidden jutsu posed no difficulty for him, and he quickly mastered both techniques. Remembering the various plots regarding the impure world reincarnation technique from the original work, Shinichi shared those novel ideas with Orochimaru without reservation and immediately gained his approval. Seeing Orochimaru's eagerness to conduct experiments to verify the theories clearly inspired him significantly. It's no wonder. Although the impure world reincarnation technique was created by Senju Tobirama in the original plot, the one who truly perfected this technique was Orochimaru and Kabuto. The ideas he shared with Orochimaru were merely a reproduction of Orochimaru's thoughts from the original work. In simple terms, his appearance greatly accelerated Orochimaru's original research progress. By the way, I almost forgot. I brought a gift for you. Shinichi clapped his hands, suddenly recalling something. Whoosh! He suddenly reached out into the air, and spatial ripples appeared, bringing forth a dozen pre-sealed white zetsu from his Kamui space. They are. Orochimaru's sharp gaze immediately recognized that these white zetsu were not ordinary life forms, and he was curious about where Shinichi had obtained them. I can't tell you about their origins for now, Shinichi chuckled. But with your abilities, you'll be able to study the nature of these life forms in no time. I know you won't give up on human experimentation, but using these guys for experiments is definitely better than using living people, right? Don't worry. There are plenty of these strange creatures. As long as you need them, I can always bring a bunch to you. Don't forget, the number of the White Zetsu army is quite vast, and they are spread throughout the ninja world. Although it's not simple to find them, it's not difficult for Shinichi. After all, he possesses the same sense of good and evil as the later Nine-Tails Naruto, allowing him to lock onto the location of the White Zetsu with just a thought, combined with Kamui's spatial abilities, making it incredibly accurate. Shinichi-kun, following you truly was the right choice, Orochimaru couldn't help but exclaim. Not only sending topics, but also inspiration, and even interesting experimental subjects, Shinichi personally delivered them to him. Where else could Orochimaru find such a considerate partner? The more he interacted with Shinichi, the more he regretted that Shinichi hadn't been born 10 years earlier. They would have surely become friends early on, and his research progress would have advanced by who knows how many years. Have you left the Akatsuki organization? After discussing some details, Shinichi finally had the chance to ask Orochimaru this question. I never intended to stay there long term. Your appearance just made me decide to leave earlier. Orochimaru, candidly replied. However, I must remind you, Shinichi-kun, that the Akatsuki organization is not simple. They're a group of dangerous individuals, not any less than myself. If it's not necessary, it's best not to provoke them lightly. How could a group of S-rank rogue ninjas form a mercenary organization be simple? It's not an exaggeration to say that with Orochimaru's strength, he was almost at the bottom of the Akatsuki, which is why he was so wary. Since you have been in the Akatsuki, you should know there as someone named Kakuzu, right? Shinichi's eyes flashed with a glimmer. There should be such a person. But the Akatsuki usually forms teams of two, and I had no interaction with that Kakuzu. Orochimaru replied curiously. Does this person have any special significance for you, Shinichi-kun? Not much use for me, but he should be quite helpful for you, Shinichi replied, rolling his eyes. Don't you need funding for your various experiments? If there's someone who can help you solve this issue, you would have more time, right? Kakuzu, a member of the Akatsuki, is characterized by his immortality and greed. However, his obsession with money is not for extravagance. It's because he was betrayed by many in the past and no longer trusts living people. Money is dead and will never betray him, which is why he has this pathological fixation on wealth. Rather than saying Kakuzu is obsessed with money, it would be more accurate to say he is seeking a spiritual anchor, a reason to survive. Ironically, such a person is most suitable for wealth accumulation, and the Akatsuki's recruitment of him may not be for any other purpose. Shinichi-kun, are you trying to recruit Kakuzu? Orochimaru directly pointed out Shinichi's thoughts. With someone like Kakuzu, talking about feelings and ideals is useless. Shinichi smiled lightly. Since he only trusts money, let's give him control over the finances. After all, he's a complete miser who won't easily spend money. You can think of him as an accountant in charge of money. What's not to like? You can decide on this matter. I just want to spend my time on what I want to do. Orochimaru had no objections to this. He was happy to be the one to delegate the work, as his greatest ambition was still the pursuit of truth and immortality. The less he had to worry about other matters, the better. I don't expect you to help much. As Orochimaru gradually began to resemble a scientific monster, Shinichi couldn't help but tease, you should focus on your experiments and spend some time training that Kabuto kid. Trust me, he will soon be able to help you. Dealing with Kakuzu would definitely require his personal involvement. After all, he loved doing such stimulating things as poaching. It's worth mentioning that after leaving the Akatsuki, Orochimaru set up his base in the land of rice, just like in the original work. Aside from the previously taken Karin, with Orochimaru's unique charisma, it wouldn't be too difficult to gather a group of people like in the original work. This is exactly what Shinichi wanted to see. After all, Orochimaru's forces would equate to his own forces, and who wouldn't be happy to see their strength grow stronger? He insisted on using the other heavenly gods to subdue Orochimaru. Naturally considering this point, simply winning over the powerful clans within Konoha was not enough. That could ultimately only be considered external force. He must possess a completely self-owned external power, or he would easily fall into a passive position. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. If he wanted to live a leisurely and comfortable life in this world belonging to ninjas, mere terrifying strength was not enough. He also needed a powerful background for support. What good is it to know how to fight? In the world of ninjas, one must pay attention to power dynamics. Chapter 77. Shin's Ruthless Actions. Itachi activates the Manjiki. Under Shin's arrangement, Kabuto once again embarked on the path of following Orochimaru. Although it was a few years earlier, it shouldn't be a big problem. He had also mentioned to Orochimaru that Kabuto might have a unique talent for learning sage techniques, which could allow him to visit the Dragon Cave earlier. He believed that Kabuto's future development would likely be stronger than in the original plot. As for Niji, his caged bird curse mark had been lifted, with Shin guiding him. He would undoubtedly follow a path completely different from the original story. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully changed the fate trajectory of Hyuga Niji. Reward points, 100. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, and Shin smiled knowingly. With this matter settled, he took the awakened Niji back to Konoha. Arriving at the Hyuga clan, the caged bird curse was indeed lifted. Hizashi and Hayashi looked at Niji's unmarked forehead, both astonished and delighted. Especially Hizashi, whose joy surpassed even that of Hayashi and his son. If it weren't for the need to suppress his emotional fluctuations, he might have even wanted to bow down to Shin on the spot. Although the ones marked with the cage bird curse were Hayashi and Niji, Hizashi, as the older brother and uncle, had endured years of inner torment. No one was more grateful to Shin than he was. Please don't look at me with that disgusting gaze. I almost vomited last night's meal. Feeling Hizashi's gaze filled with deep emotion, Shin felt uncomfortable and complained. The momentary touch of emotion faded, and Hisashi's face indeed showed the classic black line of annoyance. Give me back my feelings. You jerk. Shin, thank you. I truly appreciate it. Hayashi said nothing more, just placed his hand on Niji's head, and both father and son deeply bowed to Shin. I fulfilled the promise I made to you. Shin calmly accepted this gesture of gratitude and teased. Then you can start your plans now. Even if I'm not a member of the Hyuga clan, I know how difficult it is to support a branch family member to become the head of the main family. By the way, Hayashi, if one day you also want to lift your own caged bird, just let me know. It's actually not as troublesome as you think. Indeed, it wasn't troublesome. Adding the time for Orochimaru to inject the medicine and lift the curse mark, it would take no more than 10 minutes at most. No need. I'm not in a hurry about this. Unexpectedly, Hayashi shook his head and smiled. Being able to see his son Niji break free from his restraints was already enough for him. Moreover, in order for Niji to become the successor of the Hyuga clan as they expected, there were still many things the two brothers needed to do. At this critical moment, he didn't want to give anyone in the clan any leverage against him. Do as you wish. After leaving that remark, Shin departed, allowing the two brothers and one nephew to slowly bask in their emotions. The next day, Shin called all his disciples together for the first time, gathering them at the training ground dedicated to the Hitaki family. Of course, Naruto, Karui, and Bai, who already lived in the house, were also present. Niji and Hinata from the Hyuga clan, as well as Itachi and Sasuke from the Uchiha clan, were now all gathered together. Brother Shin, teacher, the 7 children of similar ages shouted in unison. A strange sense of satisfaction surged in Shin's heart, and he couldn't help but think that perhaps he could cultivate a new set of Konoha's 7 ninja warriors. Multiple shadow clone technique. Shin formed hand seals and directly created 6 shadow clones, each standing in front of several children. Unlike the generalized teaching at the Ninja Academy, as a genuine teacher, he needed to teach his disciples real skills, and teaching according to their individual abilities was the basic teaching principle. The 6 shadow clones individually guided each disciple. Only Itachi did not have a shadow clone assigned to him. Instead, Shin himself approached him. Teacher, are you going to personally guide me? Itachi asked. Sort of. Shin shrugged and said helplessly, Itachi, perhaps you haven't realized that being your teacher is quite an unfulfilling job. Unlike others, you're truly a genius. Sometimes even I don't know what to teach you. Indeed, Itachi was a true genius. Unlike the other main character whose abilities relied on dual protagonist halos, Itachi relied solely on his unparalleled talent and aptitude. Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, and Taijutsu, Itachi had almost no shortcomings. If he truly wanted to train Itachi in a targeted manner, there were only 2 methods. Either have him activate the Manjiki Sharingan or send him on various dangerous missions to hone his skills through real combat. Teacher, what should I do? Itachi looked somewhat confused. I have a way to make you stronger, but it's a bit special, and I don't know if you can handle it. After thinking for a moment, Shin said, it might be very painful and torturous. If you can't bear it, you might even mentally break down and become an idiot. Do you want to give it a try? Shin felt that he must resemble a bad adult who enjoys deliberately scaring children. Teacher, I can take it. To Shin's disappointment, Itachi hesitated only for a moment before nodding firmly. There was no trace of the frightened expression he had imagined on Itachi's face, which was truly regrettable. Follow me. After leaving the training of the other little ones to the 6 shadow clones, Shin took Itachi to a deserted room and said solemnly, Next, you will personally experience the most painful thing for you. The entire process can be described as extremely ruthless and cruel, but it is also the only way for you to gain immense power. When I count to 3, we will begin. Are you ready, Itachi? Bring it on, teacher. I'm ready. 1. Start. Itachi experienced for the first time what adult lies felt like. Just as he prepared himself mentally, he saw Shin's strange Manjiki Sharingan. He felt the scene in front of him shatter and transform, and his consciousness was directly pulled into a wondrous space. The world of Tsukuyomi. Itachi, the future of the Uchiha clan is entrusted to you. His eyes were cruelly gouged out, and the only remaining eye was given to him, before jumping off the Nanga River to end his own life. My son, is this the choice you ultimately make? Fugaka's face was filled with complex emotions as he sighed. If so, then take my life and your mother's life. Remember, you must take good care of Sasuke. We will always be watching over you 2 brothers. With a single strike, both father and mother fell to his blade. The trembling ninja sword was stained with the blood of his parents and countless clansmen. That night, he actually slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. Even his most beloved younger brother, Sasuke, was not spared. Brother, Why do you want to kill me? Again, with a heartless strike, that frail body was actually cut in half by his own elder brother under Sasuke's incredulous gaze. No. Why? Why did I do such a thing? Itachi's mind was on the brink of collapse, continuously emitting a heartbreaking howl. He told himself this must be an illusion, but the sense of reality made it impossible for him to deceive himself. He truly slaughtered his clan and his parents and younger brother with his own hands. The most terrifying thing was that this incredibly cruel scene replayed before his eyes again and again, as if the film was rewinding, giving him no chance to breathe or escape. Even if he didn't want to see it, the same scene would emerge in his mind. No. After experiencing thousands of mental tortures, his mental world finally reached the breaking point, and blood flowed from his eyes. The original three-tomo Sharingan underwent a transformation, forming a triangular pinwheel pattern. Itachi's kaleidoscope Sharingan finally awakened. Crack! At the same time, the Tsukuyomi world shattered, and Itachi's consciousness was immediately pulled back to reality. The intense mental shock caused Itachi to faint. How tragic! After placing the unconscious Itachi on the bed, Shinichi, still shaken, said, "Although I had long suspected that this shortcut to awakening the Sharingan wouldn't be so easy, I really didn't expect it to be this difficult." After a full 5 days of Tsukuyomi time and hundreds of scene replays, he finally broke through Itachi's psychological defenses, making Itachi genuinely believe that all of this was real, thus successfully awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Was it because my imagination wasn't good enough and the scenes I created were too fake? Shinichi began to reflect. As a director, if I can't make the audience feel enough realism, that would definitely be my dereliction of duty. So to improve the success rate of this method, he decided to enhance his directing skills. As for the experimental subject, need I guess? It must be Sasuke. This was originally a brutal task devised specifically for the two brothers to awaken their eyes. Now that the elder brother has succeeded, only the younger brother remains. In order to help Sasuke become stronger, Shinichi, as a teacher, was truly putting in his best effort. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. No, there may be many more times in the future. Sasuke, meow meow meow. Chapter 78, Shinichi's talk therapy, highly praised. Itachi finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw someone's smiling handsome face. The clever Itachi quickly figured out the whole story and, "Teacher, did you really have to use this method? Don't you think this method is both safe and creative?" Shinichi blinked and chuckled. "I can't really kill Fugaku and Sasuke in front of you, can I?" Faced with Shinichi's powerful logic, Itachi found himself momentarily speechless. In any case, he did successfully awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan and didn't lose any precious people or things. Although you awakened the kaleidoscope, as your teacher, I must solemnly remind you. Shinichi said seriously, the kaleidoscope Sharingan puts a huge burden on the body. Excessive strain on the eyes can even lead to blindness. Only when you truly possess the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan can you use it without restraint. Otherwise, unless absolutely necessary, you must not use those eyes lightly. The reason Itachi in the original story died young, aside from his own spirit of sacrifice, was mainly due to the enormous burden brought by the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Even if he was unwilling to die at Sasuke's hands, he wouldn't have much time left to live. So this time, Shinichi had to strictly require Itachi to limit his use of the kaleidoscope. Then, what about Sasuke in the future? True to being a super brother complex, after learning various detailed information about the kaleidoscope Sharingan from Shinichi, Itachi's first thought was not about himself, but about Sasuke. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Shinichi sneered. You must be thinking of secretly using the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and when it's too late, you'll transplant those eyes to Sasuke, allowing him to achieve the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Do you really think I'm that easy to fool? I'm the man holding the script. Itachi, whose thoughts were seen through, fell silent. If there is only one way to achieve the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan with Itachi's personality, he would never want to take Fugaku's or Sasuke's eyes. His only choice would be to sacrifice himself and give his eyes to the grown-up Sasuke. Your eyes are your own. I can't stop you. Who knew Shinichi would pat his shoulder, revealing a malicious smile, and threaten. However, as long as I see you acting even slightly suspiciously, I will hide Sasuke away, and you won't have the chance to transplant eyes to him. Moreover, I will personally dig out Fugaku's eyes and give them to you. Until your transplant is successful, I won't let you see Sasuke. I believe Fugaku himself would be happy to ensure his son has success. What a guy. You are ruthless. Shinichi's words directly shut down Itachi's thoughts. Teacher, why bother? Itachi. Sorry, you have no choice. Shinichi said with a smile. This is a command from your teacher, and you must carry it out. Besides, you should understand my personality. What I say, I will definitely do. So don't harbor any delusions. Seeing he couldn't argue with his teacher, Itachi could only let out a helpless sigh. What a joke. Sasuke is still just a little kid. Before he reaches the right plot point, Sasuke's combat power is insignificant in Shinichi's eyes. Compared to Sasuke, who needs a lot of time to grow, Shinichi definitely wouldn't let go of Itachi, who already possesses extraordinary talent. He had already planned that once Itachi mastered the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he would find Fugaku to transplant the Kaleidoscope Sharingan to Itachi, allowing him to obtain a pair of Kaleidoscope Sharingan that would never cause blindness. In fact, he had already discussed this matter with Fugaku. Fugaku naturally had no objections. His only concern was what would happen to Sasuke if he gave his eyes to Itachi. If we can create a peaceful ninja world before Sasuke grows up, will he really still need the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan? To this, Shinichi simply said one thing that made Fugaku dismiss all his concerns. If this world really entered a peaceful stage, then whether or not their strong power would be the same. Moreover, having a personality like Sasuke's sometimes being a bit weaker isn't necessarily a bad thing. It can save him from self-destruction. If you really want what's best for Sasuke, then use your power wisely to create a peaceful world for him to live in safely. Shinichi patted Itachi's shoulder with deep meaning and said, "Self-sacrifice sounds noble, but the true beneficiaries may not appreciate it. Itachi, that heavy love of yours may sometimes be a burden to Sasuke." Upon hearing this, Itachi's heart trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Yes, he had always only considered things from his own perspective for Sasuke, but he had never thought about Sasuke's own feelings. Is this forcibly given love really correct? Teacher, I understand. Itachi sighed softly. The words just spoken by Shinichi indeed had a huge impact on his original thoughts. He even began to doubt whether his meticulous care for Sasuke might also be a burden for him. Perhaps he really should think carefully about whether he should excessively intervene in Sasuke's life in the future. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully altered the fate of Uchiha Itachi. Reward points, 300. Oh, unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Shinichi raised his eyebrows, and his gaze towards Itachi contained a hint of relief. He didn't expect that his words would slightly change Itachi's brother complex. A person's change in thought would lead to a change in behavior, ultimately leading to a completely different life path. Although Shinichi often appeared domineering towards Itachi, he genuinely wanted the best for his disciple. He didn't want Itachi to repeat the tragic path of the original story. Why are you still dawdling here? It's dark outside, and you're not going home to eat? Do you really want to stay in my house for a meal? He patted Itachi on the back of the head, interrupting his thoughts, and said irritably, "The other kids left a long time ago, and you're the only one left. Hurry home, or your dad will have a problem with me again." "Yes, teacher." Itachi walked out of the room somewhat helplessly, secretly grumbling in his heart. "You've come to our house for meals so many times. What's wrong with me accidentally staying for a meal today?" The teacher really is double standard. Hokage's office. "Danzo, what do you want again?" Seeing the aggressive Danzo enter his office, the third Hokage sighed. "Is it about Shinichi again? I've told you many times. He is a hero of Konoha, Ushunti. Since the time Danzo was warned by Shinichi at the orphanage, he had thought of instigating and creating some unfavorable comments about Shinichi in front of the third Hokage more than once. Everyone knows that Danzo's heart is not very big. The third Hokage was also very clear about Danzo's intentions, and after being bothered a few times, he was somewhat annoyed. "Don't say I didn't remind you, Hiruzen." This time, Danzo had a smug expression, sneering. "That kid from the Hitaki family you value. He has recently taken on quite a few disciples. Among them, there just happen to be the two brothers from the Uchiha Fugaku family. Taking on disciples is nothing big." The third Hokage instinctively waved his hand, then realized something, his pupils constricting. "What did you just say?" Shinichi took both sons of the Fugaku family as disciples. "Hiruzen, think carefully for yourself." Once Danzo achieved his goal, he stopped talking and turned to leave. After Danzo left, the third Hokage's expression became somewhat unpredictable, muttering to himself, "Why is this happening? Didn't Shinichi and Fugaku always have a bad relationship? Could it be what I've been seeing these days isn't true?" He did not doubt the truth of Danzo's words, because he knew Danzo couldn't be stupid enough to use such a lie to deceive him. So it was most likely true. A sense of inexplicable crisis surged in his heart, and the third Hokage's gaze looked particularly dangerous. Chapter 79, I'm a serious person. Hatake Training Ground. Yoshi, I really am a genius. I actually learned such a difficult technique as the multi-shadow clone jutsu in one go. Naruto, who had just created 10 shadow clones, looked very proud and couldn't help but show off. Slap. However, before he could enjoy his pride, someone ruthlessly slapped the back of his head. Were you a genius? After learning for several days, why are your shadow clones still uneven and not even close to the standard combat power? Shinichi brother, you're too strict. Naruto protested while holding his head. You little brat know nothing. It's better to sweat more on the training ground than to bleed on the battlefield. Although Shinichi usually appeared very indulgent towards the three kids, he never spoiled them during actual training. After all, this was related to their survival rate in battles as they grew up, so he couldn't be careless. Especially for Naruto, with his reckless and impulsive personality. If it weren't for the protagonist as Halo, he would have probably died hundreds of times by now. Idiot. Seeing Naruto being scolded, Sasuke couldn't help but sneer. What did you say? I heard you, you bastard Sasuke. This pair of love-hate buddies, after increasing their frequency of contact, quickly showed a trend of not seeing eye to eye. In less than 3 days, they had already argued dozens of times. Who are you cursing? Are you deaf? Of course, I'm cursing you. If you're not convinced, come and hit me. You think I'm afraid of you? Sasuke, don't do that. Seeing Sasuke about to fight with Naruto again, Itachi immediately pulled him back, shaking his head helplessly. It's strange, Sasuke, who is usually very docile in front of him, for some reason, seems to turn into a different person whenever he encounters Naruto, easily provoked into wanting to fight. It feels like Sasuke is naturally unwilling to lose to Naruto and always wants to compete with him. Naruto, be good, don't argue with Sasuke. Bye. Who naturally exudes a gentle and caring vibe, always plays the role of a peacemaker. There is nothing to be done. That guy, who is both a teacher and an elder brother, is not only too lazy to stop these two kids from arguing, but also looks like he enjoys watching their conflict. Seemingly afraid they won't fight. Itachi, don't mind them. Let them fight quickly. One dies, one counts. This time, it was even more outrageous. Someone couldn't be bothered to act and directly encouraged. Naruto, Sasuke, if one of you wins today, I'll agree to teach him a very powerful ninjutsu. I mean it. Naruto-kun, fighting is bad. Hinata was so anxious on the side, but couldn't hold Naruto back. Teacher, you should stop them. Seeing Hinata so worried, Neji, as the elder brother, couldn't sit still anymore and kindly advised Shinichi in a serious tone. We are in training. We can't be so reckless. Shinichi brother, really? Even if Naruto is an idiot, you shouldn't treat him like that. Karui complained with a headache. Bai also rarely showed a serious expression, looking somewhat reproachful. Did you hear that? Everyone knows you are an idiot. The provocation on Sasuke's face intensified. You bastard Sasuke. I must have a one-on-one with you today. Also, Karui, I am not an idiot. Naruto exploded right on the spot. Stop just talking and start fighting quickly. I prepared my sunflower seeds. Someone watching the fun nearby gleefully took out a handful of 5-spice sunflower seeds from his pocket and started munching on them. Teacher, several disciples immediately locked their dangerous gazes on Shinichi. Even Itachi and Hinata were no exception. Someone immediately wilted. It seems that today this audience cannot enjoy the show. Fortunately, at this moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared, just giving Shinichi the chance to slip away. Just in time, grabbing Kakashi's shoulder, Shinichi laughed and said, just in time, I want to go out to buy some sunflower seeds. Kakashi, can you help me keep an eye on these little brats? What's sunflower seeds? There's a whole pile in the warehouse. Kakashi said speechlessly. Dude, I came to find you for something important. What important thing could you have? Shinichi looked at him strangely and suddenly said, could it be that Rin is pregnant? Good, your movements are not slow. The Konoha family finally has a successor. Let's hurry and arrange the wedding date. Don't worry, big brother, I'm very open-minded. I can totally accept the idea of getting on the bus first and buying the ticket later. However, seeing that Shinichi's imagination was running wild, Kakashi's face darkened, and he immediately interrupted, stop. This has nothing to do with Hong. If it's not about Hong, are you coming out of the closet, kid? After saying this, Shinichi disdainfully swatted his hand away. Brothers are brothers, but let's not involve him in such matters. Big brother, my dear big brother. Kakashi was on the verge of breaking down and explained in a pleading tone, can't you let me finish? This has nothing to do with me and Hong. It's the third Hokage who suddenly wants to summon you and specifically asked me to notify you. TCH, I thought it was something serious. You could have said that earlier. Shinichi waved his hand dismissively and replied, why did it have to be you to notify me? Why not send an Umbu? You set up powerful barriers around our Konoha family. Even the training grounds are not spared. Without your permission, no one can get in. So if it can only be me delivering the message. Kakashi replied irritably. Indeed, to prevent some annoying individuals in the village from constantly monitoring him. Shinichi specifically asked Orochimaru for some techniques on how to cast barriers. He then turned the Konoha family into a fortress that was impervious to intrusion, with barriers outside and various shadow clones patrolling inside. In short, without his permission, even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself might not be able to easily enter the Konoha family, let alone those average Boom members. Got it. Keep an eye on things at home for me. I'm going to see him now. Shinichi yawned and directly used Kimui to disappear from the spot. He couldn't be bothered to care whether the third Hokage was convenient at the moment, not even bothering to greet him as he traversed space into the office. The young female ninjas recently, truly full of youthful vitality. Then he saw a certain lecherous old man who was wearing a strange smile while looking at a crystal ball. As the saying goes, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Jiraiya's habit of peeping at women's baths as his disciple surely has something to do with his teacher, the third Hokage. Is it really that attractive? Sneaking a peek alone? How selfish. Shinichi approached stealthily, whispering, "What do you know? If people found out that the Hokage was doing this in private, wouldn't it ruin my reputation?" The third Hokage clearly didn't notice Shinichi's arrival and instinctively spoke his mind. The next moment, he realized, and his old face was filled with shock, stuttering, Shinichi, what are you doing here? Didn't you summon me?" Shinichi smiled and said, "What do you mean? The Hokage summoned me suddenly just to let me enjoy these things with you? I'm not saying you, but at your age. Be careful of bursting a blood vessel if you watch too much of this stuff. Don't worry, my old man's blood vessels aren't that fragile. They won't burst easily." The third Hokage, having seen a lot, calmly put away the crystal ball and said solemnly, "Shinichi, you misunderstood. I am a serious person, no matter what I see. It won't disturb my state of mind." Caught in the act, he could still pretend as if nothing happened. Experience is indeed a great teacher, just based on his shamelessness. Shinichi was afraid he would have to concede defeat. Chapter 80. Threatening in person. The third Hokage started to panic. "Don't worry, my mouth is very tight." Shinichi couldn't be bothered to expose the third Hokage, smiling ambiguously. "So, can we get to the main topic now?" This old man wouldn't call him over for no reason. It was probably about taking on disciples. "Shinichi, I heard you became the teacher of those Uchiha brothers?" The third Hokage's expression was relaxed, as if he was chatting casually. The Hokage is quite well informed. Shinichi nodded and smiled. "That's right. It was Fugaku who begged me to be their teacher." Seeing how sincere he was, I reluctantly agreed. He wasn't lying. It was indeed Fugaku who had asked him. "So it seems that your relationship with Fugaku is quite good?" The third Hokage, playing with the documents on the table, seemed to ask casually, "How did you figure that out?" To his surprise, Shinichi was quite surprised and retorted, "Everyone in the Konoha police force knows I never give Fugaku face. He yells at me all day long. I thought he wanted to swallow me whole. The other party was a cunning old fox, but that didn't mean he was a fool. But from what I know of you, you generally dislike troublesome matters." A flash of different colors appeared in the third Hokage's eyes as he whispered, "I believe you wouldn't agree to a request from someone you dislike, especially not for something like taking on disciples. My relationship with Fugaku isn't great, but that doesn't mean I dislike his two sons." Shinichi smiled. "Besides, isn't the matter of taking on disciples just my personal business? Does the Hokage really want to meddle in my personal affairs? That doesn't seem to align with Konoha's rules." Although he wore a smile, anyone not foolish could hear the sarcasm in his words. "Shinichi, are you expressing dissatisfaction with me?" The third Hokage's gaze gradually turned sharp, lightly smiling. "Or do you think I'm meddling in affairs that shouldn't concern me, such as your private dealings with Fugaku? Perhaps my understanding of you is only superficial, and there are many things about you that I don't know." If there had been a third party present, they would have noticed that the atmosphere in the air had become tense. "The Hokage is joking. How could I be dissatisfied with you?" Shinichi remained unperturbed, smiling lightly. "However, I have a bad temper. If someone dares to meddle in my affairs, I definitely won't let them off easily. Unfortunately, I don't have much political acumen, and I'm clueless about weighing pros and cons. Once I get angry, I'll just go all out. Isn't that infuriating?" A threat. This was clearly a blatant threat. The implication was that the third Hokage better not meddle in his business, or if he got angry, he wouldn't even know what he might do. "I understand." The third Hokage's expression was calm as he narrowed his eyes, making it hard to tell what he was thinking, and said softly, "Nothing else, Shinichi. You should go back now. Goodbye." Shinichi smiled and used Kimui in front of him, vanishing from the spot. Such ghostly space ninjutsu was also a form of provocation to the third Hokage, wasn't it? Perhaps I really have raised a tiger to plague myself. Watching Shinichi completely disappear from the office, the third Hokage's expression turned extremely dark. He began to regret not listening to Danzo's advice back then. This little brat from the Konoha family had truly grown wings and no longer cared about the opinions of the Hokage. It was evident that his initial idea of making Shinichi a second Minato was nothing but a joke. Such a person could never be content to become a puppet of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Come here. The third Hokage clapped his hands, and soon an Umbu member wearing an animal mask appeared. Search for Jiraiya's whereabouts with all your might, and have him return to the village as soon as possible. Yes, Hokage-sama. Shinichi had already become an unstoppable fierce tiger, and just based on the various tactics he displayed, the third Hokage felt self-deprecating. Moreover, even Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, is still under the control of the opponent. If the Hitaki family makes any moves, even with the power of various major clans and the Root organization, the third Hokage has no confidence in being able to suppress Shinichi. The current plan must be to find a way to bring back the legendary three ninjas. They're definitely a force not to be underestimated. However, Orochimaru has already become a rogue ninja, and the third doesn't believe he can convince this wayward disciple. Fortunately, Jiraiya and Tsunade still have feelings for the village, but unfortunately, Tsunade's hemophobia may prevent her from being a combat force. Among the three ninjas, Jiraiya is definitely the most obedient disciple, and his strength is very formidable. If I, Danzo, and Jiraiya join forces, we may be able to successfully suppress Shinichi. The third was thinking this way. As Hokage, he must prepare for the worst in advance. This is a habit he has developed over the years. Regardless of whether Jiraiya is willing or not, he must call him back this time. Only Jiraiya has the chance to persuade Tsunade to return to Konoha. Little did he know, this thought of the third had already been anticipated by someone. Rather, every step the third takes next is just a pit that someone has deliberately dug for him. Konoha Security Force. Picking up a snack from Fugaku's desk. Disregarding the other party's dark face, Shinichi joked, I just went to the Hokage's office, and the third questioned me why I took your two sons as disciples. I think he's already suspecting that we deliberately deceived him. Upon hearing this, Fugaku didn't care about the small matter of his snacks being taken and hurriedly asked, So how did you respond? Very simply. Shinichi shrugged and said helplessly, I directly threatened him, telling him not to meddle, or I would cause chaos in the entire Konoha, which wouldn't be good for anyone. Fugaku, don't say you really can do something like that. You are forcing him to take a hostile stance against us in advance, Fugaku said solemnly. Wrong. Unexpectedly, Shinichi shook his head and laughed, compared to my ungrateful headache. Your Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan can only rank behind. I guess he must be very anxious right now, definitely eager to get Jiraiya back. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to contend with me at all. The third is not a fool. Even if he knows there are suspicions of collusion between Fugaku and Shinichi, he wouldn't rush to take action against the Uchiha clan. After all, the biggest threat to the third right now is still Shinichi. To put it simply, unless he is absolutely sure he can eliminate Shinichi, the third would never act rashly. Don't forget, it is well known that Shinichi has the Manjiki Sharingan, and moreover, Naruto is still in Shinichi's hands. If he provokes Shinichi, the Nine-Tails incident from a few years ago could very well happen again. No, the turmoil caused then would probably be even more terrifying. Back when Hashirama Senju was still alive, Madara Uchiha alone, along with the Nine-Tails, could turn the ninja world upside down. Even if the third is somewhat unsure whether Shinichi can match Madara Uchiha, he certainly does not dare to underestimate Shinichi's danger. Unless absolutely necessary, he really does not want to push Shinichi to that extent. You make a lot of sense. Fugaku also agreed with Shinichi's analysis. Just thinking about this guy's extraordinary combat power that defies common sense, along with that cunning personality that calculates others to death, he couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic towards the third, because he knows very well that in this so-called war without gunpowder, the third has already lost from the very beginning. More accurately, if it weren't for someone harboring even bigger malice in their heart, insisting on directing a grand show, the third wouldn't even have the qualifications to declare war. Only someone with a brain full of water would think of being enemies with a disaster like you. Fugaku couldn't help but sigh. What kind of talk is that? Shinichi shot him an unhappy glance and threatened. Do you believe I'll dig out your eyes and put them on Itachi? Then hurry up and dig. I'm not afraid you won't dig. The sooner you dig, the sooner I can retire. I should thank you. Who knew Fugaku was not afraid at all, but instead seemed very happy. As a father, how could he mind helping his son in advance? Moreover, Ever since Shinichi emerged, he had already thought about retiring. As long as this annoying guy's around, all problems will naturally be solved. He, Fugaku, could just stay at home with his wife and enjoy a more relaxed and comfortable life, right? Shinichi. Heaven knows what he has done to Fugaku, making this originally ambitious Uchiha clan leader choose to lie flat and give up. What a sin. Chapter 81. The Konoha F4 reunites. Has Danzo's rebellious period arrived? Hokage's office. With the third summons, the Konoha F4 once again gathered together. Danzo, I was careless before. Looking at the expressionless Danzo, the third sighed softly and said, perhaps you are right. I trusted Shinichi too much, and I really didn't expect him to be such a scheming person. The oblivious Koharu and Mito exchanged glances but did not interrupt. They wanted to see how Danzo would react first. I told you long ago, Hizashi, that kid from the Hatake family, is not to be underestimated. Hearing the third admit he was wrong, Danzo couldn't be happier, coldly saying, over the years, I have reminded you more than once that your way of doing things is too indecisive. To be a good Hokage, you cannot be soft-hearted. Some people you definitely cannot give the opportunity to grow. All right, Danzo. Koharu coughed twice and interrupted. What on earth happened? You should at least let us understand the situation first. If she didn't speak up to stop Danzo, heaven knows what kind of grandson he would turn the third into. Knowing Danzo, if he finally caught a chance to make the third look bad, he would not easily let it go. If that happened, it would be unpleasant for everyone if the third really got angry. What? That kid from the Hitaki family actually dared to do this. Once the third clarified the whole situation, both Mito and Koharu were shocked, especially upon learning that Shinichi actually dared to threaten the third to his face. All three of them, including Danzo, were immensely furious. Of course, they weren't upset for the third, but felt that the power structure they belonged to had been provoked. After all, the power of Konoha is still in the hands of the Konoha F4. Even if the four of them have some disputes on a daily basis, they're usually trivial matters. Once this power is threatened, they will inevitably choose to unite. Hizashi, this time you really raised a tiger for trouble. Koharu said angrily. I'm not saying you, Hizashi. Sometimes you are indeed too careless. Mito couldn't help but sigh. The third remained silent, merely accepting the accusations of these old partners. After all, it was he who had personally shaped Shinichi into Konoha's hero and had supported the various proposals put forth by Shinichi. Otherwise, how could the Uchiha clan be in their current position? In my opinion, relying solely on that kid from the Hatake family won't amount to much. Danzo sneered. What he relies on is merely a bit of strength and his relationship with Fugaku Uchiha. Perhaps there is also support from the Hyuga clan behind him. As long as we gradually strip away the forces around him, by then, even if he intends to resist, it will be of no use. Danzo, do you have any good ideas? Mito and Koharu both looked at him, while the third Hokage frowned slightly. Given the third's understanding of Danzo, it was likely that he was about to propose a very extreme method. The Uchiha clan is inherently evil. I initially disagreed with their return to the village and their taking on various important roles. At this point, Danzo couldn't help but glance at the silent third Hokage in a show of defiance and continued, fortunately, the foundation of the Uchiha clan is still shallow. We still have ways to deal with them. If that's the case, let's start with the Uchiha clan and beat them back to their original form. The public opinion in the village is under our control, and with their simple and irritable minds, they will easily conflict with the villagers. When the time comes, we can push them back to the outskirts of the village as before, ensuring they never rise again. As for the Hyuga clan, their threat is far less than that of the inherently evil Uchiha clan. The only ones who can obstruct us are the brothers Hizashi and Niji. We can easily win over the elders of their clan and find ways to marginalize Hizashi, even forcing him to step down. Without the support of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, I don't believe that Shinkai Hitaki can cause any waves. As he spoke, the coldness in Danzo's eyes was palpable. Ever since he was humiliated at the orphanage, he had harbored a deep hatred for Shinkai, constantly thinking of ways to deal with him. These plans were not spur-of-the-moment ideas, but premeditated strategies. What he lacked was the support of the third Hokage. As long as the third Hokage nodded, he would undoubtedly act like a rabid dog, fiercely biting at Shinkai and not letting go. I think Danzo's plan has a high chance of success. We might as well give it a try. Mito nodded in agreement. Indeed, this approach can effectively weaken Shinkai's influence in the village. Koharu also agreed. No. To their surprise, the third Hokage directly opposed them. This method is too risky. The Uchiha clan has finally stabilized. Why would we want to ruin the current good situation? Moreover, the Hyuga clan has never allowed outsiders to meddle in their internal affairs, making it difficult for you to infiltrate. Even if you succeed, it may not be a good thing for the stability of the village. Most importantly, Shinkai is not a fool. Once he senses that we are targeting him, he is likely to incite a rebellion. Who in Konoha can stop him then? The more calmly the third analyzed, the more he felt the danger of the situation. He couldn't help but recall Shinkai's previous threats. That guy was not to be trifled with and would really follow through on his words. Hisashi, you are too timid. Danzo angrily retorted. If you approach everything with such caution, how can you possibly succeed? No matter what you say, I will not allow the hard-won stability of the village to be destroyed. The third Hokage coldly replied. Even though he was dissatisfied with Shinkai's provocation, he had to admit one thing. In handling the Uchiha clan, Shinkai had indeed provided a good suggestion. This was not about personal feelings, but was based on what he had witnessed. During this time, the emotions of the Uchiha clan members and the villagers' attitudes towards them had undoubtedly been shifting in a positive direction. How could such a rare, stable situation be destroyed by Danzo's momentary impulse? Hisashi, do you want to repeat past mistakes? Danzo was losing his patience and shouted angrily. When that kid from the Hitaki clan is really riding on your neck, I want to see how you will regret it. That situation will not happen. I have already sent someone to find Jiraiya. You think just one Jiraiya can solve all problems? That's enough, Danzo. The third Hokage said in a very firm tone. In short, without my consent, you absolutely cannot take any action against the Uchiha clan. This was the final ultimatum to Danzo and the others. Even if he acknowledged that he had misjudged Shinkai in the past, it could not change the fact that he was the seasoned Hokage, holding crucial decision-making power in most matters. Sure enough, the rare meeting of Konoha's F4 ended on an unhappy note. Hisashi, you will definitely regret it. After returning to the Root organization, Danzo's face was frighteningly grim. I will use actions to prove to you who is right. Handing Konoha over to you is a complete mistake. If it were in the past, after the third Hokage showed a firm attitude, no matter how displeased Danzo felt, he would at least consider the other's face. Unfortunately, the third Hokage had personally acknowledged his previous mistakes today, which was tantamount to setting a precedent. Wasn't Sarutobi Hisashi very impressive before? In the end, he still had to apologize to me and admit his mistakes. The facts prove that I, Danzo, was right. Since Sarutobi Hisashi has made one apology, there will definitely be a second, third. Countless times, the inherently evil kid from the Hitaki clan. I will make you fall into the abyss step by step to repay the humiliation of that day, Danzo said coldly. Clearly, he did not intend to heed the third Hokage's words this time, but was going to follow his own ideas and self-destruct. If Shinkai were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be unable to resist mocking that Danzo had entered a rebellious phase. Chapter 82. The Actions of the Rabid Dog Danzo. My washing machine specializes in rabies. Konoha Orphanage. With nothing to do, Shinkai accompanied Naruto, Karin, and Haku to the orphanage. Watching a group of children playing joyfully without a care in the world, his heart inexplicably became much calmer. Since the funding issue of the orphanage had been resolved, the children no longer had to worry about going hungry, and their smiles were naturally even brighter. Moreover, according to one of the children at the orphanage, they rarely saw the director, Nanaki Yao, showing a worried expression anymore. I suddenly understand why you chose to stay here, Shinkai said with emotion, looking at Nanaki Yao, who was smiling with genuine happiness. Being able to see these children's innocent smiles at any time is indeed a very happy thing. I didn't think that much at the time. Nanaki Yao smiled and shook her head. I just wanted to give these poor children a safe home. In fact, I was an orphan when I was young, so I understand that feeling of loneliness without anyone to rely on. You're truly great, Shinkai sincerely praised. Anyone familiar with him would likely doubt whether the sun had risen from the west today. After all, Shinkai rarely genuinely praised anyone. It's better to say that not being subjected to his various mockeries and sarcasm was already quite good. You are exaggerating, Nanaki Yao said with a slight blush. I'm just doing what I can. Compared to you, Mr. Shinkai, who protects the village, it's nothing at all. I can see you also really like children, so why not consider having one yourself? If it were your child, Mr. Shinkai, I believe they would definitely be happy. Even Nanaki Yao herself didn't realize how she had unwittingly brought up this sensitive topic. I actually want to have one, but the problem is, there's no one to have it with. Shinkai laughed. How could that be? Mr. Shinkai must have many girls who like you. It's just that the right girl hasn't appeared yet, right? Nanaki Yao rarely showed a playful smile. Nanaki Yao, are you implying that you have some thoughts about me? Little did Shinichi know that his next words would leave Nanuyu heart racing, rendering her momentarily speechless. How could he ask me such a question? Could it be Nanoyu's face turned completely red, and even she felt her cheeks burning, unable to suppress her wild thoughts. We've known each other for so long, and you're still speaking to me so formally. Don't you think that feels too distant? Shinichi sighed lightly. To be honest, he didn't dislike Nanoyu's gentle and polite character, but they had known each other long enough that he didn't appreciate people speaking to him with various formalities. It really felt exhausting. For details, please refer to the honorifics format in Japanese. Huh, is that what you meant? Nanoyu finally realized she had misunderstood. What else could it be? Shinichi asked, puzzled. And no, it's nothing. I must have misheard. Nanoyu quickly shook her head in denial, looking somewhat flustered. Seemingly to mask her embarrassment, she promptly changed the topic, engaging in small talk with Shinichi. Wait. Amidst the various trivial matters that Nanoyu was recounting, Shinichi suddenly caught some important information and asked, Nanoyu, if I heard correctly, you just mentioned that it seems like the villagers have some opinions about the Uchiha clan lately? Well, I often go out to gather supplies for the children, so I'm quite familiar with those vendors. Nanoyu nodded and explained, they seem to be complaining about the Uchiha clan lately, saying that Lord Hokage has shown great mercy by allowing them to return to the village. Yet they remain so ungrateful, with tempers just as bad as before. According to Nanoyu's description, it turned out there have been several incidents recently where Uchiha clan members clashed with civilian ninjas in the village. This was rather intriguing. Logically speaking, under Fugaku's control, the current Uchiha clan members should not be easily provoking conflicts with others. The only possibility would be if the other party continuously provoked them, and the proud Uchiha members could no longer tolerate it, resulting in verbal retaliation. But would there really be people in the village who had nothing better to do than deliberately provoke the Uchiha clan? The answer was yes, because that old coot Danzo was just that kind of lunatic. Nanoyu, I have something to take care of, so I'll be leaving. Please tell the 3 little ones to come home early for me. Shinichi smiled as he bid farewell and directly left the Konoha orphanage. He had caught a whiff of something unusual. It was also his fault for being lazy lately. He hadn't visited the Konoha security force in many days, so he was not fully aware of the situation in the village. Whoosh. In a flash, Shinichi used Kimui to instantly arrive at the office of the security force where Fugaku was located. At that moment, Fugaku, sitting in his chair, did not look well, with a hint of worry between his brows. He came at the right time, seeing Shinichi suddenly appear. Fugaku was not surprised and sighed lightly. Even if you didn't come, I was planning to find you. Sure enough, this was no ordinary small issue. Otherwise, Fugaku wouldn't have thought to seek him out. Let us discuss the specifics. Shinichi cut straight to the point without any unnecessary small talk. Fugaku nodded and informed Shinichi of the situation. It turned out that starting a few days ago, for some unknown reason, there had been various unfavorable comments about the Uchiha clan in the village, especially regarding the Ninetales incident that occurred years ago, with exaggerated remarks implying that the Uchiha clan was the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident. The villagers, unaware of the truth, were reminded of the tragic memories from that time, which naturally changed their attitudes towards the Uchiha clan. Some hot-tempered Uchiha members could not tolerate being unfairly blamed, and they inevitably ended up arguing with others. The outcome was clear. Neither side was willing to back down, leading to conflicts. Fortunately, Fugaku had previously issued a strict order prohibiting clan members from using violence against the villagers, which barely prevented the situation from escalating further. No need to say more. I know who is behind this. Shinichi waved his hand, interrupting. Using public opinion to attack the Uchiha clan is a common tactic. Anyone with sense could guess that it was likely Danzo's doing. Moreover, it was very likely that Danzo was secretly acting behind the third Hokage's back. From Shinichi's understanding of the third Hokage, he would never intentionally disrupt the stable situation he had created. That would be like shooting himself in the foot. Similarly, the third Hokage also understood Shinichi's character. If he really tried to test Shinichi with such extreme methods, who knows what kind of chaos this unpredictable guy would cause in Konoha. Again, Danzo? After hearing Shinichi's analysis, Fugaku was furious, cursing. He really is like a mad dog, always biting at our Uchiha clan without letting go. Since this mad dog loves to bite people so much, let us just pull out his teeth. Shinichi shrugged and said casually. He initially thought that Konoha F4 wouldn't take any action before Jiraiya returned, so he had relaxed over the past few days. But the reality proved that the third Hokage could not keep Danzo in check. This mad dog wouldn't care about the third Hokage's opinion when it came to biting. In that case, he would reluctantly treat Danzo's rabies. When it came to dealing with mad dogs, Hitaki Shinichi was quite the expert. Chapter 83. Ultimate Humiliation. Pure Enjoyment. Danzo has been broken. You're not thinking of taking out Danzo directly, are you? Fugaku asked with a strange expression. To be honest, it does seem like something you could do. After all, in Fugaku's eyes, no matter how unreasonable Shinichi's actions were, they always seemed reasonable. Do I seem that brutal? Shinichi shot him a glare. Brutal? You're beyond that. He.S. the one who likes to use public opinion to disgust people, right? Shinichi said calmly. Then let us return the favor. Let that mad dog taste the bitterness of being bitten by public opinion. So he won't keep jumping out to seek attention. After hearing Shinichi's so-called plan, Fugaku looked at him with lingering fear and couldn't help but say, I think for Danzo, opposing someone like you, who is full of malicious schemes, is definitely the biggest mistake of his life. If you can't praise someone, then don't force it. Shinichi said with a dark expression. I'm speaking from the heart. Fugaku emphasized sincerely. You tactical players really have dirty hearts. Get lost. Sometimes, speaking the truth is not necessarily a good choice. Just look at Fugaku. He was already beaten black and blue, not knowing when he had been knocked down on the table. Clap, clap. In the empty alley, Shinichi made a signal. A tall, slender shadow appeared out of nowhere. The person who most loved to appear in such a ghostly manner beside Shinichi was none other than Shisui. That's right. Ever since Shisui cooperated with Orochimaru for the experiment, he had quietly returned to Konoha and had been in standby mode. Shinichi-senpai, do you have something for me to do? Shisui quickly asked. He had been on standby these days, occasionally chatting and sparring with Itachi, feeling quite bored. You need to go to the Bounty Association and sell the information there. Shinichi casually pulled out a scroll and tossed it to Shisui, yawning as he said, try to sell it for a high price. As for the reward, just hand it over to Orochimaru later. He is expanding his influence and must be in need of money. Opening the scroll, Shisui merely glanced at the information recorded on it and was immediately astonished. Senior Shinichi, is the information on here really true? Shisui exclaimed in shock. Well, although there might be some embellishments, it can't be said to be false. Shinichi thought for a moment, a mischievous smile appearing on his handsome face. You just need to deliver the information, and I'm sure the bounty office will be very interested in it. All right, Shisui nodded, not asking further. He had long developed an absolute trust in any decision made by Shinichi, especially since he had witnessed the changes in the Uchiha clan. In short, as long as he followed this man, he would never go wrong. Shisui left. Shinichi didn't waste time either. He activated Kimui and directly arrived at the entrance of the Root organization. Once he opened his Sharingan, he cast a powerful Jinjutsu that took down the members guarding the door. Of course, he only knocked them out and didn't use Tsukuyomi to attack their minds. Sage Art. Inorganic Reanimation. With a mischievous grin, Shinichi utilized the Sage technique from the Dragon Cave to transform the tightly shut stone door of the Root organization. The door, as hard as iron, twisted as he pleased, and his excited expression was like that of an artist completing a masterpiece. After a while, looking at his carefully crafted work, Shinichi muttered with some dissatisfaction, I really have no artistic talent. Whatever, as long as it's recognizable. After finishing this good deed, Shinichi frowned slightly. Nature calls. So, he aimed at the brand new stone door and had a refreshing relief. After a pleasurable shiver, he felt relaxed all over and left whistling a cheerful tune. Not long after, the guard members of the Root organization began to wake up one after another. What just happened? Why do I have no memory of anything? Who ambushed us? Could it be a strong enemy attacking? Not good. We need to notify Lord Danzo immediately. Several members of the Root organization looked confused. They had no memory of the ambush, not even knowing what the attacker looked like. But their long-standing habits quickly led them to make the correct judgment. They needed to report the situation to their leader, Danzo. However, when they instinctively turned to open the door to report, they found that the familiar stone door had somehow become unrecognizable, especially the graffiti and text carved on it. It was simply beyond words. This could be that some kids are playing pranks. The few exchanged glances, all showing a bizarre expression. Fools! How could kids possibly knock us out without us noticing? It must be a very powerful and mischievous bastard deliberately toying with us. As expected of the elite members of the Root organization, they quickly guessed the correct answer. This matter must be reported to Lord Danzo immediately. You're right, Daifu. You go notify him. Do you think I'm an idiot? Why don't you go? When it came to notifying Danzo, the few began to push each other, seemingly reluctant to report alone. There was no way. If Lord Danzo saw such a scene, who knows what would happen? What are you doing? Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared behind them, and they were all too familiar with that gloomy and serious tone. It was their leader, Danzo. Lord Danzo. The few immediately knelt on one knee in greeting. During work hours, you were actually slacking off? Danzo's face was not looking good, his brows furrowed with anger. No, Lord Danzo, we were ambushed just now. One of the Root members explained with a stiff neck. But he didn't notice that at the moment they knelt, with their bodies no longer blocking the view, Danzo had already seen the stone door. Originally an unremarkable hard stone door. It had been forcibly carved with various words and graffiti by some powerful force. The graffiti looked poorly drawn, much like a child's artwork. But this childish style made the graffiti even more ridiculous. The upper half depicted an extremely gloomy face with a bandaged eye, while the lower half showed the body of a dog, with the dog's tail drawn quite vividly. The most outrageous part was that next to the graffiti was a large puddle of water, emanating a strange smell. It looked as if the creature with a human face and dog body had just urinated, making one marvel that although the graffiti artist's skills were poor, they certainly put in a lot of effort. Above the graffiti, there were 8 striking characters. Beware of the vicious dog inside. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Danzo, who had been silent, formed hand seals with both hands, and a powerful aura with the lethality of a scythe emanated from his mouth, smashing the stone door that had accompanied the Root organization for countless years into rubble. Wind release. Vacuum wave. The door shattered, and standing in front of the ruins, Danzo's face was as dark as if it could drip water. Who did this? His cold tone radiated an extreme, murderous intent. The members of the Root organization didn't dare to breathe, quickly recounting the whole story. You mean to say you didn't even see what the attacker looked like? Danzo's tone grew even colder. We deserve to die. The members knelt again, not daring to raise their heads. Even a fool could see that the unidentified attacker didn't even want to enter the Root organization's door and wasn't targeting the Root at all. The reason they ambushed them was purely to leave this strange drawing to humiliate their leader, Danzo. Such a malicious prank was truly beyond words. Others might not guess who did it, but how could Danzo not know? In the entirety of Konoha, no, in the entire ninja world, who else could possess such powerful Jinjutsu abilities, coupled with such a grating style, if not that handsome guy from the Hatake clan? Especially this style of not physically attacking you, but humiliating your spirit. Danzo couldn't think of anyone else. That naturally evil little brat from the Hitaki clan. Hatake Shinichi. I, Shimura Danzo, will not rest until we settle this score. Danzo finally issued the angriest and most suffocating declaration of his life. Chapter 84, Shock. According to insiders. I hope Danzo will like the painting I left for him. At the Hitaki residence, Shinichi suddenly sighed at the dinner table. Although my drawing skills are lacking, it is still a heartfelt piece of work, don't you think? The first thing he did when he got home was to show off to the 3 little ones about what he had just done, even recreating the painting, hoping to gain their approval. After all, this was the first thing he had drawn since coming to this world, and it held significant commemorative value. Naruto, however, was indifferent. Perhaps he thought this level of prank was nothing special. In contrast, Cheyenne seemed very interested in pranks, looking quite gleeful. Big brother, is it really appropriate for you to do that? Brother Shinichi, I think what you're doing is a bit too much. Only Kakashi and Haku looked speechless. Were you afraid of? Shinichi laughed nonchalantly. Anyway, he wouldn't dare to come and trouble me. Even if he really had the guts, he probably wouldn't have the energy for it soon. What else did you do? Kakashi quickly caught the deeper meaning in his words and asked warily. His intuition told him that their older brother probably didn't just play a prank on the entrance of the Root organization. It seemed he had done something even more significant. It's a secret. Shinichi pretended to be mysterious, but you'll find out soon enough. Considering the time, Shisui should be arriving at the bounty house soon. The bounty house. The well-known bounty house not only accepts various assassination task commissions, but also buys and sells various intelligence. In short, as long as you have enough money, you can buy any information you want. At the same time, the bounty house does not casually inquire about the identity of its clients or the source of the information. Even if you are a notorious S-rank rogue ninja, they will still conduct business with you. To them, money is the only truth. For example, the Akatsuki organization, which has been lurking, receives a large portion of their commissions from the bounty house. In any case, the bounty house only cares about money, not about any bottom line. Today, the bounty house welcomed a mysterious guest once again. I want to sell information. Shisui, cloaked in a black robe, approached the counter of the house, his face obscured. Hand over the information, and after evaluation, you will naturally receive the corresponding reward. The young man behind the counter, looking lethargic, yawned dismissively. Call your supervisor over. You're not qualified to buy my information. Following Shinichi's instructions, Shisui deliberately changed to a hoarse, unfamiliar voice. Huh? The young man scoffed as if he had heard a huge joke. Do you want to hear what you're saying? I bought all kinds of information. Who do you think you are? Crack. Shisui didn't give him a chance to speak, locking his hand around the young man's throat, killing intent overflowing. I said, call your supervisor. Despite Shisui's usually gentle demeanor, he had executed quite a few assassination missions. Okay, let me go. Under the threat of death, the young man no longer dared to be arrogant and scurried inside. Soon, a middle-aged man who looked quite prosperous came out, grinning. This guest. I apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. May I ask what valuable information you wish to sell? I'm the supervisor here and have sufficient authority. Shisui didn't waste words and directly placed the scroll on the table. Hiss. The chubby supervisor quickly opened the scroll, and after a moment of reading, he was shocked, exclaiming, is this information for real? A big deal. This is definitely a major transaction. Moreover, the details recorded in this information are highly likely to be true. The experienced chubby supervisor had already caught a whiff of the scent of a large sum of money. He was certain that many people would be willing to buy this information. As for what consequences would follow after releasing this information, that was beyond his consideration. Make an offer. 50 million Rio. The chubby supervisor's eyes flashed with a glint, decisively stating, not enough. Shisui shook his head and said, 300 million Rio. Someone had specifically instructed him on the bottom price. Since he was selling information anyway, why not sell it for a higher price? What? The chubby supervisor didn't expect Shisui to have such a big appetite. Thinking to himself, when did these ninjas become so shrewd? This is not scientific. Then, 100 million Rio. The chubby supervisor appeared to struggle for a long time before gritting his teeth. Although this price seemed high, he could quickly recover costs and even make a profit after selling it a few times. 200 million Rio. No, that's too high. Goodbye. Shisui turned to leave. Don't go. Big brother. You're my big brother, right? The chubby supervisor hurriedly said, 150 million Rio. This is my final bottom line. In the end, the deal was struck. With a large sum of money in hand, Shisui immediately headed towards the land of rice, where Orochimaru was located. As for the chubby supervisor, he immediately ordered, spread this information as quickly as possible, find a way to get people from all major ninja villages to buy this information, and make sure the title is sensational enough. Within a day, the entire ninja world erupted. For no other reason, the bounty house unexpectedly spread some explosive news that was simply astonishing. Shocking. The true culprit behind the Nine Tails incident in Konoha village years ago has finally been exposed. According to insiders, the true culprit is a madman who likes to call himself Uchiha Obito, although his true identity is a member of the Uchiha clan. He faked his death many years ago to deceive the Uchiha clan, and later pinned the blame for the Nine Tails incident on the Uchiha clan. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral decay? The Uchiha clan has been wrongfully accused for many years. According to another insider report, the true culprit, driven insane by the death of his lover, harbors malice towards everyone and attempts to overturn the entire ninja world. What is most shocking is that the true culprit's lover never liked him. It was just his one-sided affection. According to yet another insider report, the true culprit once manipulated the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, with powerful genjutsu, initiating the Blood Mist era, which led to countless casualties in the Mist Village, committing heinous crimes. Fortunately, a kind-hearted person who refused to reveal their name saw through his conspiracy and repelled the true culprit, allowing the Mist Village to escape disaster. The insider left the signature, Detective Conan. Under the deliberate hype of the bounty house, the leaders of various ninja villages willingly handed over money to purchase this information. The results truly astonished everyone. Many sharp-eyed individuals were finally able to solve the long-standing mysteries with the help of this information, connecting many events in an instant. It wasn't hard for intelligent people to see that this information was very likely true. Raikage, what do you think of this information? In the Hokage office, the third Hokage wore a grave expression, and before him was Nara Shikaku, as the Nara family's opinion is typically regarded as the main one. Since everyone knows that the Nara family members are very intelligent, they subconsciously treat them as advisors. Perhaps there is some exaggeration involved, but I believe this information may not be false. After thinking for a long time, Nara Shikaku finally offered his opinion. Moreover, I feel that this person who calls himself Detective Conan may not have any malicious intent and might be trying to remind the major ninja villages that a very dangerous individual is lurking. Your thoughts are similar to mine. The third Hokage nodded and said solemnly, "It cannot be denied that the information provided by that Konin is actually beneficial for our Konoha village. At the very least, we finally have some new understanding of the Nine-Tails incident from back then, and we have a chance to clear the Uchiha clan suspicion. If the Uchiha clan is no longer burdened by the blame for the Nine-Tails incident, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village will inevitably improve greatly." At this critical moment, the third Hokage certainly did not want the Uchiha clan, which had finally stabilized, to experience turmoil again. However, I can't shake the feeling that this guy named Konin seems to have a style of action that is very similar to. Naruto murmured to himself. "What's wrong?" The third Hokage, who couldn't hear clearly, asked curiously. "It's nothing." Naruto shook his head, immediately dismissing his previous speculation. Even if it was really that guy's doing, there was no need to expose his identity, because he knew very well that despite someone's usual odd behavior, deep down, it was definitely for the good of Konoha. Since that was the case, why should he meddle and reveal the other party's identity? Goodness. At the same time, Shinichi, who was looking at the intelligence, couldn't help but spit out the tea in his mouth. Shocked. Could it be that the editor of the Bounty Club has also crossed over? Did he also stay in the UC Shock Department? Chapter 85. Explosive Intelligence That Shatters Worldviews. The third Hokage also broke down. "No, wait. What about the remaining intelligence?" Shinichi muttered. The information he had given to Shisui was more than just this. Could it be that the Bounty Club thought the remaining information was worthless and just skipped it? Then, these people really lack vision. But soon, Shinichi realized he was wrong. Because in just 2 days, the Bounty Club released another batch of even more shocking intelligence. Once again, shock. A certain elder advisor from Konoha, with wolfish ambition, was actually plotting to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Fire. According to insiders, this elder advisor was audacious, harboring resentment against the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the third Hokage for missing out on the Hokage position back then, and had sent people to assassinate the third Hokage more than once. After several failed attempts, this elder advisor turned his sights on the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Insiders revealed again that this elder advisor claimed to be Konoha's dark side, controlling a certain secret underground organization, and had manipulated various public opinions to attack the Uchiha clan more than once, attempting to pin the blame for the Nine-Tails incident on them. Suspected of colluding with the true culprit behind the Nine-Tails incident, insiders crazily reported that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had been close friends with this elder advisor for many years, and despite knowing the latter had committed numerous heinous crimes, had always maintained an indulgent attitude towards him. Was it moral decay or a twisted sexual orientation? The third Hokage was suspected of having a crush on this elder advisor. Those years of bromance between me and the third Hokage, why I could act so recklessly in Konoha, all because the third Hokage couldn't let go of his feelings for me. The informant signed again, Detective Conan. Cough, cough. Shinichi was once again choked by the tea, unable to stop coughing. What the hell is this? Heaven bear witness, he had never let Shisui sell such heavy-tasting intelligence. He had only mentioned in the intelligence that the third Hokage, considering past friendships, had repeatedly indulged someone's behavior. But somehow, it turned into those bromance years in that editor's mouth. What a talent. Shinichi sighed from the bottom of his heart. This editor from the Bounty Club is wasting his talent not being in the UC Shock Department. Although the development of events had become somewhat heavy-tasting, Shinichi had to say one thing. Well done. It could be imagined that at this moment, both the third Hokage and Danzo must be feeling overwhelmed. Bang! The third Hokage, who hadn't used real fire for many years, slammed his palm down and broke his own desk. Nonsense. The third Hokage was so angry his nose was about to twist, scolding Naruto in front of him. "Shikaku, didn't you tell me this Conan is a good person? Then could you please explain to me why he deliberately spreads such ridiculous intelligence? Is it also for the good of Konoha?" Naruto wiped the saliva off his face randomly and weakly said, "I didn't expect things to turn out this way, but I can see that this Conan is probably deliberately targeting Lord Danzo. Do I need you to tell me that? Do I not have eyes?" The third Hokage said angrily. This intelligence was clearly aimed at Danzo, and even he himself was innocently implicated. He just didn't expect the Bounty Club to be so unprincipled to sell even such unreliable intelligence. Crazy. Are they out of their minds for money? "Lord Hokage, I don't think this is the right time to lose your temper," Naruto said with a helpless expression, sighing lightly. "Don't forget, The funding for the second half of the year for the village hasn't been allocated yet. I'm sure the daimyo has already heard about this intelligence. With his personality, I'm afraid he didn't finish his sentence, but the third Hokage understood what he meant. Given those daimyo's cowardly and pleasure-seeking nature, once they found out that someone in their ninja village was actually plotting to harm them and was in a high position, they would definitely fly into a rage and cut off all funding for Konoha's ninja village. You have to know that the funding for various ninja villages comes directly from the pockets of the daimyos. Although this world values the strength of ninjas, how many ninjas are there compared to ordinary people? In short, this is still a world of ordinary people, and only those powerful daimyos can afford to support these ninjas. If they offend a daimyo, the ninjas might even have trouble eating. Shikaku, you go to the bounty club yourself, and make sure to warn them to stop spreading this intelligence immediately. The third Hokage, calming down, said, "As for the daimyo, I will find a way to deal with it." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Nara Shikaku quickly left the Hokage building, but he didn't go directly to the bounty club. It was obvious to anyone that this intelligence had already fermented quite a bit, and there was no difference whether he went to the bounty club a little earlier or a little later. He went to the Hitaki family. Oh, a rare visitor. Shinichi, who was hiding in his yard eating watermelon, greeted Nara Shikaku happily when he saw him. "Shinichi, you really are quite leisurely." Nara Shikaku's mouth twitched slightly. He and the third Hokage were almost going crazy, yet the instigator was still at home eating watermelon. "I've worked hard for half my life. Can't I enjoy it now?" Shinichi said unhappily. Ignoring his nonsense, Shikaku sat next to him and said softly, "About this matter, don't you think you've gone too far?" If seeing the previous intelligence only made Shikaku suspicious, then the intelligence just now had completely confirmed it for Nara Shikaku. That mysterious informant who called himself Detective Conan was definitely this annoying guy in front of him. Remembering the recent incident with the Root organization, even Shikaku, no matter how slow he was, should have guessed that these two matters were definitely done by the same person. He believed the third Hokage should have guessed it too, but just didn't say it out loud. Besides Shinichi, no one would think of using such a crazy method to deal with Danzo. "Shikaku, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Shinichi blinked innocently. "I'm not a fool," Shikaku said somewhat angrily. "The Hokage and the others aren't fools either. Who else could do this besides you? At first, I thought you were just trying to maintain peace in the ninja world, so I didn't say much. But now you've set fire to the village. If you really anger the daimyo and the funding for the second half of the year isn't allocated, what are you going to do then? Everyone lives in Konoha, and although Shikaku didn't have any opinions about Shinichi, the other party's actions had threatened the village, so he had to step up and say a few words. "What can I do?" A glint flashed in Shinichi's eyes as he chuckled. "Just push the culprit out to take the blame. The daimyo isn't unreasonable. As long as someone is willing to step forward as a scapegoat, I'm sure he won't be angry." "Do you really think that person would voluntarily become the scapegoat?" Nara Shikaku knew who he was talking about and replied irritably. "With the Hokage around, can he really get away with it?" Shinichi retorted. Shikaku fell silent. Indeed, in such a situation, even if the third Hokage was unwilling, he still had to find a way to give the daimyo of the Land of Fire an explanation. For the sake of the bigger picture, if he were the third Hokage, he might make the same choice. "Shinichi, I really underestimated you before." Shikaku glanced deeply at Shinichi and spoke from the heart, putting aside the opponent's extraordinarily strong combat power. Just this strange method of manipulating people's hearts was enough to impress him. How could Nara Shikaku, who claimed to be a strategist of Konoha, have thought that a certain scheming guy could cause such a stir in the ninja world just by casually writing some intelligence without even stepping out the door, forcing even the third Hokage to compromise? The difference was clear. Shikaku finally realized that he could offend anyone, but he must never offend the person in front of him. Otherwise, he would likely be played to death by the other party. Chapter 86, Obito's Determination. Reactions from all sides. In a dark, underground space somewhere. Crack. Obito stomped heavily on the stones on the ground, and the eye exposed under the mask was filled with anger. "Damn bastard. Hatake Shinichi, do you really have to oppose me?" With the support of the White Zetsu Army's intelligence, how could he not know about the outrageous information that had been spreading recently? Especially the descriptions about him in that information, which were utterly heart-wrenching. "Obito, you look very angry?" A dark figure emerged from the ground. It was the incredibly filial Black Zetsu, wearing a mischievous smile. "This Hatake Shinichi is indeed troublesome. Have you dealt with him before? Do you know his weaknesses?" Despite Black Zetsu's constant smile, his heart was far from calm. Having survived in the ninja world for countless years, his ability to predict danger was undoubtedly top-notch. His instinctive feeling of danger told him that Hitaki Shinichi could very well become the biggest obstacle in his plans. I'm not his opponent. Obito took a deep breath and spoke in a very frustrated and helpless tone. I know very little about this person, only that he is Kakashi's older brother. But back in Konoha, he was just an ordinary nin, nothing special at all. I heard that this guy seems to really like adopting children. Black Zetsu thought for a moment and suggested, perhaps we can target the people around him. No. To his surprise, Obito immediately rejected his suggestion, saying sternly, his Manjiki Sharingan has the same abilities as mine, and its power is even greater. If we act recklessly, we might alert the snake. More importantly, we have no assurance that we can defeat him. Although Shinichi's publicly known record in the ninja world only includes defeating the fourth Raikage. As someone who has fought against him, Obito knew very well how unfathomable the opponent's strength was. How about letting Pain's 6 paths give it a try? Black Zetsu proposed again. Do you want to expose the Akatsuki organization prematurely? Our plan hasn't truly started yet, and I don't believe the Rinnegan can really defeat that guy. Obito shot him a glance and mocked. Obito, you are too cautious. Black Zetsu couldn't help but say, don't forget, he can expose your true identity at any time, and the information he released could make Pain stop listening to us. What he said made sense. After all, Obito had always presented himself as Uchiha Madara in front of Nagato and Konin. However, the information Shinichi released would inevitably raise suspicions about Obito in Nagato's eyes, making it difficult for Obito to continue manipulating them, which would certainly impact their future plans. I never said I would sit still. Obito said coldly. Before he truly exposes my identity, I probably have to take a risk in Konoha. Oh. Black Zetsu looked at him in surprise. You finally made up your mind? That's right. Obito nodded and said with determination, I must personally retrieve my other eye. To be honest, Obito did not want to see his former close friend Kakashi. But the pressure that Shinichi had brought him in recent days was simply too great. Even if he was unwilling, he had to find a way to enhance his strength. The simplest way was to retrieve the Sharingan he had once given to Kakashi, to complete his pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Be careful. Black Zetsu grinned and reminded, recently, I found that the white Zetsu scattered around Konoha seemed to have decreased in number, possibly due to that Hatake Shinichi. This guy is just too strange. We cannot let our guard down. Is that so? Obito raised an eyebrow, feeling even more pressured. This only strengthened his resolve to retrieve his Sharingan. Otherwise, if Shinichi continued to stir up trouble in the ninja world, his infinite Tsukuyomi plan would likely be ruined. After receiving the information, the reactions from various ninja villages were as follows. Although this information was outrageous, it was clear that this Detective Conan was deliberately targeting Konoha. It doesn't matter. Let Konoha suffer. The worse their situation, the more opportunities one have to wage war against Konoha again and redeem my previous disgrace. This was the exact words of the fourth Raikage. Anyone could tell he was still haunted by his previous defeat. I'm getting old and don't want to stir up trouble. Since the fire hasn't reached us, what does it matter? The attitude of the third Tsuchikage was quite similar. It seems Konoha has provoked a troublesome enemy. Let's wait a while longer. Perhaps we can gain some benefits from it. The fourth Kazekage, Raza of Sunagakure, chose to watch and prepare to take advantage of the situation. As for the Mist Village in the Land of Water, due to the disappearance of the fourth Mizukage, Terame, the Mist Village ended the era of blood mist early and gradually opened up to the outside world. However, the Mist Village's geographical location was special, and the transmission of information was not convenient. It was only today that they received the information from the Bounty Association. What the hell is this? Preparing to take over as the next Mizukage, Terame was completely confused after seeing the outrageous information on the scroll. Next to her, Zabuza and Ao quickly took the scroll to read, their expressions equally bizarre. Is this really legitimate intelligence? Are they joking? Zabuza couldn't help but doubt. The Bounty Association shouldn't be joking like this. Ao nodded seriously and said, moreover, they sold this information to various ninja villages. Even if they have no bottom line, they would use such fake intelligence to fool the entire ninja world. No need to guess. Terame interrupted their conversation, annoyed. I know who released this information. Her eyes were sharp, immediately spotting the name of the informant, Detective Conan. Who else could use that name but that extremely annoying rascal? You mean, him? Seeing Terame's familiar expression, Zabuza immediately thought of someone. Who else could it be? You're right. Only he knows these things the best. But I wonder what his true purpose is? No matter what his purpose is, it has nothing to do with our Mist Village. Let him stir things up outside as he pleases. Don't forget, our Mist Village is currently in dire straits, and we don't have the time to deal with external matters. After a back and forth between Tsukuyomi, Mei, and Zabuza, they ultimately decided that there was no need to pay attention to this information. Rather, this piece of information indirectly helped them reveal the reasons behind the blood mist, which would greatly aid Tsukuyomi Mei in her upcoming role as the Mizukage, stabilizing the hearts of the people. Oh. Watching the two of them exchange knowing looks, AO was completely baffled. So, who exactly is this you're talking about? Am I getting old? Or is your communication channel just too strange for me to keep up with your conversation? Lord Tsukuyomi Mei, who are you talking about? After holding back for a long time, AO finally found a gap in the conversation. Secret. To his surprise, the two exchanged glances and said in unison. It wasn't that they intentionally wanted to keep it a secret from AO, but that guy's temperament was too odd, making it hard to grasp. If it wasn't necessary, they didn't want to reveal each other's identities. Especially Zabuza, after personally experiencing the torment from a certain someone, he wasn't sure what serious consequences might arise from Mist Village if he revealed that person's identity. Mist Village can't afford any more turmoil. To sum it up, AO knowing too much wouldn't bring any benefits. AO, don't overthink it. Sensing AO's emotional change, Tsukuyomi Mei sighed. This person is someone our Mist Village cannot afford to provoke, which is why Zabuza and I cannot casually mention his name. But he shouldn't have any malicious intent toward our Mist Village. Traveling all the way from the Land of Fire to Mist Village, he not only didn't kill a single Mist Ninja, but instead helped them end the dark era of the Blood Mist. If that person really had malicious intent, to put it bluntly, Mist Village might have already ceased to exist. However, if I get the chance to see him again, I definitely let him off easily. As if recalling some embarrassing images, Tsukuyomi Mei's face turned slightly pink, gritting her teeth. Zabuza smiled knowingly, his expression becoming a bit strange. I understand. This is how you little couple flirts. As for AO, he was completely lost the entire time. Chapter 87. Criticism of the Third. Danzo's true colors exposed. The Hitaki clan. Just as he was busy teaching Naruto's Shin, he suddenly saw Kakashi walking towards him with a helpless expression. Just as Kakashi was about to speak, he was directly interrupted by Shin. Is it the Third again, asking you to find me? You know I'm caught in the middle. Why don't you just meet him? Kakashi was speechless. Ever since those outrageous rumors caused an uproar in the ninja world, the Third had repeatedly asked him to bring Shin in. However, Shin had been holed up at home, too lazy to even step out the front door. Every time Kakashi was sent to summon him, he either had a headache or a stomach ache, even coming up with an outrageous excuse about it being inconvenient to go out due to his period. His older brother wouldn't meet the Third, and the Third was in a hurry, so the pressure fell on Kakashi. But what could Kakashi do? He couldn't fight Shin, nor could he reason with him. He could only stare at him with a resentful expression every day. That pitiful little wife look was truly heart-wrenching for the listeners. Yet that certain someone was as cold-hearted as ever, even ruthlessly commenting that his acting skills were lacking and that he needed to train for a few more years. You don't understand. Shin lazily stretched and smiled. Some people just don't learn their lesson. Since he can't control his dog, I'll let him experience the taste of being in hot water so he doesn't have his mad dog thinking about biting people all day. If you keep this up, it might not end well. Kakashi said quietly. He had already heard that the daimyo of the Land of Fire had threatened to stop funding Konoha and was issuing orders to pressure the Third, insisting on getting an explanation before backing down. As for the village, no need to say more. Almost everyone knew about the bizarre relationship between the Third and Danzo, and in recent days, the Third had endured countless strange looks, almost giving him a stroke. Fine, for the sake of my adorable little brother, I'll reluctantly go meet him. After thinking for a moment, Shin stood up. Huh? You finally found your conscience? Kakashi was shocked. What do you mean by that? Haven't you been begging me to go? Shin said discontentedly. Hearing this, Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes. If his brother's words were really effective, would have taken several days of begging for a response. Kakashi wasn't some lovesick fool. He knew his worth. The reason Shin suddenly changed his mind definitely wasn't out of pity for him. That guy must have calculated the time to leave the Third hanging from the start. And now that the time was right, he used him as an excuse to force a favor out of him. Truly shameless to the extreme. Hurry up and go. I don't want to be scolded every day. Kakashi urged. God knows how much torment he had endured these past few days. Being scolded at work and still having to deal with someone's anger after hours. This life was unbearable. Whoosh. However, before he could finish his sentence, Shin had already activated Kimui and arrived at the Hokage's office. Once again, he pushed the door open as familiar as ever, just like last time. Originally wanting to catch the great third Hokage peeking with a crystal ball, but to his disappointment, he found that the third was simply sitting in his chair obediently this time. It was clear that all the recent events had made the third's rarely calm demeanor nearly explode. How could he have the leisure to peek? You finally decided to come. As soon as the third saw Shin, his old face darkened immensely, and he suppressed his anger to question, "Let's not beat around the bush. Do you really think what you're doing is good for Konoha?" He had been holding back his anger for days and nearly wanted to swallow this bastard alive on the spot. But the third knew he absolutely couldn't act impulsively. Whether he could take him on was secondary. The urgent matter was to solve Konoha's dilemma. That was his greatest headache as Hokage. "You know I did it?" Shin feigned surprise. "Then why don't you make this public, manipulate public opinion, and paint me, the hero of Konoha, as a rat everyone wants to hit? That shouldn't be difficult for you, Hokage, right? You." The third's eyes widened in anger, but couldn't say a word. Of course, he wanted to do that, but reason told him he absolutely could not. After all, he and Shin were still in a covert confrontation. Once the facade was torn, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who let this bastard have the terrifying power to wipe out a village by himself? Name your price, Shin. Suppressing the negative emotions within, the third pretended to be calm. There's nothing that can't be discussed. Konoha is also your home, and I believe you wouldn't really want to destroy Konoha. What do you want? Speak up, and I will try my best to meet your demands. We are all smart people, unless absolutely necessary. No one wants to resort to arms. Hokage, you're just being polite. Seeing that the third was finally willing to relent, a sinister smile appeared on Shin's lips. "It's my honor to relieve your worries. I personally don't need any compensation. I just want to offer a little advice to help you solve Konoha's current issues." "Speak plainly," the third said coldly. "What troubles you is nothing more than the attitude from the daimyo's side and a misunderstanding about your sexual orientation." Shinichi slowly explained. "You know it's a misunderstanding? It's better not to mention it, but once it comes up, the third can't help but explode. So you're still out there making things up? Actually accusing me of having some ambiguous relationship with Danzo. Can you even act like a decent person? Are you still listening? If you won't listen, then I'm leaving." Shinichi turned to walk away. "I kindly gave you advice, and you don't even thank me, but instead, you want to scold me? Then I won't serve you anymore." "Wait a minute." The third suppressed his anger again, his face showing a constipated expression, and he said with frustration, "I was impulsive just now. I apologize. You can continue speaking. Would have been better if you had said this earlier." Shinichi rolled his eyes and continued, "It's simple to solve these problems. You just have to follow the people's will and push Danzo out as a scapegoat, and all problems will be resolved, right? Do you really have to target Danzo?" The third sighed lightly. "We are all smart people. You actually thought of a solution long ago. You just don't want to do it." A playful smile appeared on Shinichi's face as he teased. "The daimyo doesn't really want to sever ties with Konoha. He just wants to force you, the Hokage, to show a loyal attitude. As long as you push Danzo out as a scapegoat, not only can you calm the daimyo's anger, but you can also clarify to the outside world that you are innocent, which also indirectly highlights your selfless image as Hokage. I isn't that a great deal, but Danzo is innocent." The third couldn't help but retort. "Innocent? Don't make me laugh." Shinichi coldly laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke. "Do you dare say he hasn't sent people to assassinate you, the Hokage? Do you dare say he hasn't deliberately manipulated public opinion to attack the Uchiha clan? Do you dare say he really hasn't had any harmful thoughts against the daimyo of the Fire Country? You know very well who struck first this time. Since he dared to provoke me, he must be prepared to bear the consequences. With the third's intelligence network, it's impossible not to find out what Danzo has been doing behind the scenes these days. This is precisely why he deliberately left the third hanging for several days. He was giving the third time to investigate the truth and to understand who really fired the first shot. To be honest, if it weren't for that mad dog Danzo suddenly going wild, Shinichi wouldn't have chosen to retaliate so immediately. And even Konoha and the third wouldn't have been dragged into it for no reason. He's not wrong. It's all Danzo's fault. Konoha's blame is solidified. Chapter 88 Shinichi. My happiness is built on the suffering of others. I've said so much just to tell you. Shinichi said coldly. The real instigator is not me, but Danzo. The reason why things have turned out this way is entirely because of your indulgence towards Danzo. He hasn't taken your orders seriously at all. Since you can't even control your own people, what right do you have to blame me? The third fell silent. Clearly, even he admitted his indulgence towards Danzo. Otherwise, Danzo Wu and T have ignored his direct orders and secretly plotted against the Uchiha clan. I understand now. After an unknown amount of time, the third let out a deep sigh and said weakly, I will immediately revoke Danzo's position as elder advisor, and I will have him temporarily stay at home to recuperate, prohibiting him from continuing to control the Root organization. Are you satisfied with this handling? I have no objections. Shinichi shrugged and said, I'm just afraid the Daimyo 1T be satisfied. How about this? I'll recommend someone to you to serve as a guard at the Daimyo's residence, as long as you emphasize this person's identity to the Daimyo. I believe E1T continued to make things difficult for you. Who? The third asked curiously. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Could it be that even he wanted to recommend his son Asuma to serve as a guard at the Daimyo's residence, and Shinichi had already guessed it? What is this guy's mind made of, that he could foresee such things? Uchiha Shisui. Shinichi smiled lightly. I believe the daimyo already knows that the Uchiha clan is not on good terms with Danzo. Only someone from the Uchiha clan can truly ease his mind and also observe your attitude as Hokage. In the original story, the person who went to serve as a guard at the daimyo's residence was actually the third's unfortunate son, Tsukuyomi Asuma. If even that kind of young master could become one of the 12 guardian ninja, there's no reason Shisui wouldn't be able to do it. Most importantly, he indeed needed someone trustworthy by the daimyo's side, who could monitor the various movements of the daimyo's residence at any time. Shisui is undoubtedly the best candidate. All right, no problem. The third nodded, looking quite helpless. At most, it just means letting Asuma stay at home a bit longer, waiting for the daimyo's anger to subside before finding an opportunity to recommend Asuma to serve as a guard at the daimyo's residence. The priority is still to meet Shinichi's request first. Then I'll thank Lord Hokage on behalf of that kid Shisui. It's unrealistic to expect the indecisive third to directly deal with Danzo, and Shinichi doesn't want Danzo to be easily eliminated either. In any case, this outcome is already quite good for Shinichi. Shinichi, I hope that if you have any ideas in the future, you will discuss them with me first, okay? The third spoke in a tone that sounded almost pleading. This upheaval was indeed too big, and he truly witnessed Shinichi's destructive power, so he could only choose to compromise and yield. Don't worry, I 1T really destroy Konoha. This is my home too. Seeing the third finally show weakness, Shinichi revealed a bright smile and said, as long as you can keep a good watch on that mad dog, I absolutely 1T do anything out of line. However, he added in his heart, at least not now. By the way, at this moment, the third seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became particularly heavy. Is the information you released regarding the true culprit behind the Nine Tails incident back then really true? I can only tell you that I, Hitaki Shinichi, am known as Konoha as honest young man, and I've never liked to tell lies. Shinichi thought for a moment and smiled. Most of the information I released is true, and the only false one is something you should be very clear about. Which piece of false information? The third indeed knew very well. That was, of course, the ambiguous relationship between him and Danzo. This was purely false information that Shinichi deliberately used to annoy him. Do you know that person's true identity? Tell me. Suppressing the impulse to beat up Shinichi, the third's eyes flickered with hatred as he said solemnly, this matter is very important to me. No, to all of Konoha. The Nine Tails incident back then caused Konoha tremendous losses. The sacrifice of the fourth Hokage and his wife, the heavy casualties among the villagers, and even his own wife, Sarutobi Raizen, died that night. When it comes to hatred for that person, the third definitely wouldn't harbor less than anyone else. I know who he is. Shinichi nodded, a rare serious expression on his face. But I can't expose his identity yet. When the time comes, you will naturally know. What? Are you saying that even you're not a match for that person? The third's pupils contracted slightly, shocked. He instinctively thought that Shinichi was afraid of the other party, which was why he was unwilling to explain. There will always be a day when the truth comes to light. Don't be too anxious. Shinichi left behind a mysterious remark before turning to leave. Little did he know, it was precisely because of his mysterious behavior that the third Hokage was deeply troubled. First, there were the watchful eyes of various ninja villages. Then there was Shinichi, a ticking time bomb who never played by the rules. And now there was a mysterious figure who had once caused immense casualties to Konoha. With internal and external troubles, the third felt he was losing his hair. It seems my decision today was the right one, he murmured. Although the current ninja world appeared peaceful and stable, it was, in fact, on the brink of a storm, with undercurrents surging. If Konoha wanted to survive, he had to stabilize Shinichi, the strongest combat force. Unless absolutely necessary, he could not easily force Shinichi into opposition against himself and Konoha. Sacrificing Danzo for the greater good didn't seem unacceptable. After all, it was Danzo's refusal to obey his orders and his reckless actions that angered Shinichi and brought such turmoil to Konoha. Taking this opportunity to teach Danzo a lesson was also a good idea. Everything was for Konoha. The third consoled himself. Clearly, he was already trying to persuade himself. The king of mouth duels, Kakashi, was indeed terrifying. After leaving the Hokage building, Shinichi did not use his Kimui to head home directly, but unusually chose to walk. After staying at home for so many days, a leisurely stroll felt quite pleasant. He usually used Kimui even to go to the bathroom at home, so his exercise was clearly insufficient. Just around a corner, Shinichi saw a long-awaited figure leaning against the wall smoking, a strong sense of a shammate vibe hitting him. Is the matter resolved? Naruto extinguished his cigarette and asked. Don't worry. Shinichi waved his hand and smiled. With me, Shinichi Hitaki, one is worth two. The Hokage has come to his senses, and I believe the daimyo side will respond soon. Your salary for the second half of the year is secure. I'm not worried about my salary. Naruto's forehead twitched. He began to somewhat understand Kakashi. It seemed that communicating with certain individuals was indeed quite difficult. What's so hard about it? The hardest part was probably resisting the impulse to hit someone. Everyone knew very well that they couldn't possibly beat this person. What else could they do but endure? The third had finally made up his mind to deal with Danzo. As expected from Konoha's famous intelligent clan, Naruto immediately guessed the outcome. Sort of. You really have skills. Receiving Shinichi's affirmative answer, Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, even the Hokage has to compromise with you. It seems I really need to reconsider our relationship. Nanny. The next moment, Shinichi jumped up like a cat stepped on its tail, cautiously looking at him. Shikahiza, what are you trying to do? Although I'm single, I'm different from that old coot Sarutobi. My sexual orientation is quite normal. You. Naruto's mouth twitched slightly as he immediately realized the ambiguity in his words. He hurriedly explained, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that, I just wanted. Don't even think about it. I'm a serious young man with many lonely girls waiting for my affection. Even if there's a queue, it wouldn't be your turn. Old bearded uncle, I have no such intentions towards you. Can you let me finish? After you finish your enticing words. Do you think I'll change my sexual orientation for you? You wish. Damn idiot. Are you deliberately messing with me? Naruto, known for his calm and wise demeanor, couldn't help but shout in anger. You only just realized I'm messing with you? Too slow. Shinichi looked at him with a caring gaze, patted his shoulder, and kindly consoled him, don't be discouraged. I've played with hundreds of smart people like you. You may not be the smartest, but you're definitely the easiest to anger. Ah, another day of joyful teasing. Joy is indeed most interesting when built on the suffering of others. Shikahiza, I specifically came to chat with you to improve our relationship, and you treat me as a toy for your amusement? What a crazy person. Chapter 89. Shikahiza's attitude. The third and Danzo's break? Stop messing around. After finally suppressing his anger, Naruto returned to his calm demeanor and said solemnly, you're a smart person. You should know I'm not just here to chat. What do you want to say? Shinichi looked at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. I want to know your attitude towards Konoha, and more importantly, your attitude towards the third Hokage. Naruto's eyes gleamed with wisdom as he whispered. This will determine the attitude of our Inoshikacho trio towards you. As everyone knows, the Inoshikacho trio has always followed the opinions of the Nara clan because everyone knows they like to produce smart people, and they're happy to have smart people help them think and make the right decisions. What attitude can I have? Shinichi shrugged, helplessly saying, I'm just an ordinary chunin. My attitude isn't important. Shinichi is playing dumb fun? Shikahiza's eyes twitched slightly, his tone carrying some irritation. You're already a crucial figure for Konoha. Even the Hokage has to consider your feelings in his actions. Don't think that everyone in Konoha besides you is an idiot. Your relationship with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. He didn't finish his sentence, but Shinichi knew what he was implying. All right. Shinichi waved his hand to interrupt. Aren't you just worried whether I would harm Konoha? Then I'll make it clear today. Konoha is my home. Only if I've lost my mind would I destroy my own home. Then why are you doing this? Upon hearing the response, Shikahiza finally relaxed and couldn't help but ask, are you deliberately targeting the Hokage and Danzo, or do you want to become Hokage yourself? I want to be Hokage? No way. Shinichi replied firmly. I'm also fed up. Why do you all focus on that position all day long? Isn't it annoying? Then what exactly is your goal? Seeing that Shinichi wasn't lying, Shikahisa was speechless. You've stirred up so many things, yet it's not for becoming Hokage. Are you just doing it for fun? Are you 100,000 wise? Where do you get so many questions? I don't want to be Hokage, nor am I suited to be one. Shinichi couldn't take this guy anymore, saying calmly, but Sarutobi Hiruzen isn't suited to be Hokage either. The things I've stirred up are to bring about a major change for Konoha. You mean? Shikahisa's eyes widened in shock. Checking the surroundings once more, he whispered, launch a coup? Although he had anticipated this, confirming it with Shinichi still stirred up some emotional turmoil within him. Don't look at me with that expression, Shinichi said irritably. Konoha needs to embrace change to survive in this chaotic world. Some people have held power for so many years, secretly doing countless dirty deeds. Not only have they failed to make Konoha prosper, but they nearly destroyed it. Since you, Nara Shikahisa, pride yourself on being smart, you can't possibly be unaware of what has happened over the years. Do you know how much uproar this will cause? Shikahisa pressed down his anger and questioned. What is there to fear? The greater the uproar, the more valuable the fish. Xin, he revealed a disdainful smile and mocked. Do you believe that if Konoha develops according to my plan, it could never be worse than the current leadership? I don't believe it, Lugio calmly replied. You said you don't want to be Hokage anymore. So how can Konoha be under your leadership? Not wanting to be Hokage doesn't mean the new Hokage won't listen to me, Xin, he said lightly. Lugio was shaken, clearly. He hadn't expected Xin to have such grand ambitions, wanting to cultivate a puppet Hokage. What are you thinking? Xin could tell that Lugio was overthinking and said helplessly, I'm not as dark as you think. The new Hokage won't be my puppet. They will just occasionally accept my suggestions. Do you really think I'm so free that I want to command the Hokage all the time? After hearing this, Lugio finally understood his stance. This guy probably really didn't want to be Hokage, and the reason wasn't hard to guess. Laziness. So who do you plan to have as the next Hokage? Lugio couldn't help but ask. Who else could it be? Tsunade. Xin didn't bother to hide it from him, deciding to lay it all out. The ninja world is currently turbulent, and a storm could break out at any moment. Before this storm truly arrives, Konoha needs a Hokage who can stabilize the situation. Tsunade is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Once this storm in the ninja world is over, we can change Hokage again. Do you really think Lady Tsunade will listen to you and become Hokage? Lugio asked strangely. Setting aside where Tsunade is now, even if she really returns to Konoha, with her temper, she would never willingly accept being Hokage. Even if, hypothetically, she would agree, how can you ensure that she will listen to you? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't, Xin sneered. He was a man holding the script. Controlling Tsunade wouldn't be difficult for him. All right. Seeing the confidence in the other party, Lugio wearily nodded and said, I appreciate you discussing so many matters with me. At least for now, it seems you have no ill intentions towards Konoha. I just want to confirm that. Are you satisfied now? Xin rolled his eyes at him and said, I've been honest enough with you. Shouldn't you show some indication? Sure. Lugio, being the clever person he was, thought for a moment and directly said, on behalf of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, I agree to ally with you. As long as you don't do anything to harm Konoha's interests, our three clans will be your most steadfast allies. That's refreshing. Xin suddenly laughed. What he wanted was Lugio's attitude. Otherwise, he would be wasting his time chatting with an old man. Now, he not only had control over the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, but even the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that with the power he currently possessed, pushing Konoha's F4 off the stage would be as easy as child's play. You better remember what you said today. I really dislike traitors, Xin warned. If it had been someone from the Akimichi clan talking to him today, instead of Lugio, he wouldn't have bothered with a warning. But because Lugio was too clever and had too many twists and turns in his mind, he felt the need to give a serious warning. Don't worry. Lugio understood his meaning and assured, I won't joke about the lives of our three clans. You can trust that my coming to talk to you today is already a statement in itself. As he said, if he really insisted on standing with Konoha's F4, he wouldn't have come to talk to Xin today. The reason for their conversation was that the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had already discussed it beforehand. Indeed, I see you were clever since you were young, Xin said with a smile. It seemed that even the three clans had not been very loyal to the third Hokage. Little did he know, this was all a decision made after careful consideration by Lugio, who would want to be cannon fodder. Since Konoha's reform was unstoppable for both public and private reasons, Lugio had to make this decision. In short, Lugio did not have faith in Konoha's F4, rather than fighting against Xin for so-called loyalty. It was better to preserve their strength, which would also be a good thing for Konoha itself. You just said that the ninja world might have major movements. What exactly is going on? Lucio asked curiously. With your intelligence, can't you guess the purpose of the information I deliberately released? If it were just to deal with certain people, I wouldn't need to make such a big fuss, right? He rolled his eyes at him. This guy was definitely full of questions. Could it be that mysterious person? Lucio whispered. The Nara clan truly produced smart people. Lucio quickly thought of the key point. What you should know, you will know sooner or later, and it won't take long. He patted his shoulder and turned to leave. If he didn't leave now, he felt Lucio would really continue to pry deeper. The Root organization. The stone door that had long been destroyed by Danzo was no longer there. It had been replaced by a brand new door. Clearly, today's Root organization was not calm. From time to time, Danzo's furious roars could be heard coming from the room, and the members of the Root organization were silent, their hearts filled with unease. Nijan, are you getting old and confused? Danzo glared at his longtime partner and shouted, why should you remove me as an elder advisor? And why can't I continue to be the leader of the Root organization? Calm down, Danzo. The third Hokage appeared quite helpless inside. I have no choice. If you have no choice, why not think of a solution? Danzo's anger was uncontrollable as he shouted, you know I was framed. When did I ever try to assassinate a daimyo? This is a blatant accusation. Danzo felt so aggrieved. He had only sent someone to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen, and had never attempted to assassinate the Fire Country daimyo. He would not take the blame. The most ridiculous thing was that he didn't even know which little brat accused him of having an affair with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Damn it, can men have relationships with men? Even if it were true, they were both at such an age. Who has the mind to engage in such frivolities? This is simply going too far. I know this is an accusation. The third Hokage's helplessness deepened as he sighed, but what can I do if the daimyo believes it? You know the daimyo's character. If I don't give him an explanation, he definitely won't release the village's funding for the second half of the year. That will be the real trouble. Danzo, can't you just endure this for now and get through this matter first? Nijan, stop talking nonsense. Danzo was even angrier and cursed. Why should I be the scapegoat? If you really want to give the daimyo an explanation, then go find a mastermind behind this. Don't dump this black pot on me. By the way, it must have been that little brat from the Hitaki clan. I can't think of anyone else. That Detective Conan is definitely him. He had previously done such things to the gate of our Root organization. Who else could it be? Risen, send someone to capture that detestable brat and take him to the daimyo's residence. The matter will naturally be resolved. If you refuse, then I will send someone from the Root organization. Before the words fell, Danzo was about to issue an order to send someone to the Hitaki family to catch him. Wait, unexpectedly, the third Hokage suddenly stood up and said sternly, even if you guess who the mastermind is, what difference does it make? Danzo, Konoha isn't only smart because of you. Do you really think I don't know this is Shinichi's doing? You know full well it was him. You want me to be the scapegoat? Danzo widened his eyes in shock. His anger surged instantly. He originally thought the third Hokage was also deceived and had no choice but to let him take the blame. But it turned out this old man was fully aware and still wanted him to take the fall. This was simply outrageous. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Facing Danzo's furious and questioning gaze, the third Hokage helplessly nodded and explained, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. The power Shinichi currently possesses is not something we can confront head-on. Having you be the scapegoat is just a temporary measure. Once Jiraiya returns, we can slowly devise a way to deal with him. Do you really want me to swallow this bitter pill? Danzo replied coldly. Yes, this is also Shinichi's intention. The third Hokage said solemnly, we must preserve our strength for now. Hard confrontation benefits no one. Besides, this matter was initiated by you. If you hadn't ignored my advice and recklessly incited public opinion against the Uchiha clan, Shinichi wouldn't have acted so ruthlessly. Is it still my fault? Danzo laughed in anger. Risen, you've changed. You weren't like this before. It's not your fault. Is it still mine? Seeing Danzo so stubborn, the third Hokage was somewhat annoyed and snapped. If you had taken my words to heart, things wouldn't have reached this point. Don't forget, you're not the only one being slandered. Where do you think I can seek justice? Konoha was filled with gossip about him, and Danzo. He had done nothing wrong, but inexplicably bore a reputation for having unhealthy sexual orientation. Danzo could come to vent his anger on him. But who could he go to vent his own? Damn it, it was clearly Danzo who got them into this mess. Yet it was always him, the third Hokage, who had to clean up after. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he was too lazy to be polite to Danzo anymore, coldly saying, in any case, your punishment is decided. From today on, you will stay at home and not return to the Root organization. I will have Yamanaka Ryoma manage it for you. You are not allowed to interfere. Risen, are you really going to do this? Danzo's face finally calmed down, and he said coldly. First, he stripped him of his elder advisor position, then took away the root organization he had managed for many years. These were the things Danzo cared about the most. The third Hokage's actions were essentially the same as tearing off the facade. Danzo, this is all of your own making, the third Hokage said bitterly. If Danzo had been willing to listen to his orders, they wouldn't have reached this point. You will regret this, Risen. Seeing that the third Hokage had made up his mind, Danzo sneered and stopped arguing. But in his heart, the seeds of hatred had already begun to take root. Any fan of the old Hokage could guess that Danzo, who had no bottom line in his actions, would inevitably do even more outrageous things in the future. After all, he had already been pushed to this extent by Shinichi. What was there to worry about? Danzo, I hope you know better. Looking at Danzo's departing figure, the third Hokage couldn't help but sigh lightly. Chapter 90. Willful and unwilling to write a title the next day. The third Hokage publicly announced the dismissal of Shimura Danzo from his elder advisor position, causing quite a stir in Konoha. As for the temporary change of leadership in the Root organization, the third Hokage did not announce it to the village, but all elite ninjas of Jonin rank and above, as well as the high-ranking officials of Konoha, were already aware of the situation. After all, the Root organization was a rather secretive entity, and the third Hokage could not make it public. What surprised everyone was that, regarding the third Hokage's decision, the usually cooperative Teasing, Sakura, and Mito Gate Flame had no objections at all. As expected of the Hokage, he immediately made the perfect decision. With Danzo dismissed, the daimyo's residence shouldn't make things difficult for us anymore. Some self-satisfied individuals couldn't help but remark, how could they know that the third Hokage made this decision not out of his own will, but because he was forced by someone? You all have no objections, right? At the elder meeting, the third Hokage glanced around at the main figures of each clan in Konoha and said lightly, the remaining two elder advisors, Teasing, Sakura, and Mito Gate Flame, maintained a calm demeanor, saying not a word, clearly having reached a consensus with the third Hokage long ago. Everything follows the orders of the Hokage. Hyuga clan's leader, Hisashi, was the first to speak. The Uchiha clan has no objections. Uchiha Fugaku followed suit, and soon the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans nodded in agreement, with several important figures in the village speaking up and it being a decision initiated by the third Hokage. No one else dared to say anything. Of course, it was passed unanimously. Only a fool would stand up to oppose at this moment. Of course, as the punished party, Shimura Danzo no longer had the qualifications to participate in the elder meeting and was not present. Otherwise, he would have been the first to jump out and oppose the third Hokage. Hitaki family. Late at night, Shinichi arrived at Kakashi's room, not bothering to say hello, and directly pushed the door open. Yo, Kakashi, I knew you wouldn't be asleep. Shinichi made a gesture he thought was full of energy, almost scaring Kakashi half to death. Be brother. Kakashi was momentarily stunned, then immediately shouted angrily. Couldn't you knock before coming in? Is this how an older brother should behave? In his anger, he was also relieved. Thankfully, he hadn't been reading adult books just now. Otherwise, if caught by someone, he would have been laughed at for a year. If it were Ino or Haku's room, I would definitely knock. Shinichi shrugged nonchalantly. But you and Naruto are boys. Are you afraid of me seeing something? Haku expressed his innocence, as he was a boy too. Forget it. What do you want from me? Kakashi had long been used to his older brother's unconventional ways of doing things. If he were to take it seriously, he didn't know how many times he would have been infuriated. As the saying goes, you get used to it. Actually, it's nothing important. I just wanted to foster some brotherly feelings with you. Shinichi unceremoniously sat on Kakashi's bed, draping an arm around his neck, making it seem quite intimate. Lately, I've been busy with those little brats and haven't had time to check on you. So I wanted to ask how you've been. Have you lost your mind? Kakashi looked at him with a strange expression, blurting out. Duong. The bad brother who refused to accept his older brother's affection could only greet the iron fist of love. All right, I was the one who lost my mind. Kakashi wanted to cry, but had no tears. How has your training been since your Sharingan was sealed? Shinichi suddenly asked, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Pretty good. When asked about this topic, Kakashi also put aside his joking attitude and sighed a bit. Big brother, you were right to scold me before. I was indeed too reliant on the Sharingan. Ever since Kakashi sealed the Sharingan with his own hands, he no longer had the trouble of chakra deficiency. Even though he lost many abilities of the Sharingan, after rigorous training, the family heirloom, the Hitaki swordsmanship, regained new vitality in his hands. Recently, he was even surprised to find that without the Sharingan, his strength had actually increased. Even Kai, who often practiced with him, had praised his Hatake swordsmanship more than once, and a few times had nearly faced a serious setback. This made Kakashi realize that his training focus should not be on the Sharingan, but rather on the Hatake swordsmanship and lightning release ninjutsu, thus walking a path that truly suited him. It is not an exaggeration to say that the current Kakashi, even if he cannot compare to his father, the Konoha White Fang, is not far off. Very good, as expected of my brother, said Shinichi. Under the interference of this little butterfly from another world, Hatake Kakashi finally embarked on a path completely different from the original work and would no longer become the equally matched Hatake, who was a bit of a mystery in terms of combat power. Although my strength has improved quite a bit, the issue with the Sharingan still exists. Receiving Shinichi's praise made Kakashi quite happy, but he also expressed his worries. So far, I still haven't found a way to increase my chakra capacity, which means it doesn't make much difference whether I have the Sharingan or not. Big brother, am I going to have to be a one-eyed dragon from now on? The transplantation of the Sharingan onto an outsider would inevitably place a huge burden on the body. Without transplanting Hashirama cells, this burden would be nearly impossible to eliminate. Shinichi could not turn Kakashi into a monster like Danzo, so the best solution was to abandon the Sharingan and replace it with a normal eye. Don't worry, you won't be a one-eyed dragon. Shinichi patted his shoulder and chuckled. However, it is indeed time for the Sharingan to leave you. If there is nothing going on recently, you might as well visit the cemetery more often. Perhaps you will get some unexpected surprises? Big brother, what do you mean by that? Kakashi felt there was something more to his words. Some things lose their meaning if explained too clearly. Kakashi, what others say doesn't matter to you. What is important is that you use your own eyes to discover the truth. Shinichi glanced deeply at Kakashi and said no more, leaving the room directly. Kakashi was left puzzled, unable to figure out why this guy suddenly came to find him. However, speaking of which, it had been a long time since he visited Obito and Rin. Since the time in the Umbu was relatively relaxed recently, he might as well go to the cemetery tomorrow. Little brat, don't blame me, Shinichi thought. The truth can sometimes be cruel, but it's most persuasive when witnessed by the person involved. Chapter 91. Former close friends, now enemies. Shinichi-kun, this time you really offended Danzo. In a certain laboratory, Orochimaru held various unknown potions in his hands and smiled. From what I know about Danzo, he definitely won't let this go easily. He's probably plotting something against you in the shadows. Let them come. I'll counter whatever they throw at me, Shinichi replied with a faint smile. If it weren't for the timing not being right, I would have taken out this old dog long ago. Actually, I wanted to ask you for a long time, Shinichi-kun. When exactly will that timing arrive? Orochimaru casually inquired while busy with his experiments. The timing isn't determined by me. It's determined by you, Orochimaru. Shinichi sighed lightly. Oh, hearing you say that, Orochimaru paused his actions and asked with interest, what do you mean? It's quite simple. My plan is like this. Shinichi displayed a mischievous smile. Moments later, after listening to Shinichi's complete plan, Orochimaru's snake-like vertical pupils involuntarily constricted before returning to calmness, revealing a strange smile. So it's like this. That is really interesting. Shinichi-kun, your idea is truly unique. I can hardly wait. Despite his calm demeanor, from a slight tremor in his tone, Shinichi could tell that Orochimaru seemed a bit excited. Don't you think that doing this is not only interesting, but also very satisfying? Indeed. Orochimaru remained silent for a moment before he couldn't help but chuckle. Since it's your request, Shinichi-kun, I will take care of the following matters. However, preparing those things isn't that simple. It will probably take some time. How long? At least half a year, at most a year. Orochimaru provided him with a somewhat vague time frame. That long? Shinichi shook his head regretfully and said, then let them bounce around for a while longer. It's good. We will have more time to prepare for other things. At least I need to help you set up the base in the Land of Rice first. You don't need to worry about the base in the Land of Rice, Shinichi-kun. Orochimaru smiled. Although Kabuto is still young, he is indeed a rare talent. I believe that with a little more training, he will be able to assist me a lot. However, the issue of funding is indeed not easy to solve. It has been proven that Kabuto and Orochimaru are inherently bound together, and their bond is unquestionable. Only by being by Orochimaru's side can Kabuto achieve the maximum growth. Funding. Huh. Shinichi picked up on Orochimaru's troubles and muttered. Although Orochimaru's various bases in the Land of Rice have not yet taken shape, he also possesses formidable intelligence capabilities. With Orochimaru's cooperation, finding a person is not a difficult task. It's time to bring that guy, who is full of ulterior motives, over. Immediately, he seemed to think of something and suddenly smiled. By the way, Orochimaru, there's something I might still need your help with. But I don't need to say such things, Shinichi-kun. Orochimaru smiled. In his heart, Shinichi is his most sincere friend and partner, and there is no need for such politeness. Meanwhile, in a forest several dozen miles away from Konoha. White Zetsu, are you sure? Looking at the several white objects that suddenly appeared on the ground, Obito, wearing a swirl mask, said coldly, "Don't worry." A few white Zetsu revealed their peculiar smiles and assured, "We saw Hatake Shinichi use time-space ninjutsu to fly to a mountain outside the village. And then he ran towards the land of rice. So we can be sure that this guy is definitely not inside Konoha right now. If we're going to act, we must do it now. If we miss this chance, there may not be another." The white Zetsu chattered nonstop. With his abilities, how could he not notice you? Obito questioned. How could he not? One of the white Zetsu couldn't help but wail. That guy is a total lunatic. A few white Zetsu happened to be nearby, and he didn't even look at them. He just used a fire-release jutsu and turned them into charcoal. If we hadn't run fast enough, we would have been burnt to a crisp by now. Yeah. Luckily, that lunatic was in a hurry. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have let us go. Wait, Obito, why are you still in the mood to listen to our complaints? If we don't hurry up, we'll miss this opportunity. Don't forget, we have been lurking in Konoha for months waiting for this opportunity. If that deadbeat Kiki Shinichi has nothing to do, he really doesn't want to go out. I've never seen someone so good at staying in. The white Zetsus complained. Obito was also speechless. This batch of white Zetsus seemed not very smart and talked too much. However, they did provide him with important information. Kiki Shinichi is not in Konoha right now. Without Kiki Shinichi in Konoha, who can stop Obito? Whoosh! The space ripples distorted, and Obito directly entered Konoha. Ever since Kiki Shinichi's strong rise, he had not entered this village full of memories and hatred in a legitimate way. Rationality told him to go straight to the Kiki family. But perhaps it was fate's mischief. By the time he realized it, he had already arrived at the cemetery. In front of him were two graves. One was his own, and the other was his beloved. The tombstone was erected by the same person, Kiki Kakashi. Gazing affectionately at Rin's tombstone, Obito unknowingly fell into deep thought, as if reminiscing about the good old days. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps approached. Someone was coming. Obito instantly slipped into the Kamui space. "Obito, Rin, I'm here to see you again." Kakashi, holding fresh flowers, walked with a particularly heavy step, as if each step was filled with lead. "I know you might not want to see me." In the empty cemetery, Kakashi, with pain in his eyes, couldn't help but murmur, "But I really miss you both. I sincerely hope this longing can reach that world." Every time he came to this place, Kakashi couldn't help but talk to himself. This had long become his habit. But how could he know that at this moment, another person was watching everything? Facing the two lifeless tombstones, Kakashi began to share recent events, especially about the Sharingan on his body. When he became emotional, he couldn't help but look at Obito's tombstone and blame himself. "I'm sorry. Obito, I couldn't make good use of the eye you gave me. I simply couldn't control it, so I sealed it for now. Obito, I know saying sorry to you multiple times is useless, because not only did I fail to use this eye properly, but I also couldn't protect Rin and let her die at my hands. Obito, I couldn't protect Rin. I'm really useless." Upon hearing this, Obito could no longer control his emotional fluctuations and couldn't help but reveal himself. That's right. The suddenly revealed Obito's hoarse voice carried unimaginable hatred. "Kiki Kakashi, you are a waste. How can someone who can't even protect a girl be worthy of using the Sharingan? Who are you?" Kakashi immediately stood up and assumed a defensive posture. "Who am I?" Hearing this, Obito found it to be a huge joke, his face behind the mask becoming exceptionally ferocious. "Going mad? How interesting. Kiki Kakashi, I can't believe I heard such an interesting question from you. You are the enemy of Konoha." Kakashi quickly drew the Kiki family's traditional ninja blade. Having abandoned the Sharingan, he already had a bit of the style of Konoha White Fang from back in the day. "That's right, I am the enemy of Konoha." Obito did not deny this statement and continued, "Moreover, I am also your enemy, Kiki Kakashi. Back then, I was the one who orchestrated the Nine-Tails incident, causing the death of your teacher, Minato Namikaze. How about that? Do you hate me? It really is you." Connecting to the recent rumors, Kakashi's hatred deepened a few more points. It seems the rumors were true. The Nine-Tails incident was indeed orchestrated by this man wearing a mask with a whirlpool design. "Don't you want to know who I am?" Kiki Kakashi. Looking at Kakashi before him, Obito couldn't help but say, I only know you're my enemy, and I will definitely not let you go today. Kakashi sneered. Once a close friend, now an enemy. What kind of intense sparks would they collide with? Chapter 92. The Appearance of Shinichi. It's to break your defenses, Obito. Do you really think so? Obito said coldly. His peripheral vision inadvertently swept over Rin's tombstone, and a surge of murderous impulse arose in his heart, his voice becoming exceptionally eerie. What if I said, you are the real enemy? Nonsense. I've never seen you. Kakashi instinctively retorted. Is that so? Seeing his reaction, Obito's irritation and anger intensified, and he smiled ominously. Then today, I will show you who I really am. Under Kakashi's shockingly wide eyes, Obito slowly took off his mask, revealing his true face. You are. Although they hadn't seen each other for years, and Obito had undergone changes after transplanting Hashirama cells, he had become unrecognizable. But with that familiar face and extremely complex gaze, how could Kakashi not recognize that this was his once closest friend, Uchiha Obito? For all these years, Obito and Rin had long become an inseparable knot in his heart. Now, seeing the living Obito with his own eyes, Kakashi's emotions nearly collapsed on the spot. The kunai in his hand had fallen to the ground without him noticing, and his whole body was trembling, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Obito, you're still alive? Kakashi stammered. Kakashi, I'm still alive. Are you disappointed? Obito sneered. Although revealing his identity was a spur-of-the-moment decision, he was gradually calming down. It seemed Shinichi had not informed Kakashi of his survival. Otherwise, Kakashi wouldn't be reacting like this. Thinking about it, since Shinichi had already seen through his identity, it was meaningless to continue hiding in front of Kakashi. The truth would eventually be revealed. No, I'm very happy, Obito. I'm truly very happy. Kakashi's eyes turned red. If it weren't for the passage of time tempering his heart, he would have been unable to hold back his tears. But Kakashi was not the type to be completely dominated by emotions. He quickly calmed down, and countless pieces of information in his mind instantly connected, especially the recent uproar in the ninja world. Obito, did you really orchestrate the Ninetales incident back then? And were you also the one manipulating the Mizukage of the Mist Village? Thinking of the key point, Kakashi looked at Obito with disbelief and couldn't help but question. Why did you do this? You were clearly a ninja of Konoha. Why do so much? Not to mention the Mist Village incident. What Kakashi really wanted to ask was about the tragedy of Konoha back then, on the night of a Ninetales incident. Konoha suffered heavy casualties, and even his teacher, Minato Namikaze, and his wife lost their lives. And the instigator of all this was actually his unforgettable close friend. What could be more devastating than this? Shut up. Facing Kakashi's questioning, Obito immediately lost control, shouting angrily, You have no right to blame me. Kakashi, it was you who killed Rin. And Minato Namikaze, wasn't he the Yellow Flash? Clearly the fastest existence in the ninja world. Why couldn't he save Rin in time? It's all your fault. If it weren't for your mistakes, how could I have been pushed to this point? Kakashi, you liar. Back then, when I gave you the Sharingan, I wanted you to use it to protect Rin. Protect Konoha? But what did you do? You actually killed Rin with your own hands. Kakashi, all of this is your fault. Years of hatred and anger erupted in this moment. Obito's heart had long twisted to the extreme, and various negative emotions were unleashed towards his former close friend, Kakashi, without reservation, giving him an oddly strange sense of relief. I'm sorry about Rin. Kakashi remained silent for a long time before unable to suppress his self-mockery. I owe you and Rin an apology. If it weren't for my uselessness, Rin wouldn't have died. Obito, you blame me, and I can't refute that. Even if you want to kill me to vent your anger, I won't resist. Then he changed his tone, becoming particularly sharp. But this has nothing to do with the teacher and his wife. It has nothing to do with those innocent villagers of Konoha. If you want revenge, you can come at me, but why do you want to kill them? Is this your so-called revenge? The events of that year had long become a muddled mess, and no one could distinguish right from wrong. But there was one thing Kakashi was very clear about. The Ninetales attack brought devastating casualties to Konoha, shattering countless families. Even from the perspective of a Konoha ninja, Kakashi couldn't find any reason to absolve Obito of guilt. Kakashi, you are really foolish. Obito sneered. No matter how immature I am, I wouldn't use this to take revenge on you. I have my own plans to execute, and the Ninetales incident is just a part of it. It has nothing to do with our matters. Is that your reason for killing the teacher and the others? Kakashi's hands began to tremble, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his expression fierce. You know very well how the teacher treated you back then. I don't care what you do to me, but the fact that you killed the teacher is undeniable. Obito, have you gone mad? The death of Minato and the suffering Naruto endured alone over the years is something Kakashi cannot let go of. He had thought countless times about dealing with the real culprit himself, but he never dreamed that this culprit would be Obito. It must be said that this truth is far more brutal than he imagined. That was self-inflicted. Obito mocked, "If you don't have enough strength, then you can only welcome death." Kakashi, stop talking about such hypocritical words in front of me. It only disgusts me. Someone like you, who has never experienced true pain. How could you possibly understand my ideals and ambitions? I want to create a world with Rin in it, and I'm even willing to pay the price of my life for it. As for you, Kakashi, your vision is limited to tiny Konoha. You don't have the ability to accomplish such things. Kakashi, I will prove to you with my actions that I am the one who can save Rin. No, not just Rin. I can save this world all by myself. The more he spoke, the more deranged he became, as if he were a fervent believer. Obito, why did you become like this? Kakashi showed an expression of disbelief, feeling that the Obito before him was so unfamiliar. Was this still the naive, straightforward, passionate, and sunny Obito he once knew? This was definitely not the Obito he recognized. Shut up. Kakashi, I'm here to take back what belongs to me. Obito didn't want to waste any more time with Kakashi, as he wasn't sure when Shin would return. To put it bluntly, he was wary of Shin's presence. Once Shin returned to Konoha, with his strength and means, Obito feared he would never get the chance to reclaim the Sharingan from Kakashi. Do you want to take back that eye? For some reason, Kakashi's expression suddenly became exceptionally calm. Kakashi, it seems you're not that stupid. Obito sneered. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You'd better surrender and obediently hand over that eye. I'm no longer the idiot Obito you once knew. If you force me to act, I cannot guarantee that you'll survive. I know very well that you are no longer the Obito I knew. Kakashi self-mockingly smiled and said lightly, however, that I originally belonged to you. Since you want it back, I have no objections. Swish. The next moment, under Obito's astonished gaze, Kakashi actually reached out and dug out the already sealed Sharingan, throwing it directly to Obito without a word. Obito naturally caught it steadily. What do you mean? Although he had reclaimed what belonged to him, Obito felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. He shouted, Kakashi, are you begging for mercy for me? Where did your former confidence and arrogance go? He had thought Kakashi would battle him fiercely, then he would forcibly take back the Sharingan and mock Kakashi in the process, believing that the other party was no match for him. He had already written out his script. Instead, this guy Kakashi actually dug out the Sharingan without hesitation and returned it to him. This left Obito with a feeling as if he had punched cotton. You are the enemy of Konoha and the enemy of the ninja world. Kakashi shook his head and calmly said, so, you are also my enemy now. That Sharingan originally belonged to you, and returning it to you is only right. But I must tell you, Obito, from this moment on, I will not hold back. Your existence has threatened the entire ninja world. As a ninja of Konoha, I will do my utmost to defeat you. In the original work, Kakashi Hitaki had always been jokingly referred to as Kakashi 50-50 by Naruto fans. But everyone knew that Kakashi had his own principles, and, once it involved righteousness. Even when facing an old friend, he knew what he should do. Just you alone? Obito laughed, as if he had heard the biggest joke. Even if he couldn't transplant the Sharingan back in time, with just one Manjiki Sharingan, he was absolutely confident in dealing with Kakashi. Rather, with his Kamui, Kakashi had no ability to harm him. Then what if I join in? A teasing voice suddenly sounded, and a figure appeared, instantly causing Obito to show an expression of great alarm. In the entire ninja world, there was only one person who could make Obito so wary. It was none other than Shin Uchiha. Big brother, covering his bleeding eye with one hand, Kakashi couldn't help but shout, how did you get here? What does it have to do with you? Shin casually threw him a roll of bandages and said irritably, wrap up your wound yourself. I don't have the time to take care of you. I told you long ago, stop deceiving yourself. With your intelligence, you could have guessed this guy's identity long ago. Yet you refuse to believe. The information he had previously revealed to the bounty agency about Obito hinted at Obito's identity in almost every detail. Others might not have thought of it, but with Kakashi's IQ, as long as he wasn't influenced by personal feelings, it wouldn't be hard to guess that Obito was the true culprit behind the Ninetales incident. Coupled with the strange words Shin had told Kakashi a couple of days ago, he didn't believe that this guy wouldn't notice. To put it bluntly, it was Kakashi's inner self-deception. It wasn't that he couldn't guess, but that he was unwilling to believe that person was Obito. Having seen through this long ago, Shin didn't bother to expose Kakashi's thoughts. The best way to wake someone who pretends to be asleep is to throw them off a cliff, forcing them to wake up. Uchiha, it's you again. Obito stared fiercely at Shin before him and said sternly, "Why are you everywhere?" Now that things had come to this, how could Obito not guess that he had definitely fallen into Shin's trap? Otherwise, how could this guy possibly show up on time? No need to guess. Shinichi must have deliberately left Konoha under by Ju's watchful eye, making him let his guard down before daring to sneak into Konoha to find Kakashi. "Jo, Obito." Shinichi waved at him and greeted, "It's nice to see you again. I have to say, your current look is quite unique. Although it's not very ugly. It has nothing to do with being handsome. Is this how Uchiha Madara operated on you back then? Where's your sense of aesthetic taste?" Shut up. Every time he saw this guy, Obito's emotions would become particularly agitated. For no other reason than this guy's sharp tongue, which always made people want to punch him. The stuff that had already been given away was actually being taken back. Shinichi ignored Obito's anger and glanced at the bloody Sharingan in his hand, disdainfully saying, "Obito, you're really not considerate. When giving gifts, there's no reason to take them back." Obito was almost driven mad with anger. "You really have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for your unexpected appearance, I wouldn't have had to risk exposing my identity to find Kakashi and reclaim this eye. Forget it. It's not a good thing anyway." Shinichi waved his hand impatiently, saying, "If you want it, take it back. The Hitaki family doesn't lack your useless eye. At most, I'll just get Kakashi a few more to replace it another day. They'll definitely be more useful than yours." "You bastard." Obito cursed angrily. "Do you hear how infuriating that is? Do you really think the Sharingan is as common as cabbage, that you can just take it if you want? Can't argue with me, so you start cursing?" Shinichi said with a grim expression, "You should consider where this is. Aren't you afraid of what your beloved would think if she saw you so undignified? Right, Kakashi?" Mentioning Rin made Kakashi fall silent. Rin's death was not only Obito's heartache, but also Kakashi's. If it weren't necessary, he would absolutely avoid bringing up that sorrowful name. "Hitaki Shinichi, shut up. You have no right to mention Rin." Obito exploded. Shinichi knew him well. Whenever it came to anything related to Rin, Obito was definitely the most agitated one. Yet, this particular ill-tempered guy loved to see Obito's defenses crumble. So how could he let him off easily? "Who are you telling to shut up? You say I'm unworthy to mention Rin, but I think the one who truly is unworthy is you." Shinichi narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "Someone who can even cause the death of his own teacher is worthy of mentioning Rin's name? Obito, don't forget, Minato Namikaze was not only your and Kakashi's teacher, but also Rin's. You." Obito was momentarily speechless, unable to look him in the eye. "What do you mean, what? You personally caused the fourth Hokage and his wife to die and still dare to speak in front of Rin's grave? If I were Rin, I wouldn't let you off first. A guy like you, who repays kindness with malice, is the one who should be lying here." Shinichi fixed his gaze on him. The king of trash talk, reaching its peak. "No, Rin wouldn't blame me." Obito shouted angrily. "It's all Kakashi's fault. He killed Rin. Rin promised me she would always watch over me. I see you, you turtle bastard." Shinichi sneered, pressing on. "You killed Rin's teacher and mistress. And so many people in Konoha. And you still have the face to say such things in front of her grave? Don't flatter yourself. That's all just your delusional thinking. No wonder Rin didn't like you back then and only liked Kakashi. People like you, with low character, ungrateful, and always shifting the blame onto others, deserve to be disliked. And it's no wonder Rin would hate you. Oh, by the way, you might not know. Back when Rin was still alive, she once asked me to help her confess to Kakashi." Shinichi's words stabbed like sharp knives into Obito's heart. Each word was a strike to the core. "Today, I'm here to watch you, Obito, break down." Chapter 93. Rin's question. Obito begins to deceive himself. "You're talking nonsense." Obito exploded. Although he knew these were all Shinichi's deliberate provocations, whenever it involved Rin, his emotions became uncontrollable and all rationality vanished in an instant. "Everything I did was for Rin. For this world." Obito roared like a completely deranged madman. "Rin will always watch over me. She will be proud of me. She will be happy." As Shinichi previously said, the current Obito was no longer that Navi sunny boy from back then. He was now as paranoid as a madman, refusing to listen to anyone's words. Not at all. At that moment, a pleasant voice rang out. Obito's face revealed an expression of disbelief, and his shout came to an abrupt halt. Kakashi also widened his eyes, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, for no other reason than that they suddenly saw a figure that haunted their dreams step out from behind Shinichi. It was actually Rin. "Rin, is that really you?" Kakashi's eyes turned red as he trembled, speaking in a shaky voice. But he didn't lose his basic judgment and quickly noticed that the Rin before him was different from ordinary people. "Rin, Obito was also dumbfounded. With his knowledge, how could he not tell that this was the real Rin? Definitely not an illusion. But Rin had been dead for many years, and coupled with her lifeless appearance, he immediately realized something, exclaiming, "Edo Tensei?" What? Kakashi also reacted, unable to help but look at his older brother, shocked. "Brother, did you use forbidden techniques to revive Rin? Does it matter?" Shinichi smiled and said, "I just wanted a certain stubborn guy to see with his own eyes that everything he has done over the years is entirely the result of his own madness and obsession. Not for Rin at all. Rin, I finally see you again." At this moment, Obito no longer had the madness and anger from earlier. He seemed to revert to his youth, looking anxious and uneasy. "Do you know, I've really missed you all these years. I almost went mad thinking of you. Obito, originally I thought it would be a very happy thing to see you and Kakashi again," Rin said with disappointment in her eyes, softly adding, "But after Brother Shinichi told me about the things you've done over the years, I can't be happy at all. Obito, why have you become like this? Are you really still the Obito I knew?" "No, Rin, let me explain." Facing Rin's questioning, Obito became even more uneasy and hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think. I'm trying to create a world with you in it. Everything is for the sake of true peace in the future. You mustn't listen to that bastard Hatake Shinichi." "Enough, Obito." Rin's face was filled with disappointment as she sighed. "At this point, do you still want to deceive me? I heard everything you just said. Brother Shinichi didn't lie to me. You really have killed many people, even Minato-sensei. Your hands are stained with blood, and you still think I will be happy about this? Obito, I don't know why you become like this, but I want to tell you, I won't look at you anymore. You're just too disappointing." Without a doubt, the most devastating blow to Obito in this world was Rin's disappointment in him. If what Shinichi just said was only to break Obito's defenses, then Obito is probably on the verge of collapsing now. "Rin, it's really not what you think." Obito's face was ashen as he spoke in a hoarse voice. "At this point, do you still want to deceive me?" Rin's disappointment was more pronounced, and she said angrily, "My death has nothing to do with Kakashi. I willingly died at his hands. Also, my death has nothing to do with Teacher Minato. Why do you blame them and do such excessive things?" Obito was left speechless, and the beliefs he had held for many years were gradually crumbling. "Kakashi, long time no see." Rin suddenly turned to Kakashi, whose expression was complicated and revealed a sincere smile. "I knew you would be handsome when you grew up. I was right, but you look like you're not happy at all. You must have had a tough time all these years." "Rin, it's so good to see you." Kakashi choked out. He never dreamed he would have a day like this. "I thought so too." Rin's gaze towards Kakashi became particularly gentle as she softly said, "Promise me, Kakashi. You must live happily from now on and find a girl who can take good care of you. Also, you must find a way to stop Obito. You can't let him go wrong any longer." "I will, Rin." Kakashi nodded and promised. "Kakashi, Shinichi, thank you both so much." After saying this, a relieved smile appeared on Rin's face, and she turned to dust and dissipated. The reanimation jutsu was lifted. This meant that Rin no longer had any attachment to this world, and she had directly lifted the reanimation jutsu with her own will. "No, Rin." Watching Rin dissipate, Obito went completely mad. His face twisted, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. "Why? Rin, why won't you believe me?" What truly drove him to the brink was not Rin's dissolution, but her words to him. Rin had clearly promised him that she would always watch over him. This promise had almost become the strongest belief in his heart, but it was completely shattered by Rin's few words. It is no exaggeration to say that Obito's emotions had reached the edge of collapse. A completely insane Obito who knows what he would do. "No, wait." Obito suddenly shook his head, his expression extremely bizarre, and he shouted like a madman. "That just now was not the real Rin. That was a fake Rin. The real Rin has always been watching me. This is all your conspiracy." These self-comforting words were like a magical seed sown deep in his heart, taking root and sprouting, ultimately growing into a towering tree. His current state can be described in 4 words: self-deception. "Are you out of your mind?" Shinichi watched the scene beside him, speechless, and couldn't help but mock. Anyone can see that the one just now was the real Rin. "I personally performed the reanimation jutsu to bring her back, and you actually think it's a counterfeit? Even if he could lie, the reanimation technique itself couldn't deceive. Isn't that an obvious fact?" As a result, this crazy and paranoid Obito, in order to maintain his inner belief, actually hypnotized himself? This is simply outrageous. "Konoha Shinichi, you still want to deceive me." Obito glared at Shinichi like a wolf, roaring, "That just now was not Rin at all. The real Rin would never treat me like that. The real Rin promised she would always watch over me. This is all your illusion, you bastard, using such shameless means. Crazy, this kid must be insane. Shinichi felt helpless. He had never seen someone so fond of self-deception. Clearly, Obito's obsession had reached a terrifying level, and even his master mouth techniques couldn't deal with this guy. In a sense, perhaps Obito was the strongest person in the entire ninja world. Chapter 94, Izanagi. Run, Master Obito. Obito, stop deceiving yourself. Kakashi sighed. Turn back soon. Continuing down this path will only harm yourself. Kakashi, shut up. Obito shouted angrily, his eyes filled with rage and hatred. It's all you. You two brothers are here to sow discord and even try to distort Rin's feelings for me. Dream on. Obito. Kakashi couldn't bear to see his former close friend turn into this and couldn't help but reprimand. Do you want to keep going down the wrong path? Rin has already made it very clear. Do you really think this is what she wanted? You have no right to lecture me. Obito laughed maniacally, his voice filled with endless killing intent. Only I can create a world with Rin. That just now was a counterfeit, a conspiracy by you two brothers. Kakashi was utterly disappointed. He could see that Obito was no longer listening to anyone. This guy had become so obsessed that even the real Rin couldn't stop him. Or rather, the current Obito would only believe in the Rin he imagined. He was already addicted to his own fantasy and would no longer be influenced by anything in reality. Bro, what are you still talking about? Shinichi patted Kakashi on the shoulder and advised, this guy is a complete lunatic, completely insane. Let me just take him out. For a madman, talking more is pointless. It's better to subdue him directly with force. In this day and age, violence is the best solution. Ninjutsu, non organic rebirth. Shinichi suddenly slammed the ground, and the hard rocks seemed to come to life, transforming into countless blades rushing towards Obito to kill him. This move was even more powerful than Obito's would release, cutting technique. Under Shinichi's powerful Senjutsu, Chakra manipulation, anything within his line of sight would become his soldiers, slaughtering his enemies with incredible force. Kamui, don't think that even though Obito has gone mad, he has lost his fighting instincts. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. No matter how fierce Shinichi's attack was, it couldn't harm him in the slightest. This is the power of Kamui. Unless Shinichi personally goes to the Kamui space to catch him, otherwise, under this nearly bug-like intangibility, ordinary people cannot hurt Obito. Konoha Shinichi, I will definitely settle this score with you today. To be honest, you can't deny it. Even though Obito has become a madman, he is not stupid at all. He knows that he can't do anything to Shinichi, and Shinichi might not be able to hurt him either. His first choice is to run away. Obito, are you trying to escape again? Seeming to see through Obito's thoughts, Shinichi chuckled. You're really a coward. Humph. One day, you will pay for what you have said. Obito ignored Shinichi's taunts. In his view, as long as he executed his plan step by step, once he truly became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, even the current Konoha Shinichi would not be able to stand against him. A true hero would never be completely defeated because of a temporary setback. What he wanted was the final victory. Want to leave? Can you escape? Seeing Obito using Kamui again to try to flee, Shinichi's eyes flashed with brilliance. Whoosh! The body of Obito was about to be taken away by the space vortex, but Shinichi had already left many shadow clones in his Kamui space, instantly locking onto the spatial nodes, and similarly cast Kamui to invade his Kamui space, arriving in front of Obito's physical form. Lightning release, Chidori. The flickering lightning serpents erupted with terrifying power in Shinichi's hand, piercing through Obito's body on the spot. Feeling the intense pain of his flesh being burned in his chest, Obito spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, how could you possibly break my space technique? Little madman, don't forget, my Kamui is above yours. Shinichi chuckled lightly. Almost at the same time, his Manjiki Sharingan locked onto Obito again, trying to pull the latter into the Tsukuyomi space. As long as Tsukuyomi was successfully cast, with his terrifying ocular power, Obito's mind would undoubtedly be tortured to the point of collapse, leaving him with no resistance, and the battle would end in an instant. Under absolute ocular suppression, Tsukuyomi was a powerful illusion technique capable of determining victory or defeat. Thinking of dealing with me? It's not that easy. However, at the critical moment, Obito unexpectedly unleashed some powerful forbidden technique, and the body that had already been pierced by Shinichi's Chidori instantly healed. Following that, Obito quickly altered the spatial nodes of Kamui, temporarily sealing the space, and hurriedly escaped back to the real world, immediately retreating from Konoha under the cover of Black Zetsu. Kakashi watched as the disheveled Obito attempted to escape, wanting to pursue and capture him, but was suddenly blocked by several white Zetsu, and helplessly could only watch Obito flee. In this confrontation, Obito failed to injure Shinichi in the slightest, but nearly got himself killed. Even so, he narrowly succeeded in escaping. It's no exaggeration to say that the name Hatake Shinichi had likely become Obito's greatest nightmare. He would never forget that he had almost died at the hands of the other today, losing all his previous efforts. Damn, he really is a master of escape. Breaking through the seal of Kamui, Shinichi quickly returned to Kakashi's side, unable to help but curse. He had indeed somewhat underestimated this guy Obito. He hadn't expected that just a moment of negligence would allow this madman to escape. He didn't know how many Sharingan Obito still had left to sacrifice. Shinichi narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, indeed, if it weren't for Obito severing his own arm at the critical moment to sacrifice a Sharingan to activate the forbidden technique Izanagi, he would never have been able to escape from Shinichi's grasp. But this didn't mean that Shinichi was underestimating him. Rather, it was Obito's luck that was good, and the timing of using Izanagi was perfect. Even if Obito had been a second slower, he would not have been able to leave today unscathed. Izanagi, what a troublesome, forbidden technique, Shinichi muttered. He suddenly began to understand the frustrations of Konin in the original story. The 600 billion explosive tags couldn't kill Obito, not because Konin's calculations were insufficient, but because Obito was as slippery as an eel. Ordinary people really couldn't kill him. Knowing Izanagi wasn't scary. What was scary was that with Izanagi plus Kamui, Obito was simply the master of escape in the ninja world. Big brother, are you okay? Kakashi hurriedly approached, concerned. What could possibly be wrong with me? Shinichi rolled his eyes at him, complaining, that little brat Obito almost got taken down by me. And I didn't tease suffer scratch. But you, look at how much blood you're losing, and you still have time to worry about me? You chicken. Kakashi. What kind of talk is that? I'm bleeding because I dug out my own eye. What does that have to do with how weak I am? All right, one-eyed dragon. Hurry home and have Cheyenne help you treat your wounds. In a few days, I'll help you find a better eye to replace it. I won't let you become disabled. Seeing that his older brother's mouth was still as sharp as ever, Kakashi felt relieved. Chapter 95. Obito's Complete Darkening. The rat hiding in the sewers, in a certain cold underground space. The injured Obito lay on the ground like a wild beast, his eyes filled with madness, occasionally letting out painful howls. That was not the real Rin. Yes, it must be a fake created by that bastard Hatake Shinichi. He wants to confuse me. What a delusion. The real Rin would never say such things to me. Rin, I must create a world with you in it. The infinite Tsukuyomi plan absolutely cannot fail. Hatake Shinichi. Hatake Kakashi. You are all my enemies, and I will never forgive you. Obito had already descended into madness, his twisted mental state only further solidifying his previous determination. In Shinichi's words, he was a master of self-deception. Compared to the later Sasuke in the original story, he had become even more insane, and he no longer cared about his former friend Kakashi, even treating him as an enemy. In his heart, there were no other ties besides the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. As long as he could achieve this goal, he would go to any lengths, abandon all bottom lines, even if it meant transforming into a demon. After transplanting the Sharingan he had taken from Kakashi, Obito, with a complete Manjiki, finally obtained his peak power. This also meant he had completely darkened. Obito, are you okay? Black Zetsu, emerging from the ground, couldn't help but ask. For some reason, looking at Obito, even the deeply scheming Black Zetsu felt a bit nervous. I'm fine. Obito's voice held no emotional fluctuations as he coldly stated, for the time being, I won't be appearing casually. Hatake Shinichi's power is extraordinary. I'm not his match right now. Is Hatake Shinichi really that terrifying? Black Zetsu's face revealed his signature eerie smile. This guy exudes a sinister aura. I can't see through him at all right now. Obito coldly replied, if I'm not mistaken. Even if I team up with Nagato and Konin, we may not be able to take him down. What? Black Zetsu was genuinely shocked this time, exclaiming, even the Rinnegan can't deal with him? This devoted son, who had been plotting for years to save his mother, was now realizing that there was indeed an uncontrollable variable in his grand plan. It seems we need to initiate the tailed beast capture plan early. In Obito's indifferent tone, there was an undeniable command. I will notify Nagato and Konin. The Akatsuki should start moving as well. If we delay any longer, I fear Hatake Shinichi will come out to cause trouble again, which could impact our plans. But it's not the right time yet. Black Zetsu hurriedly said, don't forget, at this moment, some tailed beasts have not yet revived. Even if they start the tailed beast capture plan, it won't be possible to gather all 9 tailed beasts. and it might alert the enemy. We can't wait any longer. Obito calmly responded. Even if we can't capture all the tailed beasts, we must at least capture the existing ones. Otherwise, with Hitaki Shinichi's strange methods, I cannot predict what he will do next. The two confrontations have been fraught with danger for him. This time, he had nearly not returned. Even if Obito was unwilling to admit it, he had to acknowledge that the name Hatake Shinichi had become his greatest fear. In order for the infinite Tsukuyomi plan to succeed, he didn't dare to gamble at all. All right, I'll listen to you. Seeing that Obito was so determined, Kaguya didn't know what to think, but in the end, she nodded in agreement. No matter what, as long as Nagato, this most important piece, was still in their hands, his plan couldn't possibly fail. Shinichi-kun, you don't look very happy. Noticing Shinichi's subtle mood, Orochimaru asked curiously, is something wrong? Orochimaru, if there's a guy who poses a great threat to you and almost got killed by you, but now is hiding somewhere brewing a conspiracy, would you be in a good mood? Shinichi replied irritably, despite having an absolute advantage every time he faced Obito. This time he inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding. The reason was simple. The plot was gradually heading in a direction he couldn't predict. His arrival changed too many things, especially for Obito, this key figure. Now even he, who held the script, couldn't say what kind of actions Obito would take next. One thing was certain, Obito definitely wouldn't dare to have any inappropriate thoughts about Konoha in the short term. With your power, Shinichi-kun, you actually let such a person escape? Listening to Shinichi's description, Orochimaru was also somewhat surprised. Having spent so much time together, he had some understanding of Shinichi. Despite looking unserious most of the time, when facing a real enemy, he was heavier-handed than anyone else. Orochimaru had personally experienced this. He was genuinely curious about what kind of person could escape from Shinichi's hands. That guy's abilities are strange. He definitely can't beat me in a fight. But if it's about escaping, there's absolutely no one in the entire ninja world, except for me, who could kill him. Shinichi shrugged and said helplessly, I swear to heaven, this time I really didn't mean to let Obito go. The last time he let Obito go was because he secretly placed many shadow clones in Obito's Kamui space, locking down the spatial nodes. This made him think he had control over Obito's life, and the latter couldn't stir up any trouble. But this time, those shadow clone positions had already been exposed, and with Obito's complete Kamui powers now, he could completely eliminate this hidden danger. In simple terms, it wouldn't be so easy for Shinichi to kill Obito in the future. As long as Obito kept hiding in the shadows and refused to show up, Shinichi couldn't possibly search for him everywhere. If he could get another talent entry related to space-time ninjutsu, maybe there would be a way to solve this problem. Shinichi thought to himself. Compared to Obito's ocular power, it was like comparing a minor sorcerer to a major one. Even if he regained another Sharingan, it wouldn't be possible for him to get anything good out of Shinichi. But the problem now was that he had no idea where Obito was. Moreover, with Obito now possessing complete Kamui, he probably wouldn't be easy to deal with. For Shinichi, the best way to deal with someone adept in space-time ninjutsu was to use their own methods against them. If he could successfully master the Flying Thunder God technique of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, then the situation would be very different. Orochimaru, have you completed the matter I asked you to handle earlier? Shinichi suddenly asked. It needs a little more time. Orochimaru thought for a moment and said, this matter can't be rushed, but the other small matter you entrusted me with a few days ago has been taken care of. Oh, Shinichi's eyes lit up, and he smiled. So, I could bring Kakashi over? The small matter Orochimaru mentioned was nothing other than helping Kakashi clone a suitable eye for him. As Kakashi's big brother, how could he just watch his little brother become a one-eyed dragon? Chapter 96. Taijutsu and Sword Techniques? Is there potential? Anytime. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. But I must remind you, are you really ready to tell Kakashi about the situation here? As far as I know, with Kakashi's personality, he might not be able to accept this. Don't forget, Orochimaru is an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha and has done many things not understood by the world in pursuit of truth. In the eyes of most ninjas, Orochimaru definitely belongs to the villain category. I don't care if he can accept it. Who knows? Shinichi rolled his eyes and said fiercely, if he dares to disobey, I'll just beat him up. This brat has never let anyone rest easy since he was a child. If he were really sensible, he would make me, his big brother, worry about him. The best way to deal with a foolish little brother is to give him a good beating first. If one beating isn't enough, then two. This is Shinichi's simple and crude logic. Shinichi-kun, your way of interacting with your brother is really special. Orochimaru was also somewhat speechless. Whoosh. Before long, Shinichi brought Kakashi, who was recuperating at home, over. Anyway, With his Kimui, he could traverse distances in a short time, even if it was 1,000 miles away. This distance was nothing to him. Brother, what on earth are you doing? Kakashi, who was inexplicably grabbed, looked confused. He was originally lying at home, planning to read some adult books to relieve boredom. But suddenly, Shinichi appeared in his room like a ghost and dragged him away without saying a word. His behavior was akin to a bandit forcibly taking a maiden. Cut the nonsense. I'm finding someone to install an eye for you. Shinichi gave him a light smack on the head and said, lying obediently on the operating table, don't do anything unnecessary. Oh, faced with his brother's strong attitude, Kakashi was also speechless. But when he saw the person in front of him, his remaining eye couldn't help but widen with suspicion. You are Orochimaru? Kakashi-kun, long time no see. Orochimaru smiled. Brother, how could Orochimaru be here? We should hurry up and capture him. Kakashi immediately entered a battle-ready state, his mouth firing off like a machine gun. Bang! However, what awaited him was a second smack on the head. Capture my foot, Shinichi said irritably. Orochimaru is one of us. He will help you get a new eye. Nanny? How could Orochimaru possibly be one of us? Nanny what? I said he is one of us. So he is. Are you going to listen to the old man, Sarutobi, or to me, your big brother? Then, of course, I'll listen to my big brother. Facing Shinichi's unreasonable bandit-like attitude, Kakashi spoke softer and softer. Then hurry up and roll onto the operating table. Yes. Seeing Shinichi's impatient expression and his twitching fists, Kakashi no longer dared to say a word and immediately lay down on the operating table, closing his eyes resignedly. Orochimaru skillfully administered anesthesia and soon began the transplant surgery. It was unknown how long had passed, but Kakashi woke up from his slumber. And as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Orochimaru and Shinichi chatting, looking quite happy. He was even more suspicious. How come he never knew his big brother had such a good relationship with Orochimaru? They seem to be friends? Speaking of which, would anyone really want to be friends with someone like Orochimaru, who had a fearsome reputation? Kakashi-kun, you're awake. Noticing Kakashi's awakening, Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled. The wound is healing well. I believe in a few days, you will be able to remove the bandages and see the light again. Brother, Kakashi had countless questions in his mind, but didn't know where to start. What do you mean just go home first? Without giving him a chance to speak, Shinichi swiftly took him back to the Hitaki household. Big brother, what on earth is going on? Finally alone with just the two of them, Kakashi immediately asked, why do you have such a good relationship with Orochimaru? That guy is not a good person. You're making a deal with the devil. Spare me. I know Orochimaru better than you do, Shinichi replied, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Don't worry. He only listens to me now, and he's indeed on our side. Besides, I need his help with many things. His role is irreplaceable. Uncle Snake controls core technology. You can say he's not good at fighting, but in terms of research, Orochimaru is absolutely the top in the entire ninja world. Shinichi would rather give up 10 powerful fighters like Nagato than lose one Orochimaru. Big brother, what exactly do you want to do? Kakashi, sensing something, looked particularly deep in thought. His intuition told him that Shinichi was likely plotting something significant with Orochimaru. That's not a question for you to ask. Shinichi patted his shoulder and chuckled lightly. What you need to do now is to recover quickly and improve your strength. Otherwise, if you run into Obito again, he might be able to take you out in one blow. Remember, Obito is no longer the Obito you once knew. The next time you meet, he might really kill you. As he said the last sentence, Shinichi's expression turned serious. Based on Obito's previous reactions, it was clear that he had gone off the deep end. For a madman, anything he does seems reasonable. So even Shinichi couldn't be sure if Obito would still spare Kakashi out of old feelings. But one thing was certain. It was definitely correct to urge Kakashi to improve his strength. Kakashi hesitated. He didn't want to improve his strength, but he was currently in a state of confusion. With the Manjiki Sharingan, Obito's strength had already reached the level of a Kage. Even if Kakashi was exceptionally talented and mastered the Hitaki family's swordsmanship to the peak, reaching the level of his father's time, could that really contend with Obito? Although he had a powerful big brother backing him, Kakashi wanted to wake up his former friend with his own hands, making Obito return to the right path. But he simply didn't have that capability. What do you think this is? After hearing Kakashi's concerns, Shinichi showed a disdainful smile. You can't even muster the spirit for such a small matter? How about this? I'll point you to a clear path. You know how powerful the Hitaki family swordsmanship is, but have you ever thought about why swordsmanship alone can't compete with the Manjiki Sharingan? Why? Kakashi hurriedly asked. The Hitaki family's traditional swordsmanship is exquisite. And it's hard to improve just based on technique. So, if you want to increase your power, you need to start from yourself. Shinichi hit the nail on the head. He was using the tropes from those fantasy novels he read in his past life to deduce that no matter how exquisite your techniques are, they can still be overpowered by sheer strength. In other words, it's not that the Hitaki family's swordsmanship is weak, it's that the person wielding the sword is weak. Just imagine, if a guy who has opened all 8 gates learns the top-tier Hitaki swordsmanship, what kind of power would that unleash? This is definitely not a simple case of 1 + 1 = 2. When your own speed and strength reach an unbelievable level, your swordsmanship will naturally undergo a transformation. Who says the Hitaki family can only achieve a 50-50 matchup? Shinichi didn't believe it. If Kakashi could drastically improve his physical skills, would his Hitaki swordsmanship still be that weak? At that time, not only could he surpass the Hitaki Tsukuyomi of the past, but reaching the level of guy who opened all 8 gates would not be impossible. Big brother, are you suggesting I learn the 8 gates from Guy? Kakashi wasn't a fool. He quickly understood Shinichi's meaning. Not just the 8 gates. There's also the lightning armor, which is the specialty of the 4th Raikage. Shinichi smiled mischievously and enticed him. You need to use every means to enhance your physical skills and strengthen your swordsmanship. You should know in this world, it's not only ninjutsu that can help you stand out. Damn it. Although it was just a momentary impulse. He really entertained the idea of turning Kakashi into a second Guy. Chapter 97. Jiraiya returns to the village. Just as punishment from Shinichi. The 8 gates? Lightning armor? Kakashi was stunned. As Guy's close friend, he certainly knew about the 8 gates. He believed that as long as he asked, Guy would definitely not hold back and would do his best to teach him. However, the lightning armor was the 4th Raikage's signature technique. How could he possibly teach it to a Konoha ninja? I know what you're worried about. Shinichi waved his hand confidently. You just focus on learning the 8 gates from Guy. I'll help you get the lightning armor training method. It's just a lightning armor, right? Don't forget. He still had Orochimaru as a trump card. He didn't believe he couldn't figure out even a lightning armor training method. Even if it really didn't work, he could just go to the Cloud Village himself and force the 4th Raikage to hand over the training method. I'll listen to you, big brother. Although Kakashi often complained and grumbled about Shinichi, he always held absolute trust in him regarding important matters. Thus, under Shinichi's persuasion, Kakashi embarked on a completely different path of cultivation. The next day, bored at home, Shinichi suddenly had the idea to visit the police force and check on his few adorable team members. Although he was still the captain of the Konoha police force, ever since the incident with the intel, he hadn't been to the police force at all, let alone fulfilling his duties. The 3rd Hokage and Fugaku both turn a blind eye to this. Fugaku, being one of their own, certainly wouldn't make things difficult for him. As for the 3rd Hokage, as long as Shinichi, this troublemaker, could stay quiet for a few days, he would be more than happy. And he would only look for trouble if he was really bored. Fortunately, the Uchiha team members were diligent and responsible. Even without their captain Shinichi around, they were still meticulous in their work. In fact, without Shinichi's interference, their work efficiency had improved significantly. What a beautiful girl. That figure was simply exquisite. It could definitely provide better inspiration for my new work. I didn't expect there to be so many beautiful girls in Konoha over the years. I really hit the jackpot this time. Little did Shinichi know that on his way to the police force, he happened to spot a rather lewd figure near the bathhouse. This guy had long white hair, a tall stature, and was hiding in a corner, peeping through a wall crack, occasionally making slurping sounds, clearly drooling. In the entire Hokage world, there was no one else who could have such a getup and such a hobby except for Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Just what he needed. Shinichi, who was looking for some fun, suddenly had a bright idea. He quietly sneaked up behind Jiraiya and delivered a ruthless kick straight to his backside. The force of this kick was immense, directly creating a large hole in the wall, and Jiraiya fell into the bathhouse. A pervert. Kill him. Such a commotion. Of course, Jiraiya's peeping incident was ruthlessly exposed. In an instant, the entire bathhouse was in chaos, with various pots and pans being thrown at Jiraiya's head. This was the furious counterattack from the women of Konoha. Unfortunately for Jiraiya, he couldn't defend himself. He could only cover his face, plead for mercy, and flee outside. What a joke. Jiraiya, also had his pride and couldn't reveal his identity. Otherwise, the reputation of the legendary Sannin would be tarnished. What? There's actually a pervert. Damn it, daring to commit crimes while I'm on patrol. Do you want to die? At that moment, a voice filled with righteousness rang out. It was Shinichi, who had somehow changed into the security team uniform, walking in boldly and declaring, Ladies, where is the pervert? I will arrest him right now. He kept his eyes straight ahead, taking in the beautiful scenery without a glance sideways. Yet he wore a righteous expression that made him seem like he had no lewd thoughts, genuinely coming to deal with the peeping criminal. It's Lord Shinichi. The girls, who were almost seen naked by Shinichi, were not angry at all. Instead, they began to swoon. Lord Shinichi, hurry and catch this pervert. We must make sure he pays. The girls chattered excitedly, their only goal being to have their dream lover, Shinichi, personally capture the peeping criminal. Who in the whole village didn't know the name of Konoha's hero, coupled with Shinichi's extraordinary appearance and righteous aura? Who would care about the glances he occasionally cast at the girl's snow-white thighs? All right, leave it to me. Shinichi waved his hand and, like picking up a chick, grabbed the prostrate Jiraiya from the ground. Ladies, I'm taking this criminal away. You all better be careful in the future. Lord Shinichi, you're so handsome. Lord Shinichi, I want to have your babies. The youthful girls couldn't help but swoon again. Hey, girls should be more reserved. Shinichi shook his head, sighed lightly. Someone will be here soon, so you should hurry and put your clothes on. You need to know, not everyone can remain unperturbed like me. Jiraiya, who was being held in Shinichi's grip, almost couldn't hold back a mouthful of old blood. Although Jiraiya was lying on the ground, covering his face, he could see clearly that when this kid just barged in, his eyes were like they were glued straight ahead. And he wasn't missing out on the view at all. Yet these girls not only didn't blame him, but they also admired him. Why? Both of us have seen your bodies, yet I have to endure this treatment of being hunted down while this kid gets to enjoy the hero's treatment? Is it just because this kid is better looking than me? This is too much. Jiraiya was filled with deep resentment towards this looks-obsessed world. After finally escaping the noisy bathhouse, Shinichi threw Jiraiya onto the ground, revealing a malicious smile. So, peeping criminal, how do you think I should deal with you? I'm out of here. Jiraiya wouldn't let him handle him so easily. He immediately scrambled up from the ground and tried to escape. As a habitual offender, he had honed his escape skills over the years. Catching him wouldn't be that easy. Whoosh. However, with a twist of space, Shinichi appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path. What the heck? Time-space ninjutsu. Jiraiya was directly shocked. Still want to escape? Shinichi smiled and kindly advised, don't say I didn't warn you. Try to escape under my nose is not an easy task. You're insane. Jiraiya held back for a long time, his face nearly turning red, and finally shouted, it's just catching a peeping criminal. Is it really necessary to use such powerful time-space ninjutsu? I don't think so. Shinichi shrugged nonchalantly. This is just my regular way of operating, not just catching people, but even eating and going to the bathroom. I do it this way. So don't think you're that important. This is just basic skill. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. He could tell that this guy didn't seem to be lying. Then he couldn't understand even more. In this day and age, do you really need to use time-space ninjutsu for eating and going to the bathroom? Is it because he hadn't been back to Konoha for too long that he couldn't keep up with the rhythm of life here? All right, enough nonsense. Come back to the Konoha security team with me. Based on your crimes, you'll at least need to spend 7 days in the detention room. This guy, can we negotiate? Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, smiling shamelessly. Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm actually a big shot in the village. If I really get locked up in the detention room, it won't look good for everyone. Oh, Shinichi pretended to be clueless and said, then you should tell me your title. If you really have some status, I might handle it accordingly. Listen up. After hearing this, Jiraiya was immediately excited and made his signature move. I am the legendary and famous sage of the toads, Jiraiya. Pervy sage? Shinichi tilted his head and asked, that is quite fitting. Not pervy sage, sage of the toads. Jiraiya said urgently. Even though you look like a toad, I think pervy sage suits you better. Shinichi thought for a moment and said seriously, after all, the toad has never provoked me. I sent it quite rude for someone like you to impersonate their title. Jiraiya, it sounds quite reasonable, but why do I feel like you're insulting me? Kid, listen up. I'm one of the legendary Sannin. Seeing Shinichi was unyielding, Jiraiya thought to himself that he didn't know where this kid came from, and said impatiently, I'm the disciple of the third Hokage. I have a solid background. You better let me go quickly, or you'll be in big trouble, oh? Shinichi smiled and said, not only do you want to escape, but you also want to threaten me, the law enforcement officer? That's an additional charge. Initially, you only needed to be locked up for 7 days. But now it seems you'll need to stay for at least half a month. I'm out of here. The more he listened, the more ominous it sounded. Jiraiya activated his escape mode again. Unfortunately, Shinichi still didn't give him a chance. Whoosh. To Jiraiya's shock, Shinichi actually activated the Manjiki Sharingan. Tsukuyomi. Jiraiya felt his consciousness being pulled into another space. When he came to his senses, he had already appeared in a desolate, eerie place, with a blood-red moon hanging in the sky. This is a Jinjutsu? Jiraiya was shocked. He was quite confident in his own strength. Yet now he had inexplicably fallen into someone else's Jinjutsu. He instinctively wanted to form hand seals to break the Jinjutsu, but no matter what he did, he couldn't break this bizarre Jinjutsu. Once Tsukuyomi is activated, unless the caster's ocular power is insufficient, it is basically unsolvable. Wait a minute. Didn't this kid just use the Manjiki Sharingan? Jiraiya shivered, instantly recalling the strange scene from earlier, feeling immensely shocked. Considering you peeped first and have repeatedly tried to escape, avoiding your own crimes. Ninja Shinichi smiled and said, as a member of the Konoha Guard, I've decided to loosen your muscles first and then consider locking you up for 10 days or half a month. We can't let you continue to peep and bring psychological shadows to the many female ninjas of Konoha. No. Jiraiya was almost in tears, pleading, I was just peeping a little. Do you really need to use such a powerful Jinjutsu? Also, your eyes are the Manjiki Sharingan, right? Is my little crime really worth this? Jiraiya was genuinely speechless. Even if he was wrong for peeping at girls bathing, did it really warrant being trapped with such a powerful Jinjutsu? Using the Manjiki Sharingan, a super weapon, made it seem like they were capturing an S-rank rogue ninja. What kind of guard would treat a peeping Tom with such seriousness? Who told you to run away? Shinichi glared at him and said emphatically, the rules of our guard state that anyone who dares to escape will be punished even more. You have the right to remain silent. But every word you say now may become strong evidence for my accusation against you in the future. If you don't comply, that's fine. I'll send someone to notify the entire village and personally bring you before Lord Hokage for judgment. Bro, no, big brother. Jiraiya's mouth twitched, finally willing to admit his mistake. I was wrong, okay? Please don't take me to Lord Hokage. Otherwise, I'll really lose face. Did you really admit your mistake? Shinichi tilted his head and asked. Really? More real than gold. Jiraiya hurriedly said, quickly withdraw your Jinjutsu. I'm willing to go back with you to the guard for punishment. Just please don't make me see Lord Hokage. And don't notify the whole village. If Shinichi really did that, Jiraiya would truly have no face left to see anyone. Not to mention that he would lose face. Even the third Hokage would be embarrassed, and even his fellow Sannin, Orochimaru and Tsunade, wouldn't let him off easy. Especially Tsunade. If she found out he did such a thing and tarnished the Sannin's reputation with her personality, she might even run back to the village from a distance and beat him half to death. Tsunade's punches were no joke. When Jiraiya peeped at her when they were younger, he almost got beaten to death several times. Considering your attitude of admitting your mistake, I'll go easy on you. Seeing Jiraiya's cowardly look, Shinichi couldn't help but secretly laugh. The space of Tsukuyomi shattered instantly, and their consciousnesses returned to the real world. After experiencing the horror of Tsukuyomi firsthand, Jiraiya looked at Shinichi with a gaze that no longer dared to underestimate him. He swallowed hard and nervously asked, bro, how do you plan to deal with me? First, come back with me to the Konoha Guard. Shinichi smiled and said, if I catch you thinking about escaping again, I want to be polite. Wow. As he spoke, parts of Susanoo materialized around Shinichi, especially the giant arm holding the Totsuka sword, exuding a murderous aura that made Jiraiya break out in a cold sweat. Susanoo. Jiraiya silently cried out in despair. Is this kid out his mind? Just for catching a peeping Tom? Why is he using Susanoo? When did the Uchiha clan produce such a terrifyingly strong rookie? There was no way he could just sit back and wait to die. It was impossible for him in this lifetime. He didn't want to miss any chance to escape. However, when he saw Shinichi's Susanoo, he immediately dispelled that thought. He knew this rookie was definitely not joking. If he dared to escape, Shinichi would indeed take action. Oh my god, did I not check the almanac before leaving today? How did I run into such an unpredictable little devil? Chapter 98, Jiraiya, looked down upon by the three little ones. Image completely ruined. In the Hokage's office. The third Hokage spat out his tea and immediately stood up. What did you say? Jiraiya was caught by Shinichi and taken to the guard? Yes. Lord Jiraiya was caught peeping at the girls' bathhouse by Lord Shinichi. A member of the Umbu, who witnessed the whole incident, nervously explained the situation. As the most useful force under the Hokage, the Umbu always had people keeping an eye on the village's movements. Unless someone was prepared, it was hard to escape their watchful eyes. That idiot Jiraiya. The third Hokage scolded in frustration. Peeping is one thing, but to get caught in the act. The worst part is that the one who caught him is someone I least want to see right now. Lord Hokage. Should we send someone to the guard to bring Lord Jiraiya out? The Umbu member cautiously asked. Bring out my ass. The third Hokage rolled his eyes and said, You think you can just take him away from Shinichi? Forget it. I'll go myself. Given Shinichi's troublesome nature, unless the third Hokage personally stepped in, no one would likely succeed in rescuing Jiraiya. That kid wouldn't even give Danzo face, so how could he give these Umbu any? If that kid got really angry, he might even bring the whole Umbu down on them. The third Hokage couldn't help but silently curse his useless disciple for getting caught by Shinichi, of all people. So, he grumbled and made his way to the Konoha guard. He first saw Fugaku's helpless face, then Jiraiya squatting on the ground with his head down, and finally spotted that infuriating guy sitting arrogantly in Fugaku's seat, casually propping his feet up on the table. The sight made the corners of the third Hokage's eyes twitch. Shinichi, what are you doing sitting in Fugaku's seat? The third Hokage said impatiently. I've been sitting too long and got hemorrhoids, so I stood up for a bit. This chair happened to be empty, so I sat down. Shinichi nonchalantly made up an excuse, completely ignoring Fugaku's dark expression. You little brat took my seat without asking. And now you're spreading rumors about me? All right. The third Hokage was too tired to deal with Shinichi's nonsense, waved his hand, and said wearily, Jiraiya is also my disciple and one of the Sannin. I can vouch for him. If there's nothing serious, just let him go. Old man. Hearing the third Hokage personally plead for him, Jiraiya looked up at him gratefully. Not happening. But Shinichi tilted his head and said seriously, This guy violated Konoha's public security regulations and has the suspicion of insulting women. According to the regulations, he should be locked up for at least 10 days. I, Hitaki Shinichi, am not the kind of person who shows favoritism. The law is nothing but human sentiment. The third Hokage awkwardly said, Jiraiya has made significant contributions to the village. He is also a hero of Konoha, just like you. Huh? Shinichi looked as if he had heard the biggest joke, with a face full of disdain. I am nothing like him. I would never stoop to peeping at girls bathing. How could I do such a despicable and lowly thing? With every word Shinichi said, Jiraiya's head drooped lower, clearly embarrassed. Ahem. The third Hokage coughed twice and chuckled awkwardly. What you said is also true, but Jiraiya was specifically brought back by me. Isn't it inappropriate to just lock him up like this? How about I take him back and supervise him strictly? What do you think? Are you personally going to teach him, Hokage-sama? Shinichi looked at him suspiciously. Yes, I guarantee with my character that I will definitely help him correct this bad habit. The third Hokage said solemnly. Since you, Hokage-sama, have said that, Shinichi deliberately elongated his tone, making the third think he was finally going to compromise. And he sighed in relief. However, the kid suddenly switched tactics and said, Then I definitely can't let him go. Why? The third Hokage was infuriated by his breathless manner of speaking and snapped. I've already said I would personally teach him. Don't you trust me? No, I don't trust you. Shinichi replied with a half-smile. Where there is a master, there are disciples. Hokage-sama, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, right? That crystal ball in your office is quite beautiful. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The third Hokage himself used the crystal ball to spy, so how could he expect to manage Jiraiya well? Cough, cough. The third Hokage was too embarrassed to speak, resorting to coughing to cover up his awkwardness. It was then he remembered that Shinichi had caught him spying with the crystal ball more than once. In that case, what he had just said had no persuasive power at all. Could it really be his fault as a teacher that Jiraiya turned out this way? The third Hokage began to question himself. In light of your personal guarantee, Hokage-sama, I'll just confine him for 3 days. Shinichi said with a grin. Then I really thank you. The third Hokage gritted his teeth in anger but dared not lash out. He couldn't bully Shinichi in front of him, so he could only glare fiercely at Jiraiya, who was squatting on the ground, as if to say, It's all your fault for making me look bad today. Jiraiya shrank his head and didn't dare to say a word. What could he say? It was only reasonable that he was punished by the Konoha guard after being caught committing a crime. Even a third Hokage couldn't say anything. Brother Shinichi, what are you doing? It seemed like a twist of fate, as Naruto, Karui, and Haku happened to pass by. The three kids were originally on their way to the orphanage to play with friends, but were curious about the strange scene they saw and walked in. Oh, Grandpa third Hokage is here too. Naruto quickly spotted the third Hokage, who was furious, and greeted him. Although it had been a long time since they met, Naruto still remembered the kind old man who was usually friendly to him. It's Naruto. The third Hokage forced a smile on his old face. He had to maintain his good image in front of Naruto. He absolutely couldn't ruin his reputation. Ever since Shinichi brought Naruto home, he had hardly had a chance to see him. Especially recently, Shinichi had been keeping a tight watch on him, not giving him any opportunity to interact with Naruto. But the third Hokage knew very well that brainwashing must start from a young age, so he couldn't miss any chances to build a good relationship with Naruto. This kid is Naruto. Jiraiya couldn't help but raise his head to look at Naruto. This was the child of his disciple, Minato Namikaze, his grand disciple. The reason he returned to the village this time was partly due to the third Hokage's request, and partly because of this child. Naruto, you came at just the right time, Shinichi said with a strange smile. Your grandpa, a third Hokage, is guiding our guard's work. Look, I just caught a peeping Tom in the women's bathhouse, and I'm about to deal with him. For some reason, both the third Hokage and Jiraiya felt an ominous premonition rise in their hearts upon hearing this. Huh, a peeping Tom. The three kids were surprised and looked at the very embarrassed Jiraiya squatting on the ground in unison. Peeping at girls bathing, shameless. As a girl, Karui obviously didn't have any good feelings towards such a pervert and directly scorned him. Indeed, shameless. A peeping pervert should be caught. Brother Shinichi, you must teach him a good lesson. Naruto immediately chimed in, even making a face at Jiraiya. Haku also nodded in agreement, although he didn't say anything. His disdainful gaze was unmistakable. Jiraiya, being scorned by three kids. Jiraiya would have immediately dug a hole to hide in if there had been one on the ground. Especially seeing Naruto's disgusted expression, Jiraiya felt like his heart was breaking. He wanted to tell Naruto directly, I'm your grandmaster. How could you say that about me? Unfortunately, he had no face to say it now. Sigh. The third Hokage was also very troubled. For a moment, he couldn't think of anything to defend Jiraiya. After all, it was a fact that Jiraiya had spied on the women's bathhouse, and even the King of Heaven couldn't help him wash away the accusation. Unable to think of a reason to exonerate Jiraiya, the third Hokage simply chose to ignore the matter and turn to leave. After all, it was just 3 days of confinement. Jiraiya wouldn't die from it. Just consider it a lesson learned. It would save him from the trouble this guy always caused him as a teacher. Fugaku, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and send someone to take this peeping Tom to the confinement room. Seeing the third Hokage giving up, Shinichi's smile became even brighter. Understood. Fugaku shrugged at Jiraiya, indicating he couldn't help. This brat really thinks a confinement room can hold me? I'm not that easy to deal with. The frog sage will escape as soon as you lock me up. Jiraiya looked dejected, but he had already made up his mind to find an opportunity to run away. However, Shinichi's next sentence made him wilt again. By the way, because this peeping Tom is too cunning, I will specifically send a shadow clone to guard the door of the confinement room. Fugaku, just focus on your own work. This guy won't escape. This guy is dead set on keeping an eye on him. Jiraiya wanted to cry, but had no tears. If it were someone else, not to mention a shadow clone, even if a Kaga-level powerhouse were in charge of guarding him, he would be confident he could escape easily. Unfortunately, Shinichi was just too strange. Not only was he proficient in bizarre space-time ninjutsu, but he also had that terrifying genjutsu that left no room for resistance. To put it mildly, Jiraiya really had no confidence in escaping under this guy's watchful eye. Well, it seemed he was stuck in this cell for 3 days. At the Hitaki household. What? Naruto had a ghostly expression, shocked as he said, You mean that big pervert just now is my dad's teacher? Brother Shinichi. You're not joking with me, right? Karui and Haku exchanged glances, then looked at Naruto with sympathy and pity. Having such a grandmaster is indeed quite embarrassing. Do I look like I'm joking? Shinichi shrugged and chuckled. Even if you don't want to admit it, he's indeed your dad's teacher. Besides, this guy is one of the legendary Sannin, a disciple of the third Hokage, quite a famous figure in the ninja world. You must be kidding. Naruto wilted completely, weakly retorting, What kind of eyesight does my dad have to take such a big pervert as a disciple? Brother Shinichi, I feel so embarrassed right now. Don't worry, embarrassment is something you'll get used to after experiencing it a few times. Shinichi patted his shoulder and consoled him. Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is this how you comfort people? It is worth mentioning that Shinichi had never told Naruto who his parents really were. Of course, Naruto has asked him these questions more than once, but Shinichi's answer has always been the same. The time isn't right. You'll know eventually. The reason for hiding Naruto's background is that this child is still too young and may not be able to bear such heavy matters. Before Naruto truly grows up, Shinichi just wants him to live carefree, knowing some things may not bring happiness, so it's better to wait until he, as an older brother, has resolved everything before telling Naruto the truth. This is also a form of protection for Naruto. So, do I really have to call him master? Naruto looked quite troubled. Unsurprisingly, he should have come back this time to see you. After thinking for a moment, Shinichi said, however, your mother once said to keep you as far away from this master as possible, to prevent him from leading you astray. So, Naruto, you should know what to do in the future, right? This time, he spoke a rare truth. Fans of Hokage know that Kushina's words before her death indeed instructed Naruto to stay away from Jiraiya. Shinichi wasn't intentionally trying to stir up their relationship. Everyone knows he is a well-known good person. So how could he do something so despicable? Understand, Naruto had always unconditionally trusted Shinichi. And having seen Jiraiya's embarrassing appearance today, he naturally agreed, saying, I'll definitely stay far away from that guy in the future. I can't let him lead me astray. Well said, Naruto. You must steer clear of that enemy of women. If he tries to pester you, you must tell us immediately. Ino and Shiro also expressed their agreement. It was evident that Jiraiya's so-called image had completely crumbled in the eyes of the three kids. Hee, you're all good kids. Shinichi was very pleased with the attitude of the three kids and waved his hand grandly, saying, to reward you, today I will treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Yashi. The three kids were very happy. No one could resist the temptation of Ichiraku ramen. Hey, what about Kakashi and II? The kind Shiro immediately thought of the neglected Kakashi at home. Don't worry about him. He's a grown man. Can he starve to death? Shinichi chuckled. Under his guidance, Kakashi had long entered a crazy training mode with Guy. I believe they're out there enjoying their youth under the sunset right now. As long as those two have their youth and bromance, do they really need ramen? That's just unnecessary. Kakashi. So, I'm really unnecessary? Chapter 99 Jiraiya's attitude. Can't be soft. After finishing Ichiraku ramen with the three kids, Shinichi didn't rush home, but specifically packed a few servings of ramen to take back to the security team. Shinichi-senpai, a few Uchiha youths, led by Nami, were diligently on duty at the security team. Thank you for your hard work. Where's that pervert? Shinichi handed them the packed ramen and casually asked. Still locked up in the confinement room. Kanzuya pouted and said, that guy is surprisingly obedient. He didn't resist. The others all showed a disdainful expression, even Nami. This cute girl was no exception. Obviously, no one would have a good impression of someone who peeks at women's baths. Just right. Holding back a laugh, Shinichi casually picked up a serving of ramen and walked toward the confinement room. Shinichi-senpai, you're not really going to deliver food to that pervert, are you? Hayato asked in confusion. You're overthinking it. Do I look like that kind of good person? Shinichi waved his hand, no longer explaining. Nami and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Shinichi-senpai to be so self-aware. Yo, holding a bowl of ramen. As soon as he opened the door to the confinement room, he saw a dejected Jiraiya. Shinichi greeted him with a smile. You've been locked up for so long. You must be hungry, right? Is this ramen for me? Jiraiya sniffed the aroma of the ramen. His eyes brightened, and his stomach responded appropriately. This made him change his view of Shinichi quite a bit. Although this guy was the one who locked him up, at least he didn't neglect him. Of course. Shinichi cheerfully took a chair and sat down, saying, not really. Under Jiraiya's hungry gaze, Shinichi unceremoniously brought the ramen to his mouth and began to enjoy it. To be honest, he wasn't hungry at all, having just eaten not long ago, but he enjoyed this irritating feeling. Are you trying to make me mad? Jiraiya wasn't an idiot. He immediately saw through Shinichi's intention. Not too stupid after all. Shinichi deliberately burped loudly, smiling. Don't worry, I'm not as heartless as you think. I definitely won't let you starve. During your confinement these few days, you certainly haven't had any good food, but at least I've got some military rations for you. So I should thank you? Jiraiya shot him a glare. No need to thank me. Shinichi smiled even more happily, implying, by the way, I don't like to eat alone when I'm having a meal, so I'll be coming to keep you company for dinner these next few days. With the aroma of the food, I believe the military rations will taste even better. Don't thank me. Consider this a benefit for you. You little brat. Jiraiya gritted his teeth in anger. No matter how dull he was, he could hear that this kid was deliberately trying to annoy him. In front of him was delicious food that he couldn't eat, while he could only gnaw on the dry military rations. Wasn't this a form of torture? Today's young people really don't know what's wrong with them. Actually coming up with such a cruel trick. What? Do you have any objections? Shinichi smiled. Even if you have objections, it doesn't matter. You could just beat me up. But I must remind you, if you dare to lay hands on law enforcement officers during your punishment, your sentence will definitely be extended. You win. Jiraiya had completely lost his temper. Imagine, he was one of the legendary Sannin, a famous toad sage, and yet he was so thoroughly controlled by a young kid. If this got out, he wouldn't know where to put his old face. Little brat, I don't think I've ever provoked you, right? Jiraiya looked quite puzzled and couldn't help but ask, why do you have to target me? Do you have a grudge against me? Don't be fooled by Jiraiya's usually carefree demeanor. He is far cleverer than you might think. He knows that Shinichi is deliberately targeting him. Yet this kid is clever enough to always use the name of the Konoha security team to pressure him, leaving him with no way to retort. You're mistaken. I personally have no grudge against you. Shinichi shook his head and confessed. The reason I'm targeting you is simply that I want to use you to annoy the third Hokage. That old man always likes to play favorites, shielding some undeserving people. I'm taking it out on you. This was his genuine thought, with no hint of deception. You. Jiraiya was left speechless. You're really quite straightforward. He had been urgently summoned back to the village by the third Hokage, so he was naturally aware of what had happened in the village during this period and knew how much pressure this rising star, Shinichi, had brought to the third Hokage. Jiraiya understood well that the third Hokage wanted to use him to counterbalance Shinichi, but he could never have imagined that Shinichi would be so honest with him, so straightforward that it made him feel a bit embarrassed. Of course, I'm not like those old geezers who have so many twists and turns in their minds. Shinichi sighed lightly. I'm known for being simple and straightforward. If you don't believe me, you can ask around the village. I never hold grudges. Any grievances are settled on the spot, and never overnight. Unlike those old geezers, each one of them has a bad heart, always trying to plot against me behind my back. These scheming people have dirty hearts. The third Hokage said, Do you even hear what you're saying? You're quite special, aren't you? Jiraiya twitched at the corner of his mouth. He swore he had never seen such a shameless person. Jiraiya, you're not a bad person, so I don't dislike you. Plus, considering your relationship with Naruto and the fourth Hokage, I don't want to be your enemy. The third Hokage thought for a moment and directly stated, But don't think I'm afraid of you. To put it bluntly, even if you're determined to deal with me, I'm not afraid. In the end, you will definitely be the one who suffers. The third Hokage wanted to use Jiraiya to counter him, but how could he possibly be afraid? Times have changed. He, Hitaki Shinichi, was no longer the ordinary Chunin he used to be. With his current strength and influence, let alone Jiraiya, even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't care. Do you really have to go against the old man? Jiraiya fell silent for a long time and couldn't help but sigh. They were all ninjas from Konoha, and if it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to conflict with Shinichi. In fact, he had been busy searching for the prophesied child mentioned by the great sage frog outside all these years. If it weren't for the third Hokage, he wouldn't have returned to Konoha, let alone act as a pawn for him. Look at what you're saying. Shinichi couldn't help but chuckle. You can go ask around to see if I've done anything wrong to the village these past few years. I can tell you that everything I've done is guilt-free. If it weren't for someone coming to trouble me, things wouldn't have come to this point. He didn't want to conflict with Jiraiya because he didn't dislike the character when he read the original work in his previous life. But that didn't mean he was afraid of Jiraiya. If Jiraiya insisted on being the third Hokage's henchman and opposing him, he wouldn't hold back. I know you're warning me. Jiraiya looked deeply at Shinichi and helplessly said, The young people these days are really something. Forget it. I'm not interested in dealing with this mess. Just consider me on vacation back in the village. This implied that he wanted to remain neutral and didn't want to get involved in the power struggle between Shinichi and the third Hokage. Unless someone truly threatened the stability of the village, he wouldn't easily take action. From a certain perspective, he was also conceding to Shinichi. What else could he do? He had personally experienced Shinichi's terrifying methods. Even if he entered Sage mode, he wasn't sure he could handle the latter. In these times, strength was the ultimate truth. Chapter 100, Equal Treatment. Plan successful, Shinichi. 3 days later, Jiraiya's sentence was up, and he walked out of the confinement room with a scruffy look. With his vacant eyes and disheveled appearance, anyone who didn't know would think he had suffered some inhumane torment inside. Haven I already compromised? Why are you still deliberately tormenting me? The moment he left the confinement room, Jiraiya shouted angrily at Shinichi. No wonder he was so furious. He hadn't been able to eat or sleep well for 3 days. Shinichi, that brat, had fish and meat for every meal, savoring his food right in front of him while he had to nibble on military rations. Not only that, but every night, someone would also drag him into the confinement room to sing and party. If he didn't want to sing, he had to listen. Shinichi's terrible singing voice gave him nightmares for several days. He didn't know where that brat got his energy. Singing and tormenting him at night was one thing. But during the day, he would call on Taro and the other young ones to ask him for advice on physical techniques, claiming it was Senior guiding Junior. He couldn't refuse. If he did, the singing time at night would double. In just 3 days, Jiraiya had lost a lot of weight. What are you saying? I was worried you'd be bored alone in confinement. So, I specially found some fun for you. Shinichi smiled and said, putting aside the facts. Did you really get bored these past few days? You've already put aside the facts. What are we even talking about? Jiraiya scratched his head in frustration, regretting it immensely. He shouldn't have impulsively peeked at the women's bathhouse. This was all his own doing. He secretly resolved to control his bad habits in Konoha from now on and never let Shinichi catch him again. Jiraiya-sama, safe travels, no need to see you off. As he watched Jiraiya stagger away from the security team, Shinichi couldn't resist stabbing him again. If you miss us, don't hesitate to come back. The Konoha security team will always welcome you home. I'll keep a spot for you in the confinement room. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya hurriedly took off running, as if escaping. He certainly didn't want to come back to this cursed place. Seeing that Jiraiya was truly frightened by him, Shinichi couldn't help but chuckle and secretly went to the confinement room. He casually picked up a strand of hair that Jiraiya had left behind. These past few days, he had tried every possible way to torment Jiraiya, mainly to make this guy shed more hair. Jiraiya cooperated quite well. Every time he got extremely frustrated, he would scratch his head vigorously, and his thick long hair was almost turned into a bald spot by him. Ding! The system has detected Jiraiya's biological information. Do you want to extract it immediately? Extract immediately. Successfully extracted biological information. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent attribute. Guide of the Prophesied Child, purple. Guide of the Prophesied Child. Purple, you are the guide of the Prophesied Child. Under your guidance, the Prophesied Child will bring new changes to the ninja world. Turn it upside down. Natural Energy Affinity, 800. Additional abilities. Mayaboka Mountain Sage Art, God of Rasengan. Mayaboka Mountain Sage Art. With the Sage Body, you will unconditionally learn the Sage techniques of Mayaboka Mountain. This ability is automatically triggered. God of Rasengan. You possess unparalleled mastery of the Rasengan technique, allowing you to unconditionally control any form of Rasengan and unleash 200 of its power. Whoa. Shinichi raised an eyebrow. This purple talent attribute was indeed interesting. Although it only had one additional attribute, it had two accompanying abilities, especially the God of Rasengan, which made him feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Although the name was a bit ridiculous, it was still a decent ability. However, this attribute was clearly more suitable for Naruto, the true Rasengan master. Well, that saved him the trouble of having Jiraiya teach Naruto. Shinichi thought for a moment. He was still worried about how to trick the Rasengan training method from Jiraiya, but now it just came to him. Back at the Hitaki training ground, he caught Naruto, who was practicing physical techniques with his shadow clones, and asked with great interest, Naruto, do you want to learn ninjutsu? I have a powerful no-hand signs ninjutsu that guarantees you can beat up Sasuke after learning it. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up. For him, whether it was ninjutsu or not didn't matter. What mattered was that he could beat up Sasuke. The two natural enemies have been fighting and arguing ever since they got to know each other, despite Itachi and Sai's attempts to mediate. Eventually, everyone gave up and let the two of them go at it. As long as Shinichi's shadow clones were watching, they wouldn't seriously hurt each other. Little did they know, this was just how Naruto and Sasuke interacted. Others get angrier the more they fight, but the more these two fight, the better their relationship becomes. By the end, their bond is limitless, and neither can do without the other. Listen carefully. This ninjutsu is called a Rasengan, and it's an A-ranked ninjutsu without hand signs. As long as you learn it with your heart, I guarantee you will be able to overpower Sasuke and make that arrogant brat cry for his mother. Shinichi maliciously encouraged. Learn. Brother Shinichi, I must learn. Naruto seemed to already envision himself beating Sasuke and becoming invincible. So, Shinichi directly taught Naruto the training method for the Rasengan, instructing him to use shadow clones to keep an eye on him, as if sneaking around to call Sasuke out. Familiar scenes, familiar words. Sasuke, do you want me to teach you a very powerful lightning release ninjutsu? Once you learn it, I guarantee you'll be able to beat that Naruto kid. Just think about it. That Naruto kid is always picking fights with you. Yet you two are always evenly matched, unable to determine a winner. Now your teacher is giving you a special lesson. You need to put in some effort. Shinichi patted Sasuke on the shoulder with a hopeful expression. Okay, thank you, teacher. Shinichi's special lesson moved little Sasuke deeply. You have to know, under Shinichi's intervention, Sasuke's personality didn't become as twisted and dark as in the original story. Coupled with Fugaku and Itachi's guidance, he actually respected Shinichi as a teacher. Remember, the name of this ninjutsu is Chidori. You must practice it secretly, make a fortune quietly, and then scare that Naruto kid to death. Shinichi then taught Sasuke the training method for Chidori in the same way. Sasuke joyfully ran off to practice secretly. To avoid his plan being discovered, Shinichi even specially separated their training locations, so they basically had no chance to meet until they succeeded in their respective trainings. This was going to be a good show to watch. Shinichi was very satisfied with his fair teaching approach. Little did he know, all his actions were being watched by someone. This person was none other than Itachi Uchiha, who liked to hide in the shadows and observe. Having such a teacher, who knows whether it was a blessing or a curse for Sasuke. Regarding Shinichi's underhanded tactics to deliberately escalate the conflict between Naruto and Sasuke, Itachi was speechless. This teacher of his was really childish when it came to being immature and truly bad when it came to being malicious. How could he deceive kids like that? Chapter 101. Giving Naruto a preventive shot in advance. After coming out of the police station, a disheveled Jiraiya immediately found the third Hokage. "Oh man, you really made me suffer this time." Jiraiya's eyes were filled with resentment as he began to complain. Who knows how he managed to get through the last 3 days. After this miserable experience in the confinement room, he had a new evaluation of Shinichi. Not to be trusted. Did I tell you to go peep? The third Hokage took a puff of his cigarette and said irritably, "From now on, behave yourself in the village, and don't let anyone catch you again." As for Jiraiya's situation, he was also quite frustrated. He had thought that Shinichi would let him off the hook for such a trivial matter, but instead, he handled it strictly, leaving him with no grounds to argue. The most important thing was that this highly respected Hokage had embarrassed himself in front of so many members of the police force. That wasn't tea-peeping. That was gathering material. Jiraiya couldn't help but mutter. His complaints against the third Hokage were not without reason, even if he was at fault first. It was ultimately just a small matter, and he shouldn't have been treated that way. In short, it was the struggle between the third Hokage and Shinichi that had made him an unfortunate scapegoat. "Jiraiya, I'm getting old." After some small talk, the third Hokage stopped wasting words and sighed deeply. "The future of Konoha probably still depends on you to support it." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Old man, what are you trying to do?" Jiraiya, being very clever, immediately guessed that this old man had ulterior motives and was trying to trick him into becoming Hokage. What kind of joke is this? Being Hokage means sitting in the office all day, going through those tedious documents, busy to the point of not even having time to sleep. How could that compare to traveling around and occasionally gathering material from various women's baths? Do you really need to react so strongly? The third Hokage said, somewhat amused. Becoming Hokage isn't the same as dying. Then I'd rather die, Jiraiya said seriously. Becoming Hokage is impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. If Shinichi were to see this scene, he would definitely give him a thumbs up. No need to mention anything else, at least in terms of attitude towards becoming Hokage. They could definitely consider each other as kindred spirits. Sigh. Seeing that Jiraiya was still as stubborn as ever, the third Hokage felt quite exhausted and sighed. "Forget it. I never really expected anything from you. I just wanted to make sure that Shinichi Kid had some scruples." "Old man, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but that kid Shinichi is not simple. If it's not necessary, it's best not to conflict with him." Jiraiya frowned and kindly advised. "I can see that he is not the type to actively cause trouble. Can't you two coexist peacefully?" His words were not mere alarmism. When Shinichi personally arrested him, even though he was in the wrong and did not dare to fight back, he was well aware that even if he fought seriously, he might not gain any advantage over the other. Jiraiya did not wish for the third Hokage to inadvertently push such a powerful new generation ninja to the opposite side of Konoha. "You don't have confidence in dealing with him?" The third Hokage noticed the implication in his words, and his expression darkened. Others may not know, but as his teacher, he was very clear about Jiraiya's strength. Once he entered Sage Mode, Jiraiya's power was definitely the strongest among the legendary Sannin. "I can't see through him," Jiraiya said in a deep voice. This was the highest evaluation he could give. The third Hokage fell silent. "Old man, to be honest, I don't want to be enemies with him." Seeing that the third Hokage had no reaction, Jiraiya shook his head and directly stated his stance. "Moreover, I don't want to get involved in your disputes. Unless his existence truly threatens Konoha, I won't act lightly." As the third Hokage's disciple, his decision not to take action against Shinichi basically meant he was maintaining neutrality. All right, for a moment, the third Hokage looked as if he had aged several years. His expression desolate. "I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do, but there is one thing I hope you can help me with." "What is it?" "It's about that Naruto kid." The third Hokage sighed softly. "You know that kid is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and his existence is too important for Konoha. But right now, that kid only gets close to Shinichi, and that might not be a good thing. If you're willing, please help me keep an eye on Naruto. The importance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was beyond doubt, especially after experiencing the Nine-Tails attack years ago. He could not afford to let Naruto encounter any accidents again. Jiraiya could understand why the third Hokage didn't want him to deal with Shinichi, but he had to let someone trustworthy watch over Naruto, preventing the Nine-Tails within him from causing chaos again. Leave this to me. Jiraiya nodded. Regarding this matter, both publicly and privately, he had no reason to refuse. Don't forget, Minato Namikaze is Jiraiya's most proud disciple. Even if Naruto isn't the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, just because he is Minato's child, Jiraiya has a responsibility to look after him. Jiraiya, I hope you could be smooth sailing. The third Hokage seemed to think of something, and his expression became somewhat strange. At the Hitaki household, Naruto once again awakened his inner foodie, devouring the delicious meal, making it seem like he hadn't eaten for days. It's no wonder. Ever since Shinichi secretly set up a special training plan for him, Naruto has been training relentlessly to defeat Sasuke, hardly stopping except for eating and sleeping. Fortunately, their Uzumaki clan has an incredible physique, allowing them to recover from fatigue with just a good night's sleep. Plus, with the shadow clone technique, Naruto's growth speed is astonishing. It's no exaggeration to say that at this point, Naruto is many times stronger than in the original story. I'm full. After clearing his plate, Naruto was eager to continue practicing the Rasengan. He couldn't wait to see the scene of Sasuke being knocked down by him. Naruto, wait a moment. At that moment, Shinichi suddenly appeared and pulled Naruto back, saying, I have something to tell you. Brother Shinichi, what is it? Well, recently, there might be a weird uncle coming to bother you, so I want to give you a heads up. Shinichi said with a smile. Weird uncle? Naruto's eyes widened in terror. What does he want to do to me? This weird uncle is not a good person. He wants to trick you into becoming his disciple and teach you some inappropriate things. If you really become his disciple, you'll go down the wrong path for the rest of your life, and no girl will want to be your friend anymore. Not even Hinata might bother with you. Shinichi said seriously. Could be that peeping Tom we saw a few days ago. Naruto guessed correctly that it was Jiraiya. Upon hearing this, both Karui and Shiro showed disdain on their faces. Clearly, they also had no good feelings toward a certain peeping Tom. That's right, it's him. Shinichi sighed. This weird uncle is not a good person. He wants to trick you into becoming a peeping Tom like him. Just think, if you really get tricked and do those immoral things, who will still want to play with you in the future? Friends and companions are very important to Naruto. The thought of losing these friends and going back to being alone made him extremely unwilling. I don't want to. I don't want to be that weird uncle's disciple. Naruto shouted, Brother Shinichi, please help me get rid of that weird uncle. Shinichi, wow, you're even more ruthless than I thought. Wanted to get rid of your master like that. Have you considered how your dad Minato feels? Chapter 102, Old Man Jiraiya. Naruto might be learning bad things. Cough cough. Shinichi felt a bit awkward and explained, well, you don't need to use such extreme measures against him. He just accidentally went down the wrong path. We should give him a chance to correct his mistakes. It's too much to just eliminate him. What if he really comes to bother me? Naruto asked innocently. No problem. I can teach you a way to deal with him. It's definitely effective. Shinichi smirked as he pulled Naruto outside. Clearly, they were going to set up another special training session. Why do I feel like Brother Shinichi is just fooling Naruto? Karui tilted her head suspiciously. No way, Brother Shinichi wouldn't be that kind of person. Shiro had absolute trust in Shinichi. He couldn't believe Shinichi would deceive a child. Children really are so naive. Seeing this, Kakashi, who rarely had dinner at home, couldn't help but roll his eyes in disdain. As a close brother, Kakashi knew his older brother best. He would bet that Shinichi was definitely up to no good again. After another day of hard training, Naruto finished walking Hinata home, which was the most important part of the training schedule that Shinichi arranged for him. In Shinichi's words, training can be slacked off, but walking Hinata home is something that must be done unconditionally every day. To create opportunities for these two kids to be alone, someone even shamelessly used training as an excuse to send Niji away more than once, which puzzled Niji, who wanted to stay by Hinata's side as her bodyguard. I haven't had Ichiraka ramen in a long time. Just as Naruto was about to head home, his stomach growled uncontrollably. Although he said it had been a long time, it had actually only been less than 2 days. Perhaps for Naruto, Ichiraka ramen was something he could never get tired of, and he could accept eating it every day. He thought he had trained hard today, so treating himself to Ichiraka ramen was well-deserved. After all, he could hardly spend all the allowance Shinichi had given him. So what else could he do besides eating ramen? Hey, Naruto! Just as Naruto was about to walk toward Ichiraka ramen, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him, striking a very strange pose. I am the famous Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. It's the weird uncle. Just as Brother Shinichi said. This weird uncle really has come to find me. Naruto pouted and didn't want to pay attention to Jiraiya, immediately trying to walk around him. Naruto, why are you not reacting at all? Jiraiya looked awkward, forcing a smile. Weird uncle, I don't want to talk to you. Don't bother me while I'm trying to eat ramen. Naruto stated bluntly. Eating ramen is great. Jiraiya's eyes lit up as if he had found an opportunity, quickly saying, how about I treat you to the most luxurious Ichiraku ramen? Why should I let you treat me? I have money. Naruto pulled out his bulging frog wallet and proudly slapped it on the table. Ever since he was brought back by Shinichi, he lacked money at all. Then, Jiraiya was choked by him and simply said with a shameless face, why don't you treat me? As expected, Naruto looked at him with the same expression as looking at garbage. His face seemed to say, are you really that shameless for an adult? Weird uncle, can you stop bothering me all the time? Naruto couldn't take it anymore and said helplessly, it's been days now, and I'm already annoyed. Indeed, this was not the first time he had run into Jiraiya. Naruto, why do you dislike me so much? Jiraiya looked somewhat dejected. He truly couldn't understand why. As one of the legendary Sannin, he couldn't even handle a little kid. Because you're a peeping Tom. Naruto's words struck Jiraiya right in the heart. I am one of the legendary Sannin, a disciple of the Hokage, the great Toad Sage. Jiraiya protested. I'm not a peeping Tom. That was just necessary research for my writing, not as filthy as you think. Do you dare say you haven't peeked at a girl's bathhouse? Naruto's attack was sharp. No, I said it was for research. It's a noble literary act. Jiraiya defended himself. Does research allow you to peek at girls bathing? If it were your girlfriend or your daughter being peeped at, would you still think such behavior is elegant? It's a principle that even children understand. Why can't you, as an adult, comprehend it? Naruto's 3 questions left Jiraiya speechless. If someone who knows Naruto saw this scene, they would be astonished. Little did they know, all of this was a precautionary measure taken by someone in advance. To be honest, Naruto, seeing that his sophistry was ineffective, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and got straight to the point. I am an acquaintance of your father. He once asked me to take good care of you. So, I plan to take you as my disciple and teach you various powerful ninjutsu. I will definitely train you to become an excellent ninja. What do you think? The great Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3, as your teacher, you surely won't be at a loss, right? Finally, he said it. Naruto thought. He admired Shinichi even more in his heart because everything went exactly as Shinichi had predicted. No way, I want to agree. Why not? Jiraiya opened his mouth in surprise. Do you know how many people want to be my disciple with such an excellent teacher like me? Why do I have to find you, this strange old man, to learn ninjutsu? Naruto said matter-of-factly. Doesn't my brother Shinichi know more ninjutsu than you? And you can't even beat my brother Shinichi. So why should I become your disciple? Don't think that children are easy to fool. Everyone knows it's right to find someone stronger as a teacher. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Where did this kid learn all of this? He instinctively wanted to refute that Kakashi wasn't as good as him, but he lacked the confidence to say such a thing. He was worried that Naruto would take it seriously and challenge him to a fight with Shinichi to prove himself. If it really came to that, he wasn't sure if he would get beaten up. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you anymore. Naruto thought for a moment and said, how about this? Let's make a bet. I recently learned a very powerful ninjutsu that can defeat you, the so-called legendary 3. Instantly. If I defeat you, you can't bother me anymore. If I can't defeat you, then I'll become your disciple. Really? Jiraiya finally saw hope and hurriedly said, you can't back out. A little brat is just a little brat. So naive and cute. If I can't beat Kakashi, then I'll just admit defeat. How could I be defeated by a little kid like you? Don't forget who I am. How could I be beaten by you with just a mere ninjutsu? Unless the sun rises from the west tomorrow. Sexual seduction jutsu. Suddenly, Naruto formed hand seals. And accompanied by swirling white smoke, a voluptuous, sexy girl with blonde twin tails appeared out of thin air. She beckoned Jiraiya with her finger and posed enticingly. Jiraiya, I like you the most. Jiraiya couldn't handle such an explosive scene. Blood gushed from his nose, and he flew into the air. Lying on the ground, bleeding excessively, Jiraiya had a foolish grin on his face. A one-hit kill. Nowadays, kids are so precocious. The uncle watching from the sidelines couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Is this still a Naruto he knows? This kid won't turn bad, will he? Chapter 103. Shinichi angrily scolds Jiraiya. Naruto. Finally getting up from the ground, Jiraiya looked at Naruto in disbelief. Where did you learn such a creative ninjutsu? I invented it. Naruto recalled Shinichi's earlier advice and replied directly. Nanny. Jiraiya was shocked. This is a talent. He couldn't imagine that if he had Naruto by his side, he could create material for him anytime and anywhere. Then he wouldn't need to risk peeping at the women's bathhouse? No way. He must take this disciple. This is a rare talent. Far better than that fool Minato. Minato. Meow meow meow. Strange old man, why are you still bothering me? Seeing that Jiraiya wouldn't let him go, Naruto was also speechless. Didn't we agree that if I defeated you, you wouldn't bother me anymore? Cough cough. Jiraiya's old face turned red, and he chuckled awkwardly. Naruto, can we negotiate? I can still stand, can't I? Let us forget about that bet. I think you are a rare genius. So just become my disciple. To be able to easily and conveniently gather materials, he was willing to put aside his pride. He didn't want to miss out on Naruto as a disciple at all. Sorry. Just then, a tall figure appeared out of nowhere, smiling and shielding Naruto behind him. Naruto is my child. No one can force him to do something he doesn't want to do. Oh, it's you again? Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiraiya looked like a defeated rooster. Jiraiya, I have to remind you. Shinichi kindly advised. You just made a mistake a few days ago. If you dare to make another mistake, even I can't help you. Are you trying to scare me? Jiraiya replied irritably. I didn't peek at the women's bathhouse. I just wanted to take Naruto as my disciple. Even if you want to catch me, you need a suitable reason. It's fine I want to take a disciple, but Naruto doesn't want to. If you keep bothering him, I'll have to arrest you for the crime of harassing a minor. Shinichi said seriously. If you get caught again, the sentence will be increased by 10 times. What sentence? He was just saying it casually. Don't forget, even Fugaku, the captain of the security team, is his man, and he really has that ability. 10 times the sentence. Hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but shudder. He wouldn't want to stay in that hellish place for even a day. Especially with Shinichi's extremely cruel methods. Who knows what kind of tricks he would think of to torture him. I had good intentions. Jiraiya chose not to lose face and immediately conceded. Kakashi, I really have no ill intentions towards Naruto. I just want to take care of him. Others don't know my relationship with Naruto. Don't you know? I don't need you to take care of me. Hiding behind Shinichi, Naruto made a face at him. You lecherous sage, being with you will definitely lead me astray. Jiraiya, do you want to hear what you're saying? How can someone who can create sexual seduction jutsu say that I would lead you astray? Naruto, you go back and have dinner. Today there's your favorite fried pork cutlet. Shinichi rubbed Naruto's little head and sent him home first. Oh, fried pork cutlet. Fried pork cutlet. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he charged toward home. Compared to fried pork cutlet, that lecherous sage is really not important at all. Hey, Naruto. Seeing Naruto running faster than a rabbit, Jiraiya wanted to call out, but couldn't stop him, so he could only sigh helplessly. Kakashi, you're not being fair. Naruto is my disciple. Is it wrong for me to want to get close to him? Is it? Shinichi's smile suddenly faded, and he said lightly, since you know Naruto is your disciple, why haven't you cared about him all these years? Don't forget, his parents died on the day he was born. How has a parentless orphan lived all these years? Had you ever thought about it? Faced with Shinichi's questioning, Jiraiya had no way to refute him, his face filled with shame and self-blame. I know I've let down Minato and Kushina, which is why I want to make up for my past mistakes now and care more about Naruto. That's enough. Shinichi gave him a cold look and snorted. Naruto is doing just fine now. He doesn't need your feigned compassion. Although Shinichi liked Jiraiya's character in his past life, he also believed that Jiraiya had done poorly regarding Naruto. Knowing that Naruto's parents had passed away, he, as a mentor, had never thought to take care of this poor child for all these years, instead acting like a hands-off manager, running around outside, claiming it was for writing research. Naruto was already 12 years old when he first met Jiraiya. What kind of talk is this? Jiraiya said angrily. I admit I haven't done enough, but I'm absolutely sincere about Naruto. It's not that I didn't want to take care of him. I just had other important things to do, and it wasn't convenient to bring Naruto along. Nonsense. Shinichi sneered. You embarked on a journey to find the child of prophecy just based on a nonsensical prophecy from the great sage Toad? Is that what you call important? To me, that's all rubbish. And looking for a child of prophecy is pointless. The real child of prophecy is Naruto. While you, Jiraiya, were wandering around like a headless fly, the child of prophecy you were thinking about was suffering from bullying in Konoha, living a miserable life without enough to eat. How do you know about the child of prophecy? Jiraiya was shocked. Apart from him and the sages of Mount Mayaboku, only the third Hokage knew about the child of prophecy. Could it be that the third Hokage told Shinichi? No, given the third's character, he wouldn't casually mention such things. Don't worry about how I know. Shinichi waved his hand impatiently. Just for your so-called mission, you left a poor child without parents neglected in the village. No one could do such a thing. What do you know? Naruto was too young back then. Staying in the village was the safest for him, and besides, the old man was taking care of him. Jiraiya rebutted again. If he hadn't brought up this matter, it would have been fine, but once he did, Shinichi couldn't help but recall Naruto's miserable experiences before meeting him. An inexplicable surge of anger rose up. Wow. Shinichi's Scarlet Sharingan involuntarily activated. The imposing aura forced Jiraiya to step back step by step. You don't intend to make a move here, do you? Feeling the intimidating pressure, Jiraiya's expression changed slightly as he warned. This is the village. If someone like him and Shinichi really started fighting, it would be a big problem. Rest assured, I have no intention of making a move. Suppressing his anger, Shinichi's eyes returned to normal as he said indifferently, I just want to tell you that before understanding the truth of the matter, it's best not to speak carelessly. Since you have returned to the village this time, you can personally inquire about how Naruto has been living these years. Then you'll know why I'm so angry. After saying this, Shinichi turned to leave. He couldn't stay here any longer because he was afraid he would lose control and attack Jiraiya. What does he mean? Jiraiya frowned, always feeling that Shinichi's words had deeper meaning. Somewhat disheartened, he couldn't help but walk into the Ichiraku ramen stall, looking at the honest smile on the face of the hand-pulling uncle, and asked, Uncle, can I ask you about? Oh, you want to ask about that kid Naruto, right? The hand-pulling uncle paused his actions, his expression becoming particularly complex, and he sighed deeply. Naruto is unfortunate. He has been bullied since he was little. No one wants to play with him, and he often goes hungry. Sometimes, he has even refused food. If it weren't for Mr. Shinichi adopting him a few years ago, he would probably still be living that miserable life. What did you say? Jiraiya was taken aback, his mind going blank. Naruto was bullied? He went hungry? Such a small child. How could he have lived such a life all these years? This is completely different from what the third Hokage said in the letter. He couldn't help but recall the indignant look Shinichi had when he left, suddenly feeling a blockage in his chest. Chapter 104 Shinichi. Naruto is the child of prophecy. Old man, Jiraiya stormed into the Hokage's office, his face filled with indescribable anger and blame. You must give me an explanation about Naruto today. He wasn't a fool. After chatting with the hand-pulling uncle, he had inquired about Naruto with many people in the village. The result was that whenever he mentioned Naruto's name, the villagers would show expressions of disgust and hatred, and he immediately realized that the hand-pulling uncle hadn't lied to him. Everything was true. He further understood why Shinichi had looked at him with that kind of eyes, and no one or the other would scold him. If he were in Shinichi's position, he probably wouldn't be able to help but curse him out. So he immediately went to find the third Hokage to demand an explanation. Didn't you say in the letter that Naruto was doing well in the village? Jiraiya said angrily. Is this what you call doing well? Damn it. Naruto is being excluded and bullied by everyone in the village, eating instant noodles and expired milk every day. How are you even fit to be Hokage? Do you even deserve Minato and Kushina? It must be said that Jiraiya is a person of true feelings. His concern for Naruto is not fake. Otherwise, he wouldn't speak to his teacher in this tone. You already know, Jiraiya. The third Hokage remained silent for a long time before sighing. In fact, this was never my intention. You must understand that even as Hokage, sometimes I'm powerless. Naruto is Minato's child. Like you, I want to take good care of him, but some things really cannot be prevented. What a joke. Jiraiya became even angrier, slamming his palm on the table. You let a helpless child suffer so much, and now you come up with this excuse to shirk responsibility? He was genuinely angry, especially when he thought of Shinichi's disappointed gaze when he left. He felt embarrassed. How can he still have the face to refute Shinichi? If it weren't for Shinichi adopting Naruto, Naruto's life would definitely not be good now. Jiraiya, I am not lying. The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya seriously and said sternly, You must know that aside from being Minato's child, Naruto is also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The fate of a Jinchuriki has always been like this. Even if I want to help Naruto resolve it, I cannot stop others from targeting him. Is it because of that old guy Danzo again? Jiraiya, being smart, immediately guessed who was behind it. The third Hokage fell silent. Not speaking is equivalent to acknowledgement. Jiraiya's anger grew. Like Tsunade, he had always disliked that Danzo. Now that he learned it was Danzo's reason that made Naruto suffer so much in the village, he couldn't help but have the thought of going to the Root organization to beat Danzo up. I know what you're thinking, but you absolutely cannot act impulsively. The third Hokage noticed Jiraiya's rage and quickly said, Moreover, Danzo's current situation is not good. Shinichi has already taught him a harsh lesson. It wouldn't make much sense for you to kick him while he's down. even though he was unhappy with Danzo's actions over the years. The third Hokage was still a person with old feelings. He did not wish for Danzo to get into trouble. Moreover, this time, Shinichi's bold move has completely humiliated Danzo, and even stripped him of his power. Faced with his former comrade, the third Hokage truly couldn't bear to add insult to injury. Forget it. Jiraiya, knowing the third's temperament, waved his hand irritably and said, I'm not going to get involved in your messy business anymore. I just want to take good care of Naruto. This kid has suffered too much. I can't let him endure any more grievances. Otherwise, when I die, I won't have the face to meet Minato and Kushina. This was a clear declaration. Unless Shinichi threatened the stability of Konoha, he would absolutely not help the third deal with the former. Clearly, he was somewhat disheartened by the third as well. Jiraiya, the third, smiled bitterly. He understood his disciple's character very well. However, he also couldn't change the other's determination and could only sigh. Do as you see fit. With you around to watch over Naruto, I can rest easier. Jiraiya didn't say anything and directly left. Watching his disciple leave in anger, the third's gaze became somewhat dazed. Considering the various recent events, he couldn't help but murmur. Could it really be that I was wrong? Naruto, what's wrong with you? Is your stomach upset? Seeing Naruto looking somewhat downcast, Ino and Shiro asked with concern. No, I'm just a bit annoyed lately. Naruto scratched his head and lay weakly on the table, complaining. That perverted sage has been bothering me for no reason, and I can't get rid of him. It's driving me crazy. Didn't you use the special ninjutsu I taught you to deal with him? Shinichi chuckled softly, curious. I did. At this point, Naruto stood up and shouted, Brother Shinichi, the ninjutsu you taught me is so powerful that every time I use it, that perverted sage ends up with a nosebleed. But recently, it seems like the perverted sage's resistance has gotten a lot stronger. I think this ninjutsu is about to lose its effect. Oh, Shinichi raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had underestimated Jiraiya. As an S-rank ninja, Jiraiya could actually withstand Naruto's seduction technique. If that's the case, then I'll teach you an even more powerful ninjutsu. Shinichi showed a mischievous smile. The seduction technique isn't effective? No problem. We have a more advanced harem technique. It seems that the perverted sage is going to be in trouble again. Seeing Shinichi's expression, Ino shrugged her shoulders, helplessly saying. Shiro smiled slightly, saying nothing. After all, he would unconditionally support any decision made by Shinichi. The next day, Yoshi, watch my harem technique. It must be said that Naruto has a unique talent for practicing this strange ninjutsu. Even Shinichi didn't expect that Naruto could master the seduction technique and harem technique perfectly in such a short time. The explosive scene made even Shinichi exclaim in surprise, let alone Jiraiya, the S-rank ninja. Under the visual impact of the harem technique, Jiraiya's nosebleed gushed out again. The terrifying amount of blood made Shinichi wonder if this guy would one day die from excessive blood loss. That's enough. That's enough. Hurry up and let Naruto stop the technique. The awakened Jiraiya immediately found Shinichi, crying, this kid's talent in ninjutsu is just too terrifying. If this goes on, I'm afraid I really will bleed to death. You don't have to look. Shinichi was also speechless. How powerful can the seduction technique and harem technique be? Just close your eyes and it's done, right? What a joke. Not looking is losing out. Jiraiya said naturally. All right, you deserve to bleed. Shinichi said, Konoha kid, I've pretty much understood Naruto's situation. I previously misunderstood you. No, I should say I was too foolish before. Over the years, thank you for taking care of Naruto. I represent Minato and Kushina in thanking you. He said this very seriously, but his nose stuffed with paper made it quite comical. Enough, I'm not a petty person. Shinichi waved his hand and said, what do you plan to do in the future? Are you still going to look for that so-called child of prophecy? Not anymore. Jiraiya said bitterly, I owe Naruto an apology. Now, I just want to stay by his side as much as possible to make up for him. I don't know why, but recently I've had a strange feeling that Naruto might just be that child of prophecy. Be more confident. Drop the word might. Shinichi chuckled lightly. You think so too? Jiraiya immediately stood up, looking particularly excited. For a moment, his mood was extremely complicated. He had been searching for the child of prophecy for many years. If he had known earlier that this child of prophecy might be Naruto, why had he gone through so much trouble? It's not that I think so. It's a fact that Naruto is the child of prophecy. Shinichi rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, Jiraiya, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Instead of believing in that old toad sage's prophecy, you might as well just listen to me. What's wrong with the old toad sage? He's a man with a script and cheats. Isn't what he says more valuable than those nonsensical prophecies? You'd rather believe in a toad than in your own logic. Chapter 105. The Toad Maru's Prophecy. Blue-eyed boy. Shinichi, how can you be disrespectful to the old toad sage? Jiraiya said incredulously. I'm just unable to stand you blindly believing in others' words, resulting in your life being a complete mess. Shinichi said lightly, if you could have some self-respect, would you have spent so many years unable to win over Tsunade? For the so-called child of prophecy, you abandoned Naruto and didn't even dare to approach the woman you like. Are you even a man? In his view, even if Tsunade had unresolved feelings, she definitely wouldn't have no feelings for Jiraiya at all. If Jiraiya had spent all those years persistently pursuing Tsunade, he didn't believe Tsunade's heart was made of stone. How do you know I have feelings for Tsunade? Being hit with his biggest secret, Jiraiya stammered. I'm not blind. Shinichi said speechlessly, you like Tsunade. How many people in Konoha can't see it? Only you think that unrequited love is the most romantic thing. Waiting foolishly for a response, only to end up with nothing. For many Naruto fans, Jiraiya's death is indeed a regrettable matter. His feelings for Tsunade were known to everyone, and Tsunade was well aware of it, but Jiraiya never had the chance to express his feelings to Tsunade until he was killed by pain. This, in Shinichi's view, is truly too regrettable. Since he has come to this tragic world, he doesn't mind helping Jiraiya make up for this regret from his past life. You're helping me? Jiraiya, not stupid, immediately noticed Shinichi's goodwill. Now he was somewhat puzzled because he had always thought Shinichi looked down on him, yet the other party would actually help him. You're a bit slow, but I don't dislike you. Seeing Jiraiya finally waking up, Shinichi said frankly, as long as you don't provoke me in the future, I won't specifically target you either. Taking this opportunity, I'll be honest with you. You have many qualities worth Naruto learning from, and I might not stop you from meeting with him in the future. But you'd better remember, you can only teach Naruto about training and absolutely must not instill any extra thoughts in him. Once I discover you, you'll never have the chance to meet Naruto again. By the end of his words, Shinichi's tone had turned somewhat indifferent. He was warning Jiraiya. He had always been concerned about Naruto's growth and hoped that Naruto could learn various skills from Jiraiya, just like in the original story. Especially since Naruto would need to go to Mount Mayaboku to learn sage techniques through Jiraiya in the future. However, he absolutely would not allow Jiraiya to instill any strange ideologies in Naruto, such as the will of fire that the third Hokage was so proud of. He wanted to turn Naruto into a completely different person from the original story. After all, he regarded Naruto as his own younger brother. I understand. Jiraiya sighed lightly. Although I don't know why you have this idea, I really must thank you on behalf of Minato and Kushina. Naruto is lucky to have you as a brother. He could also see that Shinichi genuinely cared for Naruto, without any dirty interests mixed in. Moreover, Naruto's happy smile was not deceiving. It showed that he had indeed been living well in Shinichi's home these past few years. With Naruto's matters settled, it was probably time to talk about your business. A mischievous smile reappeared on Shinichi's face. My business? Jiraiya asked in confusion. Go find Tsunade. Shinichi smiled and casually said something that shocked Jiraiya. Konoha really needs her now. The third Hokage is getting old and is no longer suitable to stay in that position. Are you suggesting? A single sentence contained a wealth of information. In Jiraiya's sea, you almost burned out. He wasn't stupid. He naturally could tell that Shinichi wanted Tsunade to take over as Hokage. But would the third willingly step down? If Shinichi hadn't appeared, he believed the third would have been happy to pass the position to Tsunade. But if this matter was completed under Shinichi's urging, then the third would definitely not compromise easily. At that time, there would inevitably be intense conflict between both sides, which would absolutely not be a good thing for Konoha. To put it nicely, it would be an internal issue resolved internally. To put it bluntly, it would be a coup. Don't worry, my methods will be very gentle. Not as brutal as you think. Shinichi chuckled. And don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to win you over, nor am I forcing you to break with the third. Your existence won't affect my plans. I'm just kindly reminding you out of consideration for Naruto, so don't meddle. No one could stop him from doing what he wanted. If Jiraiya insisted on helping the third against him, he wouldn't hold back either. Are you really going to do this? Jiraiya's expression darkened, and he asked in a very serious tone. The upper echelons of Konoha are already corrupt. If we don't make changes, it will definitely not be good for Konoha. Shinichi smiled. I will prove to you with practical actions that Konoha under my control will surely head toward the brighter path. Those old geezers have long outlived their usefulness. They're no longer fit to stay in those positions. Since he had crossed into this world, many things had already changed. Since the familiar plot had already been disrupted, what was there to worry about? He could just go ahead and do it. After finishing his words, he activated Kimui and left the place, leaving behind a heavy-hearted Jiraiya. Bang! Jiraiya, who had been sitting in place for an unknown amount of time, suddenly saw a toad appear before him. He recognized it as a toad messenger from Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya, Sage Fukasaku, is looking for you. He said that the great sage toad has a new prophecy to tell you. The toad messenger said succinctly. Nanny. Upon hearing there was a new prophecy, Jiraiya's eyes widened. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent, and immediately followed the toad messenger to be transported to Mount Mayaboku using reverse summoning technique. Yo, little Jiraiya. Long time no see. Oh, little Jiraiya came at just the right time. I was just about to make a big meal. Appearing before Jiraiya were the familiar sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima. Boss, big sister, I heard the great sage toad has a new prophecy. Is that true? Jiraiya hurriedly asked. Don't rush, little Jiraiya. Sage Fukasaku skillfully jumped onto Jiraiya's shoulder and said in a grand manner, I specifically called you here for this matter. You must not lose composure when you meet the great sage toad. I know, I'll listen to you, boss. Jiraiya nodded repeatedly. He was like that Shinichi kid. How could he dare to disrespect the great sage toad? Under Sage Fukasaku's guidance, Jiraiya once again met the huge, extremely old great sage toad, Frogmaru. Great sage toad, little Jiraiya has arrived. Sage Fukasaku jumped straight to Frogmaru's side and said loudly, Huh? The drowsy Frogmaru slightly opened his eyelids, confused. What did you say? Who is little Jiraiya? Great sage toad, didn't you say yourself that you have a new prophecy to inform little Jiraiya? Sage Fukasaku said speechlessly. Frogmaru, due to his old age, had serious memory problems. After some effort, Sage Fukasaku finally managed to awaken Frogmaru's memory. And only then did he remember what he needed to do. I remember now. Under Jiraiya's expectant gaze, Frogmaru slowly opened his mouth. I saw the future. A blue-eyed boy is playing among 9 beasts, calling their names. What? The blue-eyed boy? Jiraiya was shocked on the spot. He couldn't help but associate it with what Shinichi had said. That blue-eyed boy was very likely Naruto. Could it be that Shinichi was right? And Minato's child Naruto was the prophetic child he had been searching for all these years? Chapter 106. Jiraiya's Compromise? Seeking Tsunade. That was the previous prophecy. Ignoring the inexplicably excited Jiraiya, Frogmaru paused and said in a very strange tone, I also saw a new future, the blue-eyed boy and a black-haired boy. Under the interference of mysterious powers, their fates deviated from their original paths. Mysterious powers? Jiraiya and Sage Fukasaku exchanged glances. The great sage toad's recent prophecies were becoming increasingly muddled. First, there was a blue-eyed boy, then a black-haired boy. So what exactly was going on? It was a pair of eerie blood-colored eyes. I can't see through them. They disrupted fate, and the future has become chaotic. A trace of depth flashed in Frogmaru's ancient eyes as he slowly spoke. The owner of these eyes is not simple. The entire ninja world will be stirred by him. This may be the last future I see. As soon as he finished speaking, Frogmaru closed his eyes and fell asleep again. Seeing this, Sage Fukasaku no longer tried to wake Frogmaru. Knowing that once the great sage toad entered this state of sleep, it wouldn't be easy to wake him. After all, his task was complete, and the new prophecy had been effectively conveyed to Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, do you have any clues after hearing the new prophecy? Sage Fukasaku asked. What clues could I have? Jiraiya scratched his head in distress, feeling frustrated. The great sage toad's prophecies are becoming increasingly strange. With my brain, how could I possibly guess? Wait, eerie blood-colored eyes? Could it be the Sharingan? Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly realized he might have grasped the key point. Could it be him? The more Jiraiya thought about it, the more shocked he became. No one knew better than him how terrifying those eyes were. Even a strong person like him could be defeated in an instant. Recalling the various major events that have occurred in the ninja world in recent years, it seems that each one is inextricably linked to that guy. A hint of realization flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. If he was not mistaken, the prophecy of Fukasaku might very well be related to Kakashi Shinichi. Old man, it seems I really can't stand on your side this time. Thinking of his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya's mouth curled into a bitter arc. Even if it was just a guess, he increasingly began to affirm that his thoughts were not wrong. Brother Shinichi, that annoying perverted sage, is here again. While enjoying a cool watermelon in the small courtyard, Shinichi was suddenly called by Naruto. Jiraiya? Did he figure it out so quickly? Shinichi felt puzzled. With Jiraiya's stubborn personality, there was no reason for him to come looking for him so soon. Got it. Shinichi patted Naruto's little head and said, Naruto, be a little more polite to him. After all, he is your grandmaster. What's the point of being polite to a perverted old man? Naruto pouted. As the saying goes, first impressions matter, and Jiraiya had left a terrible first impression on Naruto. having already been nailed to a cross of shame in Naruto's heart. Don't say that. He doesn't mean any harm towards you. Seeing Naruto's reaction, Shinichi couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Moreover, that guy has quite a few skills. You can think of it as learning something, whether it's to take advantage or to respect the elderly. It seemed that the preventive measures he had taken with Naruto had been too heavy, resulting in Naruto not wanting to deal with Jiraiya at all now. This was not a good thing. At least it should wait until Naruto finished learning sage techniques from Mount Mayaboku. Oh, got it, I'll behave. Although Naruto was very reluctant, he chose to listen to Shinichi's words. After all, deep down in Naruto's heart, Shinichi was the closest and most trusted person to him. He knew that anyone in this world could potentially be bad to him, but Shinichi was absolutely not one of them. Lord Jiraiya, why don't you come in and have a seat and eat some watermelon? Looking at Jiraiya, who seemed a bit awkward at the door, Shinichi casually opened a gap in the barrier and invited him in. Really? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Jiraiya joked, walking in boldly. This made Naruto, who was watching from the side, very displeased, his eyes filled with disdain. Naruto, why don't you go play at the training ground first? After casually dismissing Naruto, Shinichi brought Jiraiya into the backyard and smiled as he asked, "So, what brings you here? You can't tell me you just came to chat." "Of course not." Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice, "I just returned from Mount Mayaboku, and Fukasaku has a new prophecy." He unreservedly informed Shinichi of the details. Truly worthy of the prophet Fukasaku, Shinichi thought to himself. Although Fukasaku's prophecies seemed disjointed to many, for someone like him, who was in the know, they were quite shocking. As someone who had personally altered the fate trajectories of Sasuke and Naruto, he knew exactly what he had done and understood that he would completely overturn the plot of the original story, pushing the future to an unpredictable extent. "Shinichi, can I see your Manjiki Sharingan again?" Jiraiya said solemnly. He wanted to confirm once more. "As you wish." Shinichi smiled slightly and displayed his eternal Manjiki Sharingan in front of him. Seeing this strange pair of eyes again, Jiraiya felt an immense sense of pressure, to the point where he couldn't help but feel an odd desire to submit. He knew this was the result of mental suppression. There probably wasn't anything more powerful than these eyes. Jiraiya's heart was extremely shocked. He finally dared to affirm his previous guess. The blood-red eyes that could disrupt fate mentioned by Fukasaku were most likely Shinichi's Manjiki Sharingan. This also made him truly resolve not to entertain any thoughts of opposition towards Shinichi. "Shinichi, I've made up my mind." Jiraiya took a deep breath and said earnestly, "I will stay in Konoha and properly teach Naruto to make up for my past mistakes. As for the matter between you and the old man, I'll pretend I didn't see it. Can you accept that?" "Sure." Shinichi raised an eyebrow. It seemed Jiraiya was not as stubborn as he had imagined. However, now that he had finally gotten Jiraiya to see reason, he couldn't just let this guy waste his talents in the village. "I will have Naruto follow you, so you can teach him with care." Under Jiraiya's expectant gaze, Shinichi smiled and said, "But first, you need to help me with something. Consider it your reward for asking me for help." "What is it?" Seeing the determined expression on Shinichi's face, Jiraiya felt a bit frustrated. But he had no choice. After all, Naruto only listened to this guy, and without Shinichi's approval, Naruto didn't want to deal with him at all. For one of the legendary Sannin to take on a disciple, yet still needing to ask for permission, if this got out, it would be truly embarrassing for Jiraiya. "Didn't I mention it before?" Shinichi smiled and said, "As long as you help me find Tsunade, everything is negotiable." He had long since decided that Tsunade would be the next Hokage's tool, and if this tool didn't return, his subsequent plans would be difficult to implement. Don't be fooled by the fact that Tsunade was currently missing. He believed Jiraiya definitely had his own ways to successfully find her. "I can find Tsunade, but I can't guarantee that I can get her to return to the village." Jiraiya was even more frustrated. "Can't you be more forceful? A grown man can't handle a woman?" Shinichi encouraged. "Forceful? Are you joking?" Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. "Do you know how strong that woman Tsunade is? Once, I accidentally provoked her, and she nearly killed me." He wasn't exaggerating. Many people knew about this glorious achievement. "Don't worry, you won't die with me around." Shinichi smiled and said, "Here's the deal. You just need to find Tsunade, and I'll take care of the rest. If things go smoothly, I might even make Tsunade fall for you, securing your happiness for the rest of your life." "You're going to go find Tsunade with me?" Jiraiya looked very excited. Especially upon hearing Shinichi say he might make Tsunade fall for him, he trembled with excitement. This had been his long-held wish. "You're thinking too much." Shinichi looked at him with a look of disbelief. "Do you think I'm going to follow you around looking for someone just because I'm bored? Do you think I'm someone who enjoys hardship? Enduring hardship is impossible. It's never going to happen in this lifetime. Chapter 107, Flying Thunder God Technique. Naruto's request. If you're not going with me, how are you going to help me persuade Tsunade? Jiraiya looked very confused. Are you stupid? Can't you just find Tsunade first and then inform me to come over? Shinichi face-palmed and smiled wryly. With this level of intelligence, he really didn't know how Jiraiya became one of the legendary Sannin. But with Tsunade's temper, if she sees me, she'll probably just turn and leave. I can't beat her. How could I possibly stop her until you arrive? Jiraiya looked bewildered. Are you really unable to beat Tsunade? It's clear you just don't want to. I almost feel embarrassed to point it out. However, Jiraiya's words weren't entirely unfounded. With Tsunade's abilities, avoiding him wouldn't be difficult, especially since Jiraiya was unwilling to use force. It was basically impossible for him to hold out until Shinichi arrived. Jiraiya, how much of the Flying Thunder God technique did you actually learn? Shinichi suddenly asked. When it came to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who didn't know his famous alias, the Yellow Flash, precisely because of the Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God technique? Jiraiya's eyes widened. His old face flushed as he chuckled awkwardly. To be honest, I'm not very talented with space-time ninjutsu, and the Flying Thunder God technique has high requirements for its user. Speak plainly, Shinichi said impatiently. I simply can't learn it, Jiraiya admitted sheepishly. Minato has taught me, but no matter how hard I try, it's useless. All right, since you can't learn the Flying Thunder God technique, just give it to me. It's just gathering dust with you anyway, and when Naruto grows up, I'll pass it on to him. This was a clear indication. As Minato's teacher, even if Jiraiya couldn't successfully learn the Flying Thunder God technique, he must have the training methods for it. This was also why Shinichi specifically mentioned the Flying Thunder God technique. I can give it to you, but you might not be able to learn it. Jiraiya thought for a moment, and then directly summoned a scroll to throw to Shinichi. Although he and Shinichi couldn't be considered allies at this point, Jiraiya had seen how well Shinichi cared for Naruto. Giving away the Flying Thunder God technique was just his way of thanking Shinichi for taking care of Naruto. It wasn't a big deal, after all. After all, this was originally Minato's thing. Who do you look down on? You think I'm like you? A smirk appeared at the corner of Shinichi's mouth. He opened the scroll containing the Flying Thunder God technique, quickly skimmed through it, and memorized all the content. Then he took out a specially made kunai. In fact, he had long since planned to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. So he had previously asked a craftsman to make a large number of specially made kunai for this very day. Under Jiraiya's astonished gaze, Shinichi inscribed the Flying Thunder God seals onto the specially made kunai and casually threw it toward a distant tree. The kunai landed perfectly on the tree, and Shinichi instantly appeared next to it like a flash of light. This was the Flying Thunder God technique. How is this possible? Jiraiya's jaw almost dropped in shock. How about that? Shinichi said with a faint smile. My Flying Thunder God technique isn't any worse than Minato's, right? What are you joking about? He is a man with an innate advantage, learning any ninjutsu at a speed dozens of times faster than normal people. Although the Flying Thunder God technique is quite a complex space-time ninjutsu, for him, it's really a piece of cake. Moreover, he already possesses the powerful space-time ability of Kamui, and since the Flying Thunder God technique is also a kind of space-time ninjutsu, mastering it is significantly easier for him. Have you learned it before? Jiraiya stammered. I wish I could, but where would I go to learn it? Shinichi was amused by Jiraiya's exaggerated expression. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Who can learn ninjutsu so quickly? Are you a monster? Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. Any ninja wanted to learn a new ninjutsu typically has to go through hundreds or thousands of training sessions to master it, especially with a complicated one like the Flying Thunder God technique. He absolutely did not believe that Shinichi could easily master the Flying Thunder God technique just by glancing at the seals. Don't use your ordinary perspective to judge me. A genius, Shinichi said arrogantly. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Only Shinichi knew that it wasn't talent that defeated them, but his innate advantage. If you keep talking like that outside, you'll definitely get beaten up. Jiraiya couldn't help but retort. That is only if someone can actually beat me. Shinichi replied dismissively. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was left speechless. Indeed, in the entire ninja world, there were very few who could defeat this guy in front of him. Perhaps none at all. So what if he was arrogant? He had the qualifications to be arrogant, and no one could take him down. So where could he go to justify himself? Take this kunai. Once you find Tsunade, notify me, and I will come as soon as possible. After casually tossing the kunai, inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seals, to Jiraiya, Shinichi waved his hand and said, Don't say I'm not being generous. This time, I allow you to take Naruto with you to find Tsunade. Really? Jiraiya, who had originally been a bit downcast, suddenly lit up. He knew that his biggest dilemma right now was how to get along with Naruto and make up for the regrets he had for not being there for him all these years. Shinichi's offer to let Naruto go with him to find Tsunade was just the opportunity he needed to spend some time alone with Naruto. Why would I lie to you? Shinichi stretched lazily and said, remember to come to my house to pick up Naruto tomorrow morning. I hope you find Tsunade soon. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinichi used Kamui to leave. With the Flying Thunder God technique plus Kamui, from now on, he would definitely be the fastest man in the ninja world, no exceptions. The next day, Jiraiya indeed came early to the Hitaki household to pick up Naruto. Seeing his excited demeanor, Shinichi couldn't help but laugh. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin. Couldn't he have a bit more dignity? In contrast to the excited Jiraiya, Naruto wore a face of gloom, making it obvious that he didn't want to go with Jiraiya. All right, Naruto, Jiraiya is your elder. There's no need to make that face, right? Under Jiraiya's pleading gaze, Shinichi secretly chuckled, rubbed Naruto's small head, and advised, you'll learn a lot by following Jiraiya. You won't suffer any losses. That's right, that's right. Jiraiya immediately struck a pose and boasted, I am the famous frog sage, one of the legendary Sannin. Naruto, you won't suffer by being my disciple. I will definitely train you to be an exceptional ninja. Perverted sage, I'll go with you, but you have to agree to one request. Naruto thought for a moment and said, 1 request. 10 requests are no problem. Jiraiya nodded immediately. As a child, it's definitely right to pamper him first. He didn't believe he couldn't win over Naruto. My request is that you are not allowed to use the excuse of needing materials to ask me to use the sexy jutsu on you. Naruto said shockingly. Huh? For a moment, not only Jiraiya, but even Shinichi was stunned. Chapter 108. Itachi's confusion. The situation is awkward. Why? Jiraiya couldn't help but ask. He never imagined that a little kid like Naruto would make such a request. This also indirectly reminded him that he had never thought of using Naruto's sexy jutsu to provide materials for himself. It was indeed a good idea. Shinichi also had a strange expression. Come to think of it, in the original story, Jiraiya had indeed made Naruto do this, and it wasn't just once. But when did Naruto become so clever, actually killing Jiraiya's hope in advance? Kagura warned me that the sexy jutsu is too shameless and should only be used against specific enemies. It absolutely cannot be used casually. Naruto naturally explained. Even Bai told me that I must not let certain lecherous uncles maliciously use me to perform this ninjutsu. Uzumaki Naruto. I'm all about listening to advice. It's not that I'm afraid of Yakumo hitting me or by not giving me food. Well said. Shin couldn't help but laugh and added fuel to the fire. Naruto, if someone forces you to use seduction techniques, just show them the reverse seduction technique I taught you. The so-called reverse seduction technique is nothing more than replacing sexy beauties with muscular men. This is a deadly weapon against Kaguya Otsutsuki. However, Jiraiya would definitely not want to see that scene. Shin, be a person. Jiraiya said with a bitter face, complaining. Naruto is still young. Can't you let him learn something good? The back and forth between Naruto and Shin directly ruined his plans for material collection. How outrageous. Unfilial. After a round of playful banter, Naruto set off smoothly with Jiraiya. As for the third Hokage, after learning about this matter, there was nothing much to say. Although the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki cannot easily leave the village, as long as Jiraiya is there to keep an eye on him, he couldn't find any reason to object. Of course, to prevent any accidents with Naruto, he specially reinforced the seal of the Nine-Tails and planted the Flying Thunder God technique on Naruto. Even if something really happened, he could arrive in time to suppress the Nine-Tails. However, these are just precautionary measures. In fact, ever since Shin had a chat with the Nine-Tails, the Nine-Tails have become much more obedient and even voluntarily restrained its released-tailed beast chakra. Otherwise, how could Naruto's training go so smoothly these days? After watching Jiraiya and Naruto leave, Shin went straight to the training ground. Under the supervision and guidance of his shadow clones, Neji, Hinata, and Sasuke's strength grew day by day. It is worth mentioning that as time went by, the little ones had reached the age to enter the ninja school. However, under Shin's training, their strength was not something those little brats from the ninja school could compare with. After all, what the ninja school taught was just child's play for Shin. Besides some common knowledge about ninjas, it was nothing more than basic ninjutsu like the body flicker technique. Except for Hinata, who had relatively poor talent, geniuses like Neji learned everything at a terrifying speed. And Sasuke and Naruto, this pair of rivals, grew at an astonishing rate while competing against each other. already showing the trend of the original work's dual protagonist halo. As for Itachi, he was simply a monster. Leaving aside the Manjiki Sharingan, his basic strength was already approaching that of Kage. To be honest, Shin didn't even know how to teach this disciple anymore. Itachi, why don't you just graduate directly? After thinking it over, Shin called Itachi over and said frankly, "Teacher, did I do something wrong?" Itachi asked, somewhat confused. "You misunderstood. I just think you've reached the standard for graduation." Shin shook his head and said helplessly, "To be honest, with your current strength, what you're lacking is only some combat experience. As long as you don't misuse your Manjiki Sharingan in the future, I, as your teacher, have no need to continue teaching you. Perhaps it's time for you to go out and explore." Under his stern warning, Itachi naturally wouldn't use the Manjiki Sharingan carelessly like in the original work, exhausting his ocular power and walking down a path destined for tragedy. After all, this was not a time of war, and Itachi's strength had no place in Konoha. If he wanted to continue improving, he would have to go through countless brutal battles. "Teacher, do you want me to join the Anbu?" Itachi was very smart, and quickly sensed that Shin had a special task for him. "No, the Anbu already has Kakashi. There's no need for you to go. Kakashi has been thriving in the Anbu these years, and I believe he will soon take the position of Anbu captain. Of course, this is not without the support of the third Hokage. Don't look at how the third Hokage and Shin are at odds now. For the greater good of Konoha, he has no choice but to push Kakashi into a higher position." Most importantly, due to Shin's deliberate concealment, Kakashi did not show any obvious hostility towards the third Hokage. So from the third Hokage's perspective, Kakashi is still one of his capable subordinates. The crisis of the Uchiha clan has long been resolved, and Fugaku no longer needs to force Itachi to go undercover in the Anbu like in the original work. As for Shin, he didn't want to waste such talent as Itachi in the Anbu. "Teacher, do you want me to go undercover in the Root organization?" Itachi thought for a moment and asked curiously, "What are you thinking?" Shin chuckled and said, "How many normal people are in the Root organization? They have all been brainwashed by that old dog Danzo, not to mention that everyone knows you are my disciple. How could the Root organization accept your joining?" Itachi fell silent. Just as Shin said, the situation in the Root organization is completely different from that of the Anbu. It would be incredibly difficult to mix in as an undercover agent. Furthermore, he currently had the identity of Shin's disciple, and the Root organization would never accept him. Perhaps the outside world is more suitable for you. Shin thought for a moment and smiled. "I plan to send you to Orochimaru. There are many bases in the land of rice that have yet to take shape, and with your addition, Orochimaru will probably have an easier time." Orochimaru. Hearing this, Itachi suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never imagined that his respected teacher, the hero of Konoha, would actually have connections with Orochimaru, that rogue ninja. "You are my disciple, and there are some things I shouldn't hide from you." Shin patted Itachi's shoulder and sighed. "Shisui has gone to the daimyo's residence, and I happen to lack a capable assistant by my side. Itachi, you possess a maturity that is not in line with your age. Perhaps entrusting these matters to you is a good choice." Before Itachi could process the shock, he was forcibly transferred by Shin using Kamui. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at Orochimaru's base. "Shin-kun, you've come." In front of the two stood none other than Orochimaru, who looked like a bad person as he licked his tongue. "Yo, Orochimaru, I've brought you a capable assistant." Shin greeted him familiarly and said with a smile, "This is Uchiha Itachi, Fugaku's eldest son, and also my disciple. Didn't you tell me before that without Shisui, gathering intelligence has become difficult? I believe Itachi will definitely be competent for this job." "That's great." Orochimaru looked at Itachi with some excitement. "Itachi, who am I? Where am I? What does my teacher want to do?" Chapter 109. A deep conversation with Itachi, living in the light. Through the introduction of Orochimaru and Kabuto, Itachi learned about the general situation of the various bases in the land of rice. He was secretly shocked, not expecting that one of the legendary three, Orochimaru, had such capabilities. If they continued to follow their plan, the land of rice would probably soon give rise to a powerful ninja village. Of course, what shocked him the most was the relationship between his teacher and Orochimaru. He could see that Orochimaru seemed to hold his teacher in high regard and had no intention of contradicting him. If he had to say it, he felt that Orochimaru was more like a subordinate of Shin. What? Surprised? In the secret room, there were only Shin and Itachi. Seeing Itachi's emotional fluctuations, Shin smiled and said, "Are you thinking that I am secretly colluding with Orochimaru, that S-rank rogue ninja, and that I am not a good person?" "No, teacher." Itachi thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, "I have my own judgment. It was the teacher who saved the Uchiha clan and led Konoha towards a peaceful future. My father once told me about these things, and I don't believe the teacher would do anything detrimental to Konoha. Can I say that he truly is a god? Shinichi nodded in satisfaction. Just based on this self-judgment ability, Itachi was already far superior to Sasuke. It's just a pity that Itachi doesn't have the protagonist's halo like Sasuke does. Otherwise, his achievements would be limitless. Very good, Shinichi said reassuringly. Since I brought you here, I'm not afraid to explain my plan to you. Itachi, let me ask you, do you know what true peace is? Or rather, do you know how to maintain peace in the ninja world? This question struck at the very core of Itachi's heart. Isn't this the goal he has dreamt of achieving? I don't know, Itachi replied, bewildered. If he knew, he wouldn't be so confused. Actually, I don't know either. Shinichi grinned and said something that surprised Itachi greatly. But I know that true peace is impossible to achieve. Even if it exists, it is only temporary. What we can do is to try to extend that time as much as possible so that the people around us no longer suffer from the torment of war. With your intelligence, you should be able to guess that I have secretly collaborated with Orochimaru and set up so many strongholds in the land of rice. There must be some ulterior motive behind it. Moreover, you've seen what I've been doing in Konoha these past few years. I have conflicts with the third Hokage and Danzo, and I've even gone against them more than once, trying to bring them down. Have you never wondered why I'm doing this? I have thought about it, but I couldn't come up with an answer. Itachi suddenly raised his head and looked at Shinichi with determined eyes. But I am willing to believe in you, teacher, because I know you, like me, are someone who desires peace. You are definitely not the kind of person who would incite war to achieve your own ambitions. Finally, my efforts in taking you as a disciple were not in vain. Shinichi smiled with relief and explained, actually, my actions have two main purposes. One is to lead Konoha towards a brighter future, and the other is to maintain the peace of the ninja world as much as possible. You can see that the current Konoha leadership, led by the third Hokage, has been almost completely corrupted by power, and they are heavily influenced by the will of the second Hokage, making it impossible for them to view your Uchiha clan with equality. So a long time ago, I began to think about replacing the Konoha leadership. Your father Fugaku and several clan leaders are well aware of this. To be honest, I can launch a coup at any time to overthrow the third Hokage and replace him with a new group of people if I want to. But the timing is not right yet, which is why I haven't done it. What? Shinichi's words completely shocked Itachi. He never dreamed that his teacher and father had been secretly planning such a significant matter. And he didn't know that his teacher was far greater than he had imagined. He once thought this teacher was just someone who enjoyed life, played pranks on children, and was quite an unorthodox adult. Who would have thought that all of this was just his teacher's disguise, and his true identity was that of a great hero deeply concerned about the village's peace, possessing great foresight and wisdom. If Shinichi knew that Itachi had imagined so many non-existent things, he might not be able to help but laugh out loud. Enjoying life? That's just my style. Playing tricks on children? Pranks? That's just my way of finding some fun in a boring life. Teacher, what can I do to help you? Itachi's expression was extremely serious as he said, as long as it is for the peace of the village, I would be willing to sacrifice my life. Not that serious. Shinichi rolled his eyes at him and said, what you need to do is to help Orochimaru quickly establish a vast intelligence network. I must always be aware of the movements of the major ninja villages. To be honest, there is an organization called Akatsuki secretly plotting a shocking conspiracy that could overturn the entire ninja world. At that time, it could very likely trigger the fourth great ninja war. No, we must stop them, Itachi exclaimed. The thing he hated most in life was war, and what he pursued all his life was peace. How could he tolerate the existence of such a terrifying organization? Itachi, I have great confidence in your abilities. Shinichi patted his shoulder and advised. But some things are not as simple as you think. You just need to do as I say. Sooner or later, you'll understand why I want you to do these things. Actually, it wasn't necessary for Shinichi to go to such lengths, because with Itachi's current high loyalty to him, even if he asked Itachi to assassinate the third Hokage, Itachi might not refuse, and would even think that it was also for the sake of peace in the ninja world. In short, after Orochimaru, Shinichi had finally completely won over Itachi. With Itachi's combat strength and abilities, he believed that he would soon be able to establish an intelligence network capable of monitoring the major ninja villages. It is worth mentioning that to establish such a vast intelligence network, Itachi could not stay in Konoha all the time. However, if a ninja leaves the village without a mission, he would also be considered a rogue ninja. But this small matter was not a problem for Shinichi. He just needed to give Itachi a long-term special mission title on the surface. And even if the third Hokage had objections, he wouldn't dare to say anything. After all, given the current situation, if he didn't actively seek trouble with the third Hokage, the third Hokage would probably be grateful. How could the third Hokage dare to come looking for trouble with his disciple? Of course, he would choose to turn a blind eye. Yes, I will listen to you, teacher. Itachi nodded firmly. Shinichi smiled in satisfaction. His presence would undoubtedly change many things. Since Itachi was his disciple, he would not let Itachi bear the label of a rogue ninja and live in darkness for the rest of his life. A ninja like Itachi, who loves peace and has a kind heart, should live openly in the sunlight. That is the true fate that belongs to him. Chapter 110. Kakashi's Happiness. Shinichi-kun. Thank you for bringing Itachi here. He is a very capable child, Orochimaru said with a smile. His sharp eyes immediately recognized Itachi's extraordinary strength and his maturity that belied his age, which would undoubtedly make him a strong ally. We don't need to say thank you between us. Shinichi waved his hand and said, by the way, Orochimaru, I've already sent Jiraiya to find Tsunade. Since you two have been friends for many years, should I arrange a touching reunion for you? Although the relationship among the three Sannin is currently quite tense. They were all part of the same team when they were younger and had a good relationship. Let's forget about that. Orochimaru shrugged and chuckled. I don't think they want to see me, and besides, Jiraiya hasn't seen Tsunade in years. I don't want to be the awkward third wheel. Shinichi-kun, you should know what I'm talking about. Orochimaru, it seems you are not serious either. Shinichi teased him with a wink and said suggestively, how do you know that I also encouraged Jiraiya to pursue Tsunade? Based on my understanding of you, Shinichi-kun, there is a high probability that you would do such a thing. Orochimaru smiled and replied, Jiraiya is also a fool. If no one pushes him, he wouldn't dare to approach Tsunade. But aside from the teacher, there aren't many people in this world who can push him, and you, Shinichi-kun, count as one. When it comes to Jiraiya, even Orochimaru's cold eyes couldn't help but flicker with a hint of warmth. Despite the many misunderstood bad deeds Orochimaru had committed over the years, he knew that Jiraiya had always regarded him as a friend. Jiraiya, much like how Naruto in the original work would never give up on Sasuke, would always hold onto Orochimaru as a close friend. In a way, this pair of master and disciple in the original work is quite similar. If I successfully help Jiraiya pursue Tsunade, do you think this old guy will treat me to a couple of drinks at the wedding? King Yuyokit. Orochimaru couldn't be bothered to respond to Xianyi's jest. However, he had other thoughts in mind, as he once again focused on the experiment at hand and whispered, Xianyi-kun, it seems you're quite eager to take action. Orochimaru, being exceptionally clever, naturally understood that Xianyi's encouragement for Jiraiya to pursue Tsunade at such a sensitive time must have ulterior motives. Indeed, Xianyi did not deny it, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. I'm going to Suna village to find Granny Chiyo soon. Orochimaru, we need to speed things up. No problem. I won't let you down, Xianyi-kun, Orochimaru replied with a light smile. At the Hitaki residence, big brother Xianyi, are you going out again? Naruto had just left, and now Xianyi was also leaving. It was quite frustrating. Bai and Kaguya looked less than enthusiastic. Yeah, I have something to take care of. Xianyi casually placed the food on the table and smiled. Fortunately, Bai has learned 90 of my cooking skills, so I won't have to worry about you all going hungry while I'm out. Big brother, what are you talking about? With me around, are you still worried about the little ones going hungry? Kakashi couldn't help but retort. They won't starve, but I'm worried you'll just feed them instant noodles every day, which has no nutrition. Xianyi scoffed, Kakashi, while I'm gone, don't just sit around. Hurry and bring Hong back home. Kaguya and the others are due for his sister-in-law. Who would have thought Kakashi would have the audacity to retort back? Big brother, how can you say that? You won't even get married yourself. Clearly, our Umbu squads, Yuzuki Yugao, and that Yakuza Nanao director both like you. Yet you intentionally keep them hanging. What kind of character is that? You bastard. Xianyi was left speechless by Kakashi's retort. How does it feel to be hit where it hurts? Kakashi said triumphantly. It was rare for him to have a chance to counter Xianyi, and he certainly wouldn't let it slip away. God knows how much he had suffered under his brother's pressure over the years. This time, he at least wanted to collect some interest back verbally. Kakashi, you've been quite cheeky lately. Xianyi squinted his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. I haven't tested your taijutsu in a while. It's just right to see how your recent training with Guy is going. Hey, don't go overboard. Kakashi looked panicked, instinctively taking a few steps back. Swallowing hard, we brothers can argue, but fighting is too much. You can't bully me just because you're the older brother, right? Who said I was going to fight? I just wanted to check on my little brother's recent training results. Xianyi said with a friendly smile, gently dragging Kakashi to the training ground. Bang, bang, bang. Half an hour later, a very educational parent-child activity came to an end. Kakashi, with a bruised face, was now lying on the ground, looking barely alive. Meanwhile, Xin wore a satisfied expression, dusting off his hands before striding away. Witnessing the whole process, Kagaya and Bai curiously poked Kakashi on the ground with a branch. Kakashi, sensing it, grumbled, "Don't mess with me, I'm not dead yet." "Kakashi brother, you really are something. Why did you pick a fight with big brother, Xin?" Kagaya said, feeling frustrated. "Should I go back and get a first aid kit to help you bandage up, Kakashi brother?" Bai always showed understanding. "No need, you all go back first. I want to be alone for a bit." Kakashi said wearily. "Who is alone?" "Kakashi brother, you aren't cheating, are you?" "No way, I have to tell Hong's sister." Kagaya exclaimed in shock. "No, that's not what I meant." Kakashi said, laughing and crying at the same time. "I just want to be alone. Don't mess with me." "Do you want me to get beaten up by Hong again?" "Life is tough," Kakashi sighed. He suddenly started to miss Naruto. If Naruto were home, he wouldn't have become that unfortunate punching bag. After all, with Naruto's style, he would typically be the one to get hit first, and Kakashi wouldn't have such a strong grudge. Just as Kakashi was feeling sorry for himself, Xin returned at some point, tossing Kakashi over his shoulder. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Kakashi said in horror, thinking he was about to be hit again. "Relax, I'm not going to hit you. I just want to take you somewhere." Xin said impatiently. Whoosh. With the activation of Kamui, the two brothers disappeared from the spot. "What are you doing?" Opening the door and seeing Xin and Kakashi in front of her, Hong was completely taken aback. "Hong, this guy just acted up and I beat him up. I didn't feel like taking care of him." Xin shrugged and casually tossed the bruised Kakashi to Hong, smiling. "I figured only you could manage him, so I'll just leave him here to heal. Whenever he recovers, he can go home. Actually, it doesn't matter if he doesn't go home. I'd feel more at ease if he stays with you." Before Hong could react, Xin had already run off. Hong was left in a state of disbelief, as she hadn't even been given a chance to refuse. "Hong, look at how badly my big brother beat me." Kakashi sighed. "It seems I'll have to trouble you for now. I don't mind staying at your place." Ever since that meeting with Obito and Rin, he had let go of a lot of his emotional burdens, which also made him no longer reject his feelings towards Hong, and their relationship had rapidly grown. Although he had just been beaten up by Xin, it seemed that in the end he had gained something. How annoying. Hong's cheeks flushed red, unable to see through the brothers' little act. However, she didn't say anything. After all, she and Kakashi had already established their relationship, and this fate could not be avoided. Chapter 111. Xi's Sweet Words. Summoning Technique. With the Kanai inscribed with Flying Thunder God technique left on Kagaya and Bai, Xin summoned the Hellhound, Tinge. Since he was going out, he certainly needed a flashy mount. Walking on foot? That was not Xi's style. After all, this guy was so lazy that he would even use Kamui to go to the bathroom. "Master." The massive Tinge sat like a mountain, gently lowering its noble head. "Tinge, I'm going to Suna village. Please be my mount." "It is my honor, master." Xin jumped onto Tinge's back, took out his long-prepared lounge chair, and specially used the non-organic rebirth technique to securely tie Tinge's fur to the lounge chair, comfortably lying back. This was his ride. No matter how fast Tinge ran, he wouldn't have to worry about falling off the chair. After all, when traveling, it was much more enjoyable to lie down. "Big brother, Xin, you really know how to enjoy yourself." Xianglin twitched at the corner of his mouth and complained. "Which ninja rushes like you? If we have the means, why not use them?" Xin said with ease. "Brother Xin, can I go with you?" Bai's eyes looked a bit expectant. From the moment Xin brought him back from the garbage heap, Bai had planned to dedicate his life to Xin because Xin was the light deep in his heart, and he naturally hoped to be by his side at all times. "I am sorry, Bai." Xin smiled and said, "The place I'm going this time might not be safe. You and Xianglin should stay home and practice well. When you grow up and have the ability to protect yourselves, I will consider taking you out." This time he was going to Sunagakure to find Chiyo. Although he had never met Chiyo in person, he was well aware of the original storyline and knew that Chiyo held a deep grudge against the Hitaki family, as Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukuyomi, had personally killed Chiyo's son on the battlefield. Even a fool could guess that Chiyo would not willingly give him the art of reincarnation. This trip might bring some trouble. "I understand, brother Xin. I will practice hard and become your support as soon as possible." I said firmly. Xianglin also nodded vigorously, unwilling to be outdone. Although they were not very old, their childhood traumas had made them somewhat mature in their minds. They knew that following Xin might burden him, so they decided not to insist, but to focus on their training, hoping to help Xin in the future. "Be good, I'm off." Xin smiled, and gestured for Tianxia to set off. Woo! Tianxia let out a howl that shook the heavens and earth, and its massive body sprinted rapidly toward the land of wind. At this terrifying speed, it would probably reach Sunagakure in no more than 3 days. As for these 3 days, Xiane planned to stay calm, completely slack off, and simply lie on Tianxia's back to take a nap. After finally finding an opportunity to be lazy, how could he let it go? I have to say, Tianxia's speed is really fast, arriving in a land of wind even earlier than Xiane had expected. Master, it seems there are people ahead. Tianxia's large bloody mouth let out a low growl. So what if there are people? Xiane, just waking from his afternoon nap, stretched and yawned, saying as long as they don't block our way, why bother? All right, Master. After receiving Xiane's order, Tianxia no longer paid attention and continued to sprint in the original direction. Wow, what a big dog. This meat must be really chewy. Just as Tianxia was focused on the journey, a huge red scythe suddenly swung toward it. It was a large red 3-section scythe, connected by ropes at the bottom, exuding a strange aura. Roar! Suddenly ambushed, Tianxia was furious. A powerful fire-style ninjutsu erupted from its mouth, and a massive fireball exploded, even igniting the air. Under the pressure of the fireball, the red scythe was barely pushed back. Master, the intruder doesn't mean well. Can I kill them? Tianxia's tone carried a hint of chill. Although the murderous intent was nearly overflowing, it still remembered to seek Xiane's opinion first. Let me see what's going on. Xiane, he was immediately interested, feeling wide awake. He didn't go looking for trouble with others, yet someone dared to provoke him? This was indeed a rare occurrence. Following the gaze of the hellhound, he finally saw the true appearance of the red scythe. And the one wielding it was a young man with a slick-back hairstyle, dressed in a black robe with red clouds. Beside this young man stood a black-haired man wearing a mask. Ha ha! Brother Kakuzu, this big dog is so fierce. I must kill it and eat dog meat today. The slick-back young man laughed arrogantly. Haiden, don't cause trouble. Remember, we still have an unfinished mission. The masked man frowned and reprimanded. No way. This big dog is mine. The slick-back young man looked fearless, a sickly smile on his face. From the looks of it, he really wanted to go up against Tianxia. Master, please give the order to let me bite this bastard human to death. Tianxia gritted its teeth. Anyone walking down the road, suddenly attacked by a giant scythe, will be furious. Moreover, as a hellhound, Tianxia thrived on killing and revered the primal law of the jungle, so it could not tolerate repeated provocations from an enemy. All right, Tianxia, leave it to me. Xiane patted Tianxia's large head and comforted. I'll give you an explanation. After hearing Xiane's words, Tianxia's emotions gradually calmed down. There is no way it could ignore others' words, but it respected Xiane from the bottom of its heart. The strong are justice. This was the only principle Tianxia believed in. I really didn't expect to have unexpected gains on this journey. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Xiane's mouth. With such recognizable two guys, how could he possibly not recognize them? Wasn't this the immortal duo from the Akatsuki organization, Haiden and Kakuzu? What a timely reign. He had been worried about where to find Kakuzu, and now the person had delivered himself to his door. Isn't that infuriating? And Haiden, the immortal with a powerful curse skill, was also a great bonus. Who knows what kind of good day it is today? Actually, buy one, get one free. Yo, Haiden Kakuzu. Suppressing his inner joy, Xiane revealed his signature mischievous smile and greeted them with extreme friendliness. I heard you two are the immortal 1,000-year turtles. It's rare to meet here. How about you perform dying twice for me? You can't say Xiane, he didn't have a knack for provoking others. What a handsome young man. Yet he had such a mouth. His small mouth was as sweet as honey. Chapter 112. Kakuzu's misfortune. Online complaint. You bastard. Are you provoking us? Haiden immediately became unhappy upon hearing this, angrily shouting, where did this white-haired brat come from, daring to disrespect the great apostle of the evil god? White-hair brat. What an interesting title. Xiane, he stroked his chin and thought, you actually know our names? Compared to Haiden's arrogance, Kakuzu was much calmer and said in a deep voice, who are you? For some reason, Kakuzu felt a sense of unease in his heart. This handsome young man, though he appeared harmless, gave off a feeling of being unfathomable. Kakuzu, who had lived for who knows how many years, unexpectedly felt a hint of fear arise deep within him when looking at Xiane. If Xiane knew how he felt right now, he would definitely give a thumbs up in praise. Is this the sharp intuition of a 1,000-year turtle? It seems living long truly has its benefits, at least having a keen sense of the aura of death. Who I am is not important. Xiane, he tilted his head and thought for a moment, casually saying, "What's important is that I really want to see if you two immortal duo really can't die. Hurry up and perform for me. I'm in a hurry. Bastard, do you think we were clowns from a circus?" Haydn was genuinely furious, immediately unsheathing his scythe to attack Xine. However, how could Xine give him that opportunity? Swish! At almost the same time, Shinichi activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, and Fade Wan's swift movements were instantly slowed down by hundreds of times in his eyes, almost akin to a turtle. Lightning release, lightning cutter. Shinichi's palms suddenly erupted with countless bolts of lightning, accompanied by a booming thunder. Shinra Tensei. Fade Wan and Kakuzu didn't even have a chance to react before Shinichi appeared behind Fade Wan, using Shinra Tensei, and the lightning in his palm sliced down directly, decapitating Fade Wan. One cut, two halves, head and body separated. Surprisingly, even though Fade Wan's head was severed, he did not die. Instead, he displayed characteristics of a Zuan person, his mouth chattering incessantly like an annoying crow. "You bastard, To prevent Fade Wan from continuing to be a nuisance, Shinichi disdainfully grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and stuffed it into Fade Wan's mouth. He even treated Fade Wan's head like a basketball, spinning it casually, reaching thousands of degrees, and even performed a few classic dribbles between his legs. "Even with your head cut off, you can still talk. You really are unkillable," Shinichi said with interest. He was indeed a genuine entertainer, but he was not reckless. Having thoroughly studied the original plot, he was well aware of Fade Wan's dangerous nature. Despite the guy's lackluster strength, his bizarre curse ability was truly difficult to guard against. Therefore, he immediately decapitated Fade Wan, not giving him a chance to obtain his blood, aiming to cut off the opponent's mobility and turn him into meat on a chopping block. To prevent any unexpected occurrences, he kicked Fade Wan's body over to Tensei, ensuring the latter kept a close watch. "Call me Hitaki Shinichi, the washing machine of stability." "Kid, who exactly are you?" The process of dealing with Fade Wan seemed lengthy, but was merely an instant. Kakuzu finally reacted, instinctively retreating dozens of steps to create distance, vigilantly watching Shinichi. Having experienced countless life and death battles, Kakuzu immediately recognized Shinichi as a terrifying enemy, secretly lamenting, cursing Fade Wan for provoking such a calamity. "Don't be so nervous. I won't eat you." Shinichi casually accelerated the spinning of Fade Wan's head, chuckling, "Kakuzu, I know you and Fade Wan are members of the Akatsuki. Since we've met, why don't we have a friendly chat?" "Friendly? Sha?" Kakuzu was taken aback. "Who engages in friendly conversations by cutting off the other person's head right away? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Wait, this unpredictable style and godlike strength. Could this kid be?" Kakuzu squinted, shocked. As a frequent visitor to the Bounty Association, he was quite familiar with various information in the ninja world and naturally knew that a hot figure had recently emerged. Konoha's new hero, Hatake Shinichi. Connecting the dots with Shinichi's unique white hair and Konoha ninja attire, Kakuzu quickly confirmed Shinichi's identity. "You are Hatake Shinichi," Kakuzu blurted out. "Didn't he expect me to be quite famous?" Shinichi smiled. Whoosh. The moment he confirmed it, Kakuzu made an unexpected decision. He turned to flee. He didn't even care about Fade Wan's body, choosing to run without hesitation, decisively making it heart-wrenching. "Shinichi, what's going on?" The once arrogant, self-proclaimed invincible duo actually ran away upon hearing my name. "Is this really the Kakuzu I know? Speaking of which, am I really that scary?" Not just Kakuzu. Even Fade Wan lost his previous arrogance, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. It's no wonder the immortal duo crumbled so quickly. After all, Obito had suffered greatly in 2 encounters with Shinichi, and last time he nearly fell in Konoha. To say the least, the name Hatake Shinichi had left a deep shadow in Obito's heart. After fleeing back to their base, Obito immediately used Uchiha Madara's name to solemnly warn Nagato and Konan, urging them to strictly instruct other Akatsuki members that if they encounter Hatake Shinichi, they must not harbor any delusions of luck. Run. Run for your life. That's the only way to have a slim chance of survival. Although Nagato and Konan didn't understand why Obito was so wary of Shinichi. They didn't want their future plans to go awry, and the Akatsuki absolutely couldn't afford to lose members easily. So, Konan exaggeratedly intimidated Akatsuki members, including Kaku, thoroughly demonizing Shinichi as someone absolutely not to be provoked. A terrifying powerhouse that even Pain didn't have a guaranteed victory against. After Konan's repeated character building, Shinichi had undoubtedly become a nightmare figure looming over all Akatsuki members. Damn it, of all the people to run into, it's Hatake Shinichi, What terrible luck today. All that was Fade Wan's fault for being such an unobservant bastard. Of all the people to provoke, he had to pick such a terrifying guy. While Kakuzu fled madly, he couldn't help but curse Fade Wan's lack of brains. It was clearly Fade Wan who caused the trouble. What wrong had Kakuzu done? He just wanted to diligently complete the mission, earn a lot of money, and then be an honest miser. He didn't want to mess with a terrifying figure that even Pain had to be wary of. Kakuzu felt wronged online. Chapter 113. Kakuzu, join me for now on. Running pretty fast. Seeing Kakuzu darting away quicker than a rabbit, Shinichi felt helpless. He wasn't some devil. Was it necessary to be scared like this? Besides, if running were effective, would there still be so many people dying in this world? As Kakuzu fled in a panic, noticing no one was pursuing him, he felt a sigh of relief. He secretly congratulated himself for being clever enough to choose to escape right away, reasoning that since he and Shinichi merely bumped into each other by chance, there was no deep-seated hatred, and it was only natural for the other not to chase him down. It had to be said that his thought process was quite in line with normal logic. Unfortunately, he had encountered someone who never played by the rules. Whoosh! Gazing at the space ahead, twisting like a vortex, Kakuzu's eyes widened, realizing that the person who appeared out of nowhere was none other than Hitaki Shinichi, who had nearly scared him to death. Damn it, he can even use space-time ninjutsu. Kakuzu couldn't help but curse. He finally understood why the leader of the Akatsuki repeatedly warned them not to provoke this guy. God knows he was even more terrifying than imagined, capable of using space-time ninjutsu. Kakuzu, having experienced countless battles, instantly realized he might not escape today. In front of a powerful figure who was both terrifying and knowledgeable in space-time ninjutsu, what could he use to flee? Yo, Kakuzu, Shinichi said with a smile. Why are you running so fast? I won't eat you. What do you want? Kakuzu forced himself to calm down and snorted. He was a coward at heart. As long as there was a hint of a chance to survive, he wouldn't want to miss it. Thus, he kept observing in secret, hoping to find a flaw in Shinichi and a chance to escape. Nothing much. Shinichi tilted his head, thought for a moment, and suddenly laughed. I heard you have 5 hearts. Is that your secret to immortality? It was not easy for me to encounter you, so let me crush a few hearts for fun. Listen, does this sound like human language? Where did you learn such a bad taste to play with others' hearts? Little ghost, don't be too arrogant. Kaku shouted angrily. He was afraid of Shinichi, but that didn't mean the other party could treat him like a fool. However, an unscrupulous guy suddenly used Kamui to appear behind him, and in his palm, a light blue sphere formed from powerful chakra emerged. It was the Rasengan. Although this Rasengan looked no different from the one Naruto used in the original story, its power was worlds apart. Bang! Kaku felt a sharp pain in his chest and was horrified to find that one of his hearts had been brutally shattered by Shinichi. He didn't even see how the attack was executed. Is this absolute power crushing? Kaku's heart began to fill with fear. That's the first one. Shinichi chuckled. It must be said that the impact of this Rasengan was indeed quite good. No wonder Naruto, Jiraiya, and Minato liked to use it so much. The key was that it was a ninjutsu without hand seals, which could be used anytime and anywhere as long as there was sufficient proficiency in chakra, making it a convenient and powerful offensive technique. It was rare to have someone with 5 lives standing foolishly in front of him. So how could Shinichi let this opportunity to test his skills slip away? Don't forget, he is the god of Rasengan. Kaku, taste another Rasengan. Shinichi clearly did not see Kaku as a person, but rather as a wooden post. Once again, his palm was filled with rich chakra, condensing into a ball. But this ball was dozens of times larger than the previous one. Great Ball Rasengan. Bastard. Kaku instinctively wanted to activate his strongest form, the Raikage, to resist Shinichi's sharp attack. However, Shinichi's power was not just reflected in his ninjutsu and dojutsu. His physical combat skills, which were no less than those of the 4th Raikage, were also one of the important reasons for his strength. In simple terms, the speed and force of his strikes were beyond what an ordinary ninja could imagine. Even Kaku, who had experienced the First Ninja World War, could only watch helplessly. You're right, but this is a dog hanging. Unsurprisingly, another heart was crushed by Shinichi. This guy is simply a monster. I am no match for him. I can only escape. In just the time it took to meet, Kaku had lost 2 hearts. His heart was filled with shock and anger. But he did not let his anger cloud his judgment and immediately made the wisest decision. That was to use all means to escape. Don't be fooled by his self-proclaimed immortality. In reality, if he couldn't replenish his hearts in time, he would die after losing them all. Moreover, Shinichi's terrifying power, which he could not resist at all, made it seem like destroying his 5 hearts was as easy as playing a game. There was no chance of victory. There would never be any in this lifetime. Yes, escape faster. Seeing Kaku start to frantically flee again, Shinichi did not stop him, but instead began to enjoy the game of forming Rasengan again. But this time, he was not forming ordinary Rasengan. This time, he was actually creating wind-style shuriken with the nature transformation of Chakra. In the original story, when Naruto fought Kaku, he used this self-created jutsu, which had amazing power, to destroy Kaku's heart. The flaw of this technique was that, like the ordinary Rasengan, it had to be released at close range to successfully hit the enemy. Once thrown, it would disappear. Of course, the shortcomings of this technique were later improved by Naruto in the original story. No need to ask. The wind-style shuriken that Shinichi formed could definitely be thrown. Whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by a terrifying sound, the wind-style shuriken was thrown out by Shinichi with incredible speed. To ensure it hit the fleeing Kaku, Shinichi specially opened a convenient door for the wind-style shuriken by forcibly using Kimui for space transfer, making the shuriken instantly appear next to Kaku. Bang! Another plain, yet effective hit. Unfortunately, the poor Kaku had another heart shattered by that unscrupulous guy, leaving him with only 2 hearts now. This was still Shinichi holding back. Otherwise, with the full power of his wind-style shuriken, its power would have instantly destroyed both Kaku and his heart. Even if the latter had more hearts, he would still die instantly. This was truly a dimensional strike. I've had enough. After having 3 hearts destroyed in succession, Kaku, not knowing if he was stimulated, actually stopped fleeing and stood his ground, staring fiercely at Shinichi behind him, cursing, "You bastard. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why do you have to use this method to toy with me?" Kaku was not a fool and could see that it would be too easy for Shinichi to kill him. The only reason he was still alive was that Shinichi was deliberately letting him go. No, one could say this guy was just a lunatic who had nothing better to do. It felt just like a cruel game of cat and mouse. And he, Kaku, was the poor mouse being toyed with. This is really too much bullying. Have you broken down? Seeing the usually calm Kaku showing such an abnormal reaction, Shinichi chose to stop and looked at him with interest. "Why are you so angry?" "I don't really want to kill you." He wasn't lying about this. If he really wanted to kill Kaku, the latter would not have survived to this point. "You might as well just kill me then," Kaku said with a face full of humiliation. Is it really that interesting to toy with people like this? Seeing his expression of both grievance and humiliation, Shinichi really wanted to reply, "It's really interesting." But Shinichi held back. After all, they still had to meet in the future, and one shouldn't be too ruthless. Since the other party had chosen to give up struggling and completely give in, his purpose was naturally achieved. "Kaku, you are a smart person," Shinichi said with a faint smile. "I believe you have guessed that I don't want to kill you. Of course, I'm not the kind of soft-hearted good person who likes to sympathize with others. I'm not killing you because you have value in living. We are all smart people. Just say what you want directly, don't beat around the bush." Seeing that Shinichi had no intention of continuing to torture him, Kaku finally breathed a sigh of relief and said coldly, "As long as you can afford the price, even if it means betraying the organization, I can negotiate." No wonder Kaku was so tough. As long as you were willing to pay, he would do your bidding. If he wasn't willing, then just offer more. There is nothing in this world that cannot be settled with money. This was Kaku's style of handling things. Coincidentally, Shinichi had his eye on this advantage. "Let us be straightforward." Shinichi stretched lazily and said casually, "I really came to hire you. Quit the Akatsuki organization and follow me from now on. How much can you give me?" Kaku asked directly. He didn't even bother to ask why. He just wanted to know how much Shinichi would offer. "I really can't answer that question." Shinichi thought for a moment and said, "Orochimaru, you should know him, right? He was previously in the Akatsuki organization like you. Now he's switched sides and is with me. I'll let him establish some bases in the land of rice, but there are some significant issues regarding funding." "What? You don't want to pay and wanting to pay for you?" Kaku's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of vampire employer is this? Asking others to pay to work for him? What is the rush? Seeing that he was about to lose his temper, Shinichi said irritably, "Did I say I wanted you to pay for me? Besides, you clearly don't like spending money. You just enjoy the act of making money. Do you really think I don't know?" "How do you know that?" Kaidi asked in shock. Indeed, some experiences from his youth had warped his worldview. Since then, he had always believed that emotional bonds between people were unreliable, and only cold, hard cash was trustworthy because money had no thoughts and could never betray him. That was why he had this pathological obsession with making money. Yet he didn't like spending it. He simply enjoyed the process of accumulating wealth. I want you to manage the finances of the land of rice. When it comes to money, your power might even exceed mine. Within your capabilities, you can use these funds without hesitation to earn even more money. Consider my remuneration for hiring you, Shinichi said with a smile. Of course, I believe you won't waste money either. In the end, those funds will still be spent on building bases. Kaidi, in a way, I understand you better than you understand yourself. Are you trying to make me work for you for free? Kaidi snorted coldly, though he said that he was indeed a bit tempted. After all, if he could really control a large sum of money, that sense of satisfaction was something he had dreamed of. Exactly. Shinichi blinked confidently. But I guess you won't refuse, since I will give you the greatest power over money. Isn't that more interesting than being someone else's lackey in the Akatsuki? I believe you've noticed that no matter how much money you gather for the Akatsuki, in the end, it will still be squandered by your leader, and you can't resist it. Can you really accept the fact that the money you worked so hard for is wasted in one go? But with me, as long as you don't deliberately obstruct the progress of base construction, I can't take a single penny from you. That's the power I give you. He wasn't exaggerating. In the original story, Conan had personally detonated 600 billion explosive tags to kill Obito. You have to know, even one explosive tag isn't cheap, let alone such an exaggerated number. As for where Conan got such a large sum of money, don't ask. It was all from Kaidi's hard work for the Akatsuki over the years. In the blink of an eye, it was all blown away by Conan. And the most frustrating part was that she didn't even manage to kill Obito, which was a total waste. Fortunately, Kaidi had already passed away by then. Otherwise, he would have surely been furious enough to rise from his coffin. What if I refuse? Kaidi pondered for a long time before asking. However, Shinichi did not answer that question, only smiled. All right, the answer is already clear. Either submit or die. Can you really give me the greatest power over money? Kaidi asked seriously. Absolutely. Okay, I agree. Perhaps sensing Shinichi's sincerity, or simply afraid of dying, Kaidi finally agreed to Shinichi's request. Kaidi also figured it out. After all, mixing with anyone is the same, but at least following Shinichi would allow him to hold the position of economic power. This deal was a win-win situation. Or rather, it was a big profit. Boss, I will follow you from now on. Kaidi's expression looked somewhat resentful. After all, Shinichi had personally destroyed 3 of his precious hearts. Those were 3 living lives. What kind of heartless boss is this? Don't worry, following me won't be a loss. Shinichi patted Kaidi on the shoulder and comforted, you will know in the future. By the way, what should we do about Haiden? Kaidi suddenly remembered and asked. That guy may not die even though you cut off his head. Boss, how do you plan to deal with him? His ability is a bit strange. As for Haiden, Shinichi naturally wouldn't let him off easily. That guy's ability was indeed dangerous, so I would completely eliminate him. Shinichi shrugged and said helplessly. Haiden possessed unreasonable curse powers, and with such uncontrollable abilities, how could Shinichi allow him to live? For anything that could potentially threaten his life, Shinichi would never hold back. Chapter 114. The Curse's Nemesis. The Body of the Grudge. He informed Kaidi of Orochimaru's base information and attached a personal letter. As long as Orochimaru saw it, he would naturally accept Kaidi. After all, having Kaidi manage the financial power was something he had discussed with Orochimaru long ago. Boss, aren't you afraid I'll betray you after I leave? Seeing Shinichi trust him so much, Kaidi felt a bit uneasy and asked, if I tell the leader of the Akatsuki about this, Orochimaru will probably. I can still give you this much trust. Shinichi waved his hand to interrupt. Besides, would you betray money? Of course not. Kaidi frowned and said firmly, money will never betray me, and I won't betray money. Then that's settled. Shinichi smiled. You're a smart man. You know who to mix with to get more money. I trust your judgment and my own insight. You can go find Orochimaru with peace of mind. Trust those who use, and don't use those who doubt. He still had this much magnanimity. The most important thing was that he understood Kaidi very well. He was confident that the other party would absolutely not refuse the conditions he offered. Boss, you are this. Hearing Shinichi's words, Kaidi's emotions surged, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He felt a wonderful sense of meeting a kindred spirit. Those who gave me life are my parents. Those who understand me are my boss. Kaidi had completely immersed himself in the role of a worker and sincerely felt that meeting a boss like Shinichi was his luck. So, Kaidi left like this. When he returned to where Haiden was, Tenj looked at his body. He had no chance to put his head back on and could only curse in frustration, threatening to kill Tenj and eat dog meat. Perhaps out of some personal grudge, Tenj didn't let this guy off and directly imitated Shinichi, using his head as a ball to play, almost driving Haiden to a brain hemorrhage. Master, seeing Shinichi return, Tenj showed a respectful expression and stopped playing with the ball. How is it? Is this guy not very honest? Shinichi asked with a smile. He was asking knowingly. It was impossible to expect the wildly temperamental Haiden to behave. Don't worry, master. With me here, he won't cause any trouble. Tenj said proudly. Don't underestimate it, just because it's a spirit beast. Its strength is not to be underestimated and absolutely reaches the level of a Kage. It could be killed by Shinichi not because it was too weak, but because Shinichi was so powerful that he didn't seem like a normal human. For Tenj, handling a Haiden that had been cut in half was really not a big deal. Very well, then it's time to deal with this guy. Shinichi nodded. Haiden's cursed abilities were too strange. Even he wasn't confident he could deal with them. In short, such a powerful person could not exist in the ninja world. Dealing with Haiden was actually very simple. Since he couldn't be killed, he would emulate Shikamaru's method in the original story and completely seal this guy underground, preventing him from ever rising again. Sizzle. Sini directly sliced Fadewan's body into several pieces and sealed each part with powerful sealing techniques underground. With his body cut into pieces and each segment sealed by his unreasonable sealing techniques, he didn't believe that Fadewan could really crawl out of the ground to seek revenge. After all, his current sealing technique level, even if not the best in the ninja world, was at least among the top 3. You bastard. How dare you treat a great follower of the evil god like this? I will curse you. Let you experience what true death is. Fadewan's head continued to unleash the characteristics of a Zuan person, but he could only attack Sini with his mouth now. He couldn't do anything else. Farewell, cultist. Sini couldn't be bothered with him and directly used a Rasengan to blow a deep pit in the ground, disdainfully throwing Fadewan's head into it. Immediately afterwards, he used a Doton technique to completely seal the earth and applied several sealing techniques. From now on, the immortal duo of the Akatsuki would become history, and Fadewan would no longer appear. Ding! Biometric information of Fadewan detected. Does the host want to extract it immediately? Ding! Biometric information of Kakuzu detected. Does the host want to extract it immediately? Extract immediately. Having finally encountered Fadewan and Kakuzu, Sini certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to take advantage of them. Secretly extracting their biometric information. Ding! Biometric information extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent entry. Curse Nemesis, purple. Ding! Biometric information extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent entry. Body of Earth Grievance, red. Curse Nemesis, purple. You will have the perfect ability to be immune to all curses unconditionally. Any curses against you are ineffective. Recovery 500. Defense 500. Body of Earth Grievance, red. You will unconditionally learn all modes of the secret technique Earth Grievance. Your chakra will move according to your will, and you will have precise control. Chakra control 300. Sewing level 1000. Looking at the system prompts, Sini's expression became strange. He was quite satisfied with the purple talent entry, Curse Nemesis. Being immune to all curses unconditionally was exactly the perfect ability he had dreamed of. However, the attributes attached to Body of Earth Grievance were a bit bizarre. Sewing level 1000? He wasn't a tailor. Was it really good to give him such an ability? Shaking his head, Sini didn't bother to think anymore. After all, it was a free ability, so why not take it? Ding! Detected that the host has successfully changed Kakuzu's fate trajectory. Reward points. 100. This system prompt made Sini excited. He had previously accumulated exactly 400 points, and with the 100 points from Kakuzu, that made exactly 500 points. He could convert another purple talent entry. System, convert Supreme Taijutsu. Congratulations to the host for successfully converting the talent entry, consuming 500 points. Supreme Taijutsu. Purple, you are the one and only Supreme Taijutsu Master. No one can defeat you in Taijutsu. Please practice your Taijutsu hard and let the world witness the immense power contained within your body. Physical quality 800. Recovery 800. Taijutsu training efficiency 3000. Additional combat intuition enhanced version. Combat intuition enhanced version. Your talent in combat is unmatched. Enemy defenses are as nothing to you. Your attacks always hit effectively, and you are the brightest star on the battlefield. Warm reminder. Due to the enhancement of combat intuition, combined with the host's strong physical abilities, the host will no longer pay a significant life cost when using the Taijutsu secret technique 8 Gates. Awesome. Sini almost couldn't help but jump up. He didn't expect that a moment of inspiration would lead to unexpected gains. It is well known that the 8 Gates is an incredibly powerful Taijutsu secret technique, especially after opening the 8th Gate of Death, which grants terrifying power to beat Uchiha Madara. But once the Death Gate is opened, It basically means death is near. It's the ultimate kill move that leads to mutual destruction. Even without opening the death gate, opening the first 7 gates still comes at a heavy price to the body. Just look at how Lee almost ended his ninja career when he opened the 8 gates against Gaara. But now, Shinji could open the 8 gates without paying the cost of life? Doesn't that mean he could play around by opening the death gate in the future without suffering any painful consequences? At most, he'd just have a sore body and could rest for a few days and be fine. Chapter 115, No Way. Is there really someone who fears Shikaku? What a big win. A classic villainous smile appeared on Shinji's face. Who wouldn't envy the terrifying power of the 8th Gate's Kai, which is comparable to becoming a physical saint, coupled with his powerful abilities. Once the 4th Great Ninja War starts, he wouldn't even hesitate to face Uchiha Madara with the Rinnegan, let alone Otsutsuki Kagaya. Shinji, I'm terrifyingly strong now. Master? Seeing his master lost in thought for a long time, Tianxia couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. It wasn't Tianxia's fault for interrupting Shinji's excitement. It was just that this guy occasionally let out creepy low laughs, like a lunatic, which made Tianxia doubt whether something was wrong with his master's mental state. I'm fine. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Shinji casually sat down on a lounge chair, waved his hand, and commanded, Tianxia, let's continue on our way. Time is tight and the task is heavy. We must hurry to our destination. Although Fade Wan and Kakuzu's appearance was unexpected, it had also delayed him quite a bit of time. Shinji just wanted to quickly reach Sunagakure, get the rebirth technique, and then run back home to rest. Of course, he would never admit that he had been resting all the way. Yes, master. So, Tianxia dutifully became his mount and sped towards the land of wind. 2 days later, when Shinji woke up from another nap, the surrounding scenery had already changed dramatically. The once lush jungle had unknowingly transformed into an endless desert, with various sands swirling in the air, and even the temperature had risen significantly. It must be said that the environment of the Land of Wind was really not great. No wonder Sunagakure was so poor. If it weren't for finding Chiyo, Shinji would absolutely not have lowered himself to come to such a hellish place. Fortunately, he had foresight and casually took out the watermelon he had prepared for a long time, then froze it slightly with ice release. It was simply delightful. In such harsh desert conditions, a cold watermelon was the most delicious. Tianxia, do you want to have a couple of slices? Shinji patted Tianxia beneath him and asked symbolically. No, master. Tianxia was also quite unaccustomed to the harsh environment here, but it had to continue on its way and didn't dare to complain. As for eating watermelon, don't joke around. A whole watermelon wouldn't even fill in the gaps of its teeth. What use would it be? If it really wanted to quench its thirst, it still had to find a way to locate an oasis. Tianxia, you should head back for now. After finishing the watermelon, Shinji didn't know if it was a moment of conscience awakening, but he actively jumped down from Tianxia's back. Let me walk the rest of the way myself. Your target is too big and not suitable for appearing in Sunagakure. Okay, master. Tianxia nodded repeatedly. If it weren't for not daring to defy Shinichi's wishes, it would have long wanted to lift the summoning technique and return to its old nest. This ghostly place is not suited for a dog at all. Can't you see its tongue is about to fall out? Thank you for your hard work. I'll reward you properly next time. Shinichi casually comforted a bit, then lifted the summoning technique and sent Tianxia back. If it weren't for seeing that Sunagakure was less than a few miles away, he wouldn't have been willing to let Tianxia go. A heartless guy like him wouldn't feel any pain while ruthlessly exploiting his summoning beast. Sunagakure was right before his eyes. With the experience of infiltrating Kirigakure before, Shinichi directly took off his Konoha forehead protector and disguised himself as an ordinary vagabond. After all, if a Konoha ninja swaggered into Sunagakure, even if they didn't dare to openly kill him, they certainly wouldn't give him a good look. Shinichi still wanted to experience the local customs and culture here. It was his habit when traveling. In his words, since he was here, he had to have some fun. However, this trip to Sunagakure was clearly disappointing. Compared to the remote Kirigakure, the economic level of Sunagakure was a big step down. There weren't even many places to have fun, let alone good food. One could only say that this place was too poor and the environment was terrible. Only a fool would come to such a place for leisure. So Shinichi became quite frustrated. Forget it. He should quickly find that old lady and head home. Shinichi thought helplessly. It turned out that Konoha was indeed the richest among the 5 great ninja villages. Neither its geographical environment nor its economic level could be compared to Sunagakure. He was quite fortunate. He was lucky enough to have crossed over to the Hitaki family in Konoha instead of a poor place like Sunagakure. Otherwise, his quality of life would definitely drop significantly. You are a monster. We don't want to play with monsters. Get away from us. Just as Shinichi was wandering around like a headless fly, he suddenly heard a few children cursing nearby. Following the sound, he saw several children around 7 or 8 years old pushing a red-haired boy. The boy looked very dejected, and even though he was being insulted, he showed no intention of retorting. Clearly, he was already used to such unfair treatment. Could it be? Shinichi's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but walk over. This scene was so familiar to him. When he found Naruto, wasn't it the same? As the Jinchuriki, he was destined to walk a lonely path, being bullied and insulted by his peers, living in darkness. Gaara, let us just go back, said a young man with yellow hair, a complex expression on his face as he approached the red-haired boy, speaking gently. Yashimaru, am I really that annoying? The young Gaara looked up, asking in a voice that tugged at one's heartstrings. No, Gaara, they just don't understand you. Yashimaru's eyes flickered with warmth as he patted Gaara's head and said softly, it doesn't matter if they don't play with you. You still have me, right? Indeed, it was Gaara. Shinichi sighed lightly. At this point, Gaara and Naruto were both still children, but their experiences were so similar. Perhaps this was the fate of being a Jinchuriki? After all, people in this world were so unwelcoming to Jinchuriki. It seemed to have become common knowledge. However, as a forward-thinking reincarnator, Shinichi found it hard to accept such unreasonable prejudice. Hey, little brother, how about I play with you? Perhaps out of a twinge of compassion, Shinichi couldn't help but step forward, bend down, and smile, saying, those little brats have no vision. I'm different, so let me be your friend. You. Hearing this gentle tone, Gaara looked at Shinichi in surprise and hesitated. Aren't you afraid of me? You're just an ordinary kid. Why should I be afraid of you? Shinichi chuckled. But they all say I'm a monster, that there's a terrible monster hidden inside me, and it might come out and hurt you. Gaara couldn't help but say, a monster? You mean Shikaka, right? No way. Is there really someone who fears Shikaku? That little raccoon is the weakest. Even a Ninetales had to behave in front of someone from the Hitaki family, let alone that little weakling Shikaku. Don't worry, little guy. Shinichi patted Gaara's little head and smiled. I'm not as weak as you think. That little raccoon inside you can't hurt me, so you don't need to worry so much. Sir, Yashimaru seemed to sense Shinichi's uniqueness and instinctively shielded Gaara behind him, hesitating. Yashimaru was Gaara's uncle, the only light in Gaara's childhood, responsible for taking care of and protecting him as a Jinchuriki. In the original story, Yashimaru had to assassinate Gaara under the orders of Gaara's father, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and ultimately died at the hands of Gaara when he went berserk. With such a tragic childhood and the influence of Shikaku's personality, it led to Gaara's heart becoming twisted and bloodthirsty. If he hadn't been saved by Naruto's words, who knows what Gaara would have become? You're Yashimaru, right? Shinichi glanced at Yashimaru, whose expression was strange, and said with interest, I heard you were the one taking care of Gaara. He actually knows me, and he knows Gaara's name. Yashimaru, despite being a ninja, immediately sensed something was off and entered a state of alert. Initially, he only had some doubts, as Shinichi looked too unfamiliar, not like someone from Sunagekure at all. Now that he could directly mention both his and Gaara's names, it indicated that the other party was definitely prepared. Calm down. Seeing Yashimaru so defensive, Shinichi wasn't angry. He just walked over casually. Under Yashimaru's shocked gaze, Shinichi suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost, and he clearly felt something cold and sharp pressing against the back of his head. That was a kunai. I can kill you in an instant, so I advise you not to do anything unnecessary. Shinichi warned in a voice only he and Yashimaru could hear. A master. This person is definitely a master above the level of a Kage. Yashimaru broke out in a cold sweat, the chilling aura making his face pale. He couldn't even see how Shinichi had acted, and immediately made the correct judgment. He absolutely must not provoke Shinichi. Otherwise, he and Gaara might be killed in the blink of an eye. Yashimaru, what are you doing? Gaara, unaware of the unusual situation, simply looked up in confusion. Nothing. I was just chatting with Yashimaru. Shinichi smiled, casually retracting the kunai in his hand, and misleading. You're called Gaara, right? Actually, I'm a friend of Yashimaru who hasn't seen him in years. I've heard him mention your name. Is that true? Gaara looked at Yashimaru with some anticipation. Yes. Yashimaru dared not refute and force a smile. After all, his and Gaara's lives were now in each other's hands, and he couldn't afford to act rashly. Big brother, what's your name? After getting Yashimaru's confirmation, Gaara gradually let down his guard and looked at Shinichi with some happiness. After all, in his young heart, Yashimaru was the only person in the entire Sunagekure who was willing to play with him. Even his brother and sister were unwilling to approach him. Since this white-haired brother was Yashimaru's friend, he shouldn't dislike him. Right? Me? Shinichi thought for a moment and said calmly, "My name is Hitaki Shinichi." "How about it? Not a bad name, right?" What nice name." The current Gaara hadn't yet transformed into the reclusive and dark character from the original work. It was rare for someone willing to be close to him to appear. And his behavior was just like that of an ordinary child. Hitaki Shinichi. Little did he know, Yashimaru, upon hearing this name, was already shaken to the core. No wonder he was so shocked. After all, this name had recently stirred up huge waves in the ninja world. And even the 5 great ninja villages had implicitly acknowledged that Hitaki Shinichi likely possessed terrifying strength at the level of a Kage. A ninja with such powerful abilities was basically equivalent to a strategic weapon comparable to tailed beasts in their ninja era. No wonder his strength is so terrifying. Yashimaru was secretly alarmed. If he had harbored a glimmer of luck before, he certainly no longer dared to entertain any thoughts of rashness now. A person's name carries their shadow, and he certainly didn't believe he could pull off any small tricks under Shinichi's watchful eyes. But he was also quite confused. He didn't understand why Shinichi had appeared in Sunagakure, nor did he understand why Shinichi seemed so informed about Gaara's situation and what exactly his intentions were. If Shinichi knew Yashimaru's current thoughts, he would surely roll his eyes. What a wild imagination. Why would I have any other purpose for coming to Sunagakure? Of course, it's to find Granny Chiyo. The encounter with Gaara and Yashimaru was purely accidental. As for talking to Gaara, it was just a momentary whim to help this poor child. "Big brother Shinichi, can you help me build this sand tower?" "Of course. Thank you, big brother Shinichi." Under Yashimaru's strange gaze, Shinichi really did nothing but patiently played in the sand with Gaara. To an outsider, this scene might even make them think they were a pair of father and son with a good relationship. It was rare for Gaara to meet someone like Yashimaru who didn't dislike him. He was really having a great time, and his usually sullen little face frequently broke into smiles. Children are the most sensitive. They can sense whether someone genuinely likes them. Especially for a child like Gaara, who had long been isolated and excluded, he knew how to observe changes in people's expressions. So, Gaara knew that Shinichi was not deceiving him on purpose, but truly willing to accompany him. "All right, it's getting late. Gaara, you should hurry home." Even Shinichi himself didn't expect to have spent half a day playing in the sand with Gaara so boringly that he didn't even notice it was dark. "Okay, can I come find you to play again tomorrow?" Gaara's face showed a somewhat shy smile as he looked forward to it. "Of course, no problem." Shinichi smiled and patted his head, but his fingertips revealed a thread-like chakra and casually cut off a few strands of Gaara's hair. This was a piece of biological information delivered right to his door. Why not take advantage of it? So, after spending a joyful day, Gaara went straight home. As for Yashimaru, Shinichi certainly wouldn't let him go that easily. Yashimaru was quite perceptive, standing there like a wooden post, not moving. "Lord Hitaki, what exactly is your purpose for coming to Sunagakure?" Facing Shinichi's playful gaze, Yashimaru could no longer withstand the pressure and proactively asked, "I know you are an important person. You wouldn't do anything to a child, right?" It wasn't that Yashimaru was timid. It was mainly because Shinichi's reputation in the ninja world was too frightening. He had effortlessly defeated the 4th Raikage, captured the 4th Mizukage, who was the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, and many people were rumored to say that even the true-tailed beasts might not be able to defeat this guy, with such a terrifying person suddenly appearing before him, especially from a rival ninja village, who wouldn't be panicked. "I told you long ago, don't be so nervous." Shinichi shrugged and said helplessly, "Yashimaru, if I said I have no ill will toward you or Gaara, would you believe me?" "I'll believe you my foot." Yashimaru couldn't help but think to himself. But then he thought, if Shinichi really had malicious intent, how could he and Gaara have survived until now? He wasn't foolish enough to think that Shinichi was afraid of the tailed beast Shikaku within Gaara. After all, this guy had even defeated the perfect Jinchuriki, Yagura. Perhaps he really didn't have any ill will? Yashimaru's expression became somewhat strange. "Yashimaru, I know you are one of the few who genuinely care for Gaara." Shinichi didn't bother with Yashimaru's internal thoughts and patted his shoulder, saying, "To be honest, I also have a Jinchuriki child at home, so I understand what kind of life Gaara usually leads. Meeting you today was purely accidental and not for any particular purpose. If I had to say I had any purpose, perhaps it's to save Gaara." "Lord Hitaki, are you serious?" Yashimaru couldn't help but doubt. "You are from Konoha. How could you be so nice to Sunagakure's Jinchuriki? Believe it or not, I'm not like your unfortunate Kazekage." Shinichi spread his hands helplessly and said, "Forget it. Saying more to you is pointless. After all, you can only obey orders. One day when that neurotic Raza has a brain lapse, he will probably still order you to assassinate Gaara." As soon as these words came out, Yashimaru was directly stunned. Not because Shinichi was talking nonsense, but because this guy had really hit the nail on the head. The fourth Kazekage Raza, who was also Gaara's father, had indeed mentioned wanting to assassinate Gaara to test his value. It's outrageous that a biological father would send his own uncle to assassinate his biological son. Not many people would believe such absurdity if it were said out loud. Yet, the fourth Kazekage Raza was indeed such a mentally unstable person. All right, stop dazing. Take me to meet your great Kazekage. After being patted by Shinichi a couple of times, Yashimaru finally came to his senses and quickly said, "Yes, yes. Lord Hitaki." Shinichi's appearance was definitely a big deal for Sunagakure. Yashimaru knew that this matter was beyond his control and must be brought to the Kazekage's attention. Since the other party had taken the initiative to propose it, how could Yashimaru refuse? Not long after, Shinichi, under Yashimaru's guidance, met Gaara's father for the first time. The fourth Kazekage Raza. "You are Hitaki Shinichi from Konoha?" Raza's expression looked particularly serious, his eyes filled with wariness. "If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do." Shinichi unceremoniously picked up food from Raza's table and began to munch, mumbling indistinctly. "What? Do I have to carry a bunch of people with me to prove my identity?" Every day like this, he was so hungry. He wasn't afraid that Raza would poison the food on his table. After all, everyone knew that no one was as brazen as Hitaki Shinichi, who would just pick up food from another village without a second thought. Ninjas were generally cautious, so how could they easily eat food given by others? Shinichi was indeed an anomaly. As expected, seeing Shinichi act so unconcerned about being an outsider, Raza's mouth twitched slightly. Thinking, damn it, if I had known he would be so shameless, I should have poisoned the food first. I must say, Lord Kazekage, the food from your sand village is really not that great. It's dry and tough, nowhere near as good as ours in Konoha. After finishing the food in his hands, Shinichi couldn't help but complain. Raza's face instantly turned dark. How could Konoha have such a shameless guy? The great hero of Konoha is like this? He finishes eating and still complains. "If you have the guts, then don't eat it. As if I, Raza, forced you to eat it." Cough, cough. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Raza finally regained his composure and said solemnly, "Hitaki Shinichi, you sneaked into our sand village without a word. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? As a ninja from Konoha, do you know that taking such dangerous actions recklessly could potentially lead to war? The Ninja World War has only just ended. Is this a provocation from your Konoha against our sand village?" Raza's tone grew increasingly severe, and by the end, it even hinted at wanting to hold Shinichi accountable. Indeed, according to normal ninja logic, Shinichi's actions were practically equivalent to Konoha declaring war. After all, his position in Konoha was significant, being the famous hero of Konoha. Whether he wanted to or not, his presence represented Konoha in the eyes of outsiders. "What are you thinking?" Faced with Raza's questioning, Shinichi rolled his eyes and retorted, "Do you really think your sand village is worth me traveling all this way to declare war on you?" "You." Raza was furious. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen anyone as arrogant as Shinichi. "What do you mean, you?" Shinichi couldn't help but stretch lazily and said nonchalantly, "Raza, it's not that I despise your sand village. To put it bluntly, I wouldn't even bother with the entire sand village combined, let alone declare war on you. You must be dreaming. Do you believe that I could take down the sand village all by myself?" "Hitaki Shinichi." Raza could no longer suppress his anger and slammed the table, standing up. "You are being too reckless. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, our sand village will never let you go." Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, dozens of sand ninjas appeared out of nowhere in the office. These people were clearly arranged by Raza early on, and their purpose was, of course, to guard against Shinichi suddenly attacking. Sigh. Seeing this, Shinichi shook his head helplessly and complained, "I originally wanted to chat with you as an ordinary person, but you, Raza, insisted on putting on this show? Forget it. No more pretending. I'll lay my cards on the table. All the ninjas in your sand village are trash. Even one of my fingers is better than all of you combined. I came here to make you cry. Are you satisfied now? You just want to fight, right? Then come on. Do you really think I'm the kind of person who has a good temper?" Chapter 117. Slap Raza in the face. Let you see reality. You are looking for death. As the dignified fourth Kazekage, how could Raza tolerate such provocation? He immediately became furious and ordered, "Take him down." Yes. A group of sand ninjas responded and were about to form hand seals to use jutsu. Clowns. A mocking smile appeared on Shinichi's face. He opened his eyes wide, and the Manjiki Sharingan activated instantly. Just a casual glance at these sand ninjas made them faint on the spot, losing consciousness completely. dealing with these small fries. Shinichi didn't even need to use Tsukuyomi. A simple illusion would easily take care of them. This is the Manjiki Sharingan? Raza was astonished. He had heard that Shinichi possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, but he never expected the opponent's eye power to be so strong, far beyond what was rumored. It should be known that the Sand Ninjas he sent out were all elite Jainin, nearly the most elite core combat power of their Sand Village. Yet, the opponent only glanced at them, and they were all knocked out. The gap in combat power was simply too vast. It was at this moment that Raza realized that Shinichi was not just talking big. He was speaking the truth. Even if all the people in the Sand Village were tied together, they would not be a match for Shinichi. Raza, do you see reality now? Shinichi said with a half-smile. Or do you still want to cling to your pathetic pride as Kazekage? I have no objections, but next time, I want to hold back. TSK. The great fourth Kazekage is actually going to cause the death of everyone in the Sand Village because of a moment of impulse. The whole village, old and young, will all be dead, but it doesn't matter. It's a family. After all, they should all go together. Who told them to be so unfortunate to have a stubborn Kazekage? When it comes to sarcasm, I, Hitaki Shinichi, have never feared anyone. Besides, whether in the original story or reality, he had no good feelings for this fourth Kazekage. Anyone who could think of sending his own brother-in-law to assassinate his own son couldn't be a good person, right? In a sense, Gaara's tragic childhood experiences were almost entirely caused by Raza. Being mocked by Shinichi like this, Raza was on the verge of breaking down. What do you mean, you? Shinichi wore a playful smile. You can't win in a fight, and you aren't my match in a verbal battle either. What else can you do as the fourth Kazekage? If I were you, I would have already run into a wall and killed myself. Hatake Shinichi, don't go too far. Raza finally broke down and shouted angrily. This is the Sand Village, not your Konoha. What deep hatred do you have with our Sand Village that you must provoke a war between the two nations? No, you misunderstood. Shinichi shook his head and chuckled. I have no issue with the Sand Village. I just simply dislike you as Kazekage. If it were someone else as Kazekage, I wouldn't have this attitude today. He was being sincere with this statement. If the person standing in front of him was not Raza, but the future fifth Kazekage, Gaara, he would definitely not have this attitude. After all, he was known as a great person. This is the first time I've met you. Why do you dislike me so much? For the safety of the Sand Village, Raza, no matter how angry he felt inside, had to force himself to calm down and asked, I have never had any grievances with your Hitaki family. Even if you want to target me, you should give me a reason, right? Reason? Shinichi thought for a moment and said, if I had to give a reason, it would be that I met a little kid named Gaara today, and I heard he is your youngest son. Gaara? What do you want to do to him? Raza immediately became nervous. Gaara was not just his son. He was also the host of the One Tail, and this was a serious matter that couldn't be taken lightly. Don't think of me as shameless like you. I wouldn't do anything to a little kid. The new one sneered. I heard that as a father. You not only neglect your own son, but have even sent people to assassinate him more than once? Truly a picture of paternal love, with a father like you. I wonder what sins Gaara has committed. What do you know? It seemed that he hit a nerve, and Raza could no longer control his emotions. Shouting, I did that to assess his value as a Jinchuriki. If the One Tail's power goes berserk, it could bring catastrophic disaster to the village. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed, and deep finger marks appeared on Raza's face. Say another word, and let's see if I won't help you with a makeover today. The new one said with a smile. You dare to hit me? Raza was stunned at first, then stared at the new one with immense anger. Even if he believed himself to be inferior in strength, he was still the Kazekage of Sunagakure. How could he be slapped in the face by a Konoha ninja? Where could Raza put his face? 4 symbols seal. 5 elements seal. Before Raza could react, the new one moved like a ghost, swiftly approaching him. His hands dancing like butterflies, accurately striking him multiple times to set up several powerful sealing techniques. Raza felt completely immobilized, unable to even channel a bit of chakra, his face showing a look of terror. He knew he was no match for the new one, but he never expected the gap in strength to be so vast. One in the sky, the other underground. He didn't even have a chance to resist before being sealed. Slap. Another slap hit Raza's ugly face. The new one smiled and said, what's wrong with hitting you? Your title as Kazekage might scare others, but it doesn't scare me. Hatake Shinichi. Slap. 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 Getting into it, the new one decided to give a few more slaps. The feeling was quite nice. Are you convinced now? Can we have a proper chat? The new one disdainfully wiped his hands on Raza's clothes, whose already unattractive face had swollen into a pig's head. Okay. Raza's eyes lost focus as he lowered his head in defeat. Strength was more important than pride. He had his arrogance, but he wasn't a fool. He knew that if he uttered another word that displeased the new one, he would surely continue to slap him. No one likes this humiliating interrogation method. First, you need to understand one thing. I don't kill you not because I'm afraid of Sunagakure, the new one said lightly, but because I don't want Sunagakure to fall into chaos so soon. After all, I have no deep grudges against you. There's no need to push you to a dead end, but that doesn't mean I don't have the ability to destroy Sunagakure. Do you understand? Understood. Raza nodded, sighing inwardly. He knew the new one was speaking the truth. He could pin the Kazekage down without even using any of his powerful techniques. If he got serious, wouldn't he just wipe out the entire Sunagakure? I don't like to beat around the bush. The new one smiled. You help me find 3 people, and once I'm done with what I need to do, I'll leave Sunagakure. Which 3 people? Chiyo, Gaara, and Yashimaru. Okay. After experiencing the harsh realities of society, Raza had completely become obedient. What else could he do? The new one possessed the ability to destroy Sunagakure, and in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy was useless. After unsealing a few of Raza's immobilizing seals, he went directly to find those 3. Not long after, Chiyo, Gaara, and Yashimaru arrived here under Raza's lead. As soon as they entered, they saw the new one sitting arrogantly in the Kazekage's seat, even propping his legs up on the table. Anyone who didn't know might think he was the real Kazekage. Chapter 118. The innocent Shinichi? Chiyo almost spit blood. It's brother Shinichi. Gaara looked a bit pleased. He hadn't expected to see one of his few playmates so soon. Hello, Gaara. The new one smiled and greeted Gaara, saying, Can you sit over there for a moment? I have something to discuss with your father and the others. Okay. Although Gaara was a bit confused, he obediently sat down nearby. As for Chiyo and Yashimaru, their faces didn't look good. It was clear Raza had already told them what was going on. Kid from the Hitaki family, what do you want? Chiyo's expression was unfriendly, her eyes carrying a hint of hatred as she spoke directly. It was well known that Chiyo's son died at the hands of Tsukuyomi Hatake, so she harbored deep resentment towards the Hitaki family, let alone any good feelings. Furthermore, she had learned from Raza that the new one was threatening them with the safety of Sunagakure, so she had no reason to be polite. Chiyo, is it? The new one didn't mind Chiyo's hostility. Instead, he smiled and said, Nice to meet you. I am Hitaki Shunichi. I believe your Kazekage has introduced me, but I am quite courteous. Stop with the pleasantries. Chiyo completely ignored Raza and Yashimaru's pleading looks and angrily said, You Leaf Village people are simply too much. You first killed my son, and now you dare to come here so brazenly. If it weren't for Raza's repeated warnings before coming, Chiyo would have already lost her temper. At your age, still so hot-headed. The new one couldn't help but scoff. Fine, since you're not being polite with me, I won't bother with niceties either. Chiyo, let's cut to the chase. Hand over your life transfer technique to me. Life transfer technique? Chiyo was taken aback, exclaiming, How do you know about that? It's important to note that Chiyo had only recently perfected the life transfer technique. Besides her, only her brother, Chiyo, knew about it. Chiyo would never leak such information. So how did the new one find out? She suddenly realized that she probably couldn't see through this Hitaki kid. Don't worry about how I know. Just give it to me. Seeing her reaction, the new one couldn't help but laugh. It seemed he was in luck at this time. Chiyo had indeed developed the life transfer technique. Why would I give it to you? You're from the Leaf Village, my enemy. Chiyo said indignantly. Although the life transfer technique was a forbidden technique that couldn't be easily used, it ultimately belonged to Sunagakure. How could she possibly give it to someone from a rival ninja village, especially since this person was the descendant of her enemy? Raza, what are you going to do about this? After being rejected outright by Chiyo, the new one didn't get angry, but directly shifted the pressure on Raza. Raza was rendered speechless. What could he say? Chiyo's status in Sunagakure was no lower than his. Could he really force Chiyo? Moreover, you Hitaki Shinichi are originally our enemy from Sunagakure. How could you ask the Kazekage to speak on your behalf? Can you act like a decent person? You're more of a hindrance than a help. He looked at Luo Sha with disdain and said, Forget it. I didn't expect you to obediently hand over the things to me. Rather, you must be thinking about how to deal with me and resolve the crisis of Sand Hidden Village, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the air became tense. Especially Luo Sha and Granny Chiyo, who had guilty consciences, both looked a bit pale. Hey, Granny Chiyo, what do you want, little ghost? At this point, why are you still pretending? Hurry up and call your brother, Hai Lao Zong, out. Don't let the old man suffocate. He said with a playful smile. Nanny, Granny Chiyo and Luo Sha were both shocked. Although Luo Sha had indeed softened to Xine before, how could he just surrender? Since Xine mentioned bringing Granny Chiyo over, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and also called out to Hai Lao Zong, who was lurking in the shadows, aiming to catch Xine off guard. After all, ninjas are known for surprise attacks. The old man still won't come out? Do I have to beat you out? Xine smiled. He casually threw a specially made kunai in a certain direction, his figure flashing like lightning as he delivered a powerful kick from 80 meters away. Boom! The wall collapsed, revealing an old man, Granny Chiyo's brother, Hai Lao Zong. Flying Thunder God Technique. Isn't that the signature move of the fourth Hokage? The few people present were once again shocked. Ahem! Hai Lao Zong agilely came to Granny Chiyo's side and said with a wry smile, "Sister, it seems we've run into a tough opponent this time in Sand Hidden Village." "You don't need to tell me." Granny Chiyo glared at him fiercely and scolded. "Lord Xine, things are not as you imagine. You've misunderstood." Luo Sha still wanted to make a final effort and argued. "Actually, we also don't know about Hai Lao Zong. The previous various blunders had long made him lose the dignity of Kazekage, and now facing Xine, he had no hint of toughness left." "All right, Luo Sha, do you even believe what you're saying?" Xine waved his hand and said helplessly, "I said you guys are really quite clever. I'm not really going to destroy your Sand Hidden Village. Is it necessary to come up with so many schemes to deal with me? I'm a good person. Isn't it a bit too much for you to do this? You little ghost, it's clearly you who came to our door. And you still have the face to say that about us." Granny Chiyo couldn't help but angrily scold. They were just fine in Sand Hidden Village when suddenly a monster-like strong guy came running in, indiscriminately beating their Kazekage into a pig's face. And now he was pretending to be the victim to criticize them. This was just too much. Little ghost, don't think just because you're strong that you can do whatever you want. Hai Lao Zhang Eiko. I'm just a quick learner, wanting to borrow a forbidden technique from you guys to study, and yet you all want to kill me at every turn. Where did I go wrong? Xine said with an innocent look. You, Granny Chiyo, and Hai Lao Zong, the two elderly people, were almost so angry they would have a stroke. How could there be such an infuriating person in the world? As bystanders, Luo Sha and Yachimaru also twitched at the corners of their mouths. Is this the hero of Konoha? He really is quite innocent. Chapter 119. Granny Chiyo, I was too loud just now. Granny Chiyo, I don't want to destroy Sand Hidden Village. Xine gradually lost his patience and threatened. Don't push me. You should know that if you really push an honest person too hard, it's very dangerous. Honest person? Upon hearing these three words, everyone present, except the clueless Gaara, revealed strange expressions. If this guy in front of them could be considered an honest person, then there would be no bad people in the world. What do you want the self-resurrection technique for? For the greater good of Sand Hidden Village, Granny Chiyo barely suppressed her anger and hatred, and calmly said, Don't tell me you want to use this forbidden technique to save someone. You don't seem like the type to sacrifice yourself for others. The self-resurrection technique, to put it bluntly, is a life for a life, exchanging one's own life for another's. But looking at Xine in front of her, he didn't seem like someone with that kind of self-sacrificial spirit. So Granny Chiyo was even more curious about why he was so obsessed with this forbidden technique. None of your business. Xine replied, somewhat displeased. Just give it to me and it will be done. I'm not asking for your things for free. As for what I want it for, it has nothing to do with you. At your age, why do you still like to meddle in other people's affairs? Are you bored? Damn little ghost. Being confronted like this by a young person, Granny Chiyo's old face immediately lost its composure. But she was still an experienced person, quickly catching the key information in his words, and couldn't help but ask, You won't take it for free? So, you're willing to pay an equivalent price? Although the self-resurrection technique was a forbidden technique she had painstakingly researched, it was ultimately a means of benefiting others at her own expense. And even if it really spread out, she might not care. Moreover, since Xine was also planning to give her corresponding compensation, that was already the best outcome for her. Not necessarily equivalent, but I can guarantee you will definitely be very willing to complete this transaction. Xine, he said lightly. Let's hear it. Granny Chiyo also became somewhat interested. For her, aside from the fate of Sand Hidden Village, there was not much left to worry about. If you're willing to give me the self-resurrection technique, if I'm in a good mood, I will consider telling you the news about Scorpion as compensation. King Yishuruk, what did you say? Granny Chiyo's eyes widened in an instant, and she could no longer remain calm. She was advanced in age, practically half buried in the ground. With no one to care for her, her son and daughter-in-law had long passed away, and the person she was most concerned about now was undoubtedly her grandson, Scorpion. If she could really see her grandson, she would be willing to pay any price, let alone just one self-resurrection technique. Sister, calm down. Seeing Granny Chiyo so agitated, Hai Lao Zong quickly held her down and whispered to remind her, this kid might be trying to fool you. Old man, what you said is not very kind. Xine's senses were incredibly sharp, and Hai Lao Zhang's whisper couldn't escape him. He chuckled. I could easily threaten you with the life and death of Sand Hidden Village to get you to hand over the self-resurrection technique. Why would I need to go through so much trouble to come up with such a lie to fool you? Or do you think I don't have that strength? As soon as he finished speaking, Xine took a step out of the room and went outside. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. A colossal being that could overlook the heavens and earth rose from the ground, and the terrifying pressure spread across the sky. In one hand was the Yata mirror, and in the other was the Tensigan, majestic and imposing, almost comparable to a god. It was Xine's exaggeratedly large Susanoo. Susanoo, how could it be so terrifying? Granny Chiyo, her brother, Luo Sha, and Yachimaru were all directly dumbfounded, especially the older siblings, Granny Chiyo and her brother. Being true antiques in the ninja world, had naturally witnessed the power of Susanoo in war firsthand. Sister, is this an illusion? Hai Lao Zhang stood. No, this is definitely not an illusion, but reality. Granny Chiyo affirmed. But why is this guy's Susanoo so huge? This is a question that Aizu feels deep down. They have seen Susanoo before, but they've never seen one this terrifying. In a sense, this can't even be called Susanoo anymore, can it? It feels like a true deity has descended, and the oppressive aura is so terrifying that even the real tailed beast would be scared silly. This guy's an absolute monster, Chiyo said with a tremble. She finally realized how foolish her previous thoughts were. It turns out Shin doesn't have any intention of scaring them. The life and death of Sunagakure truly rests on Shin's whim. Such a massive Susanoo, even a casual slash would be more than Sunagakure could bear. The irony is that they had been planning to ambush Shin together, thinking they could defeat him, which was utterly ridiculous. Konoha has produced an extraordinary figure. Cold sweat covered Rasha's forehead, and he regretted his previous arrogance towards Shin. A person like this is not someone Sunagakure can handle. No, perhaps even the combined forces of the 5 great ninja villages wouldn't be his match. This is likely even more terrifying than Uchiha Madara from back in the day. Whoosh. After retracting his Susanoo, Shin returned to the ground, looking at Chiyo with a smirk. Can we have a calm conversation now? Of course. Chiyo swallowed hard, bitterly. Damn it. Why didn't you say you were this powerful earlier? If I had known, would I have dared to speak to you in that tone? Do you really think this old lady isn't afraid of death? I admit, my voice was indeed a bit loud, just now. Bang. Chiyo quickly formed hand seals and summoned a scroll, handing it over to Shin with both hands. This is the rebirth jutsu. All my efforts are in here. She didn't dare to make any further demands, as she was terrified of provoking Shin again. If she truly angered this being, Sunagakure would be reduced to ruins. While she enjoyed flaunting her seniority, she wasn't a complete fool. She understood the importance of knowing when to back down. It can't be fake, right? Shin said with a playful smile. If I find out you've tampered with it, there will be trouble for many. The implication was clear. If you dare to trick me, I'll make sure Sunagakure pays. At that point, you, Chiyo, would become a historical villain for Sunagakure. It's absolutely real. I wouldn't gamble the entire Sunagakure on it. Chiyo said with a bitter smile. Good. Shin nodded in satisfaction and said, as a gesture of your sincerity, I'll reluctantly tell you about Sasori. Your precious grandson, Sasori, is now an S-rank rogue ninja and has joined an organization called Akatsuki. If you want to see him, you don't need to do anything, just wait in Sunagakure. He will eventually bring members of the Akatsuki to Sunagakure to capture the tailed beast Jinchuriki, and at that point, you should get what you want. He casually dropped a bombshell that left everyone present shocked and standing. I believe Obito would be pleased to know how much you enjoy helping him. Chapter 120. Furious at Rasha, unworthy of being a father. Is what you said true? At this moment, Chiyo forgot about her grandson Sasori. After all, this was a major event concerning Sunagakure. The tailed beast Jinchuriki is crucial for any ninja village. And if Sasori really plans to bring people to capture Gaara in the future, she couldn't just sit idly by. She would likely have to become an enemy of Sasori. Lord Shin, since you have such detailed information, do you know when they will come to capture the tailed beast Jinchuriki? Rasha could no longer remain silent and quickly asked. This was something he, as the Kazekage, needed to know. Otherwise, what would they do when the enemy came knocking without any preparation? Well, I don't know the exact time, but I don't think it will be long now. Shin thought for a moment and said, according to the original plot, the Akatsuki would take action for several years. However, because of his appearance, the future has become unpredictable, especially since Obito has been beaten by him multiple times. No one can guarantee that he won't act out of desperation and start moving earlier. However, based on his understanding of that coward Obito, the first target to attack would possibly be Naruto. After all, he has been guarding Konoha, unless Obito and Nagato have lost their minds. They would think of directly taking on such a tough opponent as Konoha. Therefore, the weakest Tsunagakure is likely to become their first target. Chio, Aizu. This is definitely not a trivial matter. Rasha's tone sounded exceptionally grave. He must immediately formulate a strategy to ensure Gaara's safety. Stop. Before he could finish, Shin interrupted directly. This is your Tsunagakure's business. You can discuss it after I leave. I'm not interested in wasting time with you. Chio, Aizu. You no longer have anything to do here. Saying this, he glanced disdainfully at the two, saying, go somewhere cool and stay there. Don't just stand here dazed. Affecting my mood. Upon hearing this, even though Chio and Aizu felt displeased, they didn't dare to say anything. They had no choice. After all, his fists were strong enough, and his Susanoo was massive. They wouldn't dare to offend this true god. If they really pushed him to the edge, he could indeed wipe out the village. Lord Shin, do you have any other tasks for me and Yashimaru? After Chio and Aizu left, Rasha cautiously asked. He was a fool and could tell that Shin had other things to discuss with him and Yashimaru. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically called Yashimaru here. Gaara, look into my eyes. Shin ignored the anxious Rasha and Yashimaru and walked in front of Gaara, revealing his Sharingan. Gaara instantly fell asleep. Rasha had no reaction to this, but Yashimaru showed a hint of urgency on his face, yet he didn't dare to say anything. He knew he had no place to speak here. Didn't he see that even the Kazekage and the two advisors didn't dare to speak loudly to Shin? All done. Gently placing Gaara on a chair, Shin turned around and kicked Rasha. Bang! Rasha had already been sealed of all his chakra, so how could he dodge Shin's attack? He slammed against the wall, pain coursing through his body, looking at Shin in disbelief. Lord Shin, what are you doing? Rasha said in confusion. A dignified Kazekage was inexplicably kicked. Logically, he should be furious, but he didn't dare to be angry. All he felt was deep confusion because he knew that with Shin's strength, killing him would be as easy as playing a game. Since he kicked him, there must be a reason. This kick was for Gaara. Shin sneered. With a father like you, he is truly unfortunate. Rasha was even more confused. He didn't understand what Shin meant by this. Yashimaru, I ask you, has this bastard Rasha ever given you orders to assassinate Gaara? Shinichi looked at Yashimaru and said, don't be afraid. I'm here. Say whatever you want. If Rasha dares to do anything to you, I'll just kill him. Lord Shinichi, there is indeed such a thing, Yashimaru said with a complex expression, letting out a light sigh. As Gaara's uncle, the only person in the world who truly cares about Gaara is himself, and he knows how tormented his heart is. If it weren't for Shinichi's sudden arrival in Tsunagakure, he had already planned to take action against Gaara in the coming days. Rasha, you really are a good father. Shinichi mocked. I just wanted to assess the value of the Jinchuriki from the perspective of the Kazekage. Rasha stammered. What value are you assessing? Everyone in this world is a unique existence. No one, even if you're Gaara's father, has the right to judge his worth. The more he thought about it, the angrier Shinichi became, and he couldn't help but give Rasha a big push, angrily scolding. He's just a child, inexplicably turned into a Jinchuriki by you. Living such a miserable childhood. You actually want to have someone assassinate him? Are you even human? Rasha, I've never seen a father as despicable as you. If it weren't for Gaara's sake, I would have killed you long ago. Don't think that just because you're the Kazekage, I wouldn't dare to kill you. Do you believe I could wipe out Tsunagakure? He had wanted to say these words since he read the original story in his previous life. Indeed, he deeply hated Rasha, this inhuman character. Whether Rasha was a qualified Kazekage was secondary. He was definitely a father lacking humanity. Rasha, open your eyes and see clearly how much Gaara has suffered over the years. In the next moment, Rasha saw a pair of strange Sharingan, and his entire consciousness was pulled into a wondrous space. Here, yellow sand was everywhere, and as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but dry sand. Kill. I want to kill. Damn humans. How dare you seal me here? Blood, slaughter, I need the baptism of blood. From time to time, terrifying roars echoed through the air. Inside a small fortress made of sand, a frail figure was trembling, clearly terrified. The roar came from Shikaku, the one tail. and the trembling little boy hiding in the small fortress was none other than Gaara. Indeed, this place was Gaara's spiritual world. The same kind of space where the Nine Tails was sealed within Naruto. Chapter 121, Beat Shikaku. Save Gaara. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Shinichi had appeared behind Rasha without him noticing, roughly pressing his head to look at Gaara's position. Look at what kind of life your son lives every day. As soon as he falls asleep, his consciousness enters this world. As he said, the seal on Gaara was not complete, so as soon as he fell asleep, he would be forcibly pulled into this spiritual world. Although Shikaku couldn't do anything to Gaara due to the seal's constraints. Letting a child under 10 come to such a terrifying place alone would torment anyone's spirit to the point of collapse. It was only because Gaara's willpower was strong and he had the spiritual comfort of Yashimaru that he could hold on until now. In the original story, after Yashimaru was ordered to assassinate Gaara and was killed, Gaara lost his spiritual support and naturally fell into darkness, becoming that extremely twisted character. In short, this was all the result of Rasha's own actions. Has Gaara been living in such an environment all this time? Rasha trembled. He could be considered to have some conscience. Seeing Gaara suffer so much stirred great turmoil in his heart. His son was isolated and excluded in reality and in the spiritual world. He was also affected by Shikaku's violent will. This was simply double torment. Yet he had sent people to assassinate Gaara more than once, under the pretext of maintaining the village's stability and assessing his value, confirming the risk of Shikaku going berserk while never caring about his feelings. Slap, slap. It was unclear if it was a moment of conscience, but Rasha couldn't help but slap himself twice, his face showing deep guilt. I was wrong. I owe Gaara an apology. I don't deserve to be his father. Now you know you're wrong? Shinichi sneered. Are you still planning to send people to assassinate Gaara? Isn't that your wise decision as Kazekage? Lord Shinichi, I know that saying more is useless. From now on, I just want to use my actions to make up for Gaara, Rasha said solemnly. At least you still have a bit of conscience. Shinichi waved his hand and said, but what can a useless father like you do for Gaara? It's just that you'll care about him more in the future. Let him feel the fatherly love he has never felt before. Can you really solve Gaara's current problems? I can't. Rasha lowered his head in shame. After all, he was a Kazekage and could see that Gaara's real problem was due to the incomplete sealing technique, which couldn't be blamed on him. After all, Sunagakure itself was not proficient in sealing techniques, especially not the powerful sealing techniques used for sealing tail beasts. Honestly, I never expected much from you. Shinichi said lightly, don't worry, I quite like Gaara, so I will help him complete the sealing technique. Gaara needs a happy childhood. The rest is up to you. Lord Shinichi, are you serious? Rasha's eyes lit up. If the other party was really willing to help, what was there to worry about? Remember, I'm not helping you. I'm helping Gaara. Shinichi coldly looked at Rasha and warned, if I find out you do anything reckless to Gaara again, I won't give you another chance to change. I'll kill you directly. The cold killing intent in his words indicated that he was not just trying to scare Rasha. If it weren't for Gaara's mother having died early, leaving only a father, Shinichi would probably have killed Rasha based on his perception of him. I understand. Faced with such a threat, Rasha didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction and could only smile awkwardly. Whoosh. In the next moment, Shinichi appeared in front of the raging Shikaku. Hey, you stinky raccoon cat. Do you know your voice is very annoying? Shinichi shouted loudly. Human. Another damn human. How dare you come here? Do you believe I will crush your skull? Shikaku. The one-tail was notorious for its bad temper. It wanted to fight everyone it saw, especially since this was its territory, so it wouldn't back down. Unfortunately, this guy happened to be the weakest of the tailed beasts. In summary, it was just one sentence. Weak and loves to play. Stinky raccoon cat. It seems you really don't understand a bit of politeness, so I won't be polite with you. Shinichi shook his head regretfully. I originally wanted to have a calm chat with you, but since you want to provoke me, I'll just have to talk to you with my fists. Sharingan. Activate. Nanny? The moment Shinichi activated the Sharingan, Shikaku could no longer act arrogantly. Under the powerful I-Power's restraint, it couldn't even move. Bang. Immediately afterward, Shinichi threw a punch directly at Shikaku's big face. Damn, do you know that hurts? Shikaku roared angrily. That's right, it should hurt. Shini couldn't help but laugh. If you don't feel pain, how can I teach you a lesson? Bang, bang, bang. Under the shocked gaze of Rasha, Shini began a brutal beating performance. And it was completely one-sided. This is for being rude. This is for insulting me. This is for scaring children. Shoha couldn't comprehend, no matter how hard it tried, why someone could beat it like a dog in its spiritual world. And this human in front of it didn't seem to have grown up eating anything ordinary. Every punch and kick was terrifyingly strong, almost making it want to poop itself. Stop, stop. I was wrong, okay? Shoha finally set aside its pride and begged for mercy. Now you know you're wrong? Sini raised an eyebrow, amused. So will you dare to scare children again in the future? I won't dare anymore, I promise. Under Sini's iron fist, Shoha wisely admitted defeat. It was indeed arrogant, but it wasn't an idiot that liked to be beaten. Even a fool could see that this person in front of it was not someone a weak-tailed beast like it could provoke. What else could it do but admit defeat? Very good. Sini was quite satisfied with Shoha's attitude and said lightly, remember, stay here honestly from now on and don't shout and scream anymore. If I find out you deliberately scare that child again, I'll take you out. Okay, you're the boss. You have the final say. Shoha was almost in tears. It wished for this big brother to leave quickly. It couldn't help it. Sini's punches left a terrifying shadow on its young and fragile heart. I'll go reinforce your seal now. You must get along well with that child from now on. Sini patted Shoha's raccoon-like face a couple of times and smiled. Shoha thought it was about to be beaten again and was so scared it almost wet itself, trembling as it said, okay, big boss. I will definitely get along peacefully with Gaara. Suddenly, the scene in front of them changed, and Rasha realized his consciousness had returned to reality. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Sini lifting Gaara's clothes and, with remarkable skill, pressing down, inscribing dozens of intricate sealing techniques. The sealing technique, which originally had many flaws, instantly became complete, and its effectiveness was several times stronger than before. His mastery of sealing techniques is astonishing. Rasha was shocked inside. My God, what kind of monster has Konoha produced? All done. After perfecting the sealing technique, Sini stretched and woke Gaara up. Brother Sini, did I fall asleep just now? Gaara rubbed his eyes, confused. Gaara, if you're tired in the future, just sleep directly. No need to endure. That smelly raccoon won't bother you anymore. Sini smiled, patting Gaara's little head. Really? Gaara was very surprised and didn't doubt Sini's words. He could feel that the other party truly cared for him, and it was second only to Yashimaru's affection. Gaara, your brother Sini has done a lot for you. Seeing the sincere smile on Gaara's face, Rasha's eyes turned red, and he couldn't help but say emotionally, when you grow up, you must thank him properly. I understand, father. Gaara nodded seriously. Although he didn't know what Sini had done for him, his intuition told him it must be something significant. Otherwise, how could his usually indifferent father Rasha show such an expression? All right, the two of you take good care of Gaara from now on. Sini waved his hand and looked at Rasha and Yashimaru, saying, especially you, Rasha, don't act like before. Upholding humanitarianism, Sini decided to give Rasha another chance to be a good father. If he couldn't seize this opportunity, he wouldn't mind sending him on his way. Feeling Sini's dangerous gaze, Rasha repeatedly agreed. What a joke. This was a person who could beat a tailed beast with his bare hands. How could he dare to have any objections? By the way, Yashimaru, take this kunai. Sini casually handed a specially made kunai with Flying Thunder God technique inscribed on it to Yashimaru, instructing, if anything happens to Gaara, notify me immediately and I will rush over. Heaven knows what kind of conspiracy Obito is brewing behind the scenes. If the Akatsuki organization really starts acting early, Sunagakure is likely to be the first to be targeted. For safety's sake, it's better to set a defensive line around Gaara to avoid being caught off guard. The matter of reincarnation and Gaara was concluded here. With his goals in Sunagakure accomplished, there was no need for Sini to stay any longer. Although it was a pity not to see Shikaku as a child, he really couldn't stand the windy and sandy environment here anymore. It's better to leave early and head back to Konoha. As for Rasha, he initially thought of symbolically extending an invitation to Sini to stay as a guest. But he was shot down by Sini's words and could only awkwardly remain where he was. This self-righteous Kazekage was thoroughly frightened by Sini. Summoning technique, summoning his prized mount. Tensei, Sini set off on his journey home again. Lying back on the recliner with his legs crossed, Sini finally had time to check his system. Ding! The system detected that the host successfully changed Gaara's fate trajectory. Reward points, 200. Biological information of Gaara detected. Extract immediately. Extract immediately. Successfully extracted biological information. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent attribute. Profound love of sand, purple. Profound love of sand. Purple, the heartfelt affection of a child. The loving sand will go to great lengths to protect your safety and safeguard your life. Soul strength, 1000. Accompanying ability, mastery of sand release. Mastery of sand release. You will immediately learn all sand release ninjutsu, reaching the pinnacle state. This Looking at the new attribute gained from Gaara, Sini was stunned. Although he had long suspected that this talent attribute was likely related to sand release, what truly surprised him was that a new property had emerged, which was Soul Strength 1000. This additional attribute seemed to offer no enhancement to his power, but the concept of soul was inherently abstract. His intuition told him that the properties attached to a purple-level talent attribute couldn't be that simple, especially when only one property appeared. Could it be that Soul Strength is an extremely rare attribute? Sini thought to himself. Although he didn't understand what Soul Strength could bring him, he felt that this attribute was likely crucial for him. It must be said that good deeds truly bring good rewards. Who would have thought that just by helping Gaara on a whim, he would directly receive a purple-level talent attribute from that little child? So, it's essential to keep doing good deeds. Just as Sini was about to take a nap, a small frog suddenly jumped onto him, spitting out a small scroll from its mouth. You must be Jiraiya's summoning beast, right? Looking at the frog slime on the scroll, Sini's mouth twitched. Wow, I really didn't expect there to be a traveling frog among Jiraiya's summoning beasts. With a look of disdain, he opened the saliva-soaked scroll, took a glance, and the nausea he felt earlier gradually dissipated. He couldn't help but chuckle. As expected of the lovesick Jiraiya, he actually has results so quickly. He really hadn't guessed wrong this time. The toad was indeed sent by Jiraiya to notify him. Tsunade had finally been found. From a message sent by Jiraiya, it was clear that he and Naruto were desperately trying to keep Tsunade from running away and were very eager for Shinichi to hurry over. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hold her back much longer. Tianxia. Shinichi stood up from the lounge chair, stretched lazily, and said, "You can go back first." "Yes, master." Tianxia had never hesitated to obey his master's orders. Bang! The summoning technique was cancelled, and Tianxia was sent back to his lair. As for Shinichi, he directly followed the Flying Thunder God technique on Naruto to pinpoint the exact spatial node, and with a swift use of the Flying Thunder God technique, he crossed thousands of miles to arrive by Naruto's side. To be honest, it's really effective for traveling. Shinichi's sudden appearance startled Jiraiya and Naruto, who were enjoying their ramen, causing noodles to shoot out of their noses, looking utterly ridiculous. I mean, is this how you welcome someone? Shinichi couldn't help but tease. Big brother Shinichi. Naruto's first reaction was surprise, but the disgusting act of taking the noodles out of his nose and putting them back in his mouth almost made Shinichi vomit. "Get out of here. Who are you humiliating, Naruto?" Shinichi disdainfully pushed away Naruto, who wanted to hug him, and said, "If someone didn't know better, they'd think Jiraiya isn't feeding you on purpose. Torturing you. You can't even spare a few noodles. You're really something." He shouldn't have said that, but as soon as he did, Naruto's little pearls were about to drop. "Ooh, big brother Shinichi, you don't know what I've been through these days." Naruto immediately hugged Shinichi and began to cry loudly. His pitiful appearance was as if someone had done something immoral to him. Therefore, Shinichi's gaze towards Jiraiya also became dangerous. Jiraiya, I need a perfect explanation." He didn't hand Naruto over to Jiraiya to let him intentionally mistreat the kid and not feed him. Don't forget, Naruto was a part of the Hitaki family. Only he could bully him. If anyone else dared to bully him, they have to see if his Susanoo agreed. "Shinichi, don't misunderstand." Jiraiya quickly waved his hands and shook his head, bitterly smiling. "Naruto and I have run out of money, so we can't afford to eat. Is that explanation perfect enough?" Chapter 123. Tsunade's Great Strength? It's nothing special. That explanation is indeed very perfect. Shinichi stroked his chin and said, "Bullshit. Jiraiya, are you a pig? Don't think I don't know how much money you brought this time. It's only been less than a month, and you've already spent it all? Do you take me for an idiot?" Jiraiya was sprayed with Shinichi's saliva, but didn't dare to refute, only managing a sheepish smile. Indeed, he had brought enough cash this time, and even Naruto had been stuffed with a bunch of cash in his little frog wallet by Shinichi. Under normal circumstances, the two of them could have spent months eating and drinking without running out of money. But since they left Konoha, it had only been about 20 days, and they were already broke, even unable to afford meals. Wasn't that just fooling around? "Big brother Shinichi, if you don't come soon, we won't even have military rations to eat," Naruto said pitifully. "Those 2 bowls of ramen just now were bought with the last of our money." Goodness, no wonder he couldn't even spare a few noodles. He must be really starved. "Jiraiya, are those various lady shops fun?" Shinichi suppressed his anger and smiled. He was a man well-versed in the original plot. How could he not know what kind of person Jiraiya was? "It is fun, but I really didn't go this time." Jiraiya looked innocent and sincerely said, "I can guarantee with my character that I definitely didn't spend money where I shouldn't." The perverted sage wasn't lying. Naruto finally understood that Shinichi had misunderstood Jiraiya, and with a sense of justice, he immediately explained, "Actually, our money was forcibly borrowed by someone, and the perverted sage had no choice." Oh, Shinichi raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing something, and said playfully, "Let me guess, Jiraiya, you must have lent all your money to Tsunade to gamble, right?" Jiraiya's little scheme was exposed on the spot, and he chuckled awkwardly. Given his reaction, it was basically conclusive. Who didn't know that Jiraiya had liked Tsunade for decades? It was such a small matter to lend money for gambling. How could he possibly refuse? But it was one thing for this guy to lend his own money to Tsunade, and another to not spare even Naruto's frog wallet, leaving Naruto starving. That was a bit too much, right? Shinichi, you can't blame me for this. Seeing Shinichi's increasingly unfriendly gaze, Jiraiya argued again. If I hadn't lent money to Tsunade, do you think I could have kept her here for so long? You know I can't beat her. I can't just forcibly tie her up and wait for you to come, right? Puffed. You can't beat Tsunade. I'm too embarrassed to point that out. All right, where is Tsunade? Take me to see her. Shinichi was too lazy to continue arguing with this sentimental old man and directly stated, "You found Tsunade. That means your mission is accomplished. The rest is up to me to talk to her." Where else could she be? Of course, she's at the casino. Naruto muttered quietly. The perverted sage just lent her money. She hasn't lost it all yet, so she definitely won't come out. It was well known that Tsunade was a notorious gambler, and she was the type who gambled heavily, while others might lose 9 out of 10 times. At least there was a glimmer of hope. But Tsunade was different. She lost 10 out of 10 times, earning the nickname, the big fat sheep of the casino. Shinichi knew what kind of person Tsunade was, so he simply took Jiraiya and Naruto to the entrance of the casino to lie in wait. "She'll definitely come out in half an hour at most," Naruto said confidently. After spending a few days together, Naruto had figured out Tsunade's losing speed. "That's called practice makes perfect." "No, I think it'll be 20 minutes. Jiraiya had a different opinion. Bang, bang. Seeing these two guys getting this bored, Shinichi directly gave each of them a knock on the head and complained, "Instead of wasting time here, why not think of a way to stop her?" "We don't dare." Jiraiya and Naruto exchanged glances and sighed at the same time. Only those who had experienced Tsunade's monstrous strength firsthand knew how terrifying it was. What a bad day. I've lost everything again. A few minutes later, a stunning figure walked out of the casino, cursing, her face completely pale, with beautiful, smooth, yellow double ponytails and fair, tight skin. One would never guess she was the same age as the disheveled old man Jiraiya. However, Shinichi knew that this was just a facade. The reason Tsunade could maintain her youthful appearance was solely due to the Een-Sealing 100 Heroes technique. Her true appearance was that of an old woman, but no one had ever seen it with their own eyes. "Jiraiya, you're here." Originally in a bad mood, after losing all her gambling money, Tsunade's spirits lifted when she saw Jiraiya and the others as soon as she stepped outside. She immediately walked over and said, "You came at the right time. Lend me some money again. I promise I can win it back this time." What a familiar scene. What terrifying word from a gambler. "Grandma, I don't even have a penny on me. How can I lend you money?" Jiraiya said with a face full of helplessness. "Oomph." Tsunade said ungraciously, "If you don't lend me money, don't expect me to go back to Konoha with you." Lady Tsunade, wait for me." Just then, a black-haired girl holding a small pig rushed out, looking about 15 or 16 years old. It was Tsunade's little follower, Shizun. "Shizun, let's go." Upon learning that Jiraiya had no money to lend her, Tsunade turned her back and was about to pull Shizun away from there, completely ignoring Naruto and Shinichi. TSK. Do you really think I don't exist?" Shinichi teased. "Lady Tsunade, we haven't seen each other for so long, and you can't even bother to greet me?" "You are." Looking at the somewhat familiar white-haired young man in front of her, Tsunade narrowed her beautiful eyes and hesitated. "Kakashi?" "No, you're not Kakashi. I know you're Kakashi's brother." "Shinichi." When she left Konoha back then, Shinichi was just a teenager, and now he had grown up. She almost didn't recognize him. "I didn't expect Lady Tsunade to be a bit older, but her memory is still quite good," Shinichi said with a grin. "You little brat. Are you looking for a beating?" Tsunade's face darkened immediately. Who doesn't know that women are most sensitive about their age being mentioned, especially someone like her who is getting older? Without saying a word, Tsunade threw a punch at Shinichi, the wind from her fist creating a loud, explosive sound in the air. Tsunade's immense strength was indeed well-deserved, as her attack was earth-shattering. Smack! Unfortunately, the person standing in front of her was Shinichi, a completely unreasonable brat. Shinichi casually caught Tsunade's powerful punch, easily squeezing her fist and rendering her unable to move. "Tsunade's strength? It's nothing much." Shinichi shook his head and chuckled. You brat. Tsunade's expression changed drastically. She instinctively tried to retract her fist, but found it impossible. She could clearly sense the terrifying strength contained in Shinichi's hand, which even surpassed her own. What? Seeing this, both Jiraiya and Shizune's eyes were about to pop out, their faces filled with disbelief. The famous Tsunade, known for her strength, was actually losing in power to someone else? As for Naruto, he wore a proud and smug expression. He didn't know about Tsunade's nickname of the legendary sucker. He only knew that his brother Shinichi was the strongest, and it didn't matter who came. Chapter 124, Double Mouth Escape. Strong medicine for Tsunade. Tsunade's so-called strength was not purely physical power. Instead, it was the result of her precise chakra control, concentrating her chakra in specific parts of her body to unleash unimaginable destructive power. In other words, as long as one's chakra control reached a certain level, along with a decent amount of chakra, one could achieve similar results. Coincidentally, Shinichi could do both, perhaps even better than Tsunade herself. Lady Tsunade, you want to hit me right after we meet? That's too much. Shinichi joked. You brat. Upon seeing Shinichi's playful smile, Tsunade was infuriated and aimed a kick at him, wanted to send him flying. She felt that her pride in her strength was being provoked, and she couldn't stand such humiliation. In an instant, she used all her strength. TSK. Shinichi frowned slightly. He didn't expect to actually provoke this old woman. However, he wasn't a pushover either. Then I will. Painful heavenly kick. Almost identical in technique, but Shinichi's power was far more ferocious than Tsunade's. Tsunade didn't even have a chance to react before she was kicked away, crashing heavily against a distant wall. This brat Shinichi really didn't understand how to cherish the fair sex. Seeing his dream girl being ruthlessly kicked away, Jiraiya was heartbroken. But he wasn't foolish enough to jump out and blame Shinichi, because he knew Tsunade's strength meant she wouldn't be easily injured. If Shinichi knew what Jiraiya was thinking, he might just retch right in front of him. After all, Tsunade could be his grandmother, so cherishing the fair sex was nonsense. Why not talk about respecting the elderly and loving the young? You bastard, how dare you hit me? Sure enough, Tsunade's temper exploded, and she rushed out, wanting to continue fighting Shinichi. Is this ever going to end? Shinichi was quite speechless. He had only wanted to say hello, yet Tsunade was eager to fight him. This was clearly not his intention. Forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. If word got out that he beat up an old lady, it wouldn't sound good for his reputation, so it was better to be wise. Whoosh. Tsunade threw another punch at Shinichi's location, but it missed entirely. She then realized that Shinichi had somehow moved to Jiraiya's side, holding a kunai in his hand. What is he trying to do? Is he asking Jiraiya for help? Jiraiya, help me out a little. Next time I'll treat you to a meal. Huh? Help with what? Jiraiya was a bit confused. Just as he was distracted, Shinichi swiftly slashed his kunai across Jiraiya's arm, causing a streak of bright red blood to flow out. What are you doing? Jiraiya cried out in pain, shocked. I didn't provoke you. Why are you cutting me? It's just a little blood. Is it that big of a deal? Shinichi ignored Jiraiya's complaints and walked toward Tsunade with the bloodied kunai, even waving it in the air a couple of times. Upon seeing the bright red blood, Tsunade was immediately scared silly. Her hemophobia was triggered. At this moment, Tsunade's face showed fear. Her legs went weak, and she could hardly stand. Here, do you still dare to hit me? Shinichi looked quite pleased. Since we can solve the problem with our brains, why bother fighting? It's blood. No, don't come near. Looking at the bloody kunai, Tsunade was terrified and instinctively took a few steps back. Jiraiya, please help Lady Tsunade. Shizun pulled at Jiraiya's arm, almost crying. Being Tsunade's sidekick, she knew best that Tsunade suffered from hemophobia. Shinichi, you're going too far. Without needing Shizun's reminder, Jiraiya's brows were already furrowed, unable to watch any longer. This kid was clearly taking advantage of the situation. So despicable. Get lost. Just then, Shinichi suddenly opened his eyes, activating his Sharingan, and turned to glare at Jiraiya. Caught off guard, Jiraiya met his gaze, and the overwhelming power of Shinichi's eyes invaded him, instantly shattering Jiraiya's consciousness, causing him to roll his eyes and faint. Although he didn't use Tsukuyomi, with Shinichi's terrifying ocular power, even a basic Jinjutsu was beyond what Jiraiya could withstand. It wasn't just Jiraiya who fainted. Shizun was also affected by the Jinjutsu. Blood, don't come over. Tsunade, suffering from hemophobia, had already lost her fighting spirit, sitting lifelessly on the ground. Naruto, come here. Naru waved to Shinichi not far away, and little Naruto happily ran over. Although Naruto didn't understand why Shinichi wanted to take action against Jiraiya, he knew that Shinichi must have his own reasons. so he didn't ask too much. After all, the person Naruto trusted the most at that moment was Shinichi. Brother Shinichi, is there anything you need me to do? Naruto asked curiously. Come on, tell Granny Tsunade loudly. What is your ninja way? Shinichi, pleased with Naruto's unconditional trust, couldn't he help but smile. Speaking of this, Naruto was no longer sleepy. He stood straight and declared, straightforwardly, I will do what I say. This is my ninja way. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto shouted. Unlike in the original work, this classic line was actually taught to Naruto by Shinichi, and Naruto liked it very much, accepting it on the spot. It's unclear whether it was because Naruto, as the protagonist, activated his mouth escape ability, but his youthful yet firm words made Tsunade, who was suffering from hemophobia, look at him with a glimmer of unusual light in her fearful eyes. Naruto, let me ask you, noticing Tsunade's reaction, Shinichi chuckled softly and continued seriously. If you experienced extremely painful memories, such as your parents and brothers passing away, and your closest person betraying you, and all kinds of tragic experiences happening to you, would you still insist on your ninja way? Mouth Escape King. Activate. With the double mouth escape effect in play, I don't believe you, Tsunade, can endure this. As soon as these words were spoken, Tsunade's heart stirred slightly, and she suddenly became curious about how this somewhat special little boy would answer the question. I will. Naruto, being the hot-blooded protagonist, almost answered without thinking, his tone frighteningly firm. No matter what happens, my ninja way will not change. Brother Shinichi, you taught me to always look forward. True warriors never fear the past. Only brave people deserve a future. Fear will only make me lose more. Clearly, under Shinichi's careful guidance, Naruto possessed a much stronger heart than the original Naruto. Naruto's words seemed to contain immense power, causing Tsunade to tremble all over. Naruto, let me ask you again, very satisfied with Naruto's answer. Shinichi spoke again in a deep voice. If I want to stab this kunai into Granny Tsunade's throat and kill her right now, what would you do? Answer me with your actions. Brother Shinichi, I will definitely stop you. Under Tsunade's shocked gaze, Naruto directly stood in front of her, unhesitatingly grabbing the kunai from Shinichi's hand with his bare hands. Naruto's knuckles turned white, clearly exerting all his strength, blood continuously flowing from his palm and dripping to the ground. Naruto, Tsunade showed a shocked expression, murmuring. She really didn't expect that this child would stand up to protect her. Looking at Naruto's frail figure, she couldn't help but recall the face of her brother Nawaki, the two small figures drawing closer together, ultimately merging deeply in her heart. Tsunade, did you see that? Seeing the timing was right, Shinichi suddenly shouted, Naruto is willing to use his life to protect you. Why can't you let go of the painful past and embrace the future self? Are you from a Senju clan so cowardly that you can't even compare to a child? Hemophobia? That's not a disease at all. It's clearly the fear within your heart that is causing trouble. You fear losing. You fear memories. But can you be afraid for a lifetime? There are clearly people in front of you worth cherishing and protecting. Do you really want to watch me kill him? As soon as he finished speaking, Shinichi made a move to stab the kunai toward Naruto's chest. Slap. Almost at the same time, a fair hand suddenly grabbed the bloody kunai. Tsunade's fear had completely dissipated at some point, her face cold as she said, You little brat, are you addicted to teaching me a lesson? Finally, Shinichi smiled. It seemed that this strong medicine had worked. Chapter 125, Deep Sibling Love. Tsunade's Redemption. Lady Tsunade, I don't want to teach you a lesson. Shinichi withdrew the kunai with a hint of helplessness, saying, If your situation weren't so serious, how could a good person like me who respects the elderly and loves the young resort to such extreme measures? Naruto, well done. He patted Naruto on the shoulder, praising him. After all, he had raised this little brother, and just a glance was enough to know what he wanted to do, perfectly cooperating. Hee, piece of cake. Naruto rubbed his nose, revealing a bright smile. They say Naruto is known for being thick-skinned, but he is not stupid at all. On the contrary, he is quite clever. As soon as Shinichi knocked out Jiraiya and Shizen, he received a hint from Shinichi's eyes and immediately understood that the latter definitely wanted to do something that required his cooperation. In short, what just happened was a performance by Shinichi and Naruto to wake up Tsunade's fighting spirit deep within her heart, allowing her to finally overcome her hemophobia. The double mouth escape effect was terrifying. You little brat, your courage is too great. You even dared to deceive me. Tsunade, being very clever, quickly realized she had been tricked. Her face turned somewhat ugly, but she didn't explode on the spot. She quietly picked up Naruto's still bleeding hand and softly said, Healing Jutsu. With a flicker of gentle light, Naruto's palm began to heal at a visible speed, Even Shinichi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As expected of Tsunade, one of the legendary three, her medical ninjutsu is among the best in the entire ninja world. Blonde-haired brat, don't be so reckless next time. Getting hurt is very painful. Tsunade seemed to retaliate by rubbing Naruto's head hard, her angry gaze flashing with a deeply hidden tenderness. Coincidentally, this tenderness was keenly captured by Shinichi. As expected, Tsunade still subconsciously regarded Naruto as her brother. Shinichi chuckled inwardly. He was quite pleased with this, as it meant that as long as Naruto was around, his negotiations with Tsunade would become smoother. Even in the original plot, Tsunade took care of Naruto quite a bit, because not only did Naruto cure her long-standing hemophobia, but his sunny and carefree personality also resembled her deceased brother Nawaki. Even if Tsunade usually acted like a tomboy, she was ultimately an emotional woman, and having this side to her was not surprising. So annoying, Granny Tsunade. Naruto protested, somewhat dissatisfied as he tidied his hair. My dream is to become Hokage. What does a small injury matter? Granny Tsunade, you just don't understand. Hearing this, Tsunade was taken aback. Such familiar words. The Naruto in front of her was so similar to her brother Nawaki back in the day. You, little brat, want to become Hokage? Are you joking? Suppressing her feelings of sadness, Tsunade scolded with a smile. Granny Tsunade, how can you look down on people? Naruto mumbled softly. Shut up, Naruto. At this moment, Shinichi suddenly interrupted their conversation, his calm tone carrying an undeniable authority. Didn't I teach you? Children must be polite. You are not allowed to call her Granny Tsunade anymore. As soon as these words were spoken, both Naruto and Tsunade froze. If not Granny Tsunade, then what? Isn't she the same age as the perverted sage? Naruto blurted out. He didn't remember wrong. It was Jiraiya who personally told him that he was from the same generation as his grandfather. So calling Tsunade, who is about the same age as Jiraiya, Grandma is quite reasonable, isn't it? Have you ever seen a grandmother who looks so young and beautiful? Shinichi rolled his eyes at him and said speechlessly, That makes sense. Naruto clapped his hands, and a light bulb appeared above his head as he suddenly understood. Then I'll call Tsunade's sister from now on. Tsunade looked at Naruto with amusement. Although she didn't show it, she genuinely liked this adorable little brat. So silly. Hearing Naruto's words, Shinichi scolded him, feeling a bit frustrated. You can just call her sister directly. Why you have to add her name? Don't you want such a gentle and beautiful big sister to take care of you? This kid, Tsunade's heart skipped a beat, and for some reason, she felt a bit excited about Naruto calling her sister. Huh? A big question mark suddenly appeared above Naruto's little head. He had no objections to calling Tsunade beautiful, but is Jino really related to her? Although he was puzzled, Naruto had long been used to listening to Shinichi's words. Under Tsunade's somewhat fearful yet expectant gaze, Naruto boldly said, Sister, can I call you that from now on? Anyway, I don't really like that perverted sage, so I have nothing to do with him. Good. Upon hearing this long-desired title again, Tsunade almost cried. She quickly turned her head away and said proudly, How you want to call me is your business. I can't control you. Naruto, with his small brain, he clearly didn't understand whether Tsunade's reaction was acceptance or rejection. Ahem. Fortunately, Shinichi was nearby and provided a strong assist, reminding him, Naruto, Lady Tsunade didn't hear you clearly. If you call her Sister a few more times, she'll be even happier. Oh, once the confusion in his heart was resolved, Naruto immediately showed a full of energy expression and shouted, Sister, Sister, Sister. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am known for listening to advice. Hey, I'm right here. Thus, under Naruto's relentless assault of calling her sister, Tsunade could no longer control her emotions and tightly hugged Naruto, crying out loud, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not protecting you well. I'm really sorry. Woo woo woo. The emotion suppressed for many years suddenly burst forth like a dam breaking. But this was definitely not a bad thing. It's better to let it out than to keep it bottled up. In a sense, this was also a form of redemption for Tsunade. Luckily, I just knocked Jiraiya and Shizen out. Otherwise, when Tsunade comes to her senses, she might be so embarrassed and angry that she would die. In such a touching scene, Shinichi's unique thought process unexpectedly led him to a very peculiar question. He couldn't help but admire his own wisdom again. He truly had foresight. Chapter 126. Persuading Tsunade. Deal reached. In the hotel, after tossing Jiraiya and Shizen aside, Shinichi looked at Tsunade, who was hugging Naruto tightly and unwilling to let go, and couldn't help but tease, I say, Lady Tsunade, holding Naruto like this will suffocate him. What does it matter to you? Tsunade glared at him angrily, He's my brother. What's wrong with me hugging him? That protective look made Shinichi feel a bit amused. He knew that he had achieved his goal. Tsunade truly regarded Naruto as her brother. All right, as long as you're happy. Shinichi shrugged and said nonchalantly, it's tough for this kid Naruto. I have no objections to more people loving him. However, I must remind you that Naruto cannot just leave Konoha. What do you mean? Tsunade frowned slightly. Don't you understand? Shinichi smiled lightly. It means that if you want to see Naruto often in the future, you'll have to come back to Konoha with us. You know Naruto's identity. Those people in Konoha won't agree to let you take him away. Why should the people of Konoha interfere with my affairs? Tsunade snorted coldly. She was known for her bad temper, daring to confront even her teacher, the third Hokage. And back then, Danzo was left speechless by her. If she truly didn't care, the higher-ups in Konoha would have no way to deal with her. The princess of the Senju clan. Okay, I almost forgot your special status in Konoha. You're not afraid of the third Hokage and the others. Shinichi chuckled. But Naruto is also a child of the Hitaki family, so I won't agree to you taking him away. You little brat, are you trying to go against me? Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes turned dangerous. If you insist on taking Naruto away, it can indeed be understood that way. Shinichi looked into her eyes and said calmly, Lady Tsunade, I address you as lady out of respect for your status and age. But that doesn't mean you can act recklessly in front of me. If it comes to a fight, you really aren't my opponent. You dare threaten me. With Tsunade's fiery temper, how could she endure this? She immediately stood up and slammed her hand down, breaking the table in front of her. Don't be so agitated. If I really wanted to resort to violence, you wouldn't last a second. Jiraiya is a good example. Shinichi remained unmoved, saying quietly, since I've chosen to chat with you calmly, isn't it to offer you a suggestion that would be good for both of us? Then show your sincerity. Tsunade glared. It's simple. You come back to Konoha with us, and I'll help you become Hokage. Shinichi smiled and said, don't worry. The Hokage I'm talking about is definitely not that kind of puppet Hokage who is manipulated by others. Before you officially become Hokage, I will help you completely reshuffle the higher-ups in Konoha. Your voice will not be small. Upon hearing this, even Tsunade, who was used to big scenes, couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't this a coup? You little brat, I never expected your ambition to be so great. Tsunade said in a low voice, filled with deep wariness, you want to push all those old geezers out of power? Since you have this ability, why not become Hokage yourself and pull me down with you? I don't like being Hokage because the troublesome job. Shinichi shrugged and said helplessly, moreover, you are the princess of the Senju clan. In terms of identity and qualifications, you're more than enough to become Hokage. Making you take on this burden would also be more acceptable to those people in Konoha. Just because you hate trouble doesn't mean I don't hate it. Don't think you can threaten me with Naruto. I won't agree. Tsunade said disdainfully. She was also wise and wouldn't fail to see that Shinichi wanted to use Naruto as a pawn to push her into becoming Hokage. Indeed, she liked this child Naruto very much and was willing to be his older sister. But that didn't mean Shinichi could easily control her. She had her own pride as well. If you don't agree, then so be it. To everyone's surprise, Shinichi wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, then I'll just randomly arrange someone to become Hokage. After all, my goal is just to push those old geezers off the stage. Who becomes Hokage doesn't really matter to me. Oh, by the way, you also know that I hate trouble. So arranging a Hokage candidate will probably be done casually. TSK. If I'm not lucky and encounter a foolish and incompetent Hokage, I might even ruin the hard-earned foundation of Konoha. This is the hard work of the Senju clan. What a pity. But there's nothing that can be done. After all, the descendants of the Senju clan don't care about this legacy, so my Hitaki family doesn't need to care either. Anyway, with Hitaki Shinichi around, he can thrive in any ninja village. He doesn't necessarily have to be in Konoha. Such a sarcastic statement made Tsunade's face turn green. Is there a more excessive threat than this? Shinichi's implication was already very clear. If you, Tsunade, don't want to be Hokage, then Konoha should just wait for its destruction. There are only two paths. Take your pick. Anyway, the life and death of Konoha have nothing to do with him. Hitaki Shinichi. Shut up. Tsunade could no longer listen, gritting her teeth and saying, you brat, do you know how punchable you look right now? I know. Shinichi nodded in agreement, regretfully saying, it's a pity not many can beat me. I particularly enjoy seeing others look at me with disdain, but unable to fight back. Being this punchable, truly no one else can compare. Tsunade silently vowed in her heart that if she weren't unable to defeat this brat, she would definitely rush up and twist his head off. You win. After a series of fluctuating thoughts, Tsunade let out a helpless sigh. I agree to go back to Konoha with you. I won't give the Hokage position to anyone else. Are you satisfied now? Lady Tsunade truly understands the greater good. Shinichi timely flattered her, smiling, "Don't worry, I won't let you serve as Hokage for free. Once you return to Konoha, I will cover the food and accommodation for you and Shizen. You can always come to the Hitaki family to find Naruto." TCH. Hearing this, Tsunade showed a face of disdain. "Now that I'm Hokage, would I still worry about not having a place to eat? With your style, you'll definitely end up giving all your salary to the gambling den. You and Shizen will eventually go hungry." Shinichi smiled and said, "I won't provide you with financial support, but I can guarantee basic food and accommodation. Even if you have your pride, you wouldn't want Shizen to starve every day with you, right?" Being pointed out like this made Tsunade's face flush with embarrassment. Indeed, these years, Shizen had been following her, and their lives have been tough, often going hungry. "All right, I'll admit you have some conscience." Tsunade waved her hand, agreeing to this deal. "Lady Tsunade, you will definitely not regret the decision you made today." Shinichi said seriously, "I, Hitaki Shinichi, am very fair. I will never mistreat those who work for me. Trust me, regarding the deaths of your brother and lover, I will eventually give you justice." What do you know? As soon as he finished speaking, Tsunade's expression turned fierce. The deaths of her brother Senju, Rope Tree, and her lover Kato Dan had always been an unbearable pain in her heart. The reason she chose to leave Konoha back then was that she learned some clues and became completely disillusioned with Konoha. Now that Shinichi brought up old matters again, it naturally reignited the hatred in her heart. Chapter 127. Returning to Konoha, Jiraiya's persistence. "What I know isn't important. What's important is the evidence," Shinichi said calmly. "You." Tsunade's pupils constricted, and she immediately understood, changing her tone. "Okay, I believe you. I will wait for that day to come." "That's right." Shinichi smiled. "You just need to focus on how to be a good Hokage. You don't need to worry about anything else." He understood the principle of combining a big stick with dates. Merely threatening Tsunade could only make her submit temporarily. Only by combining both kindness and threats could he make Tsunade wholeheartedly fulfill the role of Hokage. What he wanted was a peaceful and stable Konoha, not one filled with intrigue. Not long after, Jiraiya and Shizen also woke up leisurely. Jiraiya's first reaction upon waking was to attack Shinichi, but Tsunade immediately punched him without a word, leaving the old man dazed. After Tsunade explained, Jiraiya understood Shinichi's true intentions and said with some embarrassment, "Sorry, Shinichi, I misunderstood you. Let me hit you once, I won't mind." "Are you kidding?" In the next moment, Jiraiya turned and ran. This was no joke. Shinichi was truly ruthless, and he didn't have a masochistic hobby. "It's getting late. We should head back to Konoha," Jiraiya urged, glancing at the darkening sky. "With me here. Why rush?" Shinichi looked at Jiraiya as if he were an idiot, complaining. "Huh?" Not only Jiraiya, but even Tsunade and the others were confused, clearly not understanding what he meant. Shinichi didn't bother to explain and motioned for them to grab his shoulders. Whoosh! The space distorted and Kamui activated. Ever since he comprehended the Flying Thunder God technique, Shinichi's understanding of space-time ninjutsu had reached a new level. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as he has accurate spatial coordinates, he can travel through space and teleport to his destination at any time. Of course, if he wanted to bring others along, the chakra consumption would increase exponentially. But this small chakra consumption was nothing for the blood cow Shinichi. As for why he didn't use this move to return to Konoha directly from Sunagakure earlier, the reason was simple. First, he wasn't in a hurry. Second, he was napping on Tenjin's back, and the quality of sleep was quite high. He was somewhat reluctant to give up this comfortable way of traveling. It's Big Brother Shinichi in Naruto. "Big Brother Shinichi, you're finally back." Shinichi chose the training ground of the Hatake family as his teleportation point, just in time to run into the still training Karui and Haku. "Yo, I'm back." Shinichi habitually stretched and casually asked, "Haku, do you have any chilled watermelon? Give me one." Haku's ice release was perfect for chilling watermelon. As for Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizen, it was also their first time witnessing Shinichi's comfortable life at home. This guy was simply like a wicked landlord. He made the three little ones do all the chores while he lounged on a chair, swaying, with various snacks and fruits beside him. When some unavoidable housework appeared, he wouldn't do it himself. Instead, he made his shadow clone do it. The most outrageous part was that even going to the bathroom, this guy had to use space-time ninjutsu. This kid really knows how to enjoy life. Jiraiya thought with envy and jealousy. "Why don't you just laze around and die?" Tsunade couldn't help but mock. "If I remember correctly, you're only in your early 20s, right? How can you be like an old man? Lying on chair all day. Is this still considered a ninja? Because I'm still young. I need to seize the time to enjoy. Shinichi replied naturally. If I wait until I reach your age, what energy will I have left to enjoy? Everyone fell silent. You have a point. We really can't refute that. Mr. Shinichi, do you usually not need to go out on missions? Shizune asked curiously. Since he was a ninja of Konoha, it should be normal to frequently undertake missions. Of course not. Shinichi shook his head and said honestly, the Hitaki family isn't short on money. Kakashi is still working in the Umbu, so why should I exhaust myself doing missions for money? Isn't it better to lie at home and enjoy? But, a powerful ninja like you, how could the village possibly waste talent? Quiet, who has a very correct worldview, once again raised an objection. Hey, what you said is not right. I'm just an ordinary nin. Our Konoha has always advocated humanitarianism. So how can we force a nin to undertake dangerous missions? Shinichi said seriously. Kwai was once again dumbfounded. The famous hero of Konoha turned out to be just a nin? All right, quiet. Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes and said helplessly, this kid is just a born slacker. Unless it's something he wants to do, no one can force him. Besides, no one dares to force him. Tsunade had heard from Jiraiya that even the third Hokage had to show some respect in front of Shinichi and didn't dare to speak too harshly to him. As for Danzo and those like Tika, Shinichi wouldn't even bother looking for trouble with them. So who would dare to provoke him? Only a fool would believe that this guy is just an ordinary nin. Shinichi, since Tsunade is back, there's something I must formally bring up with you. Jiraiya suddenly straightened his posture and said solemnly, you say what you want. Whether I listen or not is my business. Shinichi threw a grape into his mouth without even looking up. I want to formally take Naruto as my disciple. Jiraiya said seriously, Naruto's potential is extraordinary. He is very likely the prophesied child, so I must teach him to become successful. You can only teach Naruto about training. You absolutely cannot instill any strange ideas in him. Shinichi shrugged indifferently and said casually, if I find out, I will personally throw you out of Konoha, making it so you can never see Naruto again. Moreover, I will announce to the entire ninja world that you, Jiraiya, are a pervert who likes to peek at women bathing. Jiraiya was left dumbfounded. Hey man, do you have to be so harsh? Shinichi was right. Tsunade coldly looked at Jiraiya from the side and warned, Jiraiya, I don't need to say what kind of person you are, but if you dare to lead Naruto astray, I will surely crush every bone in your body. To Tsunade, Naruto is a national treasure-level protected animal, and she certainly doesn't want Jiraiya's perverted thoughts to influence him. You guys, why are you so defensive against me? Jiraiya had a helpless expression. Do you really think so little of me? Yes. Shinichi tilted his head and said seriously, if you didn't really have some skills, I definitely wouldn't agree to let you teach Naruto. Jiraiya, self-awareness is important. Everyone knows what kind of person you are. Tsunade also nodded in agreement. She had known Jiraiya for many years, and he had attempted to peek at her at least 100 times. Of course, almost every time ended with Jiraiya getting seriously injured. Chapter 128, Naruto's Strength. Jiraiya was stunned. Tsunade, being a princess of the Senju clan, naturally had some housing and property in Konoha, but she hadn't returned for many years, and her house had been left unattended, making it uninhabitable. Moreover, with Tsunade's personality, she wouldn't bother to take care of a house. Anyway, since Shinichi had promised to cover her food and lodging, she was happy with that and swaggered into the Hitaki house with quiet. After settling Tsunade and quiet in the guest room, Shinichi returned to his own room. Upon closer inspection, one would find that Shinichi was holding a few strands of golden hair in his palm, which he had taken from Tsunade. Previously, when Tsunade had a blood phobia attack and was disoriented, Shinichi had casually pulled a few strands of hair. Ding! Biological information from Tsunade detected. Extract immediately? Extract immediately. Biological information extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent entry. Battlefield Strength Double Ponytail, purple. Battlefield Strength Double Ponytail. Purple, you are a strength angel on the battlefield, dealing powerful blows to enemies with one hand and saving comrades with medical skills with the other, truly deserving of the name angel. Chakra Control 1000. Recovery 500. Additional ability, Mastery of Medical Ninjutsu. Mastery of Medical Ninjutsu. You will unconditionally master all medical ninjutsu to a superb level. No wonder she is Tsunadeheim. Shinichi couldn't help but laugh. The name of this talent entry is a bit funny. If Tsunade knew she was referred to as the Strength Double Ponytail, she would probably explode on the spot. A night without conversation. The next day, that guy Jiraiya came to the Hitaki house early in the morning. claiming he wanted to hurry up and teach Naruto to train. In reality, Shinichi couldn't be bothered to point out what was really on his mind. No wonder Jiraiya had become so proactive. After all, the Hitaki house now held his two greatest pursuits in life. One was Tsunade, and the other was Naruto, the prophesied child. If it weren't for Shinichi adamantly refusing to let him move into the Hitaki house, he would have definitely packed up and moved in overnight. Naruto, today I'm going to teach you a powerful A-rank ninjutsu without hand seals, Jiraiya said proudly. This ninjutsu is called Rasengan. The key to training this ninjutsu is, however, before he could finish his sentence, a look of disdain appeared on Naruto's face. Naruto immediately formed hand seals and summoned shadow clones, starting to secretly form his own Rasengan. Perverted sage, is this what you mean? Naruto interrupted Jiraiya loudly. You kid, wait for me to finish talking. Rasengan is not that easy to train. What? Jiraiya looked somewhat dissatisfied, but when he saw the Rasengan in Naruto's hand, his eyes nearly popped out. Isn't that Rasengan? When did you learn this? Big brother Shinichi taught me. I learned it 6 months ago. Shinichi rubbed his nose proudly. And I've used this move to fight that arrogant Sasuke several times. If it weren't for Sasuke learning that Chidori, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. Jiraiya was stunned. Are the kids nowadays this strong? No wonder he was so surprised. According to Naruto's training progress in the original story, learning Rasengan would at least take 2 more years. Yet, this kid had silently learned the difficult A-rank ninjutsu Rasengan, and his strength had definitely surpassed the vast majority of his peers. Then I'll teach you body techniques first. Jiraiya thought for a moment and said, Sure. Naruto responded, feeling very familiar with this, and instinctively formed hand seals, multiple shadow clone jutsu. In the next moment, hundreds of Naruto's shadow clones appeared. Without the interference of the Nine-Tails Chakra, it was not a big deal for Naruto, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, to create this many shadow clones. Naruto, why are you bringing out so many shadow clones while I'm teaching you body techniques? Jiraiya looked confused. Big brother Shinichi said that multiple shadow clone jutsu is a training artifact because the shadow clones can return their training insights to me. So shadow clones can greatly speed up my training process. Perverted sage, how can you not understand this? Naruto said disdainfully. Jiraiya, what you said makes so much sense. Jiraiya, actually have no way to refute it. After an intense body technique training session, Jiraiya was shocked again because he found that Naruto's body techniques seemed to be quite impressive, at least outstanding among his peers. How could he possibly know that the training plan XINE devised for Naruto has always focused primarily on taijutsu and chakra control, with ninjutsu training being secondary? As a man well-versed in the original story, XINE had long since understood Naruto's strengths and weaknesses. So he wouldn't let Naruto waste time on random training, but would instead fully commit to his specialized training. Naruto was born with a terrifying amount of chakra comparable to tailed beasts, and with the addition of the Nine-Tails Chakra, he was truly formidable. Therefore, Naruto must learn how to control his chakra. More than half of his daily basic training had to be dedicated to chakra control. Moreover, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's physical recovery ability was extraordinary, and coupled with the shadow clone technique, taijutsu was also an indispensable part of his training. To maximize Naruto's strengths, XINE even arranged for him to train in the 8 Gates with Guy for a period, not expecting him to reach Lee's level, but hoping to help Naruto make the most of his strong physique. It is no exaggeration to say that Naruto's strength has now evolved to an astonishing level. Without considering his tailed beast transformation, he could definitely overpower most Nin. Could it be that Naruto is truly a genius? After witnessing Naruto's true power, Jiraiya fell into deep self-doubt. Could it be that I, the Toad Sage, have fallen behind the times? Little did he know, XIN, he had never intended for Jiraiya to teach Naruto the basics. What Naruto truly needed now was the summoning contract with Mayaboka Mountain and its sage techniques. The rest was pure combat experience. XIN, he said that after a while, when my chakra control improves further, he would teach me another new ninjutsu, something called a chakra nature-altered Rasengan. I heard it's an advanced version of the Rasengan. Naruto was filled with excitement. Jiraiya, meow, Rasen Shuriken, an advanced version of the Rasengan? Why have I, the Toad Sage, never heard of this? Kinyi, how much advanced stuff are you secretly teaching Naruto? These are not things a genin should be learning. Moreover, Naruto hasn't even graduated from a ninja academy yet. He isn't even a genin. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 129. Teaching Naruto and Sasuke. Kinyi inversanides. Hey, you little brat. How exactly are you teaching Naruto? XIN, who was lazily lying in a chair and eating sunflower seeds, suddenly found a big face in front of him, Jiraiya, looking extremely resentful. How else would I teach him? I taught him just like that. Kinyu Shuruk, nonchalantly. He was teaching based on Naruto's combat style from the original work, so there was no way he would go astray. Then tell me, what kind of ninjutsu is the Raisin Shuriken? Jiraiya couldn't figure out when the Rasengan had suddenly gained such an advanced version. Seeing Jiraiya almost pulling his hair out in frustration, and Naruto looking expectant, Tsunade had just walked out of the room. Even Sasuke and the other kids looked over curiously. Xine thought, since everyone is here, you might as well show them a little demonstration just to give these kids a taste. Everyone follow me. Xine stood up, stretched, and signaled for everyone to follow. Soon, under Xine's lead, they arrived at the training ground behind the Hitaki residence. Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation Technique. After yawning, Xine placed his hands on the ground, and in an instant, all the trees and soil nearby seemed to come to life, twisting and gathering like rubber, transforming into a massive, solid fortress. This is wood release? Ino exclaimed in shock. No, it's definitely not wood release. Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he said in a low voice. This is a form of natural energy manipulation. It's probably Sage Arts. As a successor of Myoboka Mountain, Jiraiya had also trained in Sage Arts, so he knew very well that Xine had just utilized natural energy. Although he didn't know where Xine had learned these sage techniques, it was indeed genuine Sage Arts. Moreover, he could tell that Xine's proficiency in Sage Arts was extraordinary, far beyond his own half-baked skills. Watch closely. This move is the Raisin Shuriken. Ignoring the shock of Jiraiya and the others, Xine casually formed a massive Rasengan, and with the wind nature, Chakra's transformation. The haunting screeching sound filled the sky as the Rasengan finally took the form of a shuriken. Under the tense gazes of everyone, Xine effortlessly threw it forward, and the Raisin Shuriken shot out at an incredible speed, directly crashing into the massive fortress he had just created with Sage Arts. Boom! Boom! The Raisin Shuriken displayed terrifying lethality, cutting a chasm-like gash into the enormous fortress. Everyone watched in astonishment. If this move hit a person, wouldn't they be shredded to pieces on the spot? Look, Naruto! Did you see that? Xine patted Naruto's shoulder twice, bringing him back from a shock. This move is the advanced ninjutsu of the Rasengan. But your chakra control is currently too poor. You'll need to put in some hard work to learn this technique. I got it, big brother Xine. Naruto had never known what it meant to be discouraged. After witnessing the terrifying power of the Raisin Shuriken, he ignited with fighting spirit and vowed to learn this ninjutsu. As if called by fate, he provocatively glanced at the equally stunned Sasuke. That look seemed to say, smug Sasuke, just wait until I learn this move. Let's see how you fight me then. Teacher, you can't be biased. However, Sasuke would not let it go easily. He went straight to Xine, proudly declaring, since you taught Naruto such a strong ninjutsu, you can't forget about me. I'm way smarter than that idiot Naruto. Although Sasuke's character was still proud, it was much better than the extremely awkward personality in the original work. At least, when facing Xine as a teacher, he genuinely respected him. Itachi had been sent by Xine to assist Orochimaru, so Sasuke occasionally relied on his brother's tone to act cute with Xine. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even Xine wouldn't have thought that the young Sasuke could have such a cute side. I'm not that kind of biased teacher. Xine rolled his eyes and said irritably, Little Sasuke, you're framing me. Clang. Xine's hand suddenly held a Kusanagi sword, which he had tricked from Orochimaru. Since it was Sasuke, how could he not have a Kusanagi sword in his hand? Watch closely. Sasuke, I'll teach you a few moves. Ignoring Sasuke's protesting gaze, Xine roughly ruffled his hair and said casually, These moves are all advanced versions of Chidori, as long as you can use them properly. I believe your strength will greatly improve. Chidori Blade. With a low shout, a powerful lightning surged from the Kusanagi sword in Xine's hand, enveloping the blade. With a downward slash, it released an astonishing arc of lightning, creating a deep pit in the ground. Chidori Stream. Chidori Thousand Birds. Chidori Sharp Spear. An amazing electric current emerged around Shinichi in the new week, as if lightning had become his toy, manipulated and squeezed at will, leaving everyone in awe. Sasuke's eyes also brightened, filled with respect and admiration as he looked at Shinichi. That tall figure seemed as majestic as a thunder god in Sasuke's eyes. He knew this would be the goal he would pursue for a lifetime. And this move is an S-rank ninjutsu. The clear sky had unexpectedly turned dark, with cumulonimbus clouds gathering overhead, and terrifying lightning was brewing in the sky. Under Sasuke's shocked gaze, a massive amount of lightning transformed into a fearsome beast, roaring wildly. Lightning release. Karin. When the Karin descended from the heavens, the enormous fortress was directly blown apart. The people present were stunned. This guy, is he really human? Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Even with their experience as the legendary three, they had to admit that Shinichi indeed possessed inhuman mastery of lightning release ninjutsu. The most terrifying part was that this guy cast S-rank ninjutsu, as if it were child S-play, looking as if he had no consumption at all. If such an enemy existed on a battlefield, it would undoubtedly be a nightmare for everyone. Sasuke, are you satisfied now? Handing the Kusanagi sword to Sasuke, Shinichi smiled and said, I've taught you so many ninjutsu. You must learn them well. I will, sensei, Sasuke said solemnly, suppressing his excitement. Ah, brother Shinichi, you're so biased. Seeing that Shinichi had taught Sasuke so many things at once, Naruto protested loudly. Why did you only teach me one move? You're favoring Sasuke. Shut up, Shinichi said helplessly. You're not like Sasuke. His talent in ninjutsu is stronger than yours. You only need one move to conquer the world. Besides, you can't even use the basic and simple Rasengan flexibly. What are you protesting about? If you really want to learn, just ask Jiraiya to teach you the Udama Rasengan. After all, that's his task. Jiraiya, listen, is this even a human conversation? Rasengan is a genuine A-rank ninjutsu. When did it become a basic ninjutsu? There should be a limit to your bragging. Chapter 130. As long as you praise Shinichi. We are good friends. Perverted sage, hurry up and teach me that Udama Rasengan. Under Shinichi's encouragement, Naruto decisively fired at Jiraiya. Control your chakra well before learning this. Jiraiya said irritably. Does he really think the Udama Rasengan is easy to learn? He realized that Shinichi was clearly trying to give him work. What Karin? What Spiral Shuriken? These S-rank ninjutsu are not something Naruto and Sasuke can learn right now. This guy is deliberately painting a big pie for the two kids. How malicious. By the way, Jiraiya, I suggest you teach Naruto the summoning technique first. Shinichi thought for a moment and suggested, this kid is notorious for causing trouble. If he really encounters a powerful opponent, he can get help instead of being forced to. He didn't finish his sentence, but Jiraiya understood. Given Naruto's personality, if he were to encounter a strong emotional stimulus, it could very likely trigger the tailed beast's power within him to go berserk. You're right. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Then, I'll teach Naruto the summoning technique first. In fact, even if Shinichi hadn't said anything, Jiraiya would eventually have Naruto sign the summoning contract with Mayabo-Cousin. Teacher, what about me? It must be said that Sasuke and Naruto are really good friends who love and kill each other. Whenever Naruto has the slightest movement, Sasuke pays attention immediately. And now, he has approached Shinichi again. Do you want to learn the summoning technique too? Shinichi was taken aback. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach Sasuke. In the original work, Sasuke signed a summoning contract with Orochimaru through the Dragon Cave. But now Orochimaru wasn't here. And he had no connection with the Dragon Cave. So what could he use to teach Sasuke? Wait, he indeed had no way to summon those stinky snakes from the Dragon Cave, but he could summon the Hellhounds. If you remember correctly, Tenji had told him he was the leader of the Hellhound clan. If it was just a matter of signing a summoning contract, Tenji should be able to handle it easily. Summoning technique. Thinking of this, Shinichi no longer hesitated and summoned Tenji casually. Bang! The Hellhound, which was not smaller than the Great Snake, suddenly appeared, startling Jiraiya and Tsunade again. Master, the moment Tenji saw Shinichi, he lowered his noble head, and his tail spun like a windmill, looking just like a dog trying to please its master. Jiraiya and Tsunade were once again dumbfounded. Dude, why is your summoning beast still under a master-servant contract? Where did you get such a big face? They could tell that Tenji's strength was definitely stronger than that of the Great Snake and Wanta. Oh, Tenji. Shinichi casually greeted him and introduced. This kid is my disciple Sasuke. I want him to sign a contract with your Hellhound clan, so you guys need to take care of him in the future. Since he is the master's disciple, it is of course not a problem. Tenji immediately put away his flattering demeanor and looked down at Sasuke, proudly saying, Kid, are you prepared to sign a contract with the great Hellhound clan? Don't blame me for not warning you. If your strength is insufficient, you might get eaten. Of course, I aim to surpass my teacher. Sasuke said solemnly. You want to surpass the master? Tenji laughed heartily as if he had heard a great joke. Kid, boasting is not a good trait. In front of the great master, even the legendary sage of six paths must bow down. Without a doubt, Tenji was undoubtedly praising Shinichi. Cough cough. Shinichi kept coughing, reminding Tenji, that's enough. although I am confident that I will surpass the Sage of Six Paths in the future. It's not yet that time. It's better to be humble. Your name is Tenj, right? To everyone's surprise, Sasuke nodded in deep agreement, saying, although your statement is somewhat biased, I believe the general direction is correct. At least, in my heart, my teacher is the strongest person in this world. The Sage of Six Paths is merely a figure in legend, but my teacher truly exists, and his greatness needs no further explanation. Shinichi, meow meow meow. So, you're also a fan of my Konoha washing machine, huh? I really didn't see that coming. You're such a fanboy. You've hidden it too well. Kid, you have a good eye, Tenj said, unabashedly showing his appreciation. It seems we will cooperate quite happily in the future. Tenj, you're not bad either. Sasuke smirked and said proudly, I can see that you are also loyal to my teacher. I, Uchiha Sasuke, acknowledge your loyalty. What a cocky little brat. Kid, you're pretty good. Tenj seemed very happy. This strange sense of DJVU. As long as you praise Shinichi, we are good friends? Meanwhile, the person involved, Shinichi, was already covering his face with his hands in shame. These two guys are really something. Although there were some twists and turns, Sasuke and Naruto both signed the summoning contract in succession. As for the application of the summoning technique, they still needed to practice hard on their own. On Naruto's side, he had Jiraiya watching over him, so there was no need for Shinichi to worry. As for Sasuke, he had Shinichi's shadow clone keeping an eye on him, so Shinichi didn't need to worry either. Everyone knew that relying on Shinichi to personally supervise their training was impossible. It was already quite generous of him to send a shadow clone. Shinichi, the old man wants to see you, Tsunade suddenly said. She had been brought back to Konoha by Shinichi, but according to the process, she also went to see the third Hokage once. When the third learned that Tsunade and Shizen were now residing at the Hitaki household, he remained silent for a long time. Then, he requested Tsunade to find Shinichi, saying he wanted to meet him. There was no choice. Shinichi was always hiding at home, and although the third was the Hokage, there was no way to summon him. So he had to ask Tsunade for help. The third? What does he want with me now? Shinichi said, digging in his ear, and replied dismissively. Doesn't he know I'm busy? Tsunade's eyes turned peculiar. You're busy? Do you dare to say that with a clear conscience? She had been staying at the Hitaki household for several days, and anyone who wasn't blind could see whether this guy was busy or not. I don't care. I'm just a messenger. Whether you go or not is none of my business, Tsunade said nonchalantly. With that time, she might as well go play a few rounds at the casino or have a drink. Wouldn't that be nice? She couldn't be bothered with the third and Shinichi's issues. All right then. Shinichi stood up reluctantly, stretched, and said, just as well, I haven't exercised in a long time. Let's consider it a walk. He was indeed a bit curious about what the third wanted to see him for. Danzo was already a toothless old tiger, and both Tenten and Mito were acting like turtles. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade had now sided with him at the Hitaki household. The third was now isolated and almost shouting for help. In this situation, Shinichi really wanted to know what tricks the third could still come up with to deal with him. Chapter 131. The Third Invites. Surrender and Admit Defeat. Hokage Building. Hokage-sama, I heard you were looking for me? Shinichi directly ignored the guards outside and kicked the door open with a classic painful sky kick. He accidentally kicked the third's office door into pieces. Looking at the debris all over the floor, the third's eyelids twitched. He could tell this was Shinichi's show of force. However, he couldn't explode in anger and could only hold it in. Shinichi, you're here, the third said, maintaining a calm expression and even showing a hypocritical, friendly smile. If you have something to say, just say it, Hokage-sama. Shinichi sat down cheerfully in front of him, even arrogantly putting his feet on the other's desk, and said straightforwardly, you know our relationship isn't great, so there's no point in playing that hypocritical game. Damn it, does this brat not understand what it means to be polite? The third thought, didn't he see that I, the dignified Hokage, was welcoming him with a smile? And he still had the heart to slap my face like this? Shinichi, I heard that Tsunade and Jiraiya have been getting close to you lately. The third suppressed his urge to scold and forced a smile. Yes, Shinichi replied with a grin. What can I say? I'm just a popular person. Everyone likes to be friends with me. Hokage-sama, I'm not saying you, but you're good at everything except being a person. No wonder you have no friends. The third suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Could this kid not slap people in the face? Could we not have a pleasant conversation? Ahem. The third tried to cough to hide his embarrassment. However, Shinichi's firepower toward him didn't stop, and he curiously asked, Hokage-sama, what's wrong with you? Are you terminally ill? You should hurry to the hospital. Otherwise, if you cough to death one day and die in the office, It will be a hassle for others to come help collect your body. The third could barely maintain his smile, his forehead full of sweat. This guy was just too ruthless. If he kept chatting with him, the third felt he would definitely be driven to death by anger. So he straightforwardly stated his purpose. Shinichi, I plan to let you be a nominal teacher at the ninja school. You can choose your own class times. And you will still get paid. No one will make things difficult for you. Me, a teacher? Shinichi's expression became peculiar. Are you serious? You know what kind of person I am, right? If you really let me be a teacher at the ninja school, aren't you afraid I'll corrupt the future buds of Konoha? Exactly, the third said seriously. You are a hero of Konoha and an idol in the hearts of those children. If you can occasionally show up at the ninja school and give a couple of classes, I believe it would be a great thing for your reputation in the village. Moreover, those children also need the opportunity to get close to their hero. What do you think? His tone sounded somewhat cautious, as if he was deliberately trying to please Shinichi. Are you serious? A playful smile appeared on Shinichi's face. Hokage-sama, this may not be a good thing for you. Going to work based on his mood, getting paid, and being able to create a good reputation for himself. This kind of good thing would be hard for anyone to refuse. But the fact that this good thing was actively offered by his rival made it somewhat intriguing. I'm already half buried in the ground. What do you think I can still do? The third's expression looked somewhat bitter as he whispered, Shinichi, I admit I can't win against you, and I don't want to fight with you anymore. I just want to do some beneficial things for the village in the remaining time as Hokage. You don't have to doubt my intentions. After this period of confrontation, he had completely realized that he was no match for Shinichi. Not to mention the huge gap in strength, he was simply outclassed by Shinichi's shameless tactics. The other party could create chaos without even leaving the door. How could he compete with that? Fortunately, although Shinichi had done many astonishing things in recent days, his essence was only targeting the old guys of Konoha F4, and it seemed he had no intention of harming Konoha. When the third learned that even Jiraiya and Tsunade chose to stand on Shinichi's side, he had completely given up the idea of competing. To put it simply, he came to find Shinichi today to soften his stance and make peace. Hokage-sama, it seems you really aren't joking. Shinichi's eyes were deep, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. Those who recognize the times are the wise. The third smiled and said, I'm not as stubborn as Danzo. Since I know it's impossible, why persist? Moreover, I believe your presence is a good thing for Konoha. Young man, I am not as foolish as you think. Since you called Tsunade back at this time, I can probably guess what you want to do. This just shows that you are not interested in power. So what do I have to worry about? Good guy. I call you good guy. Shinichi couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. He admitted he had underestimated the third before. Old but cunning. This old man is quite a character, especially with his strategy of retreating to advance. It gave him a feeling of hitting cotton with his fists, a sense of powerlessness. I agree to the ninja school matter, Shinichi said, looking deeply at the third before suddenly smiling. Then, he didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Little did he know, at the moment he turned around, a strange smile flashed across his handsome face. This is the last time I'll play along. Don't think that just because you surrender to me, I will actually show mercy. Do you really think I would care about my reputation and choose to go easy? Think again. I, Hitaki Shinichi, am not a good person to begin with. If you think you can use moral coercion to deal with me, you are mistaken. I have no morals, so what right do you have to coerce me? And what makes you think I should hold back? What I'm about to do, no one can stop. Shinichi thought to himself, the third generation truly deserves its name. Even knowing he is destined to lose, he still wants to struggle one last time at the critical moment to secure his final interests. Unfortunately, he misjudged Shinichi's resolve. What Shinichi is about to do is not just for himself, but for those souls that have long since passed away. He does not have the right to forgive these old fools on behalf of those souls. Some things once done must be paid for. Whoosh! The Kamui landed, and Shinichi appeared at Orochimaru's stronghold without warning. Shinichi-kun, Orochimaru asked curiously. Your teacher wants to concede. He doesn't want to play anymore, but my plan will not change. Shinichi mocked. We've already come this far. Does his concession even matter? Well said. At these words, Orochimaru, with a perverse grin, licked his lips excitedly and said, Shinichi-kun, follow your heart. We must not hesitate on the path to truth. I will go to Rain Village now to obtain the last piece of the puzzle. Shinichi chuckled lightly. Chapter 132. Finally meeting Nagato and Konan. Rain Village. Whoosh. Shinichi used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive directly at Cloud Village. This was something he had arranged with Orochimaru beforehand, handing over kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal to Orochimaru's subordinates, who had already placed them in the territory of Rain Village. This was naturally to facilitate Shinichi's ability to teleport to Rain Village at any time using the Flying Thunder God technique, ignoring the lowly ninjas of Rain Village. Shinichi expanded his sensory ability to the maximum and quickly located Nagato in Konin's hidden position. After confirming the spatial location, he focused his mind and used Kimui to directly descend into the secret chamber where Nagato was located. In the dark secret chamber, a gaunt red-haired man was impaled with countless black rods, connected to a massive outer path statue behind him. His gaze was cold and indifferent. He was the tragic Nagato from the original work. Beside Nagato stood a beautiful blue-haired woman. Who else could it be but Konin? Hello, you two. Shinichi appeared out of nowhere, grinning as he greeted them. You are Uchiha Obito? Nagato was startled. Upon seeing the spatial ripples of Kamui, he initially thought it was Obito, who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, coming to find him again. His first reaction was one of surprise, as Obito usually met them wearing the spiral mask. Why wasn't he wearing it today? No, he is not Uchiha Madara. Konin immediately denied Nagato's guess and said firmly, he is Hitaki Shinichi from Konoha. His Manjiki Sharingan has the same space-time abilities as Uchiha Madara. As one of the spokespersons of the Akatsuki organization, Konin was different from Nagato, who had been hiding in the secret chamber all day. She was aware of a lot of information from the ninja world and naturally recognized that the handsome man in front of her was the recently popular hero of Konoha, Hitaki Shinichi, a Konoha ninja. Nagato's expression hardened as he said coldly, "What are you doing here?" He certainly did not forget that Konoha was the enemy of their Rain Village, and that it was precisely because of Konoha's interference that his partner Yahiko was indirectly killed. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he harbored deep hatred towards Konoha, even though their teacher was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin from Konoha. That did not change anything. It seems I'm not very welcome. Not surprised by Nagato and Konin's attitude of treating him as an enemy, Shinichi smiled and said, "No worries. I have plenty of patience and can chat with you slowly. You probably won't have that opportunity," Konin said coldly. Paper jutsu. Her delicate body suddenly transformed into countless pieces of paper, morphing into various sharp weapons that shot towards Shinichi at high speed. Bang, bang, bang. The result was clear. All her attacks missed, creating several deep craters on the ground. After all, with Kamui's phasing ability, there were very few in this world who could harm Shinichi. Konin, since you know so much about me, you should realize that these little tricks won't work on me. Shinichi remained unfazed and said with a faint smile, "Girls shouldn't be so angry. I'm not a bad person. Why do we have to fight to the death?" "Higaki Shinichi, I don't underestimate you," Konin said coldly. "I know you're strong, so I don't think I can defeat you." Whoosh. In the next moment, 6 figures appeared out of nowhere, each wearing red cloud black cloaks and with expressionless faces. It was Nagato's Pain 6 Paths Konin. "Thank you for your hard work," Nagato said weakly. He and Konin had been partners for many years, and they could understand each other's meaning with just a glance. Indeed, Konin never intended to handle the well-known Shinichi by herself. She was merely distracting him, waiting for Nagato to summon the Pain 6 Paths to come. After all, Nagato's real body was immobile and could only rely on the Pain 6 Paths to exert real combat power. Why bother? Seeing the hostility Nagato and Konin had towards him, Shinichi felt somewhat helpless and said, "I'm not your enemy. On the contrary, I'm here to help you. Why make the atmosphere so tense? You have repeatedly obstructed our Akatsuki organization's plans and still have the audacity to say you're not our enemy?" Nagato sneered. "Am I obstructing you?" Shinichi rolled his eyes at him and said impatiently, "I'm just causing trouble for Obito. You were foolish enough to be tricked without realizing it. Even if you hide in this broken house all day and ignore the world, haven't you heard some information from Konin?" "What do you mean?" Nagato's expression darkened. After all, no one would look good after being called a fool to their face. "Higaki Shinichi, the information released by the Bounty Association before, was it really your doing?" Konin asked expressionlessly. Those pieces of information had caused quite a stir in the entire ninja world, and Konin certainly couldn't be unaware. Obito had privately approached Nagato and Konin several times, using his words to persuade them, successfully dispelling their doubts. To put it bluntly, Nagato had long been manipulated by Obito, with thoughts so extreme that he would accept anything for the so-called peace, even if Obito told him to eat shit. After all, which normal person would call themselves a god all day and frequently threaten to massacre villages to make others feel pain? He was simply a severe case of a middle school syndrome patient. But Konin was different. She still had some skepticism, retaining a degree of doubt about Obito's claims. "Who else but me?" Shinichi readily admitted, saying calmly, But the information I released was not false. At least it was 90 true. That guy wearing the spiral mask who has been tricking you too is indeed not Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Bito. Nonsense. Nagato sneered. He had no good feelings towards Shinichi at all, always thinking that the other party was obstructing his plans. If it weren't for Conan hinting to him not to act rashly, he would have had Pain kill this guy a long time ago. Why should I trust you? Conan frowned and asked, according to you, that guy is untrustworthy. Does that mean you're trustworthy? Don't forget, you are from Konoha, and you are also our enemy. We have no reason to believe the words of an enemy. You don't have to believe me. Don't you have eyes and a brain of your own? Use your brain to think and your eyes to witness. Haven't you noticed the many doubts surrounding that guy over the years? Shinichi smiled faintly and said, Conan, you are a smart woman. Moreover, you are well-versed in various intelligence in the ninja world. Don't tell me you have never doubted Obito's identity. These words struck a chord with Conan. Indeed, she had always suspected the masked Obito. Her intuition told her that this guy was definitely not a good person. There must be ulterior motives for him to approach her and Nagato. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attempted to assassinate Obito in the original story. And those 600 billion explosive tags couldn't have been prepared on a whim. They must have been a backup she prepared long ago. In fact, she had been wary of the mysterious Obito all along. Unfortunately, she couldn't convince the already corrupted Nagato. Fortunately, with Naruto's strongest verbal jutsu, Nagato regained his conscience and turned back in time, using the outer path, samsara technique, to rectify his mistakes. But this was not the outcome Conan wanted to see. She still hoped that Nagato could survive. Chapter 133. Confirmed Nibby patient. Nagato's defense cracked. Give me a reason to convince myself. Why did you come to us? Conan hesitated for a long time and took a deep breath. It's simple, Shinichi smirked and said, I want to cooperate with you to create a truly peaceful ninja world. So you agree with our plan and want to join our Akatsuki? Nagato's heart stirred, and he looked at Shinichi with a hint of surprise. Although he didn't particularly like the Shinichi in front of him, as long as it was for the ultimate goal, he was willing to accept such a powerful ally. Have you lost your mind? Unexpectedly, Shinichi disdainfully glanced at him and sneered. You call that a plan? It's nothing but nonsensical child's play. If I really teamed up with you, this ninja world would truly be beyond saving. What do you know? Nagato would never allow anyone to question his ideals. He shouted, to achieve true peace, one must endure the pain of war. Only when people feel the cruelty of war will they understand how to cherish peace. Therefore, we must create an unbeatable war machine to intimidate the great nations in the name of God, so they will never dare to start a war. And as the god of this, only I am the chosen one. My Rinnegan is invincible. No one can defy my will to start selfish wars. This world will eventually find complete peace under my will. A typical Nibby speech. Shinichi once again confirmed that this kid was seriously ill. He was clearly brainwashed by Obito and Uchiha Madara. In a sense, Nagato was also a pitiful pawn manipulated by others throughout his life. Do you really believe the words you just said? Shinichi looked at Nagato with some pity and said, do you really think you're a god? If you were truly a god, how could you be here, crawling like a worm and barely surviving? Relying on manipulating a few puppets to execute your will as a god? Nagato, you are truly pitiful. Little did he know, Conan also somewhat agreed with what he said. As a companion, Conan didn't want Nagato to end up in such a situation for that so-called ideal. Especially in recent years, Nagato had gradually gone mad, often claiming to be God, and sometimes he wouldn't even listen to her words. Bastard, are you underestimating me? Nagato's face turned extremely cold, and killing intent began to spread. You're wrong. I'm just pitying you for being a pawn manipulated by others without realizing it, Shinichi confessed. Have you ever thought that your Rinnegan never belonged to you from the start? It was transplanted in you by Uchiha Madara to manipulate you. His ultimate goal was to have you use the outer path, samsara technique, to truly revive him. Obito is the inheritor of Uchiha Madara's will. Yet you've been manipulated like a fool from the beginning. You're talking nonsense. I am God, and no one can control my will. Having been thoroughly brainwashed by Obito, Nagato couldn't accept Shinichi's truth. He immediately lost control. Whoosh! In an instant, the 6 paths of pain moved to capture Shinichi directly. Nagato, wait! Conan hurriedly stopped them. Her instincts told her that Shinichi was likely not lying, and she wanted to extract more useful information from him. Of course, she didn't want Nagato to tear his face with Shinichi so quickly. Conan, are you going to stand on his side? At this moment, Nagato was already blinded by anger, coldly staring at Conan, warning, you are my and Yahiko's companion. I will never allow you to believe the words of an outsider. Nagato, you. Conan was speechless, feeling that the Nagato in front of her seemed particularly unfamiliar. She sighed deeply inside. Nagato had really changed. Yet, she couldn't do anything. It's really hard to persuade a damn ghost. Seeing that Nagato insisted on making a move against him, Shinichi also shook his head in speechlessness and sighed. Nagato, I originally wanted to have a good chat with you for Jiraiya's sake. But since you want to come at me hard, then don't blame me for hitting you. Shinra Tensei. Nagato ignored his warning and directly manipulated the Deva path to activate its ability. A powerful repulsive force erupted instantly. A technique capable of heavily injuring even elite J-Nin, almost impossible to block. However, it had no effect on Shinichi at all. With Kamui, I am invincible. Do you think this is a game? If you want to hurt me, unless your Shinra Tensei can hit the entity I have hidden in the Kamui space. Bansho Tenin. Nagato frowned, manipulating the strongest Deva path again to activate the second ability. But even the repulsive force was useless. How could the attractive force work? In short, Kamui was a very shameless ability. If it weren't for this ability being too overpowered, how could Obito have been able to roam the ninja world for so many years without encountering any trouble? I want to see how long your Kamui can last. Nagato's expression turned fierce as he shouted. Summoning technique. This was the summoning technique of the animal path, directly summoning several powerful summoning beasts. Mechanized armor. This was the ability of the Azura path. While controlling the 5 paths of pain to form a formation, Nagato surrounded Shinichi, continuously using various abilities to create chaos. In fact, he wasn't a fool with only bravery. Under his mental control, the Hungry Ghost Path had silently approached Shinichi. The Hungry Ghost Path was a very unique one among the 6 paths of pain, capable of devouring chakra and absorbing ninjutsu. The strength of the 6 paths of pain lay in their all-encompassing attacks and defenses, along with various strange abilities that made it hard to guard against. If one were to fight against them without clear intelligence, even the strongest could easily fall into a trap. As long as the Hungry Ghost Path touched him, it would all be over. Nagato's eyes flickered with a strange color, darkly pondering. Does he really think Nagato is an idiot? Over the years, he has interacted with the man who calls himself Uchiha Obito countless times, and he naturally knows how powerful the Kamui ability is. Therefore, he has simulated countless battle scenarios against him in his mind, and he came to a conclusion. The intangibility of Kamui definitely has a time limit. Once the time is up, the intangibility will naturally be lifted, and at that moment, he can unleash a lightning strike to achieve victory. His Hungry Ghost Path was prepared for that perfect timing. Unfortunately, he did not encounter Obito, but rather Shinichi, a man who holds the script. You little brat. Do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? Shinichi sneered. To put it bluntly, Shinichi understood him even better than Nagato himself. He was even more familiar with the battle style of the 6 paths of pain and would never fall for such a trick. The only reason he hadn't taken the initiative to attack was that he wanted to give the other party a chance to repent, considering Conan and Jiraiya. If it came down to it, a mere Nagato was not worth his attention. Chapter 134. The Dead Gate opens. A kick from Night Guy shakes the world. Gotcha! Taking advantage of Shinichi's momentary lapse in vigilance, the Hungry Ghost Path suddenly charged towards his back, aiming to absorb Shinichi's chakra. Bang! Just as he touched Shinichi's body, it exploded into a puff of smoke, and a wooden stake appeared out of nowhere. A substitution technique. Impossible. When did he? Nagato was shocked. He couldn't even tell when Shinichi had switched positions. Of course, what surprised him most was that Shinichi actually knew to guard against the Hungry Ghost Path sneak attack. Nagato, I'll give you one last chance. At that moment, Nagato suddenly heard Shinichi's somewhat threatening voice by his ear, causing his body to tremble and cold sweat to flow. Surrender immediately, or else I won't be so polite with you. It turned out that Shinichi had already arrived at his main body. Get away. Conan was equally shocked and quickly activated a ninjutsu to drive Shinichi away. Having a conflict with Nagato was one thing, but when facing Shinichi, an outsider, she naturally stood firmly on Nagato's side. Most importantly, she knew Nagato's main body was very weak right now. If Shinichi really did something, Nagato could very well die. Whoosh! To everyone's surprise, Shinichi did not launch an attack on Nagato's main body, but instead floated away like a ghost. Taking a step back, he returned to his original position, casually putting away the red hair in his hand and chuckling. Conan, don't be so angry. If I really wanted to kill Nagato, would he still be alive now? But speaking of which, you look quite good when you're angry, much better than when you don't show any expression. Shinichi blinked and gave a sincere compliment. You. Conan was furious, but couldn't find the words. Where is there such an unreliable ninja? Teasing a girl in front of great enemy. Universal Pool. Nagato was also very angry and directly manipulated the Deva Path to activate Universal Pull. An irresistible, powerful attraction suddenly appeared, shaking even Shinichi's strong physique. Seeing this, Nagato's face lit up. This meant that Shinichi's Kemui duration had finally ended, and he had returned to his physical form. This meant he could finally launch effective attacks on Shinichi. Little did he know that with Shinichi's current ocular power, if he wanted, he could even extend the duration of his intangibility to 1 hour. The reason he returned to physical form was that Shinichi had voluntarily lifted the intangibility state. Nagato, you unfortunate child. Shinichi looked somewhat helpless and couldn't help but complain. For a disobedient guy like you, it's better to give you a beating. When I see Jiraiya later, don't go reporting me, as I really don't want to admit to bullying the weak. Bullying the weak? Upon hearing this, both Nagato and Conan couldn't help but get angry. In terms of age, they were both several years older than Shinichi, yet he placed himself and their teacher Jiraiya in the same generation, which was clearly taking advantage of them. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? You dare to be so disrespectful to God? Then I'll let you feel what true pain is. Nagato's face turned fierce, coldly stating. Under his control, the Deva Path suddenly took several steps back, while the other 5 paths instantly pushed forward, protecting the Deva Path in the center. It looked like the Deva Path was preparing some powerful killing move, gathering strength. Nagato, no, this is too much of a burden on your body. Conan was frantic and quickly advised. Shut up, Conan. Today, I must make this arrogant guy pay the price. Veins bulged on Nagato's forehead, completely lost in a frenzy and unable to listen to Conan's pleas. There was no way around it. Shinichi's ability to infuriate was too powerful, each word striking deep, breaking Nagato's defenses. Right now, Nagato absolutely despised Shinichi. If he could move, he would want nothing more than to rush up and bite this guy. Finally gonna get serious? Shinichi smiled faintly. Then it seems I should warm up a bit. He had already given up on trying to persuade Nagato with his verbal king strategy. This guy was a severe case of Nibby, and he was not someone with a pure heart like Naruto, who possessed a strong protagonist aura. Relying solely on words would be a bit too difficult. However, compared to verbal persuasion, he had an even more effective move against Nagato. That is, the most effective move passed down through 5,000 years of Chinese history for dealing with unruly kids. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with sliced meat. The 8 gates. Under the astonished gazes of Nagato and Conan, Shinichi directly retracted his Manjiki Sharingan and activated the chakra within his body, continuously impacting certain acupoints. This is the 8 gates? Taijutsu? Conan was stunned. Shinichi's strength was very strong, even terrifyingly so, which she had always known. But she had never realized that this guy had such a formidable mastery in taijutsu as well. Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu, he was powerful in almost every aspect. Is this guy really human? Notify all members of the organization that if you encounter Hitaki Shinichi, you must not engage in battle and must do everything possible to escape. This applies to you and Nagato as well. That guy is not human at all. For some reason, Conan's mind recalled Obito's previous warning. She clearly remembered the fear that showed in Obito's eyes when he said this to her and Nagato. It was definitely not fake. This shows just how much psychological shadow Shinichi had left on Obito. The 8th gate, the Death Gate. Open for me. Accompanied by Shinichi's low roar. A heart-pounding crimson aura instantly enveloped his body, giving him a sense of being a Super Saiyan. Especially that terrifying pressure comparable to a beast made both Nagato and Conan feel somewhat breathless. He actually opened the Death Gate. Is he going to fight us to the death? Nagato and Conan were completely dumbfounded. Isn't this madness? He has such powerful abilities with the Manjiki Sharingan, but chooses to use the 8 gates to perish together with the enemy? The most terrifying thing is that it's the 8th gate, which according to legend, is a move that, once opened, one cannot survive. The Death Gate? Not bad power. Feeling the overwhelming power surging within him, Shinichi smiled with satisfaction. It's my first time using this move, and it really feels quite extraordinary. Nagato, this time I really gave you enough face, even opening the Dead Gate. Are you surprised? The best way to deal with Pain's 6 paths is to use powerful taijutsu to break them down one by one, not giving them the chance to absorb ninjutsu. Most importantly, the abilities of the Deva Path require a long preparation time to be fully utilized, and the skill startup time is too long. So using taijutsu against Pain will be very effective. Therefore, Shinichi thought Since he was going to use taijutsu anyway, why not try the 8 gates, which he had never used before? Of course, this was a correct strategy against the enemy. It was definitely not, because he wanted to try the strongest taijutsu that Kai used to kick Uchiha Madara away. Are you crazy? A hint of fear rarely appeared in Nagato's Rinnegan. He asked himself if he hadn't pushed Shinichi to a dead end. But this guy had already pushed himself to a dead end? Is it necessary? With your strength, Hatake Shinichi, even if you can't defeat my pain's 6 paths, you should still have the strength to escape easily. But you directly opened the self-destructive move. Isn't that insane? When did I, Nagato, say I wanted to fight you to the death? Xiaonan and I were just peacefully staying in the Rain Village. And you came to provoke us without saying a word. And now you want to fight us over a disagreement? Nagato felt like there were 10,000 alpacas galloping in his heart. I'm coming, Nagato. Shinichi smiled, enveloped in blood-red fighting spirit, and burst out with bullet-like speed. Bang! With 7 pairs of eyes from Pain's 6 paths and Nagato, watching in all directions without any blind spots, they still couldn't see Shinichi's movements. They only heard a loud bang, and the ability most unique to the Hungry Ghost path was smashed to pieces. It seems my punch is quite powerful. Shinichi looked at his fist, which now possessed earth-shattering power, and commented, No, it's still that Pain's 6 paths are too fragile, not durable at all. He only threw 1 punch, and the Hungry Ghost path was directly rendered useless. Bang! Another simple kick. This time, Shinichi's target was actually the Hell path. Unsurprisingly, the Hell path was also rendered useless on the spot. After all, with the Hell path's ability, if he were allowed to continue living, Pain's 6 paths would keep reviving, and Shinichi didn't want to engage in an endless battle. My Hungry Ghost path and Hell path. Nagato's eyelids twitched, and a strong sense of powerlessness arose in his heart. He never dreamed that his proud Pain's 6 paths would be so weak in front of Shinichi. No way. He still has the ultimate trump card, the Deva path. Calculating the time, the other 5 paths had bought plenty of time for the Deva path, and soon, the Deva path would be able to unleash its ultimate move. At that time, he couldn't believe Shinichi could withstand the Deva path's killer move. Bang, bang, bang. However, Shinichi didn't give Nagato any time to prepare. With a very casual combination of punches and kicks, all 5 paths, except for the Deva path, were down on the ground. What? Nagato's eyes nearly bulged out. How did the 5 paths of Pain get wiped out in such a short time? Is this even human speed? Little did he know, after opening the Dead Gate, Shinichi's real combat power was even more terrifying than that of the later Kai. Nagato indeed possessed the Rinnegan and Pain's 6 paths, but even the later Rinnegan Madara was almost kicked to death by Kai, let alone him, Nagato. Nagato, don't be dazed. Seeing Nagato was stunned, Shinichi couldn't help but urge. Hurry up, unleash your big move. I've been waiting for you for ages. It's killing me. Why is your Deva path so useless, taking so long to charge for a big move? What did you say? Nagato was stunned, thinking he heard wrong. His enemy was actually urging him to unleash his big move? He looked again at the battlefield and found that Shinichi was actually standing still, showing no intention of attacking the Deva path. Hitaki Shinichi, are you insulting me? Nagato's face turned extremely ugly as he roared. No matter how stupid he was, he could now see that Shinichi could directly destroy the Deva path, forcibly interrupting the charging process. Yet this guy was deliberately waiting and not attacking. Insult your mother. Shinichi rolled his eyes at him and said irritably, I rarely use the 8 gates to fight. I haven't had enough fun yet. Hurry up and let your Deva path unleash the planetary devastation. Let me see if I can kick him away. Nagato. Xiaonan. Do you dare to be even more insane? Do you really not regard my Pain's 6 paths as human? Do you not regard me, Nagato with the Rinnegan, as human? Hitaki Shinichi. You will definitely regret this. Nagato always believed that Shinichi was deliberately toying with him, insulting his intelligence, and he exploded in anger. The mechanism of anger activated Nagato's Rinnegan to its extreme, pouring Chakra into the Deva path recklessly, determined to prove with action that Shinichi was just an arrogant fool. He, who possessed the Rinnegan, was the true god, and this world would be ruled by Pain's 6 paths. Only under his leadership, Nagato, could the world have true peace. Nagato, you absolutely cannot do this. Xiaonan shouted, standing next to Nagato. She could clearly see that he was disregarding his physical burden and was about to unleash a full power attack. She looked at Nagato's body in fear, as his skin began to crack and a large amount of blood spurted out. Forbidden technique, planetary devastation. At this moment, Nagato had completely disregarded everything. Under his control, The Deva path began to form hand seals, and the terrifying chakra gathered and condensed into a massive black sphere, which shot up into the sky in an instant. A terrifying suction force comparable to a black hole erupted, as if it wanted to forcibly suck in all nearby objects. The power of this planetary devastation was even more than twice as strong as when Nagato sealed the Eight Tails transformed Naruto in the original work. It can be seen that Nagato was truly going to risk everything against Shinichi this time. Just because you, Hatake Shinichi, can use the 8 gates to risk your life, does that mean I, Nagato, can't risk my life? Finally here, facing such a massive planetary devastation, Shinichi not only showed no fear on his face, but was filled with excitement instead. Kai, let me borrow your signature ultimate technique, he silently thought, and Shinichi struck a very peculiar pose, gathering strength like a cheetah. Whoosh! Shinichi roared like a ferocious beast from the primeval world. The blood-red fighting spirit surrounding him instantly expanded countless times. The surrounding air began to boil, and even the space trembled continuously, cracking like a spider web. You want to dance too? The ultimate secret of the 8 gates. Night Kai. Just as he said it, the sky filled with blood-red fighting spirit condensed into a dragon-shaped phantom, and Shinichi erupted with a pressure comparable to that of a deity, rushing towards the planetary devastation at an unparalleled speed. He kicked out fiercely. The destructive force that erupted instantly shook the void. This was definitely an earth-shattering kick. It was even more terrifying than the kick from Kai in the original work, incomparable. The atmosphere exploded. The space trembled. The planetary devastation, comparable in size to the tailed beast, was directly blown apart, shattering into countless pieces. And that black hole-like sphere began to dissolve as the space shattered. One kick that shocked the world. This is Night Kai. Chapter 135. On how to treat severe Chinibu. How is this possible? Watching the most powerful meteorite in history being kicked and exploded, Nagato and Konan were left speechless in shock. Especially Nagato, who had given his all, without holding back in the slightest, even at the cost of his own life, to perform this most powerful forbidden technique, yet still could not deal with Shinichi. How could this seemingly unreliable guy be so powerful? Whoosh! Just as Nagato was in a daze, Shinichi suddenly reappeared beside Pain, using several mysterious sealing techniques to seal the last intact Pain away. He knew how significant the Deva path was to Nagato and Konan. After all, this was Yahiko's body. That's why he didn't blast it apart like the other 5 paths, but instead chose to bind it with a seal to prevent the Chinibu Nagato from continuing to fight him. With a flick, he also released the 8th gate state, and Shinichi's face once again wore that wicked smile. Do you want to continue fighting? If you're not afraid of death, then I have no problem. Why you can't be fine? Nagato stammered. As everyone knows, opening any of the 8 gates puts a tremendous burden on the body, especially the 8th gate, which leads to certain death. He couldn't understand why Shinichi, after opening the 8th gate, looked completely unaffected. Moreover, his Rinnegan could see clearly that Shinichi's life force hadn't weakened at all. What the hell was going on? Had all the knowledge he accumulated over the years in the ninja world been false? Oh, you mean the side effect of the 8 gates? Shinichi chuckled dismissively. I'm not like ordinary people. If they open the 8th gate, they will definitely die, but I won T. It's just how it is. Perhaps that S what genius is. No, this isn't genius at all. This is a cheat. With his cheat, even the most unreasonable actions seemed reasonable. You win. After a long silence, Nagato finally let out a powerless sigh. In front of such a powerful Shinichi, his severe Chinibu was ruthlessly cured. Clearly, he would no longer entertain foolish thoughts of being a god. If there were truly a god in this world, it would certainly have Shinichi's face, not his own. Completely defeated by harsh reality, Nagato finally recognized his own weakness. Turns out, I'm not a god at all, just an ordinary person. Nagato self-deprecatingly said. His 6 paths of pain had been mercilessly crushed by Shinichi, and even though he still had his original body and the outer path golem, he didn't think his Rinnegan could stir up any waves in front of Shinichi, because he knew very well that Shinichi had only used simple taijutsu just now, not even employing his Sharingan. Naturally, Nagato, who possessed one of the 3 great ocular techniques, could feel the vast and terrifying ocular power emanating from Shinichi. Once the latter summoned Susanoo, there would be no suspense left in this battle. Nagato, it seems your Chinibu has finally been cured. Seeing the change in Nagato's mindset, Shinichi was quite relieved. We're not afraid of being sick, just afraid of refusing treatment. Luckily, I, Hitaki Shinichi, am a renowned medical expert. If I don't intervene, when I do, it will definitely be effective. How to treat severe Chinibu. Very simple, just give a good beating. If one beating isn't enough, then two, and so on, until they realize reality. This is the medical way of Hitaki Shinichi. Can I take this as you comforting me? Nagato's mouth twitched, helplessly saying, forget it. After all, neither Conan nor I are your opponents. Do whatever you want. Even if you kill us now, we have nothing to say. At the moment Yahiko died, he had already let go of life and death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths for so-called peace. Even if Shinichi didn't kill him, his lifespan was precarious, and he would eventually be drained by the outer path golem. Conan was silent. With Yahiko dead, if Nagato also died, then she wouldn't have any reason to continue living. So, like Nagato, she chose to give up resistance and let Shinichi handle it. In fact, even if they resisted, the outcome wouldn't change, as the man before them was truly unfathomably strong. When did I say I would kill you? Seeing their expressions of resignation, Shinichi helplessly remarked, think carefully with your brains. I don't believe I ever said I wanted your lives, right? Huh? Nagato and Conan were both stunned. Thinking it over, it seemed to be true. Although Shinichi was uninvited, he seemed to have only wanted to chat with them from the beginning, with no intention of provoking trouble. As for the battle just now, it seemed to have been triggered by Nagato breaking his defenses. After realizing everything, Conan looked at Nagato with a strange expression, as if saying, why did you provoke him for no reason? You really want to kill us? Nagato asked awkwardly. Curious, but aren't you the enemy of the Akatsuki organization? Moreover, you oppose the peace plan we strive for so much. I thought you came to kill us. I have objections to your plan, but objections can be discussed. Why resort to fighting? Shinichi replied, we're all striving for true peace. I believe you two aren't bad people, so why would I want to eliminate you? Besides, for someone as skinny as you, it's one thing. But how could I bring myself to harm such a beautiful girl like Conan? Undeniably, Nagato was a very Chinibu and annoying guy. But the reason he ended up like this wasn't entirely his fault. It was due to the plans of Uchiha Madara and Obito. Even the founding of the Akatsuki organization was not initially to capture tailed beasts, but genuinely aimed at maintaining peace in the ninja world and preventing meaningless wars. In simple terms, although Nagato and the others' actions were extreme, their starting point was for peace. It was just that their ideals were exploited, turning them into pieces on a chessboard manipulated at will. If possible, Shinichi would also be willing to give them a chance to change. Listening to Shinichi's words, Nagato was directly stunned. So all his previous anger and hostility towards Shinichi were just a joke? The fool was actually him. As for Conan's reaction, it was also quite intriguing. Her face flushed slightly as she thought this person was too frivolous, actually teasing a girl with such words. So, can we have a good chat now? Shinichi said with a faint smile. His original goal was to persuade Nagato with words, but this guy's Chinibu was too severe. Even his wordplay king couldn't handle it, leaving him no choice but to beat him up a bit. Fortunately, Nagato was a Chinibu youth who remembered both pain and food, and now he was finally willing to listen to Shinichi's words. Chapter 136, Rebirth. Nagato and Conan moved to tears. Of course, since he had taken the initiative to extend an olive branch, Nagato naturally would not refuse. But due to the intense battle earlier, he had exhausted too much chakra and couldn't help but cough violently. If Shinichi wasn't mistaken, he coughed up blood. Goodness. It seems that the battle just now has indeed exacerbated Nagato's condition, cutting his lifespan by more than half again. At this rate, I'm afraid this conversation won't even finish before Nagato kicks the bucket. Nagato, how are you? Conan said with a worried expression, unable to hold back. She understood Nagato's condition better than anyone and naturally knew how deadly the exhaustion from the earlier battle was for him. Don't worry with me here. He wants to die. Shinichi had approached at some point and directly grabbed one of Nagato's hands. After sensing carefully, his brow furrowed. It seemed that Nagato's condition was even more serious than he had imagined. No wonder he had never seen a celestial explosion of that scale in the original story. So Nagato must have fought with all his might just now. Is there any hope for Nagato? Conan bit her lip and asked tremulously. She was afraid that Shinichi would say something hopeless, and then she wouldn't know what to do. There is hope. Looking at the delicately beautiful Conan, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Shinichi's mouth as he said with a laugh, Conan, how about we make a bet? If I can restore Nagato's fading life force and turn him back into a normal person, will you go on a date with me in Konoha? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere instantly cooled down. Nagato. Conan. Hey, are you trying to take advantage of someone in need? Nagato, at this moment, couldn't he care less about his own condition and angrily shouted, Hatake Shinichi. How could you be this kind of person? Let go of your dirty hands. I don't need your help. Conan, don't agree to him. Conan is one of Nagato's most valued companions, second only to Yahiko. How could he allow Shinichi to bully Conan like this? Even if he dies, he wouldn't want to see this happen. Are you serious? Conan was silent for a long time, looking seriously at Shinichi, and asked, do you really have the confidence to restore Nagato? If you can really do it, then I'm willing to agree to you. Although she was also very repulsed by Shinichi's coercive behavior, it seemed that this little reward was insignificant as long as it could save Nagato. Conan, Nagato said anxiously. His Rinnegan suddenly opened wide, ready to unleash his last eye power to fight Shinichi to the death. What the hell? Seeing Nagato's intense reaction, Shinichi felt that he had gone too far and explained helplessly. I was just making a little joke. Is it really necessary to be this excited? Seriously, don't you guys have any sense of humor? Just a joke? Both Nagato and Conan were stunned, glaring at Shinichi with resentful eyes. Do you think you're funny? This kind of joke can be made so casually. A faint blush appeared on Conan's icy face, and she instinctively wanted to scold Shinichi. But before she could say anything, she saw Shinichi forming hand seals and performing a forbidden technique she had never seen before. The technique of life and rebirth. Shinichi placed his hands on Nagato's chest, and a faint blue chakra emerged. Nagato immediately felt an overwhelming surge of life force rushing into his body, making him feel a long-lost vitality. Hatake Shinichi, what kind of forbidden technique is this? Nagato was startled, although he had never seen the technique of life and rebirth. His extraordinary eyesight, capable of performing the outer path, samsara technique, allowed him to see that this was a forbidden technique that could manipulate life and death. He understood very well that such a technique involving life and death would definitely come at high cost. Yet Shinichi was actually using it on him, a stranger he had just met. How could he not be shocked? Oh, this is the technique of life and rebirth created by Chiyo of Sunagakure. Life and rebirth? Nagato frowned tightly and quickly asked, what is the cost? Actually, it's nothing much. Shinichi tilted his head and casually explained, the principle of this forbidden technique is not difficult. It's essentially a life for a life. Chiyo has a grudge against my Hitaki family, so I estimate she wanted to see me use this technique to kill myself, which is why she easily taught it to me. He was just talking nonsense. Even though he had a debt of gratitude to Sunagakure, he didn't believe that Chiyo really taught him the technique of life and rebirth out of good intentions. Putting himself in her shoes. If he were Chiyo and could see his enemy using this technique to extend someone else's life at the cost of his own, it would definitely be a very satisfying thing. What? A life for a life. Both Nagato and Conan were stunned into silence. Hatake Shinichi, why are you doing this? Nagato's eyes were filled with complexity as he hesitated and asked, we have never met before, and I even wanted to kill you earlier. Why would you sacrifice your own life to save me? He was not foolish enough to directly interrupt Shinichi's technique, as such a life-and-death manipulation forbidden technique was too dangerous. If someone interrupted it, both of them might pay a heavier price. Even Conan looked at Shinichi with feelings of guilt and shame. The anger for being toyed with by Shinichi had long since dissipated. What are you thinking? Seeing their reactions, Shinichi found it somewhat amusing and said, do you really think I would be foolish enough to not care about my own life? Don't worry, I'm different from others. The cost of using this forbidden technique for me is much smaller, and I want to end up killing myself. Rather than saying the cost is much smaller, it would be more accurate to say that there is basically no cost at all. After all, Hitaki Shinichi is a man with an advantage, but he would be foolish enough to reveal the whole truth, and letting Nagato and Conan misunderstand a little wouldn't be a problem. Instead, it would earn him their gratitude and increase their favorability towards him. Phew! The technique of life and rebirth was finally completed. The previously emaciated Nagato had unknowingly restored his original vitality. His withered muscles revived, and he looked no different from an ordinary person. I actually still have this day. Nagato felt the powerful vitality boiling within him and stood up in one breath. He didn't even remember how long it had been since he last used his legs. Nagato! Conan was both surprised and delighted. Now that he had finally been reborn, he should take it easy. Shinichi waved his hand and said in a very weak tone, Conan, considering that I work hard to treat Nagato, could you help me find a room to rest? It shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Only then did Nagato and Conan remember the biggest contributor. But when they saw Shinichi's appearance, their hearts trembled. Not for any other reason, but because Shinichi looked too frightening at that moment. His face was so pale that it had no color, his lips slightly bluish, and his eyes dull and lifeless. He was nowhere near the handsome figure from before. "Shinichi, are you okay?" Conan asked cautiously. "I want to die for now, but I need a rest for a while." With Conan's support, Shinichi shakily stood up, looking as if he was about to kick the bucket. "Thank you so much for saving Nagato. Don't worry, we will definitely take good care of you." "Yes, I will remember your kindness." Both Nagato and Conan expressed their sincere gratitude. "No need to be so polite." Shinichi forced a smile, then rolled his eyes and fainted. The anxious voices of Nagato and Conan echoed in his ears, and inside, Shinichi was bursting with laughter. "Look at my acting skills. Getting a little golden statue is more than enough, right?" Chapter 137. Unified Thoughts. Successfully subduing Nagato and Conan. The art of reincarnation comes with a price, and no matter who performs it, they must pay with their life. Only someone like Shinichi, who is a mere pawn, can alleviate that terrifying cost to the greatest extent. In simpler terms, there's a cost, but it's not too much. Furthermore, it's impossible for him to faint due to weakness. So this guy is deliberately pretending to be unconscious, aiming to create an illusion for Nagato and Conan that he paid a significant price to successfully save Nagato. If he effortlessly saved Nagato, they might think it was just a trivial task for him, and the debt of gratitude wouldn't be so great, which would hinder future persuasion efforts. After Conan placed Shinichi in a quiet room to rest, Shinichi removed all his disguises, and his expression became somewhat excited. He was holding a few strands of red hair in his hand. Yes, these are the ones he had snatched while Nagato wasn't paying attention. Ding! Biological information of Nagato detected. Extract immediately? Extract immediately. Successfully extracted biological information. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent entry. Let the world feel pain gold. Oh, another golden legend. Although he had anticipated it, seeing it with his own eyes made Shinichi unable to suppress his excitement. However, the name of this talent entry invoked some mixed feelings. Although it was a classic line from Nagato about carrying a bag of rice up several floors, Shinichi found it awkward. But that didn't matter. What mattered was its practicality. Let the world feel pain. Gold, you consider yourself a god, igniting wars for peace. Whether you're a god or a lunatic is just a matter of thought. Let your middle school soul burn freely. I power 1500. Soul strength 1500. Accompanying ability, Rinnegan. As expected, Shinichi sneered, looking completely unfazed. In reality, his slightly trembling hands had already betrayed his inner emotions. Finally, he had obtained the Rinnegan. This also meant that he finally had the qualification to contend with the Tsutsuki clan. Don't be fooled. This Rinnegan currently only perfectly replicated Nagato's version. But in reality, this ability definitely had room for improvement. As long as he could gather enough points, he could upgrade this talent entry again. By then, his Rinnegan abilities would surely improve once more. I am terrifyingly strong, Shinichi thought. Of course, the six paths power of the Rinnegan was still a minor matter for him. What truly mattered now was the outer path reincarnation technique. The information about the Rinnegan that flashed in his mind had allowed him to perfectly master these Rinnegan-exclusive forbidden techniques, which also meant he could officially start his plan. After pretending to recuperate in Amage Cure for 2 days, Shinichi found Nagato and Conan again. "Shinichi, you've recovered enough to get up?" Upon seeing Shinichi again, Nagato's attitude was exceedingly warm. After all, he was his lifesaver. "Not bad. My recovery speed is faster than average. Although I still need some time to rest. It doesn't affect my normal activities." Shinichi casually fabricated a lie. "Getting up? You didn't even have a problem at all. If it weren't for deceiving you and Conan, would I have to pretend to struggle so much?" "Shinichi, don't push yourself too hard," Conan expressed her concern. "My body is just a minor issue." Shinichi waved his hand and smiled. "The urgent matter is still about you too. That is the purpose of my visit, and it absolutely cannot be delayed." Upon hearing this, Nagato and Conan exchanged glances and nodded. "Shinichi, since we confirmed that you and we are all people who desire peace, then there is no need for any barriers between us." Nagato said decisively, "Speak your thoughts. Conan and I will fully support you. I believe you are the one who can truly bring peace to the ninja world." "I feel the same way." Conan's beautiful lips also curled into a slight smile. "Thank you for your trust." Shinichi was very satisfied with their attitude and got straight to the point. "Actually, everything I told you before was true. The person who deceived you, Uchiha Bito, is indeed Uchiha Kakashi, and Nagato, your Rinnegan, is not innate. It was truly transplanted to you by the real Uchiha Bito on purpose." If I hadn't appeared in time, Nagato, you would have continued to become a pawn in their plans, step by step perfecting their conspiracy, ultimately triggering the Fourth Great Ninja War and plunging the entire ninja world into unimaginable crisis. Now that the words were out, Shinichi directly laid out the entire plan of Uchiha, Obito, and Kakashi, reviving the Ten Tails the Moon Eye plan. As expected, Nagato and Konan were left speechless in shock. After confirming that Yahiko's death was also manipulated by Uchiha Obito, they were further filled with rage, feeling that their entire lives had been spent foolishly serving their true enemies. Especially Nagato, who felt an almost overwhelming fury upon learning that he was merely a pathetic tool for resurrection, nearly losing his sanity. How outrageous! Nagato's face was extremely grim. He finally understood why Shinichi had looked down on him before. It turned out that he was not wrong at all. He was indeed a pathetic pawn, yet he had been foolish enough to consider himself a god, thinking he could control everything, only to find out he was the biggest fool of all. Shinichi, what should we do next? After barely suppressing her anger, Konan calmly asked. She knew Shinichi must have thought of a way to deal with it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be confessing to them at this moment. No need to say. Before Shinichi could speak, Nagato interjected, Shinichi, take my Rinnegan. Damn, Uchiha Obito wants to use me to revive himself and fulfill his so-called ambitions. Then I'll just give the Rinnegan to you and shatter his fantasies completely. He knew that in the plans of Uchiha Obito and Kakashi, his Rinnegan was absolutely the key. If there was someone in this world who could protect the Rinnegan from being taken, it could only be Shinichi. Nagato was right. If Shinichi obtained the Rinnegan, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. Konan nodded in agreement. It won't work. Shinichi shook his head and refused. This Rinnegan must remain with you, Nagato, because you are also a crucial force in the upcoming Fourth Great Ninja War. I won't let you weaken. But Nagato wanted to say something else. He always believed that this Rinnegan could only unleash its maximum power in Shinichi's hands. Little did he know that Shinichi had already obtained the Rinnegan from him. Why would he need another pair? Wait, Shinichi, you just mentioned the Fourth Great Ninja War. Konan seemed to sense something and couldn't help but ask. With your presence, could Kakashi still have the chance to trigger the war? That's impossible. Even if Kakashi is strong, I don't believe he can rival you. Konan, you are indeed very clever. Xine glanced appreciatively at Xiaonan and explained, that's right, as long as Obito dares to show up in front of me, I am confident that I can take him down directly and make his plan with Uchiha Madara completely fail. However, I don't intend to do that right now. Rather, I am somewhat looking forward to Obito triggering the Fourth Great Ninja War. What? Upon hearing this, Nagato and Xiaonan were shocked. They, along with Yahiko, were victims of war and understood its horrors, so they naturally did not wish for such a thing to happen. Yet, the new ally they trusted had surprisingly expressed such anticipation for war, leaving them completely bewildered. As I said before, Nagato, your previous thoughts, while extreme, do hold some truth. Facing their confused gazes, Xine smiled gently and explained, the hatred and prejudice between the 5 great ninja villages cannot simply be eliminated with a few words. So we need to approach the problem from a different angle. When a common enemy appears, the 5 great ninja villages will definitely be forced to unite and form a ninja alliance. Moreover, this enemy must be strong enough so that they can work together and become true comrades in life and death, eliminating past hatreds. After winning the war, the ninja world will also welcome a long period of peace. Only those who have truly experienced the pain of war can understand the preciousness of peace. This is precisely your insight, Nagato. Xine's words once again made Nagato and Xiaonan see him in a new light. Especially Nagato, who had initially thought Xine would use naive idealism to persuade him, was surprised that the other party chose to support his idea and even helped him refine his previous thoughts. Indeed, if it were Naruto from the original work, he would use that set of idealism to persuade Nagato to convince him. But Xine is not Naruto. He is not one of those naive and immature protagonists from passionate anime. It has been proven that in the original plot, it was precisely through this method that true peace was achieved, though the cost of war was too severe. What Xine aimed to do was to keep this war within his control as much as possible, trying to minimize the number of deaths and extend this peace to the greatest extent. If we follow your idea, Xine, that is indeed feasible. Xiaonan remained silent for a long time and hesitantly said, but I always believe that this peace is only temporary. As time passes, peace will ultimately be torn apart by ugly human nature, leading to war again. You are right. Xine was not surprised that Xiaonan could see through it so clearly and continued to smile. But as long as I, Hatake, am alive for a day, this peace will continue. If I die one day, it will be up to the next generation to strive for it. After all, we cannot protect this world forever. Eventually, someone has to pass on the flame and carry on our will. In short, trust in the wisdom of future generations. After I die, let it be a flood. As long as I do my best while I am alive, that is enough. The future is not something mortals can predict. So why think about it so much? This is Xine's attitude. Even if it is only to maintain peace for a few decades, is still a great thing. Nagato actually agreed with Xine's thoughts. Rather, he had already regarded Xine as a confidant, especially since both shared a common ideal as comrades. Nagato was now completely convinced of Xine. The details can refer to Orochimaru, who had been subjected to the Genjutsu Kodoame Tsukumi. Since you and Nagato say so, then I cannot hold back any longer. Xiaonan immediately dispelled all her concerns, her gaze becoming resolute. Very good. Finally, I have managed to align the thoughts of these two. Xine thought with relief. Indeed, in the world of Naruto, the strongest jutsu is still verbal persuasion. If it weren't for his king of verbal persuasion talent, which he specially upgraded, he wouldn't have known how to convince Nagato and Xiaonan to stand by his side. Nagato, Xiaonan, first hand over the outer path golem to me, and then you two find a place to hide so that Obito won't find you. Xine thought for a moment and said, without you, the Akatsuki organization will become a pile of loose sand, and at that time, Obito will surely be very troubled and may not have the energy to look for you. Before he gathers all the tailed beasts, he won't be in a hurry to seek the outer path golem. Given Nagato's current state, if Obito saw him, he would definitely become suspicious. So he simply let Nagato and Xiaonan leave Amigakure and go to a place where no one could find them to hide temporarily. When the time truly comes to need them, their appearance would definitely surprise Obito. As for the outer path golem, he planned to hand it over to Orochimaru for research, hoping he could create a replica that could fool Obito. He was already looking forward to the brilliant expression on Obito's face when he intended to use the fake outer path golem to revive the Ten Tails after Obito gathered all the tailed beasts. This time should be enough for Orochimaru to conduct his research slowly. Xine thought, with Orochimaru's abilities, he didn't believe he wouldn't be able to create a fake outer path golem. If he really couldn't, it wouldn't be a big problem. He could just use Genjutsu to deceive Obito and Kurizetsu. As long as he could make these two guys confidently declare war and initiate the fourth great ninja war according to plan. By the way, also hand over Yahiko's body to me. What? Both Nagato and Xiaonan were taken aback. What did he want Yahiko's body for? When the time comes, I will help you revive Yahiko. Xine smiled and explained, at that time, the three of you can meet Jiraiya together for a touching reunion between master and disciples. Wouldn't that be great? Although Jiraiya doesn't say it, he surely misses the three of you disciples very much. King Yi, thank you so much. Nagato and Xiaonan did not expect that Xine would think so much for them, and they were deeply moved once again. You're welcome, it's what I should do. Xine waved his hand. He had never forgotten his original intention for coming to this world, which was to make up for regrets and reverse tragedies. Reviving Yahiko was undoubtedly the most crucial step in redeeming Nagato and Xiaonan. After all, he had already gathered the last piece of the puzzle. Reviving just one Yahiko was nothing for him. He considered it a thank you gift for Nagato delivering the Golden Legend. Chapter 138. The Psychological Shadow of the Nine Tails. Minato finally appears. After obtaining the outer path golem from Nagato, Xine did not waste any time, urging them to leave quickly, and then used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at Orochimaru's laboratory base. Xine, this is... Seeing the outer path golem that appeared alongside Xine, Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with curiosity. The outer path golem, the shell of the Ten Tails. Xine smiled slightly and explained, Orochimaru, do you have any way to create a replica? Create a replica? Orochimaru was momentarily speechless and couldn't help but sigh. Xine, you really think too highly of me. Even though I am very confident in my abilities, the outer path golem is clearly beyond my capabilities. To put it another way, even if he could actually do it, it would take a long time. As someone who understood Xine's plan, he knew that Xine might not be able to wait that long. I'm not asking you to create an exact copy. Just something that looks the part will do. Seeing that he misunderstood, Xine quickly added, it's meant to deceive Obito. A perfect replication is not necessary. As long as we extract a bit of the power of the tailed beasts and create a confusing exterior, That should be enough. There shouldn't be any problems with that. Orochimaru thought to himself that this was more like it. Does he really take him for a god of science? He's just an ordinary scientist. By the way, I think we can officially start the plan now. Oh, Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Konoha is finally going to change. Shin nodded slightly and followed Orochimaru into a rather secretive room, filled with countless glass vessels containing all sorts of strange cell culture liquids. Shinichi-kun, who do you plan to start with first? Orochimaru asked. After a brief moment, Shin thought for a moment and then traversed space back to Konoha. At the training ground of the Hitaki family, he quickly spotted Naruto, who was still training hard, and without saying a word, grabbed the boy. Shinichi and I, what's wrong? Suddenly being lifted, Naruto was initially quite angry, but upon seeing it was Shin, he immediately calmed down. I'm taking you to a place to give you a little surprise. Shin casually explained a few things and used Kimui to bring Naruto to Orochimaru's laboratory. Whoosh! Looking at the unfamiliar environment, Naruto opened his curious big eyes and began to examine the strange vessels. Suddenly, Orochimaru's charming face came close, almost startling Naruto. So this is Nagato's child, Naruto? Orochimaru asked curiously. It was his first time seeing an adult Naruto, and upon seeing that iconic yellow hair, a hint of nostalgia appeared on his face. Who are you? Naruto looked at Orochimaru warily. He felt that this strange uncle looked quite uncomfortable. He is Orochimaru, a good friend of Jiraiya, and technically someone from your grandfather's generation. Shin gave Naruto a light flick on the head and scolded. Naruto, no rudeness allowed. Oh, as the one who usually listened to Shin the most, Naruto dared not voice any objections. However, thinking that this person was a good friend of Jiraiya, he accidentally asked, do you also like to peep at girls bathing? Orochimaru. Shin. As the saying goes, children speak without restraint. What they say is often the truth. No, I'm not interested in girls. Orochimaru looked somewhat awkward and instinctively explained, Naruto, only an idiot like Jiraiya would do something like that. All right. Seeing that Orochimaru's gaze toward him was quite gentle, Naruto finally realized that despite the chilling aura he exuded, he probably meant no harm. Most importantly, how could there be bad people around his brother Shin? For a moment, the carefree Naruto let down his guard and smiled brightly. So you're Orochimaru? I feel like you shouldn't be a bad person. I think I quite like you. Really? That's truly delightful. Orochimaru's lips curled into a gentle arc. Shin, standing nearby, found it rather strange. He hadn't expected that with his involvement in the Naruto world, Naruto and Orochimaru's first meeting would be so harmonious. However, he didn't bring Naruto here just for idle chatter. Naruto, take a nap. Shin directly activated his Manjiki Sharingan, and after making eye contact with Naruto, the latter immediately fell asleep. Whoosh! Once again, in the familiar dark sewer, Shin's consciousness arrived at the place where the Nine Tails was sealed. Looking at the orange fox, he greeted with a smile. Yo, Kurama, long time no see. How have you been? You again, you annoying guy. Upon seeing Shin again, the Nine Tails felt a toothache and bared its teeth, saying, what do you want? I've been living peacefully with that little brat Naruto. You don't want to threaten me again, do you? Given the Nine Tails' temper, it was evident how much it feared Shin. There was no way it could afford not to be submissive. The Manjiki Sharingan was a natural nemesis of these tailed beasts. Moreover, the Nine Tails could clearly sense that Shin's ocular power had become even stronger. Constantly feeling the terrifying pressure from Shin, if it weren't for the Nine Tails' strong spine, even Shikaku, the One Tail would probably want to kneel and beg for mercy. The Nine Tails was indeed afraid of this guy. As long as this guy didn't come looking for trouble, it was willing to continue living peacefully with Naruto. After all, over the years, it had gradually realized that Naruto was not an ordinary brat. He seemed to understand its temperament quite well. If this continued, perhaps it would really become friends with Naruto, just as Shin had said before. No, wait. As soon as this thought crossed its mind, the Nine Tails broke into a cold sweat, feeling ashamed. Damn it. I'm the most powerful tailed beast. How could I want to be friends with a little brat? Am I going crazy? Now, it was impossible for it to understand Naruto's unreasonable charisma. However, with Shin's intervention, at this point in time, its relationship with Naruto had indeed become much more amicable than in the original story. Kurama, don't be so tense. Seeing the Nine Tails so wary of him, Shin couldn't help but smile and comforted, don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble for you. You've been doing well these years. So instead, I'm here to thank you. Thank me? You? Do I look like I would believe that? The Nine Tails snorted coldly. Did it really take Kurama for a fool? This black-hearted guy wouldn't bully it, and expecting him to think it was simply a fantasy. The Nine Tails had not forgotten that over the years, Shin had come here more than once, often bringing Naruto's consciousness along, under the guise of wanting to be friends, forcing it to chat with that little brat Naruto. Initially, it was very resistant. How could someone as proud as it want to chat with a little brat? The result was obvious. Shin did not coddle at all, directly kicking it around. Under the threat of violence, the Ninetales had no choice but to pretend to obey and start friendly exchanges with Naruto. After doing this many times, Naruto even began to come here on his own to chat with the Ninetales without needing Shin to bring him. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds fondness. Although the Ninetales still found Naruto to be a bothersome little brat, being sealed for so long was lonely, and it was nice to have someone to chat with for a change. Upon reflection, it didn't seem so bad. Most importantly, as it spent more time with Naruto, the Ninetales could sense that Naruto truly regarded it as a friend, rather than merely a tailed beast to be utilized. Because of this, the Ninetales had just suddenly thought that it might not be so bad to become friends with Naruto. Can't there be a little more trust between humans and tailed beasts? Shin sighed. Kurama, do I really look that much like a bad person in your eyes? You don't just look like one. You are one. The Ninetales glared at him fiercely and couldn't help but retort, you bastard. If it weren't for the fact that I've been clever enough to play dumb all these years, I would have been turned into a fat fox by you long ago. Shin was left speechless. You Kurama are quite clever, to the point where you can't help but speak your mind. Forget it. He couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, his image was already deeply ingrained. And Shin didn't want to argue. He directly walked to the iron bars holding the Ninetales and began to peel away the seals layer by layer. What are you doing? Who would have thought that upon seeing the seal of the Ninetales being lifted, instead of feeling surprised, it became exceptionally terrified? What else can I do? I'm helping you lift the seal. I just accidentally offended you a couple of times. There's no need to take it seriously. The Ninetales let out a miserable cry and actually shrank back into the corner, not daring to approach the iron bars at all, fearfully saying, Kitsuki Shinichi, you can play around all you want, but why lift the seal? I'm doing just fine here. Please don't open the seal and let me out. Shinichi. Dude, am I hearing things? I'm helping you, the Ninetales, lift the seal and let you out. And this is your reaction? Is this still the same Ninetales I knew back then, who yearned for freedom? Ninetales, you've changed. Kurama, what are you going crazy about? Shinichi said dissatisfiedly. I'm kindly helping you lift the seal. Why are you acting like your father just died? You're lifting the seal just to beat me up, right? The Ninetales revealed a smile that looked worse than crying and said, in the past, you could beat me half to death even with the seal on. Now that the seal is lifted, won't you make my life a living hell? Shinichi, I honestly haven't offended you in these years. Why do you have to push the fox to its limits? Listening to the Ninetales' blood and tears complaint, Shinichi was also dumbfounded. Did he leave such a huge psychological shadow on the Ninetales? This is not scientific. Although a few years ago, in order to help Naruto and build a good relationship with the Ninetales, he did use a bit of excessive means to force the proud Ninetales to actively talk to Naruto, but that was a long time ago, and the Ninetales shouldn't be scared like this, right? However, his so-called bit of excessive means involved forcibly controlling the Ninetales to do thousands of somersaults through the iron bars. And it had to come with a grading system. If the score wasn't enough, the quantity had to be doubled. The Ninetales would never forget the fear of that day when it was made to do somersaults. That feeling of dizziness that felt like exploding, and the nausea that made it vomit even bile, truly left a deep psychological scar. From that day on, the Ninetales was determined never to easily anger this guy, Shinichi. Proud as it was, stubborn as it was, but it absolutely couldn't bully Naruto, nor could it scold him in front of Shinichi. This guy was notoriously petty and too terrifying. Kurama, I'm really not here to beat you up. Shinichi was completely speechless and explained, your relationship with Naruto is pretty good now. Why would I bully you for no reason? I don't believe it. The Ninetales shouted loudly. Do you think I'm still that naive little fox from back then? I won't believe a single punctuation mark of what you, Kitsuki Shinichi, say. Believe it or not, being misunderstood like this, Shinichi also got a bit angry and simply didn't bother with the overly stressed Ninetales anymore. After all, his purpose for coming here wasn't the Ninetales. Ignoring the increasingly terrified Ninetales, Shinichi continued to lift the sealing technique on the iron bars. Suddenly, a large hand appeared and grabbed Shinichi's arm as he was trying to lift the sealing technique. That's enough. A voice that was quite familiar in his memory rang out. Shinichi turned around to see a handsome face and that iconic yellow long hair. It was the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. Minato-sensei, long time no see, Shinichi said with a smile. It really is you, you damn bastard. After many years, seeing Namake's Minato's face again, The Nine Tails went into a panic and couldn't help but curse. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been sealed inside Naruto. And I definitely wouldn't have encountered that devil. Kitsuki, Shinichi. Nine Tails, long time no see. In response to the Nine Tails' intense reaction, Minato revealed a bright smile and said nonchalantly, if it weren't for you recklessly destroying the village, I wouldn't have sealed you up. This is all self-inflicted. Bastard. That was also manipulated by someone else. It has nothing to do with me. If you have the ability, go find that masked guy. The Nine Tails angrily cursed. Shut up. You're so noisy. Unable to endure the Nine Tails clamor any longer, Shinichi suddenly let out a cold shout. If you keep shouting, I'll make you do somersaults. Ugh. As soon as he said this, the Nine Tails immediately quieted down, covering its mouth with its paw in fear, afraid of leaking out even a hint of sound. The phrase doing somersaults had long become a taboo for it. It would rather die than experience that feeling again. Hey, seeing the Nine Tails' strange behavior, Minato couldn't help but chuckle. Shinichi, you seem to have become much stronger after such a long time. However, this isn't a place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, the scene suddenly changed, and the two found themselves in a vast space. Minato-sensei, you still look as handsome as before. Shinichi teased. Huh. Shinichi, that should be my line. Minato scratched his head, revealing a brilliant smile. Shinichi, you've grown up. I almost didn't recognize you just now. By the way, how are Naruto and Kakashi? They're all good. Memories of Minato surfaced in Shinichi's mind, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Naruto has grown up now. Kakashi and I are taking care of him, so you don't have to worry. Really? Minato's expression became a bit wistful, and he gratefully said, Thank you for taking care of Naruto. You've taken on the responsibilities of a parent on my behalf. Don't say that. You should take on that responsibility yourself. Shinichi waved his hand and said impatiently, Huh? Minato looked a bit puzzled and scratched his head, saying without thinking, But I'm already dead. Can't you be revived after being dead? Shinichi looked at him in exasperation and retorted, What do you think I went through all this trouble to bring you out for? Do you really think I'm just bored and lifting the seal on the Nine Tails? The chakra Minato left in Naruto's body was meant to serve as a final safeguard to prevent the Nine Tails seal from being lifted. In other words, if there were no signs of the Nine Tails seal being lifted, Minato would not easily show up. Shinichi, are you saying you want to revive me? Minato's expression became somewhat serious. To be precise, it's to revive you and Kushina. I've taken care of Naruto for so many years, it's time for me to take a break, right? Don't forget, Naruto is your child. It shouldn't be my responsibility to take care of him. Shinichi said with a half smile. You have no idea how much effort it takes for a single man to take care of a child. I'm sorry. We've really caused you a lot of trouble. Minato showed an apologetic expression. Then his demeanor became serious as he said, However, reviving the dead is absolutely taboo. Shinichi, I know you're doing it for our sake, but you can't do this. In a ninja world, there's a great reverence for life and death. Even though some extraordinarily talented individuals have created ninjutsu capable of overturning life and death, it ultimately disrespects life and mocks the Grim Reaper. And one must pay a great price for it. Kind-hearted Minato didn't want Shinichi to do such a thing for him. You don't have the right to refuse. Unexpectedly, Shinichi rolled his eyes at him and said in an unquestionable tone, This is a notification, not a negotiation. Out of our acquaintance, I'm just giving you a heads up. Otherwise, I would have directly awakened your soul. Of course, this was just an excuse. If it were about resurrecting others, it would be easier to discuss. But Minato is different from others. Before he died, he used the Shiki F gene to seal his soul and half of the Nine Tails into the body of the Shinigami. To awaken his soul, it is necessary to first extract his soul from the Shinigami's belly, which means undoing the Shiki F gene technique. Shinichi remembers this, but he has to pretend not to know for now. Shinichi, feeling Shinichi's firm attitude, Minato is quite helpless and continues to persuade. Can't we discuss this a bit more? Kushina and I have already died. Why cause more trouble? Less nonsense. Shinichi replies, What I want to do cannot be stopped by anyone, not even you, the fourth Hokage. Minato, you're just too rule-bound. Since you can't make a decision, I'll be the good guy and make the decision for you, letting your family reunite. Right now, I'm just a remnant of Chakra, and I really can't stop you. Minato sighs lightly. However, my soul has long been sealed inside the Shinigami's body by the Shiki F gene technique. Even if you want to resurrect me, it won't be that simple. He can see that the Shinichi in front of him is completely different from the one in his memories. His personality has become exceptionally strong. I was waiting for that sentence. Shinichi thinks to himself, The reason he went to great lengths to force out the remnant chakra left by Minato within Naruto is to extract the method to undo the Shiki F gene. Although this method has been mentioned in the original work, too much time has passed, and Shinichi can't remember the details. So, he can only extract this guy and force him to reveal the method. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to resurrect him. The Uzumaki clan's mask storage hall? The Shinigami mask? Soon, Shinichi got the specific method to undo the Shiki F gene from Minato's mouth. It is worth mentioning that this method, like other forbidden techniques that reverse life and death, requires the user to pay the price of their life. However, Shinichi is not worried at all. He possesses the incredible ability of life and death is mine, not heaven's, which allows him to completely ignore the cost of such forbidden techniques. Alright, just wait for me to resurrect you. Then, I'll bother you, Shinichi. After achieving his goal, Shinichi stopped talking and his consciousness left this place. With a swish, the scene before him changed, and Shinichi returned to the real world. Shinichi-kun, how is it? Seeing him finally awaken, Orochimaru hurriedly approached. I personally went into action, so what do you think? Shinichi smirked slightly and complained, but that guy Minato is really a blockhead. He always thinks it's very immoral to sacrifice others to resurrect him, and he was still trying to persuade me before leaving. That's just how Minato is. Orochimaru said with a knowing smile. He's a fool like Jiraiya, although to a lesser extent, but they both like to think of others first. Yeah, if there could be more fools like him in this world, it would definitely become a better place, Shinichi sighed. It is precisely because Minato and Naruto are both good-hearted guys that he appears in this world to make up for the various regrets he had while watching anime in his previous life. Minato and Kushina, this faithful couple, he must resurrect them. Let's go, Orochimaru. Okay, in the next moment, Shinichi used Kimui to take Orochimaru to the Uzumaki clan's mask storage hall. With Orochimaru's help, he successfully found the Shinigami mask. Shiki F gene, facing Orochimaru's eager and excited gaze, Shinichi casually put on the Shinigami mask and quickly formed hand seals. Swish! The breath of death suddenly descended, and a terrifying Shinigami phantom appeared behind Shinichi like a stand-in. Shinichi manipulated it with his mind, slowly cutting open the Shinigami's belly. The soul that had been sealed away was immediately released. Shiki F gene. Mortal, pay the price. The Shinigami immediately demanded the price of life from the caster, Shinichi, but when its hand, filled with the aura of death, touched Shinichi's body, it was blocked by an inexplicable and mysterious power. The Shinigami, unwilling, tried to continue to demand Shinichi's life, but that mysterious power protected Shinichi well, rendering all its efforts ineffective. Seeing this scene, the Shinigami was dumbfounded. Is there really someone in this world who can ignore its demand for life? This is unscientific. Annoying, aren't you? Seeing the Shinigami staring at him for a long time without leaving, Shinichi glared at it irritably and scolded, "Get back to your underworld. Can you take my life? Get lost." Boom! A terrifying white light, visible only to the Shinigami, suddenly erupted, directly sending it back to the underworld, never to return to the real world again. After being sent back to the underworld, the Shinigami quickly fell into a state of self-isolation, feeling an inexplicable fear towards that strangely powerful mortal. It turned out that there really are people in this world who can ignore the threats of a Shinigami. After this lesson, the completely self-isolated Shinigami directly added that strange mortal to its blacklist and no longer dared to meddle in that mortal's affairs. No matter how that guy plays with life and death, it no longer concerns the Shinigami. After all, it couldn't do anything to that mortal and would only end up embarrassing itself if it actively sought trouble. But those are stories for later. Chapter 140, Resurrect. Minato, Kushina. Shinichi-kun, you really drove away the Shinigami? Orochimaru's eyes almost popped out, although he couldn't see the mysterious white light that repelled the Shinigami with his own eyes. He knew in his heart that the Shinigami had been driven away by Shinichi, as the only witness who saw the entire process. Orochimaru couldn't understand how Shinichi managed to do that. Ahem. Seeing Orochimaru looking at him like a monster, Shinichi awkwardly chuckled. Actually, my physique is a bit special, and the Shinigami can't do anything to me. Just like I said before, I can ignore the cost when casting these forbidden techniques. Subarashi. Orochimaru's face once again showed a fervent expression, looking at Shinichi as if he were a perfect and flawless work of art. Speaking in an extremely respectful tone, Shinichi-kun, you truly are not an ordinary person. I knew it. Being by your side will never be boring. You are definitely the one who can lead me to explore the truth. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't gotten permission, Orochimaru would have wanted to dissect Shinichi on the spot. He was extremely curious about what kind of secrets Shinichi's body held that even the Shinigami could ignore. Orochimaru, don't look at me like that. Shinichi appeared quite helpless and compromised. We're all on the same side. You just want to study my biological information, right? No problem. After this is over, I allow you to draw a tube of my blood for research. Under the influence of the otherworldly god, Orochimaru had long become one of his people. Even if we assume for a moment that there was no otherworldly god, after this period of interaction, Orochimaru had already recognized that Shinichi was the one who could guide him to experience countless truths and mysteries. The Orochimaru who would never betray the truth would naturally not betray him either, so he didn't mind Orochimaru studying his blood cells. After all, Orochimaru definitely wouldn't be able to figure out anything from it. His system is, in itself, a miraculous power that transcends this world and fundamentally lacks any scientific basis. If it must be explained, it would be more like theology, something that a mere mortal scientist like Orochimaru could never study, right? Really? Shinichi. After receiving Shinichi's permission, Orochimaru nearly jumped for joy. He had dreamed of studying Shinichi's body, believing it to be a shortcut to the truth of life. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Really? Shinichi slightly calmed the overly excited Orochimaru before remembering that he still had important matters to attend to. Thus, he pulled out 2 pre-sealed white zetsus from the Kamui space and skillfully formed the seals. Un pure world réincarnation technique. Revive, my beloved. Ugh. No, that's wrong. Revive, Minato. Kushina. Unable to restrain himself, Shinichi inadvertently spoke the fitting summoning words, quickly correcting himself as his chakra surged wildly. Soon, the 2 white zetsus were covered in a large amount of dust, gradually transforming into the figures of Minato and Kushina. Under Shinichi's expectant gaze, the 2 slowly opened their eyes. This is... Minato, have we been revived? After being brought back by the impure world reincarnation, Minato and Kushina looked at each other, first bewildered, then shocked, and finally filled with unimaginable joy. This couple, who had endured so much suffering, reunited in the living world once again, excitedly embracing each other to feel the warmth of one another. Unfortunately, they were both bodies of impure reincarnation and had no warmth. That's enough. Shinichi, who had been fed a mouthful of dog food, was quite dissatisfied and immediately interrupted. Don't you see there are 2 single dogs here? Besides, if you really want to get cozy, you should wait until I finish what I need to do before going home to enjoy it slowly. Orochimaru. He's not a single dog. He's a snake, damn it. Shinichi? Are you Shinichi? Kushina, seeing Shinichi, was first a bit confused, then exclaimed, You've grown so tall. Haha, you're really tall and handsome. I wonder how many girls you'll deceive in the future. What a wicked man. As she spoke, Kushina ignored Shinichi's protesting gaze and, as before, vigorously rubbed Shinichi's head. Hey, Kushina, I'm not a kid anymore. Shinichi said speechlessly. I know. The thick-skinned Kushina didn't care about that and continued to torment Shinichi's handsome face, giggling. You little brat, the genes of the Hitaki family are really good. I wonder if Kakashi is also this handsome? Before their deaths, Minato and Kushina had taken great care of Shinichi and Kakashi, often inviting them over for meals. With Kushina's open and kind personality, she naturally treated Shinichi like a younger brother, so seeing him again filled her heart with joy. Kushina, please stop. Shinichi still needs to continue helping you to be revived. Seeing Shinichi cast a pleading look at him, Orochimaru found it quite amusing but promptly spoke up. You're only temporarily revived through the impure world reincarnation technique. You are not truly revived. Orochimaru, how are you here too? Minato and Kushina finally noticed Orochimaru in front of them, both astonished. I am now Shinichi's partner. Orochimaru smiled slightly. Huh? Minato and Kushina were both shocked, looking at Shinichi, wondering how this kid ended up with Orochimaru. We'll discuss the details later. Let me help you be revived first. Shinichi's expression was quite helpless. If it were just the impure world reincarnation, he could have revived Minato and Kushina long ago. The reason it had been delayed until now was simply that he wanted to truly revive the 2 of them, not just a false revival. Shinichi, what exactly do you want to do? Minato sensed something was off, his expression serious. The impure world reincarnation technique is an absolutely forbidden technique that must not be used. Do you still want to continue using an even more taboo forbidden technique? Just watch quietly, Minato. Interrupting Minato's words, Orochimaru shook his head and explained, the wonders of Shinichi-kun are not something you can understand right now. He had just witnessed the miraculous scene of the Shinigami being scared away by Shinichi. so he did not think there was anything wrong with what Shinichi was about to do. As for fooling the Shinigami, playing with life and death, and disrupting the six paths? Orochimaru was originally an expert in forbidden techniques. He loved to play with life and death and would never be constrained by worldly views. Rather, he greatly admired Shinichi, who shared the same mentality. What can the Shinigami do? We mortals can also control life and death. Chapter 141, Impure World Reincarnation. The first and second Hokage. Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Surprisingly, Shinichi did not directly use the outer path, samsara technique, to truly revive Minato and Kushina, but instead summoned two white Zetsus again and performed the Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Under the dust cover, the figures and appearances of the two white Zetsus began to change. Minato and Kushina were both astonished by what was happening before them, for no other reason, but because these two people were gradually aligning with their memories, ultimately causing them to exclaim in shock. They are the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Minato's eyes nearly popped out. Weren't these the two people on Hokage Rock who awakened us? Damn it. How could someone use this forbidden technique? This is a great sin of playing with life and death. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, opened their eyes in succession, bursting forth with a captivating brilliance. First, second, hello. Shinichi smiled and greeted them. I revived you. No need to thank me. Young man, why did you revive us? The first personality was more easygoing than expected. He blinked his curious big eyes, revealing a wise gaze, and casually said, You seem very strong. It looks like you don't need us two deceased to help you fight, right? It's clear you're not a simple brat. The second merely glanced at Shinichi and then evaluated. Brat, what do you want us to do for you? It is worth mentioning that the Impure World Reincarnation technique Shinichi used this time was a complete version, nearly restoring the two Hokage's strength to around 70 to 80% of what they had in life, which was not at all on the same level as the incomplete version Orochimaru used during the Konoha collapse plan in the original story. Because of this, with the power they currently possessed, even forcing control over their bodies with the technique would not work. After all, both of them were well-known strong figures in the ninja world and could easily break the Impure World Reincarnation technique with their own power. I say, can you two stop acting? Shinichi coldly exposed their pretense, smiling lightly. With your strength, breaking the Impure World Reincarnation technique is as easy as pie. How could you be willing to listen to my commands? Upon hearing this, the first and second exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Indeed, the reason they had not directly broken the Impure World Reincarnation technique was to extract Shinichi's words, wanting to know why he had awakened them from the underworld. Just break it if you want. There's no need to pretend in front of me. Xiane shrugged and said it didn't matter. He didn't care whether these two would lift the Impure World Reincarnation technique. After all, he never expected them to act as his bodyguards. The saying no desires. Then Strong perfectly described his current mindset. Impure World Reincarnation, release. Seeing that his thoughts had been seen through, the first and second Hokage stopped pretending and immediately released the Impure World Reincarnation technique, regaining their freedom. While the Impure World Reincarnation technique could control the summoned deceased, it depended on who they were and how much of their power had been restored. If they encountered someone like Itachi or Uchiha Madara, even if they didn't have half their original strength, they could easily break free from the shackles of the Impure World Reincarnation technique. Youth, can you now tell us your true intentions? The first Hokage asked curiously. His keen intuition told him that the handsome young man in front of him likely had no ill intentions towards him. However, for some reason, the young man seemed to harbor a deep grudge against his younger brother Tobirama. Before that, let me introduce you. Xian, he pointed to the couple beside him, saying, This is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and next to him is his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Like you, they are both dead and were also brought back by my Impure World Reincarnation. The first Hokage was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, Fourth Hokage, you died so young? Isn't this a time of peace? Wait, Kushina Uzumaki, is your wife also from the Uzumaki clan? A series of questions erupted, and, at that moment, the first Hokage showed no sign of composure. One had to say, Senju Hashirama truly was the reincarnation of Ashura. His eccentric personality was strikingly similar to Naruto's, making it hard not to comment. You're right, Sister Kushina is one of the few remaining members of the Uzumaki clan. Xian, he simply explained. Not long after you died, the Uzumaki clan was wiped out, and Sister Kushina could be considered the heir of your wife Mito Uzumaki, becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. However, on the night she was about to give birth 10 years ago, she was harmed and sacrificed alongside her husband, the fourth Hokage. Is that so? What a pity. Senju Hashirama sighed regretfully. After all, Kushina was the heir of his wife Mito, so he felt a sense of loss. Don't rush to sigh. This matter ultimately has some of your responsibility. First Hokage, you should at least take half the blame. Seeing Senju Hashirama's expression, Exine, he couldn't help but think of Naruto's silly face and teased him. However, I know you didn't mean it, and you have your limitations, so there's no need to blame yourself too much. Why is there still my responsibility? Senju Hashirama exclaimed in shock, looking regretful. I should have been dead for many years. Young man, are you intentionally bullying an old man? Do you still remember Uchiha Madara? Madara? Of course I remember. But what does that have to do with him? He died earlier than I did. No, Uchiha Madara actually never died. But he did die a few years ago. And the true culprit behind the sacrifice of the Minato couple was indeed Uchiha Madara. Xin sighed lightly. Although it was Obito who actually acted on the night of the Nine Tails, the mastermind was indeed Uchiha Madara, who had been scheming against Obito. This Madara definitely has to take most of the blame. How is that possible? Madara didn't die, and he did such a thing. Senju Hashirama didn't doubt the truth of Xine's words, as he was very sensitive to lies. Big brother, I've said it long ago. Senju Tobarama, who had been silent, suddenly interjected loudly. The Uchiha clan is a naturally evil race, and should have been completely exterminated. If it weren't for your leniency back then, we wouldn't be in this situation today. Shut up. Unexpectedly, before Senju Tobarama could finish, Xin shot him a fierce glare and scolded. I haven't even had the chance to talk about you. Compared to the mess you made, the first Hokage's small mistake is nothing. You, kid, do you know who you're talking to? Senju Tobarama's face darkened. He was the second Hokage, and even in terms of age, he could be considered an ancestor of the young man in front of him. How could the other party be so disrespectful? Of course I know. Aren't you the great second Hokage, Senju Tobarama? Xine lazily dug his ear, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. So what? If you're not happy, come and fight me. Do you believe I can turn you into a muggle? Impudent. Senju Tobarama was furious. Even when he was alive, no one in the ninja world dared to speak to him like that. Sensing Senju Tobarama's intense displeasure, Xin raised an eyebrow and decided to give him a show. With a whoosh, under the shocked gazes of everyone, Xin suddenly opened his eyes, revealing his Rinnegan. The purple swirling patterns and the hollow, cold gaze caused a cold sweat to break out among the onlookers, who felt an unprecedented pressure with just a glance. Chapter 142. Tobarama, why target me? Rinnegan. Hashirama and Tobarama exclaimed in unison, shocked. How do you have Rinnegan? They were knowledgeable enough to recognize the legendary Rinnegan. That's not important. Xin casually retracted his Rinnegan, his eyes first returning to their original state, then revealing his Manjiki Sharingan, stating indifferently, what matters is that I always have the ability to defeat both of you, so you better adjust your attitudes and not think about making a move. Manjiki Sharingan. This. Impossible. Also, his ocular power is so strong, seemingly more powerful than Uchiha Madara's. Everyone in the room, except Orochimaru, was stunned. They couldn't fathom why one person could have both Rinnegan and Manjiki Sharingan at the same time, switching between them effortlessly, as if there were no barriers between the two ocular techniques. Anything can happen with Xine Ikuin. Orochimaru shook his head and smiled, providing an explanation. He had already seen the bizarre scene of the Shinigami being chased away by Xine, so what else could he not accept? Anyway, Xine was an anomaly, an existence that could not be measured by common sense. Today's youth are truly remarkable. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but exclaim. Senju Tobarama, on the other hand, looked grim, unsure of what to say. He had to admit that in front of a monster who possessed both Rinnegan and Manjiki Sharingan, his strength truly seemed insignificant. You are mistaken. Xine chuckled lightly. It's not that today's youth are remarkable. It's just that I am a bit special. In fact, the ninjas of this era are far inferior to you old-timers, so you can still feel a little proud. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone turned a bit strange. Kushina's face was particularly dark, and she immediately delivered a love tap to Xine's head, reprimanding, you little brat. You dare to act up just because I gave you some color? Sister Kushina, can't you give me some face in front of outsiders? Xin said aggrievedly. He really had no way to deal with this fierce sister. Why did you speak so disrespectfully to the two Hokage? Kushina huffed lightly. How can this be called disrespectful? Shinichi shook his head and explained, I still have a lot of respect for the first Hokage, but when I think of those messed up things he did, I just can't look at him straight. Given my temper, not beating him up directly is already showing a lot of respect for the first. Ha ha ha. I didn't know my face was that big. The first Hokage laughed heartily, seemingly quite pleased with himself. To be honest, if anyone else said something like that to him, he might not have been so proud. However, he was genuinely fond of Shinichi's praise, as he believed that Shinichi's strength was at least on par with him and Uchiha Madara. True strong warriors deserve respect, no matter the era. However, the mood of Tobirama Senju, who was nearby, darkened upon hearing this. Big brother. Tobirama couldn't help but glare at his carefree older brother. People were already thinking about beating up your younger brother, and you still look so carefree. Tobirama, what's wrong? Hashirama scratched his head, still confused about why his brother suddenly got angry. Never mind, it's nothing. Tobirama's mouth twitched slightly, looking quite helpless. However, his attitude towards Shinichi was not so good anymore. He stepped forward forcefully, his voice tinged with anger. Kid, even though I don't know why you dislike me so much, I'm still your senior. You don't have to be so blunt, do you? Why are you shouting? Shinichi retorted, glaring back and directly saying that classic line. The naturally evil Senju clan old ghost. You. Tobirama's face darkened. Wasn't that stealing his line? You little brat are even starting to reason like that? Even if you hate me, you should at least give me a reason, right? Suppressing his anger, Tobirama said in a deep voice, setting aside his internal discomfort. He was genuinely curious why this kid kept targeting him. He could tell that the other party was not from the Uchiha clan. The striking white hair clearly indicated he was from the Hitaki family. Most importantly, the other person didn't carry the evil aura he associated with the Uchiha clan. So Tobirama was puzzled. You're not an Uchiha, so why do you have to pick on me? Reason? Shinichi sneered. Does hating someone need a reason? Aren't you also targeting the Uchiha clan like this? You. Tobirama instinctively wanted to curse, but he managed to hold back the expletive. If I'm not mistaken, you shouldn't be an Uchiha, right? Tobirama finally asked this question. Bingo. You got it right. I'm indeed not an Uchiha. I'm from the Hitaki clan. Then why are you blaming me for the Uchiha clan? All right. I admit I was hasty just now. Shinichi thought for a moment and said, putting aside the Uchiha clan, the real reason I'm targeting you is that you chose a few successors before you died that really pissed me off. In the years after your death, those old folks who inherited you will have done quite a few good things in Konoha. Are you talking about the monkeys? Tobirama suddenly understood. Damn it. He finally realized why the other party was inexplicably targeting him. It was because he didn't get along with his disciples. Since you don't know anything, let me tell you a little story. Shinichi suddenly smiled. For some reason, looking at Shinichi's strange smile made Tobirama feel uneasy with a bad premonition. About 10 years ago, a child was born in Konoha, and from birth, he became the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. His parents sacrificed themselves heroically to fend off enemies, leaving him an orphan. Then, this child lived a very happy childhood under the leadership of our great and wise third Hokage. As Shinichi recounted the story, Minato and Kushina's expressions changed slightly. They certainly knew who the child Shinichi was talking about was. Wasn't it their child, Naruto, being ostracized and insulted by the villagers, unable to even buy basic food, eating instant noodles and expired milk every day, having no friends and being bullied and beaten by peers? Under Shinichi's embellished descriptions, everyone present except Orochimaru changed their expressions, especially Minato and Kushina as parents. Couldn't help but feel a surge of murderous intent upon hearing that their only child had lived such a tragic life over the years. That damn old man. The third Hokage, Kushina clenched her fists, her face turning ashen. No mother could remain calm upon hearing such things. Although Minato didn't say anything, his heavy expression spoke volumes. After all, they sacrificed themselves for the village, and even their only child became the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails to ensure the village's peace. It is no exaggeration to say that the three of them were heroes of Konoha. But is this the treatment for heroes? Cold-heartedness, regret, sadness, anger. This was the most genuine feeling for Minato and Kushina at that moment, especially Minato, whose eyes were filled with self-reproach and regret, knowing that it was his momentary impulse that turned Naruto into the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He realized he had ruined Naruto's life. Even if Naruto had been an ordinary child, he could have had a happy childhood. Their child had suffered too much. Damn it, what is that monkey doing? Tobirama's face was also as dark as water. It was easy to see that his mood was not pleasant at all, especially after realizing that the parents of the story's protagonist were right in front of him. He wished he could dig a hole and hide, unable to face the couple. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was his personally chosen successor back then. If Hiruzen were here right now, Tobirama would undoubtedly rush up and punch him, cursing, "You damn Hokage. You can't even take care of a child. What good are you as Hokage?" Moreover, this child was a hero's descendant, who had sacrificed himself as a Jinchuriki for the village. Even if you, as Hokage, are busy with a million things and can't handle the minutiae of daily life, couldn't you send someone to look after him? Even if it was just ensuring the child had normal meals every day, wasn't that difficult for you as Hokage? Tobirama, your vision really isn't that great. The usually gentle first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, also looked at his brother Tobirama with some reproach. Speaking with a complicated tone, Konoha really owes too much to the fourth Hokage's family. Big brother, you're right. Tobirama sighed deeply, feeling responsible. This matter. I really have a responsibility. He could easily plot against the Uchiha clan without any psychological burden, but he couldn't face this family, which could be considered the heroes of Konoha. He also began to understand why Shinichi had been targeting him all along and why his attitude was so hostile. To be fair, if he were in Shinichi's position, he probably wouldn't have a good expression towards himself either. Respected second Hokage, don't be in such a hurry to admit your mistakes. Who knew that after seeing Tobirama honestly admitting his mistakes, Shinichi didn't let him off easily, saying meaningfully, "The few disciples you carefully selected have done more than just this good deed over the years. If you admit your mistakes so quickly, then who will take responsibility for the rest?" Hashirama, Tobirama. Wow, can you be any harsher with your words? Feeling Hashirama's resentful gaze, Tobirama felt ashamed and began cursing Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others in his heart again. Damn monkeys, how many good deeds have you all done over the years? And why does this bill end up on my head? Senju Tobirama. Haha, don't be nervous. I'm someone who prefers to settle accounts slowly. Seeing Tobirama's face darkening to the point of resembling charcoal, Shinichi timely backed off, smiling lightly. Besides, second Hokage, you're just not wise in choosing people. You don't need to bear the main responsibility, so there's no need to be so afraid. Tobirama had a face full of dark lines. How can I not be afraid? Less than half an hour after you revived me, my face has already been rubbed on the ground several times. He was the famous second Hokage. Even though he had been dead for many years, he still wanted to preserve his old face well. Cough, cough. Seeing his brother in a difficult position, Hashirama softened his tone and quickly pleaded, young man, my brother knows he was wrong. And just like you said, it wasn't intentional. Can you let him off this time? No one understood his brother better than him. He was someone who cared a lot about his reputation. Although Shinichi didn't take any action against Tobirama, the words he just said were akin to beating Tobirama's spirit and could be considered real harm. Since the first Hokage himself had spoken, what else could Shinichi say? He shrugged and smiled lightly. Then thank you. Hashirama smiled and said. He found this young man quite easy to talk to, provided you didn't provoke him. Actually, I had two purposes in reviving you with the impure world reincarnation technique. Looking at the first and second Hokage again, Shinichi's eyes flashed with a glint, smiling. As for the first purpose, I believe you can guess it. As for the second purpose, just open your eyes and watch. Upon hearing this, Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged surprised glances. They could probably guess something about what Shinichi said regarding the first purpose, which was to have the two of them, who were highly respected in Konoha, personally appear to help Shinichi judge the third Hokage and his associates. After all, no one was more qualified than the two of them to judge the current Hokage. But what could this second purpose be? Rinnegan. Shinichi's eyes suddenly opened, revealing the Rinnegan once again. Immediately afterward, he formed hand seals, and a terrifying amount of ocular power and chakra erupted instantly. Outer Path, Samsara Technique. Chapter 144. Shinichi. Everyone here is trash. Whoosh. A gigantic king of hell descended from the underworld, slowly opening its mouth to release the souls of Minato and Kushina, under the astonished gazes of everyone. The impure world bodies of Minato and Kushina gradually underwent substantial changes. They regained their flesh and blood, no longer in a half-dead state, but truly revived. This was the strongest resurrection technique. Outer Path, Samsara Technique. Of course, the more outrageous the forbidden technique's effects, the greater the price to be paid. This is the Outer Path, Samsara Technique. Why is this kid? Does he not want to live? The extraordinarily perceptive Hashirama and Tobirama were shocked to the core. Although it was their first time seeing such a forbidden technique for reviving life, they truly could not understand why Shinichi would go to such lengths for Minato and Kushina. Was he really so intent on death? However, the next scene left them completely dumbfounded. after Minato and Kushina were successfully revived. The summoned King of Hell was about to demand the price of life from Shinichi like the Grim Reaper, refusing to leave the mortal realm, staring intently at him. "What are you looking at?" To everyone's astonishment, Shinichi glared back fiercely and shouted, "Get the hell out of here!" Whoosh! A strange white light, invisible to the naked eye, appeared again, making the King of Hell sense an unprecedented danger. Thus, the King of Hell decisively fled like the Grim Reaper. "This is a being we can't mess with." Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, and Kushina were still immersed in the joy and shock of their revival, while Orochimaru wore a look of course. His eyes filled with fervor and admiration as he looked at Shinichi. "Big brother, what I just saw couldn't have been an illusion, right?" Tobirama asked in a hoarse voice. "I don't think so. It seems real." Hashirama scratched his head, showing an embarrassed yet polite smile. The two looked at Shinichi with expressions that screamed seeing a ghost, filled with shock. Who exactly is this kid? Even the real King of Hell is afraid of him. "Gentlemen, are you enjoying the show?" Shinichi's voice suddenly rang out, snapping the Hashirama brothers back to reality, where they saw Shinichi's half-smiling expression. "H, how did you do that?" After the shock wore off, Tobirama couldn't contain his curiosity anymore. After all, he was the one who personally created the impure world reincarnation technique. In a sense, he and Orochimaru were similar people, and he truly couldn't understand how such a bizarre thing could happen in the world. "Second Hokage, I've already said it." Before Shinichi could explain, Orochimaru spoke in a very serious tone, and Shinichi-kun, whatever happens is reasonable, because he is such a miraculous existence. Tobirama, wow, is this being too lazy to explain? The recent young people are really impressive. Hashirama's thoughts were much simpler. He directly praised, just average. Shinichi waved his hand, humbly saying, "I'm just a bit stronger than the second Hokage. It's nothing special." Tobirama's heart was struck again. "Do you have to keep targeting me?" "Shinichi, you." At this moment, after calming herself down, Kushina stepped forward, her eyes slightly red, and choked out in a very complex tone, "Minato, and I don't know what to say." "Sister Kushina, Minato-sensei, why are you being so polite with me?" Shinichi grinned, revealing a radiant smile. "I just want to give Naruto a complete family. Besides, you all deserve to live happily. After all, you are the heroes of Konoha." "Thank you so much, Shinichi." Minato was very emotional, but all the words he wanted to say turned into a single expression of gratitude. He never imagined that Shinichi would actually revive him and Kushina. This meant he finally had the chance to be a good father again. To make up for the debt he owed Naruto. "Hey, first and second Hokage, did you see that?" After chatting with Minato and Kushina, Shinichi shifted his attention back to the first and second Hokage, smiling. "As you can see, as long as I want, I can revive anyone, including both of you." As he spoke, his smile grew increasingly sinister, resembling a great villain. "Really? That's fantastic." Senju Hashirama looked excited. Beside them, Senju Tobirama didn't know how to mock his elder brother anymore. If this kid really had such a kind heart, he would have definitely brought both of them back to life just now. The reason he spoke to the two brothers like this was simply to negotiate terms. No need for hidden meanings. "What exactly do you want us brothers to do?" Tobirama sighed lightly, although he said that using such forbidden techniques was disrespectful to life. As someone who had been dead for many years, if given the chance to be revived again, who would want to give it up? Moreover, he really wanted to return to Konoha and personally teach Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others a lesson. "Actually, it's nothing much." Shinichi tilted his head and grinned, saying, "I just want you to be witnesses to say a few words at the right time and help your granddaughter Tsunade ascend to the position of Hokage. By then, I will naturally revive both of you. Although Danzo and those guys are not good people, they have held power in Konoha for so many years, and their influence is deeply rooted, definitely not something that can be easily pushed down with brute force. This means that after Tsunade truly takes office, she will inevitably encounter some resistance. Shinichi doesn't want to see that happen, which is why he needs the support of these two Hokage who have been dead for many years. After all, these two are legendary figures, and their significance to Konoha is enormous. He believes that no Konoha ninja would oppose their opinions. "Little Tsunade, isn't she my granddaughter?" Hashirama's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, "I wonder if little Tsunade has grown up. I can't wait to see her." "You want to force the monkey to step down and support little Tsunade's rise to power?" Tobirama frowned, quickly seeing through Shinichi's intentions. "That's probably the idea." Shinichi didn't deny it and nodded, saying, "However, I think it's inappropriate to use the word force. To be precise, I want to drive Sarutobi Hiruzen out. He is not worthy of sitting in that position anymore. With the power he currently possesses, Why would he need to force the third Hokage? To put it bluntly, with just one word from him, he could initiate a coup to put Tsunade in power and even imprison the third Hokage. No one could stop him. This is the crushing pressure from absolute power, pure and unreasoning. If I'm not mistaken, you probably wouldn't need our help to accomplish this, right? Seeing Shinichi's confident demeanor, Tobirama furrowed his brow, curious. If that's the case, why go through the trouble of reviving us? If we disagree, wouldn't you be asking for trouble? Ha! Who would have thought that a disdainful smile appeared on Shinichi's face as he arrogantly said, because reviving you is not my main goal. This is just a side issue. Moreover, even if you want to oppose me, I have absolute confidence in sending you back to the underworld. 2 Hokage lords, I advise you not to think about going against me. I have a bad temper. If anyone dares to provoke me, I will kill them without mercy. Even if you're the legendary Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, I, Kiba Washiaki, do not take you seriously. If a dragon lies down for me, a tiger must also lie down. Sorry, I won't pretend anymore. I'm laying it all out. You are all garbage. Chapter 145, Touching Recognition. Naruto's little happiness, what confidence. The first Hokage couldn't help but exclaim. The second Hokage frowned. Although he knew that the other party possessed the Manjiki Sharingan and Rinnegan, and his own strength must be extraordinary, he still believed that in front of his elder brother Senju Hashirama, the two of them would at most be evenly matched, and with his assistance, they should not be too fearful. However, the confidence exuded from the other party made him doubt his own judgment. The second Hokage is not as simple-minded as the first. He understands human nature well, and can see that Shinichi is not the kind of arrogant person. On the contrary, he believes this young man possesses maturity and steadiness that is not in line with his age. If he didn't have absolute confidence, he wouldn't say such things. Are you so sure you can suppress us? The second Hokage could not help but ask out of curiosity. Do I need to explain myself to you? Shinichi shook his head dismissively, saying, as long as you dare to ruin my plans, I will personally send you back to the underworld. He couldn't be bothered to explain his strength to these two dead people, and besides, whether or not they could truly be revived was entirely up to him. He really didn't know where Senju Tobirama got the courage to speak to him like that. Shinichi's strength far exceeds your imagination. Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, he has come this far not by luck, but by his own strength. First Hokage, second Hokage, I hope you can make the right decision. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru has become a true fan of Shinichi. Don't say that the legendary god of ninja is standing here. Even if the real sage of 6 paths appeared, he would not hesitate to stand on Shinichi's side. Young man, I believe you're not a bad person, and I believe you won't do anything detrimental to Konoha. The first Hokage, with his bright eyes that seemed to see through people, smiled at Shinichi and said, rest assured, the two of us will not act rashly. After all, our return to the living world is also thanks to you. Elder brother, the second Hokage wanted to say something more, but was stopped by the first Hokage's gaze. All right, it's been so many years since I've returned to Konoha. I really want to see what Konoha is like now. The first Hokage's face was full of excitement. After all, Konoha was the foundation he established, and no one loved this village more than he did. As long as you don't let anyone discover your identities, you can do whatever you want. Shinichi said with a faint smile. As expected of the legendary god of ninja, his demeanor is quite different from that of Senju Tobirama, who is focused on targeting the Uchiha clan. Really? The first Hokage's eyes suddenly sparkled with starlight, clearly showing his anticipation. Orochimaru, please lead the 2 Hokage lords. Shinichi glanced at Orochimaru beside him. No problem, Shinichi-kun. Orochimaru smiled and nodded. He knew that Shinichi wanted him to keep an eye on the first and second Hokage to prevent them from disrupting their plans. With him watching from the side, Shinichi could truly feel at ease. Shinichi, can we also go back to Konoha to see Naruto? Seeing Orochimaru leading the 2 Hokage away, Kushina finally couldn't hold back her emotions and hurriedly pulled Minato forward, saying anxiously, since Naruto was born, I haven't seen him. We really want to see what he has grown into. The hearts of parents everywhere are the same, especially after learning about Naruto's tragic childhood. Kushina's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. She wished she could fly back to Konoha and hold her son immediately. Minato said nothing, but the urgency in his eyes said it all. I'm sorry, but you can't return to Konoha for now. Unexpectedly, Shinichi shook his head and refused. Unlike the first and second Hokage, the Minato couple were too familiar with many people in Konoha now, especially with Kushina's impulsive personality. He couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't rush over to confront the third Hokage, which would affect his plans. Upon hearing this, the light in the eyes of the Watergate couple dimmed significantly, But Shin's next sentence reignited their hope. However, I can bring that kid Naruto here to meet you. That's wonderful. The Watergate couple showed gratitude on their faces. As long as they could see Naruto, returning to Konoha was not important to them. Wait a moment. Shin nodded and immediately activated Kamui to return to the Hitaki house. He quickly found Naruto, who was arguing with Sasuke in the training ground, and directly lifted him up. Gripped by fate, Naruto wasn't angry. Instead, he turned his head with a look of disbelief and complained, "Brother Shin, didn't you promise me not to interfere in my business with Sasuke? You wouldn't want to play favorites with Sasuke again, would you? You're an adult. Adults should keep their word." Seeing Naruto's childish antics, even Sasuke's cold expression almost cracked, nearly laughing out loud. "Cut it out, you brat." Shin chuckled and said, "I'm just taking you to a place to give you a little surprise." With that, Naruto immediately closed his mouth. Could it be that he was going to get a special treat again? With this thought, Naruto used a smug look to show off to Sasuke, but the latter completely ignored him. Whoosh. Returning to Orochimaru's hideout with Naruto, Shin set him down. Who are they? Looking at the loving gaze of the Watergate couple, Naruto felt a bit of a sting in his nose for some reason and sensed an indescribable blockage in his chest, his eyes also turning red. Just a glance? And Naruto's keen intuition sensed that the feelings the Watergate couple had for him were not simple. "Naruto, they are your parents, Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina." Shin pushed Naruto 2 steps forward and urged. "They just revived not long ago and insisted on meeting their son. So I couldn't help but bring you here. What are you still hesitating for? Go call them." Who would have thought that Naruto, who had always longed for familial love, would become a bit awkward at this moment? Seeing this, Shin smiled slightly. He could understand Naruto's feeling of homesickness. Clearly, the two in front of him were the ones he had dreamed of meeting. But upon seeing them for real, he couldn't help but doubt if this was real, giving rise to a bit of fear. Moreover, Naruto was just a child who couldn't control his emotions. Why you? Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto stammered. Slap. Without saying anything, Kushina rushed over and tightly hugged Naruto's small body. Kushina's trembling form from excitement deeply shook Naruto's heart. Just a simple hug allowed him to feel how strong her maternal love was. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I'm really sorry." Kushina's face was already soaked with tears, continuously apologizing to Naruto. "Naruto, you've really had a hard time these years." Minato's eyes were slightly red, yet he tried to show his trademark smile. But the guilt he felt for Naruto was definitely far greater than Kushina's. Watching such a touching scene, Shin felt a sense of relief in his heart. This family should be happy together like this. Chapter 146, Warmth. Fiery little pepper Kushina. "Dad, Mom." Under Kushina's gaze, filled with intense emotion, Naruto could no longer control his excited feelings. Hot tears poured out like a broken dam, and the grievances and heartaches he had suffered over the years burst forth. "This is just too good. It turns out I'm not an unwanted fox spirit. I have a dad and a mom. Why did you have to die without permission? And why did you make me a Jinchuriki? Why did it have to be me? Do you know how I've been living these years? If it weren't for Brother Shin, I don't know what I would have become." At this moment, Naruto seemed to revert to a 3-year-old child, wiping his tears off his face in a messy manner, crying uncontrollably, expressing his truest feelings. Even Shin was moved. It turned out Naruto was never as strong as he appeared. That was merely a facade he put on to appear strong. Some might say Naruto was a very strong child, able to endure pains that others could not. That was what made him a true protagonist. But if given a choice, who would want to force themselves to be so strong? At this moment, Naruto was not the Naruto from the original story who had gone through many hardships. He was just a child barely over 10 years old. It was natural to crave parental love, and feeling wronged and aggrieved about his experiences was also understandable. Shin could provide him with family warmth, but could not give him the love that belonged solely to parents. This was precisely why Shin was so obsessed with reviving the Watergate couple. "Naruto, everything is my fault. I unilaterally turned you into a Jinchuriki." Hearing Naruto's heartfelt words, the guilt on Minato's face intensified, and he couldn't help but say, "Please don't blame your mother. This wasn't her intention. If you're going to hate someone, hate me. I really am not a competent father." It was his loyalty and love for the village that had led him to put his son on such a difficult path. Especially after learning about Naruto's experiences over the years, his heart felt cold to the extreme, and he began to doubt the decisions he had made back then. "No, it's actually all my fault." Unexpectedly, Kushina shook her head, self-reproaching. "If I hadn't been a Jinchuriki, Naruto, you wouldn't have faced such dangerous situations when you were born. Your father did his best. If you want to blame someone, blame this useless mother of yours." Naruto stared blankly at his parents, momentarily unsure of what to say. In fact, he had only said those complaints impulsively. After all, he had always been the kind-hearted Uzumaki Naruto, who cared for others. Even if he had to endure pain himself, showing only the brightest side to others. To put simply, deep down, he never really blamed Minato and Kushina. Even if there was a bit of resentment, it had long since dissipated, leaving only abundant love. How fortunate it was to see his parents again and to recognize them. Therefore, Naruto didn't feel unlucky at all. He felt incredibly happy now. All right, Naruto is not the kind of child who doesn't understand. Shin stepped out at the right moment, saying, he just said those things in a moment of impulse. He doesn't really want to blame you. Is that true? Naruto, you really don't blame us? Minato and Kushina both looked cautious, but the love in their eyes was unmistakable. Brother Shin is right. Seeing the caring looks from his parents, Shin felt warmth all over and said loudly, just being able to come back and see me, I'm already very content. But that is not enough, Naruto. Shin couldn't help but laugh, reminding, you are a family. You all need to live happily together from now on. Don't worry. No one in this world will ever separate your family again. Really? Naruto's eyes sparkled. Isn't this the life he has always dreamed of? Silly child, of course it's real. Kushina gently touched Naruto's soft hair and said in a very tender tone, we will never leave you again. I don't want to care about Konoha or the tailed beasts anymore. I just want to watch my precious son grow up well. I have missed your childhood, and I don't want to miss anything in the future. Mom, you're so nice. Naruto's eyes turned red as he hugged Kushina again. But Konoha. Kushina's words were also what Minato wanted to say. However, as the Hokage, he had many things to consider. He knew that Konoha would not easily let Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, go. It seemed that this was not something their family could decide just by saying it. I don't care. To his surprise, Kushina gave him a fierce glare, protectively shielding Naruto behind her, and said fiercely, no one can hurt my Naruto. Minato, do you want to die? Shin's eyes lit up. She was indeed the fiery little pepper. Such a bold personality was the Kushina he remembered. No, I didn't mean that. Minato smiled awkwardly and dared not say anything more. Mom is scary. Seeing this, Naruto felt somewhat intimidated and thought to himself that his mother had such a frightening side. A touching parent-child reunion ended just like that. Shin, no matter what, we cannot express our gratitude to you as a family. Minato said seriously, I will always remember your care for Naruto and your kindness in reviving me and Kushina. You little brat, I really didn't spoil you for nothing back then. Kushina directly hooked her arm around Shin's neck, playfully punching his head with her fist, and laughed as she scolded. I knew you would definitely succeed in the future. It seems my judgment was indeed correct, compared to Minato's serious and formal style of gratitude. Kushina's straightforward way of interacting made Shin feel more at ease. Minato-sensei, saying such things is too formal. Shin chuckled. Weren't you the ones who took care of me and Kakashi back then? I'm just following your and sister Kushina's way of taking care of Naruto. It's nothing special. Upon hearing this, Minato and Kushina exchanged knowing smiles. The couple was originally warm-hearted and kind people, so after the suicide of Tsukuyomi Hitaki, they often took care of Shin and Kakashi, who were dependent on each other. Of course, Minato also treated his other two disciples, Obito and Rin, equally well. Unfortunately, Obito was a white-eyed wolf and a lunatic. In a sense, Obito was also the culprit that led to the tragic fate of Naruto's family. Thinking of this, Shin felt that he had been too lenient back then. If he had known, he should have seized the opportunity to beat Obito up, to vent his anger for Minato and Kushina. Chapter 147, Undercurrents. The Golden Legend from the Little Sun. In an unnamed valley dozens of miles away from Konoha. Whoosh. The space twisted, and Obito's eerie figure appeared. Still wearing the familiar Akatsuki outfit, but the hole in his spiral mask revealed a complete Sharingan. In front of him stood a middle-aged man with a sinister expression. It was Danzo Shimura. Have you thought it through? Obito's cold eyes showed no emotion. I have no other choice. Danzo's face was frighteningly dark, his tone resolute. If it weren't for that damned little brat, Shin Hitaki, I would not have come to this point. You must not forget what you promised me. I will definitely take revenge for this. Rest assured, Shin Hitaki is also my enemy. When that taboo name was mentioned again, resentment inevitably showed in Obito's eyes. If it weren't for that guy, his flawless plan would not have had any mishaps, and he would not have fallen to the pathetic situation of hiding in dark corners, nursing his wounds. The two discussed for a while, and then Danzo left. As for Obito, he did not know why he suddenly felt inspired and used Kamui to arrive at Amigakure. But when he entered this familiar secret room and looked at the scene before him, The expression hidden beneath his mask became extremely gloomy. The place was empty. This was Obito's most authentic feeling at this moment. The Outer Path Golem still stood there quietly as usual, but Nagato, who was responsible for connecting the golem, and Konan, who accompanied him, had long since disappeared. Obito initially thought that Nagato and Konan had been attacked, so they temporarily left Amigakure. But when he saw the note left on the Outer Path Golem, he was so angry that he almost spat out blood. The note read, "Konan and I are tired. You can handle the rest yourself." What does tired mean? You are the key tool with the Rinnegan. I, Obito, am not tired. Why do you have the right to say you are tired, and why do you have a right to give up halfway? No matter how bad Obito's mood was at this moment, he knew he had to find Nagato quickly. In fact, he didn't care about Nagato's life or death. What he cared about was the Rinnegan on Nagato. In his view, that would eventually belong to him. So how could he let Nagato take it away? That's right. Obito never intended to revive Uchiha Madara. He only wanted to use what Uchiha Madara left behind, and then take Nagato's Rinnegan to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. After all, it didn't matter who implemented the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, and moreover, Obito wasn't stupid. How could he not know that Uchiha Madara was also using him? Power is something that should be firmly in one's own hands. Obito, you looking for me for something? At Obito's call, Black Zetsu crawled out from underground with a grin. Nagato is missing. Immediately mobilize all the white Zetsu to find his and Konan's whereabouts. Obito said coldly, the Rinnegan is the key item for the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, and he would never allow Nagato to take those eyes away. The white Zetsu army had long been spread throughout the ninja world. He did not believe that Nagato and Konan could truly hide their tracks and escape his pursuit. What? Did Nagato get captured? Black Zetsu's eerie smile suddenly froze. He certainly knew the importance of Nagato. This was crucial to whether he could successfully revive Kagaya Otsutsuki. Do you think someone of his strength would get captured? Obito sneered. I don't know what this guy is thinking, suddenly wanting to quit. He thinks that because he left the Outer Path Golem, I would let him go. He thinks too highly of himself. The Outer Path Golem was indeed important, but the Rinnegan was equally crucial. He would not allow his plan to encounter changes again. All right. Black Zetsu also understood the seriousness of the matter and immediately mobilized all the white Zetsu to investigate the whereabouts of Nagato and Konan. However, how could it be so easy to find Nagato and Konan? For no other reason, but because the one who truly hid Nagato and Konan, Shin, had long guessed that he would use the white Zetsu army to search for Nagato's whereabouts. So this guy directly brought Nagato and Konan to one of Orochimaru's hideouts, a place that was extremely secretive, located underground, and surrounded by powerful techniques that Shin had carefully set up, which the white Zetsu could not detect at all. Even if those white Zetsu happened to find that place, it would be fine, because once the technique was triggered, Shin would immediately notice and use the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the scene. As long as Shin was there, even if Obito himself came, he would not be able to take Nagato and Konan away. 3 days later, Tobi's face had turned as dark as coal, and Kuroji was also sighing, looking quite miserable, unable to even manage his signature smirk. Why were there no clues at all? Unable to suppress the anger in his heart any longer, Tobi couldn't help but yell, Kuroji, what are you even doing? I've been doing my best to search with White J and the others. Kurot implined somemhat agriavedi. But there are no clues left around the Rain Village at all. Even the White J's scattered throughout the shinobi world haven't found a single lead. Nagato and the others seem to have evaporated into thin air. As a devoted son who wanted to resurrect his mother, Kuroji wanted to find Nagato more than anyone else. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a single clue. Could it be? The next moment, a flash of inspiration struck Kuroji, and he exclaimed, it's space-time ninjutsu. Nagato and Konan must have used space-time ninjutsu to leave the Rain Village. No wonder we can't find any clues. Space-time ninjutsu? Tobi pondered. That's right. Only space-time ninjutsu could silently make someone disappear without leaving a trace. But in the current shinobi world, besides Tobi, who else could have such mastery over space-time ninjutsu? Could it be him again? Recalling the various setbacks he had experienced in recent years, Tobi's already unappealing face turned a shade of liver color as he blurted out, Kikuchi, Shinichi. This matter must have something to do with that bastard. Indeed, ever since that guy appeared, Tobi's plans had been thwarted at every turn, and he had nearly lost his life. Most importantly, the elusive style of action and the various means targeting him could only be the work of that guy. It must be him. His Kimui ability is even stronger than yours, and he knows all about the Akatsuki's intelligence. No one else would think of Nagato's existence. Kuroji affirmed. He and Tobi had come to the same conclusion. After all, Ever since Nagato connected his body to the outer path golem, he had not shown himself in front of outsiders, always acting through the 6 paths of pain. In simple terms, besides him, Konin, and Kuroge, almost no one knew of Nagato's existence. But the other party could find Nagato's whereabouts and silently take him away. That person was definitely not a simple character. There was no one else in the entire shinobi world who could break conventional understanding like that. Damn it, it's him again. I must find a chance to kill him. Toby was furious, feeling like he was going crazy. He didn't even remember how many times it had been. Kikuchi Shinichi was simply incompatible with him, always thwarting him. Forget it, Toby. Little did Kuroge know. He shook his head and sighed. Even if you recover your Sharingan, you may not be able to match that guy. To deal with him, we might have to plan for the long term. After all, we still have time. As someone who had survived in the shinobi world for countless years, Kuroge understood the principle that a gentleman's revenge is never too late. He was quite wary of Shinichi, but he was much more mature than Toby. He knew that only by being patient could they make the other party reveal a flaw, and then strike with a fatal blow. How can we plan for the long term? Toby could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and shouted. Now that Nagato and the Rinnegan are gone, and even the 9 tails are in his hands, what do we have left to complete the infinite Tsukuyomi? To resurrect the 10 tails. We don't necessarily need to gather all the tailed beasts. We can use other powers to substitute for the tailed beast power. Kuroge, unfazed by Toby's excited reaction, looked at him with a strange expression and said playfully, as for Nagato, as long as we have White J, we will eventually find him. By then, you can figure out a way to take his Rinnegan, and all problems will be solved. The number of White J is simply too large, plus their elusive ability. They are simply born scouts. Kuroge was very confident that he would eventually find Nagato's hiding place. The urgent task now is to stabilize the Akatsuki and find a chance to gather the tailed beasts. Okay, then I'll listen to you. Toby gritted his teeth and forcibly suppressed the unspeakable anger in his heart. What he didn't notice was that behind him, Kuroge's eyes flashed with a barely noticeable look of mockery. Just a self-righteous fool. You and Nagato are cut from the same cloth. Even Uchiha Bito is a pawn I use to resurrect my mother, and I will eventually fulfill my wish. On the other side, in the Konoha commercial street. Wow, is this Konoha now? It's so prosperous. These things look so delicious. I never expected that after so many years. Konoha could develop to this extent. 3 unfamiliar people were wandering around the street, one of whom was a man with an extremely lively personality, unable to help but shout every time he saw various shops and vendors. These 3 were none other than Orochimaru, the first Hokage, and the second Hokage. Big brother. Stop it. Seeing his older brother making a fuss, the second Hokage's face darkened. This is too embarrassing. After all, he was once revered as the god of shinobi. How could he act like a country bumpkin? Hey, I'm just excited. The first Hokage finally realized his gaffe and chuckled. Who would have thought that the little village we impulsively founded back then could develop to this extent? I'm really happy. Upon hearing this, the second Hokage couldn't help but feel sentimental as well. In fact, his thoughts were similar to those of the first Hokage, but he was much more patient and wouldn't easily express his emotions. Gentlemen, you should have wandered enough these past few days, right? Orochimaru, wearing a strange face, smiled gently and said, I think Shinichi-kun must be anxious too. If there's nothing else, let's go back and meet up with him. For Orochimaru, who controlled core technology, simply changing his appearance was a piece of cake. Not only him, but even the first and second Hokages were now wearing ordinary faces. There was no way around it. The 3 of them were too famous in Konoha. If they showed their true faces, it would definitely cause a commotion. And how could they still stroll down the street so boldly? But I haven't finished shopping yet. The first Hokage clasped his hands together and pleaded. First Hokage, there will be many opportunities in the future. Orochimaru comforted softly. Once Shinichi-kun finishes his business, you can shop as much as you want. Shinichi had only given them 3 days of free time, and besides, he was also eager to return to the lab to complete his research. Truly not want to waste time on boring tasks like being a tour guide. In that case, I will listen to you. Fortunately, the first Hokage was a good-natured guy who listened to advice. He didn't want Orochimaru to be blamed by Shinichi because of him. Kakashi-sensei, Kushinanichin, can I have 2 strands of your hair? After Naruto's family completed their emotional reunion, Shinichi surprisingly stepped forward and extended his hand. Such a blatant request for hair was quite strange. He remembered that the last time this happened was when Sasuke was asking to be a disciple. Shinichi, what do you want our hair for? Minato showed a puzzled expression. Could it be that over the years, Shinichi developed some special collecting hobby? It's not me. It's Orochimaru who wants to study your biological information. Shinichi shrugged and pretended to be relaxed, saying he felt embarrassed to ask, so he could only ask me for help. By the way, he's the kind of person who cares a lot about his image, so even if you ask him, he won't admit it. This skill of shifting blame, he has really mastered to perfection. All right, Minato and Kushina also readily handed over their hair. After all, they owe their lives to Shinichi. So how could they be stingy with a few strands of hair? Thanks, then I'll take my leave. After achieving his goal, Shinichi was too lazy to chat any further and returned to his room with a shunshin. Ding. The system detected that the host successfully altered the fate trajectory of Minato Namikaze, rewarding points, 400. Ding. The system detected that the host successfully altered the fate trajectory of Kushina Uzumaki, rewarding points, 300. Just as expected, Shinichi was secretly astonished. No wonder when he used the Edo Tensei to revive Minato and the others earlier, the system didn't give any notification sound. As he had guessed, merely using the Edo Tensei for pseudo-revival doesn't count as changing a character's fate trajectory. After all, they were already dead, as long as they weren't successfully revived. It didn't count as altering their fate. Only true resurrection techniques like the Outer Path, Samsara technique, can be judged as successful by the system. Detected biological information of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Should it be extracted immediately? Extract immediately. Successfully extracted biological information. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent traits. All-encompassing crimson, purple, little sun in the belly of the death god gold. What a treasure. It actually turned out gold again. No wonder he's the fastest man in the ninja world, shining in gold. Minato, you're really impressive. Chapter 148 Dio, Shinichi, will stop being human from today. All-encompassing crimson, purple crimson light that encompasses all. You will possess an unparalleled physique that perfectly merges various bloodline limits, aiding you on the path to the peak. Soul strength 500. Additional ability, hemolytic power. Hemolytic power. The rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation, and you rely on devouring. You will unconditionally gain a perfect devouring ability, able to perfectly integrate all special powers, including bloodline limits, sage chakra, tailed beast power, etc., into your bloodline. Little sun in the belly of the death god. Gold, you were once swallowed by the death god, and after escaping, you acquired a trace of divinity. Your life level will be elevated to that of pseudo-god. Wow. A wave of invisible, mysterious power surged into Shinichi's body, and at that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of omnipotence. This feeling was fleeting, and he could no longer sense any changes, not even a hint of power increase. Shinichi? What does this even mean? He thought he had rolled a golden-level talent trait, surely a big win. But the additional attributes were absent, and the accompanying abilities were also missing. Just a short description? When did this system start to scam people too? This is too much. The silver lining is that the purple talent trait that Kushina gave him seems to be even more powerful than he imagined, capable of devouring even-tailed beast power and integrating it into his bloodline. Wait, if I can directly devour tailed beast power, does that mean I have a chance to directly become the Ten Tails' true form? What a treat. Shinichi was once again stunned. As everyone knows, reviving the Ten Tails requires two prerequisites. One is to gather the powers of the nine-tailed beasts, and the other is the Ten-Tailed Shell, the Outer Path's golem. The reason Uchiha and Obito are so obsessed with capturing the tailed beasts is simply to revive the Ten Tails, become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and gain supreme power. But if I can absorb the tailed beast power myself, then I wouldn't need any Outer Path golem. I would essentially be the Ten Tails, and there would be no need to become a Jinchuriki. Could it be that I'm no longer human? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and a trace of inexplicable bitterness appeared on Shinichi's face. This terrifying devouring ability certainly doesn't look like something a normal human should possess, right? From today, I will stop being human. Dio-like feeling, quickly tossing aside those chaotic thoughts. One thing Shinichi could be certain of is that he had obtained another exceptionally powerful special ability, and he soon thought of who to find to experiment with this ability. Let's consider it an early completion of the agreement. After thinking for a bit, Shinichi took out Yahiko's body from his Shunshin space. Rinnegan, activate. Outer Path, Samsara technique. Another familiar recipe, familiar king of hell vomiting souls, and Yahiko's soul was released just like that. Thus, the long-dead Yahiko was successfully revived. Who are you? Where's this place? We're Nagato and Conan. After reviving, Yahiko opened his eyes and immediately bombarded Shinichi with questions. Shinichi was too lazy to explain so much to Yahiko and knocked him out with a swift chop. As a stranger, no matter how sincerely he explained, it wouldn't matter. It would be easier to hand this task over to Nagato and Conan. Whoosh! Flying Thunder God Technique. Carrying the unconscious Yahiko, Shinichi directly arrived at the secret base where Nagato and Conan were located. Shinichi, you're here. Upon suddenly seeing Shinichi, both Nagato and Conan revealed smiles in unison. Isn't this Yahiko's body? Nagato looked at Yahiko, who was being carried by Shinichi, with curiosity. No, to be precise, this is Yahiko. Shinichi explained simply and directly. I've revived him, but I'm too lazy to explain to him, so I brought him back to you. Don't worry. He will wake up soon. You can chat slowly. I'll come back in a few days. Casually tossing Yahiko to Nagato, Shinichi used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Seeing Shinichi's decisive actions, Nagato and Conan were somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. But when they found out that this Yahiko really had breathing and heartbeat, they knew that Shinichi absolutely didn't lie to them. Yahiko was probably really revived. Ugh, my neck hurts. Not long after, Yahiko groggily woke up, and upon seeing Nagato and Conan in front of him, his face immediately lit up with joy. Nagato, Conan, is it really you? Yahiko. After successfully reviving their long-lost dear friend, Nagato and Conan could no longer contain the surging emotions in their hearts, and the three of them hugged tightly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Such a touching reunion scene would definitely give Shinichi goosebumps if he saw it. Thankfully, he had taken off early. Back at the original base, Shinichi pulled the reluctant Naruto out of Kushina's arms. Big brother Shinichi, what are you doing, ouch? Being lifted into the air again. Naruto kicked his little legs vigorously, protesting. Stop talking nonsense. I still need to take you back to Konoha. Shinichi rolled his eyes at him, stating firmly, don't forget. You still have to go to school. You can't just take a leave of absence. Do I still need to go to school? Naruto pouted, disdainfully saying, I've already learned the shadow clone technique. The ninja school can't teach me anything now. Can't I just send a shadow clone? Anyway, Sasuke and the others are doing that now, and it won't make a difference if I don't go. Naruto wasn't wrong. Ever since Shinichi trained those little guys a few years ago, they had achieved strengths far beyond the original story, making the basic ninjutsu taught in ninja school seem trivial to them. In order not to waste time, Sasuke and Neji took the lead in using shadow clones to replace themselves for school, which is said to have been inspired by Sasuke's brother Itachi. That's right. I actually don't oppose your method. So why are you still forcing me to go to school? Although what you said makes a lot of sense. Tomorrow you little brats must go to the ninja school in person. There's no way around it, since I'm the one teaching you tomorrow. Naruto, are you really not going to give me any face? Shin, with a very friendly smile on his face, looked at Naruto. But to Naruto, it seemed like a rather dangerous expression. Shin, do you mean you're now a teacher at the ninja school? Kushina, who was nearby, finally caught on and asked curiously. Minato also looked puzzled. Logically, with Shin's strength, being a teacher at the ninja school was too much of a waste of talent. Yes, that old coot, the third Hokage, begged me to do it, Shin casually explained, but whether I go to class or not depends on my mood, and no one can control me. Tomorrow is my first time as a teacher, and Naruto must support me. Otherwise, where would I put my face? Besides, Naruto aims to become Hokage, and even if his strength is up to par, if he lacks the ability and knowledge to handle various responsibilities, he won't be able to fulfill the Hokage position. So, he not only has to attend school, but must also surpass everyone else in grades. Even though Naruto is the main character, he can't skip anything he needs to learn. Otherwise, how can he become Hokage? This point is consistent with the original work. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto also had to study for a long time to be qualified for the Hokage position, but his workability was quite concerning, which ultimately led to him being so busy that he had no time to go home. Chapter 149. What should I do about being too popular at ninja school? Shin was right. Wanting to become Hokage is not that simple. Minato nodded seriously, looking at Naruto, and said, Naruto, actually, your dad put in a lot of hard work back in the day to become Hokage. You can't miss out on any of the knowledge you need to learn. This was his experience as Hokage. No matter how much Naruto hated reading and studying, he was now completely deflated. Who knew there was so much to learn to become Hokage? If he had known this earlier, he should have chosen a simpler dream. Little did he know, once this thought arose, it would plant a seed deep in Naruto's heart, and whether it could take root and sprout in the future would just depend on fate. So, can I still live with mom and dad in the future? Naruto showed an expectant expression. He also noticed that Shin didn't intend to take Minato and Kushina back to Konoha. Of course. Shin rolled his eyes at him and said, "No one can stop your family from reuniting. It's just that you have to wait a few more days. Are you that anxious that you can't even wait this long?" Minato and Kushina definitely can't return to Konoha right now. At least, they have to wait until he finishes that matter. Hee. Then I'll listen to Brother Shin. After getting a clear answer from Shin, Naruto stopped saying anything. He never doubted Shin's words, even though someone often deceived him for fun. He knew Shin wouldn't joke about such things. After chatting with Minato and Kushina for a bit, Shin took Naruto back to Konoha. The next day, at the ninja school, under Shin's prior warning, Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji made a rare appearance at the ninja school in person instead of using shadow clones. They knew today was their teacher's first official class, and if they didn't give him face, it would definitely end badly. After all, for Shin, face was more important than anything. This kind of thing wouldn't even be negotiable, even if the Sage of Six Paths came. Sasuke-kun, I heard a new teacher is coming today. I wonder what kind of person he will be." A little girl with pink hair approached Sasuke shyly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Sakura, don't cling to Sasuke-kun." On Sasuke's other side was a girl with yellow hair, looking unfriendly and saying, "Sasuke-kun doesn't like you following him around, so why do you keep bothering him?" Such awkward scenes happened almost every day at the ninja school, and the kids had long gotten used to it. No need to ask. These two little girls were indeed Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. Who could blame Sasuke for being so popular with girls since he had such a handsome face? Of course, this was the same for the brothers of the Hitaki family. So being too handsome wasn't necessarily a good thing. "Are you too annoying? Get away from me." Sasuke snapped. Women are truly troublesome creatures. Today he wasn't there as a shadow clone. He was present in person, with his training time already being occupied. Having two unruly little girls bothering him was certainly not going to earn them any good looks. It's important to know that for Sasuke, only Naruto was his true love. Defeating Naruto was Sasuke's ultimate goal, the one that would bring him the greatest joy. Women, huh? They would only slow him down in defeating Naruto. Angry Sasuke is so handsome. Exactly. Faced with Sasuke's cold disdain and scolding, Sakura and Ino fell into a frenzy again. It's worth mentioning that now, under Shin's subtle influence, Naruto no longer acted as the pitiful backup for Sakura, because Naruto was very clear that he and Sakura were just ordinary classmates and friends. But Hinata was different. She was his fiancée, the one he truly needed to cherish. "Hinata, this is the snack my mom made for me. It's really delicious, so I'm giving it to you." With no one around, Naruto quickly handed the bento box to the blushing Hinata and whispered, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." In front of Naruto, Hinata was still as shy as ever, her voice barely above a whisper. "Don't mention it. My mom said you are our future daughter-in-law, so I must treat you like a treasure." Brother Shin also said, "If you like someone, you must do everything to treat them well. That's love." Naruto grinned and said as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "Love? So, Naruto-kun really loves me? Of course. My favorite person is Hinata. I have to say, Naruto really is quite dedicated. Once he decides on a girl, he puts in all his true feelings. Of course, to cultivate Naruto's correct view of love, Shin had put in a lot of effort behind the scenes. Hinata, what's wrong with you?" Little did they know, under Naruto's fierce and straightforward approach, Hinata, who was already shy, had her brain completely crash, her face turning as red as a monkey's butt, and she blissfully fainted. "My sister is so easily embarrassed." Neji, seeing this scene from a distance, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. But he was used to it. This kind of situation had happened countless times during training. "My dad said the new teacher at the ninja school seems to be an impressive person." "Choji, you're talking nonsense again. If it were really an impressive person, how could they come and teach us little kids?" "Shikamaru, what do you think? How annoying. I just want to lie down and watch." On the other side, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba were also discussing. Slap, slap. A sound of footsteps came from outside the classroom, and everyone immediately stopped their discussions, all with wide, curious eyes looking towards the door. They all knew that it was very likely the new teacher had come to class. Ahem. The newly dressed Shinichi cleared his throat and walked into the classroom with elegant steps. Under the naive and innocent gazes of the children, he revealed what he thought was a gentle smile and said loudly, "Hello, children. I am your new teacher, Hatake Shinichi." Silence, dead silence. The entire classroom seemed to be enveloped in a suffocatingly strange atmosphere. The smile on Shinichi's face froze. Could it be that his opening line was not exciting enough? Too formulaic? This was not scientific. Wasn't he the Hitaki hero in front of the children of Konoha? Wow, it's Hatake Shinichi. the hero of Konoha. So our new teacher is the legendary hero of Konoha. This is amazing. Mom, thank you for giving birth to me at such a perfect time. Being a student in this class is just too lucky. In the next moment, the classroom erupted into an astonishing cheer. Except for Naruto and Sasuke, who saw Shinichi every day. All the other children were filled with excited and thrilled smiles, looking at Shinichi as if they were seeing a true idol, unable to contain their emotions. Shinichi? It turns out that it wasn't that he had no presence, but rather that his presence was too overwhelming. Sigh, what should he do if he was so popular with the students at the ninja school? A certain Irika sensei probably had a hard time understanding such a happy trouble. Chapter 150. Goodbye, Yuya, a charming little assistant. Sorry I'm late. Just after the cheers from the children subsided, a stunning figure hurriedly entered the classroom. Her long, flowing purple hair, captivating, and her charming face unforgettable. How could it be her? Under Shinichi's stunned gaze, she walked in gracefully and said, Children, I am Yuzuki Yuya, Shinichi-sensei's assistant, and I am also your teacher. Indeed, the suddenly appearing purple-haired girl was Yuzuki Yuya from the Umbu. Huh. Why does our ninja school's teacher have an assistant? What do you know, Shinichi-sensei is a hero of Konoha, so it makes sense that he would be very busy. Having an assistant is reasonable. But this purple-haired big sister is really beautiful. The children exclaimed in surprise. Even Naruto and Sasuke were puzzled. How come they had never heard Shinichi mention an assistant before? Little did they know, it wasn't just them who had never heard of it. Even Shinichi himself was confused. What the heck is going on? Isn't Yuya from the Umbu? Why did she suddenly become my assistant? Ahem. Students, self-study for now. After throwing out this line, Shinichi quickly pulled Yuya aside and whispered, Yuya, quickly tell me, how did you become my assistant? Who arranged this? I have never heard of it before. His first reaction was that the old man Sandame sent Yuya to get close to him in order to win him over. But then he thought it was unlikely. The Sandame was already a scared bird and would never ignore his opinions to do something like this. I applied to the captain myself. Yuya blinked her beautiful big eyes mischievously and said, I was tired of staying in the Umbu, and I heard that you, Shinichi-senpai, were coming to the ninja school to teach, so I decided to come along. Anyway, you must be very busy with important matters. So isn't it good for me to help you share the burden? Captain? You mean Kakashi? Shinichi finally caught on, raising an eyebrow. That brat has the ability to help you transfer? Don't forget, Kakashi is just an ordinary Umbu captain now, not the Umbu leader. How could he have the authority to easily transfer a member to the ninja school? I asked the captain to apply to Lord Hokage, and he agreed immediately. Yuya patted her chest proudly, looking relieved. It really is that old man. Shinichi's face darkened. With his intelligence, how could he not guess that Kakashi had taken the initiative to bring this up to the Sandame, who would undoubtedly think it was his own idea and would certainly not oppose it? Moreover, transferring just one Umbu member was simply a trivial matter for the Sandame. And the key figure in this matter was that troublesome Kakashi. Shinichi silently decided that he would definitely have to teach Kakashi a lesson when he got back. Little did he know, Kakashi understood him well and had already predicted his reaction, having taken a long-term mission and sneaking away from Konoha, planning to stay away for at least a month or two. Kakashi, did I cause you trouble, Shinichi-senpai? Yuya pretended to be aggrieved, biting her handkerchief. No, that's not the case. Shinichi's expression stiffened slightly, and he chuckled awkwardly. I just think that with your strength, staying at the ninja school is really a waste. How about? Before he could finish his sentence, Yuya looked at him with her watery big eyes, her expression as if she were an abandoned puppy about to cry. Who could resist that? In any case, Shinichi couldn't withstand such an expression. All right, if you want to be this assistant, then so be it. Anyway, I don't come to the ninja school often, so you can take care of the children's studies. Shinichi waved his hand, speechless. Looking at it from another perspective, this didn't seem like a bad thing for him. It was like finding a substitute teacher in a legitimate way, knowing his own business. Teaching these little brats at the ninja school was just for the novelty and to boost the Hitaki family's reputation in the village. It was obviously impossible for him to come in every day from 9 to 5, since someone voluntarily came to help him with the work. It would be foolish to refuse. Don't worry, Shinichi-senpai. I will definitely do a good job, Yuya said cheerfully, as for what she was really planning in her heart. Only she knew. Thus, a class that was almost entirely led by the assistant ended in a haze. After all, the ninja school only taught the most basic ninjutsu and common sense. And with Yuya there, Shinichi could relax. He just stood by the side the whole time, acting as a mascot, which seemed pretty leisurely. After class, did you notice that Shinichi-sensei hardly teaches at all? Most of the time, it's Yuzuki-sensei who teaches us. What does it matter? Anyway, Shinichi-sensei is so handsome. Even if he just stands there, it's nice to look at. He's like our class mascot. Having the hero of Konoha attend class with us, isn't that a huge blessing? That makes sense. Saying that, even if Shinichi-sensei teaches us nothing, we seem to have gained a lot. The children in the classroom were discussing animatedly, with Sakura and Ino leading a few girls who couldn't help but gossip about the relationship between Shinichi and Yuya. Do you think Yuzuki-sensei likes Shinichi-sensei? I always feel that her gaze towards him is a bit off. Yeah, I feel the same way. Think about it carefully. When has any of our ninja school teachers ever had an assistant? I think it's definitely because Teacher Yuzuki likes Teacher Kakashi. So she specifically came to the ninja school to be an assistant, with the purpose of getting close to Teacher Kakashi openly. Proximity brings advantage. I have to say, what this girl said is indeed the truth. Hey, at this moment, Sasuke, who could no longer bear it, suddenly stood up and said coldly, "You troublesome women. I don't care what you're thinking, but you better not casually discuss Teacher Kakashi behind his back. Anyone who disrespects Teacher Kakashi is opposing me, Uchiha Sasuke." If Shinichi saw this scene, he would probably be unable to help but feel that his efforts in raising these two pillars were not in vain. Although Shinichi's way of caring for people is not something everyone can accept, Sasuke genuinely respects him due to the issues of the Uchiha clan and his own rapid growth and strength. It's not an exaggeration to say that deep in Sasuke's heart, apart from his own family, Shinichi holds the highest position. Wow, an angry Sasuke is really handsome. The group of girls not only weren't angry, but couldn't help but scream. On the other side, Naruto completely ignored the commotion and just chatted with Hinata. The two were laughing and talking, creating an atmosphere like a love barrier that outsiders couldn't approach. What a strong smell of romantic nonsense. Damn it, these two bastards. Naruto and Sasuke. Inuzuka Kiba looked on with envy and jealousy. Sasuke was naturally handsome and liked by many girls, which he could tolerate. But why was Naruto also so popular with girls? The way he and Hinata looked at each other was like a golden boy and jade girl, almost like they were about to get married on the spot. So it seems that only they were the single dogs? Calm down, Kiba. No matter how angry you are, you're still a single dog. CHG was right. No girl would like you. So just give up, Kiba? Girls are really troublesome, Kiba. Instead of worrying about that, you might as well sleep more like I do. Seeing Kiba's unhappy expression, CHG, Shikamaru, and Shino all spoke to comfort him. I have to say, good brothers are really good brothers. Even the words of comfort are so heartwarming. Hey, are you guys looking for a fight? Inuzuka Kiba completely lost it and yelled. Chapter 151. Transforming Golden Talent. Rebirth. What about the Tsutsuki clan? Whoosh. The space twisted, and Shinichi arrived again at the hidden base where Nagato and the others were. Shinichi, you're here. Nagato had a long-lost smile on his face. From the moment Shinichi successfully resurrected Yahiko, he no longer had any defenses against him, because Shinichi was not only his benefactor, but also Yahiko's benefactor. With Yahiko and Konin around, he no longer had a twisted heart and would naturally not commit the kind of master slaughtering acts he did in the original story. Nagato, I came to discuss something with you. Shinichi nodded and hesitated. Just say what you need. No need to discuss. All right. Seeing Nagato so straightforward, Shinichi proposed his idea. I want to take your Rinnegan, but don't worry, I'll give you a pair of normal eyes in return. So you 1T become blind. No problem. Nagato actually agreed without hesitation. Nagato, Yahiko and Konin next to him couldn't help but look at him. Want to say something, but hesitating. No need to say it. Compared to these eyes that don't belong to me, you two, Yahiko and Konin, are what I truly want to cherish. Nagato smiled and said, moreover, I'm now healthy and can walk and run. I isn't that much happier than before. I've really been tired these years. Let the rest be handled by Shinichi. I trust him. I have to say, the restored Nagato is really easy to talk to. Then let us go with me. It'll be done soon. Shinichi didn't hesitate and directly took Nagato to Orochimaru's laboratory. He followed Orochimaru's method and injected Nagato with an anesthetic. Nagato quickly fell into a state of sleep. The reason for doing this was that he didn't want Nagato to know about his abilities. Nagato was already tired of the struggles in the ninja world and just wanted to live a stable and quiet life with his two close friends. So Shinichi didn't need to explain too much to him to avoid trouble. Blood dissolution power. Shinichi placed his hand on Nagato's Rinnegan and activated the new attached ability, blood dissolution power. A faint energy radiance emanated from Nagato's eyes, quickly flowing into Shinichi's body. This was the source power of the Rinnegan, which is the power of the Rinnegan itself. Indeed, Shinichi wanted to experiment with whether he could use blood dissolution power to drain all of Nagato's Rinnegan power. If he could do so, his own Rinnegan ability would likely see a significant enhancement. Soon, that energy radiance gradually dissipated. Shinichi instinctively retracted his arm and activated his Rinnegan. As expected, just as he predicted, his Rinnegan had become even stronger than before, and that powerful ability to control life and death even gave him the illusion of being a god. Moreover, his Rinnegan finally possessed the abilities of Rinnegan Obito from the original work. In a sense, he had perfectly stolen the Rinnegan abilities of Uchiha Madara. If Uchiha Madara knew about this, he would know what kind of splendid expression he would show. Fortunately, it also saved me the trouble of finding Orochimaru for help. After opening Nagato's eyelids and examining them carefully, Shinichi discovered that after losing power, Nagato's Rinnegan actually turned back into a pair of ordinary eyes, which, apart from normal vision, had no power left at all. This also indirectly saved him the trouble of finding Orochimaru to help Nagato transplant new eyes. Casually wrapping bandages around Nagato's eyes to create some traces of post-surgery, Shinichi sent Nagato back to Konin, informing them that 3 days later, after removing the bandages, Nagato would be able to regain his sight. Of course, all of this was just a disguise by Shinichi. Ding! The system detected that the host successfully changed Nagato's fate trajectory. Reward points, 400. Ding! The system detected that the host successfully changed Yahiko's fate trajectory. Reward points, 200. Ding! The system detected that the host successfully changed Konin's fate trajectory. Reward points, 300. Opening the system interface, Shinichi once again revealed a smile. So, which talent entry should I convert? Looking at the remaining 1,600 points, Shinichi fell into deep thought. He had never fought such a wealthy battle. If used to convert purple-level talent entries, he could convert 3. But this time, Shinichi wanted to try converting a golden-level talent entry. Although it was expensive, it should be worth it. After careful consideration, Shinichi finally made a decision. System, convert little son in the belly of the god of death for me. Perhaps it was intuition, but Shinichi always felt that this golden talent entry, which did not carry any additional abilities or attributes, must reveal its true potential after conversion. After all, it was just 1,000 points. I can afford to splurge. I'm taking the gamble. Ding! Successfully converted talent entry. Consumed 1,000 points, remaining points, 600. Little son in the belly of the god of death. Gold, you were swallowed by the god of death, and after escaping from his belly, you have gained a hint of divinity. Your life level will be elevated to that of a deity. Attached abilities. Yin-Yang release, super Tsutsuki power. Yin-Yang escape technique. You will unconditionally acquire the Yin-Yang escape technique at the level of the 6th Path Sage, mastering the power of Yin and Yang. Super Otsutsuki power. You will gain a divine physique that surpasses the Otsutsuki clan, becoming a new divine clan. Note, this ability will remain inactive until you obtain the power of the 10 tails. Looking at the numerous prompts from the system, Shinichi was stunned. Oh my god. This time, it's not just about making a profit. It's like hitting the jackpot. The power of the 10 tails. That's right. All I'm missing right now is the power of the 10 tails. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Shinichi thought, as long as I successfully gather the power of the tailed beasts, I will become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. No, I should say I will become an existence that surpasses the 10 tails Jinchuriki, surpassing the Otsutsuki clan. Who would have thought that this golden-level talent entry obtained from Minato Namikaze would have such an outrageous effect? Of course, this also requires Shinichi's willingness to spend a fortune. After all, 1,000 points is not a small number. As a member of the Points Sunlight clan, he has never accumulated more than 1,000 points. So this is definitely a huge expenditure. Fortunately, he bet right this time. Once he truly gathers the power of all the tailed beasts, he will be able to become part of the Otsutsuki clan. No, he should say the Super Otsutsuki clan. By then, let alone the final boss Kaguya, Otsutsuki. Even the Otsutsuki clan in Boruto will not be his match. In this vast world, who could threaten me? Kiki washing machine? Finally reaching this point, Shinichi's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Since he crossed into this world, he has always felt a sense of crisis, even with various outrageous abilities. It did not lessen the anxiety deep in his heart, because he knew that unimaginable powerful enemies would appear in the future, and compared to the terrifying Otsutsuki clan, characters like Danzo and Obito were simply insignificant and not worth his attention. It was only at this moment that he finally obtained the qualification to stand up to the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 152. Are you ready to dance? Konoha Orphanage. The afternoon courtyard was particularly serene, and Shinichi comfortably reclined in a chair, casually sipping a cup of black tea. Beside him sat a smiling blonde beauty. I haven't seen you show this expression in a long time, Yu said softly. What can I do? I've been quite busy lately. Shinichi yawned and casually replied. It's not like I just took on a teaching job, running between the ninja school and the security team. It's rare to have some free time to come and sit with you, so I might as well relax a bit. That's just pure deception. It's undeniable that he held two positions at the same time, but the security team had Nami and the others looking after things. And the ninja school had Yuin substituting for him. So he hardly ever worked, just fooling around. Do you really think I'm that easy to fool? You looked at him with a smile. All right, it's just that I've had guests at home recently, so I came here to escape the hustle and bustle. Shinichi explained helplessly. He couldn't help it. After all, Yuin always found an excuse to come to him. Whether it was preparing lessons today or planning activity for the kids tomorrow, making him feel overwhelmed and unable to relax at home. So he could only come to Yu's place to take a breather. Unlike Yuin's enthusiastic and lively nature, Yu always had a gentle and quiet demeanor, making him feel an unprecedented sense of peace. Yes, since he got to know Yu, he often came here and would sit for most of the day. Yu never asked him why. They both understood each other, and yet the atmosphere between them grew increasingly ambiguous. Are you really just an ordinary guest? Yu said with a half-smile. I heard from Naruto that there seems to be a very beautiful girl who often comes to your place to look for you. What are you talking about? Shinichi's smile suddenly froze, cursing Naruto for being a big mouth, deliberately making things difficult for him. But Yu's next sentence made his expression strange, and he couldn't help but look up. Shinichi, you really don't need to be so nervous. We're not that kind of relationship. He could see it clearly. At that moment, Yu's face was flushed, radiating an indescribable shyness. Seeing such a scene, how could Shinichi remain indifferent? He was just reluctant to get involved emotionally. He wasn't really an idiot. Some things, he preferred to let nature take its course. But since she had taken the initiative, it would be too much to continue pretending to be clueless. Actually, Yuin and I are not what you think. After a moment of silence, Shinichi couldn't help but speak up. But before he could finish, Yu interrupted him softly. No, you don't need to explain. Even if it were true, it wouldn't matter to me. I don't mind. Huh? Shinichi was instantly dumbfounded. Although Yu's voice was very soft, with his keen senses, how could he not hear clearly? Wait, what do you mean? What do you not mind? I'm having a hard time keeping up with your train of thought. No way. In an instant, a thought that even he believed suddenly popped into Shinichi's mind. He originally wanted to ask Yu a couple more questions, but suddenly felt a warm sensation on his lips, and moments later, Yu shyly fled the scene. Did I just get kissed? Feeling the lingering warmth on his lips, Shinichi was also a bit dumbfounded. But to be fair, this feeling was quite nice. Yu didn't say anything, but it felt like she said everything. So, Shinichi returned home in a daze, feeling that something was off. Yu liked him, and he liked Yu. This was clearly an undeniable fact, but he truly couldn't understand what Yu meant by not minding earlier. Hyuga clan, Hizashi, who was originally prepared to sit quietly, suddenly saw a certain someone materialize before him. He immediately felt that his good mood for the day had been ruined. What do you want? Hizashi glared at the person he disliked very much. Did I eat gunpowder? The moment I arrive, you give me a bad face? Shinichi would not indulge in his bad temper, directly snatching the carefully brewed tea he made and said unceremoniously, After all, we are future in-laws, and I'm still Hinata's teacher. We're all about making connections, so why show me that attitude? Hizashi couldn't help but roll his eyes. If this kid had any sense of politeness, he wouldn't have this attitude. Speak, what do you want? Hizashi asked. From his understanding of this person, if he wasn't here to mooch food, he definitely had something to discuss. His attitude was simple. If you have something to say it quickly and leave. He couldn't afford to provoke this big shot. You should be prepared. While savoring the exquisite snacks in his hand, Shinichi said this without any preamble. Upon hearing this, Hizashi paused in his actions and said solemnly, What do you need me to do? Help me notify Kakashi and the others. Shinichi smiled lightly. Then, you all just get ready to watch the show. All right. Hizashi had no objections to his words. After all, since the Hyuga clan had boarded this big ship, he had already mentally prepared himself. Then I'm leaving. After giving instructions, Shinichi was about to leave. Wait, is there anything else? Shinichi asked curiously. Of course there is. Ri's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, Let that Naruto kid have some sense. Even if he really is engaged, there's no need to cling to Hinata every day. Hinata is still young. What kind of situation is it for the two of them to be together all the time? I've raised that little cotton-padded jacket with great difficulty, and now I can't even see her shadow all day. As her father, I can't help but feel jealous. Oh, you mean that? Shinichi rolled his eyes and said, you shouldn't be telling me this. Just wait a couple of days and complain to Naruto's parents. Even if you come to me to complain, I would only say 4 words to Naruto. What 4 words? Well done. Before Ri could explode, Shinichi used a mysterious technique to escape, not forgetting to take the exquisite snacks from Ri's table. Damn it, Kiki Shinichi, shameless bastard. As expected, Ri was furious, feeling like he had been played again, but he couldn't find anyone to vent his anger on, so he could only stew in silence. However, he quickly suppressed his excitement because he suddenly remembered what Shinichi had just said. What did he mean by complaining to Naruto's parents in a couple of days? Didn't he Naruto as parents already? Could it be? Ri was shocked and finally realized the main point. It seemed that this guy was far more mysterious than he had imagined, and he could even manage that kind of thing. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha Fugaku's home, a similar scene was unfolding. You're here to mooch off food again? Fugaku said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, looking at someone who was feasting at his table. I'm really curious. You come to my house every couple of days to mooch food. Don't you feel embarrassed? What is wrong with that? Who told Makoto to cook such delicious food? I feel uncomfortable if I don't eat it for a day. Shinichi replied matter-of-factly. In fact, the Uchiha family was large and prosperous, so Fugaku didn't mind having an extra mouth at the table. It wouldn't make him poor. But this guy always liked to steal his dishes when he came over, clearly having more food on his own plate than he could finish. Yet he insisted on taking his, clearly trying to annoy him. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat this guy. So what are you really here for? Suppressing the urge to beat him up, Fugaku said impatiently. To remind you. What? We're about to catch the net. Putting down his bowl and chopsticks, Shinichi revealed a meaningful smile. Are you ready to dance? Chapter 153. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your secret is out. The sky was particularly gloomy. Dark clouds were gathering in the distance, giving a very oppressive feeling. The third Hokage felt an inexplicable irritability rising in his heart and put down the cigarette he had at his mouth. Today was the monthly meeting of Konoha. The heads of the major clans and advisors would be present, and he, as the Hokage, would preside over it. Just as the third was about to head to the meeting room, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Shinichi? The third was startled and blurted out, What are you doing here? Oh, isn't this the Hokage? Shinichi smiled, pretending to run into him by chance, and said softly, I'm here to attend the meeting, of course. What? Do you think I don't have the qualification? No, of course not. The third forced an awkward yet polite smile. By rights, Shinichi, as the spokesperson of the Kiki clan, was indeed qualified to attend this meeting. However, based on past experiences, this guy never attended the meetings. He usually sent Kakashi in his place. Today, for some unknown reason, he had chosen to attend the meeting himself. Shinichi, the meeting room is over there. Seeing Shinichi walking in a certain direction, the third thought he was lost and reminded him. No, I'm not lost. To his surprise, Shinichi shrugged and laughed lightly. Today's meeting is rather special, so it's not being held in the meeting room. I'm here to inform the Hokage about this. Change the location? How come I didn't know? The third looked somewhat displeased. Such meetings had always been initiated by him as the Hokage. If he didn't know about the change of location, how could Shinichi possibly know? You'll find out soon. Shinichi smiled mysteriously, not explaining anything. For some reason, looking at his smile, the third felt an ominous premonition. Even though he felt uneasy, the third didn't dare to confront this guy and could only force himself to follow his lead. But when he left the Hokage building and arrived at the open space downstairs, he saw the heads of the major clans of Konoha, along with 2 advisors, Tsunade and Mito Gate, and even Danzo, who had been silent for a long time, was there. Not only that, but Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi were also present. Moreover, there were several mysterious individuals cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured, creating an especially eerie atmosphere in the air. Shinichi, what the hell are you doing? At this point, the third could see that Shinichi was the instigator and, suppressing his anger, asked, Kiki Shinichi. Danzo didn't say anything, but his hateful gaze said it all. The expressions of Tsunade and Mito Gate beside him were also grim. They were old foxes, and how could they not see that they had been played? Can't you see it yet? Shinichi grinned, looking at the former Konoha F4, and said softly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Gate. You 4 are exposed. Surprised? Unexpected? As soon as these words were spoken, Even the usually patient third Hokage couldn't help but be blinded by anger and shouted, "Kiki Shinichi, what madness are you on?" His voice was loud, and since this was in the open space under the Hokage building, where people came and went, it immediately attracted the attention of many. In an instant, people from Konoha rushed over to watch the excitement. After all, with the Hokage advisors and heads of major clans present, something big must have happened. "Are you in a hurry?" Shinichi dug in his ears, disdainfully laughing. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't you usually like to perform in front of everyone? Hurry up and show your demeanor as Hokage. Over the years, you've always been a kind and amiable Hokage in everyone's hearts. Shinichi, stop all of this immediately, and I can pretend that nothing has happened," the third said coldly, even though he was extremely wary of Shinichi in front of him. Now that it involved his dignity as Hokage, no matter how cautious he was, he absolutely could not give in. "Hokage, you have quite a bit of authority." Shinichi deliberately put on a fearful expression and said sarcastically, "Do you really think that everyone present does not have the right to judge you high-level Konoha officials? That's really scary. Kiki Shinichi, are you trying to rebel?" Danzo, who was already hot-tempered, could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and growled. He had a deep hatred for Shinichi, wishing to tear him apart, and now that he finally had the chance, he naturally had to jump out. "Let's just say that throwing around accusations is something you old dog are rather good at." Shinichi chuckled lightly. "How about it? After staying at home for a few months, has your temper improved? I thought you would jump out and bite me directly, but I didn't expect you to hold it in for so long. It's not easy." Danzo was furious. If it weren't for the restraint of TMKO and Mito, he would have already lost control and acted. This kid's mouth is really infuriating. Unfortunately, very few people can outtalk him. "Hitaki Shinichi, don't change the subject." The third Hokage's face was so dark it seemed like water would drip from it. Coldly staring at Shinichi, and said in a chilling voice, "Give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I want to rule out the possibility of classifying you as a Konoha rogue ninja." Upon hearing this, Shinichi raised an eyebrow. Even in such dire circumstances, he still didn't forget to use the Hokage's authority to pressure him. "Sarutobi, old dog, you really think too highly of yourself. If you want to explain, you should go to those few people." Shinichi smiled and gestured for everyone to focus on the few mysterious figures cloaked in black robes that he brought. With a whoosh, after receiving Shinichi's hint, those few people directly tore off their disguises, revealing their true identities. Indeed, they were Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and the couple Minato and Kushina. Could they be the first and second Hokage? And the fourth Hokage? That's right, it's the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. Everyone was shocked. How could they not recognize these three Hokage? After all, the appearances of the Hokage throughout the ages are carved into the Hokage rock, and anyone from Konoha would never mistake them. Kushina. Suddenly, a surprised scream came from the crowd. It was Mikoto, Uchiha Fugaku's wife. "Mikoto, long time no see." Kushina smiled brightly, not forgetting to greet Mikoto. She had few friends, but Sasuke's mother, Uchiha Mikoto, was indeed her best friend. "Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobarama, how could you?" The third Hokage was also shocked and somewhat speechless. After all, these two were the people he respected the most. How could he maintain his composure? Chapter 154. The Daimyo's Appointment Letter. The third Hokage is forced to abdicate. "Monkey, we also didn't expect to meet you in this way." Facing the third shock, Hashirama said nothing, while Tobarama maintained a calm expression, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "This is the reanimation jutsu?" The third soon noticed the peculiarity about the two. They were clearly reanimated bodies, not truly resurrected. In contrast, Minato and Kushina were clearly flesh and blood, completely resurrected. Realizing this, the third became even more confused. "Minato, Kushina, how on earth were you resurrected?" Out of shock and curiosity, the third couldn't help but look at his disciple, Namake's Minato, and said solemnly, "Why are only you two revived, while Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobarama are still in reanimated form?" As he spoke, he unconsciously adopted the tone he used when addressing Minato in the past, a condescending attitude of an elder towards a younger one. After all, even when Minato served as the fourth Hokage, he was merely Sarutobi's puppet. In major decisions of Konoha, Minato had always unconditionally followed his orders. Deep down, he had gradually developed a sense of natural superiority over Minato. This, perhaps, he hadn't even realized himself. But Minato did not respond, merely shifting his gaze aside and remaining silent. "Minato, answer me." Seeing Minato daring to ignore him, the third felt an unnamed fire surge in his heart and shouted, This was not the obedient Namikaze Minato he remembered. Little did he know, when Minato truly learned of Naruto's experiences over the years, he had already begun to doubt the third, whom he had always respected. Not replying on the spot was already him showing respect for their past relationship. Sarutobi, old dog, are you questioning Teacher Minato? The kind-hearted Minato was unwilling to blame the third, but Shinichi couldn't stand it any longer and coldly said, ask yourself, do you really have the right to do so? I advise you, don't play the Hokage's authority with me. Neither the first nor the second would dare to do this. Jiraiya is also my disciple, and Minato is Jiraiya's disciple. Why don't I have this right? Being publicly scolded by Shinichi, the third felt somewhat embarrassed and instinctively retorted, Hatake Shinichi, you have no say here. Don't forget, I haven't settled accounts with you yet. A series of bizarre events caused the third to gradually lose his original calmness and rationality. He hadn't even realized that something was amiss. He only knew that his authority as Hokage was being gradually destroyed by Shinichi, which he absolutely could not tolerate. Perhaps in the past, he had to compromise due to his fear of Shinichi's great strength, but upon seeing the resurrection of the first and second, he inexplicably felt a surge of confidence. After all, no matter how strong Shinichi was, could he really be stronger than the first and second? With these powerful Hokage present, along with Sarutobi and so many strong figures from Konoha, he would not necessarily fear Shinichi. Sarutobi, old dog, you really won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Shinichi sneered. Do I really have to personally tear off your Hokage ceremonial robe for you to realize your current situation? Upon hearing this, everyone present was greatly shocked, especially the Konoha F4 led by the third, who showed expressions of disbelief. It should be noted that due to the unusual circumstances here, many villagers from Konoha had gathered around. Even so, Shinichi still dared to show such disrespect to the Hokage in front of so many people and even threatened to tear off the ceremonial robe that symbolized the Hokage. This behavior was tantamount to rebellion. What kind of backing does he have to dare to do this? Outrageous. Danzo could no longer suppress the hatred and anger in his heart and coldly said, Hatake Shinichi, do you know what you are doing? Daring to offend the Hokage like this. Your existence is absolutely a disaster for Konoha and must be severely punished. That's right, Hitaki Shinichi, your audacity is too great. This behavior is tantamount to betraying the village. I suggest we immediately capture him and throw him into the death prison. TMKO and Mito also harshly criticized him. Don't be fooled by the Konoha F4's seemingly constant internal strife. When it comes to real interests, they would definitely unite against external threats. Especially Danzo. No matter how much he hated and envied Sarutobi as Hokage, at such a time, he had to stand by the latter's side. After all, the four of them shared honor and disgrace together. What kind of dog is barking? In the face of the Konoha F4's fierce targeting, Shinichi merely dug in his ears, disdainfully saying, you old fellows are really united. It's a pity it's of no use. Clap, clap. Under the furious gazes of the third and others, Shinichi casually clapped his hands twice. Immediately, two ghostly figures appeared out of nowhere. Brother and Shisui. Sasuke and the crowd instantly recognized those two. They were none other than his long-lost Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Senior Shinichi, this is what you wanted. The expressionless Shisui respectfully handed a document to Shinichi with both hands. Shinichi nodded in satisfaction, directly opened the document, and displayed its contents to the public. Everyone, open your eyes wide and take a good look. Under the confused gazes of the crowd, Shinichi declared loudly, this is the appointment letter personally issued by the daimyo of the Fire Nation. The content is very simple, effective immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen is removed from the position of Hokage, and Tsunade will succeed as the fifth Hokage. What? How is this possible? I must be hearing things. The third Hokage has actually been removed from office? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Apart from those who had already been in cahoots with Shinichi, such as Hayashi and Fugaku, everyone else was utterly horrified. Since the founding of the Hidden Leaf Village, there has never been a case of a Hokage being forcibly removed by the daimyo. All previous Hokages either stepped down voluntarily or sacrificed themselves heroically. A forced resignation like Sarutobi Hiruzen's was absolutely unprecedented. Needless to say, this was a tremendous humiliation for Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. He had been Hokage for the longest time and had always believed he had contributed the most to the village. He expected to be remembered in history, leaving a lasting impression as a great Hokage. And now, he was being pushed into the abyss of shame by a cold appointment letter. never to rise again? No. The third Hokage, or rather, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was enraged to the extreme, letting out a roar filled with resentment. This is fake. Absolutely fake. Hatake Shinichi. This must be your scheme to deceive everyone. Fake. Shinichi sneered. This is an appointment letter issued by the daimyo himself, complete with his seal. If you don't believe me, you can go to the daimyo's residence to verify it. Sarutobi, old dog. I told you your good days are over. Chapter 155. Strong Evidence. Tobirama's fury. How could this be? Why would the daimyo do this? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. His aged eyes dull and lifeless. A tremendous humiliation. He had become the first person in history to be forcibly stripped of the Hokage title. It's you. It must be you, Hatake Shinichi. In a flash of inspiration, Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed a fierce gaze on Shinichi. I knew there had to be a reason you insisted on sending Shisui to the daimyo's residence as a guard. It turns out you were plotting against me from that moment. The daimyo of the Fire Nation would never target him without reason, even if he was dissatisfied. He would never make such a ruthless decision against an old Hokage who had served for many years. There could only be one reason. Someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Not too stupid after all. Shinichi did not deny it, smiling. Shisui is my person. I won't deny he played a significant role in this matter. But I have never used any special means to deceive or manipulate the daimyo. All of this is just your own doing, Sarutobi, old dog. You're talking nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer maintain his composure. Shouting furiously, you must have used some despicable means. Otherwise, the daimyo would not treat me this way. Itachi. To his surprise, Shinichi didn't even bother to respond to him. He just glanced at Itachi beside him. The latter immediately understood and took out a scroll from his pocket, sealed with a powerful sealing technique. With a flick, Shinichi broke the seal, holding the scroll in his hand and smiling. Sarutobi, old dog. Do you know what is written on this scroll? Let me kindly explain. It contains all the good deeds you and Danzo have done over the years. The daimyo decided to strip you of your Hokage title because he saw this. Utter nonsense. A pack of lies. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo both snorted coldly, not believing Shinichi's words at all. They knew they had done many dirty things over the years, but they considered themselves careful and prudent enough not to leave any incriminating evidence. They did not believe that the other side truly had evidence to accuse them. Let me see. Seeing the mysterious scroll in Shinichi's hand, Tsunade felt an inexplicable sense of unease and reached out to take it. Whoosh. However, Shinichi dodged her with a swift movement, mocking, old hag, do you want to destroy the evidence? Sarutobi, old dog, is no longer Hokage. Do you really think you can stay on as Hokage advisor? You. Tsunade was so furious she nearly spat blood, but there was nothing she could do. Mido's earlier eagerness was also instantly extinguished, fearing humiliation. They could see that Shinichi was a tough nut to crack and would not give face to anyone. Sarutobi, old dog, I heard you have always respected the first and second Hokages the most. Shinichi said with a smile that was not quite a smile. So, I will hand this evidence over to them for review. They will discern its truthfulness. You wouldn't object to that, would you? After all, who could be more impartial than them? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He did not dare to oppose, especially since Shinichi had brought up the names of the first and second Hokages. He had no right to refute. Even Danzo, who was usually confrontational, had gone quiet. Who would dare to say anything? First Hokage, second Hokage, I leave it to you. Shinichi casually tossed the scroll to Hashirama, smiling. By the way, I have already copied several versions of the contents. Even if you want to cover for these old dogs, it won't work, because justice lies in the hearts of the people. Upon hearing this, Hashirama wore a bitter smile, while Tobirama's expression darkened. This kid actually doesn't even trust them. At this point, they could see that Shinichi was clearly wary of them. After all, even the Minato couple had been truly resurrected by this kid. Yet they had remained in their undead forms, which was indeed thought-provoking. Don't worry, no matter who made a mistake, I won't let them go. Hashirama rarely displayed a serious expression, stating solemnly. Before Tobirama could speak, Shinichi looked at him with a smile, his gaze implying, hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you to take the initiative. Me too. Tobirama felt increasingly displeased, snorting coldly. Even though the Konoha F4 were his disciples, he would not casually cover for anyone. Moreover, Shinichi's questioning gaze was extremely irritating. Thus, the two Senju brothers opened the scroll and carefully examined its contents. Under the uncertain gazes of the crowd, the brothers' expressions grew increasingly grim. Especially Tobirama, who was always vengeful against evil. His face darkened to an even greater extent. Seeing their teacher display such an expression, the Konoha F4 felt a pang of unease. Based on their understanding of Tobirama, once he showed such an expression, he was absolutely furious. Could it be that the scroll contained real evidence? Danzo and Hiruzen exchanged uneasy glances. At this point, they could not help but feel worried. No one knew better than them what they had done over the years, and once Tobirama learned of these matters, he would undoubtedly be the angriest person, without exception. Good, truly good. Tobirama could no longer suppress the fury in his heart. Unable to restrain himself as he forcefully threw the scroll onto Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face, shouting angrily, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, I was truly blind back then to pass the Hokage position to you, this beast, to provoke the dignified second Hokage to curse publicly." One could imagine how disturbed he was feeling right now. Tobirama, it seems Shinichi was right. Your judgment is indeed quite poor. Even the usually kind Hashirama now had an extremely gloomy expression as he spoke these words. This. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly picked up the scroll and glanced at its contents. It was a relief not to look, but upon seeing it, he was truly frightened to death. He felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat poured out uncontrollably. The events recorded on the scroll, though somewhat distorted, were at least 80 or 90% true, and they indeed involved him and Danzo. Although most of it was handled by Danzo, he was also an accomplice. After all, he was the Hokage of Konoha. No matter how unruly Danzo acted, some things couldn't be done without his tacit approval. Yet, he couldn't understand no matter how hard he tried why these matters, which they had kept so secret back then, would still be uncovered by someone. Tobirama-sensei, please let me explain, Sarutobi Hiruzen said urgently. Explain my ass. Tobirama could no longer contain his rage and slapped Sarutobi Hiruzen hard across the face. Of course, he didn't spare Danzo beside him either, delivering a kick that sent the dazed Danzo tumbling to the ground. I, Senju Tobirama, was truly blind back then to entrust Konoha's future to you four guys. As Hokage, I cannot absolve myself of blame. As a member of the Senju clan, I'm even more of a historical sinner. Senju Tobirama painfully closed his eyes and let out an indescribable long sigh. Second grandfather, what are you talking about? What does this have to do with the Senju clan? Tsunade keenly caught the key point in Tobirama's words and quickly asked. After all, apart from Tobirama and a few others, so many people present were unaware of the contents of the scroll. Little Tsunade, I owe you and Little Nawaki an apology. Facing Tsunade's question, Tobirama showed a look of shame and self-reproach, saying Little Nawaki was killed by these two bastards. They harmed the major clans of Konoha for their own family's interests, and even our Senju clan was not spared. What? Nawaki's death is really related to them? Upon hearing this, Tsunade felt a surge of hateful anger rise to her head, nearly breaking the seal on her emotions. In fact, she had already uncovered some clues back then, but after confirming this fact from Tobirama's mouth, she still found it hard to believe. The death of her beloved younger brother was actually related to her teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. What a tragedy. Chapter 156, listing the crimes. Cursing Sarutobi the old dog. It can't be, it shouldn't be like this. Faced with the fury of Tobirama and Tsunade, the third Hokage's face turned ashen as he muttered. He had clearly eradicated all the evidence, so why could someone still uncover these matters? It should be noted that even Tsunade back then could not find any actual evidence. So how was the new generation able to do it? Sarutobi Hiruzen, you ungrateful old fool. Although the third Hokage did not admit to his crimes, Tsunade had already deemed him her enemy. With Tsunade's fiery temper, how could she possibly suppress her anger? Thus, she was ready to use her prized fist to deal with this damned old man before her. However, just as she was about to charge forward, she felt an irresistible force binding her, rendering her unable to move, and she could only glare at the third Hokage. Lady Tsunade, don't be in such a hurry to get angry, Shinichi said with a faint smile. What these old guys have done is not just this. What good would it do for you to beat them up? Don't forget, the victims are not just your Senju clan. What? There are other victims? After hearing what Shinichi said, Tsunade calmed down slightly, but the anger on her face did not diminish in the slightest. Ignoring Tsunade, who wanted to kill, Shinichi turned his gaze to the always silent Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya's eyes were dim, looking at his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with immense disappointment. He could not have imagined that his respected teacher, the third Hokage of Konoha, would be such a person. Jiraiya, I heard you once took in 3 disciples, right? Shinichi walked up to Jiraiya and asked. Jiraiya instinctively nodded, This was no secret, and he had mentioned it to Shinichi more than once. But he did not understand why Shinichi suddenly brought up his 3 disciples. I'm sorry to tell you, your disciple named Hiko actually died many years ago, Shinichi said. As for Nagato and Konin, they fell into darkness because of Yahiko's death and turned the Akatsuki organization into an underground organization that aimed to destroy the ninja world, becoming tragic tools for Obito to realize his ambitions. What did you say? Jiraiya's body trembled slightly, unable to believe it. Why did it turn out like this? The reason is simple. Back then, Hanzo of the Salamander from Amage Cure was worried that the Akatsuki organization would threaten his position. So he collaborated with Danzo to set a trap to kill Yahiko and the others. Yahiko died in battle while protecting Nagato and Konin. Shinichi meticulously informed Jiraiya of the events that transpired in Amage Cure back then, adding that Konoha's Umbu also participated in that incident. The rest, I shouldn't need to say more, right? It cannot be denied that Yahiko's death was basically orchestrated by Danzo. But without the 3rd Hokage's consent, how could Danzo have mobilized the power of the Umbu? Old man, did you really know about this? A shocked Jiraiya looked incredulously at the 3rd Hokage and loudly questioned. Answer me. Were you also involved? With guilt in his heart, the 3rd Hokage fell silent. But Danzo was not as cowardly as the 3rd Hokage. He directly retorted. So what if I did? As long as it's for the sake of strengthening Konoha. Using a little means is nothing. Jiraiya, even if they were your disciples, so what? They are from Amage Cure. And that makes them the enemy. It doesn't matter how despicable the means used against enemies are. Jiraiya, who have been hiding outside and refusing to return to the village, have no right to criticize us old folks who have dedicated ourselves to Konoha. Danzo's words were resolute and full of justification. Regarding this matter, he was indeed guilt-free, as from his perspective, Amage Cure was the enemy. Jiraiya couldn't refute him, but the anger in his heart could not be quelled. After all, they were his disciples. No teacher would allow such a thing to happen. How could he accept this cruel reality? Forget it, Jiraiya. Shinichi patted his shoulder and said with a faint smile, in a sense, Danzo is not wrong. Their methods were a bit despicable, but in terms of results, it was indeed for the good of Konoha. Shinichi, how could you? Jiraiya was completely stunned. Not only him, but everyone present was also baffled. Could it be that they heard wrong? Shinichi was actually speaking in defense of Danzo. Did he take the wrong medicine? Danzo did not appreciate it at all, merely snorting coldly, wishing he could eliminate Shinichi right there. Soon, everyone realized that Shinichi actually hadn't taken any wrong medicine. Using some means against outsiders was one thing, but if the same was done to one's own people, wasn't that too much? Shinichi coldly said, Danzo, do you dare to say that during the QB incident back then, you didn't secretly do anything against the Uchiha clan? If I remember correctly, when the riots happened that night, the Uchiha clan actively applied to fight against the Nine Tails. But you forcibly ordered them to evacuate the villagers and do some logistical work, refusing to let them engage in battle. Afterwards, you even used the excuse that the Uchiha clan was unwilling to resist external enemies to create a big fuss, deliberately sowing discord between the Uchiha clan and the villagers, with the goal of pushing them out of the power center of the village. Is that true? As Shinichi spoke, all the Uchiha clan members present, including the clan head Fugaku, clenched their fists, filled with resentment and anger. The Uchiha clan clearly possessed strong combat capabilities and the willingness to protect the village. Yet the higher-ups ordered them to remain inactive, and later they were branded as cowards. This situation is incredibly frustrating for anyone. So what? This matter was decided by me. Facing Shinichi's questioning, Danzo was straightforward and said calmly, the Uchiha clan is inherently evil and possesses the dangerous ability to control tailed beasts. At that time, the situation was critical, and no one could guarantee that the Uchiha clan was not an internal accomplice of the enemy. I made this judgment for the safety of the village. Isn't it already proven? The real culprit behind the Nine Tails incident was Uchiha Obito from the Uchiha clan. Therefore, my judgment back then was not wrong at all. Hearing Danzo's sophistry, Shinichi remained calm and shifted the conversation. Oh, so, your root organization chose to remain inactive and hide underground in Konoha to avoid battle for the sake of Konoha's safety as well? How did you know? Danzo panicked internally and subconsciously blurted out. But as expected of someone thick-skinned, he quickly reacted and continued to argue. I did that to preserve the fire. Even if Konoha was really destroyed by the enemy, our root organization could survive, keeping the last glimmer of hope for Konoha. The crowd was speechless, but the disdainful looks in their eyes said it all. This old man is shameless. Just because your root organization is considered the fire, does that mean the innocent Konoha ninjas who died in battle are not? Do you really think Konoha is a one-man show under your Danzo? Does every individual's value in Konoha have to be judged by you? Ha ha ha. Well said. Danzo, I truly underestimated your shamelessness. Shinichi was so infuriated that he couldn't help but look at the always silent third Hokage and teased. I just wonder if your thoughts also represent our great third Hokage? Great third Hokage, in your eyes, are the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Kushina, and Naruto's family also disposable? Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, Shinichi fixed his gaze on the pale-faced third Hokage, pressing on with a stern voice. For the stability of Konoha, they sacrificed their lives. Even their lives. Why can't they even receive the simplest honor? I don't know what you're talking about. The third Hokage looked flustered and chose to evade the question. Clearly, Shinichi's actions today had completely disrupted his thoughts, causing his mind to fall into a momentary state of chaos. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps you may not know much about the fourth Hokage's family. So let me introduce them to you. Shinichi directly called out Naruto, who was watching from the crowd, and had him stand with the Minato and Kushina, loudly proclaiming, "This is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who sacrificed his life to resist the Nine Tails incident." His wife, Kushina Uzumaki, was the previous host of the Nine Tails and made significant contributions to Konoha's long-term stability. As for their son, Naruto Uzumaki, he was born on the very night of the Nine Tails incident. From the day he was born, Naruto became the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, sealing the beast that brought chaos to the village within himself, without even meeting his parents. Doesn't he deserve to be called a hero of Konoha? Yet, this hero grew up without parents, living in extreme poverty, even having to survive on expired milk and instant noodles. Not only that, but he also had to endure bullying and exclusion from his peers, and be labeled as a demon fox by uninformed adults. I ask you, is this the price of being a hero? Clearly, both of his parents sacrificed themselves for the village, and he himself is a hero who protects the village's peace. Why must he face such unfair treatment? What did he do wrong? It's already bad enough that he cannot obtain the most basic material support for living, but he also has to suffer mentally? Is this how Konoha treats the child of a hero? Huh? Answer me. You all better answer me. Shinichi's voice rose gradually, his emotions erupting like a volcanic explosion as his cold, piercing gaze swept over every person present, filled with unprecedented anger and disappointment. Everyone in Konoha lowered their heads in shame, especially the first and second Hokage, who at this moment didn't even have the courage to look Shinichi in the eye. Their hearts filled with intense anger. This emotion was directed at the instigator of all this tragedy, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Just as everyone fell silent, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out, that of Danzo's self-righteous remarks. The tailed beast Jinchuriki is meant to be a human weapon for the village. As weapons, they should not have excessive emotions. They just need to obey orders. Unnecessary emotions will only cause them to lose control. I don't see any problem with what I and Hiruzen have done. This brat, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, was born to be a weapon. Once he becomes a Jinchuriki, he should be prepared for that. His best destiny is to sacrifice his life for the peace and strength of the village. That is his greatest honor. The crowd looked at Danzo with cold and disdainful eyes. Shut up. As Naruto's mother, Kushina could no longer hold back and shouted, "You old fool. Who are you to define my son's life without permission? He is a human, not a weapon." Beside her, Minato's expression was cold, and the once warm sun now seemed devoid of warmth. As a father, his heart was filled with guilt and regret. If he hadn't insisted on sealing the Nine Tails within Naruto, perhaps this series of events wouldn't have happened. But then he thought, even if he hadn't done that, Naruto would probably still become the tragic Jinchuriki. After all, with the cruelty and ruthlessness of Danzo and the third Hokage, Naruto ultimately wouldn't escape that fate. Don't forget, the special physique of the Uzumaki clan already determined that they were the best containers for Jinchuriki. Wasn't Kushina just like that when she became the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? So regardless of how Minato chose back then, he couldn't change Naruto's tragic childhood. The one who truly changed Naruto's fate was not the third Hokage, nor Danzo, but Shinichi, who treated Naruto like a brother. Old dog Sarutobi, I ask you this. Do Danzo's words also represent your attitude toward Naruto? Shinichi stared at the third Hokage coldly. In the next moment, almost everyone's gaze turned to the third Hokage, seemingly waiting for his answer. No, I never thought that way. The third Hokage quickly shook his head and explained, I have stopped Danzo more than once. I have also thought about changing Naruto's life. Moreover, I often visit Naruto, hoping that he can inherit the will of fire of our Konoha. I inherit your mother's. Seeing the old dog Sarutobi still trying to argue, the new Hokage interrupted him violently with a grim expression and said coldly, with your power as Hokage, if you had even a little conscience, you can make Naruto's life a bit better. Stop using Danzo as an excuse. No matter how powerful he is, he can't be more powerful than you. You are just using Danzo as a reason to convince yourself, using him to cover up your own hypocrisy. Ask yourself, even without Danzo, the unlucky guy who takes the blame for you, wouldn't you find another Danzo to help you with those dirty deeds? Come on, tell me, didn't Watergate and Kushina leave enough inheritance for Naruto during their lifetimes? Even if this property isn't worth much, it should be enough to cover Naruto's living expenses for these years, right? In addition to the various subsidies that Konoha provides for orphans. This amount of money would be enough for not just a small child, but even a normal family of 3 to have enough to eat. Naruto still can't get enough to eat and is bullied by the people in the village. The most disgusting thing is that you, this old monkey Sarutobi, actually take visiting Naruto as a success to commend yourself? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just want to become the only light in Naruto's dark childhood, so you can perfectly control him as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. You hypocritical old dog. You simply want to use the name of will of fire to train Naruto as your own exclusive tool. This speech is truly passionate and completely releases the genuine feelings that have been bottled up for many years. He has long found the hypocritical old dog of the third generation displeasing. I have to say, this time he really vented his frustration. He also noticed that the villagers' gazes towards the third generation had completely changed. Chapter 157. The third generation's mentality collapsed. Played to death. Operated to death. Great-grandfather. Is this all true? Naruto's expression darkened, and his gaze towards the third Hokage became extremely complicated. Before meeting Shinichi, he had indeed been living a miserable life. And it was only on the day the third Hokage came to visit him that he could feel a hint of warmth. Once upon a time, he believed that the third Hokage was the best person for him in this village. However, after hearing what Shinichi just said, he couldn't help but start to doubt the third Hokage's intentions. No, it can't be like this, Naruto. The third generation subconsciously wanted to deny his sinister intentions and hurriedly said, I just want you to understand the true meaning of the will of fire, so that you won't harbor resentment towards the people in the village. Sarutobi, you old dog, where do you get the nerve to say such things? Xin sneered. Do you dare to say you don't know that Danzo deliberately sent people to spread rumors in the village targeting Naruto? In my opinion, Danzo is a despicable and shameless true villain, but at least he dares to admit his actions. But what about you? You're just a hypocrite who loves to shift the blame onto others. If it weren't for Danzo covering up those dirty deeds for you, do you really think your position as Hokage is so glorious and great? Shut your mouth. It seems to have hit a nerve. And the third generation is somewhat on the defensive, angrily saying, everything I do is for Konoha. I just want the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to become a stable force to protect the village. This is what I should do as Hokage. It's really not easy, but you finally admitted it. The new one applauded his shamelessness and said lightly, it's nice to hear you say that, but are you really doing it for Konoha? I see that you are only after your own power. If you are truly as selfless as you say, then why do you secretly frame the descendants of the Senju clan? Also, do you really think I don't know how Kakashi's father, Tsukuyomi Hitaki, died? Brother, what are you talking about? What does his father's death have to do with him? When it comes to his own father, Kakashi couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately stood up and shouted. Wasn't it because he couldn't bear the public opinion and committed suicide under the mental pressure? My foolish brother, can't you see that yet? Manipulating public opinion and misleading the people, isn't that their forte? Xin sighed. I have no idea what you're talking about. The third generation panicked again. He suddenly felt completely seen through by the new generation. Stop pretending to be clueless. Xin snorted coldly and said, my father did indeed have to abandon his mission to save the lives of his comrades back then, and that was his failure as a ninja. No one can excuse him for it. But given his achievements and reputation as Konoha's White Fang, does he really deserve to die just for making this one mistake? If it weren't for your and Danzo's instigation, blowing this matter out of proportion and making him lose face in the village completely, would he have thought of taking his own life? Sarutobi, old dog, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You are simply afraid that Hatake Tsukuyomi's achievements will overshadow your authority. and his reputation in the village will rise to the point where it surpasses you high-ranking officials of Konoha, leading to a situation you cannot control. That's why you take the opportunity to suppress Hatake Tsukuyomi, wanting our Hitaki family to never have a chance to rise again. Perhaps your initial goal was just to suppress him, without intending to truly harm Hatake Tsukuyomi. But it is precisely because of your actions that led to Hatake Tsukuyomi's death. The expression on Shin's face was particularly cold as he cast a mocking glance at the three Senju. The same logic applies to you, Senju clan. As the founders of Konoha and a deeply rooted great clan in the ninja world, your existence is also an uncontrollable factor for these old-timers. No ruler would want to see such a transcendent force under their control, so the Senju clan absolutely cannot have outstanding descendants. Tsunade, you should be grateful that you are a woman. Otherwise, the one who died back then might not have been Senju Rope Tree, but you. As the cold words of the new era echoed, Tsunade's expression had already reached the extreme of displeasure. Beside her, Hashirama and Tobirama had faces as dark as if they could drip water, their gazes towards the third Hokage filled with murderous intent. Especially Tobirama. If looks could kill, the third Hokage would have died countless times by now. Is this really the Hokage successor he confidently chose back then? He Tensei is simply blind to the truth. You're slandering me. You have no evidence at all. These are just your guesses. The third generation's emotions were very unstable as he shouted back, Kikuchi Shinichi. What grievance do I have with you? Why do you insist on putting me in a position to die? You are truly ruthless. Oh, are you still so stubborn even when death is imminent? The smile on the new face was quite mocking as he casually glanced at Itachi beside him. Itachi immediately understood and took out another scroll, revealing the contents recorded on it. What? The Sarutobi clan has surprisingly grown to a scale of over 1,000 ninjas. How did they manage to achieve this? It's not just the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. There are also the families of Tikake Haru and Mido Kaien, who also possess vast fortunes. Is this what constitutes the upper echelons of Konoha? The oil and water really are abundant. With just that little salary, how could they possibly raise their family to this level? I see that there must be some unsavory activities going on behind the scenes. Everyone was taken aback and couldn't help but start discussing it. The scroll that Itachi took out recorded the financial flows of the Konoha F4 and the ninja clans they belonged to over the years, along with a list of ninjas under their command. It almost laid bare all their secrets, with such concrete evidence thrown in the third Hokage's face. No matter how eloquent he was, he could no longer argue his way out. Sarutobi Hiruzen, look at the good things you've done. After reading the scroll, Tobirama could no longer contain his anger and resentment, smashing it onto the third Hokage's old face. This time, the third Hokage truly had no way to argue back, only lowering his head in silence. Over the years, you four old geezers have secretly swallowed up the various industries of the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, my Hitaki clan, the Uchiha clan, and even the Hyuga clan. Shinichi said lightly, don't think that just because what you did was secret, no one could find out about it. By the way, this is Itachi Uchiha, my most proud disciple. His abilities in this regard are quite remarkable. Your little tricks can't fool his eyes. In fact, long ago, he had the power to overturn the entire Konoha by himself. But he delayed launching a coup against the Konoha F4. Was it because of his mercy and indecision? Of course not. He was secretly plotting and building up strength. Even if he were to launch a coup, he needed to have absolute confidence in stabilizing Konoha's situation at the first moment. Moreover, he wanted to pull these old geezers down in a legitimate way. So he had to gather strong evidence. The last point is that he was waiting to obtain the ability to truly revive the dead because he really wanted Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage, to see for himself how inadequate the chosen Hokage heir was. This way, he wouldn't have to hear this guy constantly repeating that the Uchiha clan is inherently evil, letting him see who the real evil is. It would be best if he could change that saying to the inherently evil Sarutobi clan or Shimura clan. The third Hokage was completely desperate. In the face of such strong evidence, what chance did he have to turn the tables? He looked as if he had aged more than 10 years. Even his back had bent a little, and he looked at Shinichi not far away with eyes filled with despair, unable to help but sigh. Shinichi, you won. And you won beautifully. Whether in strength or calculation, I Sarutobi Hiruzen am no match for you. This time, I lost utterly and am convinced. At this point, what else could he say? The evidence of his crimes was clearly laid out, and his dignity and pride as Hokage had been thoroughly trampled underfoot by Shinichi. With no chance of rising again, Indeed, these things were all done by us. In most cases, Danzo was the executor, but the other three of us were also aware. Except for the human experiments that Orochimaru and Danzo collaborated on, which I was unaware of, the rest were more or less the same. After admitting to his actions, the third Hokage actually felt a sense of relief. A relaxed smile appeared on his old face. Once, I wanted to inherit the second Hokage's will and be a good Hokage. But as time passed, I gradually fell into the vortex of power and couldn't extricate myself, leading to so many wrongdoings. Sarutobi, old dog, is this your form of self-repentance? Shinichi mocked. Say whatever you want. The third Hokage waved his hand, helplessly saying, in the face of victory and defeat, I am an undeniable loser before you, and I have nothing to refute. Huh. Shinichi ignored him and only showed a meaningful expression. Seeing the situation had turned against him, he began self-reflection, trying to gain sympathy, wishing to salvage the last shred of his dignity. Sarutobi, old dog, you look ugly, but your thoughts are quite beautiful. Think carefully with your pig brain. How could my Hitaki washing machine let you off so easily? Sarutobi, old dog, reflection and repentance are still too early. Under the confused gazes of everyone, Shinichi suddenly laughed. His smile looked quite eerie, causing both Hayashi and Fugaku, who had suffered greatly at his hands, to shiver involuntarily. Yes, that's right, it's that big villain-like smile. When this guy shows such a smile, it means someone is going to have a bad day. As it turned out, their speculation was not wrong. Tsukuyomi, release. With Shinichi's voice filled with laughter, everyone felt the world collapse, the space twisted, and the scene before their eyes became extraordinarily illusory. Jinjutsu. How could this be? Could it be that everything we just experienced was an illusion? What kind of powerful Jinjutsu is this, capable of pulling all of us unknowingly into an illusion? Everyone finally reacted. Everything they had seen was just a hallucination. Big brother, am I dreaming? Tobirama looked incredulously at his older brother Hashirama beside him. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. The current young people are truly terrifying. It seems we are really getting old, Tobirama. Hashirama smiled bitterly. He couldn't help but glance at Shinichi not far away, his eyes filled with deep shock. Even he and Tobirama had not noticed they were caught in a Jinjutsu. This showed just how extraordinary the opponent's skills in Jinjutsu were. You must know, even the Uchiha Madara of that time could not achieve this. Jinjutsu, it really is Jinjutsu. The third Hokage and Danzo were also dumbfounded. Shinichi, what do you mean by this? The hot-tempered Tsunade directly voiced the question in everyone's hearts. What's the rush? Shinichi lazily ignored the double-tailed violent woman and casually picked up the several scrolls that Zhi Shui and Itachi had just brought out, spreading them directly on the ground for everyone to see. Empty? There's not a single word on it. Everyone stared blankly, nearly dropping their jaws in shock. Ha! Didn't expect that, did you? Stepping heavily on those blank scrolls, Shinichi laughed wildly, his expression extremely arrogant. In fact, I didn't collect any strong evidence at all. I just used this to deliberately trick you old geezers. Sarutobi, old dog, Danzo, old dog, I have to say you two old dogs are really cautious in your work. You didn't even leave a shred of evidence. But it doesn't matter. Who told my Jinjutsu to be so strong? No evidence? Just make it up. As long as it makes you admit these crimes in front of everyone. It doesn't matter whether there is evidence or not. As for that so-called appointment document from the daimyo, yes, I also deliberately created it to mess with your mindset. In fact, I haven't even seen what the daimyo looks like. Sarutobi, old dog, are you surprised now? A scam. It turns out everything just now was a scam. It was all this extremely unscrupulous guy's grand scheme to trick the third Hokage and Danzo into admitting their crimes. Damn it. Hitaki, Shinichi, you little bastard, I curse you. After realizing the truth, Danzo completely broke down, his mouth moving like it was smeared with honey. Having lived most of his life, he used every vicious word he could think of on Shinichi, as if only in this way could he barely express the endless anger that surged within him. The third Hokage was also so furious that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices, nearly spitting blood. Gritting his teeth as he stared at Shinichi in front of him, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. You dare to scheme against me? His mentality has completely collapsed. Damn it, you criticized me for half a day, and yet you don't have a single piece of evidence in your hands. All relying on my confession? At this moment, the third Hokage feels like a complete fool. Played to death, operated to death. What does it matter if you scheme against me? The new guy puts his hands on his hips, making a very provocative expression, and smiles, saying, if you're not convinced, come and fight me. Such a bizarre scene appears before everyone. causing their mouths to twitch slightly. For a moment, they are unsure who is the righteous side and who is the villain. Chapter 158, The Unbeatable New One. Annihilate the Root Organization. The third Hokage almost wanted to rush up and bite the arrogant new guy in front of him, but he was soon defeated by his inner despair and sorrow. His figure once again hunched over, exuding an aura of decay and death. Even if he rushed up and killed the new guy, what would it change? He has already publicly admitted his crimes in front of so many people. It no longer matters whether there is evidence or not. Moreover, he is self-aware enough to know that he is not this guy's opponent at all. Rushing up would only be self-humiliation, and he wouldn't even be able to keep the last shred of his dignity. It is only at this moment that he finally admits from the bottom of his heart that he has lost the new guy, and in a devastating way. You old man still have some intelligence. Seeing that the third Hokage has given up on the idea of attacking, the new guy secretly shakes his head, feeling a bit regretful. He actually hoped this old man would lose control of his anger and come up to fight him, so he could beat the other party fiercely in front of everyone. Although he has already mentally tortured the third Hokage, he wouldn't mind physically thrashing the other party as well, making them feel what it's like to suffer worse than death. However, compared to the third Hokage's despair, Danzo seems to have more backbone. You're really a spineless coward. Danzo mocks the third Hokage, relentlessly, loudly declaring, I, Shimura Danzo, will not admit defeat so easily. I'm the true Hokage who can lead Konoha to glory. Forget it, Danzo, our era has ended. The third Hokage's face is bitter as he helplessly says, no one understands better than him how powerful the new guy's methods are. Since the new guy has laid everything bare today, he must be fully prepared, and his goal is to completely pull down their Konoha F4. He does not believe that he has any chance of turning the tables under the new guy's schemes. Coward, Danzo scolds in frustration. At the same time, he can't help but glance at Hashirama Senju with some pride, as if saying, look, this is the successor you chose back then. He is simply a coward. Not even close to me, Shimura Danzo. Oh, you old dog Danzo, are you still thinking of resisting? The new guy looks at Danzo with interest. Arrogant brat. Do you really think I'm easy to deal with? Danzo sneers. Don't forget, he is the leader of the Root organization, even if he has been dismissed for so long. But he knows better than anyone that the members of the Root organization have long been completely brainwashed by him. No matter who the nominal leader of the Root organization is, those people will only obey his orders. This is Danzo's greatest reliance. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a series of violent explosions can be heard from a distance, the sound of battle caused by powerful ninjutsu colliding. What a pity. The Root organization will become history starting today. The new guy deliberately puts on a regretful expression and says sarcastically, what have you done? Danzo is shocked and instinctively asks. He is not a fool. The direction those sounds came from is precisely where the Root organization is located. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Itachi and Shisui beside the new guy suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke, disappearing from their spot. Shadow clone. The disappearance of Itachi and Shisui makes everyone realize. It turns out these two were never the real bodies but shadow clones they set up in advance. So where are their real bodies? The answer is obvious. Damn it, it's those two Uchiha brats. Danzo's forehead is covered with veins, angrily pointing at the new guy, cursing. You actually sent them to secretly attack the Root organization. Bingo. Unfortunately, no rewards. The new guy snaps his fingers and smiles. Although your proud Root organization is nothing. I like to eliminate the root of the problem, so none of those people from the Root organization will survive today. Why do this? The third Hokage can't help but ask loudly. The Root organization is also part of Konoha. Those people are elite forces of Konoha. Even if you're dissatisfied with us, there is no need to make them pay such a heavy price. Indeed, even the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, looks heavy-hearted at this moment, expressing his dissatisfaction, questioning, they are also from Konoha like you, aren't they? New guy, why would you do something like this? With Hashirama leading, others also look at the new guy with questioning gazes. However, the new guy, as the person involved, is not flustered at all. Instead, he walks in front of Hashirama with a playful expression, asking, Lord Hashirama, do you know why I only revived Minato and Kushina, but Haven T revived you in Tobarama? I don't know. Hashirama shakes his head honestly. Although he has this question in his heart, the two brothers have been dead for many years, and they're not particularly obsessed with resurrection, so they have never cared much about it. The answer is simple, because I'm afraid you'll get in my way. The new guy sighs lightly, although I have absolute confidence in suppressing you. I'm a bit lazy and don't like to create trouble for myself. To be honest, I revived you with Edo Tensei just to have you as a witness. Your era has ended. So all you need to do is witness the new era. Lord Hashirama, although I personally admire you, you really are not a qualified leader. In a sense, Uchiha Madara is more qualified than you. As soon as this was said, Tobirama, who has a brother complex, couldn't sit still. He looked furious and retorted loudly, "You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? How dare you compare that bastard Uchiha Madara to my brother? Is he even worthy? Shut your mouth, or I'll send your brother back to the underworld right now." The new guy glares at him fiercely, threatening, "Behave yourself as a witness and don't suddenly jump out to question me." Tobirama is so furious that he almost dies on the spot. He suddenly understands the third Hokage's feelings. This brat is really infuriating. Moreover, he possesses overwhelming power that makes you unable to resist. You have no choice but to submit. Lord Hashirama, you know nothing, which is why you use your kindness to casually judge the essence of things. The new guy looks at the confused Hashirama Senju and chuckles. If I tell you that all the members of this so-called Root organization have been completely brainwashed by that old dog Danzo, turning into mindless loyalists to him, where do you think? In their hearts, they are not loyal to Konoha, but to Danzo alone. For such a dangerously ideological guy, I'm eliminating them in advance for the peace and stability of Konoha. Is there anything wrong with that? What? As soon as the words were spoken, everyone present, including the three generations, was taken aback. After all, in everyone's conventional understanding, since the Root organization is a secret organization in Konoha, its essence must be similar to that of the Umbu. No matter what they did, it was all for the sake of the village. But if this organization truly pledged allegiance, not to Konoha itself, but to Danzo alone, then the implications would be entirely different. Chapter 159, Two Big Fools. Tobirama's Self-Reflection. Danzo, you need to give me an explanation. The third Hokage coldly looked at Danzo, gritting his teeth. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't noble enough to seek justice from Danzo for the sake of Konoha. He was just angry at being deceived by Danzo. After all, when Danzo established the Root organization, he had told him that the members of Root would also be loyal to him as Hokage. In the end, it turned out that the Root organization was merely Danzo's private army, unrelated to Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. He felt like a fool, completely in the dark, while Danzo had been using his name to funnel a large amount of funding to the Root organization over the years. Danzo did not respond, just turned his head away, too lazy to explain so much. But his disdainful gaze said it all. He was treating Sarutobi Hiruzen like a fool, and everything he did was to replace him and sit in the Hokage seat he coveted. After all, he was even bold enough to send assassins after Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. So how could he be honest with the latter? Only Sarutobi Hiruzen, that love-struck fool, would think that Danzo was his close friend of many years, believing that those daily antics were just trivial matters, and that he would choose to stand by him in critical moments. Ha, Sarutobi old dog, so you were unaware? Watching the two old men bicker, Shinichi once again became an entertainer, laughing heartily. This is so damn funny. Weren't you two good buddies for years? Turns out, after all this, you Sarutobi old dog are just a pure big fool. It's too hilarious that the third Hokage has become this foolish. Do you want to make me laugh to death and inherit my debts? Danzo old dog, I must say, you are too unscrupulous. Sarutobi old dog treats you like his first love. How can you bully him like this? Can't we just be each other's angels? Hearing Shinichi's unrestrained mockery, both the third Hokage and Danzo's old faces turned pig liver red, and they shouted in unison, "Shut up! Shut your damn mouth!" Shinichi didn't let them off the hook and shot back. "What do you think you are, Hokage and advisor? You two are now just the rats everyone wants to hit. Wouldn't it be better to be scolded honestly?" Whoosh! Just as Shinichi was spraying insults at both, two figures suddenly appeared without warning. Teacher, Senior Shinichi. It was Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. All done? Shinichi asked casually. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched. How long had it been? Could it be that these two had already wiped out the Root organization? Even if the Root organization was not as strong as the Umbu, it shouldn't be that easy to be completely wiped out, right? Little did they know, the combat power of the Root organization was not weak at all, and it was actually stronger than Konoha's Umbu. As for why the battle ended so quickly, it was naturally because Itachi and Shisui's strength was overwhelming. With two top masters joining forces, both being peerless geniuses with Manjiki Sharingan, destroying a Root organization was like a walk in the park. Except for those who had not been completely brainwashed by Danzo, everyone else had already been dealt with. Shisui replied with calm confidence. Good job. Shinichi smiled in satisfaction. He wasn't so cruel as to actually kill everyone in the Root organization. What he wanted to eliminate were only those who had been completely brainwashed and willingly became Danzo's pawns. Those people were beyond saving, and he had no interest in wasting time correcting their thoughts. Danzo, old dog, are you satisfied with this result? Kiki Shinichi. Danzo's eyes were bloodshot, and he was furious to the extreme. The string in his head completely snapped. That was the Root organization he had spent years cultivating, all of his hard work. And now, in less than half an hour, his pride and joy, the Root organization, was gone. This was worse than killing him directly. His hatred for Shinichi at this moment could be described as deeply rooted, wishing he could skin him alive. Hey, I'm here. Targeted by the overwhelming fury. Shinichi was completely unconcerned. He dug in his ears and said nonchalantly, "Why are you shouting so loud? I can hear you just fine. If you want to kill me, just go ahead. No one is stopping you." As soon as these words were spoken, Danzo immediately lost his fire. Kill you? Do you really think I'm a fool? If I had that ability, would I let you, Kiki Shinichi, live to this day? Still not making a move? Seeing Danzo remain inactive. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Shinichi's eyes as he lightly chuckled. Then don't blame me for striking first. Danzo, stripped of his Root organization and Hokage advisor identities, was like a toothless old tiger, no longer a threat. But this old man's thoughts were too dark, always wanting to be a hidden snake in the shadows, ready to bite at any moment. For such a dangerous existence, Shinichi naturally did not plan to let him stay. Rinnegan, activate. In front of everyone, Shinichi directly activated his Rinnegan. The terrifying aura erupted instantly, causing everyone to be greatly shocked and feel a chill run down their spines. Shinra Tensei, an irresistible and terrifying pulling force emerged, leaving Danzo horrified and unable to control his body as it was drawn toward Shinichi. It was only at this moment that Danzo realized he had underestimated Shinichi's strength over the years. Who would have thought that this guy had actually obtained the legendary power of the Rinnegan? Swoosh! However, this old man Danzo was also experienced in battle. He decisively tore off the bandages on his arm. The crowd was shocked to discover that the arm Danzo had concealed for many years was terrifyingly pale. Bloodless skin embedded with over a dozen crimson Sharingan, blinking grotesquely and looking particularly disgusting and ugly. It's the Sharingan. Danzo had actually transplanted the Sharingan onto his own arm. No wonder he'd been binding his arm with bandages all these years. It was to hide it from the public. Damn Danzo, where did he get so many Sharingan? Angry and shocked exclamations echoed through the crowd. Among them, the Uchiha clan members were the most vocal, as no one hated the act of transplanting Sharingan more than they did. Shimura Danzo, this guy is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. Seeing the scene, Tobirama's face turned dark as coal. His eyesight was sharp, and he immediately saw that Danzo had not only transplanted Sharingan, but also Hashirama's cells. Otherwise, a normal person's body could never withstand the burden of so many pairs of Sharingan. No one understood better than Tobirama how unforgivable this matter was. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Danzo had not done anything outrageous over the years, the mere crime of transplanting Sharingan and Hashirama cells would be enough to send him to a life sentence in prison, never to rise again. This kid, he probably knew everything long ago. Tobirama couldn't help but glance at the always calm Shinichi, thinking to himself. It was only at this moment that Tobirama truly realized how foolish he had been in the past. Not only did he pass the Hokage position to the treacherous Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he also nurtured the likes of Shimura Danzo, Kurama Shikuka, and Mito Izumi into high-ranking officials in Konoha. If it weren't for Shinichi's sudden appearance, who knows what kind of mess his brother Hashirama's hard work in founding Konoha would have turned into. As for the Uchiha clan, whom he had always held prejudices against, and even taken precautions against, they were just honestly guarding their own territory, enduring under various oppressive policies, and had not done anything extreme. In contrast, Tobirama felt like the biggest fool in the world. Chapter 160, Danzo's Defection. The dust settles. Izanagi. Shinichi's sudden strike made Danzo feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. He was quite decisive, directly sacrificing one of his Sharingan to activate a forbidden technique, transforming the unfavorable reality into an illusion, and forcibly escaping from Shinichi's universal pull. Danzo, you old dog, you've truly fallen, the expressionless Shinichi said. Everyone thought Shinichi was referring to Danzo's private transplanting of Sharingan onto himself. After all, such an act would be seen as a heinous crime that could never be forgiven. But what they didn't know was that Shinichi had long been aware of Danzo's secret. He said this because the number of Sharingan on Danzo's arm was actually more than he had imagined, with no less than 10. It should be noted that in this world, due to Shinichi's intervention, Itachi Uchiha did not initiate the night of the massacre, and the members of the Uchiha clan were living well. Naturally, Danzo had no chance to obtain a large number of Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. So where did all these Sharingan come from? The answer could only be one: Obito. In this world, only Obito, who inherited the legacy of Madara Uchiha, could possibly have so many Sharingan. This means that Danzo had long colluded with Obito. Stop talking nonsense. Hitaki Shinichi, this is all your fault. Danzo knew he couldn't hide it from Shinichi and, in a fit of anger, said, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have walked this path." Do you really think Izanagi can save you? Shinichi scoffed. What can Izanagi do in the face of absolute power? Even if Danzo had hundreds or thousands of Sharingan to activate Izanagi, it would be useless. It would just mean killing him a few more times. For the current Shinichi, killing Danzo once wouldn't require much effort at all. He wasn't worried that Danzo could escape. Not to mention there were so many people watching, including Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato. Even if Obito were to show up in person, his impressive Kamui ability was just a minor trick in Shinichi's eyes. Reverse summoning technique. However, Danzo unexpectedly formed a hand seal that no one could have anticipated. Boom! A cloud of smoke exploded, and Danzo actually vanished from the spot. What the hell? Even Shinichi couldn't help but curse. Although he had considered that Obito might help Danzo escape, with his mastery of Kamui and Flying Thunder God techniques, he was absolutely confident in resolving any time-space ninjutsu. However, he never calculated that Danzo would actually use the reverse summoning technique to escape. To be honest, this was the one move that Shinichi couldn't stop. It seemed this old dog had long harbored thoughts of retreat. Shinichi thought to himself, given Danzo's understanding of himself, he would never have thought of using this technique to escape. Clearly, this was a strategy provided by Obito, because Obito was the one who knew his Kamui ability best. Ordinary time-space ninjutsu would definitely not work against him. Who would have thought that he would be calculated by Obito this time? Shinichi's expression looked somewhat speechless. He had thought that Obito, that old rat who liked to hide in the shadows, would no longer dare to show himself. Yet this kid was indeed not to be underestimated, successfully outsmarting him at this moment. But it didn't matter. After all, Danzo's reputation was already completely ruined, and his only way out was to follow Obito down a dark path, living the rest of his life as a rogue ninja. Although Danzo had successfully escaped, his good buddy, the third Hokage, remained here. Anyway, this plan was primarily aimed at the third, so he wouldn't lose out at all. Old Sarutobi, as you can see, your dear old dog Danzo has run away. Shinichi once again turned his gaze to the disheartened third Hokage, smiling as he said, "Are you planning to surrender actively or passively? It's up to you." The third Hokage was already completely desperate. At this point, did it even matter whether he surrendered or not? The era belonging to their Konoha F for had already passed. If they old fellows could still survive in prison for the rest of their lives, it would probably be a luxury. Kurama Shikaku and Mito Izumi also wore expressions of life's melancholy as beneficiaries who had swallowed the assets of major clans. Although they wouldn't bear the main responsibility, they were definitely going to serve time. Thus, the entire Konoha F4 was finished. Next was the aftermath work, along with the succession ceremony of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Such trivial matters, given Shinichi's lazy nature, he naturally wouldn't bother with. After all, with Hizashi and Fugaku as tools, he directly went home to take a nap. At the Hitaki household, looking at the large group of living and dead people in his house, Shinichi felt very exhausted and couldn't help but complain. "I say, don't you all have homes? Why have you all come to stay at our Hitaki household?" "Sorry, Shinichi." The most polite Minato apologized with a smile, explaining, "My and Kushina's house hasn't been taken care of for many years, so we can't stay there for now. Once we sort things out, we will definitely move out with Naruto as soon as possible." Well. After all, Shinichi is a very generous person, so he wouldn't mind. Sister Kushina was as oblivious as always, seemingly not caring about adding trouble to Shinichi. After all, her son Naruto had caused Shinichi trouble for so many years. A few more days didn't matter. As the saying goes, more debts don't weigh down the body. As for Minato-sensei and Sister Kushina, Shinichi obviously had no objections to Naruto's family staying over. After all, the only ones he truly wanted to target were the two inappropriate dead people who had appeared here. And you two? I don't remember agreeing to let you two dead people stay, right? The two dead people were, of course, the brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Shinichi, we just don't have anywhere to go for now. Facing Shinichi's question, Tobarama chose to play dead, while Hashirama looked embarrassed and stammered. We originally thought we could stay at Tsunade's place, but found out she and Shizen are living in your Hitaki household. So we had no choice but to come here. How embarrassing. The dignified first Hokage and second Hokage had actually fallen to the point of having no place to live in Konoha. Shinichi felt embarrassed for the two of them. Forget it, it's only a few days at most. Shinichi waved his hand and said irritably, "Don't think I don't know that your Senju clan's property has been retrieved. As long as you tidy up a bit, you can go back to live there. Don't think you can stay here forever." He could tell that these two towering figures were not without a place to go. They were deliberately looking for a reason to cling to him. After all, given their supreme status in Konoha, just a few casual words from them would surely make the clan heads of Konoha very welcoming of them as guests. Chapter 161. A deep discussion with two Hokages. Shinichi, why do you insist on having Tsunade become Hokage? Seeing that Shinichi always seemed unyielding, Hashirama couldn't help but curiously ask. Since Minato, the fourth Hokage, has already been resurrected, isn't it most suitable for him to take over as Hokage? And you could do it too. With your prestige in Konoha, I believe no one would oppose you becoming the fifth Hokage. Tobarama also casually perked up his ears, seemingly eager to hear Shinichi's answer. Indeed, the reason why the two brothers were thick-skinnedly lingering at the Hitaki household was simply to find out Shinichi's exact stance. After all, with Shinichi's current strength and the influence he commanded in Konoha, he was far beyond the peak of Hiruzen Sarutobi's era. For the future of Konoha, these two Hokages wanted to confirm Shinichi's attitude toward the village. Are you guys out of your minds? Shinichi said, speechless. Why would I want to be Hokage? It's not a good job. How is Hokage not a good job? That's the shadow of a village, the highest honor. Tobarama immediately disagreed loudly. That's for you, not for me. Shinichi yawned lazily and said lightly, I just want to live a stable life. As for your earlier question, I can answer that too. Because Minato doesn't really want to be Hokage anymore. And from an objective perspective, Tsunade is indeed more suitable for the position than Minato. Ever since his resurrection, Minato has cherished his current life even more. Coupled with his guilt and self-blame towards his wife and children, he has decided to make up for Naruto and Kushina in the future. Isn't a warm family life appealing? If he continues to be Hokage, Minato would likely return to his busy days. Where would he find the time to take good care of his family? I have to say, Minato has truly awakened this time. But Tsunade, Hashirama looked somewhat hesitant. As Tsunade's grandfather, he did not want her to be bound by the position of Hokage. Especially after learning that Tsunade had not been living well in recent years, he felt even more that she should find her own happiness, rather than merely dedicating her life for Konoha. Some might say that Hashirama is being selfish, but even the god of shinobi is human, and having selfish desires is inevitable. Besides, the Senju clan now has only Tsunade left, and both Hashirama and Tobarama hope that she can live happily. Don't worry. Shinichi saw through their thoughts at a glance and comforted, I will arrange for Jiraiya to help her. After all, Jiraiya has had a crush on your Tsunade for so many years. I believe he would be very willing. The saying goes, the one who is closest to the water gets the moon first, and you guys should understand that over time, feelings can develop. As long as that guy Jiraiya isn't too stupid, I'm sure he will eventually win her heart. Of course, this is just one reason. The real reason is that Tsunade is indeed the most suitable person for Hokage in Konoha at the moment. In the original work, Tsunade's abilities are unquestionable. Especially her ninjutsu and skills are very suitable for supporting and protecting the villagers. You have to know that Obito and Danzo, those two rats hiding in the gutter, are still lurking around, not to mention the future Uchiha Madara and the Otsutsuki clan. Konoha, no, the entire ninja world needs to continuously increase its combat power. Minato is not suitable to continue serving as Hokage because Shinichi wants him to be an indispensable combat force in the future, rather than spending all day in the office dealing with various tedious documents. If I remember correctly, Tsunade seems to have an unforgettable lover who has been dead for many years. Tobarama thought for a moment and said, Shinichi, I know you should have a way to revive him, right? And about Zuru. Hashirama didn't say anything, but his hopeful gaze said it all. Without asking, these two actually wanted to ask Shinichi for help to revive the two most important people in Tsunade's life, Senju Zuru and Cat Dan. As for themselves, they didn't think that much. After all, they could still exist in this world in their impure world reincarnated bodies. No, unexpectedly, Shinichi shook his head and said seriously, Senju Zuru is Orochimaru's disciple, and I will eventually revive him. But as for Cat Dan, sorry, that's off the table. Why? Hashirama and Tobirama asked in unison. They didn't understand. Could it be that Shinichi had a grudge against Cat Dan? If Shinichi knew what they were thinking, he would surely scoff. What grudge? When Cat Dan was alive, Shinichi didn't even know if he was born yet. How could there be a grudge? Because Jiraiya is also my friend, and I don't want to ruin his good fortune. Shinichi shrugged and explained, I don't know Cat Dan. Why should I revive him? Even though Shinichi has been playing pranks on Jiraiya lately and often has a bad attitude towards him. In fact, in his previous life, Shinichi actually quite liked Jiraiya's character and admired his unwavering affection for Tsunade over the years. As for that Cat Dan, sorry, but they weren't familiar. Shinichi is not a saint. He cannot unconditionally help everyone in this world. He will only choose to follow his heart and do what he enjoys. But isn't it unfair to Tsunade? Hashirama frowned and said solemnly, It is a bit unfair, so I hope you didn't hear anything today. Shinichi did not deny his shamelessness and instead said naturally, Don't forget, it's my right to decide who to revive. If you really provoke me, do you believe I will revive your grandson Zuru first and then kill him? You. Hashirama, who has always been righteous, immediately wanted to get angry. However, at that moment, Tobirama, beside him, timely stopped him with a glance. Brother, actually he's right. Tobirama took a deep breath and said somewhat helplessly, He is the one who can control everything. We have no right to blame him. Moreover, we are both dead, so how can we point fingers at the living? The most important thing is that neither of the two brothers can defeat this shameless guy in front of them. Since ancient times, the law of the jungle has been the truth. For the strong, whatever they do is reasonable. Lord Tobirama, it seems I really underestimated you. Shinichi was somewhat surprised to glance at Tobirama. He didn't expect this old guy to be so perceptive. He thought Tobirama's character would make him lose his temper on the spot. After witnessing the grand play you meticulously directed, even I can't help but change a little. Tobirama smiled lightly and said, Although some of your methods I cannot endorse, I must admit that I do owe a debt to the Uchiha clan. You were right that day. One cannot live forever in prejudice, especially since I've long been dead. Well said. Shinichi couldn't help but clap and laugh. Just for what you said, if one day I'm in a good mood, I'll conveniently bring you back to life. What about me? Tobirama's eyes lit up with anticipation. As expected of the first Hokage with an eccentric personality, he immediately forgot his previous displeasure toward Shinichi. Just wait and see. Depending on your performance, Shinichi replied coldly. Seeing this, Tobirama's mouth twitched slightly. He realized that Shinichi was a person who responded better to soft approaches rather than hard ones. And his grudges were as small as sesame seeds. If you went along with him, he might treat you a little better. But if you dared to offend him, you would definitely regret it. Chapter 162, A Battle of Wits and Courage with Tsunade. Shinichi, who was unwilling to go to work. Regarding the handling of the Konoha F4, Shinichi left everything to Tsunade. Don't ask, it's just that he found it troublesome. Surprisingly, Tsunade did not kill them, nor did she imprison them. If one had to say there was a punishment, it was that Tsunade confiscated all the assets that the four clans of the Konoha F4 had obtained through power for personal gain over the years. Of course, a significant portion of that was returned to the major clans of Konoha. Shinichi was somewhat surprised by Tsunade's gentle punishment methods, but he didn't say much. After all, he was only targeting the Konoha F4 themselves, and didn't harbor any hatred toward their clansmen. Moreover, apart from the already defected Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Narashikaku, and Mito Gate, and had long had a terrible reputation in Konoha. In the future, they might not even dare to go out. This might not be a punishment worse than death for them. As for their clans, although Tsunade wouldn't specifically target them, the strange looks from others would be enough for them to endure. In the end, the debt would still fall on the Konoha F4, which shows that these old guys wouldn't have it easy even within their clans. One must admit, Tsunade's move was indeed a heart-wrenching kill. After hearing about Tsunade's punishment methods from Kakashi, Shinichi couldn't help but exclaim, Kakashi, now you see it, right? Never offend women casually. They can be ruthless in their retaliation. Dude, how can you still mention Lady Tsunade? Aren't you the same? Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes. In terms of ruthlessness, this big brother in front of him was the real master. In front of everyone in the village, he even specially resurrected the first and second Hokage, publicly judging the Konoha F4, exposing their crimes over the years, making these old guys truly feel what it means to be a rat crossing the street that everyone shouts to hit. This kind of method is the real heart-wrenching kill. I did it for justice. Shinichi yawned, indifferent. If it weren't for someone as righteous as me stepping up, who would dare to deal with those old guys? Those who do wrong must pay the price. That's the timeless truth. Kakashi looked down on his brother's self-praise. But he had to admit that if it weren't for Shinichi's appearance, clans like the Uchiha, Senju, and even their own Hitaki clan would never have been able to reclaim this justice. By the way, about my father, is this really okay? Kakashi's gaze became somewhat melancholic as he seemed to think of something. Since it's your own choice, why must you forcibly intervene? Shinichi shook his head and chuckled. In fact, he had considered resurrecting their father, Hatake Tsukuyomi. The day after dealing with the Konoha F4, he took Kakashi to Orochimaru's base and used Edo Tensei to resurrect Hatake Tsukuyomi. Seeing his two sons finally grown up, Hatake Tsukuyomi was, of course, overjoyed. However, when he learned that Shinichi wanted to truly bring him back to life, he outright refused. In Tsukuyomi's words, he was a dead man for many years and had no need to return to the living world. Moreover, he had already witnessed his two sons grow up so well, so he had no attachment to the present world at all. Kakashi naturally disagreed, but Shinichi chose to respect his decision. One day, Tsunade suddenly showed up, finding Shinichi, who was idly dozing off, and rudely pulled him up from the recliner. Hokage advisor? Shinichi, still groggy, looked somewhat dazed. After hearing Tsunade's intention, he widened his eyes in shock, revealing an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Are you joking? Who is joking with you? Tsunade gritted her teeth. You unilaterally threw the Hokage position to me, and I'm tired to death every day while you're at home sleeping. Do you think there is such a good thing in the world? I don't care. You must take the position of Hokage advisor. Not just you, but Jiraiya and Minato can't escape either. In this matter, Tsunade showed remarkable determination. Lord Hokage, but I'm just an ordinary chunin. How can you give me such an important position? Shinichi refused with a face full of disdain. Even if you're Hokage, you can't be so willful. It won't look good for your reputation if this gets out. So, I suggest you let Jiraiya take the position of Hokage advisor by himself and spare me and Minato. Minato had been busy recently studying how to be an excellent house husband, and even Shinichi had to admit he had a talent for it. The dishes he made were even comparable to his own, so he often went to Minato's house for meals, truly enjoying himself. If Minato were given the position of Hokage advisor, how could he happily continue being a house husband? As a brother, Shinichi certainly wouldn't forget to save Minato. As for Jiraiya, he liked Tsunade anyway, so Shinichi believed he couldn't possibly refuse such a great opportunity to be with Tsunade every day. Maybe Jiraiya would even thank him after hearing this. Chunin my ass. If you're an ordinary chunin, then Konoha wouldn't have any jonin. Tsunade became furious and couldn't help but curse. This is an order from me as Hokage, not a negotiation. If you don't accept, then take the Hokage position away, and no one will dare to order you in the future. Shinichi, if I become Hokage, wouldn't I be working myself to death? Do you really think I'm an idiot? After a fierce argument, Shinichi finally conceded. Fine. I agree to take the position of Hokage advisor, but I will only attend for major events. Don't think about bothering me on regular days. Shinichi compromised and also stated his conditions. If you really can't handle it, go find Jiraiya and Minato to help you. It's impossible for me to accompany you to work 9 to 5. That will never happen in this lifetime. Having long since had enough of the fate of a working person in his past life, how could he easily agree to take this job? I can agree to that condition. Tsunade thought for a moment, a sly glint appearing in her eyes. But you must agree to also serve as the principal of the ninja school. The future of those kids depends on you. WEF. Shinichi jumped up in shock. He didn't even want to be Hokage advisor, and now she wanted him to be a principal? Tsunade, are you a bit too much? Why are you in such a hurry? Seeing his extreme reaction, Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes and explained, even though I'm making you the principal, I didn't require you to go to work every day, right? As long as you can find the right person to handle official duties for you. I wouldn't care if you, as the principal, are sleeping at home every day. Upon hearing this, Shinichi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, as long as he could get that guy Kakashi out of the Umbu to help him, that would be enough. Kakashi can't move. I'm preparing to promote him to the head of the Umbu, so you could give up on that idea. Who knew Tsunade had already seen through his thoughts and coldly said, considering you agreed to help me revive Rope Tree, I'll give you a suggestion. That kid named Haku from your family is quite good. Once you train him up, he should be able to assist you. Tsunade, do you even realize what you're saying? Haku is indeed a very gentle child, very patient with little kids, and is capable enough to serve as the principal of a ninja school. But how old is Haku? Does this mean that Shinichi will have to continue being this lousy principal until Haku grows up? This is simply too much. Chapter 163. Getting on the right track. A new atmosphere in Konoha. Damn it. Although Haku is still young, if you add an Ino, the two kids are roughly equivalent to one adult and should be able to handle the job. At a critical moment, Shinichi's unique way of thinking came into play once again. As for himself, he felt no shame in employing child labor. However, the higher the road, the higher the devil. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, Tsunade said lightly. That kid Ino has a great talent for medical ninjutsu, and I've already decided to take her as my disciple, to cultivate her as the director of Konoha Hospital in the future. Hehe, I must say, Shinichi, your vision is quite good. None of your family's kids are mediocre. Tsunade, you're going too far. After hearing this, Shinichi nearly exploded on the spot, gritting his teeth and saying, why do you have to keep your eyes on my family as kids? Even if you want to take advantage, it should be fair, right? His own kids are very talented and are geniuses in their respective fields. Shinichi knows this better than anyone, but that doesn't give others the reason to take advantage of his kids. Anyway, that's the way it is. I've notified you, and the rest is not my concern. Seeing Shinichi, who usually lived carefree, so unhappy, Tsunade felt quite pleased. Even the fatigue from the heavy workload these days had lessened significantly. After letting out a hearty laugh, Tsunade left the Hitaki household. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned away, a cunning look flashed across Shinichi's angry face. You think you have me all figured out, Tsunade? Don't forget, I still have a trump card hidden at the ninja school. The next day, early in the morning, Shinichi brought Haku to the ninja school and quickly found the assistant he had been thinking about. No, his capable assistant. Yes, it's Yuzuki Yugao. Shinichi-senpai. Yugao tilted her head, looking puzzled. Ahem. Yugao, I'm here specifically to find you. Suppressing a tiny bit of guilt in his heart, Shinichi cleared his throat and said with righteous indignation, given your excellent performance at the ninja school recently, as the soon-to-be appointed new principal, I highly recognize your abilities. Therefore, I plan to give you some additional responsibilities. What do you think? Is senpai going to give me a raise? Yugao was quite pleased with Shinichi's praise, covering her mouth and giggling. Even she forgot that she had only been at the ninja school for less than a month. That's right. With a grand gesture, Shinichi said boldly, I'm going to promote you. Starting today, you are the vice principal of the ninja school. And you're also the acting principal with the same authority as me. Don't worry about not being able to handle it. I've specially found you a little assistant. Under Yugao's dazed gaze, Shinichi directly pulled Haku from behind and introduced. This is my brother. His name is Haku. He is a very gentle and capable child. Of course, his strength is enough to serve as a teacher at the ninja school, and I believe that with your and Haku's efforts, those kids will definitely receive an excellent education. That's right, it's with your and Haku's efforts. It has nothing to do with my Hitaki washing machine. But, after being a bit dazed by Shinichi's divine operation, Yugao finally came to her senses and raised her doubts. If I become the acting principal and take care of everything, then wouldn't Shinichi-senpai, as the principal, have nothing to do? Shinichi was more than happy about that. But such a statement that would affect unity could not be casually spoken. Ahem. Someone thick-skinned pretended to be willing to devote himself to Konoha and said with a mouthful of lies, to be honest, I just agreed to take on the position of Hokage advisor from Lady Tsunade. I have many other things to attend to, so I can only trouble you and Haku to help me share the tasks here at the ninja school. I believe that with the joint efforts of Lady Tsunade and us, Konoha's future will surely be bright. Since you are the Hokage advisor, it's reasonable that you would be busy with village matters, right? How could you possibly have the energy to pay attention to the small matters of the ninja school? I see. Senpai, you are truly great. Yugao's beautiful eyes immediately sparkled with admiration. Don't worry. Haku and I will definitely do our jobs well. We won't let you worry about the ninja school. Seeing the man she couldn't help but care about being so great and selfless, Yugao's innocent heart surged once again. She was even more grateful that her decision to leave the Umbu was absolutely correct. If she knew that the Shinichi she admired so much was actually a scoundrel willing to go to any lengths to slack off, she wouldn't know what kind of wonderful expression she would show. Well, then I'll leave it to you too. Without any psychological burden, Shinichi handed over all the burdens of the ninja school to Yugao and Haku and felt very satisfied. As for whether the other teachers at the ninja school might have objections, since Shinichi himself had spoken, who would dare to object? He guaranteed he would beat that guy to pulp. Even the King of Heaven couldn't stop the great plan of Hitaki washing machine slacking off. Gods block the way, and Buddhas block the way. In short, after the Konoha F4 officially stepped down, although it took some twists and turns, under Tsunade's careful governance. Konoha ultimately got back on track. Unlike the original story, after Tsunade took office, without the interference of old geezers like Danzo and Koharu, she could truly showcase her talents, leading Konoha onto an unprecedented prosperous path. With her fair treatment of everyone, even the Uchiha clan, which had been marginalized by the village, finally found a place in Konoha. The most obvious change was that the resentment in the hearts of the Uchiha clan members gradually dissipated, and their relationships with the villagers improved significantly. Although, given the proud nature of these Uchiha clan members, some friction was inevitable in their interactions with the villagers. Under the efforts of Tsunade and Fugaku, these were just minor issues. Everything in Konoha was moving in a positive direction. The person who felt this the most was none other than the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who had once gone all out to target the Uchiha clan. After witnessing the changes in Konoha with his own eyes, Tobirama finally sincerely recognized Shinichi's views. By the way, due to someone's narrow-mindedness, the brothers Hashirama and Tobirama have yet to be truly resurrected, still existing in the world in their impure forms. But they themselves are completely indifferent to this. Chapter 164. A Capable Wife at Home Yanai. More than a year has swiftly passed. Under the joint governance of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Minato, Konoha has finally entered a prosperous era. The Konoha 12 from the original work have also grown up one after another and graduated from the Ninja Academy. Of course, with Naruto and Sasuke leading the way, several new disciples have received various teachings in advance, making their strength far surpass that of their counterparts in the original work. The Root organization established by Danzo no longer exists. Instead, it has been replaced by the Knight organization founded by Itachi and Zhi Shui, working alongside Kakashi's Umbu to secretly protect the peace of the village. Naruto is living the dream of a perfect family life, and Sasuke's family has not fallen apart. Although he is still somewhat proud, his smile is much more frequent than in the original work. As for Kin and Haku, they have each found careers they want to dedicate their lives to at the Konoha Hospital and Ninja Academy, respectively. This brings us to a certain lazy principal who spends all day at home, under his various UA antics. Almost all the affairs of the Ninja Academy over the past year have been handled by Yuzuki Yugao and Haku, while he has hardly shown his face at the school except for a nominal title. In the eyes of those kids, the Ninja Academy only has the presence of Vice Principal Yugao, while the true identity of the principal has become a mystery. The afternoon sunlight is not scorching. It casts a particularly pleasant glow on the tables and chairs in the backyard. Yakushi Yanai's stunning face is always adorned with a gentle smile as her hands rest on her chin, softly gazing at the handsome man before her. You've thrown all the work onto Yugao and Haku. Is that really okay? What's wrong with that? The new generation, unashamed, casually popped a delicious grape into his mouth and said nonchalantly, "After all, they enjoy this work. I'm just giving them a chance to create their own value. Besides, I'm a dignified Hokage advisor. How can I waste time on petty matters?" As a fellow Hokage advisor, Jiraiya and Minato are busy day in and day out. Yet he frequently runs to the Konoha orphanage to cultivate his relationship with Yanai. Sometimes even Yanai can't stand it, but he always has a look of indifference, as if he were a dead pig afraid of boiling water. Indeed, over this past year, the new generation and Yanai have finally confirmed their romantic relationship. After all, no one can refuse the gentle and virtuous role of a golden-haired big sister. The new generation is not emotionally clueless. He has long noticed Yanai's interest in him and is glad about it, so their relationship has naturally developed. "Nu, what you're doing? Is it unfair to you, Gao?" Yanai's beautiful eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as she suddenly asked. "Huh?" The survival instinct kicked in, and he shivered, cautiously replying, "How is that unfair? This is the 10th time you pretended to be clueless in front of me." Yanai huffed lightly. "Don't think I can't see that Yugao likes you. Otherwise, why would she work tirelessly at the Ninja Academy for you? Moreover, I've heard that Moonlight Gale has been pursuing her, but she ignores him completely, even claiming to have someone she cares about. But you've been avoiding Yugao. Do you think it's right to trample on her feelings like this?" Under Yanai's gentle yet firm criticism, the new generation's head shrank back, feeling like a scumbag to the core. Heaven bears witness, he didn't want to be this outstanding. "But I already have you," the new generation murmured. While this world doesn't impose strict monogamy, and even the nobles led by the daimyo have many wives and concubines, many still see monogamy as the norm, especially since he isn't originally from this world. "When did I say I care that you have feelings for more than just me?" Yanai retorted. "Moreover, I can see that Yugao's feelings for you are probably no less than mine. I wouldn't want to keep her waiting indefinitely." Upon hearing this, the new generation fell silent. Hyuga is very beautiful and quite capable. She has managed the Ninja Academy well over the past year and certainly fits the role of a virtuous partner. And despite being left hanging for so long, she hasn't complained even once. Every time they meet, the genuine smile on her face is undeniable. Which man wouldn't be moved by such an outstanding girl? The new generation is no exception. He has just been avoiding facing this heavy feeling. I understand. As if making a significant decision, the new generation sighed lightly. You're right. I shouldn't keep avoiding it. After all, I, Hatake Shinichi, came to this world to do as I please, so why worry so much? What's wrong with marrying another? His family can afford it. Why should he be entangled in the fixed thoughts from his past life? Just do it. That's the Shinichi I like. Yanai finally smiled, happily saying, from the day I met you, I knew that a man as outstanding as you couldn't be tied down by just one person. Really? The new generation couldn't help but ask, am I really that outstanding? After thinking about it, aside from being somewhat handsome, it seemed he didn't have many qualities that girls would like. A family knows its own affairs. He's essentially a lazy slacker at heart. As for the great things he has done over the past few years, it was all to eliminate danger so he could continue to slack off without worry. From his self-evaluation, he really doesn't think he's that great. Maybe. Yanai smiled slightly, her eyes filled with a captivating affection, at least in my heart. You're the most outstanding. Whoosh. The new generation suddenly felt as if struck by an arrow to the heart. Yanai truly knows how to flirt. Gentle, virtuous, and beautiful. She even proactively offers to let him have a harem. Who could resist that? Chapter 165, The Fated Seventh Squad. Hokage's office. What do you want me for this time? Don't you know I'm busy? The new generation yawned with boredom, directly ignoring Tsunade's almost explosive expression. He originally wanted to spend a little more intimate time with Yano, but was forcibly summoned by Tsunade, leaving him speechless. Shinya, you're a ninja advisor after all, Jiraiya said with a face full of disbelief. Even if you don't come to work regularly, you should at least show up occasionally. If you don't appear for 10 days or half a month, we might think you've died at home. Minato had a bitter smile on his face. Although he didn't say much, he was also fed up with someone's laziness. Thinking about their miserable days of waking up earlier than roosters and sleeping later than dogs, he couldn't help but feel unbalanced. You three are enough to manage Konoha. I'm only responsible for dealing with those strong enemies you can't handle. Didn't we agree on that from the beginning? Shinya said naturally. He was very clear about his position as Konoha's strongest combat power, akin to a nuclear weapon. He could only show his worth in critical situations. Most of the time, his biggest role was to be a mascot. He was quite satisfied with his position. No way. Tsunade could no longer suppress her anger and said irritably, I just can't stand you lounging around every day while the rest of us are exhausted. I called you here to give you something to do. Wow, this was straightforward. No more acting. Even through the air, Shinya could smell the strong resentment emanating from Tsunade and the others. Is it really necessary? No room for negotiation? Shinya raised an eyebrow. No room for negotiation. Jiraiya and Tsunade both nodded. As for little son Minato, he directly turned his head aside, indicating that it was none of his business. Well, fine. After thinking for a moment, Shinya chose to compromise. After all, he had indeed been lying around at home for more than a year, and finding some small tasks to do wouldn't hurt. Most importantly, if he didn't agree, these three people in front of him might choose to slack off together out of extreme imbalance, and then Konoha would really be left unattended. Let me be clear. I won't do any troublesome tasks. Shinya set his terms. Nothing too troublesome. Seeing that Shinya was finally willing to compromise, Tsunade immediately took out several documents and said with a malicious smile, just right for your old profession. You'll definitely like it. Old profession? After glancing at the documents, Shinya was speechless and complained. You want to be a team leader? Can you be any more shameless? When have I ever done such troublesome things? Old profession my foot. Aren't you happy to be a teacher? Tsunade said with a sly smile. You have several disciples under you, and they've been trained quite well. If you don't take this team leader position, wouldn't that be a waste of your talent? Shinya, he was never happy to be any teacher. That was just a means to gain credits and win over Konoha's major clans. So now he was digging a pit for himself? Forget it. Which team should I lead? Feeling the resentful gazes from Tsunade and Jiraiya, Shinya ultimately had no choice but to compromise. Fine, I'll do it. At worst, if I encounter troublesome matters, I could just have my shadow clone handle them. No big deal. Of course, it's the team with Naruto and Sasuke, Team 7. Jiraiya explained. Those two are originally your disciples. And besides, Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so it's most appropriate for you to lead the team and protect him. Produce. You've said before that Naruto and Sasuke should be kept together. Their competitive relationship will help them grow quickly. However, we still haven't decided on the third member. So we wanted to ask for your opinion. Sure enough, Naruto and Sasuke were still in Team 7. However, the team leader had changed from Kakashi to himself, and Shinya felt he was inexplicably taking the blame for Kakashi. But it made sense. Kakashi was now the head of the Umbu. How could he still be a team leader like in the original story? No need to choose. Let us go with Haruno Sakura. After thinking for a moment, Shinya pointed directly at Sakura's information. To be honest, he was also curious to see if these three would spark new chemistry without Kakashi as their teacher. Of course, his considerations went deeper. Naruto already had the lovely Hinata as his fiancée, and she was the devoted type. But what about Sasuke? With that guy's tsundere personality and dislike for women, if no one nudged him, it would be difficult for him to get together with Sakura. After all, he was his disciple. He couldn't just watch Sasuke remain single. Moreover, he also didn't want his butterfly effect to inadvertently prevent Sarada from being born in the future. Haruno Sakura? She seems to be a commoner ninja, with both parents being ordinary people. Shinya, can you tell us why you arranged it this way? Since it involved Naruto and Sasuke, both exceptionally talented kids, Tsunade and the others couldn't help but become curious. No particular reason. Shinya waved his hand casually and said, I just think this little girl seems to match well with Sasuke, so I plan to matchmake them a bit. Minato, you also know that your Naruto already has Hinata as his fiancée, so as Naruto's best friend, Sasuke can't fall too far behind in such an important matter. I see. The three suddenly understood. Minato couldn't help but laugh and gave a thumbs up, saying, Shinya, that really is your style. Regarding Shinya's unilateral arrangement of a marriage contract between Naruto and Hinata back then, he and Kushina were both fully supportive after seeing the shy Hinata in person. Especially Kushina, who often took Naruto to the Hyuga clan to play with Hinata, clearly treating her as a future daughter-in-law. Needless to say, a certain poor father named Hayashi must have deep resentment about this. His daughter wasn't even of age yet, and the future in-laws were already eager to bring the bride home. Kushina's fierce style was something not everyone could handle. But why do I feel like Naruto and Sasuke always look at each other with disdain? You actually think they're best friends? Jiraiya stroked his chin, puzzled. You don't understand this. Shinya smirked. This is what we call a love-hate relationship. If I hadn't shoved Hinata onto Naruto, maybe Minato, your future daughter-in-law would have been Sasuke. Minato? WEF. ISN Sasuke a boy. My dear son Naruto, do you have some unspeakable preferences? Realizing something was off, Minato suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He had to go back and discuss this matter thoroughly with Kushina. He absolutely couldn't let his only son go down the wrong path. Boys with boys, how could that be? Even if it were to be with a boy, it should be with a cute boy like White, right? Chapter 166. The Teacher of Team 7. Shinya takes the stage. Ninja School. As one of the teachers, Haku was announcing the class assignments, including Naruto and Sasuke's class. Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Team 8. Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata. Team 10. Narashikamu, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. Except for some less important side characters, the class assignments for the Konoha 12 were still the same as in the original story. Yay! I'm so lucky to be in the same class as Sasuke-kun. Hearing that she was in the same class as Sasuke, Sakura appeared calm on the surface, but was cheering inside. Unable to be with Naruto-kun. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. Hinata sighed to herself about not being able to be with Naruto, but then thought it didn't seem like such a big deal. After all, she saw Naruto every day, and even Naruto's mother, Kushina, often visited her home. How infuriating. Sakura was so lucky. Undeniably, Sasuke was just as popular with girls as in the original story, and even some girls like Ino couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Little did they know, the Sasuke they adored didn't care at all about which class he would be placed in, nor did he care if there were cute girls in the class. The only thing Sasuke cared about was whether his rival, best buddy, Naruto would be in the same class as him. Stinky Sasuke. I can't believe I'm going to be with you again. So annoying. Naruto had a look of disdain on his face. TCH, do you think I want to? Sasuke sneered. It was obvious that these two were the type to complain verbally but be honest in actions. As for Sakura, who was trying hard to get Sasuke's attention, she couldn't even join in their conversation. It felt so weird, as if Sakura was the third wheel. Bye. Did you intentionally put me and Sasuke together? After the students in the classroom were taken away by their teacher, Naruto finally had the chance to ask Bye. It has nothing to do with me. This was decided by Lord Hokage and the others. Bai habitually patted Naruto's head and said gently, "Naruto, you mustn't be naughty. You need to be polite when you see your teacher." Although Bai had been busy at the ninja school lately, and Naruto had moved out of the Hitaki household to live with his parents, Bai still treated Naruto like a younger brother. It's no exaggeration to say that Bai's brotherly obsession wasn't much less than Itachi's. "Bai, I'm not a kid anymore." Naruto looked a bit dissatisfied. "But in my eyes, Naruto and Karin are still kids." Bai smiled and gently looked at Sasuke. "Sasuke is the same. I hope you all can get along well and not cause trouble for your teacher." "I will, but I'm afraid some idiot won't want to." Sasuke nodded. They were all new disciples of Shinichi, and he had a good impression of Gentle Bai. In fact, those who were familiar with Sasuke knew that he only seemed cold. But he was an undeniable, proud person, and his inner feelings were certainly no less intense than Naruto's. "Stinky Sasuke, are you looking for a fight again?" "TCH. If you're not convinced, let us fight. Am I afraid of you?" Unsurprisingly, Naruto and Sasuke started bickering again. Bai looked a bit helpless, but he was already used to it. He casually threw out a line and left the classroom. "The teacher for class 7 will be here soon, so you three should wait here for a while. Sasuke-kun is ignoring me." Sakura, who was unable to talk to Sasuke, felt very frustrated. She couldn't understand why she felt that her appeal in Sasuke's eyes seemed to be nowhere near Naruto's. But Naruto is obviously a boy. This is clearly not scientific. Under Bai's reminder, the three little ones obediently waited in the classroom for their teacher's arrival. But after waiting for several hours, they still hadn't seen anyone. How infuriating. Which guy is so fond of playing hard to get? Naruto couldn't hold it in anymore. It seems this guy isn't a qualified teacher after all. Sasuke snorted coldly. In his heart, the only one who could bear the title of teacher was Shinichi. Clearly, he didn't think that the one who was about to arrive, who liked to be late, could be compared to his teacher Shinichi. No way. I have to teach that guy a lesson. With that thought, Naruto sneakily walked up to the podium and placed the blackboard eraser on the door. Once again, it was a familiar scene. Naruto indeed couldn't change his mischievous nature. "Naruto, isn't this a bit too much?" Sakura looked a little hesitant, but inwardly she was secretly praising Naruto's actions. "Good job. Naruto, the guy who likes to be late should be taught a lesson." Sasuke didn't say anything, but he was too lazy to stop Naruto's foolishness. If he couldn't handle this little trick, it would mean their teacher wasn't anything special. Naruto said with a face full of certainty. "But no matter how great that guy is, he can't be better than Big Brother Shinichi. In this world, Big Brother Shinichi is the strongest. It's rare that we have a unified opinion." Sasuke said coldly. The admiration and respect these two had for Shinichi clearly exceeded conventional understanding. "Who is Big Brother Shinichi?" Sakura, eager to join Naruto and Sasuke's conversation, couldn't help but ask. If I remember correctly, not only Naruto, but even Sasuke-kun seems to mention this name often. "You don't need to know," Sasuke replied irritably. Knowing Shinichi's personality, Sasuke naturally knew that Shinichi liked to keep a low profile and hated being bothered. Therefore, aside from those who were already Shinichi's disciples, they would never easily disclose information about him. "Sorry, Sakura, we really can't say anything without permission." Naruto's face showed some regret, but their secrecy only made Sakura more curious about Shinichi. Creak! At that moment, the classroom door was pushed open. The three little ones were instantly attracted, all staring at the change at the door. The blackboard eraser that Naruto had placed fell as expected, just as it was about to hit the newcomer. "Kamui!" A faint voice suddenly echoed, and with a distortion of space, the blackboard eraser in midair actually vanished. Bang! Then the blackboard eraser fell from the sky and hit Naruto's head. Ouch! Naruto's eyes widened in shock, and his jaw almost dropped. Although Sasuke appeared calm, his shocked expression said it all. Only Sakura, who was unaware of the situation, looked confused, thinking that this handsome teacher seemed really impressive. "Let me guess. The one who could come up with such a childish prank. Must be you, Naruto." Shinichi smiled. "Are you kidding? Do you think I'm that fool Kakashi? Intentionally getting hit by a blackboard eraser? He would never do something that would lower his status." "Big brother, Shinichi." Naruto swallowed hard. Terrified. "Are you our teacher for class 7? What else?" Shinichi shrugged. Upon hearing Shinichi's affirmative answer, Sasuke's eyes lit up and a hint of surprise crossed his face. "He is the big brother Shinichi that Naruto often talks about?" Sakura opened her curious big eyes and carefully examined Shinichi, thinking, "He is quite handsome. But I wonder if he is as amazing as Naruto said." Chapter 167, Sakura. "I don't understand the world of big shots. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hitaki Shinichi, and I am your teacher for class 7. Shinichi yawned with boredom, maintaining his lazy demeanor. As for the mischievous Naruto, he had long been tied up and hung in midair, enduring the loving punishment from his teacher. As a routine, you three should introduce yourselves as well. Shinichi waved his hand and said lightly, just consider it a formality, helping a shameless author pad their word count a bit. Huh? Is that how your self-introduction ends, Shinichi-sensei? Sakura looked surprised. What else? Self-introductions are useless anyway. I've known Naruto and Sasuke for a long time, and we understand each other well enough. Shinichi replied matter-of-factly. Moreover, we will be spending a lot of time together in the future, Sakura. You can get to know us slowly. Isn't that more useful than a couple of casual introductory remarks? I guess that's true. Sakura felt speechless at Shinichi's strong logic, but couldn't think of a rebuttal. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and my dream is to become a Hokage recognized by everyone. It was still the familiar Naruto with the familiar dream. Uchiha Sasuke, my dream is to become stronger than my teacher. Sasuke said coolly. Having not experienced the night of the massacre, his current dream was to catch up to Shinichi. This didn't surprise Shinichi much. After all, this guy was a very proud and competitive person, and he only aimed to catch up to those he respected. From another perspective, Shinichi felt quite pleased. It seemed that in Sasuke's heart, he, as a teacher, was still quite significant. I am Haruno Sekure. Rather than saying it's a dream, it's more like. Sakura's shy gaze kept glancing at Sasuke, and anyone who wasn't blind could see what her dream truly was. Even the oblivious Naruto could tell. Don't forget, Naruto was no longer as naive as in the original story. Under Shinichi's careful guidance, his relationship with Hinata had long been established, and he had become much more sensitive about matters between men and women. However, this guy's emotional intelligence still needed improvement. What the heck? Naruto said while picking his nose. Completely unconcerned, Sakura, just say you like Sasuke and your dream is to marry him in the future. Why hide it? Shinichi. Sasuke. Shinichi felt speechless. How could he have such a straightforwardly stupid disciple? He knew Naruto had a big mouth, but did he have to say everything out loud? Girls also care about their dignity. As for Sasuke, the person involved, he didn't care at all. His undeveloped mind was solely focused on Naruto. As for Sakura's feelings, women only slow him down from unlocking his Sharingan. Naruto, I'm going to kill you. Unable to hold back, Sakura unleashed her inner persona and chased after Naruto, leading to a scene of chaos that quickly ended. So, as a routine, I still have to set up a test for you three little ones. Remember to come to the training ground at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. With that casual remark, Shinichi used his Kimui to return home. He disappeared. Sakura looked astonished as she saw this for the first time. Sakura, there's no need to be so surprised. Naruto shook his head and explained. Because Shinichi uses this magical space-time ninjutsu, even when going to the bathroom at home, you'll get used to it. TCH, making a big deal out of nothing. Sasuke didn't bother with Sakura and left the classroom. If you remember correctly, his brother Itachi had a rare day off today, and he was planning to find Itachi to train a bit. Satake-kun. Seeing Sasuke leave, Sakura felt very disappointed, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity and grabbed Naruto, wanting to force him to reveal all the information about Shinichi. Otherwise, with both Naruto and Sasuke knowing so much about their teacher, she felt like an excluded outsider, which was a very unpleasant feeling. Fortunately, Naruto was known for his warm-heartedness and was more than happy to talk about Shinichi. What? You're saying Shinichi-sensei is a Hokage advisor? The hero of Konoha, the strongest ninja. You used to live in Shinichi-sensei's house? My goodness. So you and Sasuke were originally Shinichi-sensei's disciples. As a qualified Shinichi fan, Naruto quickly shared all of Shinichi's glorious deeds with Sakura. This made Sakura finally realize that her team leader was quite a significant figure in Konoha. The next day, at the training ground in Konoha, the three little ones of Team 7 arrived early and, after a long wait, finally saw their irresponsible teacher appear. Yo, good morning everyone. Shinichi greeted them enthusiastically. Shinichi, it's almost noon, it's still early. Naruto protested loudly. If you weren't planning to come this early, why make us come so early? Sakura also looked unhappy. Even if you were a big shot, you couldn't treat kids like this, right? Sasuke didn't say anything because he thought Shinichi must have some purpose in doing this. Because I want you to experience how painful it is to have an unreliable team leader. Shinichi's shameless words left the three little ones dumbfounded. You even know how unreliable you are. If the team leader was unreliable, then they had to work even harder themselves. Shinichi chuckled. Don't expect your teacher to take care of you in every way. Others might do that, but I won't. I'm a lazy person and don't really like watching over snot-nosed little brats. Then why do you want to be our team leader? Sakura couldn't help but ask. You think I want to? Shinichi rolled his eyes at the child and said irritably, if it weren't for Tsunade and Jiraiya begging me, I wouldn't have taken this hard job. Huh? It's Lord Hokage and the Hokage advisor. Sakura was completely shocked. Even though she was a civilian ninja, she knew the name of Lord Hokage, and she didn't expect Shinichi to be so bold as to call Lord Hokage's name directly and even insult both Lord Hokage and the other Hokage advisor. This clearly exceeded Sakura's understanding. She truly couldn't comprehend the world of big shots. Chapter 168. Dimensional Strike from Shadow Clones. You must have heard that before becoming a true ninja, you must go through the tests set by your team leader. Shinichi smiled at the three little ones and said, but don't worry, I'm not a devil. There will be tests, but if you fail, I won't send you back to school. At most, you will just receive a tiny punishment. Upon hearing this, the three little ones finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they really failed the test and got sent back to school, they would be completely humiliated. Bring on the tests, Shinichi and I. Naruto was as spirited as ever. Sasuke coolly nodded, while Sakura looked anxious. There was no way around it. This was the confidence that came from strength. Among Shinichi's disciples, aside from the unreasonable Itachi, only Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji had the strongest abilities. Especially these two fated children. After Shinichi's training, their strength had already approached the level they would reach 3 years later. For those ninja kids who graduated at the same time, it was simply a dimensional strike. My test is very simple. I have a special edition of Intimate Paradise that I found under Kakashi's bed. He casually took out a beautifully packaged little yellow book and said with a half smile, as long as you three can snatch this book from my shadow clone, that would be a perfect pass. However, even if you can't take it, it's not a big deal. I'll grade you based on your performance later. By the way, this book seems to be Kakashi's favorite. If you accidentally damage it, I believe Kakashi won't let you off easily. Kakashi, meow meow meow. How did you find it when I hid it so well? If there are no problems, let's get started. Ignoring the opinions of the three little ones, he immediately created a shadow clone and handed the collector's edition of Intimate Paradise to it. The shadow clone naturally wore a reluctant expression, but had no way to resist the original. Come on, brother shadow clone. I won't lose. Naruto and Sasuke were not new to competing with Xine's shadow clone, so they immediately launched into a snatching battle. As for Sakura, who had only received the standard training at the Ninja Academy, she couldn't keep up with the pace of the other two at all. Whoosh, whoosh. In less than a second, Naruto and Sasuke displayed extraordinary speed. The arena was filled with afterimages, and various flashing ninjutsu continuously collided and exploded, leaving Sakura, who was holding kunai, dumbfounded. Spiral shuriken, Chidori, thousand birds. Faced with Xine's shadow clone, Naruto and Sasuke dared not slack off for a moment and immediately unleashed their big moves. If an uninformed person were to see this scene, they might think these two little guys were trying to kill someone. After all, the power of these ninjutsu was so great that it completely exceeded the level of any test. You're too slow. What did I teach you, Naruto? Why haven't you improved at all? As the target of their attacks, the shadow clone looked relaxed and content, dodging Naruto and Sasuke's attacks as if strolling in a garden, while still finding time to mock them. And you, Sasuke? You're making too many unnecessary moves. If we were on the battlefield, I could take you out with a single blow. Damn it. Although it wasn't the first time Naruto and Sasuke had been mocked by Xine's shadow clone, they were still infuriated. The two quickly displayed astonishing perseverance, continuously pushing their internal potential, their speed increasing and their use of ninjutsu visibly improving. Wow. Naruto and Sasuke are really strong. Watching the scene unfold, Sakura was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. As a civilian ninja, she had never seen such a grand spectacle. To know the only ninjutsu she could master proficiently was the body replacement technique. How could she compare to Naruto and Sasuke, who casually used A rank and S rank ninjutsu? It was simply outrageous. Am I really graduating in the same class as them? Sakura was almost in tears, unable to help but doubt herself. Are you scared to go up? Seeing Sakura standing frozen in place, Xine, who was munching on an apple, casually said, Aye. Sakura lowered her head in shame. Although she didn't say anything, Xine knew what she was thinking. It was just that she felt she was of no use at all. That would be the same whether she was there or not. Knowing oneself is a good thing, but as a ninja, sometimes having courage is also a powerful force. Xine smiled lightly and said, Don't forget, This is just a test without life-threatening danger. Your future path is still long. If you can't get through this little hurdle, then what are you talking about becoming a ninja? Insufficient strength can be compensated with later training, but if you lack courage, then you might as well give up on the path of being a ninja. Whether it was Xin Yi's motivational speech that had an effect or not, Sakura really felt encouraged and charged forward with her kunai, joining the fray with Naruto and Sasuke. To be fair, although Sakura's strength was weak, her analysis of the battle situation was quite on point. Even from Xin Yi's harsh perspective, Sakura was doing her best to play a supportive role, and from this aspect, she definitely had the potential to become an excellent ninja. Indeed, none of the members of Team 7 were simple characters. It seemed that letting her follow the original path ahead of time was also a good choice, Xin Yi thought while stroking his chin. In fact, if he wanted to, he could have taken Sakura as a disciple years ago, just like Naruto and Sasuke, and trained her in advance. The reason he hadn't done so was that he didn't have a good impression of Haruno Sakura, especially when he thought of Naruto's various infatuated behaviors towards Sakura and Sakura's obsession with Sasuke, while completely ignoring Naruto's feelings. To be honest, when Xin saw those outrageous plots, he was cursing inwardly. If it weren't for the sake of Sakura's future daughter, Sarada, Xin wouldn't have even wanted the original Team 7 to appear. But after personally traversing into this Naruto world, Xin Yi's mindset became much more peaceful. He thought to himself that Sakura didn't seem to have any principled issues. After all, feelings are inherently difficult to distinguish between right and wrong. Moreover, with his early intervention, Naruto would no longer be infatuated with Sakura. Under Hinata's care, Naruto would soon establish his own happy family. In this way, Xin had even less reason to target Sakura. Comics are always comics, but what I'm experiencing now is real life. Xin thought, for the sake of Sasuke, I must let go of those unnecessary grievances from my past life and help Sakura a bit. After all, as a hero of Konoha, how could he hold a grudge against a little girl? That would clearly be unreasonable. It was unclear how much time had passed, but with the three little ones exhausted and falling down, the so-called test came to an end. The result was evident. They didn't even touch the edges of the book, let alone snatch it away. But Xin didn't blame them. It wasn't that the three of them were too weak, but rather that his shadow clone was too strong. Even if the fourth Kazekage, Raza, came, he wouldn't be a match for Xin Yi's shadow clone. While others were playing with shadow clone techniques, Xin was playing with a higher level of shadow clone techniques. They were simply on different levels. Chapter 169. The real test? It's assisting. Damn it. The shadow clone brother is still so strong. The teacher's strength has improved again. This is no longer a shadow clone. It's simply as strong as a monster. The three little ones lay on the ground, devoid of life, their eyes vacant. The test ended. Xin smiled as he approached the three little ones and commented, Naruto, 6 points, Sasuke, 7 points, Sakura, well, I'll give you a 3. Oomph. Although Sasuke was somewhat dissatisfied with this score, he still proudly showed a smug expression. You just wait. My score has never been lower than Naruto's. Huh. Why is my score lower than that pompous Sasuke's? That's because you fought without any strategy earlier. Like a fool. Giving you 6 points is already considering that you can proficiently use the spiral shuriken. Xin ruthlessly mocked. 3 points. Compared to the competitive spirits of Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura lowered her head in utter disappointment. She knew very well how big the gap between her and Naruto and Sasuke was. Not getting a score of 0 was probably Xin giving her face. All right, since the test is over, it's time to eat. Xin waved his hand and said boldly, let's go, I'll treat you to Ichiraka ramen. You can eat as much as you want. However, the one with the lowest score, Sakura, will be punished and can't eat lunch, just watching us eat. Upon hearing this, Sakura's head, which was already lowered, drooped even lower. Brother Xin, isn't this a bit too much? The kind-hearted Naruto looked a bit reluctant. Sasuke didn't say anything, but his brows were furrowed as well. This is an order, no bargaining allowed, Xin said coldly. But Naruto wanted to say something more, but was glared at fiercely by Xin. Why are you always around, you yellow-haired brat? You already have Hinata, and today, it's not your day. Can't you just be quiet? Ahem. Seeing that Sasuke remained silent with a cold expression, Xin couldn't wait any longer and deliberately said, of course. If you want to show a spirit of unity and friendship, that's also fine. How about this? If Sasuke is willing to give his meal rights to Sakura, then I can reluctantly agree. Sasuke. Sakura. Let me do it. I want to die for missing one meal. Naruto was generous. After all, he was warm-hearted. Besides, Kushina had taught him well, boys should take care of girls. None of your business. You don't have that right. Xine kicked a certain yellow-haired boy away, while his good friends were their support, and he was always trying to undermine Sasuke. Do you really want to see your good friend, the idiot, single for life? Sasuke, what do you say? This is my special leniency as your teacher, without Naruto's interference. Xine smiled at Sasuke. Faced with the death stare from his teacher, Sasuke pursed his lips, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Teacher, Xine, no need. But before Sasuke could speak, Sakura quickly said, "This is my punishment. It has nothing to do with Sasuke-kun. Although you have a point. The decision still lies with Sasuke." Xine said expressionlessly. "Teacher, I'm willing." The next moment, Sasuke coolly spoke up. "It's just one meal. It's nothing." Sasuke-kun. Sakura covered her mouth with her hands, almost moved to tears. If it weren't for the current situation, Xine would have suspected that this girl would rush to Sasuke directly. "Don't think too much. I'm just not hungry," Sasuke frowned and said proudly. However, his thunder display had no effect on Sakura. Already smitten with Sasuke, she clearly admired him even more now. Xine was also very satisfied with his assist, as this brought him one step closer to the goal of Sarada's birth. Great. Xine patted Sasuke and Sakura on the heads, satisfied, in light of Sasuke's selflessness. "Sakura's punishment is hereby cancelled. Let's go. I'll treat the three of you to Ichiraku ramen. Eat as much as you want. Don't be polite with my wallet." Huh. Naruto, who had been observing the whole process, seemed to have discovered something significant. As Sasuke and Sakura walked behind, Naruto sneaked closer to Xine and whispered, "Brother Xine, you're not trying to matchmake those two on purpose, are you?" "Oh my." Xine made a ghostly expression and exclaimed in shock. "Is that really you, Naruto?" "Of course I am Naruto." Naruto replied, confused. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Xine said in a serious tone. "Naruto can't possibly have that kind of intelligence. You must be tricking me. Honestly, which village sent you as an undercover agent? And what is your intention pretending to be Naruto?" "Naruto. So how stupid do you think I, Naruto, am in your eyes, Xine?" Once again, they had a familiar gathering at Ichiraku Ramen, and after a hearty meal, the three little ones prepared to return home. As Naruto and Sasuke left one after another, Sakura, however, lingered. "Thank you, teacher, Xine." Sakura's small face looked flushed as she said earnestly, "I know you did it on purpose to help me and Sasuke-kun get closer." Undeniably, Sakura had always been a thoughtful and clever girl. After reflecting on today's events, she noticed some clues. It made sense. Even Naruto, who was emotionally clueless, could see it, let alone Sakura. In matters of love, there isn't much that outsiders can do to help. Xine waved his hand and smiled lightly. "Sasuke is a total tsundere. If you want to truly move him, you'll need to put in a lot of hard work. But don't worry. Naruto and I will support you." "Teacher Xine, you're so nice." Sakura felt very lucky to have a teacher who supported her feelings. She suddenly understood why both Naruto and Sasuke respected this seemingly unreliable teacher. It turned out he was truly a great person who was hard to describe in words. "Don't rush to praise me," Xine said lightly. "Don't forget, you're also part of Team 7. If your strength is too weak, it'll embarrass me as your teacher. I believe you know the gap between you and Naruto and Sasuke." Sasuke wouldn't tea like a girl whose strength doesn't tea matches. "Huh?" Sakura was stunned. "Huh, what huh?" Xine glared at her with a mischievous smile. "As my disciple, you need to be ready to endure hardship. Starting tomorrow, you'll be facing devilish training. Just a kind reminder to catch up with Naruto and Sasuke. Your training volume will be terrifying." Looking at Xine's classic villainous smile, Sakura suddenly felt that her previous evaluation of him might have been a bit too hasty. This teacher really didn't seem like a good person at all. Chapter 170, Familiar Tasks. Long lost Tsukuyomi. The establishment of Team 7 inevitably added a bit of busyness to Xine, who had been living a lazy life. Of course, it was only a little bit. After all, he never personally taught students. All the dirty and tiring work was done by his shadow clones. It's worth mentioning that under Xine's various brainwashing, Sakura finally resolved to become stronger and keep up with Sasuke. The guiding principle for Sakura's training was actually very simple. It was just to cultivate her like the second Tsunade. However, Xine didn't plan to let Sakura learn from Tsunade like in the original work. After all, Tsunade was currently busier than a spinning top. If he were to find another disciple for her work with, she would probably eat Xine alive. Anyway, Xine knew everything Tsunade did. It was just medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques, which his shadow clones could handle just fine. As new ninjas, the three little ones naturally started with trivial tasks. Catching cats today, looking for dogs tomorrow, just like in the original plot. But Xin wouldn't be as foolish as Kakashi, doing these tasks himself. Of course, he let his shadow clones take the three little ones. Brother Xin, can't we take on some more challenging tasks? After enduring various trivial tasks, Naruto could no longer stand it. Sasuke also wore a sullen face. As for Sakura, he and Naruto were both strong. So how could they waste time on these boring tasks? Want to take on a task, huh? No problem. After estimating the time, Shinichi felt that the task where the three little ones would first showcase their talents should be coming soon. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived at the Hokage's office, Tsunade threw a mission scroll directly at him. You're just in time. There's a mission to assign to Team 7. Seeing the words Escort Dasna written on the scroll, Shinichi couldn't help but laugh. It really was a mission from the Land of Waves. According to the intelligence gathered by the Night Organization, this mission didn't seem simple at all. It was definitely not something a Genin team could complete. Tsunade said lightly. Unlike in the original story, with Itachi and Shisui jointly forming the Night Organization, Konoha's intelligence capabilities were formidable. Even such a small mission could not escape the sharp eyes of these two Uchiha geniuses. Then why are you giving this mission to Team 7? Of course. Tsunade glared at Shinichi and said indignantly, aren't you here? Even if those three little brats drag their feet, as long as you, the hero of Konoha, are watching, even an S-rank mission probably wouldn't be difficult for you, right? Clearly, Tsunade's sense of unfairness was acting up again. She was deliberately trying to give Shinichi something to do. All right, you're right. After thinking for a moment, Shinichi decided that he was going to help Naruto and the others take on this mission anyway, and Tsunade's thoughts were not something he was concerned about. Furthermore, due to what he did in the Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi was no longer a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, and Haku was brought to Konoha by him. So these two would naturally not get involved in this mission from the Land of Waves. As for what new developments might arise from these butterfly effects, Shinichi couldn't be bothered to speculate. Still, as the saying goes, in the face of absolute strength, no changes could disrupt his grand plan to slack off in Konoha. Looking at the entire world now, apart from the hidden Otsutsuki clan, only Obito and Danzo could pose a little trouble for Shinichi. As for the others, he really didn't think much of them. If Obito and Danzo dared to show their faces, Shinichi wouldn't mind taking care of them as well, completely removing this thorn. I've taken an escort mission for you. Looking at the three little ones full of expectation, Shinichi explained, we'll set off tomorrow. At that time, I will let my shadow clone accompany you. If a battle occurs, you three will handle it yourselves. As long as you are not in life-threatening danger. My shadow clone will absolutely not intervene. Huh? The three little ones were completely stunned. This was their first time going out on a mission as ninjas, yet their team leader, Shinichi, actually planned not to go with them? Shinichi-sensei, is this really in line with the rules? Sakura asked cautiously. Even though she was a child, she knew that Shinichi's approach was absolutely against Konoha's rules. Besides, where was there a team leader who would let a shadow clone lead three rookie genin? Of course it's against the rules, but I don't care. Shinichi waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, even if Tsunade has objections, in my Team 7, we do it my way. He wouldn't even give face to the first and second Hokage. So would he care if Tsunade really wanted to make trouble for him? No problem. Anyway, even if enemies show up, I will defeat them with my Rasengan. A few enemies can't stop me. Naruto and Sasuke didn't care at all. This was the immense confidence that came from their own strength. Moreover, they could be said to understand Shinichi's abilities quite well. He played space ninjutsu better than the fourth Hokage Minato. Even if something unexpected happened, the shadow clone would notify the main body, Shinichi, to arrive in time using the Flying Thunder God technique. Very good. Full of spirit. After casually complimenting them, Shinichi announced the dismissal. The next morning, the three little ones set off to escort the mission client, Dasna, to the Land of Waves, of course led by Shinichi's shadow clone. As for what opinions the client Dasna had about Shinichi's approach, sorry, all rejected. Shadow clone. I'm really under too much pressure. Whoosh. Taking advantage of Team 7's departure from Konoha, Shinichi focused his thoughts and used Kimui to arrive at the Ninja Academy. In his principal's office, a stunning purple-haired beauty was engrossed in handling official business, seemingly unaware of his arrival. Cough cough. Shinichi cleared his throat and reminded, Yueying, I'm here. Indeed, this purple-haired beauty was Yuzuki Yueying, who had gradually shed her youthful aura. Shinichi-senpai, hearing that familiar voice, Yueying suddenly looked up surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. But it quickly faded, replaced by a hint of indifference. Oh, isn't this our Hokage principle? What wind blew you here today, bringing such a busy person like you? Shinichi was directly stunned. Was it his way of opening the door that was the problem? Otherwise, why would Yue speak to him like this? This was unscientific, right? He hadn't even pushed the door. He had directly teleported here. Then it's fine. Chapter 171. I don't believe he can hold back. Yue, you've worked hard. Acknowledging his fault, Shinichi quickly admitted, it's my fault. I've pushed all the work onto you during this time. It's all my mistake. When you make a mistake, you have to admit it, and you have to stand upright when you get hit. Moreover, the other party was such a beautiful and understanding girl. So Shinichi had nothing to be ashamed of. I thought you had forgotten about me. Yue sighed lightly, her beautiful eyes filled with a sense of grievance. Ever since she became the vice principal, Shinichi had completely freed himself, hiding at home all day. But she was overwhelmed with work. If it weren't for Haku being a capable assistant by her side, she probably would have quit in anger long ago. Speaking of this, she had to severely criticize a certain shameless guy. Of course not. Shinichi hurriedly explained, I just didn't dare to see you. You know, that's how guilty people are. The hero of Konoha is also feeling guilty, seemingly taking pleasure in seeing Shinichi's awkwardness. Yue's beautiful lips curled slightly, unable to resist teasing. I thought Shinichi-senpai was a fearless man. I didn't expect even you could feel guilty in front of others. I don't fear any enemies, nor will I be influenced by anyone's words. Shinichi looked at Yue with a somewhat complicated gaze and sighed, but I am very afraid of disappointing a good girl's feelings. Once these words were spoken, both of them fell into silence. It was unclear how long it lasted, but Yue seemed to muster up great courage and said, So what are you thinking now? Since you're here, should you say something? Although her tone was very calm, the hand gripping the pen was slightly tightening and the knuckles were turning white. This showed that her heart was not at peace. Such things I originally couldn't decide, but someone helped me make the decision. A smile suddenly appeared on Shinichi's face as he softly said, Moreover, I have to admit that this decision is actually the answer I've longed for deep down in my heart. Although saying this makes me seem shameless, I still want to tell you. Although I can't guarantee that I will treat you and Yano equally, I will definitely cherish you as the most important person in my life. Even if you reject me today, I plan to keep pestering you until the day you agree. Shien for the rest of my life. Can I ask for your guidance? As soon as the words fell, Shien's beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't help but cover her small mouth with her hand. Tears as big as beans slid down her stunning face, and she could no longer restrain the restlessness and unease in her heart. The emotion she had suppressed for so long suddenly burst forth. These words, she didn't know how many nights she had waited for, and today she finally heard them. You big fool, already crying like a waterfall. Shien threw herself into Cindy's arms recklessly, pounding her small fists against his chest while choking out, Why? Why did you make me wait so long? Clearly a hero of Konoha, someone everyone admires, yet so cowardly in matters like this. Ooh, you're truly the biggest fool in the world. Kiki Cindy, I hate you. You're the person I hate the most. The long-accumulated grievances and love erupted all at once, and Shien seemed like a different person, no longer maintaining the dignified and serious demeanor of the past. But this was the real her. I'm sorry. I'm a fool, Cindy said gently as he embraced Shien. The moonlight outside the window was bright and flawless, reflecting on the ground like pure white silk. Today, the common people are really, really happy. Under the blazing sun, a certain hero of Konoha walked with a swagger that seemed like a good-for-nothing, humming a strange little tune. Under the strange gazes of many Konoha high-ranking officials, he directly barged into the Hokage's office. Cindy, what are you up to again? Tsunade's mouth twitched violently, a tick appearing on her forehead as she gritted her teeth and said, Didn't I tell you to take the 7th squad to complete a mission? Why are you here acting crazy? Is this how you take on the role of a team leader? You're such an irresponsible jerk. That simple mission. My shadow clone is watching over it. Nothing will go wrong. Perhaps because he was in a good mood. Cindy didn't care about Tsunade's accusations and instead said with a smile, Tsunade, I came to find you today for a serious matter. Look, I even personally pushed the door open. My attitude is quite sincere. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face darkened further. Wasn't pushing the door open the most basic thing? Moreover, this guy barged in without even knocking. What kind of sincerity was that? However, Tsunade also knew very well that given Cindy's style, just walking through the door like a normal person was already good enough. Didn't this guy even use his shunshin to teleport to the toilet at home? Speak. What is it? Whether I agree or not depends on my mood, Tsunade said indifferently. Don't mess around. Sini waved his hand and said seriously, this is really a serious matter. If I remember correctly, Konoha is about to hold a joint Chunin exam with Sunagakure, right? I didn't expect you to remember such things. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and said sarcastically, it seems our Hokage advisor is still quite concerned about Konoha. I said it's serious. I don't have time to bicker with you. Feeling the resentment in her words, Sini said with a bit of a headache, you haven't forgotten that in this world there are still the two pests, Obito and Danzo, right? What exactly do you want to say? Tsunade also withdrew her joking attitude and said seriously, is the Chunin exam related to those two? Although Konoha had entered a long-awaited period of prosperity, she had never forgotten the two thorns hidden in the dark, especially after learning about Obito's final plan from Sini. She couldn't afford to be the slightest bit negligent. Moreover, there was also the unpredictable Danzo. Heaven knows how twisted that old guy's mind has become by now. It was precisely because of this that her two grandfathers, Hashirama and Tobirama, temporarily left Konoha to wander the entire ninja world in their reanimated forms, trying to find traces of Obito and Danzo to completely resolve this trouble. This proposal was initially put forward by Tobirama, as he always believed that Danzo was the root of the trouble he left behind and must be dealt with by himself. As Hashirama, a doting brother, learned of Tobirama's decision, he naturally supported him fully. For over a year, the two brothers occasionally sent some intelligence back to Tsunade, but unfortunately, they had never been able to find any trace of Obito and Danzo. Even the Akatsuki organization seemed to have vanished without a trace. To be precise, I want to use this Chunin exam to lure out those pathetic creatures hiding in the dark and deal with them all at once. Sini's expression became unprecedentedly serious as he said coldly, as long as Obito remains a problem, the ninja world will never usher in a new era. But how could a simple Chunin exam possibly make them expose themselves at all costs? Tsunade frowned and said in a deep voice. She didn't understand what Sini was thinking. Since the Akatsuki organization had hidden for so long, they would never expose their tracks just to disrupt Konoha's Chunin exam. Unless there was some irresistible temptation in this Chunin exam. My plan is simple, to hold an unprecedented Chunin exam in conjunction with the 5 major ninja villages. At that time, not only will the Kage of the 5 major ninja villages have to attend in person, but all the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts must also be present. Gathering all 9 Jinchuriki together, such an enticing bait, I don't believe Obito could resist. Sini said with a cold smile. Chapter 172. Sini's Dominant Declaration. How could such a thing be possible? After hearing Sini's plan, Tsunade could no longer sit still and stood up shouting. The Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts are the most important combat power of each ninja village. They cannot agree to such a request. The gathering of the Kage of the 5 major ninja villages, along with all the Jinchuriki, was something that Tsunade knew without a doubt that the other 4 Kage would absolutely reject such an unreasonable request. After all, this was an extremely risky matter. If Konoha harbored ill intentions, wouldn't the elite forces of the 4 major ninja villages be wiped out? Such a decision was akin to sending sheep into a tiger's den. I know this plan is quite difficult to implement, but we have to do it, Sini said lightly. This is also for the peace of the ninja world. You just keep giving me problems. If you have the ability, think of a solution, Tsunade said angrily. Of course I have a way. Unexpectedly, Sini smiled and said confidently. You first go to secretly discuss this matter with the 4 Kage under the pretext of a joint operation against the Akatsuki organization. You must make them understand the stakes, letting them realize that if the Akatsuki organization is not completely eradicated, the entire ninja world will eventually face a catastrophic disaster. If they refuse, then you don't need to be polite with them. If anyone dares to oppose, you can formally declare war in the name of Konoha, saying that it was me, Kiki Sini, who said so. At that time, I will personally pay them a visit and directly eliminate their Kage. As he said this, an astonishing killing intent burst forth from Sini's eyes, making even Tsunade shudder. Are you serious? Tsunade's expression became exceptionally serious. If they really did, as Sini suggested, Konoha could very well become the target of everyone, which was a matter of the entire village's fate. Have you ever seen me joke about such matters? Sini said seriously, as long as Obito is not dead, the ninja world will never know peace. And what about Danzo? Don't you want to avenge the Senju clan? Konoha is already stabilizing, so we must find a way to deal with these 2 treacherous guys outside. To deal with external threats, we must first stabilize internal affairs. This has been a universal truth for every power since ancient times. Don't be fooled by how peaceful Konoha and the entire ninja world have seemed over the past year. But Shinichi knows very well that Obito and Danzo, these two old schemers, will not let things rest easily. Since the Akatsuki organization hasn't shown its face for such a long time, it must be accumulating strength, ready to deliver a deadly strike at any moment. However, if we wait for the Akatsuki to come knocking, that would be too passive, which is why Shinichi has come up with such an aggressive plan to take the initiative. But your approach is too extreme. What's the difference between that and directly threatening the 4 great ninja villages? Tsunade's side, from the perspective of the Hokage, she believes that none of the Kages from the 4 great ninja villages would accept such threats. The worst outcome would probably be that the 4 great ninja villages unite and declare war on Konoha. No, they would agree. Shinichi shook his head and smiled faintly, saying, "During this time, I haven't been idle. They know very well the true purpose of the Akatsuki. As long as there are Jinchuriki in their villages, they cannot avoid a conflict with the Akatsuki. Since Konoha is willing to take the lead in organizing a coalition of ninja villages, why wouldn't they agree? If they really insist on rejecting our invitation for the sake of so-called dignity, then just relay my words to them." "What words?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "You might be able to fend off Konoha, but you definitely can't fend off me, Hatake Shinichi. If you dare to oppose me, I'll assassinate your Kage directly, one after another, until you agree." Shinichi's calm words carried a chilling and terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. No one knows his strength better than he does. Across the entire ninja world, as long as the Otsutsuki clan doesn't appear, he has confidence in being able to kill anyone. Even if you hide in your village like a turtle, under his bizarre space-time ninjutsu, you would still die. "All right, I understand." Feeling Shinichi's extremely terrifying determination, Tsunade stopped saying anything more. Tsunade is not a fool. She knows very well that despite Shinichi's usual appearance of slacking off and seeming indifferent, once he makes a real decision, no one can stop him. She is indeed the Hokage, but under Shinichi's terrifying power, no one can influence his thoughts. In a sense, the current Shinichi is the one truly controlling the power of Konoha from behind the scenes. To the Kages of the 4 great ninja villages, good luck to you. I hope you don't provoke this monster. Tsunade sighed inwardly. By the way, it's time to bring your 2 grandfathers back. Shinichi said lightly, "Their power is indispensable. To prevent any unexpected occurrences, we must gather all our strength to hold this Chunin exam." "You mean?" Tsunade, true to her nature, quickly caught on to his implication. "That's right. I'm preparing to truly revive them." Shinichi said seriously, "The 2 deceased Hokages, Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama, are undoubtedly among Konoha's top combat powers right now. For the upcoming Great War, Shinichi couldn't be bothered to make a fuss. It's better to let these 2 old fellows burn themselves for Konoha. All right, I'll send someone to notify them." Tsunade's expression brightened. She had previously hinted multiple times to Shinichi about wanting her 2 grandfathers revived, but he always seemed indifferent. By the way, her brother Senju Rope Tree had been revived by Shinichi a year ago, which finally made up for her greatest regret. As for her lover, Jiraiya, he had been rejected by Shinichi for certain reasons, which left her feeling regretful but helpless. Moreover, her 2 grandfathers had done a lot of ideological work on her, hinting that Jiraiya was someone worth entrusting. Although she was initially a bit resistant, Tsunade is not truly heartless. She has always known that Jiraiya has a crush on her, especially during this busy period when he has become more open about his feelings, taking care of her in a slightly bolder manner. Over time, Jiraiya finally entered the depths of Tsunade's heart. Although they haven't openly spoken about it, some things can be seen even without being explicitly addressed. Others can tell that their relationship has undergone subtle changes. Unlike the lonely ending in the original story, Tsunade has finally embarked on a whole new life path. Chapter 173 would release Bloodline Limit. Composite Genius. The mission in the Land of Waves progressed much more smoothly without the interference of Zabuza Momochi and Haku from the original story. However, the 3 young ones still encountered a few ninjas who attempted to assassinate Tazuna along the way. Although they were not as strong as Zabuza from the original story, the difference wasn't significant. Unfortunately, after being taught by Shinichi, Naruto, and Sasuke's strength was too overwhelming. They swept through the opponents, and Shinichi's shadow clone didn't even get a chance to intervene. A few days later, under the lead of the shadow clone, Team 7 finally returned to Konoha. "Brother Shinichi, didn't we perform well this time?" Naruto said proudly. "You idiot, being taught by the teacher. Isn't that something that should be taken for granted?" Sasuke scoffed. "Shinichi-sensei, I hope I didn't disappoint you?" Sakura looked a bit anxious. "Not bad. After releasing the shadow clone, The experiences of the three young ones flashed into Shinichi's mind, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Although Naruto and Sasuke were the ones charging into battle, Sakura's support work from the sidelines was impeccable. Clearly, she had shown enough talent in medical ninjutsu. In any case, the current performance of the three young ones was barely to Shinichi's satisfaction. Don't let your guard down. Under the expectant gazes of the three, Shinichi displayed his villainous smile and ominously said, "I have good news for you. This year's Chunin exam will soon be held in Konoha, and all the genius ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages will gather together to take the exam. As your teacher, I've decided to set a small goal for you. You must successfully pass the Chunin exam. Naruto and Sasuke, if you don't make it into the top 3, don't bother coming back to see me. As for Sakura, at least aim for the top 10. If you fail to meet the goal, you should know what the consequences will be, right?" Looking at Shinichi's malicious expression, the three of them were filled with dread. What would the consequences be for failing to meet the goal? Do they even need to ask? It would definitely mean double the devilish training. "We will not disappoint you," the three immediately declared. Only then did Shinichi let them go, and with a Kimui, he directly arrived at a secret chamber. Inside the chamber, 2 travel-worn figures had been waiting for a long time. They were Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. "You finally intend to take action?" Senju Tobarama frowned, hesitating to speak. "Actually, if you just give us a little more time, we can find the traces of the Akatsuki organization." "Yes, actually, we brothers are still quite capable." Senju Hashirama agreed. "Shut up." Shinichi rolled his eyes at them, annoyed. "It's been over a year, and you haven't found anything. Let's go with my plan. Although it's simple and crude, it will definitely be effective. But the risks are too high." Senju Hashirama sighed. "If there were no risks, do you think I would be so generous as to let you 2 brothers come back to life?" Xin, he did not hide his narrow-mindedness and complained. "Although I don't really like you 2 guys, for the peace and tranquility of the ninja world, I can only reluctantly allow you to be resurrected and join the battle. The body of impure world reincarnation ultimately cannot unleash all the power it had before death, even if Hashirama and Tobarama rely solely on their impure world bodies. Their strength is enough to crush any current Hokage. However, Xin is a very cautious person. He would never allow any unforeseen events to occur. Outer Path, Samsara." Without further ado, Xin directly displayed his Rinnegan. The terrifying Chakra, like a vast sea of stars, moved freely and under the effect of the Outer Path, Samsara technique. The impure world bodies of Hashirama and Tobarama gradually changed, completely transforming into flesh and blood. "It's really nice to feel the breath of life again." Hashirama couldn't help but sigh. "Yeah, big brother." Tobarama, who usually had a frozen expression, also rarely showed a hint of a smile. Who would refuse to once again experience the beauty of this world in a flesh and blood body? "Stop with the nostalgia. Hurry up and hand over your hair and blood. I need it for Orochimaru's research," Xin urged. "Got it. It's not like we're not giving it to you." Hashirama and Tobarama looked helpless. This guy really knows how to ruin the mood. After successfully obtaining the biological information of the 2 brothers, Xin, it didn't bother them any longer and casually tossed out a sentence before turning to leave. "Remember to hide your identities during this time. Give Obito a surprise later." The whole thing about Orochimaru wanting to study their cellular tissues was just an excuse. Xi's true purpose was to obtain the biological information of these 2 as living beings. Long ago, Xin had discovered that his system could only extract biological information from living people to obtain talent entries. If a person was dead, even if he obtained their biological information, it wouldn't trigger the system's prompts. Otherwise, how could notorious grave robbers like Orochimaru and Kabuto not have the bodily tissues of strong individuals, including Hashirama? Ding. The system detected the biological information of Senju Hashirama. "Would you like to extract it immediately?" Ding. The system detected the biological information of Senju Tobarama. "Would you like to extract it immediately?" Extract immediately. Successfully extracted biological information. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent entry. God of Ninja, goal. Successfully extracted biological information. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent entry. Synthesis Genius, gold. God of Ninja, gold. As a ninja, you are infinitely close to the level of divinity. Ninjas in the world honor you as the God of Ninja, and your strength is at its peak. Natural perception ability 1000. Soul strength 500. Recovery ability 800. Additional ability would release bloodline limit. Note, this talent entry is already perfect and cannot be transformed. Would release bloodline limit. You will automatically learn all ninjutsu related to wood release. Synthesis genius. Gold, you possess the most bizarre talent in the world. Truly a synthesis genius. Any power in front of you will be obedient like a loyal dog. And true miracles will be born from you. Additional ability. Talent, entry, fusion ability. Talent, entry, fusion ability. Your system is about to undergo a new evolution. You are the true master of the system. Note, from this moment on, the host will have the ability to fuse any talent entries below the gold level. The fused talent entries will disappear, transforming into divine power from beyond the heavens and returning to the host body. Listening to the constant prompts from the system, Xine's expression had long been dazed. Although he had been mentally prepared for the gold level entries, he never expected that this pair of Senju brothers would turn out to be walking treasures, delivering such a huge gift to him. There was no need to mention the wood release bloodline limit of Senju Hashirama. That was a well-known terrifying ability, especially under Xine's massive chakra enhancement. His wood release would definitely explode with power several times stronger than Hashirama's. No, it should be said that it would be dozens of times more terrifying. But what truly left Xine stunned was the talent entry, Synthesis Genius, brought to him by Senju Tobarama. The explanation provided by the system was very clear, meaning he could fuse all previously obtained talent entries below the gold level, transforming them into so-called divine power from beyond the heavens, all returning to himself. Although he didn't know what divine power from beyond the heavens was, even a fool knew it must be an incredibly powerful force. It seemed he had a lot to do during this period. Xine pinched his chin, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Talent entries. He now needed a large number of talent entries. Even the low-level white and blue talent entries on those supporting characters, he wanted to get his hands on, because right now he was not picky at all. Chapter 174, Divine Power from Beyond the Heavens. Evolution of Life Levels. System. Convert all purple and gold talent entries for me. Taking a glance at his system panel that he hadn't checked for a long time, he found that his points had actually accumulated to a terrifying 5,400 points. Such a huge amount of points certainly didn't come without effort. Ever since more than a year ago, when Xine pushed Danzo and the third Hokage off the stage, it had caused a huge shift in the entire ninja world. Especially for the ninjas of Konohagakure, many people's fates had been altered. At first, the frequent system prompts nearly drove Xine to a nervous breakdown, so he simply had the system block those prompts. Over time, Xine, who had become accustomed to a comfortable life, gradually left this matter behind. After all, even without continuing to convert talent entries, his strength had already reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. Because of this, his desire for personal strength was not as intense as before. But now it was different. With the emergence of the Synthesis Genius talent entry, he suddenly saw another path that could surpass the Otsutsuki clan. Ding! Successfully converted the talent entries requested by the host, consuming 5,000 points. Immediately synthesize. Combine all talent entries below the gold level. Suppressing the anticipation in his heart, Xine immediately commanded. Activating talent entry fusion ability. Successfully synthesized talent entries. Immediately converting into divine power from beyond the heavens. Please check host. With the appearance of the system prompt, Xine suddenly felt a terrifying energy like never before pouring into his body, filling every part of him, even every cell, erupting with jubilant cheers like a rushing river. Xine clearly sensed that his body was undergoing an indescribable miraculous change. He felt a bit lightheaded, as if his soul were leaving his body. In his view, he saw his bones and flesh stained with a layer of sacred light, bringing him a comfort that penetrated to the marrow. A vast life energy completely merged into his body, and his life level was evolving to the point where it could be said he was no longer at the human level. He didn't know how long this miraculous evolution lasted before it finally stopped. Did I become part of the Otsutsuki clan? Carefully sensing the surging power contained within him, Xine inexplicably felt a sense of omnipotence in his current self. He hurriedly walked in front of the mirror, and unexpectedly, the classic appearance of the Otsutsuki clan he imagined did not appear. He still looked like his original self. But for some reason, the person in the mirror seemed to exude a special aura of ethereal elegance. That kind of temperament, if I had to describe it, the only word that comes to Shinichi's mind is immortal. It's different from the so-called immortals like the Sage of Six Paths. After all, the Sage of Six Paths can at most be considered part of the Otsutsuki clan, and the energy he used was ultimately chakra. But the vast amount of chakra within Shinichi had long since vanished, replaced by what is known as divine power from beyond the heavens. Although he couldn't quite understand what this divine power was, there was one thing Shinichi was certain of. His strength had reached a realm that was difficult to describe in words. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kamui, Rinnegan, Shadow, Clone Jutsu. The moment he realized he no longer had chakra, Shinichi couldn't help but try out those powerful ninjutsu. The results were unexpected. Even without chakra, he was still able to perform these ninjutsu and ocular techniques just like before. However, the power unleashed by those ninjutsu seemed to be dozens of times more terrifying than before. What is this? Shinichi couldn't help but show a helpless smile. He thought he would instantly become part of the Otsutsuki clan. But aside from looking even more handsome, with a more ethereal temperament and stronger strength, there didn't seem to be any obvious changes. He really wanted to find an Otsutsuki to test his skills. With a dangerous glint in his eyes, a strange thought suddenly arose in Shinichi's mind. Even without becoming a true member of the Otsutsuki clan, he felt that he would not necessarily lose to them. No, he should say he would definitely win. It was an instinct and intuition that even he couldn't articulate. Huh, brother Shinichi, you. Just as she walked out of the room, Cheyenne saw Shinichi, who was about to go out, and was momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Seeing the girl staring at his face, Shinichi curiously scratched his face and asked. No. Cheyenne shook her head, her brows slightly furrowed. Although, brother Shinichi, your appearance is no different from usual, why do I feel like you're even more handsome? And, how should I put it? It seems like your temperament has improved. Temperament? Heh, do I have that? Shinichi chuckled lightly. He only revered absolute strength, the kind that could crush the Otsutsuki clan with a single punch. Things like temperament can't be eaten. Moreover, he was already in a committed relationship, so he didn't expect to rely on such superficial things to attract girls. How strange. Cheyenne's little head was filled with question marks. With a single thought, Shinichi arrived at the Hokage's office. It is worth mentioning that his Kamui seemed to have undergone subtle changes when he traversed space. Not even a ripple in the spatial fabric was created. That feeling was as if he had appeared out of thin air, startling Tsunade, who was unprepared. How come you appear and disappear so suddenly? Tsunade scolded. Haven't I always been like this? Shinichi shrugged, helplessly replying, after all this time. You still haven't gotten used to it. No, it's different from before. Tsunade frowned tightly. Although Kamui and Flying Thunder God technique are inherently techniques of sudden appearances and disappearances, making them hard to detect, her keen senses could still pick up a hint of spatial fluctuation. However, Shinichi's appearance just now had not caused any spatial fluctuations at all. That feeling was simply too bizarre. But Tsunade didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, anything that happened to Shinichi was reasonable. So, what is the attitude of the various Kage from the 4 great ninja villages? This was Shinichi's main purpose for coming. What do you think? Normal people wouldn't accept such threats. Speaking of this, Tsunade got angry and couldn't help but complain. When I first discussed with the 4 Kage, they didn't give me any good expressions and almost went to war. However, as she said this, Tsunade paused, revealing a strange expression when I mentioned your name. Sunagakure and Kirigakure suddenly agreed for some reason. But the attitudes of Awagakure and Kimogakure are still tough. It will probably be hard to get them to agree. Shinichi could roughly guess the reasons why Sunagakure and Kirigakure would agree to this plan. They were simply frightened by him, knowing full well that he possessed the terrifying strength to easily annihilate a ninja village, so they dared not oppose him. As for the tough attitude of the Tsukuyomi and Raikage, that was to be expected. Especially the 4th Raikage, that guy already had a grudge against him, and it would take a lot for him to obediently listen. It doesn't matter, I'll just go to the land of lightning and the land of earth personally, Shinichi said with a smile. Isn't it just about not listening? A good beating will solve it. Chapter 175. Susanoo, dominating Gundam. I won't interfere with how you do it, but you'd better not make a big deal out of it. Tsunade sighed with a bitter smile. She was genuinely afraid that Shinichi would cause chaos in the other ninja villages, and by then, the 5 great ninja villages might lose 1 or 2. I know what I'm doing. Shinichi rolled his eyes at Tsunade, too lazy to explain, and instantly disappeared from the spot. He wasn't a devil. Why did it seem like he was a ruthless demon king? Unlike before when he went to Sunagakure and Kirigakure, with the help of his little brothers Itachi and Shisui. His Flying Thunder God technique had long been spread across various countries, especially important locations like the 5 great ninja villages, where he had inserted countless kunai. In other words, he no longer needed to travel on foot and could easily go anywhere. Whoosh! In an instant, Shinichi arrived at Kimogakure. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. without any hand seals. Shinichi merely thought and created hundreds of shadow clones. Of course, the multiple shadow clone jutsu is not a no-seal technique. It was just that since he obtained divine power from beyond the heavens, any intricate ninjutsu in his hands behaved like a tame beast, easily performed with just a thought. Such extraordinary feats might not even be achievable by the sage of six paths. I'm going to have some fun with that iron head brat, the fourth Raikage. The rest is up to you, be discreet. Shinichi yawned out of boredom and instructed. Don't worry, you could trust us. The shadow clones all gave a thumbs up, confidently promising. The next moment, the shadow clones transformed into wisps of shadow and disappeared from the spot, their target being the ninjas of Kyumobikure. It is worth mentioning that the shadow clones dispatched by Shinichi were not there to attack Kyumobikure, but to gather a large amount of biological information. In simple terms, he needed the hair of the ninjas from Kyumobikure. He needed a lot of biological information to extract talent attributes. And he didn't want to miss even the white attributes of those lower-ranked ninjas. After all, these worthless attributes could bring him a significant amount of divine power from beyond the heavens after synthesis. Having experienced the wonders of divine power from beyond the heavens, Shinichi was no longer satisfied with just golden attributes. What he wanted now was divine power from beyond the heavens. Because he had a hunch that once his divine power reached a certain quantity, he would undergo a transformative change. Sigh, how should I greet that old man? The fourth Raikage? Shinichi once again wore a villainous smile. After some thought, he decided on the simplest and most straightforward method. Informing and visiting someone was just too troublesome, and given his antagonistic relationship with Kyumobikure, he was sure to face obstacles. A real man should just drive a Gundam and crush everything. With a slight movement of his mind, Shinichi instantly activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susanoo, accompanied by his light and airy voice. A massive shadow, capable of piercing the sky, rose from the ground, holding the Yata mirror in one hand and the Tensigen in the other. The largest and most powerful Yatengu form of Susanoo finally revealed itself to the world. This was Shinichi's first time fully unleashing Susanoo, and it was definitely giving enough face to the hidden cloud village. What? What is that thing? My God, is this a divine manifestation? No, it's not a deity at all. It's the divine power of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. Are you kidding me? How can there be such a huge Susanoo? Are you trying to fool ghosts? The moment this unimaginably large Susanoo descended upon the hidden cloud village, the ninjas there were left utterly speechless. Their faces displayed a range of complex emotions: fear, panic, shock, and even reverence and worship. In short, what happened today would be unforgettable for the hidden cloud village. What are you still doing here? Hurry and notify Lord Raikage. A few calm individuals immediately snapped everyone back to reality, prompting some to rush to inform the Raikage and the higher-ups of the hidden cloud village. However, with such a terrifying monster arriving in the hidden cloud village, did they really need notification? The fourth Raikage and others had already come out on their own. Susanoo. The fourth Raikage immediately recognized the true identity of this terrifying giant and trembled as he exclaimed, "Impossible! How can there be such a powerful Susanoo in this world?" If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this was truly the Susanoo he remembered. This is simply a Gundam. The enormous hidden cloud village would probably be flattened in just a few steps by this exaggerated Susanoo. This shows just how absurdly large this Susanoo is. Who is it? If you have the guts, show yourself. As the Raikage of the hidden cloud village, even though A felt anxious inside, he still mustered the courage to shout loudly under the eager gazes of the crowd. Hiding in the back is no skill. Do you dare to reveal your identity? Oh, isn't this my best friend, the fourth Raikage? After not seeing you for a few years, why have you become so weak? A playful voice came from within the Susanoo, sounding particularly clear amidst the grand scene. Everyone stared intently at the front of the Susanoo, and sure enough, they saw a tall and handsome figure floating in midair, looking down on them like a god. It's you, Hatake Shinichi. The fourth Raikage's pupils constricted as he gritted his teeth, letting out a low growl filled with extreme hatred. He would never forget that detestable face, although it was very handsome. To him, it was the epitome of ugliness. The battle from a few years ago had almost crushed all his dignity as Raikage. He, who had always claimed to be undefeated, was actually defeated by a young rookie, and it was a crushing defeat at that. No one knew better than him how much that battle had humiliated him. The opponent had established his reputation as a hero of Konoha based on that battle, effectively stepping over his head to rise to power. A great humiliation. This was undoubtedly a lifelong, unforgettable disgrace for him. That was pretty quick. Little did he know, Shinichi didn't take the furious fourth Raikage seriously at all. His gaze was fixed on the people of the hidden cloud village. At the same time as he attracted their attention, hundreds of ghostly silhouettes were silently moving, skillfully harvesting the hair of these people. No need to ask, those shadows were his shadow clones. It's almost laughable to the outside world. The hidden cloud village is filled with experts, yet their ninjas were so careless that they didn't even notice their hair was being stolen. But only Shinichi knew that his shadow clones were completely different from others. Even when divided into hundreds of portions using the multi-shadow clone technique, those clones still possess the strength of ordinary shadow-level ninjas. Even an elite J-Nin, under the condition of being distracted, would not be able to defend against the small tricks of a shadow-level powerhouse. It seems this time it's really a big harvest. The system's notification sounds kept ringing in his ears, and Shinichi couldn't help but smile broadly. God knows how many talent attributes he would gain from this trip to the hidden cloud village. These were all precious powers from the heavens. Chapter 176. Strength that rivals the gods. The despair of the hidden cloud village. Hatake Shinichi. What do you mean by this? Feeling Shinichi's indifferent gaze, the fourth Raikage inexplicably felt a sense of humiliation from being underestimated, gritting his teeth and saying, "Do you really want to start a war between Konoha and the hidden cloud village?" The plan that Shinichi had communicated through Tsunade was very secretive, apart from him. Only the 5 Kage knew. Therefore, apart from the fourth Raikage, no one in the hidden cloud village knew why Shinichi had suddenly come to their village. War? Upon hearing this, Shinichi looked at the fourth Raikage with a look of disdain, sneering, "Is your brain fried? When did I say I wanted to start a war between the two great ninja villages? Are you really here to visit in this manner?" The fourth Raikage's eyes were about to burst with rage as he roared. "Any fool can see that you are clearly here with ill intentions. Have you ever seen a force send an envoy for a visit in such a manner? No, you misunderstand." Shinichi chuckled lightly. "What I mean is, dealing with your hidden cloud village does not require Konoha, because I alone am enough to destroy the entire hidden cloud village." His calm words contained an unprecedented dominance. One person to destroy a village. Such an absurd statement sounded as easy as eating or drinking to him. Arrogant. What a bold claim. Who gave you the confidence to say such things? The people of the hidden cloud village were all furious. Didn't this clearly show that he didn't take them seriously? Even the legendary ninja god, Senju Hashirama, wouldn't dare to be this arrogant, right? Fourth Raikage, you should know my purpose for coming. Ignoring those who were confused about the situation, Shinichi directly locked his gaze on the fourth Raikage, coldly saying, "I'll give you one more chance. I hope you don't make the wrong decision." He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. If it weren't for the fourth Raikage's disrespect, he wouldn't bother threatening the hidden cloud village. You must be dreaming. However, the fourth Raikage had long harbored deep hatred for Shinichi, and now, in front of so many people, he would never back down. With his temper flaring, he immediately entered combat mode with the lightning armor, ready to fight Shinichi to the death. Undeniably, the fourth Raikage in such a stance appeared quite righteous in the eyes of the people of the hidden cloud village, but to Shinichi, he was just a foolish brute who couldn't recognize his own limits. Even a blind person could see that Shinichi was not a powerful existence that the hidden cloud village could match. Yet this fourth Raikage insisted on putting the lives of so many in danger for the sake of his pathetic pride. From this perspective, this guy was not a qualified leader at all. Sini also began to feel puzzled. It's not like we were asking you, Yunin village, to sign some humiliating agreement or to send you to your deaths. We just need you to cooperate a bit in implementing a plan. Merely putting on a show during the battle. Why such agitation? Foolish. Seeing that the other party was so stubborn, Sini, not known for his good temper, decided to directly use absolute strength to make these guys recognize the situation. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning suddenly shot into the sky, incredibly swift, with an unstoppable momentum that was ferocious, crackling with electric light and exploding with astonishing power. It was the fourth Raikage. Even Sini did not expect that this guy, known for being a muscle-bound brute, would immediately want to fight upon meeting. Universal Pool. Sini did not indulge this old man and suddenly activated his Rinnegan. An irresistible and terrifying gravitational pull emerged, and the fourth Raikage, in horror, realized he could not control his own body, being pulled towards Sini at a faster speed. Just as the fourth Raikage was about to approach Sini, accompanied by the latter's faint murmurs, he declared, "Shinra Tensei." Boom! A repulsive force, comparable to the super Shinra Tensei wielded by Nagato, suddenly erupted, shattering the fourth Raikage's proud lightning armor in an instant. And even his internal organs were subjected to unprecedented shock. A large amount of blood spurted from the fourth Raikage's mouth, and the light in his eyes abruptly vanished, becoming incredibly dim. Of course, Shinny was not foolish enough to kill the Raikage in front of everyone from Yunin Village, but he certainly gave this old man a very profound lesson. In just one encounter, this once mighty fourth Raikage suffered severe injuries, and judging by his labored breathing, he was clearly on the brink of death. Damn, bastard, how dare you hit my big brother? Upon seeing the fourth Raikage defeated in an instant, an enraged voice echoed from Yunin Village, followed by gasps of astonishment as a massive octopus-like monster soared into the air. It was the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Note, Killer Bee's way of speaking is too outrageous. The author is too lazy to write it, so readers should not mind too much. Unlike Naruto, who lost his rationality in a fit of rage during his tailed beast transformation, Killer Bee had now established a good relationship with the Eight Tails, becoming a perfect Jinchuriki, capable of unleashing the original power of the Eight Tails. However, even in this perfect state of tailed beast transformation, the Eight Tails appeared insignificant before Shinny Susanoo. Little octopus, I have no interest in playing with you. Shinny merely cast a casual glance at the tailed beast transformation of Killer Bee, and that terrifying ocular power crossed space, directly striking at the consciousness of the Eight Tails. Tsukuyomi, the Genjutsu power of the Manjiki Sharingan, is the strongest nemesis against tailed beasts. Even the Nine Tails back in the day could not escape Uchiha Madara's control. Moreover, this Tsukuyomi was unleashed by Shinny, so what could a mere Eight Tails do? Bang! The next moment, the Eight Tails rolled its eyes and fainted on the ground. Little Eight, what's wrong with you? Not knowing what had happened, Killer Bee kept calling out to the Eight Tails within him. Just before falling into slumber, the Eight Tails sent out a final faint thought. Killer Bee, whatever you do not provoke that person. The intense fear emanating from the Eight Tails instantly flooded Killer Bee's entire being, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. It was only at this moment that the normally irrational Killer Bee realized just how terrifyingly powerful Shinny, who had defeated the fourth Raikage, truly was. Even the Eight Tails, a beast of such caliber, had become so timid. Lord Killer Bee, Lord Raikage, is this the end of Yunin Village? As the villagers of Yunin witnessed their strongest two combatants being defeated in an instant, they fell into a deep atmosphere of despair. Wood release, advent of the world of trees. Shinny was accustomed to kicking those who were down and unleashed a wood release technique that shocked the entire ninja world once again, under the terrifying amplification of divine power. Hashirama's signature wood release technique, advent of the world of trees, erupted with nearly dozens of times the terrifying power. Towering trees shot up from the ground, forming a massive forest in an instant, completely surrounding Yunin Village. Heavenly Disruption Star. At the same time, an enormous meteorite appeared in the sky out of nowhere, held high in the air by Susanoo, ready to crash down on Yunin Village at any moment. Monster, this is not something we can compete against. What did we Yunin Village do wrong to provoke such a freakish guy? If the ninjas of Yunin Village were only somewhat despairing before, they had now completely plunged into the abyss of despair. They could not even imagine how to defeat this godlike monster before them. Yunin Village is really going to be finished. Chapter 177, 3 Days. A choice of life and death. Everyone, there is no need to be so desperate. Just when the people of Yunin Village could see no hope, Shinny slowly spoke. I have no intention of destroying Yunin Village. I just want to prove to you that I, Hitaki Shinny, have this capability. What do you want? At the moment when the fourth Raikage was seriously injured and unconscious, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee was in despair, a black-skinned man with long bangs covering one, I stepped forward and shouted, We Yunin Village should not have provoked you first, right? This man was none other than the fourth Raikage's bodyguard, Darui, who was also destined to succeed as the fifth Raikage in the future. To have the courage to stand up in such a desperate situation, Shinny couldn't help but look at him with a bit more respect. You're right. You Yunin Village haven't provoked me. Shinny nodded, a playful smile on his face. But it seems your great fourth Raikage's brain isn't quite normal. He dared to offend me. So I came here today to give you a profound lesson. Your name is Darui, right? I remember you. He looked at Darui with a hint of appreciation in his eyes and said lightly, I'll give you a piece of advice. Hurry and send someone to treat this Raikage with a brain full of water, and inform him that I am giving him one last chance to reorganize his words. If he still chooses to be obstinate, then you will be the next Raikage, so that this fool won't harm Yunin Village. Remember, you have only 3 days. I will be waiting for Yunin Village's reply. After leaving this last word, Shinny directly dispelled Susanoo, and his figure disappeared silently into the air. Both the advent of the world of trees that tightly surrounded Yunin village and the heavenly disruption star hanging over Yunin village vanished without a trace at the same time, as if they had never appeared. Yet the intimidation left by Sini lingered in the minds of the people of Yunin village like a nightmare, unable to dissipate for a long time. After regaining their senses, the people of Yunin village hurriedly focused on saving the unconscious fourth Raikage. They were eager to learn the truth from him, as it related to the survival of Yunin village. Konoha, Hokage's office. Back so soon? While focused on reviewing documents, Tsunade raised an eyebrow in surprise at the suddenly appearing Sini, saying, "Don't tell me you have already convinced them to change their minds." It had only been less than half a day since Sini left. Even though she knew that the guy in front of her couldn't be measured by common sense, Tsunade still found it hard to believe. Not yet. Shinichi yawned out of boredom and explained, "I just went to the Hidden Cloud Village and nearly beat the fourth Raikage to death. I plan to give them 3 more days to think it over. If that guy remains this stubborn, I don't mind going again to send him on his way." Nearly beating the fourth Raikage to death. Tsunade's mouth twitched. Only this guy could say such outrageous things. What about the Hidden Stone Village? Tsunade asked again. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. Shinichi thought for a moment and said, once the Hidden Stone Village receives news from the Hidden Cloud Village, they should change their minds. If that old man Inoki won't give me face, I don't mind visiting the Hidden Stone Village to let him enjoy the treatment the fourth Raikage received. The current Hidden Stone Village only appeared strong on the surface. In reality, it was struggling, and aside from Kuratsuchi, the younger generation had no talent to speak of. The only genius, Deidara, had defected to the Akatsuki. It could be said that the Hidden Stone Village was barely holding on thanks to the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. As the saying goes, the older one gets, the more cunning they become. As soon as Inoki received news from the Hidden Cloud Village, for the future of the Hidden Stone Village, even if he was reluctant to back down, he would likely have to compromise with Konoha as the Tsuchikage. The 4 great ninja villages had united. Why should the Hidden Stone Village insist on independence? Does Inoki have that kind of strength? All right, let's do it your way. Tsunade had no objections to Shinichi's plan. In fact, she would rather he did so. If Shinichi caused a ruckus in the Hidden Stone Village again, the other 4 great ninja villages might think Konoha had ambitions to unify the ninja world and prepare for the 4th Great Ninja War. Little did they know, Shinichi had already sent his shadow clones to the Hidden Stone Village to wander around. Not just the Hidden Stone Village, but also the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village. His goal was obviously to take advantage of all 5 great ninja villages. Just the biological information from the Hidden Cloud Village was not enough to satisfy him. On the other side, under the full efforts of the people in the Hidden Cloud Village, the 4th Raikage finally woke up after about half a day. I'm not dead. Looking at the familiar white ceiling, the 4th Raikage murmured, Lord Raikage, you finally woke up. The higher-ups of the Hidden Cloud Village hurried over, chattering among themselves. However, they were not just concerned about the 4th Raikage's health. They were more eager to learn the truth about Shinichi's attack. It was no wonder they were so anxious. After all, Shinichi had only given them 3 days. Is that so? That's what that guy said. After understanding the situation, the 4th Raikage remained silent for a long time, his eyes filled with hatred and humiliation. Lord Raikage, what is your plan? Darui said, his eyes flashing with determination. We really can't afford to provoke that guy from Konoha. Of course we refuse. The 4th Raikage replied coldly. The Hidden Cloud Village has never been a place for cowards. To think that such a minor threat could make us compromise is simply a dream. It was absolutely impossible for him to yield to his enemy, Shinichi. Lord Raikage. Upon hearing this, everyone was in a state of anxiety. Were they really going to sacrifice the entire Hidden Cloud Village just for the sake of pride? Unlike the 4th Raikage, who had fainted early on, they had witnessed Shinichi's terrifying power firsthand, capable of annihilating villages at will. Unless they were tired of living, they wouldn't want to oppose such a monster. What? Are you trying to rebel? The 4th Raikage raised an eyebrow, his face filled with menace. Under his pressure, everyone could only retreat in frustration. No one dared to challenge the authority he had built up over the years in the village. Only one person stood up bravely, and that was Darui. Lord Raikage, now is not the time for you to be stubborn. Darui took a deep breath and said seriously, this concerns the survival of the Hidden Cloud Village. I believe everyone here has the right to decide their own fate. Even if you want us to go to our deaths, you should at least let us know the truth. Darui, are you provoking my authority as the Raikage? The 4th Raikage could not let this go, glaring with a hint of menace in his eyes. It had been many years since anyone in the Hidden Cloud Village had dared to speak to him like this. Chapter 178. The Chunin exams are approaching. Movement from all sides. I don't mean it that way, but I want to protect the hidden cloud village. Under the fourth Raikage's dark gaze, Darui, bearing immense pressure, said solemnly, "We can all see that Hitaki Shinichi is not a good person. When he says he will destroy our village in 3 days, it's not a joke. So that's why you don't take me, the Raikage, seriously?" The fourth Raikage said coldly. Upon hearing this, many people in the room frowned. Even those who usually respected the fourth Raikage felt discontent. Everyone knew Darui was thinking of the village, yet at this moment, the fourth Raikage was still being obstinate. Did he really want to sacrifice the entire village just for pride? Lord Raikage, Darui's expression changed, and ultimately, he seemed to make a difficult decision, saying indifferently, "If you really think this way, I have nothing more to say. However, I must tell you that for the safety of the village, I might do something disrespectful to you, and I hope you can understand." He hadn't forgotten what Shinichi said before leaving. If the fourth Raikage truly remained obstinate, then Darui would rather take his place than let the hidden cloud village perish. The fourth Raikage wasn't just a reckless man. He could hear the implications in Darui's words and was about to explode with anger. However, noticing the unfriendly gazes from those around him, he forcibly suppressed his fury, his expression turning calm. "All right, I understand. Let's do it your way." Lord Raikage is wise. Everyone, including Darui, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Little did they know, they had not noticed the hint of malice hidden deep in the fourth Raikage's eyes. The hidden cloud village finally willing to back down? 3 days later, Tsunade received a message from the fourth Raikage, and the stone in her heart finally relaxed. Just as Shinichi had anticipated, after the fourth Raikage officially expressed his stance. The third Tsukuyomi of the hidden stone village, Inoki, also stopped holding out and sent messages agreeing to cooperate. Thus, the plan for the Chunin exams finally took shape. In a highly secret underground space, at some point, Obito had removed his vortex mask and was sitting on a stone bench, facing a middle-aged man with a very gloomy and terrifying expression, Danzo Shimura, whom he had not seen for a long time. Notably, Danzo had long discarded his original attire from Konoha and, like Obito, had changed into the Akatsuki's red cloud black robe. Time is of the essence. Now is the best opportunity for us to capture the Jinchuriki. Obito said indifferently, "The infinite Tsukuyomi plan is imperative. Dragging it out doesn't benefit us." "I agree." Danzo nodded and said solemnly, "You have everything prepared, right? Rest assured, everything is ready. What we lack now is an opportunity to take action. Even I didn't expect that this excellent opportunity would actually be created by our enemies." After receiving Obito's response, Danzo couldn't help but show a hint of a mocking smile. Konoha Shinichi, this little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Does he really think he is the smartest person in the world? He wants to use the Chunin exam as a pretext to gather the Jinchuriki from the 5 great ninja villages, forcing us to reveal ourselves and walk into his trap. His calculations are quite clever. Unfortunately, he will never realize just how much he is disliked. If Tsunade were here to hear their conversation, she would surely be shocked. What she thought was a flawless plan had already been seen through by these two old schemers. Moreover, judging by their expressions, they clearly intended to fall into the trap as originally conceived by Shinichi. Is the fourth Raikage really trustworthy? Obito said lightly, "I have seen countless people, and it is clear that his hatred for Konoha Shinichi is anything but false." Danzo waved his hand confidently. Perhaps even that little brat Konoha Shinichi doesn't realize how much the fourth Raikage hates him. He is even willing to gamble the entire reputation of the Cloud Village for revenge against him. What are his conditions? Konoha Shinichi's corpse. Good. As the lights dimmed, their voices grew weaker until they finally vanished. "I'm gonna make it big. This time, I'm really gonna make it big." With the Chunin exam approaching, Shinichi naturally wasn't idle. During this time, he sent out countless shadow clones roaming the 5 great ninja villages, stealthily stealing the hair of those ninjas. Then he extracted all the talent traits in one go, nearly causing his system to crash. Even now, the system was still continuously extracting talent traits from a large amount of biological information. Fortunately, his system was quite user-friendly and understood to execute his commands with a delay. Under his orders, the system would continue to automatically extract talent traits and then synthesize them into divine power. Although he didn't know how long this process would take. It was all background work, so Shinichi didn't bother to pay attention. At his suggestion, Konoha gradually entered a state of full combat readiness, especially Kakashi's Umbu and Shisui's night organization, who patrolled the village almost day and night. After all, The Chunin exam was jointly held by the 5 great ninja villages, and all 5 Kage would be visiting, so such a display was to be expected. But only a few knew that the true purpose of this Chunin exam was not what it seemed. "Hey kids, do you want me to help you sign up for this Chunin exam?" Shinichi said with a slight smile, looking at his Team 7 trio. "Of course, brother Shinichi. I must win this Chunin exam." Naruto and Sasuke were both extremely excited, as their strength had long surpassed that of ordinary Chunin. How could they be willing to continue doing low-level tasks? Sakura looked a bit hesitant. "Sakura, your strength isn't enough. You could handle a regular Chunin exam, but this time is special, so you should wait for the next one. It's better for you to have some time to consolidate your skills." Before Sakura could speak, Shinichi explained for her. Although this Chunin exam was primarily aimed at encircling the Akatsuki organization, the 5 great ninja villages would still send their own talented lower ninjas to participate. Although Sakura was much stronger now compared to the original timeline, she still wasn't quite ready for the spotlight. This stage was destined to belong to geniuses like Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji, who could not be measured by normal standards. Alright, Sakura looked a bit disappointed, but under Shinichi's urgent gaze, Sasuke had to comfort her a couple of times. As a result, she immediately brightened up and completely forgot about this Chunin exam. What did the Chunin exam matter when Sasuke's comfort was so important? This is the world of love-struck brains. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Fire, on a road leading to Konoha Village, that bastard hasn't come to see me for years. Has he forgotten about me? A voluptuous and enchanting figure, draped in a ceremonial robe and wearing a blue strapless dress underneath, outlined her perfect curves alluringly. However, the woman's mood at the moment did not seem pleasant. Even the group of people behind her felt the thick resentment and dared not approach her at all. It seems there will be a good show to watch when she goes to Konoha. A man in the crowd, carrying a beheading sword, couldn't help but show a hint of schadenfreude. Chapter 179. Orochimaru's Dark Humor Konoha Orphanage. In the quiet little courtyard, Shinichi was lounging in his beloved rocking chair, acting like a big shot. Next to him, Uchiha was thoughtfully peeling grapes for him and gently feeding them into his mouth. This insane scene would surely break the defenses of Tsunade and the others, who were busy working day and night. "I say, are you planning to just leave us hanging like this?" You complained, pouting a bit. "Huh?" Shinichi was taken aback, instinctively saying, "I don't think I've done anything wrong recently, have I? God is my witness." He had been planning for the Chunin exam lately, trying to avoid any mistakes, and had not offended these 2 ladies at all. Don't be fooled by the fact that his main body was here enjoying himself. In reality, his mind was constantly working, processing various messages sent by his shadow clones, and it wasn't as easy as it looked. He would bet that these days have been the most diligent period of his life. "What I mean is, do you want us to follow you around without knowing anything?" You sighed lightly, saying, "I don't really care. After all, someone like me who comes from a root organization doesn't care about fame. But you at least have to be responsible for Uchiha, right?" Uchiha was taken aback, pointing at herself and saying nonchalantly, "I'm fine. As long as I can stay by Shinichi's side, I'm content. After all, I'm also an orphan, so there's no pressure from parents." "You idiot." You looked at Uchiha with exasperation, retorting, "Even if you don't care, that doesn't give someone a reason to take advantage." Then, you grabbed Shinichi's ear, her seemingly gentle tone filled with menace. "Hey, I say, Hokage advisor, do you think it's a good thing to remain unmarried for so long?" "Got it." Upon hearing this, Shinichi realized what you was trying to express. She was pushing him to get married. Speaking of which, these 2 beautiful girls had always been around him without clear boundaries. Even if they themselves didn't care about titles, they still had to consider how others viewed them. Of course, even if he didn't get married, he had no intention of abandoning these 2 lovely girls in his lifetime. You're right. I've neglected your feelings." Shinichi quickly sat up straight and swore to the heavens, "Don't worry, after this Chunin exam, I will definitely marry you both with the highest standards of Konoha." "Do we really have to wait until after this Chunin exam?" Yu's gentle smile still looked a bit dangerous. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on Shinichi's forehead as he hurriedly explained, "You don't understand. This Chunin exam is extraordinary and involves too much. I can't reveal too much information to you. All I can say is that I must put all my energy into dealing with this Chunin exam. Not only that, but you 2 also need to go to a safe place first, otherwise I will have concerns." Once the people from the 5 great ninja villages arrive at Konoha, he plans to send you and Yuin to Orochimaru's secret base for a period of time. There's no choice. He has too many enemies, and each one is ruthless. If he doesn't protect the people he cares about in advance, He worries those guys might go crazy and take these two as hostages to threaten him. Is it that dangerous? Both Yuin and Yano Yu frowned, gradually realizing the seriousness of the situation. However, their primary concern was not their own safety, but rather Shinichi, the participant in the event. Don't worry, with my current strength, there isn't anyone in this ninja world who can hurt me yet. Feeling their worried emotions, Shinichi felt a warmth in his heart and comforted them. Whoosh! After a moment of tenderness among the three, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Shinichi. It was Itachi, wearing an animal mask. Sensei. Even after becoming the second in command of the Night Organization, Itachi's attitude towards Shinichi remained respectful. The people from a mist village have arrived at Konoha, and the Hokage is receiving them. I understand. You can go now. Shinichi nodded, and Itachi disappeared on the spot. He truly didn't expect that the group from the mist village, which was the furthest away and most inconvenient to travel, would be the first to arrive among the 4 great ninja villages. Now that they were here, Konoha would enter a true state of readiness for battle. Yano Yu Yuin, come with me. Without any unnecessary words, Shinichi directly took the hands of the 2 girls and used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the secret base that Orochimaru had prepared for him in advance. It's worth mentioning that Orochimaru, due to his sensitive identity, remained in the Sound Village he established even after Tsunade took full control of Konoha, and did not return to Konoha. He was happy to do so. After all, conducting his experiments in such a strictly regulated place like Konoha would be too troublesome. Of course, Tsunade and Jiraiya, as high-ranking officials of Konoha, were aware of Orochimaru's presence and did not interfere with his choice. Shinichi-kun, you have quite the fortune with women. Orochimaru couldn't help but tease. Although he had long since left the lowly interests of romantic relationships, that didn't stop him from joking about Shinichi in such matters, which was one of his rare interests aside from the pursuit of truth. Ahem. Shinichi looked a bit embarrassed and said boldly, Orochimaru, you don't understand. For a man like me, who is strong in every sense, it's reasonable to have a few close female friends around. I understand. Orochimaru had a strange smile on his face and curiously asked, didn't you say you had 3? Why do I only see 2 today? Huh? Shinichi was taken aback and instinctively replied, where did 3 come from? I only have 2 girlfriends. What I just said was a metaphor. Do you understand what a metaphor is? But Shinichi-kun, I have a sudden premonition that you should have a 3rd girlfriend. Orochimaru looked at him with deep meaning. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shinichi treated it as a joke and laughed it off. Having 2 nearly drove him to madness. If a 3rd one came, wouldn't he have to commit seppuku? I can't handle it. Truly can't handle it. Shinichi-kun, it seems I can only wish you good luck. Looking in the direction Shinichi left, Orochimaru couldn't help but show a hint of glee and whispered. He was holding a piece of information in his pale hand, which was about the Mizukage of the Mist Village. The information indicated that, according to insiders, this newly appointed 5th Mizukage seemed to always enjoy standing alone under the moon. Missing someone, even though she was already of marriageable age, she disregarded the men around her, always appearing to have someone in her heart. As for the man she missed, anyone with a little insight could easily guess his identity. By the way, Orochimaru had actually received this information long ago. However, his wicked curiosity led him to deliberately suppress this information, not letting Shinichi know until today. His assistant, Kabuto, expressed great confusion about this. Chapter 180. A long-awaited reunion. Terumi Mei, Konoha, Hokage Building. The 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei and her entourage, as representatives of the Mist Village, needed to be personally received by Tsunade, the Hokage, for reasons of both sentiment and duty. Naturally, in such an occasion, the Hokage's advisors had to be present, and Jiraiya and Minato were also sitting nearby. As for the last Hokage advisor, he was absent. Tsunade and the others knew very well about Shinichi's temperament and were too lazy to notify him. Hokage, I heard that Konoha has 3 Hokage advisors. Why did only 2 come today? Terumi Mei said with a faint smile, hinting at something. Ahem. Tsunade looked a bit awkward and chuckled dryly. Mizukage, you may not know, that advisor is a bit special. He generally doesn't appear unless there's a major event in the village. This time's Chunin exam was crucial, and, as Hokage, Tsunade felt it necessary to explain it clearly to the other party. If she let Terumi Mei and her entourage misunderstand that Konoha did not value them over such a small matter, it would be a loss. Oh, so that advisor has such a high status, completely disregarding our Mist Village? Terumi Mei smiled sweetly, but her words carried a strong resentment. This. Minato and Jiraiya exchanged glances, feeling something was off. They had also heard about the fifth Mizukage. Although she was young, her abilities were outstanding. She had ended the Blood Mist era and brought the Mist Village back on track, definitely a qualified Mizukage. However, seeing her in person today, this Mizukage seemed a bit petty. Was it really necessary to be so calculative over such trivial matters? Mizukage, you seem eager to meet that advisor? Unlike the slow-reacting Minato and Jiraiya, Tsunade, as a woman, had a keen intuition and was filled with gossip curiosity, asking, could it be that you two know each other? I guess we do. Terumi smiled slightly, but did not elaborate further. In reality, she was gritting her teeth inside. It was more than just knowing each other. That bastard had even... Oh, Tsunade, being astute, noticed the unusual expression on Terumi's face and said with great interest, in that case, I will call someone to notify that advisor to come and meet an old friend. Her intuition told her that there was definitely something going on. Remembering the various tricks someone had pulled lately, this was a great opportunity to teach someone a lesson, and Tsunade would certainly not let it go. Minato, quickly go get that brat Shinichi. Tsunade glanced at Minato beside her and said in a low voice, Hokage-sama, where should I go to find him? Minato said with a helpless expression. Everyone knew that Shinichi was elusive. Although he spent most of his time at home, he seemed to be busy with something these past few days and hadn't been seen much in the village. Tsunade's order was quite unreasonable. I don't care how you do it. I just want to see results. Tsunade glared at Minato. With no other choice, Minato sighed and decided to use his trump card. That was to take out the Flying Thunder God Kunai that Shinichi had given him earlier and use the Flying Thunder God technique inscribed on it to resonate with Shinichi. The creator of the technique, who would certainly sense it immediately. Only those who are equally skilled in the Flying Thunder God technique, like him and Senju Tobarama, can accomplish this. Whoosh. Meanwhile, Shinichi, who was at Orochimaru's secret base, sensed Minato's movements and, out of curiosity, directly teleported here using the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato-sensei, did you need something from me? In front of the shocked gazes of the people from the hidden mist village, Shinichi suddenly appeared in front of Minato like a ghost, startling them. It's not me looking for you. It's Lord Hokage who summoned you. Minato shook his head repeatedly, quickly distancing himself from the responsibility. He wasn't a fool. His intuition told him he absolutely should not get involved in this matter lightly, or he would be in big trouble. Lady Tsunade, what do you need me for? Seeing Minato's fearful expression, Shinichi was somewhat speechless and turned to look at Tsunade, who had a knowing smile. Under Tsunade's meaningful gaze, Shinichi finally noticed the group from the hidden mist village led by Terumi. Oh, isn't this Mr. Idagawa Konan? It's been a long time, Terumi said with a charming smile, but her words carried a hint of barely concealed killing intent. Shinichi. This charming smile and dangerous tone were all too familiar to him. Unlike the obedient and understanding Yukino, Nono often showed him this kind of expression. A strong survival instinct told Shinichi that the current situation was very unfavorable for him. Hello, Lord Mizukage. Goodbye, Lord Mizukage. Thus, Shinichi decisively planned to turn and leave. Clap. However, Tsunade, who was already prepared, directly grabbed his shoulder and said ominously, Advisor Shinichi, where do you think you're going? The Mizukage specifically requested to see you. If you leave abruptly, wouldn't that make us in Konoha look ridiculous? Revenge. This was definitely Tsunade's revenge on him. Shinichi realized that Tsunade had been envious of his carefree life and finally found an opportunity to get back at him. Mr. Konan, don't you want to see me that much? Terumi, seeing right through Shinichi's desire to escape, smiled even more charmingly, and the dangerous glint in her beautiful eyes only intensified, in contrast to the confused expressions of the other people from the hidden mist village. Momochi Zabuza was enjoying the show. And no, Shinichi stiffened and stammered, I just think this occasion is too serious and doesn't match my current outfit. I plan to go home and change into something more formal. Is that so? Terumi smiled and suggested, Perfect. I've never been to your house. Why don't you invite me over as well? This doesn't seem appropriate? Shinichi chuckled awkwardly. Am I not worthy? Terumi looked somewhat disappointed, but Shinichi felt an even stronger sense of danger. Of course you are. Since you, Lord Mizukage, have that thought, let's go right now, Shinichi said firmly, driven by a strong survival instinct. Lord Mizukage. Upon hearing this, the people from the hidden mist village became restless. The meeting between the two Kage had not yet concluded. How could the Mizukage leave on her own? Moreover, the importance of the Mizukage to the hidden mist village was self-evident, and they could not let Terumi go off alone with Shinichi. Enough. At this moment, Momochi Zabuza scoffed The Mizukage has important matters to attend to. It's not your place to interrupt. Due to Shinichi's previous forceful intervention in the hidden mist village, Zabuza's position had risen significantly, and his words were respected by most in the village. I'm waiting to see Shinichi make a fool of himself. What you all causing trouble for here? Besides, that is a private matter between the young couple. Why should you monsters interfere? Zabuza thought to himself. Synopsis: traveling through the Naruto world, becoming a member of the Hitaki clan, and Kakashi's older brother, Hatake Shinichi. Awakening a talent tag system. As long as I obtain the biological information of the other party, I can extract talent tags and upgrade them. Collected: Naruto's hair. Transform talent tag. Ninetales transformation. Chakra 1000. Ninjutsu power 1000. Additional: good and evil perception